in the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar. Inside the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the meeting room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine hero Garp, the three admirals, and the legendary Vice Admiral Kizaru gather here. Because of the recent uproar caused by the defeat of the Seven Warlords of the Sea by the rookie pirate Ace, the incident was too significant. The high-ranking officials of the Marine headquarters had held several meetings to discuss the succession of the vacant warlord position. Because of Ace's outstanding strength, the world government had extended an olive branch to him. They hoped that Ace, the rising rookie pirate, could inherit the position of the warlord he defeated. Unexpectedly, Ace's refusal threw the matter into a deadlock. Hey, Fleet Admiral, has that bastard not come yet? Looking at the newspaper on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk, which bore a glaring headline. Veins bulged on Akainu's forehead. The Admiral's anger seemed to have reached its limit. Only a last spark was needed for an eruption. Marine high-level meeting over warlord defeat. New Marine Admiral Kizaru, absent again. That bastard Morgans dares to write such a headline. This is an insult to the Marines. Although he tried to keep his tone calm, because of the Marshal's presence, everyone could see that Akainu was barely containing his rage. But everyone present could see that for the Admiral who was personally appointed by the Gorosei a few days ago with the codename Kizaru, Lin Hao, Akainu, as a Marine hawk, had reached the limit of his tolerance. The vacancy of the warlord position was not a troublesome matter. As long as news was released, countless powerful pirates would flock to it. The Marine High Command only needed to deliberate symbolically, then pick a compliant pirate to fill the position. This matter, which could be big or small for the world government, would be easily resolved. This had not been a difficult task in the past. But such a simple matter had been delayed for a long time because of the repeated absences of the new Marine Admiral Kizaru. After all, the appointment of a warlord required the signatures of all Marine high-ranking officials. If Lin Hao, the new Marine Admiral, did not attend the meeting, the matter could not be finalized. As time dragged on, not only were the powerful pirates growing impatient, but even Morgans, the first paparazzo of the Grand Line, had somehow gotten wind of it. He began to make a big fuss about it in the World Economy newspaper. For a time, the Marines, unable to finalize the successor warlord, seemed likely to make a fool of themselves on the Grand Line. Faced with such a situation, not only was Admiral Akainu the Hawk furious, but even the Dove representative Sengoku and Kizaru were also very troubled. Don't underestimate Morgan's intelligence-gathering ability. This matter has been dragged out, and naturally he got wind of it. As for that Lin Hao, Sengoku glanced at the Marine high-ranking officials in the office. He pushed his glasses with one hand, and with the other he fed the newspaper on the table to his goat, which he had kept as a pet for a long time. Let him be if he doesn't come. After we reach a conclusion, we'll send the documents to him for his signature. Bang. What? Hearing the Marshal's decision, the hot-tempered Admiral Akainu slammed his fist like a lead ball onto his superior's desk. Hey, who is the Marshal, him or you? What privilege does that guy who hasn't even shown his face have to deserve such treatment? The Marshal's proposal not only infuriated Admiral Akainu, but even Admiral Kizaru, who followed the ambiguous justice and believed in slacking off, was dissatisfied. Marshal, such treatment might be unfair, you know. Kizaru clipped his nails against the wall, his sarcasm obvious even to an idiot. He, a slacker admiral, had come to the meeting obediently. But that newly promoted Admiral Lin Hao, what privilege did he have to be more special than him? Who is that guy Lin Hao anyway? I haven't even seen him. Hey, Sengoku. If he can have such privilege, does that mean I can also refuse the Marine summons in the future? Looking at the gloomy yet helpless Sengoku, his close friend Marine hero Garp asked curiously while eating his snack senbei. Garp, you be serious? The Marines have enough headaches. Although Kizaru was stopping Garp's mischief after that, she also looked at Sengoku curiously. As for the Admiral Aokiji, who believed in lazy justice, although he remained silent and did not contradict his superior, his face was also full of doubt. If the Marshal did not give a reasonable explanation for this matter, then the next time there was a meeting, he might also refuse to attend, just like the new Marine Admiral Lin Hao. At this moment, Akainu was extremely displeased. To become a Marine Admiral, one must have walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, surviving countless life and death situations. He had dozens of scars on his body, each one a remarkable achievement. That guy who had never been heard of became an admiral just a few days after arriving. What achievements does he have? Is his strength adequate? He was appointed only a few days ago, and he dares to skip the Marine headquarters meeting. Marine admirals appointed by the Gorosei themselves. Why does that Lin Hao get such privilege? Thinking of this, Akainu's body began to involuntarily elementalize. The office became scorching hot. The appointment of a Marine admiral was so frivolous. The celestial dragons in the Holy Land have no sense of justice at all. The important Marine headquarters meeting was repeatedly stood up by Lin Hao. Such behavior made Akainu the Hawk Admiral extremely displeased with his new colleague. You think I want this? This is a document sent down from above. You guys take a look yourselves. Looking at his angry or puzzled subordinates, Sengoku rubbed his head in distress. Then he took out the document personally signed by the Gorosei not long ago from his desk drawer. Looking at the document on the table, a group of top-tier Marine powerhouses all curiously gathered around. After reading the contents of the document, everyone present was stunned. This is the appointment letter for Lin Hao as Marine Admiral. The general content of the document is that Lin Hao is powerful and has been recognized by the Gorosei, the leader of the Celestial Dragons in the Holy Land. Although his position is Marine Admiral, he enjoys the privileges of a Celestial Dragon. In other words, those who cannot control an Admiral have no right to control him, and those who can control an Admiral also have no right to control him. As long as he doesn't cause too much trouble in the Marines, let him do whatever he wants. The Celestial Dragons gave this young Admiral privileges, allowing him to walk sideways in the world government. Allah, so it's someone from the Holy Land, no wonder. Oh my, how enviable. Really, I'm a Marine hero, why can't I have such privileges? After reading the appointment document of Admiral Lin Hao, Aokiji shrugged indifferently. Kizaru remained silent, lost in thought. On the other hand, Admiral Kizaru and Marine hero Garp were full of envy and jealousy. Even the world government's summons could be refused directly. Is there any more comfortable way to slack off than this? While the top combat forces of Marine headquarters were troubled by the vacant Shichibukai position, the same newspaper that had just been fed to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's pet goat by the Marine Admiral was delivered by diligent news coups to every corner of the Grand Line. In a certain sea area in the second half of the Grand Line, a grand banquet was being held on the deck of a giant whale-headed pirate ship. A group of pirate minions were raising their cups in celebration. In the very center of the whale-headed deck sat a tall, scarred, bare-chested man with a crescent moon mustache, seated imposingly on a specially made chair. He was drinking and reading the newspaper just delivered by the news coup. Beside him, several female nurses in leopard print stockings were bustling about. Admiral Sarayu. Gurara, a brat I've never even heard of, gets promoted to Marine Admiral. The Marines are degenerating now. The bar for an admiral has become so low. Whitebeard Edward Newgate glanced at the newspaper a few times and then casually tossed it away. His Gurara laughter created a gust of wind. This caused the nurses in leopard print stockings beside him to gasp in surprise. Seeing this, the pirate minions on the whale-headed ship laughed even more heartily. Only Marco, the ship's doctor, kept nagging his Whitebeard father to take care of his health. Ha ha ha. Young people these days are really interesting. That so-called tactician Sengoku must be having a headache too. In the backstage of an auction house on Sabati Archipelago, an old man with white hair and glasses looked at the newspaper in his hand. After reading the report that Admiral Sarayu had once again been absent from the high-level Marine meeting without reason, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. On a certain island in the second half of the Grand Line, a man with one arm, missing red hair, and 3 scars over his left eye stared solemnly at the newspaper in his hand. Beside him, a strong man with long hair asked curiously, "Hey Shanks, are you interested in this guy?" Hearing his old partner Beckman's question, Shanks put down the newspaper, his expression still grave. This new Marine Admiral Sarayu is no ordinary man. For some special reasons, I know things others don't. What kind of guy can make a man like you show such an expression? Hearing Shanks's grave words, Beckman, who had top-tier strength and intelligence in the pirate world and had helped the Red Hair Pirates become the only dual Emperor crew, suddenly became interested. In any case, this guy is very strong. If there's no need, it's better not to confront him head-on. New World Onigashima. A burly man with muscles piled up like small mountains and horns on his head looked at the newspaper. A strange look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Sarayu, when did the Marines get another admiral? I'll have to go meet that guy sometime. As the burly man was leering at the newspaper, a tall man in a black military uniform with demon wings on his back rushed over and gave Kaido a hard knock on the head. Kaido Dano, stop thinking about how to commit suicide all the time and do some proper work. Whole Cake Island. Charlotte, lean, her body as huge as a giant, looked at the newspaper, a strange expression on her face. Mama, the Marines have appointed another admiral. Is it a strange race I've never seen? I must add him to my collection of all races. Hey mama, he's an admiral after all, don't have such thoughts. Looking at Charlotte Lean's infatuated expression, Kakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, had a forehead full of black lines. Within just a few days of his appointment, the admiral with the code named Sarayu Lin Hao. Within a few days, his name resounded throughout the entire Grand Line, whether it was the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords. All pirates were shocked by this news. The position of Marine Admiral was not just a title. Its power was unfathomable. The 3 Marine Admirals had become 4. This would inevitably cause a massive upheaval in the Grand Line. For the pirate faction, this was not good news. It seemed that the balance between pirates and the Marines was about to tip. Back at Marine headquarters, Admiral Akainu looked at the documents on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk. His eyes were almost spitting fire. Privilege. What about the privilege granted by the Celestial Dragons? As long as he is a Marine Admiral, he must come to this meeting. If he doesn't come today, I'll go drag him here. Kawahai, it's been a long time since I've seen Sakazuki this angry. Really, I'm a Marine hero, why can't I get such privileges? In stark contrast to Akainu's hawkish fury, the 9-to-5 Marine Admiral Kizaru and the rarely seen at headquarters Garp both had envy in their eyes, slacking off with the Celestial Dragon's permission. This was a privilege they dreamed of. I advise you not to do that. Looking at the fuming Akainu, Fleet Admiral Sengoku rubbed his temples helplessly. If that guy gets upset, I'm afraid no one here can suppress him. What? His strength is that formidable. Where did he come from? Hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku's words, the top marine combat forces in the office were all stunned. They knew Sengoku's strength well. If he gave such a high appraisal, just what level was the newly promoted Admiral Lin Hao? Not only was Akainu, who had wanted to drag Lin Hao to the meeting, stunned, but even Vice Admiral Tsuru, a marine legend, nearly dropped her jaw. But as the hawkish representative of the Marines, Akainu would not let the other party off just because of the Fleet Admiral's comments. If he didn't give him a warning, Morgans would come up with some outrageous news report later. That could never happen. As a senior Marine Admiral, Akainu had to uphold the dignity of the Marines. Where's that guy now? Whatever his identity, I'll drag him to the meeting. He's on the training ground of Marine Headquarters sunbathing. But I advise you not to disturb him. Looking at the furious Akainu, Fleet Admiral Sengoku wanted to persuade the impulsive man, but before he could finish, Akainu turned directly and pushed out the door. Watching Akainu's quickly disappearing back, Fleet Admiral Sengoku shook his head helplessly. This Sakazuki, can't he be patient enough to let me finish? That guy. He was once a member of the God's Knights. God's Knights. That Lin Hao has such strength. Hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku reveal Lin Hao's former identity, the top marine combat forces in the office were shocked once again. After a moment, they finally came to their senses. They also understood the reason for Admiral Lin Hao's special privileges. Hehehe. That Sakazuki is in for a misfortune this time. Recalling the angry look on Akainu's face when he left to drag Lin Hao to the meeting, Garp the Marine Vice Admiral and Borsellino the Marine Admiral, who were always at odds with Sakazuki, couldn't help but glowed in their hearts. The Shinji Knight Order. This is a mysterious organization known to very few. A special group that guards the Tianlong people within the Xingdi. Its ranks are composed solely of the top-tier elites among the Tianlong people. To join the Shinji Knight Order, one must not only possess noble status, but also unparalleled and formidable strength. Of course, if a person's power reaches a certain level, that individual may also be exceptionally admitted into the Shinji Knight Order. Clearly, Lin Hao was admitted through the second path. In the Battle of the Shinji Valley decades ago, which was unknown to ordinary people. Apart from the pirate king Luo Jie and the marine hero Kapu, who were forced to join forces, the powerful Shinji Knight Order also made tremendous contributions in that battle. The Aokiji pirate group, once renowned across the seas and nearly at the pinnacle of piracy, had several of its members directly slain by the Shinji Knight Order. Those were formidable warriors who could stir up storms on the Vita Honglu with the slightest move. Yet before the Shinji Knight Order, they were mercilessly cut down. Nowadays, the Vita Honglu is rife with undercurrents, and the four emperors, along with the revolutionary army, have become threats that the world government can no longer ignore. Yet the Tianlong people in the Xingdi remain unmoved. The main reason is the existence of the Shinji Knight Order within the Xingdi. Without exaggeration, the Shinji Knight Order is the ultimate trump card of the world government and the Tianlong people. As long as the Shinji Knight Order remains, the Tianlong people will continue to rule this world. Hey, Zhonghui, you're not joking, are you? Why would those proud members of the Shinji Knight Order come to serve at our marine headquarters? Isn't this degrading themselves, eh? After learning the identity of Azure Dragon Admiral Lin Hao, everyone in the office was utterly shocked. Although some among them had just been gloating that someone could finally teach the arrogant Admiral Chi Quan a lesson after they came to their senses. Everyone in the office felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Especially the usually frivolous marine hero Kapu. If the Azure Dragon Admiral was as powerful as Chi Quan, and also a hawk, then his grandson, who had just set sail, would be in grave danger. Immediately, he hurriedly probed his old friend Zhonghua. Hearing Kapu's inquiry, the others in the office instantly turned their curious gazes toward Fleet Admiral Zhonghua. The identity of a Shinji Knight Order member was extraordinary. Their status within the Xingdi was even more revered than that of some Tianlong from ordinary families. At least so far, they had never heard of any Shinji Knight Order member being expelled. Since Azure Dragon Admiral Lin Hao was a former member of the Shinji Knight Order, no matter how esteemed his position in the Marines now was, the fact that he had been expelled from the Shinji Knight Order could not be changed. What reason could there be for the Xingdi to banish him from the order? Why did he come to serve here? Gazing at the curious expressions of the Marine top combatants before him, Zhonghua gave a bitter smile, black lines appearing on his forehead. If not for the disclosure by Supreme Commander of the Three Armies Kong, he would never have believed such an absurd reason. Do you know Feijialandajilingashing? Of course we do. Hearing Fleet Admiral Zhonghua utter that name, the Marine top combatants in the office became even more curious. Feijialandajilingashing was the captain of the Shinji Knight Order, the strongest figure within it, hailed as the sacred guardian sword of the Tianlong people. During the little-known battle of the Shinji Valley years ago, he personally cut down several members of the Aokiji pirate group. Even top marine powerhouses like Zhonghua and Kapu dared not claim they could gain an advantage over him. Could it be that Lin Hao's expulsion from the Xingdi is related to that guy? Upon hearing the name of the Shinji Knight Order's captain, the curiosity of the marine legends in the office grew even stronger. Even the usually taciturn Admiral Qing Ji's interest was piqued. Exactly. The decision to expel Lin Hao from the Shinji Knight Order and assign him as an admiral at Marine headquarters was made by that very Feijialandijalingasheng. As for the reason, at this point Zhang will pause slightly. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, and everyone stared unblinkingly at this tactician of the Marines, afraid to miss a single word. It was because Lin Hao over a trivial matter severely injured Feijialandijalingasheng. When Lin Hao arrived at Marine headquarters to report for duty, the captain of the Shinji Knight Order was still bedridden. What did you say? How is that possible? Hearing the response from Fleet Admiral Zhang Gua, the Marine admirals and legends in the office were once again stunned, their mouths agape. The formidable Feijialandijalingasheng of the Shinji Knight Order had been beaten to the point of being unable to get out of bed by Lin Hao, who had only arrived at the Marines a few days ago. What kind of terrifying combat power was that? For a moment the office was filled with the sound of gulping. Able to severely injure that Feijialandijalingasheng. Such strength, I'm afraid no one in the entire Marine headquarters could match him. No. This scope should extend to the entire world government. This isn't a joke, is it? So, what was the reason they fought? After being shocked for a long time, the people in the office finally began to come to their senses. However, this time the question came from Admiral Huang Yuan, who upheld the principle of vague justice. He had always been a master of slacking off, adhering to a 9-to-5 schedule, and leaving on the dot. Any overtime was a great loss. On ordinary days, Fleet Admiral Zhang Gua and his colleague Qi Quan often criticized him. But because of his formidable strength, Huang Yuan would just pay lip service and continue as usual. But if Lin Hao, who had beaten Feijialandijalingasheng to a pulp, was also a hawk like Qi Quan, then he would really have no good days ahead. But in the next moment, Fleet Admiral Zhang Gua's answer made his heart burst with joy, while the others in the office lost their composure, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The reason is ridiculous. It was just because when Lin Hao was sunbathing, Feijialandijalingasheng broke his deck chair. What did you say? Just because his deck chair was broken while sunbathing, he beat the captain of the Shinji Knight Order until he couldn't get out of bed, eh? This answer from Fleet Admiral Zhang Gua shocked not only the unreliable old child Kapu, but also the usually steady and reserved Admiral Qing Ji and Vice Admiral, he whose minds went blank. As for the lazy Huang Yuan, he was outwardly shocked, but inwardly overjoyed. After all these years in the Marines, he had finally found a colleague who loved slacking off as much as he did. Was it really that hard? And this guy was ridiculously strong. He had to get along well with him. The sun blazed mercilessly. On the training grounds of Marine headquarters, hundreds of Marines in their crisp uniforms toiled under the scorching heat. The burning rays made even these elite soldiers known for their prowess suffer unbearably. Yet they bore no complaints, enduring the nearly searing temperature to hone their combat abilities. Just as Fleet Admiral Sengoku had said, every drop of sweat shed on the training ground now would mean one less drop of blood spilled in future battles against pirates. Sweating profusely on the training field was an inevitable path for countless elite officers of Marine headquarters. But in a conspicuously prominent spot on the training ground, a slender figure in a standard Marine suit and a white coat bearing the word justice lay comfortably on a specially designed recliner. The blazing sun that tormented the elite Marine soldiers was instead a source of pure delight for the handsome young man on the recliner. Tisk tisk tisk, in this pirate world some women are stunningly beautiful while others are horribly ugly. The young man fixed his attention on the female Marines training hard on the grounds. The occasional glimpses of exposed skin from their intense training made the young man feel he was getting quite a bargain. Although many male Marines and instructors were extremely displeased with his behavior, when they caught sight of the golden shoulder insignia, symbolizing the rank of admiral on his shoulder, they all tacitly moved away. To have become a Marine admiral at such a young age, this handsome youth must have put in unimaginable effort. This was the consensus among the soldiers training on the field. Seeing the young man ignoring the blazing sun and still enjoying himself, the Marines training began to push themselves even harder. The young man was named Lin Hao. He was a transmigrator. 2.5 years ago, he woke up one morning and found himself in the world of One Piece, just like the novels he had read. Upon arriving, Lin Hao awakened his system, a system that made him stronger by sunbathing. As long as he accumulated enough time under the sun, the system would reward him with extraordinary bloodline skills or items. Over the course of 2.5 years, Lin Hao had awakened numerous formidable physiques, becoming the pinnacle of power in this One Piece world. Knowing that absolute justice didn't truly exist in this world, Lin Hao decisively joined the Marines when the time was right. For no other reason than to have a stable environment to slack off and sunbathe. Thanks to his overwhelming strength, Lin Hao quickly caught the attention of the CP organization directly under the world government. During a critical assessment, he stunned both on the leader of the Celestial Dragons and the 5 elders, the actual rulers of the world government. Consequently, he was recruited into the Divine Knights Order, the secret trump card of the Celestial Dragons. Everything was going smoothly toward Lin Hao's goal of lazy relaxation, but the ridiculous pride and obsession with bloodline among the other Divine Knights members led to Lin Hao being targeted everywhere in the Holy Land, even though he had been promoted to a Celestial Dragon. Over time, he grew extremely resentful of the Divine Knights and the Celestial Dragons in the Holy Land. Finally, one day, while Lin Hao was sunbathing, the captain of the Divine Knights, Figureland Garling, who had always looked down on Lin Hao, knocked over his recliner, intending to teach him a lesson and assert his authority. But Lin Hao, whose power was already on a completely different level, wasn't about to tolerate such nonsense. In less than half a minute, the captain of the Divine Knights, who had distinguished himself decades ago in the God Valley incident, was beaten to the point of multiple bone fractures and unconsciousness. Ordinary doctors were helpless, and only a devil fruit user with special abilities could help. Naturally, this caused an uproar in the Holy Land, which was filled with celestial dragons. Countless celestial dragons who idolized Figureland jointly petitioned for Lin Hao's execution for his insubordination. But Lord Im, who had personally recruited Lin Hao into the Divine Knights, knew full well that if they did so, a bloodbath would immediately erupt in the Holy Land. At that point, the Revolutionary Army wouldn't even need to act. Lin Hao alone could wipe out all the celestial dragons. After much deliberation, Im tentatively asked Lin Hao if he would be willing to serve as a Marine Admiral. Any other member of the Divine Knights would never have agreed to such a demeaning position. But to Im's surprise, Lin Hao accepted without hesitation. For a transmigrator like him, as long as he could sunbathe and slack off undisturbed, the Holy Land was irrelevant. Moreover, having extensive knowledge of the One Piece story, Lin Hao had no fondness for the celestial dragons. So he readily accepted Im's proposal. To everyone's mutual satisfaction, the 5 elders quickly signed the paperwork appointing the formidable Lin Hao as a Marine Admiral. To prevent any discontent from Lin Hao, the 5 elders specifically noted in the document that although Lin Hao would serve at Marine headquarters, he would retain the privileges of a celestial dragon in the Holy Land. They also warned the unruly elements at Marine headquarters not to provoke Lin Hao. Thus, Lin Hao enjoyed the most comfortable days since his arrival in the One Piece world. Stretching lazily, Lin Hao opened the system interface in his mind. Name: Lin Hao. Current physiques: Saitama physique completion 5, Sin of Pride physique completion 20, Superhuman physique completion 10. Current skills: projection magic. Knight does not die at unarmed hands. 100% catch barehanded blade. Steel. Current weapons items: Imperial Arm Muramasa, Avalon Scabbard. Progress to next reward: 87258760 hours. Just over 30 hours until the next reward. Looking at the progress bar on the system panel, Lin Hao, lounging on the recliner, curled his lips into a slight smile. Even though the bloodlines, physiques, skills, and items he already possessed allowed him to dominate this One Piece world with ease, having more skills never hurt suddenly. While Lin Hao was mentally calculating the time until his next reward, a fierce gust of wind rushed toward him from the side, followed by a wave of scorching heat that rapidly raised the surrounding temperature. I knew you were coming. Looking for trouble. Sensing the rising heat in the air, Lin Hao leaped off the recliner in a graceful motion and immediately threw a punch toward the direction of the attack. The next moment, a small earthquake erupted on the training grounds of Marine headquarters. Several fists made of magma in the sky were shattered by the shockwave of Lin Hao's punch. The Marine soldiers who had been training hard were thrown to the ground by the sudden tremor. After a moment, the dust slowly settled over the training field. When the soldiers saw who had arrived, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Akainu. Another admiral has come to the training ground. What is going on? As the dust billowing from the minor earthquake dispersed, the Marine soldiers who had been training diligently on the training ground immediately saw 2 figures, one tall and one slender, standing opposite each other. The soldiers were relatively unfamiliar with the slender figure, but the golden epaulets symbolizing the rank of a Marine Admiral were unmistakable. As for the tall figure on the other side, clad in a red suit, he instantly caused everyone on the Marine headquarters training ground to hold their breath. They feared that even the slightest sound might disturb him and bring about undeserved calamity. The man in the red suit was none other than the hawkish figure within the Marines, Admiral Chi Quan. At this moment, Chi Quan's face was filled with fury. His already cold countenance appeared even more chilling. And opposite Chi Quan, Lin Hao too had shed his usual languid expression, replaced by a bone-chilling murderous aura, gazing at the 2 admirals standing opposite each other. The Marine soldiers who had been training moments ago quickly retreated, not stopping until they had reached a safe distance where they finally felt a measure of relief. Are you the Admiral Qinglong who has repeatedly refused the headquarters summons? Chi Quan, as an admiral, was slightly startled that his sudden attack had been easily deflected by Lin Hao, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, this was a formally appointed admiral of the headquarters. He couldn't lack even such basic skill. Otherwise, Chi Quan would have likely gone straight up to beat the arrogant brat first. Staring at the handsome young man before him, Chi Quan's words were icy enough to make ordinary people dare not meet his eyes. That's right. I am the newly appointed admiral of the Marine headquarters. However, compared to the codename Qinglong, I would prefer you to call me Lin Hao. Facing the aggressive Chi Quan, Lin Hao casually brushed the dust off his white suit. After merely giving a casual reply, he began to carefully inspect the special lounge chair he had been lying on. That lounge chair was a gift from the special existence among the celestial dragons of the Holy Land, who did not judge him by bloodline. Tangjajid Mayasigilud Shung. That's right. It was the very celestial dragon who in the original One Piece story was executed by Fajialandu Jalingashung for helping Lei O and Lao Kai. Knowing that Lin Hao enjoyed sunbathing, that warm-hearted celestial dragon took out a special lounge chair he had previously owned and gave it to Lin Hao. And Lin Hao regarded him as his only friend among the celestial dragons. The reason he had severely injured Fajialandu in their conflict. One reason was that his friend's lounge chair had been knocked over. More importantly, Lin Hao had his own motives. He was venting on behalf of the kind celestial dragon who in the original story died unjustly after reforming. Although the timeline of this world had not yet reached that point, at this moment Chi Quan, who had just struck out to teach Lin Hao a lesson, did not know. He was now frantically dancing on the edge of a dangerous minefield. Seeing that Lin Hao, who had been personally sought out by him, was actually concerned about that lounge chair. As a Marine Admiral, Chi Quan immediately became furious. He was a Marine Admiral. A Marine Admiral whom everyone in the Marines except Fleet Admiral Zhanghua would show respect to, excluding Vice Admiral Ka Pu and Vice Admiral He. Yet this brat he had never seen before. How dare he disregard him so blatantly? In this guy's eyes was he even less than a chair? At this thought, Admiral Chi Quan's anger flared even more intensely. But after all, they were colleagues. Chi Quan did not want to fall out with him immediately upon meeting. After struggling to restrain his murderous impulse, Chi Quan said coldly to Lin Hao, who was still inspecting the lounge chair, "Admiral Qinglong, did you receive the notice about the Marine headquarters meeting regarding the successor for the Seven Warlords of the sea position?" "I received it. But such trivial matters don't interest me much. You can decide for yourselves." With these words, Lin Hao instantly made Chi Quan, who had just barely suppressed his anger, leap with rage. Veins bulged one after another on Chi Quan's forehead like intersecting roads. Lin Hao's words were said with such casual indifference. But even an idiot could hear the disdain in his words. Never mind that Lin Hao was merely a newly appointed admiral of the headquarters. Even Fleet Admiral Zhanghua would probably not dare to speak to him like this. "Qinglong, you are a Marine headquarters admiral. Now, immediately, follow me back to the meeting or else I'll break your legs and have you carried there." Once again suppressing the urge to kill, Chi Quan's words now carried a very clear murderous intent. This brat was too arrogant. If not for the fact that they were both Marine admirals, Chi Quan would have likely killed him directly. But in the next moment, Lin Hao's answer made Chi Quan completely lose his composure. "I am a Marine admiral personally appointed by the Holy Land, fundamentally different from someone like you, who crawled up from the bottom. Even Fleet Admiral Zhanghua has no right to force me to attend a meeting. Who do you think you are?" Lin Hao, while speaking, carefully inspected his lounge chair. He had been so focused on blocking Chi Quan's surprise attack that he hadn't paid attention to the chair. If this lounge chair had been damaged, he would not mind making Chi Quan lie in bed for a few months, just like that Fajialandu fellow. Lin Hao's reply not only made Chi Quan's veins bulge with anger. Even the Marine soldiers and instructors who had retreated far away felt their hearts tighten. They all knew Admiral Chi Quan's temper. If this handsome young man did not yield then, just as Chi Quan was fuming and the Marine soldiers were trembling with fear, Lin Hao, who had been intently inspecting the lounge chair, finally turned his head to look at Chi Quan. This time the murderous intent on his face was even more intense. Even the Marine soldiers far away felt their legs go weak, as if the next moment they would be sent straight to hell by this handsome young man. Looking at Chi Quan, whose face was full of murderous aura, Lin Hao's words were icy, and what he said made everyone present drop their jaws in shock. "Unfortunately, my chair is dirty. You'd better obediently lie in bed for a while." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Lin Hao's icy words, the fury of the veteran Marine Admiral Red Dog transformed into an overwhelming murderous intent. Unlike Lin Hao, he had risen from a common Marine soldier, carving his path through countless battles and amassing achievements to ascend to the position of Marine Admiral. Countless pirates had fallen by his hand. The blood and bones of his enemies were the very stepping stones that elevated him to this rank. Who was this brat who had just arrived at Marine headquarters? He had been arrogant enough to skip the headquarters meeting, and now he dared to boast that he would make Red Dog better than for months. In a one-on-one fight, would Fleet Admiral Sengoku dare to say such a thing? Would Garp, the hero of the Marines, dare to say such a thing? At that moment, Red Dog's eyes turned bloodshot from boundless rage, as if he were about to devour the handsome young man before him alive. In an instant, the already scorching air grew even hotter, and waves of searing heat radiated rapidly outward. "Everyone get out of here. The admirals are about to fight." Sensing the blistering heat, the Marine instructor, who had been planning to watch from a distance, urgently shouted at the stunned Marine soldiers. As a headquarters instructor, he knew this was the prelude to Red Dog's eruption. If not for the presence of these Marine soldiers, the hawkish representative of the Marines would have already turned the training ground into a sea of magma. Hearing the instructors shout, the Marine soldiers who had been frozen in place by the sudden surge of Red Dog's oppressive aura snapped back to their senses. The next moment, they retreated from the training ground in orderly fashion. In an instant, only the two admirals stood facing each other in the vast training field that could hold 10,000. Want me to lie in bed for months? How delightful. Let me see if you truly have the skill. Seeing that the irrelevant personnel had withdrawn, the Marine Admiral Red Dog immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability. Within seconds, his entire body oozed with fiery molten magma. Elementalization of the Magu Magu no Mi. Let me see what this Marine Admiral is made of. Watching Red Dog activate his power, Lin Hao twisted his neck stiff from lying too long and casually tossed aside the white justice coat draped over his shoulders. With his strength, Lin Hao could have caught Red Dog off guard during the seconds it took to activate the fruit. After all, elementalization was a conscious skill of Logia users. If he struck before the user activated the fruit, even without mastering or rather being too lazy to train armament hockey, he could render the hawkish Admiral combat ineffective. The reason he allowed Red Dog to activate his power without interference was that Lin Hao wanted to ensure Red Dog had no excuse for his defeat, sparing himself future trouble from this battle maniac while he sunbathed. You're asking for death. Meteor Volcano. Seeing Lin Hao leisurely rolling up his sleeves getting ready for the fight, Red Dog's face twisted into a cruel, bloodthirsty grin. He struck immediately with a descending meteor volcano. In an instant, as the Admiral's words fell, the previously clear sky thundered with rolling booms. Then from the azure sky, massive fiery spheres like meteors rained down furiously toward the Marine headquarters training ground. Looking closely, each fireball was a colossal fist made of magma. If this meteor shower struck directly, the training ground itself would be devastated. Watching the torrent of magma rain descending from the sky, Lin Hao let out a cold sneer. Then he raised his fist. You think you can block my meteor volcano with a punch? How preposterous. Seeing Lin Hao about to punch the sky, Red Dog's face twisted into a mocking smile. This technique, meteor volcano, was a powerful move he had spent years developing to maximize the potential of the Magu Magu no Mi. It was Red Dog's strongest area of effect attack. He recalled a mission to eradicate a pirate crew the first time he used meteor volcano. That massive pirate fleet of nearly 100 ships was completely annihilated. Wherever the meteor volcano passed, every pirate ship was shattered. Not a single pirate survived. Because of that brutal, bloody massacre, then Vice Admiral Red Dog was severely reprimanded by Fleet Admiral Kong. After that, he rarely used techniques like meteor volcano, only against large pirate groups when all Marines had been evacuated. Now facing Lin Hao, the newly appointed Admiral Red Dog unleashed his ultimate area of attack from the start. The earlier ambush had given him a measure of Lin Hao's strength. This meteor volcano, though devastating, would not kill Lin Hao. At most, it would break his bones and tear his tendons. Oomph. If this brat is crippled by my meteor volcano, I can use his incompetence as an excuse to kick him out. Watching the handsome young man with an indifferent expression, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, Red Dog's mind conjured an image of the Azure Dragon Admiral being mercilessly expelled from Marine headquarters. But just as Red Dog was lost in his triumphant fantasy, a clear, resonant shout reached his ears. Serious punch. Boom. Before Lin Hao's voice faded, Red Dog felt a terrifying fist wind coalesce. Before he could react, with Lin Hao's swing, a colossal force that made Red Dog's heart quake surged toward the magma-filled sky. The next moment, something that made Red Dog's jaw drop and his eyes bulge occurred. The meteor volcano he had unleashed and the immense power from Lin Hao's serious punch collided head-on in the sky. In less than a second, the sky fell silent, then erupted with a terrifying force akin to nuclear fusion. In that instant, the once mighty magma rain in the sky was blasted apart, yet Lin Hao's terrifying fist wind showed no sign of weakening. It sent the shattered magma flying upward back into the sky. With a deafening sonic boom, Red Dog was horrified to see a massive, visible crater in the azure firmament. Moments later, the roar of Lin Hao's terrifying fist wind began to fade, and the visible crater slowly closed up as the sound dissipated. He punched a hole through the sky. What kind of monster is this? Staring at the massive crater gradually vanishing overhead, Red Dog's eyes bulged and his mouth hung open. That gaping mouth could have easily fit a watermelon. But in the next second, a sarcastic inquiry jolted Red Dog back to reality. That's all you've got? Are you even trying? You wretched old man, I'm not done with you. That's wonderful. I was afraid you'd run away. In any case, one of us is going down today. As a seasoned Navy admiral, being asked by a young man whether he was up to the task, in whatever sense, was something that Akainu, the hawkish admiral of the Navy, could not tolerate. Who was he? He was a dignified Navy admiral. Unlike Lin Hao, who had been suddenly appointed to the position, Akainu's rank was built on countless military achievements. It could be said that the red on his Navy uniform had been dyed by the blood and bones of countless pirates. Having joined the Navy for decades, he had risen to the position of admiral. Among the many top-tier powerhouses, Akainu was wary of some. But as for fear, sorry, but that word did not exist in the dictionary of this hawkish figure. let alone an unknown admiral who had suddenly descended upon the Navy headquarters. Even if it were Fleet Admiral Sengoku or the Navy hero Garp, Akainu would never allow anyone to say he was not up to par. Sensing the others' disdain, the caution he had felt earlier from Lin Hao's punch that tore a hole in the sky was once again replaced by boundless killing intent. I was merely testing your strength a moment ago. Since you've proven yourself, let's have a proper fight and settle this. Looking at the handsome young man before him who was ready to strike, Akainu's expression turned grim as his body was rapidly enveloped again by scorching red magma. But this time Lin Hao did not intend to give his opponent a chance to strike. Because from that first blow, Lin Hao had already realized that Akainu's strength was still far inferior to that of Figureland Garling, whom he had severely beaten earlier. Therefore Lin Hao had no interest in wasting any more time. You're not even qualified to have a decisive battle with me now. Let me see just how tough you really are. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh, and before his words had faded, his body had already blurred into a clear afterimage, vanishing from the spot. Elsewhere inside the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Navy hero Garp, and the other top-tier combatants of the Navy all wore expressions of astonishment. Because just moments ago, 2 consecutive earth-shattering explosions had caused the conference room, filled with the Navy's elite, to shake violently. How terrifying! From the sound above the sky, it seems Akainu has unleashed a massive killing move like meteor volcano. The Admiral in yellow Huanyin leaned lazily against the door. While uttering a perfunctory sigh, he leisurely clipped his nails with a nail clipper. Though he spoke of terror, his face wore an utterly indifferent expression. Akainu's meteor volcano was indeed devastating. But if his opponent were Huan Yuan, that move would never land, and Huan Yuan would seize the moment of Akainu's preparation for a surprise counterattack. He was more worried about Lin Hao, a fellow who also liked to slack off. He hoped Lin Hao wouldn't really be taken down by Akainu's meteor volcano. Although it's somewhat inexcusable for the newly appointed Navy Admiral to skip the meeting to strike a fellow officer so harshly is truly excessive. Unlike Admiral Huan Yuan's leisurely nonchalance, Admiral Qingji's face was extremely solemn. That bastard Akainu is at it again with his old habit. Lin Hao was directly appointed as a Navy Admiral by the Holy Land. If something happens to him here, those guys will surely punish us. Hearing Qingji's concern, Fleet Admiral Sengoku massaged his temples in frustration. Although he knew that Lin Hao had once been a member of the Shinji Knights, and had the formidable feat of beating the Shinji Knights Captain Figureland Garling into a serious injury. But this time his opponent was still a Navy Admiral. He probably couldn't withstand it without injury. Just as Fleet Admiral Sengoku was worrying about how to handle this situation, his old friend Garp burst into laughter. The robust old man, while munching on scallop snacks, teased his old friend with a hearty laugh. Old friend, since when did you become so hesitant? Since things have already happened, we can only blame ourselves for not stopping that impulsive guy earlier. You bastard, now you're lecturing me. Didn't you also not stop him wanting to watch a good show? Seeing his old friend Garp actually teasing him, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. He had been too kind to Garp, and now Garp dared to criticize him directly. Looking at Garp's smug face, the Navy's strategic genius Zhang was suddenly erupted. With teleport-like speed, he rushed straight to Garp, and then under the shocked gazes of everyone, Fleet Admiral Sengoku snatched the rice cracker snack from Garp's hand, intending to throw it to his pet goat. Then, thinking it might be wasteful, he opened his mouth wide and dumped the remaining crackers straight into his own mouth. Seeing this, Vice Admiral, he who had joined the Navy in the same era as Sengoku, and Garp, shook her head helplessly. Sengoku was good in every way, but he could never handle his old friend Garp to the point of losing his composure in front of his subordinates. You old fool, I've been too soft on you, letting you get too lax. Now you go to the training ground and make those two stop. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's roar was deafening. Even the usually careless and unreliable Navy hero Garp was startled into a shiver. It seemed that this time his old friend was truly angry. With that thought, Garp shrugged his shoulders, made an ugly face at his old friend Sengoku, and then he quickly pushed open the door and ran out of the office, leaving behind only the enraged curses of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The operations room was not far from the training ground, only a few minutes' distance. But as soon as Garp stepped out of the Navy headquarters building, he suddenly felt the abnormal scorching heat in the air. Because he had been indoors and the conference room had no windows, Garp hadn't felt this intense heat earlier. But now outside, he understood. This was the result of Akainu unleashing his devil fruit ability to its full extent. It seems that new Navy Admiral does have some skills to make that kid Akainu release his ability to this degree. But I wonder why I don't see any magma falling from the sky. With that thought, Garp quickened his pace. On the vast training ground, only 2 figures remained. One of them, exceptionally slender, was relentlessly throwing punches at the other's burly silhouette. The other, tall and robust figure, was entirely encased in a mass of fiery molten rock. With each punch the young boy delivered, the freshly congealed magma was violently scattered. The training ground, capable of accommodating 10,000 soldiers simultaneously, was now strewn with scorching crimson lava. The air temperature within had become terrifyingly high. If an ordinary marine soldier were to step inside, they would likely be suffocated by the oppressive heat. Yet the young boy, relentlessly pummeling the fiery magma, remained utterly impassive. He even deliberately allowed the now indistinct lava to coalesce again before resuming his assault. It was clear that the one taunting and striking the magma was none other than Lin Hao, the newly appointed Marine Headquarters Admiral, codenamed Azure Dragon. The other mass of magma, constantly forming a human shape only to be brutally shattered, belonged to Akainu, the Marine Headquarters Admiral. With each powerful blow Lin Hao landed on the magma's core, Akainu's elemental recovery grew increasingly sluggish. Although Lin Hao did not employ armament haki, the technique effective against Logia devil fruit users, Garp, as a top-tier powerhouse, could discern that if this physical assault capable of directly harming a natural element continued, only one fate awaited Akainu. That is to be beaten to death by Lin Hao, the new Marine Admiral, without even a complete corpse left. Stop fighting, both of you. Cease this instant. Watching Akainu being shattered into a rain of fire once more, Garp, a Marine Vice Admiral, knew he could no longer stand idly by. Though he harbored deep disdain for this hawkish admiral within the Marines, they were ultimately comrades in the same faction. If he did not intervene now, Akainu would likely not survive. The sudden loss of an admiral-level combatant would spell chaos on the Grand Line. Before finishing his thought, Garp stomped the ground. He charged swiftly toward the handsome young boy who was again raising his fist at the freshly formed humanoid magma. Garp pushed his speed to the absolute limit. With the combat technique Soru, one of the Rokushiki, the marine hero closed the distance to Lin Hao in an instant, placing himself before the magma figure. Facing Lin Hao's descending fist, Garp gritted his teeth, raised both fists, and chose to meet the attack head-on. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted. With Lin Hao and Garp at the center, a violent earthquake shook the training ground. Countless deep, unfathomable fissures spread rapidly from beneath their feet, extending in all directions. The overwhelming shockwave burst out of the training ground, sending the Marines who thought they were at a safe distance tumbling head over heels. That's Sir Garp who just went in. Is this the power of an admiral-level combatant? The terrifying blast came violently, but dissipated just as quickly. Looking at the scattered Marines around him, the instructor who had just overseen the evacuation swallowed hard, trembling. Though not inside the training ground, the fierce collision sent waves of boundless fear through him. Such a shockwave. Could it be that inside it's not three people fighting, but two nations waging a war of annihilation? Inside the training ground, due to the Marine hero's sudden intervention, Lin Hao, who had just delivered a punch, twisted his neck and refrained from pressing the attack. Gazing at the white-haired old man sent flying backward by his blow, he recognized the man instantly. As for Garp, the Marine hero, Lin Hao had initially held a favorable impression of him. However, after witnessing the flashback in the Marineford War arc, where Garp concealed the truth to protect Roger's child Ace, leading to the execution of over 100 innocent pregnant women from Ace's mother's hometown by the world government, Lin Hao's opinion of the Marine hero changed. As a Marine Vice Admiral to protect the child of a pirate, he abandoned his own principles, bearing the title of Marine hero, and watched as over 100 innocent pregnant women were executed by the world government. Those were over 200 innocent lives. Could such a man still call himself a righteous Marine? How could he show his face under the title of Marine hero? Moreover, during the Marineford War, he had shown blatant favoritism by going easy on his grandson Luffy, causing a battle that could have been swiftly concluded to drag on until the Red Hair pirates arrived. The war resulted in heavy losses for the Marines, with only Ace's execution as the outcome. Although Edward Newgate, one of the four emperors, also perished in that battle. Whitebeard's final declaration dealt a severe blow to the world government's authority. Furthermore, after Whitebeard's death, the Grand Line immediately gained a new dual devil fruit user, Blackbeard, who would become a major headache for the world government. While not all responsibility for this outcome could be placed on Garp, the Marine hero certainly bore more than half of the blame. But now, having transmigrated into the world of One Piece, Lin Hao had no intention of clashing with Garp, the Marine hero. After all, in this world, whether Marines, pirates, or even civilians, none were worthy of Lin Hao's protection. It was better to peacefully grow stronger while laying low. Seeing that Lin Hao did not pursue after his punch, Garp felt a sense of relief. That exchange of blows had forced Garp to use both fists with all his might, yet Lin Hao's punch had appeared effortless. Previously, his old friend Sengoku had claimed that Lin Hao was the one who severely injured Figureland Garling Saint. Garp had not believed it then, but after that single exchange, Garp confirmed the truth of Sengoku's words. Because in the instant their fists met, Garp had distinctly felt Lin Hao pull back his strength. Otherwise, he would not have merely been sent flying. Just as the Marine hero was about to step forward and greet Lin Hao, as Garp rose to his feet, a surge of blood roiled in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it! Even holding back, he still managed to gravely wound me. No wonder he could cripple Figureland Garling Saint. Feeling the injuries within him, the Marine hero Garp's respect for the new Admiral Lin Hao grew even deeper. Isn't this the legendary naval hero Garp? What brings you to the training grounds today, so leisurely? Lin Hao quipped, watching the naval hero who had just risen and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Hehehe. Admiral Qinglong, you jest. You are the Navy Admiral personally appointed by the Holy Land. How can a mere old Vice Admiral, like me, compare? Hearing the teasing from the newly appointed Admiral, Garp, far from taking offense, humbly responded. Hey, Qinglong, that's enough sparring with that fellow Akainu. We are all on the same side in the Navy. There's no need for such a life or death struggle. At this moment, Akainu was completely unrecognizable. His elemental body had scattered into patches of fiery red magma across the training ground. Garp knew this was the result of Lin Hao holding back. Otherwise, if Lin Hao had used armament haki, Akainu, a Logia-type devil fruit user, would have been reduced to nothing but ashes by now. Looking at the handsome young man before him, Garp couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, in the Navy, strength was the creed upheld by all. Despite Lin Hao's youth, his strength was undeniable. Moreover, he was the Navy Admiral personally appointed by the Holy Land. From any perspective, this young man was his superior. Besides, even a fool with a knee-jerk reaction could tell. The cause of this battle was undoubtedly Akainu's fault, asking him to stop when victory was already in hand. This was rather presumptuous of an old-timer like himself. If not for the fear of being reprimanded by Fleet Admiral Sengoku upon returning, Garp would have been more than happy to see Lin Hao give that hawkish representative a good lesson. Looking at Lin Hao's lazy yet handsome face, Garp felt uneasy, afraid of provoking the young man. After all, that last strike was too formidable. He didn't want to end up like Akainu, beaten black and blue for no reason. Just as the naval hero was humbling himself in anxiety, Lin Hao's somewhat lazy voice reached Garp's ears. Since the famous naval hero Garp himself has spoken, how could I, a newcomer, dare to refuse? What did you say? You mean, you agree to my request? We're all colleagues, so wouldn't it be better to get along peacefully? If he hadn't come looking for trouble, I wouldn't have wanted to go to such lengths either. Anyway, as long as you don't disturb my sunbathing, we're all good colleagues. Good friends. After all, it's hard to strike a smiling face. Garp, who was usually highly respected at Navy headquarters, had lowered himself to plead for Akainu's mercy. Lin Hao naturally wouldn't make things difficult. After all, naval hero Garp held great prestige in the Navy. There was no need to burn bridges with him just for the sake of showing off. The most important thing was to slack off and sunbathe. Lin Hao shrugged, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing that Lin Hao had given him face, naval hero Garp was overjoyed and immediately ordered the medical team that had been standing by outside to come in and take care of the aftermath. A few minutes later, the Navy headquarters medical team entered the scene under Garp's orders. Their main task was simply to carry Akainu, who no longer had the strength to reform his elemental magma body, to the medical room. Seeing the training ground covered in magma and cracks, the Navy doctors of the medical team were greatly shocked. Earlier, outside the training ground, they had all been affected by the violent fluctuations comparable to a war of annihilation, and they had all fallen to the ground in disarray. After entering the training ground and witnessing the miserable scene before them, they realized that their imagination had been too limited. The intensity of a battle between admiral-level powerhouses was beyond anything they could conceive. In just a few minutes, the training ground that could accommodate nearly 10,000 people had been reduced to such a state. Everyone felt a chill of fear and a newfound respect for the newly appointed Admiral Lin Hao. Since they were Navy headquarters doctors, they naturally knew that the magma on the ground was the body of their own Admiral Akainu. After recovering from their shock, the doctors in special uniforms began collecting the scattered magma from the training ground. As long as Admiral Akainu got enough rest, he would recover in time. No special medical treatment was needed. However, judging by the current situation, it would be a while before he recovered. For a moment, the training ground was filled with medical personnel busy collecting magma. As for the instigator of all this, Lin Hao, he had already lain back on his recliner and was leisurely sunbathing. As for the naval hero who had come to mediate Garp, he was carefully directing the medical team to diligently collect the magma scattered everywhere. Based on his experience dealing with many Logia-type devil fruit users, Garp knew that Akainu was now completely unconscious. He had no ability to recover his body on his own. If the medical team carelessly missed a patch of magma when Akainu woke up, he would definitely be missing limbs or something. How can you be so careless? There's still a pool of magma over here. Come quickly, pick up Admiral Akainu's head. Pick up Admiral Akainu's head. A few minutes later, the medical team finished collecting Admiral Akainu's body and quickly withdrew from the Navy headquarters training ground. Meanwhile, Garp approached Lin Hao, who was sunbathing, with a forced smile. Admiral Qinglong. Actually, I prefer to be called Lin Hao. Certainly. Admiral Lin Hao, you see, the Warlord meeting has been convened several times now. It's just waiting for your signature to finalize the matter. What do you say? seeing that the new admiral didn't seem to have any aversion to him. Naval hero Garp approached with a smile once again. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had already made it clear that after the meeting, as long as a decision was reached, Lin Hao just needed to sign. But now to get Lin Hao to attend the meeting, Akainu had been beaten to such a state. If Akainu woke up and found out that Lin Hao still hadn't attended the meeting, who knows how furious that hawkish admiral who always had the final say in the Navy would become. Just as Garp was anxiously waiting for Lin Hao's response, Lin Hao's lazy voice instantly brought an uncontrollable expression of ecstasy to the face of the naval hero. No problem. We can have the meeting, but not in the conference room. Let's do it outside while sunbathing. Then, let the meeting regarding the successor to the Shichibukai position continue. Outside the Marine headquarters building on the open ground, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, legendary Vice Admiral Kizaru, along with Aokiji Kizaru, and other top Marine combatants gathered here. Unlike previous meetings, this time the venue was changed to the outdoors. Among the attendees, Akainu, the hawkish figure of Marine headquarters, was absent. Lin Hao, the mysterious figure who had not shown up for several meetings since becoming an admiral, was rarely present this time. At this moment, Lin Hao was just as before. He was still lounging leisurely on the ornate recliner gifted to him by the celestial dragon Josgard. His relaxed and content expression greatly annoyed Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Aokiji. However, Garp, who had invited this formidable figure, wore a very smug expression, because he had managed to bring Lin Hao, the new admiral, who never attended meetings, to the gathering. When Garp looked at his colleagues, his eyes nearly rolled up to the sky. Even his signature wide mouth was almost stretched to his ears. As for the other Admiral Kizaru, he looked at Lin Hao with a face full of envy. Being able to decide the meeting location arbitrarily was one thing. Even when attending a meeting in front of his direct superior, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he could still leisurely lie on the chair and bask in the sun. Isn't this the work life that Admiral Kizaru yearns for? Originally thinking he was unmatched and slacking off, now seeing Lin Hao, the great master Kizaru's admiration surged like an endless river. Moreover, Lin Hao had taught Akainu a lesson, that guy who usually made sarcastic remarks to him for no reason. Admiral Kizaru looked at Lin Hao, and his fondness for the other soared rapidly. He almost felt the urge to play a duet of high mountains and flowing water with Lin Hao. He was just short of swearing brotherhood with Lin Hao. As for Aokiji, he didn't have any major ill will toward Lin Hao, but changing the meeting location from indoors to outdoors. The scorching sun made him a Logia-type ice fruit user truly miserable. If it weren't prohibited, he would have used Ice Age to cool down this unbearable weather. Then, aside from the issue of the Shichibukai succession, there is another matter to address. That is the incident of Admiral Qing Long attacking Akainu. There must be an explanation. Looking at Lin Hao, who was enjoying himself on the recliner, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins and black lines. But this newly appointed admiral was directly appointed by the Holy Land. As a high-ranking Marine, he truly couldn't afford to offend him. It would have been fine if this guy hadn't come. But his first appearance was in such a carefree manner. Who should call whom marshal between him and Lin Hao? Thinking of this, Fleet Admiral Sengoku shot a fierce glare at Marine hero Garp, who was looking smug. Let you boast for now, you'll be crying later. At this moment, Garp was still his usual carefree self. Completely unaware that his old friend Sengoku had set his sights on him, he immediately jumped out upon hearing that Lin Hao needed to give an explanation. Hehehe. This matter was entirely Akainu's fault. Admiral Lin Hao had the privilege of not attending meetings in the first place. That Akainu overestimated himself by going to drag him there, and he even struck first. Who can he blame for getting beaten? Who told him to be so arrogant all the time? Hearing Garp supporting Lin Hao, Admiral Kizaru, who already regarded Lin Hao as a role model for slacking off, immediately stepped forward to speak for his idol. Exactly. That Akainu has always been rash and impulsive. This time, Admiral Lin Hao taught him a lesson about worldly wisdom. Let's just suppress this matter and not speak of it outside. Watching the two people who normally never see eye to eye actually stand on the same side to speak for Lin Hao. Sengoku's forehead veins bulged even more. His forehead, which was just like tangled roots, now resembled an intersection. Aokiji. Kizaru, what do you two think? Ignoring the nonsense of Garp and Kizaru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku turned his head to the relatively composed Aokiji and the equally wise Vice Admiral Kizaru. Looking at Marshal Sengoku's expectant eyes, and then at Lin Hao, who was still lying comfortably on the recliner with a carefree and enjoying expression, Aokiji sighed helplessly and then gave his own suggestion. This matter is indeed Akainu's fault, but it cannot simply be glossed over. Aren't there some very disobedient individuals among the Shichibukai? Since we are going to select new Shichibukai this time, why not select a few more and have Lin Hao handle them? He can capture those uncontrollable Shichibukai and throw them into Impel Down to make amends. Hearing Aokiji's suggestion, the top Marine combatants present fell silent. Then they looked at Lin Hao. He slightly opened his eyes at Aokiji's suggestion, then his face resumed its leisurely and content expression. This sight made Fleet Admiral Sengoku's forehead ache. Not to mention the hawkish Admiral Akainu. Even Sengoku, the representative of the Dove faction, wanted to directly punch Lin Hao. And what kind of suggestion was Aokiji making? Was this punishing Lin Hao or rewarding him? A guy who loves slacking off and you want him to leave Marine headquarters to hunt Shichibukai. Wouldn't this just let him slack off openly? This seems inappropriate. If we rashly move against those Shichibukai who haven't yet been caught in the act, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the others. Moreover, pirates who can serve as Shichibukai are not easy to find. As the scene fell into an awkward silence, the usually wise Vice Admiral Kizaru voiced her opposition. The purpose of this meeting was originally to discuss the succession of the Shichibukai. Yet before selecting the replacements, they were going to move against those still in position. The Holy Land would not want to see such a thing happen. Regarding Vice Admiral Kizaru's concerns, Fleet Admiral Sengoku naturally understood. Of course, he had been waiting for Vice Admiral Kizaru to say that, because he wanted to teach the usually unreliable Garp a lesson. As the strategist of the Marine, Sengoku had already thought of a solution that would achieve 3 goals at once. Vice Admiral Kizaru is right, we cannot yet move against the current Shichibukai. So, I have thought of a new approach. After shooting a grateful glance at Vice Admiral Kizaru, Sengoku turned to look at Garp, his expression becoming very intriguing. Seeing his old friend Sengoku's unusual expression, Garp felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Sengoku's next words instantly enraged the usually unreliable Marine hero. Sengoku gently pushed up his glasses on his nose, then spoke slowly and leisurely. Since the vacant Shichibukai position was caused by Ace and he himself refuses to take the position, then I'll trouble Admiral Lin Hao to make a trip and capture that ungrateful brat directly. In this way, Admiral Lin Hao can make amends, and those ignorant pirates will learn to fear. Having said this, Sengoku stopped. Because the last benefit of this 3 birds with 1 stone plan was that it would properly teach a lesson to the usually unreliable Marine hero Garp. As a Marine hero, his own grandson had gone to sea as a pirate and even had a high bounty. Then bring him back and let the Marine hero discipline him properly. You old fool. What kind of joke is this? Don't you know Ace is my grandson? Upon hearing that his old friend Sengoku intended to dispatch the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Lin Hao to capture Ace, the Navy hero who served as the face of the Marines, usually carefree and unreliable, was furious. Sengoku's words as Fleet Marshal had barely settled. Garp slammed his palm down, shattering the desk in front of Sengoku with fury. If anyone else were pursuing Ace, Garp wouldn't worry quite so much. After all, someone who could defeat a warlord wouldn't be weak. And with his reputation as a Navy hero, even among the Marine headquarters besides Akainu and his faction, who could encounter Ace without showing deference to this Navy hero? But now Sengoku, that dishonorable old man, was disregarding all sense of loyalty, claiming Lin Hao could redeem himself through capturing Ace. What was Lin Hao's true strength? And what about Ace's capabilities? If they actually clashed, would Ace stand any chance? No, given Lin Hao's power and Ace's unyielding nature. His grandson would suffer worse than death at Lin Hao's hands. But before Garp, the Navy hero, could erupt in protest, then Lin Hao's words dropped like a stone into Garp's chest, shattering it cold and hollow. Capture Ace, you say? No problem, but there's always a condition when it comes to me going after someone. For Lin Hao, as long as he could bask in the sun in peace. Whether he stayed at Marine HQ or not didn't matter. He could use this chance to escape those hawks aligned with Akainu who despised him. Why not seize the opportunity? Raising conditions now was simply a chance to cash in. Money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without it. What are your terms? Speak. Garp was taken aback by how readily Lin Hao agreed without hesitation. Around the table, the highest-ranking Marines present wore expressions ranging from shock to disbelief. The most striking reactions came from Fleet Admiral Kizaru and Navy hero Garp. Garp understood that despite Sengoku being an old friend, when it came to matters of principle and loyalty, Sengoku would never bend for him, especially after his son Dragon abandoned the Marines to form the revolutionaries. His own position within the world government as a Navy hero had already drawn criticism from many. Now his grandson Ace had set sail once more. Ace had publicly defeated one of the 7 warlords recognized by the world government, a direct slap in the face to their authority. Given the circumstances, even though Sengoku was an old friend, he had no choice but to maintain appearances for the world government. He knew Sengoku wouldn't rescind the order regardless of his objections. So Garp's expression toward Fleet Admiral Lin Hao resembled a gourmet suddenly discovering a dead fly in his meal, deadpan and utterly miserable. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Kizaru gazed at Lin Hao with unmistakable admiration in his eyes. Though Kizaru typically coasted through his 9-to-5 duties, he would never dare delay when the Fleet Marshal personally ordered a mission. As for negotiating terms, that was unthinkable. Look at Sengoku's eager, excited expression. Kizaru understood that as long as Lin Hao's demands remained reasonable, they'd likely be approved. This Lin Hao truly was someone to aspire to. Slacking off during work hours while collecting a full salary, and on top of that getting to negotiate terms with the Fleet Marshal on an actual mission. If it were him, he'd have been thoroughly scolded by both the Fleet Marshal and Akainu long ago. They were both fleet admirals of the same Marine HQ, yet the gap in how casually they could slack off was absurd. The next moment Lin Hao stated his terms, and the gathered top-tier Marine commanders fell into an awkward silence, frozen in disbelief. I'll go capture him, but you have to pay me. How much is the bounty on my target? I want 10 times that amount. Lin Hao's words shut down every senior Marine commander present. Except for Fleet Admiral Kizaru, whose expression was filled with admiration. Everyone else looked at Lin Hao with clear distaste. Weren't he and this kid former members of the Shinsengumi? Hadn't he just come straight from the Holy Land itself? Why was he still so greedy for money? Watching Fleet Admiral Lin Hao still lounging lazily on his deck chair, Sengoku's expression shifted from excitement and anticipation to embarrassment and anger, then settled into resignation. Never mind. If it was just money, it wasn't really a major issue. After all, he had the world government behind him, and it wasn't his own money. If this could truly be resolved with funds, it was acceptable. What's the current bounty on that ace? After composing himself and suppressing his lingering dissatisfaction, Fleet Marshal Sengoku helplessly turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him. Ace's current bounty is 100 million berries. For someone who's only been at sea for a few months, that's already impressive. Truly the grandson of that Garp, huh? Hearing Fleet Marshal Sengoku's inquiry, Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately began teasing Garp, whose face had already fallen completely. At her jibe, the Navy hero's weathered face flushed crimson. But after considering his son and grandson's current circumstances, he restrained himself from retorting. His son and that grandson both possessed exceptional talent and formidable strength. Why hadn't they both followed him into becoming righteous Marines? 100 million berries, huh? Upon hearing the number attached to Ace's bounty, Fleet Marshal Sengoku gave a slight nod. All right, no problem. Then, as you said, the payment will be 1 billion berries. Go capture Ace and come collect from me. Sorry, but I always get paid up front before doing any work. Otherwise, go find someone else. Hearing Sengoku agree to his terms, Lin Hao felt pleased internally, though outwardly, he maintained his leisurely, lazy demeanor. Even after agreeing to pursue Ace, whose bounty had already reached 100 million berries, he remained sprawled on his deck chair, with no intention of getting up. Fleet Admiral Lin Hao, don't push your luck. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Hao departed from the meeting of senior Marine commanders. In his hand now was a luxurious check with a gold border totaling 1 billion berries. Suddenly, just as Lin Hao was leisurely approaching the Marine HQ port to set sail, Garp's anxious voice called out from behind. Hey, Fleet Admiral Lin Hao. Wait for this, old man, I have something to tell you. Hearing the anxious voice of Marine hero Garp, Lin Hao put away the check and then stretched his back vigorously, stopping in place. In less than 2 seconds, Marine hero Garp, whose stature was a full half-head taller than Lin Hao, stood before him with a fawning smile. Perhaps because his body was too tall, Garp even wanted to squat down to make himself shorter than Lin Hao, but Lin Hao stopped this ridiculous action. Admiral Lin Hao is truly a promising young man. You even know to accommodate an old man like me who is over 70 years old. You misunderstand, old man Garp. I just like it when people lower their heads when speaking to me. Watching the awkward yet ingratiating smile on Garp's face, Lin Hao knew that another opportunity for a big payday had come. Old man, you are a Marine hero. If there's anything you need, just say it. For example, you want me to teach your rebellious grandson a lesson, I'll definitely. No, Lin Hao, you misunderstand. Seeing Lin Hao's expression suddenly turn righteous, Garp, the Marine hero, quickly interrupted him. Are you kidding me? I was asking you to go easy on my grandson. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? Watching Lin Hao, who had suddenly become serious, Marine hero Garp rubbed his hands together with a flattering smile. After all, Lin Hao was a newly appointed admiral. The two of them didn't have a very deep relationship. It was already a great favor that Lin Hao had accepted the invitation to attend the meeting. Now he had to trouble him again. This made Garp, a Marine vice admiral, feel somewhat embarrassed. Lin Hao, Ace is my grandson, you know. Garp's face was full of smiles, his grin almost reaching the back of his head. This expression made Lin Hao's forehead sprout dark lines. Can't he just get straight to the point? Yeah, I know. Then you should understand a grandfather's love for his grandson. Yeah, I definitely understand. The deeper the love, the stricter the discipline. Don't worry, old man, I'll make sure Ace realizes his mistakes. Lin Hao, I mean something else. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to say something about teaching Ace a lesson, Garp quickly stepped forward and forcefully interrupted Lin Hao. I'll educate my grandson myself. I wonder if Admiral Lin Hao could leave this opportunity to me. So what do you mean, old man? It's just please don't go looking for trouble with my grandson, Admiral Lin Hao. I'll handle it myself. Seeing that Lin Hao was deliberately playing dumb, as the Marine hero, Garp had no choice but to blush and speak plainly. Garp, you are a Marine hero and you want me to disobey the Fleet Admiral's orders. Seeing that Marine hero Garp had finally laid his cards on the table, Lin Hao immediately put on a shocked expression. But before he could continue his indignant questioning, Garp immediately extended his large disc-like hand and covered Lin Hao's mouth tightly. Shoo! Admiral Lin Hao, keep your voice down. This isn't something to be said openly. Haven't you always loved sunbathing? Why are you suddenly so eager about my grandson? Watching Garp's anxious expression, Lin Hao reached out and pushed the Marine hero's arm far away. Then his righteous expression quickly vanished. In its place was the same lazy demeanor he had when sunbathing in his deck chair earlier. Old man, you misunderstand. Oh, so you're saying this can be negotiated? Seeing Lin Hao's familiar lazy expression, Marine hero Garp's heart leaped with joy. He knew that although Lin Hao was powerful, he was a slacker like Kizaru. He would never pass up an opportunity to slack off. But in the next moment, the words Lin Hao spoke made the smile on Garp's face instantly freeze. Old man, you're asking me to disobey the fleet admiral's orders. For such a dangerous thing, I'll need extra payment, extra payment. Lin Hao's reply stunned Garp for a moment. But after realizing it, the old veteran, who had spent most of his life in the Marines, felt relieved. If the matter could be resolved with money, that would truly be a win-win situation. After all, I'm the Marine hero. Money is something I can get with just a word. Easy Lin Hao, just tell me how much. I'll definitely get it for you. Yeah. Old man, you're straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. Seeing that Garp had taken the bait, a barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. The risk of disobeying the fleet admiral's orders requires 50 times the target's bounty. If there's no problem, you can pay now. Then I'll definitely turn a blind eye. In an instant, the smile on Marine hero Garp's face froze again. A few seconds later, the veteran hero who had spent his whole life in the Marines had veins bulging on his forehead. He almost couldn't resist throwing a punch at Lin Hao's annoyingly smug face. Lin Hao, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you price gouge an old man like me? You're even worse than that old geezer Sengoku. At that moment, Lin Hao's innocent-looking handsome face looked incredibly punchable to Garp. This guy had just ruthlessly squeezed his old friend Sengoku for money. Now he was turning his sights on him. Garp had seen plenty of middlemen skimming off the top. But this shameless double-dipping was something he had never seen before. Now he understood why Akainu had wanted to fight him. Not to mention Akainu, the representative of the hawkish faction. Even he, the usually eccentric old trickster who loved to loaf around, felt like starting a fight. Too bad. His strength wasn't enough. He really couldn't beat him. Keep your voice down, old man Garp. If Fleet Admiral Sengoku finds out, we won't be able to go easy on him. Lin Hao wasn't surprised by Garp's reaction. The weather was clear, the sun blazing. What a perfect day for sunbathing after twisting his waist in a flamboyant manner. Lin Hao took out his collapsible luxury deck chair and lay down lazily to sunbathe again. The old man's emotions were unstable, understandable. Lin Hao didn't mind giving him some time to adjust. This is the port. The ship to Sabati Archipelago will be arriving soon. Time is precious, opportunity knocks but once. Old man, don't regret for life over mere worldly possessions. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao, very satisfied, folded up his deck chair. Then he leisurely boarded the marine warship heading to Sabati Archipelago. In his hand, there was now a gilded check. The check was for 5 billion berries. Watching the marine warship gradually leave the headquarters port, Marine hero Garp's face was in tears, his heart bleeding. This admiral appointed by the Holy Land was truly shameless. Having defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea who were under the world government, Ace became a renowned rookie pirate on the Grand Line. As his bounty steadily increased, the Navy grew more vigilant of his movements, for the Ace pirates acted with extreme audacity. Thus it was not difficult for the world government to track the Ace pirates' whereabouts. As long as Ace appeared within the territories under world government jurisdiction, the Navy would immediately obtain his precise location. Prior to this, the Navy had already acquired crucial intelligence that Ace was currently having his ship coated in the Shampoo Islands. That was why Sengoku entrusted Lin Hao with the mission to capture the pirate supernova Ace, and it was also why Garp, the hero of the Navy, had to humble himself to plead with Lin Hao. Without knowing his location, searching for Ace would be like looking for a needle in a vast ocean. But since they already knew the exact whereabouts of this grandson of his, as long as Lin Hao did not slack off, Ace would inevitably be captured and thrown into Impel Down. The mere thought that Lin Hao could even cause trouble while slacking off made Garp, the hero of the Navy, seethe with fury. On the other hand, Lin Hao had already begun lazily basking in the sun aboard the warship heading to the Shampoo Islands. The Navy headquarters was not far from the Shampoo Islands. At most, it was only a 2-day journey. But those 2 days gave Lin Hao ample time to slack off. Although Ace was a hot-headed rookie, he was no fool. He knew he was not alone and had to take good care of his crewmates. Thus, having read the official One Piece spin-off novel Spade, Lin Hao knew that Ace would only stay briefly in the Shampoo Islands. As soon as the coating on their ship was finished, Ace would immediately set off with his crew for the Fishman Island. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2 days would be more than enough for Lin Hao, a Navy admiral, to perfectly miss the supernova Ace. At noon on the 3rd day after departing from Navy headquarters, the warship carrying Lin Hao arrived at the Shampoo Islands where Ace had been. At that moment, the long-lost sound of the system echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Ding! Sunlight exposure duration has reached 8760 hours. System reward, a universal treasure chest obtained. Progress toward next reward, 017520 hours. Open the universal treasure chest now. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy, but also couldn't help marveling. The sunlight exposure time required to obtain rewards was becoming more outrageous each time. This time, after obtaining the reward, the progress for the next one had been doubled. After a brief complaint, Lin Hao unhesitatingly opened the system's treasure chest. In an instant, a gigantic treasure chest shimmering with golden light appeared in his mind. The moment Lin Hao chose to open the chest, it began to tremble violently, just like the flashy animation effect seen when opening a loot box in a game. After a dazzling golden animation, a compass-like object appeared in Lin Hao's system inventory. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item Fate Compass. Item Fate Compass ability, find anything the holder wishes to locate. Usage: hold the compass in your hand and visualize the object or person you seek. The needle will point toward it. Note the compass can locate both objects and living beings, but only those the holder already knows and recognizes, otherwise it will not function. What the? This is amazing. Looking at the description of the item in his system inventory, Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim. At his current level of power, he could already trample across the Grand Line with ease. There were almost no threats left to him in terms of strength. Hence rewards like bloodlines or skill weapons were no longer of great need to Lin Hao. But this fate compass, which could point toward his heart's desire, was different. As long as the person or object Lin Hao wanted to find existed in this world, they could never escape his detection. Gazing at the fate compass in his inventory, Lin Hao, who had just been pondering how to explain letting Ace escape to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, suddenly conceived a perfect plan. A dozen minutes later, the warship carrying Lin Hao docked at the port of the Shampoo Islands. As soon as he set foot on land, Lin Hao unsurprisingly received a report from the station Navy officers. Just a day earlier, the Ace pirate ship had completed its coating. Despite the station Navy's efforts to delay them, Ace, as a supernova, possessed formidable strength. Admiral Lin Hao had arrived too late. The officer in charge of the station Navy felt deeply remorseful for failing to hold the Ace pirates until the Admiral's arrival. But Lin Hao told him not to worry. After all, only by preserving their lives could they have the chance to grow stronger and oppose even mightier pirates in the future. These station Marines had done well enough. Lin Hao's reassurance moved the guilt-ridden soldiers deeply. Yet in the next moment, Lin Hao's command astonished these diligent Marines. Guard my warship well, and make sure no pirates harass it. Also, do not publicize the fact that a Navy admiral has arrived at the Shampoo Islands. I am going to the human auction house alone now. Though the station Marines were somewhat puzzled by Lin Hao's orders, they executed them without a shred of doubt. Now that an admiral had arrived, he would certainly not return empty-handed. As for going alone, that went without saying. If even an admiral's safety were threatened, then ordinary Marines like them would be of little use even if they followed. Thus, after taking over the specially crafted lounge chair that Lin Hao had instructed them to look after, they saluted him respectfully with a standard military gesture. A dozen minutes later, Lin Hao arrived at the human auction house on Grove, one of the Shampoo Islands. Gazing at the enormous and ornate entrance, a slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. So you sold yourself to the auction house to pay off your debts. This is just like you, Pluto Rayleigh. Due to his intention to keep a low profile, Lin Hao, who held the rank of admiral, did not don the Navy's cloak of justice when he headed to the human auction house at the Xiangbidi Islands. Thus, along the way, Lin Hao was frequently harassed by those reckless pirate underlings. He was not short, standing just over 1.80 meters. In the world before his transmigration, this height would have been considered tall among ordinary people. But in the pirate world, where even the giant tribe existed, Lin Hao's stature was genuinely that of a little fellow. Those pirates who saw him alone and unimpressive in build, hoping to make an easy profit, would generally meet him head-on, only to be beaten so badly by Lin Hao that they couldn't even recognize their own mothers. After arriving at the auction house without any further obstacles, Lin Hao found a comfortable spot and quietly awaited the debut of today's main auction item. Although in Lin Hao's eyes, his idea of a heavyweight auction item might be worthless in the eyes of others. Admittedly, the human auction house on First Island of the Xiangbidi Islands was indeed comprehensive in variety and bustling with popularity. In less than 10 minutes, the auction house had already concluded 3 transactions. A giant, a mink, and a 12-year-old girl of extraordinary beauty and astonishing physical development were sold at the high price of 50 million berry to a world noble. He had little interest in these. His purpose in coming this time was the legendary pirate known as the right hand of the former pirate king, Pluto Rayleigh. After more than a dozen rounds of auctions, the host at the center of the auction stage finally presented the item Lin Hao had been most anticipating. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, the next item in this auction is a human slave of formidable strength. Just a slave. No interest. Formidable strength. If he were truly strong, would he have been captured as a slave? Stop fooling us. Bring out a better item. Damned auction house. How dare you fob us off with a slave? Do you think we don't have enough money? When the auction host announced that the next item was a male slave, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Human slaves were the lowest tier in this diverse marketplace. Only rare slaves like giants or fishmen could attract buyers' interest. Yet now this auction house, which had never disappointed them, was presenting the most lowly item. In an instant, the nobles felt insulted. As for Lin Hao, he was indeed intrigued. He focused all his attention on the curtain at the center of the auction stage. As for the displeased reactions of the nobles in the audience, the auctioneer skilled at manipulating the atmosphere was not surprised. The reason he dared to put a human slave up for auction was that he had full confidence in his item. The next moment, the huge curtain on the central stage of the auction house was slowly drawn back. Then a frail old man with white hair wearing glasses and a seastone collar around his neck was pulled out from behind the curtain by several auction house staff smiling. In an instant, Lin Hao, who had been somewhat listless, suddenly had his eyes turned sharp and piercing. The old man, though frail and wrinkled, his white hair could not conceal the innate kingly aura, an indescribable power, a gentle ease that concealed its edge. The old man smiled as he looked at the increasingly dissatisfied audience, as if everyone were his prey. Others might not recognize this old man, but Lin Hao knew well. Who else could it be but the right hand of the pirate king Luo Jie Lei? As soon as Pluto Lei appeared, the discontented murmurs in the audience immediately diminished by half, admittedly setting aside his status as a human commodity and his somewhat advanced age. This old man's appearance was still quite attractive. The profound and domineering aura unique to a top-tier powerhouse would inevitably create an irresistible allure for some older female nobles. Seeing the audience quiet down a bit, the host, who had just felt a bit embarrassed by the nobles' jeers, immediately wore a smug smile. Although he didn't know why such a powerful old man would willingly come to the auction house to be sold as a slave for merchants like them who were obsessed with money. Not making money when they could was a cardinal sin. Moreover, they had already placed a seastone chain around the old man's neck. Even a formidable ability user would definitely not be able to cause any major trouble. After adjusting his hair slightly, the host snapped his fingers. Seeing the host's signal, several burly auction house guards immediately lifted a large boulder onto the stage. The boulder landed, and unrelated personnel left the stage. Then the host quietly signaled the old man on stage to demonstrate his formidable strength as a valuable commodity that could appear in a human auction house. The requirements here were not just about good looks. Claiming that this slave had strength had to be proven. Indeed, after receiving the host's instruction, the old man revealed a disdainful smile. Then he casually threw a punch. The boulder used for the demonstration was shattered into countless flying fragments by the old man's punch. Accompanying that was the unmistakable tremor felt under the feet of the world nobles present. This display immediately drew gasps from the audience. Seizing the moment of the world nobles' astonishment, the highly experienced auction host immediately raised his voice to add layers of value to his item. My lords, this demonstration is merely the tip of the iceberg of this slave's strength. His power is beyond doubt. Moreover, he has been fitted with a seastone chain, so even if he were a powerful ability user, there is no need to worry about him losing control. Now, starting at a base price of 1 million berry, this powerful human slave can become your personal property. Dear guests, please actively participate in the bidding. After the host's impassioned speech, the world nobles, who had already been somewhat tempted, instantly had their emotions ignited. In an instant, all sorts of cheers and discussions rang out around Lin Hao, who was preparing to bid, especially the two female world nobles not far from him. They unashamedly began to discuss the topic of how formidable the old man would be in bed. After a brief commotion, the first bid finally came from the audience. This slave is strong, I like him. I bid 1.5 million berry. 1.5 million berry. How dare you embarrass yourself with that? Go home and sleep. I'll bid 2 million berry. Ha ha ha. I'm going to buy him as my star slave. None of you dare compete with me. I bid 3 million berry. This slave is mine. I bid 5 million berry. As the first noble started bidding, the world nobles in the audience immediately became excited and began raising their offers. Apart from the shills deliberately placed by the auction house to drive up the price, the female world nobles' bids were increasingly higher. Seeing this, the host's pudgy face split into a smile like a cracked steamed bun. But just then a clear voice suddenly rang out, silencing the female world nobles who were enthusiastically bidding. Meanwhile, Pluto Lei, with the seastone chain around his neck, also looked curiously toward the handsome young man who had spoken. I bid 50 million berry for this human slave. Don't any of you try to outbid me. The moment Lin Hao made his bid, all eyes in the auction hall converged upon the strikingly handsome young man. When the female world nobles caught sight of Lin Hao's extraordinarily beautiful face, a flush of crimson crept across their cheeks. Such generosity could only belong to a young master from some noble family. Yet why had none of them ever seen this fellow before? In an instant, envy blazed fiercely in the eyes of nearly every male world noble staring at Lin Hao. As for the female world nobles, they quietly began dispatching their subordinates with a single directive: within the shortest possible time, they wanted every piece of information about the handsome young man. With such a breathtakingly handsome man appearing in the circle of world nobles, why would these lonely, restless noble ladies ever need to buy slave stars again? Wasn't there already a ready-made companion right before them? Feeling the gazes around him, some filled with hostility, others with desire, Lin Hao paid them no mind. His attention was fully fixed on the legendary old pirate Pluto Lei, who was looking at him with evident curiosity. I've already bid 50 million belly. Can we conclude the transaction now? Although he was addressing the auctioneer, Lin Hao's gaze never strayed from Pluto Lei. seeing that the biggest bidder so far was beginning to show impatience. The auctioneer paused for a moment, then quickly brought the gavel down with a decisive thud. Earlier, the female world nobles in the audience had been actively bidding for the human slave. But before Lin Hao's bid, the highest they had offered was less than 10 million belly. Though the world nobles were wealthy, they were by no means foolish. They would never spend 50 million belly on a human slave. If not now, when? With a crisp crack. The auction for Pluto Lei Li was officially concluded. The other male world nobles, displeased at being upstaged by Lin Hao, began spreading rumors about Lin Hao's orientation. Minutes later, Lin Hao completed all the formalities and led Pluto Lei Li, still bound by a chain around his neck, out of the slave auction house. As for the 50 million belly, Lin Hao didn't pay a single copper coin. After he revealed the crest that symbolized the pinnacle of world nobles, the privilege of the celestial dragons. The auction house staff immediately stated that celestial dragons and other special figures enjoying the same privileges had the right to take goods first and pay later. Lin Hao generously praised them for being sensible, then said he had other matters to attend to, and told them to go to the Holy Land to collect the debt. When they asked which celestial dragon family he belonged to, Lin Hao unhesitatingly gave a name: Figureland. As for the slave auction house on the first island of the Sabati archipelago, Lin Hao held no good impression of it. He knew that a considerable portion of the slaves they sold were ordinary people kidnapped by pirate crews. For such scum, Lin Hao had no intention of keeping his promise. Let this lesson be his gift to them. Ha ha ha. I never expected to be bought by such a young world noble. It seems my luck is quite good this time. After leaving the auction house, Pluto Lei Li obediently followed Lin Hao. At first, Lei Li thought that this wealthy young master would continue to wander around Sabati archipelago. But when he saw that Lin Hao was heading toward the port, the legendary pirate of the seas knew he could not continue following him. Though the legendary pirate had already discerned that Lin Hao was no ordinary person and was undoubtedly skilled, he still did not believe that things had slipped beyond his control. If Lin Hao had taken him to tour Sabati archipelago, he could have remained Lin Hao's slave for a while longer. But upon realizing that Lin Hao intended to leave Sabati, the legendary pirate, once known as the right hand of the pirate king Luo Jie, knew that his time as a slave was temporarily at an end. After all, Sabati archipelago was the sacred land where he enjoyed his retirement. He had no desire to leave this place with Lin Hao. Therefore, before Lin Hao could turn around, Lei Li, the legendary pirate who had lived in seclusion on Sabati for decades, secretly used flowery sakura haki to shatter the sea stone chain around his neck. Just as Lei Li let out a laugh and prepared to attack Lin Hao from behind, knock him out, and rob him of all his wealth, Lin Hao, standing before Lei Li, merely smiled faintly, then casually tossed the chain aside. Pluto Lei Li, to be honest, your luck truly isn't good, because the one who bought you is me. This sudden turn of events instantly alerted the seasoned pirate who had spent most of his life on the Grand Line. Not only had the other party recognized him, but he had also discarded the sea stone chain without even turning around. Could it be that everything was within his control? At this thought, a flicker of unease passed through Pluto Lei Li's heart. You're not just some young master from a world noble family, are you? Who are you? Since you've been living in seclusion on Sabati, you must have seen the World Economic News newspaper, right? Hearing the wariness in Lei Li's voice, Lin Hao smiled, then turned around leisurely. In that instant, Lin Hao's innocent-looking smile sent a chill down Lei Li's spine. Though the other party had not used any ability like Conqueror's Haki, this handsome young man genuinely made him feel a considerable threat. Have you appeared in the newspapers before? For a moment, Pluto Lei Li rapidly searched his memory for recent newspaper headlines. Seeing the sudden tension on Pluto Lei Li's face, Lin Hao smiled and revealed his identity. Don't bother thinking about the past. It's the latest news. The one who has repeatedly missed Marine headquarters meetings is me. What? You're the new admiral of the Marine headquarters, the Azure Dragon. Hearing Lin Hao announce himself, Pluto Lei Li's expression changed drastically. He stamped his foot and quickly distanced himself from Lin Hao. Although he had been living in seclusion in the Xiangbidi Islands for many years, Pluto Lei Li still possessed a thorough grasp of the various situations on the Grand Line. Having never missed a single issue of the World News Economic newspaper, he naturally knew that the Navy headquarters had suddenly appointed a new Admiral Azure Dragon in these past few days. But if it were merely the addition of a new Admiral Lei Li as the right-hand man of the former pirate king Luo Jie, would only feel a trace of curiosity at most. However, in the latest issue of the newspaper, Pluto Lei Li saw a report that two admirals of the Navy headquarters had clashed fiercely for an unknown reason. The two admirals who fought were none other than the veteran hawkish Admiral Red Dog and the newly appointed Admiral Azure Dragon, standing before him. Although Lei Li did not believe the newspaper's claim that Red Dog was easily defeated, the outcome of the conflict as reported should not be false. The victor between Admiral Red Dog and Admiral Azure Dragon was undoubtedly the young man with a handsome face before him. Lei Li never expected that the powerhouse who could defeat the veteran Navy Admiral would be such a young junior. Therefore, after learning the other's identity, this legendary powerhouse bearing the title of Pluto immediately distanced himself from the other at the first opportunity. Hey, I say, old man Lei Li, I'm just a Navy admiral. Would the vice captain of the Roger pirates be afraid of someone in the Navy? Seeing Pluto Lei Li become alert immediately, Lin Hao was also quite surprised. Regarding the strength of this legendary pirate powerhouse, having read the original One Piece, he knew it all too well. Even when facing Admiral Yellow Monkey, he had exchanged several rounds. He was only slightly out of breath, and even left a very noticeable scar on the other's face. Why was this top powerhouse of the Grand Line suddenly so cautious when facing a fellow admiral? Because in the past 2 days on the ship he had been either eating, sunbathing, or sleeping. Thus Lin Hao had not paid attention to the recent newspapers. Naturally, he could not know that his fight with Red Dog had been spread far and wide across the Grand Line. I'm truly sorry, but facing a powerhouse like you, I have no room for mercy. However, may I ask you a question? Are you here to capture me and take me to Impel Down? Facing Lin Hao, the newly appointed admiral of the Navy headquarters. Pluto Lei Li, though still appearing calm on the surface, was already on high alert in his heart. Even his right hand holding the sword unconsciously rested on the hilt. He was now an old man over 70, his strength long past its peak. The one before him was the existence who had just defeated Red Dog a few days ago. If he made a mistake, he might really capsize here. That's right. Old man, you are a legendary pirate. Impel Down needs a powerhouse of your level to oversee. But in reality, you are just taking the blame for a supernova named AIC. Looking at the confused Lei Li before him, Lin Hao smiled slightly, and then told him in full about his deal with Kapu at the Navy headquarters. Huh. So it's this old man who helped that brat Kapu. How ironic. After hearing Lin Hao explain the reasons for coming to capture him, this former top powerhouse of the pirate world couldn't help but laugh heartily. But it's a pity. I won't surrender so easily. It would be easier for you to go catch AIC. Take this. Seeing Lin Hao's lazy expression showing no sign of preparing for a great battle. Lei Li, this battle-experienced old man, after laughing, immediately flashed his feet, and his figure directly left a clear afterimage. While drawing the sword from his waist, he charged at Lin Hao with an unbelievably fast speed. Divine avoidance. In the process of charging at Lin Hao, Pluto Lei Li struck first using the sword technique of his former captain Luo Jie. In an instant, the surroundings changed dramatically. Centered on Lei Li's sword, waves of terrifying aura burst forth rapidly. Accompanying this terrifying aura, visible black lightning circled the sword blade. At this moment, time and space seemed to freeze simultaneously. Only the slash unleashed by Pluto Lei Li slowly cut straight toward Lin Hao, who showed a hint of surprise. Oh, that is Pirate King Luo Jie's divine avoidance. Seeing Lei Li use the former Pirate King's technique, Lin Hao's face showed a hint of surprise. This technique, divine avoidance, was only shown once in the original One Piece, when the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates clashed. Guang Yutian, the vanguard, wanted to fight Luo Jie. As a result, he, a dual sword user, was blown away by Luo Jie's single strike of divine avoidance. That strike seemed not to be Luo Jie's full power, and he even held back a lot. Yet even that blow produced an effect that left Guang Yutian utterly shocked. Lin Hao never expected that the vice captain of the Pirate King had learned his captain's sword technique. Although it didn't look as magnificent and unrestrained as Luo Jie's, this strike, clearly imbued with Conqueror's haki, was absolutely not to be underestimated. If in the original he had used this move from the start against Admiral Yellow Monkey, then Admiral Yellow Monkey would not have merely gotten a small cut on his face. Although in the original, Pluto Lei Li acted to cover the Straw Hat crew. But now Lin Hao realized that Lei Li had definitely held back at that time. Although a few rounds with Yellow Monkey left him slightly out of breath, he still had the strength to fight, facing this strike that nearly froze time and space. Lin Hao smiled slightly, then directly took out a reward item he had obtained from his system inventory. Imperial armament. Yao Dao Tsunyu. Watching Pluto Lei Li charging before him, in an instant Lin Hao smiled slightly, and then casually swung the cursed sword in his hand. Not sensing a trace of haki, and yet you think such an ordinary swing can block my divine avoidance. Oomph. Simply daydreaming. Young man, you will pay for your arrogance. Seeing Lin Hao's casual strike, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Pluto Lei Li's mouth. Could this be the one the newspaper said easily defeated Red Dog? It seems that Mo Gen C has nothing good to report and has started talking nonsense. I really overestimated this young man. Suddenly, just as Pluto Lei Li was filled with pride imagining Lin Hao's head being cut off by this divine avoidance, his body was instantly controlled by a mysterious force. The next moment, Pluto Lei Li's right hand directly threw his sword aside. Then his body uncontrollably knelt down before Lin Hao. As for his hands, they were pressed together in a prayer-like gesture. His hands firmly clamped the weapon that Lin Hao had swung between his palms. What is happening? Are you a devil fruit user? What kind of ability is this? Watching his own body uncontrollably assume the posture of catching a blade barehanded, Pluto Lei Li's face immediately showed a look of extreme shock, just as this legendary powerhouse of the pirate world was greatly shaken. Lin Hao's lazy voice slowly reached his ears. Pluto Lei Li, have you ever heard of a sword technique called 100 barehand blade catch? In an instant, Pluto Rayleigh's body was completely immobilized by Lin Hao's technique, 100 barehand catch of the blade. At this moment, veins bulged on Rayleigh's forehead. His muscles coiled like small mountains. Suspecting this bizarre state was Lin Hao's devil fruit ability, he even coated his entire body with armament haki. Seeing no effect, Pluto Rayleigh even unleashed his conqueror's haki. Yet all efforts were futile, no matter how Rayleigh struggled to resist. As long as Lin Hao did not retract his weapon, Rayleigh could only maintain this awkward kneeling posture. Fortunately, this was no longer the bustling district of Subodhi Archipelago. He had been living in seclusion here, his identity unknown to others. Otherwise, Pluto Rayleigh, the top-tier powerhouse who had roamed the Grand Line for half his life, would have suffered immense humiliation today. Is this really just a swordsmanship technique, not your devil fruit ability? Seeing all his efforts in vain, beads of sweat as large as beans began to pour down Rayleigh's forehead like rain. Yes, indeed. It's not a devil fruit ability, just a swordsmanship technique. Watching Pluto Rayleigh maintaining a kneeling posture with a ferocious expression, Lin Hao couldn't help but smirk slightly. But it is a terrifying conceptual technique. As long as the user makes a slashing motion, the opponent will uncontrollably perform the barehand catch of the blade. Li Jing had trained this technique to a level where it could ignore distance, ignore numbers, and target specific individuals, although it had no offensive power. As a crowd control skill, Lin Hao could not recall any control technique that could rival it. Of course, if the target designated for 100 barehand catch of the blade had no hands to complete the action, they would be instantly killed by Li Jing's technique. He had never had the chance to showcase it, although Pluto Rayleigh's divine evasion possessed terrifying power as long as Lin Hao used this technique. No matter how formidable the enemy, they would have to submit to this conceptual control skill. Absolutely true. If it were a devil fruit ability, wouldn't your haki be effective? Lin Hao finished speaking, then flicked his wrist, dispelling the sword-swinging posture. In an instant, Pluto Rayleigh felt the mysterious force controlling his body vanish. This extraordinary technique left Pluto Rayleigh utterly astounded. If Lin Hao used this skill in battle, he would truly be invincible. When he first saw the newspaper report about Sakazuki's easy defeat, Rayleigh had not believed it. After experiencing Lin Hao's formidable strength, Pluto Rayleigh knew that the news of Sakazuki being effortlessly defeated was absolutely true. Morgans had not been spouting nonsense. You can only subdue me with such underhanded means. I am not convinced. Even if you capture me today, as long as you are not stationed at Impel Down, I will eventually escape. Grand Admiral Azure Dragon, dare you fight me honorably without using that technique? Rayleigh pointed his sword at Lin Hao. With a solemn expression, he directly challenged the young man before him. Initially, he thought that even if he could not win, he could still escape. But after Lin Hao demonstrated this control skill beyond his comprehension, he knew that to avoid today's great trouble, he had to face it head-on. Otherwise, even if he tried to flee, as soon as Lin Hao swung his sword, he would be forced to run back and kneel before him. Not convinced. Then I will beat you into submission. Seeing that Pluto Rayleigh was trying to play tricks, Lin Hao smiled slightly and directly stored the Imperial armament, the Demon Blade Murasame, into his system inventory. The Demon Blade Murasame was a cursed sword said to kill with a single strike. Once it inflicted damage on an opponent, countless lethal curse marks would erupt from the wound. He had come to capture Rayleigh, not to kill him. You intend to fight me, a master swordsman, empty-handed? Seeing Lin Hao sheath his weapon, Pluto Rayleigh, a man of immense swordsmanship skill, felt a surge of indignation. Your strength as Grand Admiral Azure Dragon is formidable, but you cannot be so arrogant. Seeing Pluto Rayleigh's furious expression, Lin Hao immediately understood his thoughts. Although he could easily defeat his opponent even without a weapon, out of respect for this former top-tier powerhouse of the One Piece world, Old Rayleigh, you misunderstand. I just wanted to switch blades. After all, I am here to capture you, not to kill you. Lin Hao intended to give him a way out. But upon hearing this courteous explanation, Pluto Rayleigh, the veteran powerhouse of the Grand Line, immediately felt insulted. Looking at the calm and composed Lin Hao before him, Pluto Rayleigh's face turned cold as he raised his sword again and charged swiftly toward Lin Hao. Divine evasion. This time Pluto Rayleigh unleashed his full power without reservation. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a strange state where time and space seemed to freeze simultaneously. The already short distance between them closed in an instant. The sword coated with armament haki and conqueror's haki brought a terrifying pressure capable of splitting mountains and seas, swiftly slashing toward Lin Hao's neck. Facing Pluto Rayleigh at full power, Lin Hao grinned, and strange azure glowing patterns appeared on his right hand. Trace on. As Lin Hao's words fell, the countless azure patterns on his right hand instantly blazed with intense light. In less than a 10,000th of a second, those shimmering patterns rapidly coalesced. The next moment, a weapon identical to the sword in Pluto Rayleigh's hand appeared in Lin Hao's grip. Isn't this my sword? Why is it in your hand? Seeing this utterly bizarre scene, Pluto Rayleigh's face was filled with shock. But then Lin Hao, beaming with a smile, plunged this legendary powerhouse of the One Piece world into utter despair. Divine evasion. As Lin Hao's commanding shout faded, the blade he had just conjured erupted with a terrifying, earth-shattering aura. In an instant, centered on Lin Hao's blade, an inky black current, like a clinging curse, spiraled upward with eerie speed. The dark torrent intertwined with black lightning coiling around the blade. Even the clouds in the sky were violently dispersed by this fearsome pressure. For a moment, the entire Xiangbidi archipelago felt an immensely terrifying violent tremor. Not to mention the pirates and marines who had long roamed the Grand Line. Even ordinary civilians could tell that atop the Xiangbidi Islands at this moment, two powerhouses with strength beyond their comprehension were locked in combat. How can this guy use Captain Roger's divine avoidance? Who exactly is he? Watching Lin Hao employ the same technique for a head-on collision, Rayleigh gritted his teeth. Knowing evasion was impossible, he gripped his blade tightly, instantly elevating his aura to its peak. There was no time to ponder why this young Marine Admiral could use Captain Roger's move, or whether Pluto Rayleigh would be thrown into Tujincheng. He would stake everything on this single, most powerful strike of his life. Boom. The next moment centered on Rayleigh and Lin Hao. A dreadful wave radiated outward. On the ground, a hurricane-like pressure tore the unique bubble trees of Xiangbidi from their roots. Looking at the sky, what had been a sparse scattering of clouds was now torn asunder like a sheet of paper, cleaved into two halves of pristine azure. The clash between Lin Hao and Pluto Rayleigh was so formidable that it triggered a violent earthquake across the entire Xiangbidi archipelago. In an instant, the epicenter of the quake became the first island where Rayleigh and Lin Hao stood. Even the human auction house where a slave trade was underway collapsed in a flash. On the other side, aboard the warship at Xiangbidi port, the violent tremor sent the marine soldiers staggering. One Marine Rear Admiral, glancing toward the source of the terrifying disturbance, instantly understood the situation. He hastily bellowed orders to the dazed soldiers. The Azure Dragon Admiral is fighting pirates. Move out to support him immediately. That island still has world nobles. Organize rescue at once and ensure no harm befalls them. At this moment, the dust over the shattered first island of Xiangbidi gradually settled, and the figures of Pluto Rayleigh and Admiral Lin Hao slowly materialized. As the airborne debris cleared, the two figures standing blade to blade became distinct. Pluto Rayleigh was now covered in grievous wounds, some deep enough to expose bone. Though he remained standing, any keen observer could tell that Rayleigh was truly at the end of his tether. Maintaining his stance was already an immense effort. In this state, even the lowliest pirate thug could easily subdue him. Across from Rayleigh, Lin Hao wore a grimace, painfully wiping dust from his clothes. "Oh, if I'd known it would kick up so much dirt, I'd have just taken you down directly. What a mess this is," though he complained. After that exchange, Lin Hao bore not a single wound. Only the incessant dust had sullied his garments. How can you use Captain Roger's divine avoidance?" Watching Lin Hao nonchalantly brush off his clothes, Pluto Rayleigh knew he had lost, and lost utterly, defeated by his own strongest technique. What could be more despairing than that? "I saw it once, so I learned it, old man. Now using this move, who's stronger, me or the Pirate King Roger?" To Rayleigh's inquiry, Lin Hao naturally did not reveal that he was a transmigrator equipped with a system. The skill he had just used was another reward from the system. It was the projection magecraft from the Type Moon world, wielded by Amiya Shiro, a magic that perfectly projects any weapon within one's cognition. Though the projected weapons were merely replicas, a grade lower than the originals when using a projected blade, the user also copied the abilities of the weapon's original owner. In several storylines of the anime Fate Stay Night, the protagonist Amiya Shiro had projected his future swords Ganjiang and Moyi, even when using a replica of the hero Heracles' unnamed axe sword. To protect Ilya, he successfully unleashed the 9 lives that Heracles in his Berserker class had never used, defeating the corrupted Heracles tainted by the black mud. Facing Rayleigh earlier, Lin Hao had used projection magecraft to replicate Pluto Rayleigh's blade, and while wielding the projected sword, relying on the immense enhancement of his physique from his heaven-defying bloodline, the same technique executed by Lin Hao's replica divine avoidance instantly annihilated Rayleigh's original. Had Lin Hao not held back, Rayleigh might not even have left a complete corpse. You learned it just by seeing it once. The Marines really have bred a monstrous talent. Rayleigh couldn't help but grimace as he looked at Lin Hao, who had defeated him with ease despite his all-out effort. As the most authoritative judge, Rayleigh knew that Lin Hao's divine avoidance had already surpassed the version taught to him by the pirate King Roger. Not to mention himself. Even if Captain Roger were here, he likely wouldn't be a match for this new Marine Admiral. He had truly lost completely. With that thought, Rayleigh could no longer hold on. His already severely wounded body collapsed, and in his mind, he cursed every female relative of Garp. If not for taking the blame for Garp's grandson, how could he have ended up in this plight? Lin Hao, seeing the expression on Rayleigh's face, quickly stepped forward. While Rayleigh was still conscious, he thrust a scabbard-shaped object radiating holy light into Rayleigh's body. Old man, don't be sad. What if I told you that the kid you took the blame for is Roger's son? Would that cheer you up? What did you say? AC is Captain Roger's son. Hearing Lin Hao's words, the previously disoriented Dark King Rayleigh widened his eyes in astonishment. Meanwhile, a surge of sacred white light began to emanate from Dark King Rayleigh's body. What Lin Hao had just injected into Dark King Rayleigh's body. This was also a reward from the system originating from the noble phantasm of King Arthur Artoria in the Type Moon world, the Avalon Sheath. It is a divine artifact for healing and defense. As long as the holder continuously channels magical energy into it, the person who has had this sheath inserted into their body will have even fatal wounds rapidly healed within a short time. If the sheath is fully unleashed, it will also create a special space for its owner that is completely independent of the real world, thus granting immunity to any form of damage, including damage of a rule-based nature. After obtaining this sheath, Lin Hao had always kept it within his own body. This was the first time he had taken it out to heal someone else. He treated Dark King Rayleigh's injuries simply because while following the One Piece manga, Lin Hao quite liked this character. If it were someone like Chi Quan or Fajialandijalingasheng, those bloodthirsty maniacs, Lin Hao would not have lent a hand. The physical pain rapidly vanished as the holy light grew stronger. At this moment, however, Dark King Rayleigh was only concerned with the shocking news Lin Hao had just uttered. Hey, you're not joking, are you? That AC, is he really Captain Roger's child? The moment his injuries were completely healed, Dark King Rayleigh leaped up at once and, full of anticipation, grabbed Lin Hao's arm and asked with extreme urgency. After retrieving the Avalon sheath, Lin Hao casually waved his hand and sent Dark King Rayleigh's gripping arm flying away. I swear by my reputation as a Navy Admiral that supernova pirate Fire Fist AC is indeed Captain Roger's son. You should have heard at least a little about the world government's secret execution of over 100 pregnant women, right? Looking at the utterly shocked Dark King Rayleigh, Lin Hao sighed slightly and then recounted the plot from the original story. Upon hearing that before his Captain Roger's execution, he had entrusted his only bloodline to the Navy hero Kapu, Dark King Rayleigh was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are these things you said really true? I told you. I swear by my reputation as a Navy Admiral. Then why didn't you make it public? And why let Captain Roger's bloodline continue to sail on the Grand Line? Because that old man Kapu never revealed this secret. Even his old friend Zhonghua didn't know about it. Hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Dark King Rayleigh believed most of it. The one who revealed this news was a powerhouse far stronger than himself. There was no need for such a person to lie to someone he regarded as an ant. Moreover, based on his understanding of Captain Roger, that usually carefree fellow could indeed do something like entrusting his child to his old rival Kapu. Thinking of this, a line of moved tears streamed down Dark King Rayleigh's aged face. Captain Roger's bloodline still existed in this world. His old subordinates of the Roger Pirates finally had something to look forward to. Just as Rayleigh the legendary pirate was sighing that Captain Roger had finally left behind his bloodline, his face instantly gained a trace of worry. Qinglong, even Kapu's old friend Zhonghua doesn't know about this. How did you come to know it? Compared to Qinglong, I prefer people to call me by my real name, Lin Hao. I naturally have my own ways of knowing things others don't. In any case, I can guarantee the authenticity of this matter. Looking at the anxious and puzzled Dark King Rayleigh, Lin Hao already knew what was on his mind. You want to know why I didn't make this public, right? Hearing Lin Hao's question, Dark King Rayleigh immediately nodded with great anticipation. The reason is simple. AC is the tool I use to bind you, an old subordinate of Roger. Throwing you into Tujincheng is the easiest thing for me. But I can't stay in Tujincheng forever to prevent you from escaping. Now I'm going to tell you. If you don't stay obediently in Tujincheng, then I will reveal AC's identity. By then, do the old subordinates of the Roger Pirates have the confidence to protect this bloodline of Roger on the Grand Line? Hearing Lin Hao's answer, a chill of dread surged from the bottom of Dark King Rayleigh's heart, the veteran powerhouse. If at this moment the fact that AC was Roger's only bloodline was made public, then AC would not only face encirclement by the Navy, but also attract the attention of other pirates who covet the great treasure left by Roger. If things really came to that, could these old subordinates of the Roger Pirates truly protect the child's safety on the Grand Line? If they didn't want Lin Hao to make this public, then when these old subordinates of the Roger Pirates were found, they would have no choice but to submit obediently. But in that case, When these old subordinates of the Roger pirates were all captured by the Navy, would AC really be safe? Looking at Lin Hao's handsome, harmless-faced Dark King, Lei suddenly felt a deep sense of despair. This was not a conspiracy at all. It was an open scheme far more terrifying than any conspiracy, yet one that could not be countered in any way. As long as Lin Hao wanted. Then when all these old subordinates of the Roger pirates were thrown into Tujin Chung Roger's child, AC would not escape either. Absolute terrifying strength combined with a meticulous mind that gave one chills upon reflection. What kind of terrifying existence had appeared in the Navy? Don't worry. As long as you stay obediently in Tujin Chung and don't cause trouble, AC will be safe for now. Looking at Dark King Lei's already somewhat terrified face, Lin Hao became puzzled. His original intention was only to use the fact that AC was the bloodline of Pirate King Roger to warn Dark King Lei not to cause trouble in Tujin Chung. As for using this information to capture all the old subordinates of the Roger pirates in one fell swoop, that was purely a product of Dark King Lei's own imagination. Therefore, after dusting off his clothes, Lin Hao became somewhat impatient. But before Lin Hao could continue his threats, Dark King Lei quickly stepped forward and readily accepted the fact that he was about to be thrown into Tujin Chung. Qinglong. No. Lin Hao. Say no more. I'll go with you to Tujin Chung and guarantee that I will not cause any trouble. But you must never reveal the matter about AC. Old Rayleigh, do you think you have the right to bargain with me? Though he had already achieved his goal, Lin Hao still sought to pursue a better outcome. I know I am not worthy to negotiate terms with you, but I beg you, please never reveal the truth that Ace is Roger's child. Consider it a favor to an old veteran of the Grand Line. Seeing Lin Hao's contemptuous expression, Rayleigh, a seasoned veteran who had navigated the Grand Line for most of his life, knew well that he had no right to demand anything. In terms of strength, he had been defeated by his own strongest technique. In terms of leverage, the mere fact that Ace was Roger's bloodline was enough to crush him. From every angle, the other party held absolute dominance. Thus Rayleigh could only resort to his seniority, shamelessly pleading. Gazing at the hopeful look on Rayleigh's face, Lin Hao sighed softly. Then he made his promise to the old powerhouse of the Grand Line. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. As long as old Rayleigh does not cause trouble and impel down, I guarantee that the fact that Ace is Roger's bloodline will never be known to others. Of course, if Ace himself reveals it, that will not be on me, really. Thank you so much. Hearing Lin Hao's promise, Rayleigh's face finally lit up with excitement. For him, protecting the only bloodline of his captain was now more important than anything. Even if it meant leaving his beloved Shaki right now, even if it meant spending the rest of his life suffering and impelled down, as long as Captain Roger's bloodline could remain safe on the Grand Line, that was enough. Azure Dragon Admiral. Just as Lin Hao and Rayleigh were about to head toward the warship anchored at the port, the voices of Lin Hao's marine soldiers came from not far away. It turned out that the marine soldiers under Lin Hao's command had arrived upon hearing the commotion. Azure Dragon Admiral, are you alright? Running up to Lin Hao, the marine soldiers immediately inquired about their superior with concern. And upon seeing Rayleigh, whose face bore both ease and dejection, the soldiers' expressions tightened with extreme tension. Although Rayleigh's identity was not widely known due to his reclusive life, these intelligent marines could tell that the one who had just fought Lin Hao and caused the entire Sabati archipelago to tremble in terror was this old man before them, exuding an aura of dread. What could happen to me? I am a Marine Admiral after all. Have a little faith in your superior, will you? Hearing the concerned inquiry from his subordinates, Lin Hao could only shrug helplessly. With a young face, it seemed he still couldn't inspire enough confidence. The saying, a smooth tongue without experience leads to trouble, applied equally in this pirate world. Azure Dragon Admiral. Who is this? He is a renowned powerhouse of the Grand Line, addressed by your seniors as Dark King Rayleigh. What? He is Dark King Rayleigh? Hearing Lin Hao reveal the old man's identity, the soldiers' faces immediately showed shock. Before Lin Hao could give an order, the soldiers raised their firearms at the old man. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense. The commotion caused by the Azure Dragon Admiral's clash with the pirate was too great. They knew that Lin Hao had likely encountered a formidable opponent. But even if they racked their brains, they would never have imagined that the pirate strongman who had just fought their superior was none other than the one who once roamed the Grand Line. Known as the right hand of the pirate King Roger, Dark King Rayleigh. Seeing the Marines aiming their guns at him, the dejection and despair on Rayleigh's face instantly turned to gloom. In a flash, an immensely terrifying pressure radiated from Rayleigh, spreading rapidly in all directions. This aura was so dreadful that ordinary people could not withstand it. In less than a second, nearly half of the 100-strong Marine contingent fell to the ground, rolling their eyes and fainting. Hey, Rayleigh, having just lost to me using Conqueror's Haki on my subordinates is hardly appropriate, is it? Seeing the Marines who had come to support him fall one by one, and the remaining elite barely managing to stay upright, Lin Hao's expression darkened his tone, losing the respect he had just shown Rayleigh. Hearing the shift in Lin Hao's tone, Rayleigh, who had been extremely displeased at being aimed at by Marines, felt a jolt of alarm. Before Lin Hao could continue, he quickly withdrew the Conqueror's Haki that had unconsciously emanated from his body. I'm sorry, Lin Hao. This old man was rude. As the Conqueror's haki dissipated, the remaining Marines who had not fainted showed expressions of relief. Although Dark King Rayleigh's release of Conqueror's haki lasted only a few seconds, they felt as if they had endured an agonizing execution. Had it not been for their superior Lin Hao's intervention, they would all have been knocked unconscious by Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki within seconds. Just as they were released, several Marines immediately produced special sea stone chains intending to tightly bind the legendary pirate. But in the next moment, Lin Hao waved his hand to stop them. Rayleigh is a senior of the Grand Line. Out of respect, I will skip the useless sea stone cuffs. I think you know what to do, right? No. I will go to the Marine warship and wait for you. At Rayleigh's dejected words, the Marines, still shaken from the Conqueror's haki, were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. What was this? The man who had roamed the Grand Line for most of his life, who had never shown fear even against the Marine hero Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Dark King Rayleigh, was actually so obedient to their superior. Could it be that during their clash, this top-tier powerhouse bearing the title of Dark King had been psychologically traumatized by their superior Lin Hao? Very good. Then go ahead. Don't reveal your identity. Just mention my name, and the soldiers will let you on board. After Rayleigh's dejected figure disappeared, Lin Hao turned to his Marine soldiers. Now report. What is the situation on the island? Witnessing how the top-tier powerhouse who had roamed the Grand Line for half a lifetime, the Pluto, Rayleigh obediently boarded the warship himself at a single word from Lin Hao, the assembled Marine soldiers could not help but swallow hard. Subsequently, the soldiers delivered a brief report on the current situation of the Shabandi Archipelago. Originally, the Shabandi Archipelago was a no-man's land. Ordinarily, it teemed with countless lawless elements and pirates. Yet because the commotion caused by Lin Hao and Rayleigh's clash was far too immense, the pirates who had just arrived at this transit point of the Grand Line had not even managed to fully store the magnetic force of their record pointers before they fled in sheer panic. As for the world nobles who frequently visited the island, they were thoroughly frightened by the violent earthquake triggered by the duel between the two supreme experts. Most of them departed directly. The area that suffered the greatest damage was the battlefield where Lin Hao and Rayleigh had fought, the first island. Now the outer perimeter of Shabandi's first island had essentially been torn asunder. Nearly every building on the island had collapsed without exception. The human auction house, a frequent haunt of the world nobles, had been reduced to a complete ruin. For such an outcome, Lin Hao had a clear understanding. Upon hearing that the civilians on the island had suffered considerable losses due to his and Pluto Rayleigh's battle, he immediately took out the 10 billion berry check that Marine Marshal Zhanghua had given him earlier and handed it to his subordinate. This should be enough to compensate for the civilians' losses. Consider it on me, General Qinglongyu. Seeing Lin Hao produce the 10 billion berry check, the Marine officer who had followed Lin Hao as his subordinate stood frozen in place. In his impression, the Marines were meant to protect civilians and oppose pirates. Therefore, when fighting pirates, if civilians suffered losses due to the conflict, the Marines generally paid no heed, and the civilians would have to accept their misfortune. After all, those losses were unavoidable in the Marines' expulsion of pirates. But this newly appointed Marine general was compensating the civilians out of his own pocket. Such behavior was truly unprecedented. Watching the incredulous expression on the officer's face, Lin Hao's countenance immediately grew displeased. I said any losses inflicted on civilians due to my fight with that fellow Rayleigh must be compensated in full. Is there a problem? But General Qinglong, this is entirely unnecessary. After all, you were only expelling the pirates. Insolent. The officer's intention was to remind Lin Hao that as a Marine general, driving off pirates was his duty, and the prisoner they had just captured was none other than Pluto Rayleigh, known as the right arm of the pirate king Luojia. No one would blame him even if civilians suffered losses. But before he could finish, Lin Hao's irate voice startled him, forcing him to swallow the words he had been about to utter. I ask you, if the civilians' houses collapse because of this battle, and we do not compensate them, how are they supposed to handle those losses? They would likely accept their bad luck and foot the repair costs themselves. Lin Hao's question instantly filled the officer's face with bewilderment, the same officer who had just tried to persuade Lin Hao to disregard the civilians' losses. Exactly. If it were wealthy people like the world nobles, they wouldn't care about such things. But what about civilians who struggle even to make a living? Can they handle the irreparable losses on their own? I understand, General Qinglong. Watching Lin Hao drop his usual lackadaisical expression and adopt a stern countenance, the Marine officer under him suddenly grasped Lin Hao's intention. In an instant, the earlier confusion on his face vanished, replaced by a flash of epiphany and deep shame. Before joining the Marines, these soldiers had also been civilians tormented by pirates. Why had they enlisted in the Marines in the first place? Aside from securing a livelihood, their greatest aspiration was to become righteous Marines who protected the people. If they caused irreparable losses to civilians while fighting pirates, what was the point of their arduous training and desperate battles on the front lines? After all, when pirates came to plunder, if one surrendered their money obediently, they could usually save their lives. But if pirates and Marines clashed in a civilian village, The damage inflicted on the civilians would be far greater than the pirates' simple robbery. If it were only a loss of money, the civilians might still bear it. But in recent years, civilian casualties from marine pirate battles had become commonplace. Over time, a simmering resentment among the civilians against the Marines had naturally arisen. After all, once the battles ended, the civilians almost always suffered irreparable losses. On the surface, the Marines protected them from pirates. But upon reflection, most of the time the civilians' losses were caused by the Marines' own actions during combat. While Lin Hao was reprimanding the officer recalled a previous mission. The Marines had repelled the pirates attacking the village. But because the battlefield was in the civilian area, many innocent civilians had been caught in the crossfire. They had believed they were protecting the people and even felt proud of it. Yet when they left, they saw the fury on the civilians' faces. During the expulsion mission, he had not understood why the Marines were met with hostile glares after driving out the pirates. But now he understood. If the Marines could not safeguard the civilians' safety while fighting pirates, what difference was there between them and the pirates who had tormented the village? After all, the celestial gold that each nation contributed annually to the Holy Land was a staggering figure. If while paying the celestial gold dutifully, they also had to endure losses caused by the Marines' negligence, then it would be better to entrust their nation to the powerful Four Emperors pirate crews. After all, protection was protection. And the protection fees charged by pirates were far more affordable than the celestial gold demanded by the Tian long run. When they had first joined the Marines, the justice they wished to uphold was the one emblazoned on their backs. But now they seemed to have long forgotten the original purpose of their enlistment. Staring at the stern Lin Hao, the officer who had just been rebuked immediately took the check from Lin Hao's hand without hesitation and gave him a crisp military salute. General Qinglong, I understand. Since you understand, go and compensate the civilians who suffered losses immediately. If it's not enough, tell me. I have more money. Yes, sir. Report Admiral Qinglong. Just now, world nobles and staff from the human auction house came demanding compensation for the damages caused by the battle. May I ask? Tell them to get lost. They can handle their own losses. Why come to me? You? Understood. After Lin Hao's command, the Marine soldiers under him immediately began assisting the civilians on the Sabeti archipelago who had suffered losses in the reconstruction work. Thanks to Lin Hao's financial support and the presence of devil fruit users with special abilities within the Marine forces, the process of appeasing and compensating the civilians proceeded exceptionally smoothly. During this time, the world nobles who had seen the civilians receiving full compensation for their losses and rejoicing also wanted to get a share of the pie. After all, Lin Hao's battle with the Dark King Rayleigh had caused even more severe losses to them, especially the head of the human auction house. He had almost lost his entire fortune. If he could receive compensation from the Marines, his human trafficking business would surely rise again in no time. But when they sought out the Marine unit under Lin Hao's command, the reply they received was a blunt refusal. Lin Hao was willing to compensate the civilians for the losses caused by his battle. However, he would never indulge the world nobles and the slaver pirates who trampled on civilians as if they were ants. If not for his position, Lin Hao would have gladly taught these scoundrels a harsh lesson right here. Now that they had suffered heavy losses, Lin Hao was secretly overjoyed, asking him to compensate these scum of the pirate world. Not a chance. This unusual scene delighted the civilians on the island. Their favorable impression of the Marines skyrocketed. Hey. There was an earthquake here just now. I heard it was because a Marine Admiral was capturing a legendary pirate. That's right. Because of that battle, our house collapsed. But the Marines immediately sent compensation, enough to build a new house and more. Why have the Marines become so kind all of a sudden? I was even thinking of moving to pirate territory for some peace. Now that the Marines are so approachable, why go to pirate territory? Our safety is guaranteed. Last time when Admiral Akainu came to capture a criminal, the battle was so fierce that our supplies were destroyed. We had to swallow our losses. Compared to Admiral Akainu's forces, this Marine Admiral is much more approachable, huh? I know. This time the new Marine headquarters, Admiral Qinglong, came to Sabeti archipelago. Long live Admiral Qinglong. That's right. Long live Admiral Qinglong. We hope Admiral Qinglong will visit here often. In less than half a day, with the help of ability users in the Marines, the reconstruction of the civilians' homes on Sabeti archipelago was largely completed. When Lin Hao's forces left Sabeti, the civilians came out reluctantly to bid farewell. Amid the cheers and gratitude of the civilians, the Marine warship carrying Lin Hao slowly sailed away from Sabeti archipelago, the halfway station of the Grand Line. Just as Lin Hao's warship was heading back to Marine headquarters at Marineford, the diligent news crews of the Morgan's News Co. had already delivered the latest newspaper to every corner of the Grand Line. The New World. Over a perpetually frigid island in the latter half of the Grand Line, a shivering news crew delivered the newspapers and quickly flew away from the area. At the summit of this icy island, layers of snow-capped peaks interlocked. Countless broken ice blades lay across the path, and the glacier's sword tombs, shaped like gravestones, marked how many heroes had come to challenge and fallen. And the man with red hair sat proudly at the center of this natural fortress. With one arm missing and a shocking scar at the corner of his eye, he was none other than the famous Yonko of the New World, Red Hair Shanks. Vice Captain Rayleigh. I haven't seen you for years, and the next time I hear of you it's that you've been thrown into impelled down. The Yonko Red Hair Shanks held the latest newspaper. His brow furrowed, his expression grave. The Dark King Rayleigh, a legendary class powerhouse captured by the Marines. Hearing Shanks's solemn words, his first mate Ben Beckman showed a shocked expression. As the second in command of the Red Hair Pirates, and possessing strength no less than a Marine Admiral, he knew the weight of the name Dark King Rayleigh. Though the power of Roger's era was no longer at its peak, any action they took would still stir the tides of the Grand Line. An existence like that, not even enemy pirate crews, nor the top combat power of the Marines, the Admirals, would want to provoke lightly. A powerhouse of that level captured by the Marines and thrown into impelled down. Even the normally calm Ben Beckman, known as the highest IQ in the pirate world, was stunned. Beckman, take over as captain for a while. I need to go out. After putting down the newspaper Red Hair, Shanks's expression had turned grim. Going to see those guys, eh? Seeing Shanks's solemn look, Ben Beckman raised no objection. Exactly. I need to visit old acquaintances and also try to gather some info on that guy. Whole Cake Island. At this moment, the island, made entirely of various desserts and candies, was suffering a terrifying disaster. Tall buildings made of candy or pastries were collapsing rapidly. The residents of Whole Cake Island were fleeing in terror. Amid the layers of candy rubble, a massive figure comparable to a giant was rampaging wildly. That towering figure was none other than the Yonko of the New World, known as Big Mom, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Lin. Her eyes were bloodshot, her emotions raging, and every building in sight was destroyed by her. Yet from her mouth came strange words that outsiders couldn't understand. I want pie. I want pie. In the distance, a news coup that had just delivered its papers flapped its wings frantically and quickly fled the area. And there, a tall, handsome man with a large scarf covering the lower half of his face held a newspaper. As he hurried toward Charlotte Lin, he shouted to the panicked people, I'll hold off Mama for now. Go find Strusen and make the pie. The next moment, Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, flashed. Just as Charlotte Lin was about to destroy a tall building, the strongest of the three sweet commanders blocked her path and accurately pressed the newspaper onto his mother's face. Rayleigh captured by the Marines. Mama, how interesting. Now I really want to meet this Admiral Qinglong. The child of the strongest woman and the strongest man will surely become the strongest on the Grand Line. Mama, on the Moby Dick. A tall, muscular man with a white crescent mustache and bulging muscles like small mountains stared gravely at the newspaper in his hand. The fully unfolded newspaper could not cover his enormous palm. On the shoulder of the man with the white crescent mustache sat a middle-aged man with a pineapple-shaped head, looking very calm. Unlike the pirate underlings around them, who were joyfully holding a banquet, the two men wore extremely solemn expressions. After a moment, the man with the pineapple-shaped head on the crescent mustache man's shoulder couldn't help asking, Hey, Pops, that Dark King Rayleigh has been thrown into impelled down. As the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, known as the Phoenix, knew the weight of the name Dark King Rayleigh. When he was still a rookie pirate on the Whitebeard Pirates, he had once crossed swords with that vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Although he was not what he was today, the fact that a powerhouse who had defeated his strongest form in a single move had been captured by someone he had never heard of and thrown into impelled down. He found it hard to accept. Though the one who acted was a Marine Admiral formally appointed by the world government. Still, that was the Dark King Rayleigh. Even if his own Pops personally intervened, he couldn't be sure of subduing him completely. I saw it. This is quite a remarkable guy. Admiral Qinglong. He's been very active lately. Pops, we need to be wary of this guy. I saw the newspaper a few days ago. I don't know if it's true, but it said that before heading to Sabeti Archipelago, he even defeated another Marine Admiral, Akainu, though they had never met. As the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco was already tense. They were a Yonko-level pirate crew. Once they encountered the Marines, it was basically a fight to the death. If the next time they fought the Marines, they sent this mysterious Admiral Qinglong, the Whitebeard Pirates would be in a very bad spot. Gururara, he's only beaten an old man and a brat. Such a guy is nothing to worry about. If he dares to come, I'll smash him right into the ground. Seeing Marco's grave expression on his shoulder, even though he knew that the new Marine Admiral Qinglong was undoubtedly extremely powerful, as the pillar of the pirate crew, Whitebeard Edward Newgate could only force a contemptuous smile. Wano country. At this moment, Onigashima was in complete chaos. The three all-stars, King the Wildfire, Queen the Plague, and Jack the Drought, were directing their subordinates to search everywhere for the missing Kaido. After searching for a while with no results, Brother King, you don't think Kaido-sama would? That's right. That idiot read the newspaper and ran off. He's probably gone to Marine headquarters to commit suicide again. Hearing Jack's uneasy question, King, known as the Wildfire, helplessly tapped his own head. That Marine headquarters Admiral Qinglong is definitely not simple. I hope Kaido-sama doesn't capsize this time. 2 days later, Thanks to Lin Hao's deliberate procrastination, the warship he was aboard slowly made its way to the port of Marineford, the Marine's main headquarters. Lin Hao had just stepped off the ship with the captured Rayleigh when he was immediately startled by the scene before him. He had merely returned to report to Marine headquarters as usual. To his astonishment, the harbor was teeming with an enormous crowd. The atmosphere was nothing short of spectacular. Drums beating, firecrackers exploding, red flags fluttering, and countless faces gazing upward. Not only had the various brigadier generals, rear admirals, and vice admirals of Marine headquarters arrived, but at the very front of the formation Lin Hao spotted Fleet Admiral Sengoku and hero of the Marines Garp. Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji of the Marine headquarters were also present, and behind them stood nearly the entire Marine headquarters force, all gathered to welcome their return. What truly shocked everyone was seeing Silver's Rayleigh, a top-tier powerhouse from the pirate world, obediently following Lin Hao without any seastone handcuffs, showing no signs of resistance or escape attempts. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's usually stern face broke into a radiant smile, like a steamed bun blossoming open. Meanwhile, hero of the Marines Garp, his favored disciple Admiral Aokiji, and the morally ambiguous Admiral Kizaru. Their expressions had reached perfect unison. All were visibly stunned, their jaws nearly hitting the floor, their eyes bulging from their sockets. Who had they captured? It was Silver's Rayleigh, the right hand of the late pirate King Roger. Even a day earlier, before Lin Hao's return, they had learned of Rayleigh's capture through the mail delivery Seagull's newspaper. Before Lin Hao arrived, aside from the top combatants at Marine headquarters, mid-level and lower-ranking officers alike found it hard to believe. Who had Lin Hao captured? It was Silver's Rayleigh, the very man Admiral Garp had battled countless times during his youth. Though Rayleigh had grown old among those present, only Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku could claim any chance of subduing him. Who here would dare claim they could capture a legend like him? This revelation hit especially hard for Kizaru, who had already viewed Lin Hao as a model to emulate, though his lazy nature remained unchanged. Even Aokiji, known for his laid-back sense of justice, wore an expression of genuine admiration. He truly is remarkable. Yet among the crowd, one person wore a distinctly displeased look. It was Akainu, who had been nearly beaten to pieces by Lin Hao's hands before. His intent had been to humble the younger man and prove his own capabilities. But instead, Lin Hao, a newly appointed Marine Admiral, had somehow taken down someone as formidable as Silver's Rayleigh. If not for his natural devil fruit abilities and his extraordinary recovery factor, he would have perished outright in that battle against Lin Hao. Thinking of this, Akainu glanced at Sengoku, who was watching Lin Hao with a broad smile. His eyes practically spewed magma. Why hadn't anyone told him that Lin Hao had once belonged to the God Knights, or that he'd nearly beaten St. Figureland Garling to death? Had he known of Lin Hao's formidable strength, Akainu would never have foolishly provoked such a dangerous figure. Looking down at the harbor packed with cheering crowds, Lin Hao nearly mistook the scene for an early version of the Summit War. Feeling the weight of countless admiring gazes directed at him, Lin Hao strikingly mimicked the posture of a corporate executive he'd seen before his transmigration, chest puffed out, spine straight. With flamboyant flair, he waved to the cheering crowd below. As he descended the warship, an admiral's presence somehow radiated the commanding aura of a fleet commander, a display of sheer arrogance that made Admiral Akainu's eyes burn with fury. He desperately wanted to seize Lin Hao and give him a sound beating, but the harsh reality was that he simply couldn't match him. Qinglong, you've worked incredibly hard this time. Sengoku paid no mind to Lin Hao's smug demeanor. After thoroughly confirming that the scowling old pirate standing before him was indeed Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Pirate King, Sengoku eagerly grasped Lin Hao's hands tightly. This was a genuine capture, a legendary pirate of the highest caliber. This victory carried tremendous significance for deterring both the rising pirates navigating the Grand Line and the remnants of Roger's crew. If Lin Hao could maintain this level of efficiency, what harm could come from a bit of arrogance? The Fleet Admiral's chair could practically be handed over to him. However, the very next moment, Lin Hao's response as a Marine Admiral instantly froze the smile on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face. You're too kind, Fleet Admiral. As a Marine Admiral, capturing pirates is simply my duty. Oh, by the way, what is Silver's Rayleigh's bounty? In an instant, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's sharp mind sensed trouble. This admiral was notorious for slacking off and avoiding responsibility. He'd only agreed to hunt down Ace because someone paid 10 times the bounty as compensation. Now he was asking about Rayleigh's bounty. Could he be thinking what Sengoku feared? Before Lin Hao could finish his sentence, the Fleet Admiral's strategic mind had already pieced together the young man's true intentions. Just as he was about to deflect with some excuse, Admiral Kizaru, the man notoriously lax in his duties, suddenly spoke up with surprising eagerness to provide the answer. That's Silver's Rayleigh we're talking about. If I recall correctly, his bounty stands at 4 billion berries. With a single remark from Kizaru, the smile vanished completely from Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face. Witnessing Sengoku's expression shift instantly to one of utter dread, Silver's Rayleigh, standing obediently beside Lin Hao, was utterly confused. Wasn't his bounty set by the Marines themselves? It wasn't even kept secret anymore. So why was Sengoku reacting this way over a mere number? While Rayleigh stood there bewildered by Sengoku's expression, Lin Hao's face instantly transformed into one of warm amiability. His smile was radiant. "Fleet Admiral, you understand my methods. I act for payment. But for your sake, I made an exception this time, completing the task before discussing compensation. Rayleigh's bounty is 4 billion berries, so asking for 40 billion as compensation seems fair, doesn't it? Subtracting the 10 billion already paid for capturing Ace, you only need to pay me 390 billion berries this time." In an instant, the crowd that had been cheering moments ago fell into deathly silence. Not to mention those Navy Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals who had never even laid eyes on Lin Hao before. Even Rayleigh, the legendary pirate personally captured and brought back to Marine headquarters by Lin Hao, stared with wide eyes in astonishment. What was going on? Wasn't Lin Hao the newly appointed Marine Admiral of the Azure Dragon Division at Marine headquarters? Why would the Navy ask their superiors for compensation when capturing pirates? If not for the golden shoulder insignia on Lin Hao's Justice Cape that signified his admiral rank. Rayleigh, the legendary powerhouse who had dominated the Grand Line for half his life, nearly mistook Lin Hao for a bounty hunter. And even as a bounty hunter, one would expect him to pursue targets based on the bounties offered, would he not? How could this guy demand 10 times the bounty just for making an arrest? In that moment, Rayleigh was utterly bewildered. "You damn fool. We are the Marines, the forces of justice whose mission is to combat and capture pirates. How dare you demand payment from Vice Admiral Sakazuki simply for apprehending a pirate? You are an embarrassment to the Navy." Due to his recent recovery from injuries, Sakazuki only knew that Lin Hao had been dispatched to capture the pirate Supernova Ace. He was unaware of the matter regarding Lin Hao demanding 10 times the bounty from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Seeing Lin Hao shamelessly requesting compensation for something squarely within his duties, the hawkish representative among the Marines immediately flew into a rage. In that moment, a layer of scalding magma rapidly enveloped Sakazuki's body. Meanwhile, the surrounding temperature surged upward in unison. Some Navy officers and soldiers stationed near Sakazuki, unable to endure the searing heat, found themselves involuntarily retreating step by step. Sakazuki turned his gaze toward Lin Hao. The murderous intent in his eyes was completely unmasked. If eyes could kill, Lin Hao would have already made dozens of round trips to the underworld. As the representative of the Marine Hawks, Sakazuki typically showed no mercy toward pirates. Whenever he encountered them, regardless of whether he was on duty or not, this formidable magma fruit user would unleash devastating slaughter. Lin Hao was demanding compensation from the Fleet Admiral for capturing a pirate right in front of him. This was an utter disgrace to the Marines, especially since that old ghost Rayleigh was watching right beside them. At this moment, Rayleigh had recovered from his initial shock. He glanced at the grinning Lin Hao, then at the furious Sakazuki and the resigned, despairing Fleet Admiral Sengoku. For a moment, he became curious about how these top-tier combatants within the Marines typically interacted with one another. After all, when he was aboard the Roger ship, everyone was comrades. With that thought in mind, Rayleigh, whose body was unbound by chains, simply crossed his arms and curiously observed how events would unfold. "What's the matter? Still haven't learned your lesson from last time? Should I teach you a proper lesson?" Though protected by several formidable physical constitutions, he was not afraid of the terrifying heat radiating from Sakazuki's abilities. But upon feeling offended, Lin Hao's face had lost its warm, spring-like smile. In its place was the same merciless, crazy killing intent that Sakazuki displayed, instantly filling Lin Hao's eyes without reservation. He disliked fighting his own colleagues. But if someone was constantly putting on airs despite lacking real capability, in Lin Hao's eyes, then Lin Hao wouldn't hesitate to permanently resolve the matter, leaving them unable to rise again. "I've already captured the person. Getting 400 billion berries is impossible, and even if I don't give it to you, what can you do about it?" Seeing the once playful Lin Hao suddenly filled with terrifying killing intent, Sakazuki, just moments ago consumed by fury, immediately calmed down. Recalling how Lin Hao had nearly beaten him to the point where his body couldn't be pieced back together, the hawkish Marine representative instantly reverted, his elemental magma formed back to normal. But the harsh words had already been spoken. If he backed down now and admitted defeat to Lin Hao, how could he possibly maintain his position as a Marine Admiral in the future? Therefore, although Sakazuki withdrew his abilities, his mouth refused to yield. With Marine hero Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the other admirals all present, if Lin Hao truly dared to fight him here, the others would never stand idly by. But the very next second, Lin Hao's straightforward reply left everyone present frozen in astonishment once more. "Refuse to pay. I've already brought the person here, and you're telling me no now? Try it. I'll send Rayleigh straight back to the Sabaody archipelago right now. You dare?" Lin Hao's words rang out with iron resolve. The assembled Navy officers present were all awed by his aura and dared not utter a sound. As for Rayleigh, the Plague King, he turned his head to look at Lin Hao, the one who had personally captured him and brought him to Marine headquarters. His eyes instantly filled with curiosity. Could this guy really be a Marine? It seemed that Punk Sakazuki's hatred toward him ran considerably deeper than even that of Captain Roger. Hopefully these people truly decide not to pay Lin Hao's reward. If so, he wouldn't need Lin Hao to escort him back. He could escape on his own. In that moment, everyone's expressions toward Admiral Lin Hao varied wildly, painting a scene of extraordinary vividness. Rayleigh the Plague King looked at Lin Hao, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Meanwhile, Sakazuki and Fleet Admiral Sengoku wore faces of deep consternation. As for the other two admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru, their faces all displayed a mixture of helplessness and schadenfreude. With a powerhouse like Rayleigh already captured, there was naturally no need to release him. Now it remained to be seen whether this conflict would truly erupt into a fight. You dare. Coming to his senses after the initial shock, Admiral Sakazuki, who had previously harbored some trepidation due to Lin Hao's strength, grew furious once more. A legendary level pirate had just been captured, and they wanted to send him back. What did they take Marine headquarters for? A public restroom where anyone could come and go as they pleased. If Lin Hao actually went through with it, Sakazuki would never consent. Even at the cost of his own life, he would absolutely not allow a Marine Admiral to act so recklessly. With this thought in mind, Sakazuki once again began activating the power of his magma fruit abilities. As for Lin Hao standing opposite him, a scornful sneer played across his lips. I keep my word, see if I dare. I can bring Rayleigh back and I can send him out. Let's see which of you has the ability to stop me if payment isn't made. From the moment he stepped off the warship until Sakazuki and Lin Hao stood locked in tense confrontation, only a few minutes had passed. What transpired in those brief minutes left Rayleigh and the top-tier combatants of the Marines questioning whether they were dreaming. If word of today's events were to spread, it would undoubtedly become a headline capable of shaking the entire Grand Line. Watching as Sakazuki had already activated his abilities and Lin Hao began rolling up his sleeves. The Fleet Admiral, known as the Navy's strategist Sengoku, could only sigh helplessly. Then his words caused Sakazuki, the hawkish representative within the Marines, to instantly turn pale with fury. Lin Hao, 400 billion is far too enormous an amount. I can at most pay 100 billion berries. As for the rest, I need to request approval from above. In any case, Rayleigh the Plague King must absolutely not be released. In the Holy Land, Mali Qiaoyao inside a lavishly decorated office within Panga City. One of the five elders, the finance god Nashaleng Sheng, was carefully polishing his treasured sword while sitting supremely relaxed on his recliner. After sending Lin Hao, the one who caused a huge mess in the Holy Land, to the Marine headquarters, the five elders finally enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. On days when there were no urgent matters requiring the five elders' deliberation, their daily lives, as the highest authority of the world government, were filled with extravagant indulgence. Today was also a very relaxed day for the five elders, as the seas had been calm lately with nothing particularly troubling to worry about. Just then the abrupt sound of brew brew echoed in the otherwise silent room as if annoyed by the disturbance. The finance god Nashaleng Sheng's initially relaxed expression instantly turned sour. After picking up the Den Den Mushi, the snail, whose mimicry ability far surpassed an Oscar-winning actor, immediately put on a stern expression. It even mimicked the glasses worn by the caller. This grim expression was unmistakably who it was. Is that Zhanghua? Has something happened at the Marines? He asked, looking at the lifelike face mimicked by the Den Den Mushi. Finance god Nashaleng Sheng placed the Den Den Mushi's receiver on the table while continuing to polish his treasured sword. Nothing special. I'm calling to report that the Dark King Lei Li has been captured by Azure Dragon Admiral and brought to Marine headquarters. Now the Dark King Lei Li has been imprisoned in Tujinchang, and there are still some follow-up tasks requiring your guidance, Lord Nashaleng Sheng. Oh, so it's about this. Since the man has been caught, what else is there to report? The Azure Dragon Admiral has done well this time. Zhanghua, you should commend him on our behalf. Hearing that Marshal Zhanghua was reporting the capture of the Dark King Lei Li, Nashaleng Sheng's previously displeased expression instantly relaxed. Who was the Dark King Lei Li? He was the right-hand man of the pirate King Roger. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also wielded profound influence across the Vita Honglu. If the execution of the pirate King Roger years ago had sparked the great pirate era on the Vita Honglu, then the remnants of the Roger pirates were living witnesses to Roger's great achievements. These remnants had a far-reaching influence on the powerful figures among the pirate factions. When the Roger pirates disbanded, the five elders had been deeply worried about those remnants. However, they were powerful and elusive. Thus the world government could do nothing but turn a blind eye as long as those fellows didn't cause trouble. Now with one move, Lin Hao had taken down the powerful Lei Li among the Roger pirates' remnants. This was undoubtedly a significant deterrent to the rookie pirates who had just set sail or were planning to but hadn't yet prepared. Appointing Lin Hao as the admiral at Marine headquarters was undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions the five elders had made in years. Thinking of this, finance god Nashaleng Sheng couldn't help but feel smug. But in the next moment, the report from Marshal Zhanghua on the other end of the Den Den Mushi nearly made the finance god of the five elders leap 3 feet into the air. The Dark King Lei Li has been locked up in Tujinchang, but the matter with the Azure Dragon Admiral is not over. He demands that the world government pay him 10 times the bounty on Lei Li as compensation for this operation, otherwise he will. Otherwise, what does he want? Watching the dedicated Den Den Mushi perfectly mimic Marshal Zhang was grim expression. Nashaling Sheng's heart suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. I already issued him a check for 10 billion berries, and only then was Lei Li escorted into Tujincheng. If the remaining 30 billion berries are not transferred within 10 days, the Azure Dragon Admiral will go to Tujincheng and release the Dark King, Lei Li, directly. What? Is he insane? Absolutely not. Although he had anticipated that Lin Hao, who had once beaten Figureland Green Bull Saint so badly that he still couldn't get out of bed over a trivial matter, would pull some outrageous stunt. Upon hearing this almost outright extortion, Nashaling Sheng, who had been sitting elegantly on the tatami, leaped 3 feet into the air. He even tossed aside the legendary sword he had been carefully polishing. He was the finance god of the 5 elders in charge of the Holy Land's finances. Essentially, all the funds of the world government were under his management. Yet even so, 40 billion berries was still no small amount to him. He didn't have the authority to just hand it out. On the other end of the Den Den Mushi, inside the Marine Headquarters Marshal's office, Marshal Zhang Guo wore a helpless expression. Such matters were truly beyond his ability to handle. Better to leave the headache to the higher-ups. As for Admiral Qi Quan, who had been taught a lesson by Lin Hao earlier, upon seeing the Den Den Mushi mimic Nashaling Sheng's expression that looked like he wanted to devour someone, he immediately rejoiced inwardly. If he and Marshal Zhang Guo couldn't handle him, could the 5 elders, the pinnacle of the world government's power, still fail to deal with this troublesome slacker? For a moment, Admiral Qi Quan's face showed an extremely smug expression. His mind conjured up images of Lin Hao being reprimanded or even directly punished by the 5 elders. Imagining the scene of the previously arrogant Lin Hao being dragged before the 5 elders and scolded, Admiral Qi Quan felt immensely gratified. It was as if he himself had personally avenged the grudge of being beaten by Lin Hao to the point where his body could barely be reassembled. But in the next second, Admiral Qi Quan's smug expression froze rigidly on his face. Although finance god Nashaling Sheng still looked extremely displeased, the words he spoke left Marshal Zhang Guo and Admiral Qi Quan stunned. I understand. We will give it careful consideration. This matter requires us to discuss together, and afterward we will call Lin Hao personally. Hey. Nashaling Sheng, what are you kidding about? Isn't that Azure Dragon guy going to be punished at all? This is blatant extortion against the world government. How can you handle it like this? After receiving Nashaling Sheng's reply, Marshal Zhang Guo's face immediately showed a relieved expression. However, the hawkish representative of the Marines, Admiral Qi Quan, was not satisfied. He immediately snatched the Den Den Mushi's receiver from Marshal Zhang Guo's hand and furiously demanded of Nashaling Sheng on the other end. After Admiral Qi Quan's angry roar, there was a brief silence on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Seeing this, Marshal Zhang Guo's relieved expression instantly turned into a bitter smile. Before the enraged Nashaling Sheng could explode, the politically savvy marshal immediately covered his ears. The next moment, you damn bastard. How dare you be so rude to me? Are you looking for death? If you have the ability, go deal with Lin Hao yourself. Otherwise, shut your mouth. In an instant, Nashaling Sheng on the other end let out a furious roar and then slammed the Den Den Mushi's receiver onto the ground. Listening to the busy tone from the other end, Admiral Qi Quan stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, in the luxurious office within Panga City in the Holy Land, veins bulged on the shiny forehead of finance god Nashaling Sheng. We have to tolerate Lin Hao with his boundless strength, but do we have to tolerate you, a Marine Admiral? At the Marine headquarters of Malinfanjuo, on the scorching training ground, Lin Hao was lying leisurely on a deck chair basking in the sun. Not far from him, a group of Marine soldiers were training hard. Of course, just like when he was slacking off before, Lin Hao's gaze occasionally drifted toward the female Marines who were training hard in the distance. Although he did it very discreetly, Admiral Huang Yuan, who had also set up a deck chair and was lying not far from Lin Hao, caught every subtle glance that Lin Hao thought was flawless. Hey, Lin Hao, you are a legitimate Marine Admiral. You should pay a little attention to your image. Watching Lin Hao's somewhat exasperating behavior, Admiral Huang Yuan couldn't help but complain. Even if you want to peek, you don't have to come to this training ground. Vice Admiral, he has many beautiful women under her command. Facing Admiral Huang Yuan's complaint, exposed Lin Hao was momentarily embarrassed. Admiral Huang Yuan, mind your words. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Do you know what this is? This is slander. This is slander. I am a gentleman who pays great attention to self-cultivation. If you want to peek at Vice Admiral, he's subordinates, go yourself. Don't drag me into this, okay? Hearing Lin Hao's sophistry, Admiral Huang Yuan, who was lying on the deck chair and was clearly much taller than Lin Hao, suddenly had a streak of black lines across his forehead. A gentleman. Would a gentleman run to the training ground for no reason other than to bask in the sun and sneak peeks at female Marines whose clothes were drenched in sweat? Would a gentleman extort his direct superior right after finishing his work? Before meeting Lin Hao, Admiral Huang Yuan thought that he himself, with his 9-to-5 schedule and regular off-duty hours, was already outrageous enough for a Marine Admiral. But now, Because of Lin Hao's previous incident of demanding a reward of 40 billion berries from Sengoku, the entire Marine force was in a state of panic. So much so that even a Marine Admiral was sent by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to keep an eye on Lin Hao to prevent him from causing trouble before the reward was paid. It sounded nice as monitoring. But if Lin Hao really got upset and started causing trouble, could a Marine Admiral really stop him? After all, even Figurand Garling, who had shown his prowess in the God Valley battle decades ago, was beaten by this powerful guy and couldn't get out of bed. However, Huang Yuan was still very willing to accept this job. Apart from not liking to sunbathe, he could openly slack off during work hours. For Admiral Huang Yuan, who worshipped slacking off, this was really awesome. Just as Admiral Huang Yuan was looking at Lin Hao, whom he had already regarded as his idol, with admiration. Under Lin Hao's deck chair, the iconic buru-buru sound of a den-den mushi rang out. Although Admiral Huang Yuan was right beside him, Lin Hao had no intention to guard against this guy who believed in the justice of ambiguous morality. As soon as he picked up the receiver of the den-den mushi, the originally quiet den-den mushi vividly mimicked the helpless and pained expression on the other end. It was actually Wokili Sheng, the legal god of war among the Wulao Xing. Seeing the mimicry of the den-den mushi, Admiral Huang Yuan beside Lin Hao immediately recognized the identity of the person on the other end. Is that Lin Hao? I am Wokili Sheng, the legal god of war. As soon as the den-den mushi connected, the bald Wulao Xing with a two-section beard greeted Lin Hao helplessly. Back when Lin Hao had caused a huge mess in the Holy Land by beating up Figurand Garling, it was he, as the legal god of war, who proposed sending Lin Hao to the Marine headquarters to serve as an admiral. Originally thought to be a masterstroke, but just now the Wulao Xing in charge of finance, financial god of war Nasajiro Sheng, summoned all the other Wulao Xing who were on vacation. After hearing Lin Hao's outrageous demand, the other 4 Wulao Xing who were on vacation all turned pale with anger. Although they could definitely afford 40 billion berries. But their money didn't come from the wind. Just because he caught Pluto Rayleigh, who had long ceased to be active, he demanded such an exorbitant reward. But they would never agree to release a pirate like Pluto Rayleigh like that. Therefore, after some discussion, they found a compromise to handle this matter. We have heard your demands. We fully agree with your proposal. Before Lin Hao could respond, the legal god of war Wokili Sheng in the phone directly agreed to Lin Hao's previously proposed demands. This sudden opening surprised Lin Hao. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan, who was also lying in the sun next to Lin Hao, was full of shock. This Lin Hao was truly too powerful. He had thought that being able to easily manipulate senior Marine headquarters officials like Chi Quan and Sengoku was already outrageous enough. Unexpectedly, even the Wulao Xing, the peak of power in the world government, would show respect to this Azure Dragon Admiral. They even agreed to such an outrageous demand. This guy was definitely qualified to be his idol. Thinking this, Huang Yuan looked at Lin Hao, who looked surprised but extremely calm. His eyes were full of admiration. He was not a hot-headed battle maniac like Chi Quan. He must build a good relationship with this Azure Dragon Admiral before him. Huang Yuan was determined to cling to Lin Hao's coattails. Oh, that's really great. I wonder when the check will be delivered. Hearing Wokili Sheng's straightforward answer, Lin Hao scratched his head in slight headache. After receiving several system rewards of bloodlines and skills, Lin Hao could basically walk sideways in the world of pirates. Money was not that important to him. The reason he would always charge his superiors an outrageous price for every task was simply to avoid being assigned work. After all, having official duties would more or less affect his time sunbathing. After receiving several powerful system rewards, the cycle for Lin Hao to obtain rewards was now extremely long. Hearing that, Lin Hao did not seem to have a strong expectation for the huge amount of berries. The legal god of war Wokili Sheng among the Wulao Xing knew that their proposal would definitely interest Lin Hao. For the remaining 30 billion berries, there is no check. We plan to use equivalent items to pay for this Azure Dragon Admiral's reward for capturing Pluto Rayleigh. Equivalent? What do you mean? Hearing Wokili Sheng's proposal over the phone, Lin Hao immediately grew interested. As for wealth, he harbored little desire. Provided it was enough to live comfortably, that sufficed. After all, even the Operation Fruit, which could grant a Devil Fruit user a single surgery, granting immortality, was priced by the world government at merely 5 billion berry. Upon hearing the figure of 3 billion berry, even Kizaru, the fleet admiral, who had accompanied Lin Hao to bask in the sunlight nearby, leaned in with palpable curiosity toward the den-den mushi. Observing the curious admiral, Lin Hao offered a gentle smile and placed the den-den mushi's receiver directly between the two of them, then signaled the former to remain silent. We intend to exchange the throne of a world government member nation for that 3 billion berry. What are your thoughts, Fleet Admiral Qinglong? What? They wish for Qinglong to become a king. Upon hearing Wokili Sheng's proposal through the den-den mushi, Kizaru, who had resolved to keep silent regardless of what he might hear, suddenly shot upright from his oversized deck chair in sheer astonishment. Though he had signaled to Lin Hao that he would not allow the 5 elders on the other end to sense his presence upon learning that Lin Hao might be appointed king of a world government member nation. Kizaru, who had labored through most of his life to ascend to the rank of fleet admiral, simply could not restrain himself any longer. A king of a world government member nation. The privileges accorded to such a status were beyond anything an ordinary person could ever imagine. Even though the Navy headquarters wielded little actual authority, yet should such an encounter arise, never mind officers of varying ranks within the Navy. Even Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, would be obligated to extend the utmost courtesy to a king of a world government member nation. Moreover, beyond all that, so long as the annual sky tax tribute to the world government was provided in full, virtually all remaining tax revenue from that nation would belong to the king personally. Once he became the king of a world government member nation, he would possess both privilege and wealth. More importantly, without the king's own consent, the Navy would have no jurisdiction to summon a world government member nation's king to the Navy headquarters. And when the king of a world government member nation stood before a fleet admiral's salary in hand, free to do as he pleased without the burden of daily duties, was this merely slacking off? This was nothing short of outright paid leave. In that moment, Kizaru gazed at the den mushi, which so vividly imitated Mozarushing of the legal martial god that his own saliva nearly trickled from his lips. They were both fleet admirals of the Navy. How could such a vast disparity in treatment exist? At these thoughts, the previously curious Admiral Kizaru swiftly transformed his expression into a sycophantic smile and addressed the den mushi's receiver obsequiously. Lord Moziru, sir, I too could capture a remnant of the Roger Pirates for you. I require not 3 billion berry. Simply grant me the throne of a world government member nation, do you see? Get lost. Before Kizaru's words had barely finished, Mozarushing's thunderous roar from the other end of the den mushi nearly sent the fleet admiral tumbling from his deck chair onto the ground. That Qinglong admiral can apprehend individuals and deliver them. Do you possess such ability? If not, remain where you are and behave yourself. Wait. Why are you beside Admiral Qinglong? Surely you are eavesdropping on our conversation. Hearing Mozarushing's furious voice from the other end of the den mushi, Admiral Kizaru hastily covered his ears and turned to Lin Hao with an exceedingly awkward expression more pitiable than a grimace. It's of no consequence. Kizaru was merely passing by on occasion. We may continue our discussion. Waving dismissively at the grateful Admiral Kizaru, Lin Hao suddenly found himself quite intrigued by Mozarushing's proposal. Money and privileges were of secondary concern, as long as in the future he could peacefully bask in the sun and avoid bother, and was not disturbed by the hawks within the Navy headquarters. He was quite willing to relinquish the 3 billion berry he had previously agreed upon. Witnessing that Lin Hao bore no grudge for his attempt to interject mid-conversation, Admiral Kizaru's regard for Lin Hao surged once more. Pray tell, which nation's throne do you intend to bestow upon me? When shall the formal appointment be made? Admiral Qinglong, there is no need to hurry. Seeing Lin Hao's interest piqued, Mozarushing of the legal martial god immediately displayed a mischievous grin upon his face. There shall be no issue with the official appointment documents, but Admiral Qinglong must personally eliminate certain obstacles. Oh, what do you mean by that? Though separated by the den mushi beneath its remarkably lifelike transmission, Lin Hao discerned the unmistakably exhilarated smile upon Mozarushing's face. That upturned curve of his lips was truly harder to suppress than a bayonet wound on an AK. Yet for the sake of being able to leisurely bask in the sun at will, Lin Hao did not mind handling certain troubles with his own hands. Because that nation's name is Dressrosa. Dressrosa, is that not the kingdom of the Seven Warlords Don Quixote da Flamingo? Upon hearing Mozarushing announce the name of the nation he intended to place upon Lin Hao's head, both Lin Hao and Kizaru beside the den mushi were startled. Dressrosa, a nation ruled by Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea. As a nation that had flourished exceedingly well along the Grand Line. Its defining feature was the toy soldiers omnipresent upon its streets and the residents who wore smiles upon their faces at all times. To outside observers, Dressrosa appeared orderly and well-managed under the governance of Warlord da Flamingo. But Lin Hao understood the truth perfectly. Beneath this facade of false prosperity, numerous desolate tragedies unfolded ceaselessly. The throne of Dressrosa had been seized by Doflamingo through the brute force of his Ito Nomi abilities. Through Doflamingo's schemes, Dressrosa's former ruler King Riku was driven from the throne and now conceals his true identity, serving as a stagehand in Dressrosa's Colosseum while scheming his resurgence to install himself as the king of Dressrosa. In plain terms, was this not preparation to strip Doflamingo of his 7 warlord title? It was evident. Because of his former status as a celestial dragon, Doflamingo possessed numerous scandalous secrets concerning the Holy Land itself. Any single one of those secrets, if disclosed, would carry repercussions no less devastating than news of the One Piece's true existence. Once revealed, they would inflict tremendous shock upon the world government. Previously, owing to Doflamingo's lineage and backing, the world government had dared not act against him. But now with the formidable Fleet Admiral Qinglong, who feared not even the Yonko, the world government was finally moving against Doflamingo, that ticking time bomb. Oh, if I were to assume the throne of Dressrosa, then what becomes of warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo's position? Doflamingo. That man has grown quite bold, giving the world government quite the headache. I trust Admiral Blue Dragon knows precisely what to do. Cut the nonsense. Just tell me whether you need him alive or dead. With words already laid so bare, there was nothing left for either party to conceal. Upon confirming that Lin Hao had agreed to act, Mercurius, Saint the god of law and martial arts, was immediately filled with excitement. Previously with Emperor Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, as his backing, and given that Doflamingo was formerly a celestial dragon, the world government had possessed absolutely no means to deal with this vexatious fellow. Now that Lin Hao had agreed to intervene, Doflamingo, the thorn in the eye and splinter in the flesh of the celestial dragons, had naturally become synonymous with eradication. At this thought, Mercurius Saint on the other end of the din mushy hastily addressed Lin Hao. Since Admiral Blue Dragon is taking action, we shall no longer fret over this matter. Once he delivers Doflamingo to impel down, the world government's official appointment will be issued immediately. Not even outright execution. How remarkably merciful you are. The conversation concluded swiftly between both parties in an atmosphere of complete harmony. After casually disconnecting the din mushy, Kizaru beside Lin Hao gazed at him. His eyes held nothing but envious resentment, and an admiration as boundless as surging waters. They were both admirals of the Marines' headquarters. While he had to slink about for his own leisure, his one legitimate outing had been under the guise of supervising Lin Hao. And then there was Lin Hao. Not only did he openly slack off while collecting his pay, but even his direct superior dared not provoke him. Was this not the very life he had always dreamed of? After disconnecting the din mushy, Lin Hao without a word proceeded directly to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Regarding the directive issued to Lin Hao by the five elders Mercurius Saint, Fleet Admiral Akainu naturally gave his full support. Within the Marines' headquarters, top-tier combat power was exceedingly scarce. Yet it was precisely these few indigestible top-tier forces. Kizaru and Garp were the epitome of showing up without putting in any real effort. Aokiji was equally indolent, the sole admiral capable of actually getting things done, Akainu. Yet he was also a battle maniac who stirred up endless trouble with every mission. If it were merely these matters, Sengoku, as fleet admiral, could still bear with them. But then came Admiral Blue Dragon, formidable in strength, yet treating military rank with utter disregard. This fellow knew only how to slack off day in and day out. After finally accomplishing something passable, he nearly depleted the Marines' entire coffers. Now with an opportunity to keep this individual away from the Marines' headquarters, Sengoku welcomed it with both hands raised in eager approval. Otherwise, given Lin Hao's manner of conduct, he truly had no idea which department to assign this admiral to. Better for him to go elsewhere and rule as a local tyrant. As long as he remained within the Marine ranks and could come assist during major crises, that would suffice. Regarding Lin Hao's request to requisition a warship to sail for Dressrosa, Fleet Admiral Sengoku agreed almost without a second thought. Then just as Lin Hao was about to leave the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku called out to him with some helplessness. Lin Hao, before heading to Dressrosa, you and Admiral Kizaru should first pay a visit to that Vegapunk. That man is quite interested in you and wishes to make your acquaintance. Oh, Vegapunk. That genius scientist whose technology surpasses the world by 500 years. Why would he seek an audience with me? Hearing that Vegapunk wished to meet him, Lin Hao turned toward Fleet Admiral Sengoku with sudden curiosity. Don't you ever read the World Economic newspaper besides lying around sunbathing? In response to Lin Hao's inquiry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku quite peevishly withdrew 2 newspapers from his desk drawer. He tossed them onto the desk in a manner far from cordial. Lin Hao harbored no resentment towards Sengoku's attitude. In fact, he could well understand it. If he were in a position of authority facing a subordinate who constantly slacked off and caused trouble yet remained untouchable, his own demeanor probably would not have been any more gracious than that of the Marine's strategic mind. The moment he saw the newspapers, black veins began to pulse upon Lin Hao's forehead. New Marine Admiral Blue Dragon absent himself from the Marines' headquarters meeting once again without cause. Admiral Akainu went to admonish him and was left critically injured. New Marine Admiral Blue Dragon displays his prowess, Silver's Rayleigh remnant of the Roger Pirates delivered to impel down 2 newspapers, 2 striking headlines. These not only sent the popularity of the enigmatic Admiral Lin Hao, rarely seen in public, soaring, but also embarrassed the other top-tier combat forces of the Marines' headquarters to no small degree. Previously, Lin Hao had been entirely absorbed in slacking off and soaking up the sun, paying no heed to the World Economic newspaper whatsoever. But upon seeing these 2 remarkably conspicuous headlines, Lin Hao finally understood why those hawkish figures within the Marines' headquarters despised him so. after serving as a Marine Admiral for so many years. Yet the moment he arrived they were instantly branded as inferior in ability. Who could endure such humiliation? Thinking that the hawkish figure representative Akainu, whom he had beaten to the point of being bedridden for days, had confronted him for precisely this reason. For a moment Lin Hao actually felt that perhaps Akainu was not entirely unforgivable. Of course, if he came looking for trouble again, he would still be beaten. Are newspapers this absurd nowadays? By the way, what does Vegapunk wanting to see me have to do with these two newspapers? After roughly skimming through the content of the newspapers, Lin Hao remained thoroughly puzzled. Gazing upon Lin Hao's guileless and handsome visage, Fleet Admiral Sengoku could only let out a weary sigh. That man is a genius scientist rare to encounter in 100 years across this world. His thirst for knowledge is instinctive. When someone of such formidable power as you suddenly appeared naturally, he would be consumed with curiosity. Hey. Fleet Admiral, is excellence itself a crime? Could it be that he wants me to go there so he can dissect me for study? Hearing Sengoku's explanation, Lin Hao immediately grew wary. For he was after all a bona fide transmigrator. The very concept of a transmigrator was beyond the comprehension of the One Piece world. But if someone like Vegapunk, a brain fruit user of extraordinarily high intellect, were to discern something, there was no telling what he might uncover. If anything were to go awry, it would surely prove entirely detrimental to himself. That Vegapunk merely wishes to meet you, dissect you. He should be more concerned about you overturning the entire Egghead Island. In any case, just pay a symbolic visit this time, make acquaintance, and then proceed to Dressrosa to handle Doflamingo's affair. Observing his expression instantly shift from its usual languor to one of palpable concern, Fleet Admiral Sengoku could not resist making a remark toward Lin Hao. 2 days after leaving Marine headquarters, the warship carrying Lin Hao arrived at the port of Egghead Island. Unlike the original story, Egghead Island at this time was merely a barren nascent island. Apart from the steel city in the center of the island that exuded a faint technological vibe, the massive dome formed by Vegapunk's head, so prominent in the original tale, had yet to appear. Naturally, the sea beast weapons that would encircle the island 2 years after the Paramount War existed only on blueprints at this point. On this occasion, aside from Lin Hao, who had come en route to execute a mission in Dressrosa, Admiral Kizaru, the commander of the Marine Science Unit, also accompanied Lin Hao to this place. Because it was still in its infancy, Egghead Island could not yet sustain itself as it did in the original story. Essentially, all supplies were regularly delivered by the Marines. As soon as he stepped onto the somewhat barren island, Lin Hao spotted a colossal brain that seemed to tower into the clouds. Looking downward, he saw that beneath that enormous brain was connected to a frail white-haired old man. The reason for describing him as frail was entirely because Lin Hao's reference was the gigantic brain atop the old man's head. If the brain were removed, as in the original story, Vegapunk's height would still exceed 3 meters. Lin Hao understood that the reason Vegapunk's head was so abnormally large was because Vegapunk was a user of the Paramecia type brain fruit. This devil fruit possessed no combat power, but it granted its user an infinitely capacious brain space. The more knowledge the user accumulated, the more enormous their brain became. Though he had already mentally prepared himself, Lin Hao was still astounded when he saw Vegapunk's gigantic brain tens of meters in height. After all, although he had seen Vegapunk's appearance in the original One Piece manga, there had never been a complete image of his head. Whenever this genius scientist of the pirate world appeared, his brain would always break the manga's page borders, except for 2 years later when the enormous brain was replaced by a receiving antenna. The new Marine Admiral Qinglong. I've finally met you. I never imagined you'd be such a young lad. The moment he saw Lin Hao, Vegapunk rushed over excitedly as if he had discovered a new continent and firmly grasped both of Lin Hao's hands. Though it was their first meeting, Vegapunk acted as if they were old friends, or at least his goodwill toward Lin Hao rivaled that toward Admiral Kizaru. The O'Hara incident, which had occurred over a decade ago, had always weighed heavily on his mind as a scientist. Although Admiral Akainu had acted on the world government's orders, the shelling of civilian evacuation ships and the attacks on innocent civilians and scholars filled Vegapunk, himself a scholar researching the blank history, with deep contempt. Because they were in the same faction and Akainu was immensely powerful, Vegapunk could only swallow his resentment and endure Akainu no matter how dissatisfied he felt. But Lin Hao, shortly after taking office, had beaten the executor of the O'Hara incident so badly that his body was barely intact. Though he hadn't avenged the innocent scholars who had perished, he had finally released the pent-up anger that had been festering in Vegapunk's chest for so many years. Thus, Vegapunk had long wanted to see what kind of extraordinary being this Marine Admiral who had taught Akainu a lesson was. But upon their first meeting, he was utterly shocked by Lin Hao's youthful appearance. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Hao seemed to be under 20. To have reached such strength at this age. Once he grew to his full potential, he would surely be able to stride unopposed across the Grand Line. Behind Vegapunk stood Senamaru, his bodyguard, who looked on with curiosity and admiration. As the captain of the Marine Science Unit, Senamaru, who was Kizaru's subordinate and disciple, naturally understood the formidable power of the Marine Admiral who was renowned alongside his old acquaintance. To be able to beat Akainu unconscious, forcing him to rely on the medical corps to barely survive. How could such strength not inspire respect? As for Lin Hao, his attention was constantly captivated by Vegapunk's grotesquely oversized brain. Despite the extreme disproportion between the upper and lower parts, that enormous brain didn't impede Vegapunk's movements in the slightest, as if the colossal brain almost touching the sky weighed nothing at all. Yo, Lin Hao. Don't be so surprised. Vegapunk here is a devil fruit user. Some special users are just oddly shaped, you know. Seeing Lin Hao's astonishment at Vegapunk's huge brain, Admiral Kizaru, who had just been directing the supply transport, teased him with an explanation. Hey Borsellino, that's really disrespectful. Exactly. Talking about uncle like that in front of Admiral Qinglong is going too far. Hearing himself described as oddly shaped, Vegapunk, who had known Kizaru for ages, immediately grumbled in dissatisfaction. His bodyguard Sentomaru also raised his hands and voiced his indignation loudly. Watching this warm, everyday scene, a gentle smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Hao's handsome face. Then under the three puzzled gazes, a strange object resembling a log pose suddenly materialized in Lin Hao's hand. Hey, what's that? Is it a new type of eternal pose? I've never seen this model. Curious about the peculiar tool in Lin Hao's hand, Vegapunk, Kizaru, and Sentomaru asked in unison. But in response to their inquiries, Lin Hao gave an answer that left them scratching their heads. This place. Vegapunk just moved here, right? Some things have to be figured out in advance. Check ahead. What do you mean? Looking at Lin Hao smiled Bapoko, and the other two were utterly bewildered. Just as the trio had not yet reacted, Lin Hao blurted out words that only deepened their confusion. All the surveillance den mushy on this island. Before Lin Hao could finish. Amidst the stunned gazes of Bapoko and the other two, the needle on Lin Hao's destiny compass began to vibrate rapidly. A few seconds later, the needle on the compass pointed in a direction. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Hao walked quickly toward where it indicated. Hey, Mr. Qinglong, what exactly is this needle? And what did you mean by checking ahead? Lin Hao continued walking toward the needle's direction on his own. Bapoko and Straw Hat were both thoroughly puzzled, although Bapoko was extremely curious. Admiral Kizaru, however, trusted Lin Hao completely and simply said to follow along. A few minutes later, the three arrived at a heavily concealed ruin within Bapoko's science base. Seeing the needle's indication, Lin Hao smiled faintly. He then disregarded the mess in the ruins and walked straight in. Soon after, a snail-like creature resembling a den mushy, but much smaller in size, was pulled from the rubble by Lin Hao. Huh, is this a surveillance den mushy? Seeing what Lin Hao held in his hand, Bapoko's eyes immediately widened in surprise. Due to the destruction of the previous science base, Bapoko, the genius scientist acclaimed as possessing technology 500 years ahead of the world, had been forced to relocate his former experimental base to Egghead Island, a sparsely populated location in the Grand Line. Originally, he had hoped to conduct his scientific research in peace without interference. But just now, the surveillance den mushy that Lin Hao casually uncovered from the rubble sent the world's greatest pirate-era scientist into a cold sweat. He had believed that everything on Egghead Island was conducted in complete secrecy. To think that every one of his movements had been meticulously monitored and recorded by the world government. Thinking about how he had already begun preparing research into the 100-year void, Bapoko immediately felt his scalp tingle with dread. If it weren't for Lin Hao, who knew which day he might suddenly find himself on the 5 Elders hit list without even understanding why. Oh my Lin Hao, you've truly helped Dr. Bapoko solve a major problem. In sharp contrast to Bapoko's terrified expression, Admiral Kizaru wore an utterly indifferent look. After all, he was originally a member of the world government, fundamentally different from Bapoko, who was merely contracted personnel. Therefore, the appearance of surveillance den mushy on Bapoko's island did not surprise Kizaru in the least. After Bapoko disabled the listening function on the surveillance den mushy, the Marine Admiral couldn't resist teasing with a sarcastic remark. Bapoko was the #1 genius scientist in the world. Possessing an extraordinarily high IQ, he had still been careless enough to fail in conducting prior inspections of a new environment. It seemed the boundary between genius and fool was not so wide after all. By the way, aren't you also part of the world government? You're not going to object as I eliminate the phones planted here, are you? Looking at Admiral Kizaru's indifferent expression, Lin Hao asked curiously. After all, Kizaru was affiliated with the world government, and supervising Bapoko's activities was within his duties. However, Kizaru's subsequent answer left Lin Hao chuckling. Hey, Lin Hao, what silly thing are you saying? There's a difference between eavesdropping and being eavesdropped upon. Although I enjoy spying on others, I certainly don't enjoy being spied on myself. If you hadn't dismantled the surveillance den mushy here, wouldn't I have been within the scope of monitoring as well? I've always wondered why I got scolded every time I slacked off on Egghead Island and returned. Now I finally understand. Good work, Lin Hao. In response to Lin Hao's question, Kizaru answered quite decisively. Work is important, but slack off is more important. As long as he could fish at peace, he couldn't care less what Bapoko was doing here. Then, amid Bipoko's trepidation, Lin Hao used the destiny compass in his hands to systematically eliminate all the surveillance den mushi that Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders, had preemptively ordered agents to conceal on Egghead Island. What a shock the findings brought. In this newly established massive science base on Egghead Island, there were surprisingly over 100 special den mushi used for surveillance. Of course, while Lin Hao was helping Bipoko eliminate the special den mushi used for surveillance one by one, Bipoko immediately shut down all listening functions. On the other side, in the sacred city of Mary Geos, watching each screen in front of him gradually lose its signal and turn into blank static. Saint Satan, the science defense warrior among the 5 elders, angrily smashed the screen to pieces with his cane. Damn you, Lin Hao. How dare you interfere with my surveillance of Bipoko? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Someone, go fetch CP0 at once. Have them arrive at Egghead Island as quickly as possible. The surveillance of Bipoko must not be interrupted. Half an hour later, Lin Hao had systematically eliminated all the special den mushi on Egghead Island used for surveilling Bipoko via the destiny compass. It seemed he had developed psychological trauma. After eliminating all the surveillance, den mushi, Bipoko immediately pulled out a notebook he carried with him. He solemnly recorded the anti-surveillance measures in it, and immediately assigned a scientist assistant to implement this work on the spot. Regarding Lin Hao's helpful intervention, Bipoko's gratitude overflowed. Meanwhile, as the world's foremost scientist, Bipoko developed immense interest in the destiny compass in Lin Hao's hands. But after making a request to study it, Lin Hao unhesitatingly refused. This was a reward granted by the system, its functions operating on a rule-based level. Although the likelihood was slim should this world's top scientist discover anything about a transmigrator, Lin Hao might find himself in deep trouble. Watching Lin Hao's resolute expression, Bipoko could only helplessly give up. Then may I ask you one question? As a Marine Admiral, why did you help me break free from the world government's surveillance? Why would Lin Hao go out of his way to help someone whose stance was so ambiguous? There are 2 reasons. After all, I also have something I'd like to ask you, the world's #1 scientist, for assistance. Looking at the curious Bipoko, a curious thought arose in Lin Hao's heart. But before Lin Hao could offer further explanation to the world's greatest pirate-era scientist, a shrill alarm suddenly echoed through the science base on Egghead Island. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Warning, warning. An unidentified object is approaching Egghead Island at high speed. Confirmed, not Marine personnel or Sea Kings. Please take immediate countermeasures. Please take immediate countermeasures. In an instant, an ear-splitting alarm resounded throughout the entire Danjian Island. Hearing the alert from the broadcast, Vegapunk immediately led Kizaru, Lin Hao, and Sentamaru to his monitoring room. The monitoring room on Danjian Island was sparsely furnished. Aside from the enormous screen at the center of the room, there was virtually nothing else. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegapunk pressed the switch to activate the screen. In an instant, the situation at the port of Danjian Island was displayed with crystal clarity on the massive screen. At the port of Danjian Island, the unidentified object from the broadcast alert had already landed swiftly. With a thunderous roar, the colossal object crashed into the ground of the port, instantly creating a massive crater. Accompanying the deafening roar were the distinct tremors beneath their feet and the billowing dust that filled the surveillance footage. When the dust finally settled, the people in the monitoring room could finally see the unidentified landing object. What had formed the enormous crater on the port's ground was not an object at all. It was a human with a gigantic physique, yet clearly not of the giant tribe. This human had a hairstyle resembling bear ears. His face was angular and sharp. On his palms were distinct patterns resembling bear paws. On his back, he carried a box shaped like a wooden barrel. Despite the immense impact caused during landing, the box on his back remained completely undamaged. Clearly the box contained something of great importance to him. Damn, an intruder. Counterattack. Drive him out. This is the island of the world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk. We cannot allow anyone to invade. The moment the dust cleared, the Navy soldiers who had been transporting supplies on the island immediately recognized the towering figure before them. A burly man whose stature rivaled that of a small giant. Without a single unnecessary word, under the command of the warship captain, the Navy soldiers who had been busy with supply transport instantly raised their weapons. Those with blades drew their swords, those with guns aimed their rifles. In an instant, a fierce barrage of gunfire and cannon shells erupted across the port of Danjian Island, facing the hail of bullets and shells. The tall man with the barrier hairstyle remained stone-faced, firmly shielding the box he had carried during landing behind him. Countless bullets and shells sped toward him in an instant. But in the next moment, the scene on the screen shocked Vegapunk, the world's greatest scientist. The huge man simply waved his hand. Instantly, a massive bear paw-shaped energy barrier erupted before him. Countless bullets and shells struck the barrier and exploded into a cloud of powder. As for the elite Navy soldiers who charged forward with cold weapons for close combat, the towering man expressionless grabbed them one by one. Whenever the man's bare paw-marked hand touched a soldier, that soldier would vanish as if erased from the world. In less than half a minute, over a dozen Navy soldiers had vanished from Danjian Island, as if they had never existed in this world. Damn, he's a devil fruit user. His identity is confirmed. He's the usurper of the Sorbet Kingdom, the Tyrant Bear. Bring out all the weapons and annihilate him here. Within just a few minutes of combat, the identity of the giant-figured man was confirmed. The man on the screen, carefully guarding the wooden box behind him, was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, the Tyrant, who had completed what was called a one-man revolution in the Sorbet Kingdom. Editor's note: original author's commentary removed. Although Lin Hao did not often read newspapers after his transmigration, he had still heard about the grave incident that had occurred recently in the Sorbet Kingdom of the South Blue. According to reports, the Sorbet Kingdom had always been a relatively peaceful nation. However, several years ago, it was attacked by the emerging revolutionary army on the seas. Although the revolutionary army caused no actual harm to the kingdom, the king was driven out of his own country. Later, the king returned to the Sorbet Kingdom and resumed his reign, but the man known as the Tyrant Bear, relying solely on his own strength, once again expelled the royal family of the Sorbet Kingdom. The humiliated king sought help from the world government, which dispatched a fleet to assist. But the Tyrant Bear was exceptionally powerful. Single-handedly, he annihilated the entire Navy fleet, and the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom was killed by Bear in that battle. Afterward, Bartholomew Kuma became the king of the Sorbet Kingdom. Because of the change in sovereignty, the kingdom automatically lost its status as a member of the world government. When people mentioned this man with the barrier hairstyle, they almost always associated him with the word tyrant. But Lin Hao, having read the original story, knew that the reports about Kuma were all nonsense. The original king of the Sorbet Kingdom was a true villain. The reports orchestrated by the world government were merely attempts to smear a gentle and kind-hearted man. Watching the tall figure on the surveillance screen carefully advancing while shielding the wooden box amid the hail of bullets, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Before his transmigration, when he followed the manga One Piece, there were few people he truly respected and admired. But Kuma was definitely one of them. Born a slave even after escaping the Celestial Dragon's massacre game and gaining freedom, fate did not spare this gentle soul. Having experienced all the evils of the world, this kind man still retained his innate gentleness. He did not succumb to darkness like Doflamingo. How could Lin Hao not respect such a person, even though his own strength now completely surpassed Kuma's? Hey, is this guy really that tyrant? Why is he here? Is he coming for me? Don't worry, old man. I'm your bodyguard. No matter how strong the opponent, I'll protect you. Looking at the invincible figure on the surveillance screen, Vegapunk's face, with his tongue almost dragging on the ground, instantly showed a terrified expression. Even though Sentamaru, his bodyguard, vowed to protect him with all his might, Vegapunk still trembled with fear. Although he had been active on Danjian Island, he had heard of the Tyrant Bear's deeds. Now seeing the man's formidable power firsthand on the island, the world's greatest scientist immediately felt unsafe. But when he turned his head and saw the curious Lin Hao beside him and the playful expression on Kizaru's face, the scientist's expression instantly relaxed. After all, there were two Navy headquarters admirals stationed here. Even if the pirate King Roger himself came, he wouldn't gain an inch. Why was he worried? Indeed, as one grows older, the mind tends to become muddled. Hey, Huang Yuan, Xing Long, you two Navy admirals aren't going to just watch me get threatened, are you? He said upon seeing Lin Hao and Huang Yuan. Vegapunk's originally anxious heart immediately calmed down. Although he was a scientist employed by the world government, the captain of the science force was Admiral Huang Yuan. If he was in danger, the Navy would never turn a blind eye. What a terrifying fellow! Since Vegapunk is being threatened, I can't just stand by. Leave it to me. This person is quite interesting. Ooh, I want to go and see him too. Hearing Vegapunk's personal request, even if he was displeased as a Navy Admiral, Huang Yuan had to stir himself a little. Although the opponent was the terrifying existence that had recently caused a huge commotion and even single-handedly destroyed an entire Navy fleet. As an admiral, Huang Yuan felt not a shred of fear. Though he said, "What a terrifying fellow," there was no trace of panic in his expression. In an instant, Huang Yuan's entire body began to gleam with golden light, about to burst into countless specks of light and rush to the battlefield. But just as he was about to leave the monitoring room and head to the port of Egghead Island, Lin Hao unexpectedly expressed his desire to go along. Two admirals joining forces to deal with the enemy. Vegapunk, the world's greatest scientist, was naturally delighted. However, Huang Yuan, also an admiral, was very curious about Lin Hao. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Huang Yuan knew Lin Hao's temperament well. That guy's greatest interest was loafing and basking in the sun, and he would usually avoid trouble whenever possible. What was up with him today? He actually wanted to take on a powerful enemy. Seeing Huang Yuan's puzzled look, Lin Hao could only smile helplessly. I'm just a bit interested in that guy, not because I want to work overtime. Oh, is that so? That's quite rare. Since you want to go, I'll take you there. though he didn't explain the reason to Huang Yuan, seeing Lin Hao's intrigued expression. Huang Yuan kindly offered to bring Lin Hao to the battlefield, but before Huang Yuan could react, Lin Hao's figure vanished instantly. Is he a devil fruit user too? How is he faster than you? Is this the power of an admiral? He seems even stronger than Uncle. Seeing a living person disappear before their eyes, Vegapunk and Sentamaru were stunned on the spot. But then Huang Yuan's reply shocked them once more. That guy isn't a devil fruit user. Though I hate to admit it, he is indeed stronger than me. Even that Akainu almost got his body beaten into pieces by him. Before he finished speaking, Huang Yuan's body instantly turned radiant gold. The next moment the dazzling light vanished, and so did Huang Yuan. On the other side, Lin Hao had already arrived at the port of Egghead Island. Although his bloodline awakening was not complete with the triple boost of the superhuman bloodline Saitama bloodline and the Sin of Pride bloodline. When Lin Hao got serious, he could still surpass Admiral Huang Yuan, the user of the Glint fruit, in speed. As a result, Lin Hao had already arrived while Huang Yuan was only just showing up. Great! Admiral Qinglong and Admiral Huang Yuan are here. The intruder is finished. Ha ha ha. You damn tyrant daring to invade Egghead Island. Pay the price for your foolishness. Seeing Lin Hao and Huang Yuan appear on the battlefield, the Navy soldiers who had been nearly crushed by Kuma's pressure erupted in loud cheers. In an instant, the hundreds of soldiers who had surrounded Kuma quickly parted into two lines, leaving the central battlefield for the two Navy headquarters admirals and the invading tyrant Kuma. I apologize for the intrusion, but I am not here to cause trouble. I have an extremely important matter to discuss with Vegapunk. Hearing the soldiers' cheers, Kuma, who had been calm just moments before, suddenly tensed up. He was now a wanted criminal with a hefty bounty from the world government. It was not suitable for him to show his face in public. He had come to Egghead Island because he heard that the world's greatest scientist Vegapunk was here. In the wooden box behind him lay his daughter Bonnie. She suffered from the same terminal illness as her biological mother, Sapphire Scale, with less than 2 years of life remaining. Thus Kuma had been tirelessly searching for doctors across the world who could cure this disease. Until recently, his old comrade from the Revolutionary Army Long informed him that Egghead Island's defenses were lax, making it the best opportunity to have Vegapunk treat Bonnie's Sapphire Scale. So Kuma risked being targeted by the world government and came here. However, upon landing, he was unlucky enough to find 2 Navy admirals stationed here. What made Kuma even more despairing was that one of the admirals was the top-tier powerhouse, Qinglong, who had been reported in the newspapers as having gravely wounded Akainu. Though the Pawpaw Fruit's abilities were incredible, Kuma knew he could never defeat 2 Navy admirals at once. At this moment, Kuma was already considering retreat, but after glancing at the box behind him, his love for his daughter instantly overcame his fear. Looking at the 2 relaxed admirals before him, Kuma's expression first turned solemn, then became resolute. How frightening! What a splendid expression! It seems I'll have to put in some real effort, seeing that Lin Hao had no intention of intervening. Admiral Huang Yuan casually rolled his shoulders. In an instant, a brilliant, dazzling golden light burst from his body. His elementalized body instantly scattered into countless golden specks, then rapidly coalesced into a human form in the air. Huang Yuan formed a delicate gesture with his hands, crossing his arms before his chest. Before Kuma below could react, countless enormous light projectiles shot toward the grim-faced Kuma, along with Huang Yuan's nonchalant shout, 8-foot Jade Magatama. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Admiral Huang Yuan's body became dazzling once more. Compared to the anime, his real-life Yasukani no Magatama was even more resplendent. The massive orb of light hung in the sky, looking like a small sun from afar. Seeing the countless damaging light projectiles closing in instantly, Kuma quickly set down the box on his back and assumed a sumo-like stance, shielding the airtight wooden box behind him. Pressure cannon. As the Xiong's words fell, countless visible bear-paw-shaped air cannons instantly gathered before him. Compared to the moves he used to spar with the Navy soldiers earlier, the fierce push-shock cannon had a wider range and greater power. Lin Hao clearly remembered that in the original story, when the Xiong first encountered the Straw Hat Pirates on Thriller Bark, he used this very move to knock out all the Straw Hats. Compared to the Thriller Bark arc in the original, this time the Xiong's fierce push-shock cannon was undoubtedly more terrifying in power. Facing the renowned Navy Admiral Huang Yuan, this gentle de Xiong had no room left to hold back. The next moment, with a series of piercing explosions, the air between Huang Yuan and de Xiong erupted with blinding flashes like miniature suns. Though the light seemed serene, the terrifying waves emanating from it made the watching Navy soldiers swallow hard. So this was the strength of a Navy admiral. Were powerful beings like Huang Yuan with such unfathomable might really starting their naval careers as ordinary soldiers, just like them? Unlike the Navy soldiers who were nearly petrified with shock, Lin Hao had long found a convenient spot to bask in the sun. He leisurely became a spectator. For ordinary powerhouses in the pirate world, the strength of these two was already at the ceiling level. But for Lin Hao, who possessed multiple skills, bloodlines, and powerful items, this battle was basically no different from a movie with top-notch visual effects. If it came to a real fight, even if these two joined forces, they would probably be no match for Lin Hao. The reason Lin Hao came was first to see De Xiong, who had endured countless darkness, yet remained gentle to the world. Second, to satisfy his own curiosity. After all, before his transmigration, he had always wondered, did De Xiong in the original story actually possess the strength of an admiral? After only a few minutes of combat, Lin Hao already had the answer. The exchange seemed evenly matched, but Huang Yuan's face showed ease and leisure. Though he kept saying how terrifying De Xiong's strength was, his face remained completely relaxed. Even his movements were extraordinarily graceful. In contrast, De Xiong, who had once accomplished the remarkable feat of single-handedly revolutionizing the Sorbet Kingdom, was now struggling to endure Huang Yuan's Yasakani no Magatama, sweating profusely and gritting his teeth. Even though Huang Yuan had deliberately held back, De Xiong's body was still riddled with several terrifying blood holes glowing with golden light. From the start of the battle, De Xiong had been fighting with all his might, but Huang Yuan, as a Navy admiral, had been treating it as a game. Finally, after a moment of negligence caused several more blood holes to be pierced through his body, De Xiong, who had been protecting the wooden box behind him, gritted his teeth. He actually stopped using the fierce push shock cannon, enduring dozens of hits to create a counterattack opportunity. In an instant, De Xiong condensed a bear-paw-shaped air bomb as large as a house in front of his chest. Ursa's shock. The next moment, with De Xiong's shout, the bear-paw air cannon the size of a house shot rapidly toward Huang Yuan. Oh my! Is that your ultimate move? How terrifying! As a sign of respect for a powerful opponent, this old man will try to take your attack head-on. Facing the awe-inspiring bear-paw shock cannon, Huang Yuan's face still wore that cynical, relaxed expression as he watched the giant bear-paw shock cannon break through the layers of Yasakani no Magatama. Admiral Huang Yuan directly retracted his AoE ultimate move. Then he placed his palms together and slowly spread them apart. A huge sword gleaming with golden light rapidly materialized as Admiral Huang Yuan's hands spread apart. Ama no Murakumo. The moment Huang Yuan's voice fell, the Ama no Murakumo in his hand slashed fiercely against the rapidly approaching bear-paw shock cannon. Boom. In an instant, the entire Egghead Island erupted with a terrifying seismic wave. Not to mention the Navy soldiers watching at the scene. Even Vegapunk and Sentamaru, who were far away in the monitoring room of the Egghead scientific base, were knocked to the ground by the violent quake. If not for Lin Hao's covert assistance, the entire port of Egghead would have been shattered by this fierce clash. For a moment, towering dust covered the entire area where Huang Yuan and De Xiong had fought. Though the Navy soldiers were shaken and staggered by the terrifying battle shockwaves, they eagerly opened their eyes wide, wanting to see the outcome of the battle clearly. After a moment, the dust slowly dispersed, and the figures of the two gradually became clear in everyone's sight. After seeing their condition, the Navy soldiers on the scene first froze in surprise, then burst into thunderous cheers. Admiral Huang Yuan was still hovering in midair on the battlefield. He was covered in dust with several obvious bruises and scars on his face. His expression looked like a child who had lost badly in a fight. Though such injuries were essentially meaningless for a Logia-type devil fruit user, for a slacker like Huang Yuan, who had come out of the entire summit war with only slightly dirty clothes. This level of damage was enough to instantly plummet his mood. Since only his profile was visible, the crowd did not see Huang Yuan's expression. But Lin Hao knew that this guy had probably already entertained some malicious thoughts. For instance, killing the guy in front of him. Turning to look at De Xiong, his clothes were tattered and his entire body was covered with countless visible, huge blood holes. Though he had suffered several fatal wounds, he still stubbornly maintained a blocking posture with his arms outstretched. All of this was to protect the cylindrical box behind him. Yo, it seems you care a lot about that box. I've changed my mind. I want to see what's inside that box now. After lightly dusting off the dirt on his clothes, Huang Yuan's relaxed expression vanished, and even his previously lazy eyes instantly became sharp. As for De Xiong, opposite Huang Yuan, after hearing the words of the rival Navy Admiral, his expression immediately turned grim. That box contained his precious daughter Bonnie. It was the height of the sun. Once the box was open, the azure jade scales on Bonnie's body would likely spread across her entire body at an alarming speed. If that happened, all his efforts to protect his daughter Bonnie would be in vain. His daughter's life would be put in danger. He turned his head to glance at the box behind him, which was already slightly shaking, then looked back at Admiral Huang Yuan, whose expression had turned hostile. De Xiong, already battered and wounded, once again dragged his heavily injured body to stand up and protect the wooden box. I'm afraid that won't be possible. There is something very important to me in this box. It must not be opened. Is that so? Hearing De Xiong's firm refusal, Admiral Huang Yuan's face showed a playful expression. Hero who once accomplished the feat of a one-man revolution. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru, the Marine Admiral, gazed down at Kuma, whose body was covered in fatal wounds. His expression turned serious. His entire body began to radiate dazzling light. Seeing Kizaru's stance, the surrounding marine soldiers watching the battle immediately burst into excited laughter. Ha ha ha! Our Admiral Kizaru is about to get serious. Wretched pirates, go repent in hell. How could mere pirates ever be a match for our Admiral? Humph. With 2 Marine Admirals stationed here, how dare you challenge us? You must be tired of living. Ha! Aren't you concerned about that box? Admiral Kizaru just kick the box to pieces in front of him and see what he can do. Although the outcome was not yet decided, any discerning person could see the current situation at a glance. Kuma, covered in fatal wounds, was already at the end of his strength. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru's clothes were only slightly dirty. Though the battle was not over, the result was already clear. These marine soldiers who had been suppressed by Kuma earlier now wanted not just victory. They wanted to vent the anger in their hearts. Victory alone was not enough. They wanted to brutally trample the entire pirate. Although the actual blow was not theirs to deliver, they could still derive considerable satisfaction from it. Watching the agitated marine soldiers, Lin Hao's face immediately showed a completely undisguised serious expression, especially the words of the last soldier. It reminded Lin Hao of the roar that Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, had once made when scolding page 1 in the original One Piece story. Even pirates must uphold righteousness. If even pirates like the 4 emperors spoke of righteousness, then what were these marines who prided themselves on upholding justice at sea doing now? Thinking of this, Lin Hao, who had been leisurely basking in the sun moments ago, instantly turned cold. Then, while no one was watching, he took out the Imperial armament, the Demon Blade Murasame, from his system inventory. On the battlefield, Kizaru's body instantly became radiant with golden light. The golden light that shone all over his body then concentrated on Kizaru's right leg in a short time. Speed. Flash kick. Before Kizaru's words even faded, his entire body shot out an afterimage like a comet's tail, hurtling toward Kuma, whose face was still ashen. Before Kuma could react, Kizaru's body had already appeared in front of him. Kuma could only move his eyes slightly. He was shocked to see Kizaru's big foot shimmering with golden light, already kicking rapidly toward his face. Everything happened too suddenly. Although Kuma had long prepared to face the next attack from this Marine Admiral in that split second, Kuma, already heavily wounded, simply had no time to react. Sensing the golden light approaching in an instant, the ashen expression on his face suddenly froze. Meanwhile, in his mind, a carousel of memory flashes surfaced. In that instant of flashback, Kuma remembered his father, who was shot dead by the celestial dragons, and his mother, who, despite being a slave, still tried to give him maternal love. He remembered Ivanov's exaggerated large face, the good girl Ginny who called him to get married, and the promise he made over Ginny's corpse. Finally, the image that appeared in Kuma's mind was his daughter Bonnie's bright, lovely smile. Dad, are you saying the thing on my face is as beautiful as a gem? Huh, that's right. This is something as beautiful as a gem, don't you think, jewelry Bonnie? Was this really going to end like this? I promised Ginny to raise this child. I promised Bonnie to travel together after she got better. Nothing has even begun. How could it end so absurdly? As the carousel of memory flashes continued in his mind, the expression on Kuma's face, which had been despair and reluctance, instantly twisted into a terrifying ferocity. Staring at the golden light that had filled his vision, Kuma, covered in wounds, gritted his teeth. His right arm, pierced with several bloody holes, was instantly wrapped in a strange pitch-black aura. That was the only technique in this world that could counter Logia-type devil fruit users, known as armament hockey. I absolutely cannot end like this. His eyes facing the increasingly intense golden light, a roar of extreme unwillingness escaped Kuma's mouth. Then his fist, coated with armament hockey, ruthlessly slammed toward the golden light that was almost pressed against his face. However, in the next moment, something that left everyone dumbfounded occurred. Kuma's punch produced a terribly piercing sonic boom, and that ball of golden light that had been pressed against Kuma's face instantly dissipated into thin air under the terrifying force of his punch. But as the golden light faded, Kuma, who had resolved himself to death, suddenly realized that he had not suffered any damage. Even the golden light he had scattered gave him no sensation of hitting a solid object. It was as if his powerful punch had merely struck the air. For a moment, Kuma, who had survived a brush with death, was utterly bewildered. Wasn't Admiral Kizaru attacking me? Where did he go? Although it appeared that he had scattered the golden light, Kuma knew that before the fist and foot collided, that guy who had just tried to land a lightspeed kick on him had vanished inexplicably. When Kuma turned his head to look around for Kizaru again, his expression instantly became the same as the surrounding marines, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Not far from the battlefield, there was a very comical scene. Lin Hao, the Marine Admiral known as Azure Dragon, who was only slightly over 1.8 meters tall, was holding a pitch-black longsword in a sword-swinging stance. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who had just been fighting him and trying to land a lightspeed kick, was kneeling on one knee before Lin Hao. He had caught Lin Hao's blade between his palms in a bare-handed blade-catching pose. Kizaru was 3 meters tall, kneeling before Lin Hao, who was just over 1.8 meters. The scene was utterly ridiculous. Hey, Borsalino, our mission this time is just to deliver supplies to Vegapunk. There's no order to arrest pirates, right? Seems like what you said is not wrong, but Lin Hao, what exactly is going on? Can you let me cancel this state first? At this moment Huang Yuan was truly so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Although any discerning eye could see that it was he who had caught the attack launched by Lin Hao, his posture of kneeling with the long blade held together looked exactly like he was kowtowing to Lin Hao. During this time Huang Yuan had also tried hard to stand up. But after struggling for a while, this Marine Admiral despairingly discovered that as long as Lin Hao did not withdraw his long blade, he would be forced to maintain this kneeling posture indefinitely. Then he would have to maintain this kneeling posture indefinitely. Come on. He was a Marine Admiral. This was so embarrassing in front of his subordinates. In utter helplessness, Huang Yuan could only plead with Lin Hao aloud. Peace is the most precious thing, besides we didn't receive orders to arrest this guy. Why work so hard? Seeing that Admiral Huang Yuan had yielded, Lin Hao wisely stopped at the right moment. He immediately withdrew his own Imperial armament Murasame. I haven't heard that you are a fruit ability user. Is this your ability? After finally freeing himself from the embarrassing kneeling posture, Admiral Huang Yuan immediately flashed and distanced himself from Lin Hao. Now he understood why that guy Chi Quan had been beaten so badly by Lin Hao. No matter how powerful you are, once this move is used, you are basically at Lin Hao's mercy. No wonder this guy could commit the grave crime of severely injuring Saint Jilingu in the Holy Land and still walk away unscathed. There was simply no way to deal with a guy like him. However, what Lin Hao said next once again made Huang Yuan's jaw drop. I am indeed not a fruit ability user, and this is just a very ordinary sword technique. What? You say this move is a swordsmanship technique? Hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Huang Yuan, as a Marine Admiral, instantly lost his composure. After all, he was a Marine Admiral, and before becoming a glint fruit ability user, he was also a master swordsman. With his swordsmanship, even against the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, he had confidence to hold his own for a while. But just now before Lin Hao, he couldn't even resist. If it were a fruit ability, Huang Yuan could console himself. Yet this move that could completely control a Marine Admiral, this kid actually said it was a sword technique. After the shock, Huang Yuan's forehead was covered in black lines, and he fell into an emo state. However, that negative energy state lasted only a few seconds. The dejection in his eyes immediately turned into undisguised fervor. This Qinglong Admiral Lin Hao, he must build a good relationship with him. With him as a backer in the future, even Zhang Guo might speak to him more politely than before. At that time, why would he need to fear Chi Quan and his hawkish faction? Thinking this, Huang Yuan stroked his stubbly chin, his expression gradually turning lecherous. Because the content of their conversation was about openly slacking off. So the two spoke in whispers most of the time. This caused Dexiong, not far away, to remain on high alert, vigilantly watching the two Marine Admirals before him. Seeing Lin Hao release Admiral Huang Yuan from his strange posture, and then turn his gaze toward him with a smile, the king of the Suorbei Kingdom instantly broke into a cold sweat. Although this was his first meeting with Admiral Qinglong, Dexiong never missed an issue of the World News Economic Journal and had long heard of Lin Hao's great name. This young and handsome admiral had been in office for less than a month. The hawkish representative of Marine headquarters had been easily defeated by him. The former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Li had been sent to Tujincheng by him. Although the newspaper's description of him easily defeating two top-tier powerhouses might be somewhat exaggerated, after Lin Hao demonstrated the power to control Huang Yuan with a single strike. Dexiong, who had been thinking of fighting both admirals head-on, instantly realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Dexiong, you are the pirate who single-handedly completed a revolution in the Suorbei Kingdom not long ago, right? I am quite interested in you. Just as Dexiong was grimly thinking about how to deal with the simultaneous attacks of the two Marine Admirals, Lin Hao's incredibly relaxed voice quickly reached his ears. A single strike had neutralized Marine Admiral Huang Yuan. With such strength, Dexiong was certainly no match. Watching the other walk toward him step by step with a full smile. Dexiong, with his huge build, nearly 7 meters tall, towering several heads above Lin Hao, instantly felt a wave of despair that terrified him from head to toe. Dexiong knew that the Marine Admiral opposite him had not used the Conqueror's haki that could intimidate others. But at this moment he still felt a sense of helpless despair. Could it be that the two admirals want to fight me in a relay battle? If I fight this guy here, I will die, and Bo and I will also die. Watching Lin Hao approach, this thought suddenly flashed through Dexiong's mind. Suddenly, the livid expression on Dexiong's face became extremely resolute in an instant. Taking advantage of Lin Hao's moment of utter confusion, Dexiong extended his palm with the bare paw ripples and fiercely slapped it onto his own body. Swoosh! In an instant, Dexiong's huge body vanished from the spot right before Lin Hao's eyes. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Hey, could it be that this guy chose to flee out of fear of your strength? Looking at the empty battlefield before Lin Hao, Huang Yuan stroked his chin and asked with a hint of puzzled banter. Knowing that there are two admirals here and still not fleeing, that guy must have come here with a purpose. I'm afraid he has already used his fruit ability to teleport to Bei Jiapengku's place. Hearing Huang Yuan's question, Lin Hao couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He clearly meant well and wanted to go forward to heal Dexiong's injuries, but why did the other party just flee in fright? Did he really look so much like a villain? What did you say? He actually went to find Bei Jiapeng Ku. That is indeed a dereliction of duty on my part, as the head of the science unit. Hearing Lin Hao's analysis, Admiral Huang Yuan's face immediately showed his trademark expression of shock and mockery. Then his body transformed again into that glittering golden state ready to quickly return to Bei Jiapeng Ku's side. But just as he was about to activate his fruit ability to teleport, he saw that in Lin Hao's hand the long blade that had just been sheathed appeared again. Can this move ignore distance? This time Huang Yuan was truly shocked without a trace of mockery. What do you think? Seeing Lin Hao's expression of complete ease and leisure, Huang Yuan, who had just been about to activate his fruit ability to go back and protect Bei Jiapeng, instantly reverted to his normal form. The Qinglong Admiral's strength is truly formidable. Good thing you're on our side. Egghead Island, inside the surveillance room of the science base. Watching Kuma vanish from the monitor screen in an instant, Vegapunk, whose head nearly reached the clouds, was immediately startled. Because the moment Kuma disappeared from the monitor screen, Vegapunk suddenly saw, on the radar beside him, a humanoid figure was swiftly moving through the science base at a speed beyond comprehension. After a brief pause, it rapidly dashed toward the surveillance room. Damn it. The intruder wasn't familiar with this place before, but now he's probably coming for us. Aren't those two Navy admirals? What the hell are they doing? Watching the humanoid shadow rapidly approaching the surveillance room on the radar, Vegapunk, who possessed technology 500 years ahead of its time, panicked all at once. Don't be afraid, Mr. Vegapunk. Uncle and Admiral Qinglong only let him slip through because they weren't familiar with his abilities. They'll be back soon. In the meantime, I'll protect you with my life. Seeing Vegapunk's panicked expression, the burly Senamaru said without any superfluous words. He immediately drew the special giant axe he always carried behind his back. The next moment, before the two could react, the door to the surveillance room let out a violent explosion. Then it shattered with a bang as Senamaru and Vegapunk's faces turned pale. As the dust cleared, a burly man, nearly 7 meters tall with a hairstyle like Bear 2, appeared outside the surveillance room door. Are you Mr. Vegapunk? I'm sorry to intrude, but I have a request. Please don't be afraid, we mean no harm. As soon as Kuma appeared, he immediately spotted Vegapunk with his oversized head. He had laid eyes on the world's greatest scientist. The despair on Kuma's face instantly turned to hope. Over the past year, he had traveled to almost every country with advanced medical care in the Grand Line. But no matter where he went, he received only one answer: his daughter Jewelry Bonnie had only until the age of 10 to live. Now this world's greatest scientist was his daughter Jewelry Bonnie's only hope. If even this genius with technology 500 years ahead of its time had no solution, then his daughter's life would truly be counting down. You damn bastard, you've already barged in here, and you still dare to say you have no ill intentions. As long as I'm here, I won't let you lay a single finger on Mr. Vegapunk. Staring at the towering Kuma, the world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk stood frozen in place. In his incredibly advanced mind, he suddenly recalled a race that had vanished from the world. Meanwhile, Sentomaru, standing in front of Vegapunk, gripped his axe ready to fight to the death. The fact that he could escape from under the noses of two admirals meant his strength was not to be underestimated. He only hoped that before he was defeated, Uncle and that Admiral Qinglong would return in time. You want to fight? Even though I don't want this for my daughter, I'll do anything. Staring at Sentomaru, who held the giant axe with hostility, Kuma, the king of the Sorbet Kingdom, directly extended his giant paw-like hand toward the other. In an instant, a visible bear paw-shaped air mass was rapidly compressed. Watching the air mass shrink in size, Sentomaru, holding the giant axe, couldn't help but gulp nervously. Although he didn't know the opponent's ability, judging from the terrifying aura emanating from the air mass, if that thing actually hit him, even an idiot could imagine the outcome. With that thought, Sentomaru gritted his teeth, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in a jet-black, ink-like flow. Armament hockey was an effective means for ordinary people to counter devil fruit users. However, the extent of its effectiveness depended on the user's own strength. Since he started serving as Vegapunk's bodyguard, Sentomaru felt the threat of death for the first time. But thinking of Vegapunk behind him, Sentomaru gritted his teeth and stood his ground firmly. Since he couldn't match raw power, he would take the initiative. With that thought, the massive Sentomaru let out a roar. He swung his giant axe directly at Kuma. But the next moment, something happened that left Vegapunk and Sentomaru utterly shocked. The bear paw-shaped air mass that had been compressed to the extreme in front of Kuma suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, Sentomaru's axe, already coated in armament hockey, came crashing down onto the empty space where Kuma had been standing, staring at the floor, which was now deeply split by the axe. Vegapunk and Sentomaru were left utterly speechless. Where is he? Gone. No way. At the port of Egghead Island, Admiral Kizaru, dressed in a yellow suit, was leisurely clipping his nails. His expression was relaxed and carefree. There was also a hint of schadenfreude. Opposite him was his colleague Lin Hao, who had just struck with his sword and was still holding the pose. Before Lin Hao, Kuma, who had just been in the surveillance room of the Egghead Science Base, now wore an expression of utter bewilderment and despair. His current posture was identical to the one Kizaru had used to catch the blade with his bare hands. However, due to his massive size, Kuma, with his hands pressed together almost enveloping the entire longsword, looked as if he was kowtowing to Lin Hao. The technique of 100 bare-handed blade catch was now used by Lin Hao on Kuma, this gentle man, staring at Lin Hao, who wore a smile. But after struggling for a while, Kuma despairingly realized that he simply couldn't resist this control. Whether he tried to break free with all his strength or coated his entire body with armament haki, which was specifically effective against devil fruit users, he couldn't change his posture even a bit. Oh my, your pose looks even more pathetic than mine, big guy. Seeing the fine beads of sweat on Kuma's forehead, Admiral Kizaru, having finished clipping his nails, smugly walked over to Kuma and patted his broad shoulder teasingly. Feeling Kizaru's mocking tone, a sense of helpless despair filled Kuma's entire being. If not for being controlled by Lin Hao's skill, this iron-willed man would have collapsed to the ground in despair. But the next moment, Lin Hao's action shocked Kuma and the celebrating Navy soldiers, leaving them wide-eyed. A white light flashed in Lin Hao's other hand, and a scabbard-like object instantly appeared. Then, before Kuma could react, Lin Hao lightly patted with his palm. The scabbard, covered with countless strange patterns, was directly driven into Kuma's body. As that sword scabbard-like object was driven into Daxiong's body by Lin Hao, a brilliant and immaculate holy light immediately erupted from the latter's form. In barely less than a minute, those several horrifying bloody wounds inflicted by Vice Admiral Huang Yuan's Hakushu rapidly healed before everyone's astonished eyes at an astonishingly visible speed. Could this be a devil fruit power? It is truly miraculous. Feeling his wounds rapidly mend, the massive Daxiong was struck with shock once more. At the same time, his wariness toward Lin Hao relaxed considerably, though on the surface they stood as adversaries within the Marines. In character, this fellow did not share the Marines' ruthless hawkishness of mercilessly exterminating all pirates upon sight. Gazing at Lin Hao's harmlessly smiling face, Daxiong, who had been maintaining his bare-handed sword catch stance, suddenly brightened with delight. Lord Qinglong, I have come seeking a physician for my daughter. She suffers from an incurable illness. Could Lord Qinglong use his power to heal my daughter? I will pay any price. Lin Hao's miraculous ability had given Daxiong a glimmer of hope that his daughter Pony could be cured. Yet in the next moment, Lin Hao's response plunged this gentle father into sudden despair. I regret to inform you that I am not a devil fruit user. This is not a power but a tool. My implement can heal wounds, but it cannot cure illness. I am powerless to fulfill your request. The Avalon Lutor, if driven into a body, will continuously heal its host's injuries so long as an endless supply of magic power is channeled into it. However, against ailments such as illness, the sword scabbard can only barely slow its progression. During the Fourth Holy Grail War, Amiya Karitsugu, one of the masters, had driven the Avalon into his wife Isolva's body. This act effectively treated Isolva's deteriorating body as a lesser grail. Yet it offered no help against her waning life force. To cure the bluepox afflicting jewelry, Bonnie one would still need to rely on Vegapunk's scientific methods. Observing Daxiong's crestfallen expression, Lin Hao, who already knew the plot, smiled faintly. But I can take you to find Vegapunk. As for curing illness, that man surely has better solutions. Really? Then thank you so much. Hearing that Lin Hao would take him to meet Vegapunk, Daxiong's previously despairing face instantly filled with hope once more. Hey, we are Marines after all. Isn't this inappropriate? Just as Lin Hao decided to lead Daxiong to Vegapunk's location, Huang Yuan, who had been mocking Daxiong from the sidelines, approached. Although we avoid unnecessary trouble whenever possible, this guy is still a pirate. Acting this way could cause us quite a headache. Daxiong may be a pirate, but his daughter is not. We are merely treating an ordinary civilian, which does not contradict our justice. Gazing at Lin Hao's harmlessly smiling face, Vice Admiral Huang Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, he still preferred associating with those who possessed more warmth of humanity. A moment later, Lin Hao sheathed his divine weapon Muramesa, freeing Daxiong from his bare-handed sword catch stance. And Vegapunk once again encountered Daxiong, the intruder, who had nearly frightened him to death previously. Oh, this turns out to be the exceedingly rare bluepox. Now that is an incurable disease. It has been ages since I last encountered one. What? Why is this old man's head so big? That's absolutely disgusting. Vegapunk, this child is calling your head disgusting. What a lovely little one. Impudent brat, how dare you speak so disrespectfully toward Dr. Vegapunk? Apologize at once. Pony, this is the world's greatest scientist. He can cure your illness. You must not be so rude. As soon as they arrived in Vegapunk's laboratory, Daxiong eagerly opened the chest he had been carrying on his back. Upon opening the lid, a cute little girl of about 7 or 8 years old promptly jumped out from inside. Though she appeared only 7 or 8 years of age, any normal person could see that once this little girl grew up, she would undoubtedly become a stunningly beautiful woman. If there were any flaw on her lovely face, it lay in her right eye, where small patches of blue stone-like matter had begun to slowly spread. Lin Hao knew that this adorable little girl was none other than Daxiong's daughter, one of the supernovas who would someday share the same generation as Luffy, Jewelry Bonnie. Though over these years Daxiong had protected Bonnie with meticulous care, essentially shielding her from all natural sunlight. This merely delayed the onset of the blue pox. Without effective treatment, Bonnie's life would likely be forever frozen at the age of 10. Time was running short for Bonnie. That was why Daxiong, upon learning of Vegapunk's whereabouts, had boarded the island to seek help, showing no hesitation even while facing 2 Marine Vice Admirals simultaneously. After clearing the misunderstanding between both sides, the conversation grew lively. Throughout, Daxiong maintained impeccable manners, leaving an exceptionally favorable impression on all present. Those gathered also knew that their understanding of this man bearing the title Tyrant largely stemmed from information deliberately released by the world government. Not to mention, everyone was well aware of what the former king of the Saul's kingdom was truly like. Dr. Vegapunk, is there any way to cure Bonnie's illness? Gazing at the world's greatest scientist before him, Daxiong, the man known as the Tyrant, could barely contain his inner excitement. After all, he was a genius endorsed by both Revolutionary Army leader Dragon and Vice Admiral Qinglong. Even before receiving an answer, Daxiong already knew the outcome in his heart. You have managed to control the spread of bluepox remarkably well. This disease is curable. Really? As expected, the very next moment, Vegapunk's response sent Daxiong and his daughter Jewelry Bonnie's hearts surging with excitement. Compared to his daughter's exuberance, tears of joy glistened in Daxiong's eyes. After wandering and striving for so long, he could finally preserve the bloodline of his beloved Jin-ne. Since this is an extremely rare illness, I do not have many cases in my records. Therefore, my treatment method will deviate from conventional approaches. In other words, it involves technology never before applied in the medical field. But before that, Mr. Daxiong, might I examine your body first? Observing the deeply expectant expressions of both Daxiong and Bonnie, a peculiar smile gradually surfaced on Vegapunk's face. You want to examine my body? If it can cure Bonnie's disease, I have no objections. Upon hearing the request from the world's greatest scientist, the man known as the Tyrant Kuma immediately agreed. However, just as Vegapunk was brimming with excitement and preparing various scientific instruments to examine Kuma's body, a stern voice abruptly rang out, startling everyone present. No! The crowd turned to look. The one who refused Vegapunk on Kuma's behalf was none other than the new admiral of the Navy headquarters, Lin Hao. As for Vegapunk's intentions, Lin Hao, who was well-versed in the original storyline, understood them perfectly. According to the timeline, Vegapunk was currently working on a development plan for future warriors. Vegapunk's idea was simple: clone countless replicas based on a warrior with a powerful physique, and then supplement them with various technological means. These future warriors, capable of fighting various pirates at sea, would become excellent weapons to protect the people from pirate raids. In the original story, Vegapunk's plan did come to fruition, and the cloning template for the future warriors was none other than the pure-blooded buccaneer before him, Kuma. Because Kuma jokingly referred to himself as a pacifist, Vegapunk named these future warriors pacifists. Kuma too was gratified that his clones could protect the people, but ideals were grand while reality was harsh. Vegapunk's intentions were indeed good, yet after these pacifists successfully debuted, their usage rights were seized by Saint Saturn, one of the 5 elders, and the science defense war god. Unlike Vegapunk's original intention of protecting the people from pirates at sea, Saint Saturn completely regarded the pacifists as military tools for the world government to maintain its rule. Although it was not explicitly stated in the manga, Lin Hao knew that besides the heinous pirates, the pacifists also had the blood of many innocent people on their hands. The fault for this outcome lay not with the pacifists themselves as weapons, but with Saint Saturn, who held nominal supreme control. When Lin Hao had read this part in the manga before, he was filled with endless regret. Now that he was here, he would never let such a thing happen. In the world of One Piece, it was hard to say who was completely good, but the gentle Kuma, falsely titled the Tyrant, deserved that qualification. With Lin Hao here, he would never allow the tragedy of the original story to befall Kuma again. Hey, why? I'm doing this to see if Kuma's body has also been infected with the sapphire scale. It's purely for safety. Seeing that Kuma hadn't refused, but Lin Hao intervened. Vegapunk hurriedly came up with an irrefutable excuse. But before he could finish, Lin Hao coldly interrupted the world's greatest scientist's pretext. The sapphire scale is a virus that spreads rapidly throughout the body upon exposure to natural light. If Kuma were also infected, would he still be capable of causing such a commotion at sea? Hey, Admiral Azure Dragon, do you have any idea how immense a project it is to treat the sapphire scale? It requires a vast amount of funds. Although I said it could be treated, you can't expect me to do it for free. Slap. Seeing Lin Hao's cold smile, Vegapunk immediately began making excuses to brush it off. The Buccaneer race was an extinct race in history. Having finally encountered a suspected specimen, how could Vegapunk's thirst for knowledge be easily satisfied? But just as Vegapunk was about to use the exorbitant cost that Kuma could never afford as an excuse to force Lin Hao to agree to the examination, Lin Hao directly pulled a specially crafted gilded paper from his pocket and slapped it squarely onto Vegapunk's head. This is a check for 10 billion berries. Am I dreaming? Staring at the staggering number on the check, Vegapunk excitedly confirmed the number of zeros several times before tremblingly asking Lin Hao, "That's right. It's exactly 10 billion berries. Is this enough to cover Bonnie's treatment expenses?" "Enough. More than enough. With this money I can not only conduct my desired research but also turn this deserted island into a perfect future base." But even his massive skull, which seemed ready to pierce the sky, trembled visibly. Why had he refused his friend Dragon's invitation and instead joined the Navy? Even though he was the world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk had never seen so much money in his life. Even the celestial dragons in the Holy Land could not casually hand over 10 billion berries. Looking at Lin Hao, who nonchalantly pulled out a check for 10 billion berries, Vegapunk felt the same as when he had first met Admiral Kizaru. His admiration surged like a torrential river, unstoppable. His fondness for Lin Hao skyrocketed. With this money, what research could he not pursue? Did he need to kowtow to others? At this moment, not only was Vegapunk excited and astonished, but even Admiral Kizaru and Kuma were utterly incredulous. Though Kizaru was not short of money, he could never casually produce 10 billion berries. As for the gentle Kuma, falsely titled the tyrant, his jaw nearly hit the floor. What did 10 billion berries mean? Probably even the Sorbet Kingdom's tax revenue for a decade wouldn't reach that amount. "Hey, Mr. Azure Dragon, thank you very much for your help, but Bonnie and I cannot accept this money." Seeing the gilded check in Vegapunk's hand, Kuma, understanding what it meant, immediately tried to refuse. But the next moment, Lin Hao's actions left Vegapunk and Kizaru dumbfounded. While Kuma and Bonnie's eyes were filled with shock, Lin Hao's feet began to dance with a lively rhythm. An uncontrollable feeling of happiness began to spread rapidly among the crowd. "Dad, Brother Azure Dragon's dance is so beautiful. Isn't this the dance of Nika that you used to dance?" Watching Jiang Hao perform that unfailingly familiar dance, tears of crystal shimmered in the eyes of that gentle man branded with the title of tyrant. In an instant, fragments of memory surged into his mind. Nika, the warrior of liberation. This was the great legend passed down and revered by the Bacania clan since ancient times. Though no one had truly witnessed him across 8 centuries, the people of the Bacania clan had never wavered in their faith. Solar deity Nika was the great sun god who would deliver the world from all suffering. One day the dormant Nika would re-emerge into this world. With his unruly power, he would rescue those who languished in torment from their lack of freedom. That hero who brought joy wherever he went would move to the very rhythm Jiang Hao now danced to, smiling as he spread happiness to every hardened sufferer. As he watched Jiang Hao's joyous steps quicken, memories suddenly surfaced into Xiong's mind. Words his father had once spoken to him during his lifetime. "De Xiong, you must endure hardship and carry on living, for the liberating warrior Nika will surely appear." "Father, will he save me too? Will he grant me freedom as well?" "Of course he will, for he is Nika, the sun god who brings joy to all humanity. One day he shall lead you to the vast seas of liberty where you may bask freely in the sunlight." For Nika always wears a smile. As the conversation between his father and himself echoed through his thoughts, that image his father had recounted countless times resurfaced into Xiong's mind once more. Yet this time within Xiong's consciousness, the figure of solar deity Nika, previously existing only as an impression and a fantasy without substance, became more vivid than ever before. Because at that very moment the image of Nika in Xiong's mind was slowly beginning to merge with the figure of Jiang Hao, who was dancing joyfully before him. There was no dissonance whatsoever. It was as if Jiang Hao were the sun god Xiong had long imagined since childhood. Jiang Hao's dance possessed an extraordinary enchantment. It was not merely Xiong and Bonnie, who had known the legend of the liberating warrior Nika since childhood, who were profoundly moved. Even Admiral Kizaru, who had looked utterly bewildered beside Jiang Hao along with the world's foremost scientist Vegapunk and his bodyguard Shiroku, found themselves unable to resist moving rhythmically alongside Jiang Hao's dancing. Suddenly, within the vast laboratory, the merriment dispelled the clouds of sorrow from everyone's eyes. The entire Egghead Island science base was swept into an ocean of joy. A day later, With all preparations complete, Vegapunk wheeled Bony into the operating room. Though the outcome was already known, Xiong could not help but worry deeply for his daughter as her father. That day, beneath a blazing sun and cloudless sky, Jiang Hao reclined leisurely upon his lounge chair, eyes closed as he savored a rare moment of peace. Beside him, Admiral Kizaru sat in an identical custom lounge chair mimicking his relaxed posture. As the two exchanged casual gossip about naval matters, the burly Da Xiong approached Jiang Hao with a heavy heart. "Excuse me, Admiral Qinglong. There is something I've been meaning to ask." Gazing at Jiang Hao's carefree demeanor, hope filled Da Xiong's face. Jiang Hao's earlier dance had strengthened his wavering convictions once more. Yet before he could speak, Jiang Hao simply raised a hand, cutting off Da Xiong's question before it could leave his lips. "Mr. Da Xiong, I know what you're about to ask, but my answer may disappoint you. I am not the legendary liberating warrior you speak of. I'm merely a Navy officer with a touch of conscience, little as it may be. The legendary liberating warrior. What do you mean? Are you referring to that dance you performed yesterday?" The exchange between Da Xiong and Jiang Hao left Kizaru utterly bewildered. Though this easygoing admiral held a high rank within the Navy, he remained completely ignorant of the events surrounding the awakening of the Gomu Gomu no Mi. After all, even the 5 elders themselves were reluctant to discuss it. If Jiang Hao had not been a transmigrator already privy to these events, he too would likely remain in the dark. But the dance passed down through our race for generations. Seeing Jiang Hao dismiss his question without giving him a chance to finish, Da Xiong's brow furrowed involuntarily. Yet what Jiang Hao said next plunged the gentleman once more into deep contemplation. "Da Xiong, you should understand. The liberating warrior is not a single person, but rather a belief, a spirit. As long as one upholds this faith to the end, Nika shall be everywhere. None of us may be Nika, but if our convictions remain true, then we can all become Nika. Nika is the great warrior who brings joy to all who suffer, and such legends are not meant to be known only by a select few. These words are merely from my heart. Take your time to savor them." With that, Jiang Hao closed his eyes once more and lazily basked in the sunshine. As for Kizaru beside Jiang Hao, though he had not grasped the meaning of their conversation, he felt certain that the person Jiang Hao referred to must be someone extraordinarily powerful. A liberating warrior capable of becoming a legend. Such a person must be truly great. Inspired by curiosity, Kizaru began subtly pressing Jiang Hao for details about the warrior Nika. At Kizaru's questioning, Jiang Hao merely narrowed his eyes and deftly steered the conversation toward idle gossip about the female officers of the Marines headquarters. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's words had plunged him into profound thought. Nika was not a person, but rather a spirit of faith. Was that so? Recalling how he had once told his father as a child that he wished to become a liberating warrior, like Nika, Da Xiong felt the embers of desire within his heart reignite with new intensity. Then the weight upon his face dissolved. In its place appeared an expression of excitement and tranquility. "Admiral Qinglong, you speak truly. As long as we uphold our beliefs and remain true to ourselves, any of us can become the great Nika." If it's all the same to you, I prefer you call me by my real name, Jiang Hao. That said, the less people know about such matters, the better. Understood. Having found some peace within himself, Da Xiong naturally understood what Jiang Hao was implying. He then posed another question, believing it deserved an answer. "Then Jiang Hao, may I ask why you've provided so much financial support to us?" This question is actually quite simple. Seeing the bewilderment etched on Da Xiong's face, Lin Hao's countenance once again unfurled into a smile as warm as the spring breeze. "My primary aim is to seek Mr. Bei Jiapeng's assistance. As for helping you." Saying this, Lin Hao, reclining on the lounger, stretched himself with languid grace. Huang Yuan, standing beside him, adjusted the sunglasses perched on his nose and turned his head with curiosity to gaze at Lin Hao. He too was eager to understand why a Marine Admiral would set aside his allegiance to aid a fugitive of the world government. Yet Lin Hao's next words left both men frozen in place once more. "Money is something I can acquire at any time. Since I have to spend it anyway, helping those in need along the way isn't half bad. Whether I help your daughter Bo and I, or not, that money will still end up in the hands of that big-headed Bei Jiapeng Co. So I might as well take you along for the ride." For a moment, as they watched Lin Hao close his eyes again and bask in the blazing sunlight, the expressions on Da Xiong and Huang Yuan's faces could not have been more different. First, look at Da Xiong standing beside Lin Hao. His face was a picture of gratitude. Tears streamed from his eyes like a waterfall, uncontrollable in their abundance. 10 billion berry. In the past, Da Xiong would have considered this merely an astronomical figure. After all, as an ordinary person, one could never hope to encounter such a sum in a lifetime. But after becoming the king of the Sorbet Kingdom, even if only a titular king, Da Xiong realized what 10 billion berry truly meant. Even for a nation far more prosperous than the Sorbet Kingdom. Long live Deliciliosa. We will make our country even more prosperous. After the financial staffs count the funds sent by the world government, this time amounted to a full 34 billion berry. And recalling the dance symbolizing the liberator warrior Nika that Lin Hao had spontaneously performed earlier, De Xiong, who had endured countless hardships throughout his life due to the dark side of the world government, suddenly found his perception of that organization significantly altered. Even within such a shadowy organization as the world government, there existed a gentle soul like Lin Hao. Now look at Huang Yuan. He glanced at De Xiong, then turned his head to look at Lin Hao, who was striking a rather flamboyant pose on the lounger. The good mood he had been enjoying at the prospect of slacking off vanished in an instant. Hey, Lin Hao. I think compared to that pirate wanted by the world government, I might be the one in greater need of help. Since you're giving the money away, anyway, why not help me out too? You? Letting you slack off with me like this isn't that already helping you? In response to Admiral Huang Yuan's complaint, Lin Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. In the original story, Huang Yuan's salary was enough to make him crush the 4 emperors. But in this world, that slacker admiral seemed to have acquired an extra streak of greed compared to his original counterpart. My money doesn't fall from the sky. If you think your salary is insufficient, you can always discuss it with Marshal Sama. Do you think everyone has the same monstrous strength as you, kid? We're colleagues after all, can't you give me a hand? Seeing that Lin Hao had no intention of acknowledging him, Huang Yuan could only scratch his head in disappointment. Suddenly, as if struck by an intriguing thought, the disappointment on Admiral Huang Yuan's face transformed into curiosity. Hey, Lin Hao, if you were in my shoes, what would you say after experiencing something like this? Hearing Huang Yuan's curious inquiry, De Xiong, who had been standing obediently to the side, also wore an expression brimming with anticipation. Though their acquaintance was brief, he could tell that Lin Hao was a man who remained unflappable and composed in any situation. He shared Huang Yuan's curiosity. If it were Lin Hao, what reaction would he have when faced with something beyond his comprehension? Looking at the expectant faces of Huang Yuan and De Xiong, I've never heard that word before. Though I don't know its meaning, I feel it sounds quite powerful. Hearing Lin Hao's answer, De Xiong and Huang Yuan were taken aback, then immediately began to ponder the meaning of the word wokeo. Yet after much deliberation, they still had no concept of it. Thus they could only continue to press Lin Hao for its specific meaning. Well, the word doesn't have a specific meaning, but it's just an exclamation from my hometown. Whenever I encounter something incomprehensible or utterly astonishing, I instinctively say wokeo to express my inner sentiment. By the way, you can try practicing it too, it's quite satisfying. Is it really that satisfying? Hearing Lin Hao's explanation, De Xiong and Huang Yuan immediately began to savor it. At first they felt nothing, but when they recalled some deeply shocking moments in their minds and paired them with Lin Hao's new term, the two powerful figures, so different in nature, suddenly looked as if they had discovered a new world. Their faces simultaneously lit up with expressions of sheer delight. Wokeo, this word is wonderful. I'll use it all the time now. Lin Hao, you're a genius. Wokeo. This is truly a miraculous exclamation. Saying it a few times and all my frustration is gone. Hehehe. Feels good, right? Hey, you three seem to be having quite a chat. Just as Lin Hao, Huang Yuan, and De Xiong were idly chatting, Bei Jiapeng Ku, with his enormous head and clad in a white surgical gown, approached them with a serious expression. Mr. Bei Jiapeng Ku, how is Bo Ni's surgery? Seeing Bei Jiapeng Ku, De Xiong's face immediately showed a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, though he had already anticipated the outcome. Until he heard it with his own ears, this gentleman's heart remained fraught with anxiety, because they had reveled together the previous day. Admiral Huang Yuan's impression of De Xiong had improved considerably, and the adorable Bo and I had also left a favorable impression on him. Hence he was equally concerned about the result of Bo Ni's surgery. Though he was now lounging in the sun alongside Lin Hao, he couldn't help but turn his head curiously toward the world's greatest scientist, Bei Jiapeng Ku. If Bo Ni's surgery failed, he too would be disappointed. In contrast, Lin Hao, the one who had orchestrated the whole affair, remained utterly calm, still sprawled lazily on the lounger. Because he already knew the outcome, he was not as tense as De Xiong and Huang Yuan. Sure enough, the next moment Bei Jiapeng Ku's originally stern face instantly relaxed. Hehehe. Were you doubting my abilities? Jewelry, Bo Ni's surgery has been a success. As long as postoperative recovery is taken care of, she will be completely healed. Hearing Bei Jiapeng Ku's confirmation, De Xiong's face instantly lit up with elation, and Huang Yuan, who had been somewhat tense, returned to his usual relaxed and carefree demeanor. But then their response left Bei Jiapeng Ku, the world's foremost scientist, dumbfounded. Wokeo, it truly succeeded. Thank you so much, Mr. Bei Jiapeng Ku. Wokeo, you actually pulled it off. I didn't know you had a hand in medicine besides science, you old fox. Wait, I can understand your excitement, but could you explain what wokeo means? I've never heard of it. Is it some new scientific term? Looking at the beaming De Xiong and Huang Yuan and Lin Hao, who was covering his mouth and snickering on the lounger, Bei Jiapeng Ku's mind was once again consumed by his thirst for knowledge. He quickly pulled out his pocket notebook and began to record. It's just a dialect from Mr. Lin Hao's hometown, really a very cool language. after learning that Bonnie's surgery had succeeded and she would recover in a very short time. The usually stern-faced bear was now unusually relaxed, showing a light expression. And Vegapunk, after learning the usage of this word from Kizaru, immediately became intrigued. Although it was not a novel scientific term for Vegapunk, who had been immersed in research for a long time and oppressed by financial issues, it was still an amusing way to relieve his mood. So he jotted down this special word he had never heard before in his little notebook. OKO is truly a magical word. I must teach it to the new me later. Watching the harmonious scene of Vegapunk and the others, Lin Hao's face also showed a very relaxed smile. Things had progressed to this point, and if no unexpected events occurred, the plot in the original work, where Bear was threatened by Saturn, should not appear. For Lin Hao, the world of One Piece was a place to enjoy life. Unless there were special circumstances, he would never intervene in the development of the One Piece storyline. Of course, the gentle bear could be an exception. Only this man worthy of respect would Lin Hao absolutely not allow the tragedy of the plot to once again befall this gentle man. Mr. Lin Hao, I am truly grateful to you. When Lin Hao was secretly rejoicing over the resolution of Bear's issue, Bear, now completely free of psychological burden, came to Lin Hao's side and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the man who was leisurely basking in the sun on a deck chair. Although Lin Hao had previously said that his main purpose was to seek Vegapunk's help, and that helping Bear was merely incidental, a favor was still a favor. He felt he must repay the kindness. Moreover, it was such a great favor. If he didn't return this debt, the gentle bear would feel guilty for life. Please allow me to repay your great kindness. If there is anything I can do for Mr. Lin Hao, even if it costs my life, I will not refuse. Oh, there's really no need. I just helped you as a side thing. Hearing Bear's heartfelt thanks, Lin Hao, who had been enjoying the sunlight on the deck chair, opened his slightly closed eyes. He originally wanted to tell this gentle man not to take this trivial matter to heart, but before Lin Hao could finish his comforting words, he saw the former's firm and unwavering gaze. Lin Hao knew that if he refused at this moment, it would truly sadden this gentle man. If you want to repay this small favor, then promise me two things. After thinking for a while on the deck chair, Lin Hao, as if a light bulb had lit up in his mind, suddenly sat up. He struck his left palm with his right fist, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Great. Whatever Mr. Lin Hao needs me to do, just say it. I, Bartholomew Bear, swear by the honor of the Sorbet Kingdom that I will not back down, even if it costs my life. Seeing Lin Hao agree to his request, Bear's previously tense face immediately showed a relieved expression. But in the next moment, Lin Hao's response not only left Bear stunned on the spot, but even Kizaru and Vegapunk, who were casually chatting about Navy gossip not far away, showed expressions of disbelief. Help me with two things, and we'll be even for Bonnie's surgery. The first thing, I haven't mastered hockey yet. So please, old brother, don't hold back and teach me the use of armament hockey and observation hockey. Ever since he had transmigrated to the world of One Piece, Lin Hao had never practiced this skill specifically used to deal with devil fruit users. After all, with the system on his side, as long as he basked in the sun long enough, he would receive a steady stream of system rewards to strengthen himself. But it had been 2.5 years since he had arrived in this world, and he still hadn't obtained the reward of hockey. Although his current strength was enough to fear no Logia-type devil fruit users. If he had armament hockey, his previous fight with Admiral Akainu at Navy headquarters wouldn't have taken so long. It would have basically been a one-punch affair. You know, in the original work, Bear was appointed as a warlord of the sea by the Five Elders Saturn. And when Bonnie was controlled by Saturn on Egghead Island, the unconscious Bear also displayed his armament hockey. With one punch, he severely wounded the Five Elder Saturn. Although because of the latter's incredible regenerative ability, Bear didn't take him down in one blow. His strength was definitely not lacking, especially in armament hockey. This was a rare opportunity, and he could just make up for this small deficiency of his own. Hey, Lin Hao. What are you kidding about? You don't know armament hockey. That Akainu was beaten by you until he could barely piece his body together, you know. And now you're telling me you don't know armament hockey. As soon as Lin Hao's first request was made, not only was Bear stunned, but even Admiral Kizaru, who had a very good relationship with Lin Hao at Navy headquarters, couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had never seen Lin Hao use armament hockey, Lin Hao was the one who had beaten Figureland at Holy Land and Admiral Akainu at Navy headquarters. His strength was already demonstrated. Yet he openly admitted that he didn't know hockey. This was simply too unbelievable. Not only Kizaru, but even the world's greatest scientist Vegapunk nearly dropped his jaw. His long tongue almost bit itself off from sheer shock. Azure Dragon. Oh no, Lin, how are you treating us like children? You don't even know armament hockey, so how did you defeat that Akainu? Did you do it purely with raw physical strength? Looking at Vegapunk's long-tongued appearance that would instantly make him a white-faced Grim Reaper if he put on a chef's hat, Lin Hao had changed his posture and continued lying on the deck chair sunbathing, almost burst out laughing. That's right. I did it with pure physical strength. What does it matter if I don't know hockey? I was born with divine strength. Such an incredible thing actually happened. This is too extraordinary. Lin Hao, I would like to conduct some tests on you, and you must not refuse. Hearing Lin Hao's perfunctory explanation, Admiral Kizaru's forehead was covered in dark lines, and his face wore an expression that clearly said, "Do you think I'm a fool?" As for the world's greatest scientist Vegapunk, he had already taken out the notebook he always carried, and hastily recorded every word Lin Hao had just said. As for Bear, the gentleman's previous excitement had been completely replaced by shock. Not long ago he had fought Lin Hao, and naturally knew that Lin Hao's strength was unfathomable, at least far above another Admiral Kizaru. A powerhouse who could easily defeat him, yet he didn't know hockey. Lin Hao's frankness left Bear stunned for a long time. But after seeing Lin Hao's sincere gaze that didn't seem like a joke or a lie, Bear could only obediently nod. The first thing is no problem. What about the second? Looking at the curious Bear, a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. The second thing. I am extending an invitation to you in my personal capacity. Invite you to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government. What? Appoint me as one of the 7 warlords? Upon hearing Lin Hao's second request, everyone present exclaimed in surprise, almost in unison. After a brief moment of silence, Admiral Huang Yuan, who usually had a close relationship with Lin Hao, was the first to react. Yo, isn't this a perfect solution to one of the Navy's problems? Since the warlord positions haven't been decided, yet having you a not-so-annoying fellow take the role, I wouldn't object to that. After spending time together, Admiral Huang Yuan had come to approve of Deshiong's character. Moreover, having fought against him, he had a clear understanding of the man's strength. More importantly, since this proposal came from Lin Hao, if he gave it his full support, his relationship with Lin Hao the Slacking King would surely reach new heights. Thus Admiral Huang Yuan had no intention of refuting Lin Hao's suggestion. As for Deshiong, upon hearing the words 7 warlords, an instinctive sense of repulsion surged within him. But when he considered that his status as a warlord could restore the Sorbet Kingdom's position as a world government member, and that Lin Hao had promised substantial discounts on the heavenly tribute, Deshiong hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. All right. Since it's a proposal from Mr. Lin Hao, I naturally won't refuse. But let me make this clear, I will not do anything that goes against my conscience or principles, even if it's an order from the world government. Clearly Deshiong had never held a favorable impression of the world government. Yet that was not an issue. Lin Hao had arranged this solely to protect this gentleman. With his recommendation, Deshiong would completely break free from the original story's state of forced obedience to the world government. Even if he later used his warlord status to supply intelligence to the Revolutionary Army, Lin Hao would not interfere. After thoroughly settling the affairs of Deshiong, one of the few men he respected, Lin Hao turned to his purpose for coming to Danjian Island. Although he had been invited by the world's foremost scientist, Bei Jiapengku, Lin Hao still harbored his own hidden agenda. Hey Bei Jiapengku, I heard you're called the world's greatest scientist, possessing technology 500 years ahead of its time. Is that really true? Mr. Lin Hao, such a question is an insult to my standing. Bei Jiapengku, who had always prided himself as a genius scientist, grew angry upon hearing this. What was his status? He was the genius scientist who, if he claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. Not to mention Lin Hao, who was merely a high-ranking Navy admiral within the world government. Even if the 5 elders themselves came, they would never doubt his scientific prowess. Lin Hao's question had indeed struck a nerve with the world's leading scientist. Seeing Bei Jiapengku's now furious expression, Lin Hao knew his opportunity had arrived. Ha ha ha, don't be angry, Mr. Bei Jiapengku. I came to Danjian Island this time because I need to borrow your scientific expertise. Borrow my scientific expertise. Stop beating around the bush. If there's something you need my help with, just say it directly. Hearing Lin Hao's reply, Bei Jiapengku rolled his eyes, already having a good idea of the matter. Now that the matter was out in the open, Bei Jiapengku felt relieved. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor that could be used against him later. What I want is simple. Is there a way for me to bask in the sun 24 hours a day nonstop? Of course, if possible, making my sunbathing more efficient than usual wouldn't be bad either, huh? Nonstop sunbathing all day. That's a truly peculiar request. Hearing Lin Hao's bizarre request, Deshiong, Huang Yuan, and Bei Jiapengku were all utterly bewildered. After their interactions, they all knew that Lin Hao's greatest hobby was basking in the sun whenever he could. At first they thought it was just a hobby, but they never imagined he was so obsessed with it that he wanted to do it all day, 24 hours straight. Even Huang Yuan, who had been following Lin Hao all this time, would probably find it unbearable. Although this problem is a bit tricky, it's not impossible to solve. But why are you so obsessed with sunbathing? Looking at Lin Hao's expectant face, Bei Jiapengku rubbed his enormous head and asked with curiosity. It's nothing really, I just genuinely enjoy the feeling of sunbathing. Whenever I'm in the sun, I feel incredibly comfortable, so I want to keep doing it all the time. Lin Hao's answer was quite evasive. He merely stated that he liked the sensation. He didn't dare reveal that he had a system that rewarded him for sunbathing. Otherwise he'd be chased all over the world. Though he wasn't afraid of that. It had been 2.5 years since he transmigrated into the One Piece world. Every time he received a system reward, the required sunbathing duration multiplied exponentially. Given this situation, Lin Hao had to find a way to shorten the time needed to earn system rewards. I do have a few feasible plans, but they'll take time. And before that, I need to run some necessary tests on your body. Hehehe. No problem, it's settled. With the agreement reached, Lin Hao temporarily settled down on Danjian Island. Over the next few days, Lin Hao cycled between Beijiapang's laboratory to Xiong's private training ground and the comfortable sunbathing spots on Danjian Island. Thanks to his superhuman physique and Saotome-like constitution, Lin Hao's brainpower and talent far surpassed those of ordinary humans in the One Piece world. In the original story, Luffy took 2 whole years to learn haki, but Lin Hao mastered it in less than a week. As for the other two, Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Observation Haki required no practice, while Conqueror's Haki was innate and could only be awakened later. Until the right opportunity arose, Xiong couldn't teach him how to use it, though Xiong himself hadn't awakened Conqueror's Haki either. As for Beijiapang, his jaw dropped almost every day in amazement at Lin Hao's abilities. To test Lin Hao's strength, Admiral Huang Yuan even used his connections to obtain several decommissioned warships. Yet to everyone's astonishment, those massive warships as huge as small mountains were like children's toys in Lin Hao's hands. Not even enough for a proper weightlifting workout. As for speed, there was no need to mention it. Even Huang Yuan, a Logia user of the Glint fruit renowned for his speed, could barely gain any advantage against Lin Hao at full power. After a few days of testing, aside from compiling a mountain of absurd data, Beijiapang could only observe that Lin Hao's physical strength peaked when the sun was at its strongest at noon. Such a miraculous constitution didn't belong to any race recorded in scientific literature. Yet judging from his blood data, Lin Hao was indeed an ordinary human. This result baffled not only the curious Beijiapang, but also Admiral Huang Yuan and the tyrant Xiong. However, no matter how they pressed, Lin Hao's answer was always the same. It's nothing special, I'm just born with superhuman strength. A week later, under Beijiapang's reluctant gaze, Lin Hao boarded Huang Yuan's warship and left Danjian Island with Xiong and Huang Yuan. The weather was clear with a gentle sea breeze. The calm ocean surface resembled a smooth mirror. Such tranquil weather was a rare blessing for the vessels sailing upon the sea. At that moment, Lin Hao was aboard Admiral Kizaru's warship heading for Dressrosa. Kuma had accepted Lin Hao's invitation to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Thus on this voyage, Kuma, the nominal king of the Sorbet Kingdom, accompanied them as well. On the deck of the warship, Admiral Kizaru and Lin Hao had each set up a specially crafted lounger, reclining comfortably to bask in the rare gentle sunlight. As for the gentle Kuma, he sat cross-legged in quietude, faithfully reading the Bible that he never parted with. Come on, I'm a Marine Admiral, for crying out loud. Going on a mission personally assigned by the 5 elders, and I don't even have my own warship. Is the Marine headquarters this ridiculous? The journey from Egghead Island to Dressrosa, ruled by Doflamingo, was a long one. With nothing else to do during the voyage, the crew chatted and played cards. As they talked, the conversation naturally turned to the treatment of Marines. Although Lin Hao had not been with the Marines for long, he knew that once a Marine reached the rank of Vice Admiral, the headquarters would commission a custom private warship for them. Whether damaged in battle or worn out from daily use, the cost of the warship would be covered by the Marine headquarters budget. Looking at Kizaru's flashy yellow warship, which bore a distinct personal style, and thinking of Garp's highly recognizable Doghead warship, Lin Hao could not help but complain. Even the last time he captured the Pirate King's right-hand Silver's Rayleigh in Sabaody Archipelago, he had to borrow another Vice Admiral's private warship. Who was Lin Hao? A Marine Admiral, no less. Why couldn't he have his own private warship like the other Marine officers? Seeing Lin Hao's discontent, Kizaru, lounging on his chair, gave him a dramatic eye roll. You're quite impatient, aren't you? Do you know? It takes time to build a private warship for a Marine officer. Usually after promotion from Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral, the headquarters begins construction. By the time you become a full Vice Admiral, the ship is ready. You came straight in as an Admiral, so the headquarters had no time to prepare. Oh, is that so? Then can I just take a standard warship and modify it into my private vessel? Hearing Kizaru's explanation, Lin Hao became intrigued. Having been with the Marines for a while, Lin Hao had seen many private warships of Marine officers. Some were standard while others were highly distinctive. He had long envied them. If he could get his own private warship quickly, he wouldn't mind if it was plain. He could always take it to Water 7 for a custom overhaul. Oh, modify it yourself. What do you want it to look like? Hehehe. See how Vice Admiral Garp's ship has a doghead figurehead? I don't appreciate that style. My code name is Azure Dragon, so I plan to give my ship a majestic dragonhead figurehead. How cool would that be? It's not impossible, but there are restrictions if you want to modify it yourself. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses and shifted to a more comfortable position to continue sunbathing. Having spent time with Lin Hao, who loved sunbathing, Kizaru, a notoriously lazy admiral, had developed the habit of lounging in the sun whenever possible. We can give you a warship, but if you modify it privately, the cost comes out of your own pocket. It's not natural wear or battle damage, so the Marine headquarters isn't obligated to cover it. What the hell? Are you kidding me? This is the richest navy in the world. Hearing that he would have to pay for the modifications himself, Lin Hao was utterly exasperated. I'm an admiral who risks life and limb for the Marines, and they won't even reimburse the cost of modifying my private warship. Is there no justice? Is there no law? You rake in hundreds of billions of berries from a single mission, and even became king of a country. And you're complaining about the cost of modifying a warship. Kizaru rolled his eyes so hard they nearly disappeared into his skull. Let's talk business. Whenever a pirate wants to join the Seven Warlords, they must show something to the world government. You invited Kuma. How do you plan to have him demonstrate his loyalty? Hehehe. I've already thought of that. I'll need your help, brother Kizaru. Huh? My help? What does this have to do with me? Mr. Lin Hao, we had an agreement. I will never do anything against my conscience. As Lin Hao and Kizaru chatted, the topic turned to Kuma, who was about to become a warlord. Some time had passed since the former warlord was defeated by Ace, but the position of Shichibukai had yet to be filled. One of the most important reasons was the requirement to present a symbol of loyalty to the world government. Lin Hao clearly remembered that in the original story, Blackbeard captured Ace and handed him over to the Marines to become a warlord. Trafalgar Law offered 100 live pirate hearts to secure his position. Either way, these were sensational news that shook the Grand Line. Therefore, the so-called symbol had to be sufficiently significant and impactful. For the powerful pirates who expressed interest, the Marine High Command set a simple condition. Whoever captured Ace, the man who had defeated the previous warlord, and presented him to the world government would earn the position. Yet a month had passed, and the renowned pirates of the Grand Line were either defeated by the rookie Ace or simply couldn't find him. For a time, the world government's supposed fury became a joke among the pirates of the Grand Line, facing pressure from the world government to quickly appoint a new warlord. The Marine headquarters, led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, began to consider changing the conditions. Just then, a joint recommendation from Admirals Kizaru and Lin Hao for Bartholomew Kuma to become a Shichibukai was submitted. Sengoku, who had no suitable candidate, saw a glimmer of hope. In terms of strength, if Kuma was willing, he could single-handedly destroy a small country. In terms of alignment, 2 Marine admirals had vouched for him. What more could be said? After a brief consultation with higher-ups, Kuma's appointment as a warlord was finalized. As for the feat, to demonstrate loyalty to the world government, Sengoku stated that it didn't necessarily have to be capturing Ace, but it had to be done while leaving no room for criticism. Seeing the puzzled expressions of Kizaru and Kuma, Lin Hao smiled slightly and shifted to a more comfortable position to continue sunbathing. You know the Marine G5 base. This time I'll take down Doflamingo. You two go and purge the spies he planted within the Marines. I'm sure Mr. Sengoku will be very pleased. Hey, you mean there are moles planted by Doflamingo within the Navy? Isn't that too ridiculous? Don't make baseless claims. Hearing the news Lin Hao gave, both Kizaru, a Navy admiral, and Kuma, the nominal king of the Sorbet Kingdom, found it utterly unbelievable. Pirates planting moles in the Navy. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Without solid evidence, even Kuma, an outsider, thought Lin Hao was talking nonsense. Lin Hao was not at all surprised by their astonishment. He. Once I finish my mission in Dressrosa, you'll understand everything. Ignoring the shock of Kizaru and Kuma, Lin Hao shifted to a more comfortable posture and continued his lazy sunbathing. 2 days later, Lin Hao and his group, who had been growing restless at sea, finally arrived at Dressrosa. Although it was his first visit to this seemingly prosperous country since transmigrating into the world of One Piece, Lin Hao was very familiar with the situation here. The streets of Dressrosa were lined with cheering citizens and toys welcoming the sudden visit of the Navy. Though cleverly concealed, Lin Hao could still see the look of anticipation in the eyes of the toys lining the roads. These toys were the pitiful people whose existence had been completely erased by the power of Sugar's Hobie Nomi, a subordinate of Doflamingo. To them, the Navy officers who could instill even a hint of wariness in a warlord were their only hope. Before long, Lin Hao, Kizaru, and Kuma were led by palace guards to the Grand Hall of the Dressrosa Royal Palace. In the lavishly decorated palace, Doflamingo, known as the Heavenly Yuksha, was already seated on his throne waiting for their arrival. Doflamingo rested his left hand on his cheek and lazily draped his right foot over the armrest of the throne. Draped in his iconic flamingo coat and wearing a pair of uniquely styled sunglasses, his demeanor radiated extreme arrogance. He was completely unaware of the impending doom. Clearly, this king of Dressrosa held Lin Hao's group in contempt. Not only the usually easygoing Lin Hao and Kizaru, but even the mild-mannered Kuma felt deeply irritated. Fu, if it isn't Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Qinglong, and a usurper who caused quite a stir in the Sorbet Kingdom last year. What a bizarre combination. Come on, what kind of trade do you want? I can fully mobilize my underground channels to help you but don't think I'm trying to curry favor with you. It's just that my kingdom's development is going too smoothly, so I'm interested in hearing what you have to say following a series of unbearably arrogant remarks. The family executives on both sides of Doflamingo's throne also wore contemptuous expressions. Except for Viola, who was forced into the family. No one took these Navy officers seriously. Watching the arrogant Doflamingo on the throne, Lin Hao's lips curled into a cold sneer. Without another word, he pulled a golden ornate envelope from his inner pocket and tossed it toward Doflamingo on the throne. So the 5 old men of the Gorsi sent you. Catching the golden envelope, Doflamingo's arrogant expression shifted to surprise. Seeing that Lin Hao showed no intention of stopping him, Doflamingo quickly shed his flippant attitude and tore open the seal of the golden envelope. Minutes later, the heavenly Yaksha's once relaxed and cheerful expression turned grim. Thick root-like veins bulged on his forehead. Damn it! Those old bastards. The next moment, Doflamingo angrily tore the golden letter to shreds. Then, with Doflamingo at the center, a terrifying aura burst outward. Upon closer inspection, faint black lightning could be seen within this suffocating presence. As the intimidating aura rapidly spread, ordinary soldiers serving as guards in the Dressrosa Palace fainted with their eyes rolled back and foam at their mouths. Even Doflamingo's family executives struggled to maintain their composure under the oppressive force. In contrast, Lin Hao, Kizaru, and Kuma, faced with this overwhelming aura capable of knocking out ordinary people, they all wore calm, indifferent expressions, completely unaffected by the terrifying aura radiating from Doflamingo. Yo, so scary it's conqueror's hockey. Doflamingo, are you planning to pick a fight with 2 Navy admirals here? Hey, Kizaru, this is a mission from the Gorsi. Don't try to steal my credit. Well, since Mr. Lin Hao wants to handle it personally, I suppose I shouldn't interfere. Amid the conqueror's hockey filled with black lightning, Lin Hao, Kizaru, and Kuma remained completely unaffected. Instead, they began to seriously divide their roles. Lin Hao, Kizaru, and Kuma remained completely unaffected. Instead, they began to seriously divide their roles. Seeing this, Doflamingo, who had initially feared that Admiral Kizaru and Tyrant Kuma would intervene, now had no reservations. He continued to release his conqueror's hockey. His sinister gaze hidden behind his non-mainstream sunglasses immediately locked onto Lin Hao. The contents of that golden letter had broken Doflamingo's composure. For it was the secret order from the Gorsi for Lin Hao to secretly eliminate Doflamingo and bring him to Impel Down. Although he had seen some of Lin Hao's impressive feats in the newspapers, Doflamingo knew that the reports in the World Economy News often contained exaggerations regarding major events. At the very least, he refused to believe that the handsome young man before him had successively defeated Admiral Akainu and Silver's Rayleigh in a single month. You brat, who do you think I am? I am a warlord of the sea, the king of Dressrosa. I can't be captured just because someone wants to. You snot-nosed little punk, you dare to be a pawn for others. Reflect on your foolishness in hell. Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo's figure had already vanished from the throne. When he reappeared, the heavenly Yaksha, who stood a full half-body taller than Lin Hao, had closed in behind him at lightning speed. Facing Lin Hao's slender neck, a sinister grin spread across Doflamingo's face. 5 fingers spread wide and 5 threads of different colors appeared on his fingertips. Die, you brat. / 5 color threads. Looking at Lin Hao's fair and delicate neck, a ferocious expression, like a vampire seeing blood, appeared on Doflamingo's face. The 5-colored strings is a combat technique developed by Doflamingo to the extreme of his string fruit. It consists of 5 threads of different colors connected to each of his 5 fingers. Its power is beyond imagination. Even an ordinary building can be neatly sliced into 6 sections. In past battles, whenever Doflamingo used this move, it was essentially aimed at taking the opponent's head. Faced with such a sudden attack, Lin Hao standing still showed no reaction of dodging at all. Meanwhile, Kuma and Kizaru beside Lin Hao watched Doflamingo, who had suddenly launched a surprise attack on Lin Hao. The expressions on their faces were like watching a fool who had voluntarily walked into a trap. The next moment, Doflamingo's 5-colored strings, which he had viciously slashed at Lin Hao's neck, actually passed straight through Lin Hao's neck, without encountering any obstruction. Looking again at Lin Hao, whose neck had been pierced by the 5-colored strings, his body was rapidly dissipating into the air. The Lin Hao that Doflamingo had just successfully attacked was not the real body. It was merely an afterimage left behind because of extreme speed yet to dissipate. Watching the slowly fading afterimage, instantly countless fine beads of sweat trickled down Doflamingo's forehead, which had bulged with veins. The one he had attacked was not Lin Hao's real body. He turned his head and saw Kizaru and Kuma still looking at him, as if he were a fool with no intention of intervening. Kizaru looked at Doflamingo with a mocking expression, and his words directly made the warlord bristle. Yo, Doflamingo, why are you standing there stunned? Do you still want to fight? Our Azure Dragon Admiral is right behind you. What did you say? Hearing Admiral Kizaru's mocking tease, Doflamingo immediately wanted to turn around. But just then this extremely experienced warlord suddenly realized that his arms were firmly clamped, and no matter how hard he struggled, his body couldn't move an inch. In an instant, Doflamingo's heart sank to the bottom. This terrifying feeling was not conqueror's haki. Rather, it was the instinct of a living being recognizing a hierarchy gap, desperately trying to escape danger. Until this moment, Doflamingo finally realized that the reports from the World News economic newspaper were not groundless, but concrete truth. But he had already made his move. It was too late for anything else. The only hope now was to exert all his strength to seize a chance to escape. With that thought, Doflamingo let out a furious roar. His entire body quickly covered with armament haki, trying to break free from Lin Hao's grip. But no matter how hard he struggled or roared, Lin Hao's hands were like a solid lock, preventing his body from moving even a fraction. "You bastard, let me go. Do you know who I am? I am not only a warlord under the world government, but also the king of Dressrosa. From today on you will no longer be." Facing Doflamingo's frantic bluster, Lin Hao simply curled the corner of his mouth upward. The next moment, Lin Hao firmly clamped Doflamingo's arms from behind. Then his right foot coated with armament haki shot out like a whip toward Doflamingo's lower back. Bang! A dull thud that made hearts leap into throats echoed. Those still conscious in the palace instinctively covered their own lower backs. As for Doflamingo, who had taken Lin Hao's kick right in the lower back, after a scream, a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of flesh gushed out. Doflamingo's massive figure shot straight forward like a cannonball, leaving the barrel. Doflamingo's flying body actually crashed through several tall buildings in succession. Such was the terrifying power of Lin Hao's kick. As for the executives of the Doflamingo family, their faces were all ashen. Although they were reluctant to admit it, the facts were right before their eyes. The notorious Doflamingo family on the Grand Line was going to be completely finished today. Among the family executives with expressions of utter despair, Viola, a devil fruit user from the Heart Squad, looked at Lin Hao. Her eyes were full of hope. Could this newly appointed Navy Admiral be the hope of Dressrosa? Looking at the extremely exaggerated human-shaped hole in the wall, Lin Hao first let out a huge yawn, then his body blurred into an afterimage. He pursued through the human-shaped hole that Doflamingo had blasted out. Elsewhere, in a sparsely populated ruin, Doflamingo forced himself to stand up, dragging his deformed body, feeling the intense pain within his body. A grim smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. Hehehe. If I get killed here, the entire Dressrosa will be buried with me. Relying on his observation haki, which he had cultivated to perfection, Lin Hao quickly locked onto Doflamingo's position. But just as Lin Hao confirmed Doflamingo's position and prepared to pursue, several swishing sounds of wind piercing came from the sky. Lin Hao looked up and his handsome face immediately frowned. He saw a huge mass of thread floating in the clouds above. Just as Lin Hao noticed the mass of thread, it burst open like fireworks, spreading toward all directions of Dressrosa. In an instant, countless steel threads pierced into the ground of Dressrosa. From a distance, the thing formed by the bursting thread resembled a giant birdcage, firmly trapping Dressrosa in the center. Before the citizens of Dressrosa could react, the countless threads began to quickly converge toward the center of Dressrosa. Wherever the threads passed, all buildings were neatly sliced apart. Even the ground of Dressrosa revealed its smoothest surface due to the terrifying cutting of the steel threads. For a time, wherever the countless threads passed, there were destroyed buildings and the painful cries and pleas for help of Dressrosa's residents and toys. In less than half a minute, nearly 10% of Dressrosa's territory, which seemed prosperous to the outside world, had turned into ghastly ruins. A birdcage. That's quite an extravagant move. Inside the palace of Dressrosa, Kizaru and Kuma, who had been in a completely spectator mentality from the start, felt the terrifying tremors from the ground. At the same time, the Doflamingo family executives who had been in the palace also began to flee in panic. How do you think this destruction compares to your feat of the one-man revolution? Mr. Borsellino, that is not a glorious thing. Please don't bring it up again. Ignoring the fleeing executives of the Doflamingo family, Kuma and Kizaru walked straight out of the palace to see what was happening in Dressrosa. As soon as they stepped outside the palace, they saw the terrifying threads rapidly closing in toward the center of Dressrosa from all directions. Wherever the threads passed, there were buildings reduced to ruins and the terrified wails of citizens. Seeing such a horrifying scene, even powerful figures like Kuma and Kizaru, who had seen many great sights, were secretly astonished. Suddenly, a terrifying sonic boom came from the sky. The citizens and toys of Dressrosa, who were frantically fleeing and crying for help, were all attracted by the deafening sonic boom. They all looked up at the sky. The next moment, the citizens of Dressrosa witnessed a scene they would never forget. A handsome young man, wearing a Navy Justice cloak, leaped into the air. He shot directly toward the center of the birdcage in the sky. The young man's right arm was pitch black, coated with terrifying armament hockey, like a hero challenging a demon king. Just as the citizens were stunned by the young marine's formidable strength, Lin Hao's fist, which had turned pitch black due to armament hockey, smashed fiercely into the center of the birdcage's threads in an instant. In an instant, with a terrifying sound that nearly burst eardrums, a catastrophic earthquake comparable to a tsunami struck the entire Dressrosa. In a flash, fierce winds rose from the ground, dust billowing. All the citizens of Dressrosa were knocked off balance by the strong winds stirred up by the earthquake. As for Kizaru and Kuma, they stomped their feet and were the first to arrive in front of Lin Hao, who had just landed on the ground. After a moment, as the earthquake subsided, the dense dust that filled the sky slowly dissipated. Then the citizens of Dressrosa, having recovered their wits, were shocked to discover the terrifying threads that had been madly converging and cutting toward the center of the Dressrosa kingdom had disappeared, and the toys that were on the streets earlier had all turned back into normal humans. In an instant, the memories that had been erased by the hobby fruit were restored. The citizens of Dressrosa began to celebrate and revel wildly. But Kuma and Kizaru beside Lin Hao were completely bewildered. Watching Lin Hao, who was constantly brushing the dust off his clothes, Admiral Kizaru couldn't help asking him, "He ran away. He escaped." Upon hearing Lin Hao's reply, Bear and Huang Yuan, who had initially been mere spectators, were both utterly astonished. They were well aware of how formidable Lin Hao was. If Doflamingo had managed to flee from him, it could only be because Lin Hao had deliberately let him go. Meeting the incredulous gazes of Huang Yuan and Bear, Lin Hao merely shrugged nonchalantly and steered the conversation toward Dressrosa. Due to Doflamingo's deployment of the birdcage, Dressrosa was now strewn with freshly formed rubble and the anguished cries of its citizens. This battle had inflicted considerable damage on Dressrosa, a nation that had outwardly appeared so prosperous. In stark contrast to the furious weeping were the jubilant cheers of the victims who had been freed from their toy state. Having stirred up such a commotion, we must eventually give an account to the people here. So saying, Lin Hao strode briskly toward the Dressrosa royal palace. Observing his composed demeanor, Bear and Huang Yuan said nothing and promptly followed. Inside the Dressrosa royal palace, all the executives of the Doflamingo family had vanished, having fled with their master, the celestial night demon, from the country they had ruled for years. However, one person took Huang Yuan and Bear by surprise. It was Violet, the assassin codenamed within the Doflamingo family. Although others might not know her true identity, Lin Hao, as a transmigrator, was well aware. This dark-skinned woman was the legitimate royal of Dressrosa. She was the youngest daughter of the former King Riku. To protect the royal family members who had escaped during the coup, she had been forced to join the Doflamingo family. When Violet saw Lin Hao, who had driven Doflamingo out of Dressrosa, approaching her, a flicker of tension appeared on her face. But in the next moment, Lin Hao gently patted her shoulder and uttered words that left Bear and Huang Yuan frozen in place. "Princess Violet, I know who you are. It is time for the people of Dressrosa to learn the whole truth. Lord Azure Dragon. Truly, I am so grateful to you." Hearing Lin Hao's reassurance, the tears of the legitimate princess, who had endured so much within the Doflamingo family for years, burst forth in a flood. All the grievances of so many years could finally be released today. Shortly afterward, under Lin Hao's arrangement, the citizens of Dressrosa were gathered in the massive coliseum, large enough to accommodate the entire nation, to watch the matches. On the final arena platform, the rescued King Riku, Kairos, Rebecca, and Violet stood excitedly at the center. Having been shadowed by Doflamingo for so many years, they could finally breathe their first breath of freedom. "Murderer, what right do you have to stand there?" "That's right. My family was killed by your sword 5 years ago. Oh, I wish I could chop you to pieces. Get down. You are not the king of Dressrosa." As soon as the royal family appeared on the arena platform, the citizens in the stands erupted in thunderous abuse. Most of them were survivors of that night 5 years ago. Their hatred for King Riku had long reached its peak. Had it not been for the Marines guarding the king, these deceived citizens would have rushed forward to slay their enemy. Although the victims freed from their toy state knew the truth. Many of the citizens' relatives and friends had indeed been killed by his own royal sword. Faced with the people's resentment, the weathered old king's eyes brimmed with tears of shame. If he could, he would trade his own life for those he had taken 5 years ago. Boom. Suddenly, just as the torrent of curses was about to overwhelm those on the stage, Lin Hao, without a word, For a moment, the furious citizens who had been cursing King Riku fell silent. The mere residual wind from his fist carried such terrifying power. It was as if Lin Hao was a god. I apologize for the interruption, but there are some things you must hear to the end. As the citizens of Dressrosa were stunned by Lin Hao's strength, he wore a harmless, amiable smile and stepped in front of King Riku, who had nearly been drowned by the abuse. Then at Lin Hao's signal, Bear took out a golden Den Den Mushi from his pocket. That was the king of Den Den Mushi, known as the World Transponder Snail. Once activated, all locations capable of receiving video transmissions would be able to see the images it projected. This account, Lin Hao was going to broadcast it live to the entire world. In an instant, Lin Hao's handsome face appeared on every projection screen across the Grand Line. This scene shocked the 5 elders at the Holy Land and the commanders at Marine headquarters. Pirates across the Grand Line also looked at Lin Hao with curiosity. The World Transponder Snail had not been used for a long time. What was happening today? Some things are not as you imagine. I swear by my honor as the Azure Dragon Admiral of the Marine headquarters. What King Riku will tell you next is the truth. Seeing the crowd in the stands fall silent, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Then he stepped aside and handed the amplifying Den Den Mushi to King Riku. After casting a grateful glance at Lin Hao, King Riku wasted no time and began to recount hoarsely the truth of that night of the coup 5 years ago. Moreover, the underground weapons factory, human trafficking, forbidden scientific research, and even the secret dealings with the 4 emperors, Kaido. The old man revealed every crime he knew without reservation. Only then, forced into silence by Lin Hao's intimidation, did the citizens realize how dark the surface prosperity of Dressrosa had been all these years. The one who had saved them was none other than Lin Hao, the very man who had forced them to be quiet. For a moment, the once furious crowd fell silent again. Long live the Azure Dragon General. In an instant, a deafening roar like a tidal wave resounded through the heavens. At this moment, Lin Hao, who had rescued Dressrosa from the shadow of Doflamingo, saw his prestige directly surpass that of the country's original king, King Riku. Yo, that was quite a big deal you pulled off, but the higher-ups won't let this slide, will they? I believe Mr. Lin Hao handled this matter excellently. He is truly a righteous Marine. Kuma, watch your words. I am also righteous, just with a somewhat ambiguous brand of justice. Feeling the overwhelming cheers from the audience in the Colosseum, Admiral Kizaru and the former warlord Kuma couldn't help but show a trace of envy in their eyes. That Lin Hao is truly remarkable. He usually slacks off, but when it comes to the critical moment, he doesn't miss a bit of the prestige he deserves. At this moment, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine headquarters Marineford, a group of senior Marine officers were stunned, their jaws dropping as they watched the scene on the screen. In this worldwide live broadcast, King Riku tearfully recounted Doflamingo's various crimes, accusing the world government of knowing about them, yet doing nothing to stop them, a tacit approval. And Lin Hao, standing beside King Riku, watched as the king continued to reveal truths unfavorable to the world government, but showed no intention of stopping him. He simply let King Riku unleash the grievances and sufferings he had endured for years. Everyone present knew that if this continued, the more King Riku spoke, the more the world government's face would be rubbed into the dirt. Ha ha ha. That Lin Hao really knows how to stir up trouble. Compared to him, I'm just a small fry. Looking at Lin Hao's serene and radiant smile in the broadcast, Marine hero Garp, who had just picked his nose and immediately opened a bag of Senbei snacks, had undisguised surprise and admiration in his eyes. This Marine hero believed he could challenge anyone at Marine headquarters, but if he had to handle this matter, he would never go as far as Lin Hao. Thinking of those old fogies who usually do nothing but cause trouble, fuming with rage at Lin Hao's actions, the usually carefree Marine hero's big mouth stretched all the way to the back of his ears. Sarayu has stirred things up so big. Even if he is a Marine Admiral, the people at the Holy Land won't let it go easily. Compared to the beaming Marine hero, Aokiji beside Garp wore only an expression of shock. Although he wore sunglasses, his wide-open eyes were clearly visible to others. At this moment, the Marine Admiral, who upheld a lazy justice, could not calm his heart. Acting solely for the justice in his heart, disregarding the face of the world government. Wasn't this exactly what he had pursued in his youth? If he had held on to the same level of conviction as Lin Hao back, then would some innocent civilians have survived the tragedy of O'Hara? Watching Lin Hao's smiling face in the live broadcast, Aokiji's eyes shone with a different light. This man was worth his while to go and seek advice. Turning to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Although he still wore a stern, unsmiling expression at this moment, his trembling hands could not hide the shock and excitement within him. Over a decade ago, his adopted son Don Quixote Rosanani, Doflamingo's younger brother, was discovered to be a spy and was shot dead by his own brother Doflamingo. Because of Doflamingo's dual status as a warlord and a celestial dragon, Sengoku, who had always harbored resentment, could not take revenge. Now Lin Hao had utterly defeated Doflamingo, turning him into a dog caught in the great rout. This gave Sengoku immense satisfaction. The foundation he had built over many years was destroyed in one fell swoop. This was even more painful than killing him directly. Setting aside the matter of disgracing the world government, Lin Hao had truly avenged him this time. This Lin Hao. My initial assessment of him was far too rash. In the dark castle of Thriller Bark, Gecko Moria, one of the Seven Warlords, was also watching the live broadcast Lin Hao had initiated via the world Den Mushi. Seeing Doflamingo, another warlord, become a fugitive, the massive warlord revealed a chilling grin. Hehehe. Admiral Sarai. What a formidable fellow. If I could get his shadow, my plan to take revenge on Kaido would surely succeed immediately. Hey, Lord Moria, that's a Marine Admiral. That idea is really unreliable and dangerous. Hearing this overconfident mutter, Perona, the legal lowly holding a gothic umbrella beside Moria, immediately let out her characteristic sharp reprimand. In the calm belt Amazon Lily, a vast square filled with Amazon Lily warriors stared intently at the live broadcast screen. They cared little about the deafening cheers of the Dressrosa citizens. Instead, Lin Hao's bright and handsome face caused many warriors' eyes to turn into heart shapes. Seeing a handsome Marine Admiral for the first time, these women who had never seen a man became completely smitten. What is this behavior? Have you no shame? Men are terrifying creatures. Only I can guarantee your safety. Seeing all the warriors with stars in their eyes, Boa Hancock, another warlord, immediately let out an angry roar. Yet while scolding the warriors, the world's most beautiful woman could not help but sneak a few extra glances at the live broadcast screen. This fellow named Sarayu is truly handsome. Even among the Holy Land, I've never seen anyone who could compare. On the great route Alabasta. So Doflamingo got taken down just like that. What a waste. In the luxurious casino of Rainbase Alabasta, cartloads of dance powder were being secretly transported into the casino warehouse under Crocodile's watchful eye. While monitoring his subordinates, Crocodile the warlord held a cigar in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the world Den Mushi's broadcast. According to intelligence, that guy is a recently appointed Marine Admiral. He might become a big problem later. Should we take special note? Hehehe. Right now we should focus on the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton. Have the civilians who witnessed our use of dance powder been dealt with? Era, they've all been made to disappear forever. What a cautious one you are. In response to Robin's reminder, Crocodile, cigar in mouth, revealed a disdainful expression. Don't lump me together with that trash of a Don Quixote. King Riku's exposure of Doflamingo's crimes was broadcast to every corner of the Great Route. Countless powerful marines and pirates were stunned into silence. Any one of Doflamingo's heinous crimes was enough to stir up a storm across the Great Route. Moreover, according to King Riku, these crimes were tacitly approved by the world government. If King Riku's tearful accusation was a challenge to the world government, then the Marine Admiral Sarayu, who had facilitated this broadcast and allowed King Riku to speak freely, had directly slapped the world government in the face. In an instant, the name Admiral Sarayu echoed across the entire Great Route. At the Holy Land Pangaea Castle, the five old men at the pinnacle of power watched the cheering citizens on the screen with dark expressions. The murderous intent in their eyes was no longer concealed. They had sent Lin Hao to secretly arrest Doflamingo, but not only did he fail to capture Doflamingo, he had also exposed the dirty dealings between the world government and Doflamingo. This time the world government would truly lose face. Upon hearing the citizens in the broadcast shouting, "Long live Soro," Saturn Saint, the most sinister of the five elders, smashed the broadcast screen with his cane. Now, immediately, make that Lin Hao come back here. If he doesn't give a reasonable explanation, this matter is not over. King Riku's televised condemnation of Don Quixote Doflamingo and the world government instantly spread to every corner of the Grand Line. Before the world could even digest these earth-shattering revelations, the news coups of the World Economy newspaper, under the directive of their editor-in-chief Morgans, began their diligent work. Within less than a day after the conclusion of the Dressrosa broadcast, the day's newspapers were delivered to every nook of the Grand Line. Major figures who had missed the live broadcast, upon catching sight of the headlines, immediately widened their eyes in shock. Deep within the 6th level of Impel Down, in an exceedingly dim cell, an old man with snow-white hair, his limbs tightly bound with chains, held the day's newspaper. Gazing at the front-page story, the aged yet regal figure burst into hearty laughter. So he struck at a warlord subordinate to the world government. This Azure Dragon is truly an intriguing fellow. The old man, clutching the newspaper and laughing uproariously, was none other than the legendary pirate Silver's Rayleigh the Dark King, who had been personally captured by Lin Hao and thrown into Impel Down not long ago. Outside Rayleigh's cell, the Warden Magellan, already aware of the news, wore a similarly stunned expression. Just who in the world is this Azure Dragon? He doesn't even care about the world government's face, yet his actions are truly admirable. On the New World's Onigashima, a crew of vicious pirates led by Queen the Plague were celebrating boisterously, drinking and dancing over another shipment of artificial devil fruits. Amidst the revelry, a man with flames wreathed around him, wings sprouting from his back, wearing a mask and a prison guard uniform, stared at the newspaper with a dark expression. Because of Wano's long-standing isolation, the Beast's pirates often received news later than the rest of the Grand Line. Hey, Brother King, why are you so glum over a newspaper? That's not like you. Huh? When Kaido comes back and sees so many artificial devil fruits, he'll be overjoyed. Just as the man crumpled the newspaper in his hand with a dark scowl, two of the Beast's pirates, All-Stars, Queen the Plague, and Jack the Drought, approached with their drinks. This tall, imposing man was none other than the second-in-command of the Beast's pirates, King the Wildfire, one of the three All-Stars. Ever since learning that Silver's Rayleigh had been captured and thrown into impelled down, the captain of the Beast's pirates, Kaido, had been unable to suppress his impulsive urge to commit suicide once more. To see if the Azure Dragon Admiral who had captured Rayleigh could actually kill him, Kaido transformed into a giant dragon and charged straight toward Marine headquarters. Before Kaido could return, news of Doflamingo's downfall reached them. The Heavenly Yiksha had been a crucial business partner of the Beast's pirates. This time Kaido would probably be heartbroken and cry for days. Watching Queen and Jack's excited faces, King the Wildfire helplessly tossed the newspaper aside. Don't celebrate too soon. With Doflamingo gone, these artificial fruits might be the last batch. What did you say? Doflamingo is finished. What about our deal? Hearing King's resigned sigh, Queen and Jack's jaws dropped to the floor in shock. Somewhere in the New World, a ship with a whale-shaped figurehead was racing toward a certain island. Every pirate aboard was filled with anticipation, for they had received news that the notorious rookie pirate Ace, who had been making waves lately, was fiercely battling the Knight of the Sea Jinbe on an island within their territory. And their father, one of the current four emperors, Edward Newgate, stood at the bow holding his supreme blade, Murakamajiri. His interest piqued. Their father hadn't shown such interest in a rookie pirate in a long time. Suddenly a seagull's cry rang out from the azure sky. Before the Whitebeard pirates could react, the 1st Division Commander Marco instantly transformed into a half-human, half-bird Zoan form. Soon Marco returned to the deck of the Moby Dick holding a fresh newspaper. Pops. Some huge events have happened in the past few days. Gurura, the biggest news recently was Rayleigh being thrown into impel down. Is there something new? Hearing his son Marco's exclamation, Whitebeard, standing at the bow, perked up with interest. Yeah, it's that Admiral Azure Dragon again. A few days ago he drove the Shichibukai Doflamingo out of Dressrosa and let the former King Riku expose the Heavenly Yiksha's secret dealings with the world government. The world government is now scrambling to contain the fallout. That Azure Dragon again. Looks like the Marines have a real troublemaker on their hands. Hearing Marco's news, the world's strongest man, with his crescent-shaped mustache, flashed a look of surprise in his eyes. Only a few days had passed, and that Marine Admiral had already stirred up such a commotion. Pops, this Admiral seems like a troublesome figure. Should we keep an eye on him? In an instant, the underlings of the Whitebeard pirates began buzzing about the recent exploits of Admiral Azure Dragon. Beside Whitebeard, the strong, handsome swordsman Vista, the flower sword, wore a concerned expression. With influential pirates in the New World falling one after another, a prominent crew like theirs could easily become Admiral Azure Dragon's next target. If he turned his sights on the Whitebeard pirates, it was hard not to worry. What's there to fear? Our Pops is the world's strongest man. If that guy dares come, Pops will beat the crap out of him. Before Whitebeard could respond to Vista's concern, the 3rd Division Commander, Jozu, laughed heartily, expressing his disdain. Hearing the powerful Diamond Jozu's words, the Moby Dick, which had grown somber, instantly filled with laughter and cheer. As for Whitebeard standing at the bow, he gazed curiously toward Marine headquarters. Gurura. That brat Kaido must have gotten restless and gone looking for trouble. Don't end up capsizing over there, at the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Inside the Pangea Castle, the 5 elders at the pinnacle of power all wore furious expressions. Still can't get in touch with that Azure Dragon. The first to speak was the finance god Nasajiro, who had previously issued a secret order to Lin Hao. Over the past few days, due to King Riku's live broadcast, the world government's credibility had plummeted to rock bottom. They urgently needed Lin Hao to provide a reasonable explanation. But for some reason, Lin Hao refused to answer their calls. For a moment, the 5 old men were collectively stumped. Not only does he ignore the calls, but the CP0 agents we sent to summon him were beaten to a pulp and thrown out of Dressrosa. It seems this time he's deliberately targeting us. After Nasajiro finished speaking, the law god V. Nustero had a face as dark as thunder. Lin Hao's actions had already offended them considerably. If this continued, this Marine Admiral would soon be lording over them. Looking at the others, whose eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent, the staff-wielding Saint Saturn spoke in an exceptionally cold tone. Sending anyone else is useless now. I'll go myself and teach that arrogant brat a lesson. On the plaza of the Dressrosa Palace, Lin Hao and Kizaru, the 2 Marine Admirals, reclined leisurely on custom-made deck chairs, basking in the sun and idly exchanging gossip about Vice Admiral He's youthful escapades. Ever since King Riku's tearful live broadcast, the war-torn kingdom of Dressrosa had fully embarked on its reconstruction efforts. For a time, the entire populace of Dressrosa was bustling with fervent activity, leaving only Kizaru and Lin Hao utterly idle. The two men, both possessing exceptionally keen perception simultaneously, sensed an extraordinarily terrifying energy beginning to spread within the Dressrosa Palace. Rumble. Before they could react, the once clear sky abruptly manifested a colossal black lightning bolt as massive as a house. The bolt struck squarely at the very center of the Dressrosa Palace. As the thick lightning grew increasingly dazzling, a hexagonal star array bearing bizarre patterns appeared on the ground where the lightning had struck. Witnessing this, Lin Hao remained utterly unfazed, still lounging on his custom-decked chair. But upon seeing that familiar hexagram, Kizaru let out a loud curse, and clutching his own deck chair fled the Dressrosa Palace at a speed surpassing light itself, as if escaping death. Such a situation. Even a fool could tell with their knees that the newcomer had come to demand an explanation. The five elders had been unable to contact Lin Hao, and now one of them had personally arrived. Lin Hao might not fear that one, but Kizaru still wanted to coast through his days. After a violent and terrifying fluctuation, the house-sized black lightning bolt slowly dissipated on the palace grounds. The next moment, amid the suffocating, scorching heat in the air, Saturn Saint, having transformed into his ox demon form, through his devil fruit ability, materialized directly before Lin Hao with a grim countenance. Azure Dragon, do you have any idea how much trouble that live broadcast using the world's Den Mushi caused us? You must give a reasonable explanation now. No sooner had he appeared wreathed in black flames than he roared at Lin Hao, who had immediately shielded his deck chair behind him. Lin Hao's recent string of actions had thoroughly enraged all five elders. Even knowing Lin Hao's formidable strength, Saturn Saint had to come personally to demand an accounting. As the five elders spoke, black lightning emblematic of Conqueror's haki flickered in the air. Explanation. Snorting disdainfully at the Conqueror's haki that could knock an ordinary person unconscious, a cold, contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. What the hell do I need to explain to you? Sending me to Dressrosa to deal with Doflamingo. Do you think I didn't see through your little schemes? What do you mean? Staring at Lin Hao, who showed not the slightest fear of his Conqueror's haki, Saturn Saint instantly recalled the terrifying power that had shattered Vingland's bones in just a few exchanges. Though he remained outwardly tough, his aura had already weakened noticeably compared to when he first arrived. To make me your obedient dog, you really went to great lengths, didn't you? Seeing that Saturn Saint refused to admit the five elders' ulterior motives, Lin Hao immediately stomped the ground, his body transforming into a meteor as he shot towards Saturn Saint. Before the latter could react or resist, Lin Hao appeared in front of him in an instant. Despite the significant height difference, Lin Hao simply reached out and grabbed Saturn Saint by the neck, clutching it firmly. From a distance, Saturn Saint resembled an old dog being held by the scruff, forced to bow his head to Lin Hao. You wretched man, do you know who I am? How dare you show such disrespect? Slap. I don't give a damn who you are. If you try to play dirty with me, you'd better be ready to face the consequences. With his neck seized, Saturn Saint tried to break free from Lin Hao's grip, but the moment he moved, a heavy slap landed squarely on his face. Though Lin Hao didn't use armament haki, the force of his slap, amplified by several superhuman bloodlines, sent the five elders spitting blood. You send a Marine to deal with a king of a world government member nation. What else could it be but trying to make me the enemy of an entire country? If I hadn't handled it swiftly, given Doflamingo's underworld connections, I'd have been targeted by both sides, am I right? Now, with one hand gripping Saturn Saint's neck and the other free, Lin Hao glanced at the ground destroyed by the black lightning. Riled by the interruption of his leisure, Lin Hao, still full of post-nap irritation, delivered slap after slap to Saturn Saint's face without restraint. For a while, the painful sound of smacks resounded incessantly against the five elders' face. Azure Dragon. Don't misunderstand. You agreed to this mission yourself. Let go of me first. Feeling the excruciating pain on his face, the five elders' previous accusatory demeanor vanished instantly. To make Lin Hao release his hold, he even deactivated his devil fruit ability and reverted to his human form. Lin Hao's slaps were ruthlessly heavy. Despite his top-tier regenerative abilities, Saturn Saint still felt his blood and chi churning violently. Lin Hao was absolutely right. The five elders had originally sent him to secretly arrest Doflamingo, hoping to make Lin Hao and Doflamingo mutually wound each other. Although they knew that with Lin Hao's strength, Doflamingo was no match, the mission would inevitably draw some underworld hostility toward Lin Hao. Then when the world government stepped in to resolve those troubles, the powerful Lin Hao would be easier to control. But beautiful dreams were shattered by harsh reality. Their intentions had been seen through from the start. Lin Hao came to Dressrosa not only swiftly dealing with Doflamingo with lightning precision, but also skillfully using King Riku's live broadcast to kick all the blame back to the world government, while he himself became the national hero of Dressrosa in the eyes of its people. This series of maneuvers truly made the five elders shoot themselves in the foot. Feeling the pressure of Lin Hao's grip intensifying, Saturn, already gasping for air, began to plead desperately. Stopping isn't impossible, but first you must agree to a few conditions. Seeing Saturn's attitude soften instantly, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Hao's face, yet he strengthened the force of his slaps. As the heart-wrenching smacks exploded relentlessly against Saturn Saint's face, the trapped Saturn Saint felt utterly helpless on the verge of tears. Saturn Saint coughed up another large mouthful of blood mixed with flesh. If he didn't concede, soon his centuries-old life would end right here. Excellent. If you'd been this straightforward from the start, we wouldn't have needed all this trouble. Seeing the five elders' face drained of all color, Lin Hao finally released his grip with satisfaction. That afternoon, the latest issue of the World Economy newspaper published several startling revelations. The Admiral Azure Dragon, who had driven the heavenly Yuksha Doflamingo out of Dressrosa, was officially appointed as the new king of Dressrosa. Regarding the crimes involving the world government that King Riku had exposed in the live broadcast, the world government issued an official announcement formally apologizing to the people of Dressrosa and all member nations that had suffered under the shadow of war. The world government would bear full responsibility for all damages caused by this incident. The latest issue of the World Economic News once again shook the Vita Honglu. Neither the Marines nor the pirates knew what exactly was happening inside the world government. If the appointment of Marine Admiral Qinglong as the king of Dilisiluosa was meant to better control the member states and set an example for others, then the announcement directly admitting the past collusion with Duafulangming and promising reasonable compensation to the victims instantly stunned these people. Such a low profile. Was this still the world government that used to look down on everyone and treat member states as nothing? Could it be that the sun rose from the west with this series of abnormal actions? Or had the top brass of the world government been kidnapped? For a time, the entire Vita Honglu was shrouded in a cloud of doubt. Even the Revolutionary Army, which had been extremely active recently, temporarily halted its operations. On the other side, in stark contrast to the bewildered state of various factions on the Vita Honglu, Dilisiluosa, which had just changed its king, directly launched a nationwide celebration, letting the great hero who saved the country become the king. A powerful Marine Admiral serving as the king would make even the formidable pirates on the Vita Honglu extremely cautious. Likawang believed that with Lin Hao in charge, the vicious usurpation conspiracy 5 years ago would never appear in Dilisiluosa again. Although Dilisiluosa was still in reconstruction, the jubilant citizens still held a grand coronation ceremony for their hero Lin Hao. On this day, warships flying the world government flag sailed into the rubble-filled port of Dilisiluosa. Lin Hao, Huang Yuan, and Xiong, along with a host of Dilisiluosa ministers, personally welcomed them. As soon as the world government warships came to a halt, rows of CP agents in black suits disembarked. Each of them carried an exaggeratedly large black leather briefcase. The moment they saw Lin Hao, these CP agents immediately bowed respectfully. Without any superfluous words, they directly opened the huge briefcases in their hands. The next moment, a shocking thing happened. Inside those huge briefcases carried down by the CP agents were stacks upon stacks of crisp banknotes. In less than 10 minutes, the boxes filled with a large amount of berry were stacked neatly like a small mountain. After completing this task, the CP agents in black suits said not a word of superfluous talk. After bowing to Lin Hao, they quickly boarded the warships and in the blink of an eye left the rubble-filled port of Dilisiluosa. For a moment, not to mention the citizens and officials of Dilisiluosa, even the Admiral Huang Yuan and the quasi-Shichibukai de Xiong beside Lin Hao were stunned, their eyes wide open. So much money. Even a Marine Admiral and a king of a country had never seen such a sum. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. This is the precious reconstruction fund for Dilisiluosa. Count it clearly and distribute it as needed. If I find out anyone is slacking off and eyeing this money, then think carefully about whether you can withstand a beating. Upon hearing Lin Hao's command, the ministers of Dilisiluosa behind Lin Hao were instantly stunned. When they came to their senses, cheers erupted from the crowd that soared to the sky. My goodness! With so much money, we could buy a whole country. Long live King Lin Hao. We will follow you forever. With such a huge sum of money, it was enough to restore Dilisiluosa to its previous level. It could even elevate the rebuilt Dilisiluosa to a higher level. And after the counting was completed, people were astonished to discover. Whether it was a coincidence or not, this money was exactly 100 times Duafulangming's bounty. Watching the citizens and ministers on the port suddenly cheer and bustle with joy, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction, then turned and leisurely walked toward the direction of the Dilisiluosa royal palace. Beside Lin Hao, De Xiong and Huang Yuan closely followed. Although not explicitly stated, they could roughly guess where this money came from. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be related to Satan Sheng, whose face was now deformed and lying in the hospital. Holy crap! Lin Hao, I really admire you. I'll have to apply to my superiors to stay by your side as a spy to supervise you. Mr. Lin Hao, you are truly amazing. You are not only a righteous marine, but also an excellent and good king. Huang Yuan, your abacus beads are almost bouncing onto the faces of the 5 elders. As for being a king, Mr. De Xiong is much better than me. Watching Lin Hao, who kept stretching as he walked, these 2 top powerhouses of the pirate world were completely convinced. Lin Hao's actions this time had slapped the world government's face, yet not only was there no punishment, but the promised rewards from the world government were directly delivered. What's more, Lin Hao had extorted such a huge sum of money from the 5 elders. The world government took all the blame, while Lin Hao took all the credit. Was there any justice? Was there any law? They couldn't say what would happen in the future. But for now, day by day, they would cling tightly to Lin Hao's thigh, or rather the hair on his thigh. Revolutionary Army Base Berditch. The man called the world's most dangerous criminal by the world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Hearing someone ask from behind, Lin Hao's handsome photo on the newspaper made the man thoughtful. Mr. Dragon, why are you staring at the latest issue of the newspaper? Could it be that the newly appointed Marine Admiral has done something remarkable again? This long-haired man in the cloak was none other than the world's most dangerous criminal. Raised an eyebrow. Then he handed the newspaper to the handsome young man behind him, who wore a top hat, had golden hair, and held a steel pipe. Hey, you're kidding me. That Admiral Qinglong has become the king of Dili Silosa. Seeing the news in the newspaper, the golden-haired young man widened his eyes in shock. Lin Hao's recent actions had already imprinted him deeply in the minds of all factions. Sabo, compared to this news, what concerns me more is another piece of news. Oh, is it the one about the world government admitting its secret collusion with Duofulangming and promising compensation to the victims? This is not like the world government style. As the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon reminded him, Sabo had already noticed another piece of news that had set the Vida Honglu abuzz. Yet even so, his eyes never left Lin Hao's handsome photo. Staring at Lin Hao's handsome face, a strange light flickered in Sabo's eyes. This is not like the world government style, Mr. Dragon. I think all of this is inseparable from that admiral codenamed Qinglong. If I have the chance, I would very much look forward to meeting this guy. Lin Hao, why aren't you staying in Dressrosa? How come you're so eager to come out with us? Above the sea, the sky was clear and boundless. 2 warships of combat formation sped across the mirror-smooth sea. One of them was unmistakably a marine combat vessel. That was the private warship of Marine Admiral Huang Yuan. The other vessel was a full circle larger than Huang Yuan's private ship, exuding an imposing presence. The warship's decor was extraordinarily luxurious, resembling a floating palace from afar. The bow was carved with a majestic dragon head, as if it could cleave through the waves and all directions. The combat facilities inside the warship were all present, with every detail of the decoration showcasing the perfect fusion of this world's craftsmanship and technology. Compared to ordinary marine warships, this dragon-headed vessel was not only a formidable weapon of war, but also a stunning sight on the sea. Such a magnificent warship would even put the escort ships of the celestial dragons to shame. On the deck of this splendid vessel, Lin Hao lay on a specially crafted recliner, wearing sunglasses identical to Huang Yuan's, in an extremely flamboyant pose. Beside Lin Hao was Marine Admiral Huang Yuan, who, influenced by Lin Hao, had also taken a liking to the leisurely activity of sunbathing. As for De Xiong, who had been inseparable from them recently, he stood at the bow, curiously gazing at their destination, which was drawing near. Hearing Huang Yuan's teasing, Lin Hao took off his sunglasses and rolled his eyes at him. Valuosa Linuo, please watch your words. You're on my private warship now, you're just hitching a ride this time. Lin Hao, king, we've shared so much, don't be so petty about details. Speaking of which, you're a king now. How could you just leave all those big affairs behind and come out yourself? Being a king is still working for the world government, isn't it? I can't let that stop me from slacking off and sunbathing. I'll leave those trivial matters to my subordinate, King Riku. You rascal, you take all the fame while making others do the dirty work. You're even more comfortable than that Garp. Huang Yuan cast another glance around the deck, taking in the sea-going warship that was even more luxurious than the celestial dragon's personal vessels. The envy on his face was utterly undisguised. Nearly a month had passed since the Dressrosa incident. The relocation of the disaster-stricken citizens of Dressrosa was basically complete. What remained were the reconstruction of damaged buildings and streets. Thanks to the 34 billion berries Lin Hao had extorted from the 5 elders, Dressrosa's finances suffered no impact. On the contrary, after arranging all the projects that required funding Dressrosa's national treasury, Lin Hao's personal coffer actually had a considerable surplus. To commend Lin Hao's great feat of driving away Duofulangming and restoring Dressrosa to its rightful course, the kingdom's ministers unanimously decided to gift Lin Hao the most magnificent warship on the sea as the king's cruiser. In less than 20 days, the highly efficient ministers purchased the best-equipped combat warship from the shipbuilding king of the Grand Line Shishuejidu. After an extravagant outfitting, this warship, the most lavishly decorated on the Grand Line, became Lin Hao's private vessel. Just a few days ago, Marine headquarters called Lin Hao. There was a matter of moderate importance that required Lin Hao and Huang Yuan to handle immediately. That was the Shichibukai candidate they had jointly recommended Deng Yuxiong. The contribution he had presented to the world government was about to be collected. A month had passed since the Dressrosa incident, and 2 Shichibukai seats remained vacant. The world government urgently needed Xiong to assume the position. Lin Hao had already known about the so-called tribute, a token of allegiance. His private warship had just been completed. Thus, under the pretext of official business, Lin Hao embarked on the maiden voyage of his warship, the most magnificent on the Grand Line. Compared to Lin Hao's ship, Huang Yuan's private warship looked as shabby as a tricycle next to a Ferrari. When he learned that Lin Hao was taking Xiong to complete that tribute, Huang Yuan unceremoniously hitched a ride on Lin Hao's warship. After several days of sailing, their destination was now in sight. Lin Hao, sir, can you really be certain that the base commander of Marine G5 base Wirge is a spy from the Duofu Langming family? As the G5 branch loomed closer, to Xiong, standing at the bow, couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't worry. Xiong, don't you trust me? Have I ever made a mistake? Seeing the trace of concern on Xiong's face, Lin Hao, lounging on the recliner, immediately shifted to a more comfortable position, signaling that everything was under control. The Marine G5 base they were heading to was a very special entity within the entire Marine organization. Compared to other Marine bases, G5 base was exceptionally formidable in combat. However, despite its strong fighting force, its personnel composition was something other Marine colleagues found hard to approve of. Because at Marine G5 base, aside from the highest-ranking base commander, all soldiers and officers were either troublemakers in the Marines or former pirates who had reformed and been reassigned to the Marine ranks. For such a unit composed of problematic individuals, dubbed the Marine Trash Can, the support from Marine headquarters was minimal to the extreme. Apart from essential logistical support and periodic personnel replenishment, G5 base didn't even have a fixed military budget. Therefore, to cover all expenses, the ever-aggressive G5 base set its sights on large pirate crews. They treated pirates the way pirates treated civilians. When they encountered pirates, it was one word: loot. Although G5 base received the least support from headquarters, it also had the fewest disciplinary restrictions. As long as they didn't harm civilians or go too far, Marine headquarters and the world government basically turned a blind eye to G5's actions. Over time, G5 base became a thorn in the pirate side. Some smaller pirate crews would even take a detour upon hearing G5's name. Not just within the Marine ranks, but even Xiong, a former revolutionary with a pending Shichibukai status, had heard of G5's fearsome reputation. That's such a Marine unit, one that made pirates grind their teeth in hatred, could have a base commander who was a spy from the Duofu Langming family. Not just Xiong, an outsider, but even Huang Yuan, a fellow Marine Admiral, found it hard to believe. However, seeing Lin Hao's relaxed demeanor on the recliner, Huang Yuan settled back into his own seat and said nothing more. The Lin Hao who had masterfully handled the Dressrosa incident would never do something without confidence. They would just wait and enjoy the show. While Huang Yuan and Lin Hao were casually chatting about how many more times the Vice Admiral candidate Momosaji would reject Gion's confessions, the magnificent warship carrying Lin Hao's party docked at the port of Marine G5 base. The magnificent naval vessel carrying Lin Hao and his party had just docked at G5 port. Immediately, Virgo, the base commander of the Navy G5 branch, led a group of elite soldiers from the G5 base to greet them swiftly. As they stepped off the ship, the soldiers of the Navy G5 branch under Virgo's leadership saluted the Navy headquarters Admirals Kizaru and Lin Hao with a perfectly standard military salute. Seeing Lin Hao's young and handsome face, all the soldiers of the Navy G5 branch were stunned on the spot. In recent days, Lin Hao's name had resounded throughout the entire Grand Line, and they naturally knew of his formidable feats. Yet, having never seen him in person, they could never have imagined that Admiral Azure Dragon, who had captured Silver's Rayleigh and thrown him into Impel Down and turned Doflamingo into a homeless dog of the Grand Line. He was actually a young man who looked not even 20 years old. For a moment, the soldiers of the G5 Navy branch could not help but feel a sense of awe for Lin Hao. This Azure Dragon, his talent was truly terrifying. In recent years, under Virgo's efforts, the Navy G5 had become a vital pillar of the Navy on the front lines of the New World against pirates. Yet such a talent, who was outstanding in his work, extremely kind to others, and highly valued by Navy Fleet Admiral Sengoku. His true identity was actually a spy planted inside the Navy by Doflamingo. This layer of his identity was known only to the most core executives of the Doflamingo family. As a former Heartseat Corazon of the Doflamingo family, his undercover identity was the highest secret of the Doflamingo family. Even though Doflamingo himself had been defeated by Lin Hao and became a homeless dog on the Grand Line, this informant planted inside the Navy by Doflamingo had not been exposed. Although the foundation of the Doflamingo family had been destroyed as long as Virgo served as a Navy mole and provided intelligence at any time, Doflamingo still had a great chance to seize the opportunity and make a comeback. Having lurked inside the Navy for over a decade, even under the daily watch of the Navy's top brass, Virgo's undercover work had never revealed a single flaw. If I hadn't read the original story, Lin Hao would never have associated Virgo, this highly capable Navy Vice Admiral, with pirates. Virgo, base commander of Navy G5 branch, on behalf of all members of G5 branch, welcomes Admiral Azure Dragon and Admiral Kizaru for their inspection. The moment Lin Hao and his two companions approached Virgo displayed his most excellent side: a uniform, an orderly military appearance, impeccable grooming, and demeanor. Combined with the killing aura tempered by years of galloping on the battlefield, even Navy Fleet Admiral Sengoku would not be able to help praising Virgo's abilities if he visited the G5 branch. But in the next moment, just as Virgo was confidently waiting for praise from Admirals Kizaru and Azure Dragon, his cheek suddenly felt an incredibly fierce and terrifying gale force wind. With his observation hockey honed to the highest level, Virgo knew that Admiral Azure Dragon was coming straight for him. Facing the slap that Lin Hao delivered without a word, Virgo, who had already learned of Lin Hao's deeds from the World Economic News, instantly felt his hair stand on end. Although he knew there was little hope, he nevertheless immediately covered his entire body with jet black armament hockey, and at the same time raised his arms to firmly protect his face. Bang! A terrifying explosion that made one's heart tremble violently erupted on Virgo's cheek. Immediately after, Virgo's tall figure shot backward like a cannonball, rapidly blasting toward the rear of the Navy G5 base. Boom, boom, boom. Several terrifying explosions rang out one after another. Several tall buildings of the G5 Navy branch collapsed instantly, turning into a pile of rubble. In an instant, the violent tremors kicked up clouds of dust that obscured everyone's vision. As the dust slowly dispersed, Virgo's battered and disheveled figure emerged in the ruins. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Not to mention the Navy soldiers of the G5 base. Even Kuma and Kizaru, who had come with Lin Hao, were utterly shocked by the former's actions. You must give me a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Virgo was extremely horrified. How could this Admiral Azure Dragon, whom he had never met, attack him without any reason? Could it be that his undercover identity had been exposed? Impossible. He had been lurking in the Navy for over a decade and had never revealed a single flaw, even under the watchful eyes of Sengoku, known as the Navy strategist. How could this newly appointed Admiral Azure Dragon, as soon as he arrived, immediately make a move against him? Could it be that his young master Doflamingo had betrayed him? Impossible. Just a few days ago they had secretly contacted each other, and the young master still had high hopes for him. Could it be that he had recently done something else inappropriate that got exposed? No. At this moment, Virgo would rather die than believe that his undercover identity had been exposed. Admiral Azure Dragon's immediate attack must be for some other reason. Thinking this, Virgo, who already had several fractures over his body, immediately regained his confidence. As long as his undercover identity was not exposed, he could handle any problem. After painfully coughing up a large mouthful of blood mixed with some torn flesh, the expression on Virgo's face instantly became extremely calm. He must not show weakness now. Once he showed fear, he would be completely exposed. He had full confidence in his disguise. Forcing his body, which was churning with turbulent chi and blood, he immediately put on a righteous and unyielding appearance. But before he could continue to question Lin Hao's figure, a full half-head shorter than him, arrived in an instant. Explanation. Do I the hell need to explain to a spy like you when I am carrying out official duties? Any complaints, go to Navy headquarters and talk to that old man Sengoku. Azure Dragon. You. Lin Hao's words caused a huge shock in Virgo's heart, which had just stabilized. What's more, it shocked the Navy soldiers on the port so much that their jaws dropped. Before Virgo could even assume a defensive posture, Lin Hao's palm carrying a fierce wind slammed onto his head once again. This time Lin Hao jumped up directly from above, and with a posture of splitting Mount Hua, he struck straight down on Virgo's crown. Although Virgo instantly deployed his armament hockey, at that critical moment the power of this blow was still more than a Navy Vice Admiral like him could bear. Boom. With Lin Hao's palm slamming onto Virgo's head, a terrifying earthquake occurred on the port of the Navy G5 branch. In an instant, with Virgo at the center, terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Several large buildings of the G5 branch were hit by this terrifying shockwave. They collapsed with a rumble, turning into rubble. As for Virgo, who had endured Lin Hao's second strike, a smoking lump larger than his head had bulged on his crown. He himself was unconscious, with his eyes rolled back and foam at the mouth, directly fainting in the huge pit he had created. Lin Hao's series of actions left the G5 soldiers who had followed Virgo to welcome their superiors utterly stunned and dumbfounded. That Vice Admiral Virgo, who was usually invincible on the battlefield, had actually not lasted even 2 moves under Admiral Azure Dragon. And judging by Lin Hao's current state, that guy hadn't even used much effort. Wait. What did Admiral Azure Dragon just say? Virgo is a spy planted by pirates inside the Navy. Is it true or false? If this news gets out, the world government will surely become a laughingstock again. Looking at Lin Hao's relaxed expression, all the soldiers of the Navy G5 branch couldn't help but swallow hard. The next moment, Lin Hao patted the dust off his hands and turned to leave. Kuma, haul that guy out of the pit. That's your ticket of admission. In the distance on the top of a very discreet building in the Navy G5 branch, everything just now had been fully observed by a well-hidden news coup. After personally watching Lin Hao and his party leave the port of the Navy G5 branch, the news coup spread its wings and flew swiftly toward the headquarters of the World Economic News. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford Fleet Admiral Sengoku was seated in his office, his face dark with fury. Veins bulged on his forehead. The reason was none other than the latest issue of the World Economy News placed on his desk. The headline once again concerned Lin Hao. This time, however, the featured subject was the commander of the G5 branch, a man Sengoku had always held in high regard, Virgo, known as the Demon Bamboo. The report clearly stated that Virgo was a spy planted by pirates within the Marines, having infiltrated for over a decade. He had even risen to the rank of Vice Admiral. Just a day earlier, this Marine Vice Admiral, who had been diligently fighting on the front lines of the New World at the G5 branch, had been beaten into a disfigured shape by Lin Hao. Lin Hao was now hastily escorting him to Marine headquarters. That bastard Lin Hao dares to falsely accuse a Marine Vice Admiral and attack him without evidence. Does he think that just because he's become the king of Dressrosa, the world government can do nothing to him? Sengoku slammed the newspaper onto the table, his entire body trembling with rage. Had it not been for his fear of Lin Hao's monstrous strength and his status as the king of Dressrosa, he would have gone to personally teach the young man a lesson. Sengoku, you should trust Lin Hao. That guy may be unlikable, but he's extremely reliable. Wait until he returns to hear his explanation. By the way, why are you trembling? Are you cold? Maybe you should sunbathe like Lin Hao. In front of the Marine Fleet Admiral's desk, Garp, wearing his doghead hat, was munching on scallop snacks and laughing heartily while defending Lin Hao. She stared at the newspaper Sengoku had slammed down, lost in thought, and offered no opinion. Cold my ass. I'm not cold. I'm shaking with rage. When he gets back, if he doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, I'm not letting this go. Hearing his old comrade Garp's teasing, Fleet Admiral Sengoku cursed and hurled his office chair at the disrespectful old man. On a remote, unknown island in the New World of the Grand Line, a tall man with Mohawk-style sunglasses, a flamboyant flamingo-patterned coat, bandages wrapped around his entire body, and a severely deformed spine, was reading a newspaper. Veins bulged on his forehead like tangled roots, engorged to the limit by the surging blood in his brain. Beside him stood a motley crew of subordinates, varying in height, build, and appearance. You 5 ungrateful old bastards. I'm not done with you. As long as I have breath left one day, I'll make you kneel and lick my shoes. After reading the newspaper, the bandaged man tore it to shreds in fury. Seeing their master's extreme rage, the subordinates retreated, not daring to utter a word. This man was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, the former warlord who had been driven out of Dressrosa by Lin Hao a month ago. Over the past month, the Don Quixote family had been relentlessly hunted by both the Marines and pirates. Da Flamingo, still severely injured, was powerless to resist. He had only managed to escape because his loyal subordinates carried him through. If it were just that, he could start over from scratch. After all, he had built his empire from nothing before. But after seeing this issue of the World Economy News, Da Flamingo lost his composure. The spy he had painstakingly planted in the Marines, Virgo, had been exposed by that Admiral Qinglong again. Setting aside Virgo's crucial role as an inside agent, this old subordinate who had followed him since childhood was a true veteran of his crew. Losing Virgo meant losing not only his eyes inside the Marines, but also a dear family member. At this moment, Da Flamingo's mood had hit rock bottom. He wished he could tear apart the 5 elders who had sent Admiral Qinglong after him. Daffy, how did we really escape? With that Admiral Qinglong's strength, if he wanted to capture us all, we would never have had a chance to run here, right? What happened when it was just the 2 of you? Though they trusted their young master. Recalling the newspaper's revelation about Virgo, the Don Quixote family officers had already guessed something. Diamante, do you know? That Qinglong could have killed me with a mere thought. I gave him everything we had built over the years just to save our lives. The underground trade routes, the Smile Factory, and all our underground weapon factories. I handed them all over to that Qinglong. Daffy, what did you say? You gave up the Smile Factory too? That was a project specially favored by Kaido. If we give that up, the four emperors will target us. Hearing Doflamingo's answer, not only Diamante, but also the other core officers who had been with Doflamingo from the start were stunned. If it had been anything else, perhaps they could have accepted it. This meant a complete rift between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates led by Emperor Kaido. Those assets were the fruits of their blood and sweat over the years. This wasn't starting from scratch, it was starting from a deficit, a cursed hand. Seeing the shock on the faces of his lifelong comrades, Doflamingo, already grim, flew into a rage again. Not just those. I also told him the secret I had been holding to leverage the world government. If I hadn't, do you think we would have made it here alive? We'd probably be missing pieces of our corpses by now. Do you want to start over and rise again, or do you want to cling to a pile of unusable treasure and rot in a coffin? In an instant, a terrifying aura laced with visible black lightning erupted from Doflamingo, spreading in all directions. Though he was grievously wounded, his conqueror's haki remained formidable. After knocking out several weaker officers, the heavenly Yixiao, realizing he had lost his composure, immediately calmed down and retracted his conqueror's haki. Diamante treble pica. I did all this to save all our lives. Now that it's come to this, will you still choose to trust me? Hearing Doflamingo's somber words, the three officers who were the only ones still able to speak lowered their heads in silence. After a suffocating silence, Diamante, who had first voiced his doubts, showed a remorseful expression. The strength of that Admiral Qinglong was beyond their comprehension. If their young master had not done what he did, how could they still be alive? I'm sorry, Daffy. I shouldn't have doubted you. From the day I started following you, my life has been yours. It's not your fault. I misjudged those old men. With just a few words, the family, bound by a bond stronger than blood, quickly healed their rift. The situation was dire. The most important thing now was for the entire Don Quixote family to unite and find a suitable refuge. Daffy, what do we do next? Treble, the officer who had raised Doflamingo since childhood, asked with a grave expression. Fufufu. I've already thought of a way to rise again stronger than before. Our next stop is Tato Land. But they never questioned their young master's choices. After a short rest, the strongest officer, Pika, hoisted Doflamingo onto his shoulder. Daffy, are you planning to use Big Mom's power? Fufufu. Not use her power. That powerful being will become our power. Fufufu. Accompanied by the heavenly Yixiao's chilling laughter, the Don Quixote family members swiftly vanished into the depths of the deserted island. Meanwhile, news of the spy planted within the Marines had spread across the Grand Line, dealing another devastating blow to the world government's reputation. At that moment, Lin Hao, the instigator of this incident, had just arrived at the port of Marine Headquarters Marineford on his private warship. Lin Hao, although you are now the king of Dressrosa, your rank in the Marines remains that of a fleet admiral. You didn't even deign to announce yourself and directly beat Virgo to a pulp. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. You owe us an explanation. Marineford was abuzz with activity. The open-air training grounds, bathed under the scorching sun, had been converted into an impromptu conference chamber. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's veins bulged across his forehead as he glared at Lin Hao, who lounged carelessly on a recliner, grinding his back teeth in fury. Earlier that day, Lin Hao had returned to Marineford aboard a private warship, so opulent it rivaled the ceremonial vessels used by the celestial dragons. Yet before Lin Hao himself had even disembarked, Virgo, his skull already mangled beyond recognition, had been roughly thrown from the deck of Lin Hao's warship. Upon closer inspection, Virgo's eyes were rolled back, froth bubbling at his lips, his head severely deformed. Without immediate medical intervention, the bamboo pale man, hanging by a thread, might not survive until nightfall. The sight sent shockwaves through the assembled Marine High Command. Yet Lin Hao offered only a perfunctory explanation. Virgo was in fact a mole planted by the Don Quixote family within the Marines. Uncovering this rat was Big Mom's tribute to the world government, a prerequisite for securing his warlord status. A pirate had infiltrated the very heart of the Marines. Such a revelation was unheard of. Consequently, all senior officers were urgently summoned to hear Lin Hao's account firsthand. Before the seething Admiral Sakazuki, and with Lin Hao maintaining a fragile rapport, Aokiji and Garp, both close to Lin Hao, maintained silence, observing the unfolding drama with guarded eyes. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed several photographs toward Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, then resumed basking in the fierce sunlight. As the Admiral caught sight of the thrown photos, his previously furious expression instantly crystallized into mortified shock. Every single photograph depicted cadres of the Don Quixote family gathered together. And without exception Virgo appeared in every frame. Though all the figures pictured were young Sakazuki, who had long recognized Virgo's potential and taken special interest in nurturing him, saw the truth immediately. That was Virgo in his youth. Watching the photographs, Virgo stood shoulder to shoulder with the Don Quixote family executives, laughing and chatting freely. The ever-composed Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's face turned a sickly shade of liver-colored purple. Lin Hao, where did you obtain these photographs? Naturally, they were confiscated from the Dressrosa Royal Palace. Though concealed with care, a thorough search uncovered them without difficulty. To Sakazuki's question, Lin Hao offered no concealment, although he had long known of Virgo's true allegiance. Evidence was still required. Lin Hao had no expectation that his word alone would convince these hardened Marine commanders. Upon hearing Lin Hao's flawless explanation, Sakazuki's face darkened like a frost-rotten eggplant. A mole had lurked within the Marines beneath his very nose for over a decade, and rather than suspect, Sakazuki had personally promoted the spy multiple times, entrusting him with critical responsibilities. His title as the Marines' master strategist now rang hollow, a cruel mockery. Having allowed an undercover operative to remain undetected for so long, did he still deserve to wear the Admiral's mantle? As Sakazuki tormented himself over this catastrophic oversight, Lin Hao, legs crossed upon his lounge chair, casually dropped a bombshell that deepened the Admiral's already wretched complexion. I have something far more explosive to share. Care to hear it? What could possibly surpass the revelation that Virgo is a mole? Though loath to admit defeat, irrefutable evidence lay before him. The Marine commander, renowned for his intellect, found his spirits crushed to their lowest ebb. Upon hearing Lin Hao held further revelations, the Marines stationed around the training ground instinctively drew closer, drawn like moths to flame. Though Lin Hao often appeared lethargic and indifferent when entrusted with a task, he never failed to deliver with impeccable precision. They were eager to hear what could possibly outshine the scandal of a pirate mole within the Marines. Admiral Sakazuki, do you recall Don Quixote Rosinante? What? Do you have intelligence regarding him? Upon Lin Hao's retort, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki froze where he stood. Don Quixote Rosinante. The name was far from unfamiliar to Marineford personnel, for this man was none other than the younger brother of the heavenly demon Don Quixote Doflamingo. He was also a key cadre within the Don Quixote family. Yet for reasons known only to Sakazuki, 6 years prior, Don Quixote Rosinante had been executed by his own elder brother Doflamingo upon Miniature Island. Beyond his publicly acknowledged identity as Doflamingo's younger brother, Rosinante harbored a second secret, one known exclusively to Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. He was a Marine mole embedded within the Don Quixote family. After witnessing Doflamingo murder their father, the kind-hearted Don Quixote Rosinante resolutely severed ties with his brother. With nowhere else to turn, he was taken in by Sakazuki, who at that time held the rank of Fleet Admiral. Captivated by Sakazuki's charisma, Rosinante unhesitatingly pledged his allegiance to the Marines. To prevent Doflamingo's descent into further barbarity, this celestial dragon of noble heart disregarded his own peril and returned to his brother's side, to serve as the Navy's hidden blade. But 6 years ago, Rosinante's cover was compromised. Doflamingo, without a moment's hesitation, put a bullet between his own brother's eyes. That incident remained a thorn deeply embedded in Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's heart. Alongside overwhelming guilt came an enduring puzzle. Rosinante's concealment had been flawless. So how, exactly, had his identity been exposed? Hearing that long-buried name again from Lin Hao's lips sent Sakazuki's composed composure into disarray. His heart leaped into his throat. Could it be? Lin Hao had uncovered the reason behind Rosinante's exposure. Suddenly, a memory seized Sakazuki with seismic force. 6 years ago, on the very night Rosinante was shot, had Virgo, then merely a low-ranking Marine, also been stationed on Miniature Island. Virgo's allegiance to the Don Quixote family was now confirmed. Then Rosinante. But Rosinante's identity as a mole was classified at the highest secrecy level. How could a mere Marine private of that era have known Rosinante's cover? The next moment, Lin Hao's revelation struck Fleet Admiral Sakazuki like a thunderbolt, his pupils contracting sharply. 6 years ago, Rosinante risked everything by infiltrating Miniature Island to steal the surgery fruit in order to treat a youth afflicted with Pegasus disease. He succeeded in acquiring the fruit, but sustained grievous wounds in the process. In his desperate state, Rosinante entrusted the intelligence he had gathered from within Doflamingo's ranks to that youth, instructing him to deliver it to the Marines. Unfortunately for Rosinante, the Marine who received those secrets was none other than Virgo, the same Virgo who was on duty on Miniature Island at that very time. A boy possessed no ill intentions. He naturally hoped the Marines would come to Rosinante's aid, and so Virgo was brought before Rosinante. At this point, Lin Hao fell silent. Yet Fleet Admiral Sakazuki stood utterly transfixed. Grasping the full horror of the truth, his eyes burned red and his entire body trembled. The youth afflicted with Pegasus disease. Sakazuki knew precisely who that was. In that moment, he finally understood why Rosinante's cover had been blown. The man who prided himself as the smartest strategist among the Marines had allowed someone he regarded as a son to meet such a tragic fate through his own negligence. Witnessing this sight, the assembled Marine commanders exchanged bewildered glances. What did the Blue Pelt Admiral mean by all of this? Was Razanani a Marine mole? And what connection did he have to Fleet Admiral Sakazuki? Why did the Admiral appear so profoundly grief-stricken? As the senior officers speculated upon the relationship between their Fleet Admiral and Razanani, the ordinarily composed and dignified Fleet Admiral Sakazuki erupted, his eyes bloodshot, his voice shredding into hysterical fury. In the following 10-plus minutes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku revealed to all the Marine officers present the undercover identity of Don Quixote Razanani. Upon hearing this explosive news, the Marine officers were first stunned, then one after another began to lament with regret. No wonder that within just a few years after Razanani's death, the Don Quixote family had risen so rapidly. If Razanani's undercover identity had not been exposed, how could Doflamingo have caused so much trouble later? Such a perfect spy had been killed just like that. This was truly an incalculable loss for the Marines. As for the heinous pirate spy Virgo, all the Marine officers declared that he must face the highest level of punishment. Watching the Fleet Admiral with bulging veins on his forehead and tears at the corners of his eyes, Lin Hao knew that even if there was still room for leniency in handling Virgo's matter, the old man Sengoku would surely cast him into an abyss of eternal damnation. After all, Razananti had been treated like a son by him. Coupled with the guilt that had been pent up in his heart for so many years, Sengoku would not show a shred of mercy in dealing with the spy Virgo. As the group was discussing enthusiastically, Lin Hao, who had grown impatient and wanted to leave as soon as possible, directly brought up the purpose of his return to Marine headquarters. No problem. The announcement of Bartholomew Kuma becoming a warlord will appear in the latest newspaper within a few days. Put that aside for now. Since you're back at headquarters, help us solve a troublesome matter. Watching Lin Hao quickly folding up his custom recliner and preparing to slip away, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, with veins bulging on his forehead, called him back even though he had already run quite far. There's still something for me to handle. Sengoku-san, you know the price for my intervention. If I'm not satisfied, I'll just go back to Dressrosa right away. I am now the king of a world government member state. Even you, Sengoku-san, have no right to order me. Hearing that there was yet another task for him, Lin Hao's face immediately showed an undisguised expression of displeasure. This scene made the other Marine officers gnash their teeth in anger. But Marine hero Garp and Admiral Kizaru, who were bound by rank and courtesy and could not leave on their own, looked on with envy. Same fish, but how different the ease of swimming is. Don't worry. You won't be acting for nothing this time. The mission comes from the top of the world government. The top of the world government. Hearing those words, but Lin Hao and Kizaru, who had been away from Marine headquarters recently and enjoying the leisurely life in Dressrosa, instantly became curious. After the special interrogation by the five elders Saturn the last time, they had not heard any news from within the world government for a long time. This time they actually thought of asking him to act. Could it be that the world government had encountered some troublesome problem they couldn't handle? Thinking this, Lin Hao turned to look at the surrounding Marine officers. This glance made him frown. Earlier he had only been focused on quickly explaining Virgo's matter and leaving, so he hadn't noticed those grim-faced officers. These officers usually never left Marine headquarters easily. If they were injured, it meant something major had happened at headquarters. Sengoku-san, where are Aokiji and Akainu? They wouldn't miss such a high-level meeting without reason, would they? They have more important matters to attend to now, so the only Marine admirals here are you and Kizaru. Hearing Lin Hao's curious inquiry, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression grew even more grim. So what are they busy with? Sengoku's words piqued Lin Hao's interest. Since this opportunity was rare, he might as well help the Marines solve this problem, and at the same time extract a hefty compensation that would make the world government feel the pain. He believed that after this lesson, neither Marine headquarters nor the world government would easily trouble him again. Thinking this, Lin Hao placed his custom recliner back on the ground. Watching Lin Hao's ostentatious posture on the chair, Fleet Admiral Sengoku let out a helpless sigh. They are currently in level 6 of Impel Down, watching over a very troublesome prisoner. Who? Is it more troublesome than the Dark King Rayleigh I captured? Indeed, much more troublesome than Rayleigh because that guy is one of the current 4 emperors. Kaido of the Beast, the strongest creature. What the hell? How did Kaido get captured and thrown into Impel Down? Upon hearing the answer from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, and Lin Hao, who had been away from headquarters all this time, both blurted out a curse. After Sengoku's patient explanation, Lin Hao finally learned the full story. It turned out that a month ago Lin Hao had left Marine headquarters after accepting the 5 Elders' order to purge Don Quixote da Flamingo. During this period, the World Economy newspaper had heavily publicized Lin Hao's beating of Akainu and defeat of the Dark King Rayleigh. For a time, Lin Hao's name resounded across the Grand Line. For Lin Hao, the newly appointed admiral, some pirates respected him, while naturally others refused to acknowledge him. For instance, the one who claimed to be the strongest in one-on-one combat in the pirate world, the strongest creature, Kaido. After reading about Lin Hao's exploits in the newspaper, Kaido's suicidal tendencies flared up again. A few days after Lin Hao left Marineford for Dressrosa, that strongest creature actually charged alone to Marine headquarters, spewing dragon's breath and riding on flame clouds. Having someone attack Marine headquarters, even if it was an emperor, all the Marine officers present attacked to subdue Kaido. But Kaido's strength was overwhelming. Even Vice Admiral level fighters were only fodder for him. In the end, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine hero Garp, and 2 admirals had to join forces to barely manage to capture Kaido and throw him into Impel Down. Given Kaido's power, if he wanted to escape, even 2 admirals standing guard couldn't stop him. The fact that Kaido was still obediently staying in level 6 of Impel Down meant even an idiot could figure it out, that he was waiting to fight the Admiral Azure Dragon. After learning the whole story, Kizaru's jaw dropped in shock. He never imagined that while they were away, such a huge incident had occurred at Marine headquarters. Good thing he had followed Lin Hao and lazed around in Dressrosa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a moment's peace this month. This really is a big event. Looking at the grim-faced Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Lin Hao showed a slightly surprised expression. Lin Hao knew that Sengoku truly didn't want to assign this task to him. But circumstances were stronger than people. Aside from Lin Hao, there was really no one else in the world government who could take on this job. Go ahead, tell me what you need me to do. This is already the 35th death sentence passed by the world government on the strongest creature, Kaido. At this point, Sengoku looked at Lin Hao with eyes full of hope and expectation. Oh, you want me to be the executioner for Kaido? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow as he listened to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's earnest words. Kaido, once a cabin boy in the Rocks Pirates, now stands as one of the 4 emperors of the New World. As a pirate, he has suffered 7 defeats in countless battles. He has been captured 18 times when challenging the Marines and other emperors alone. He has endured thousands of tortures and been sentenced to death over 40 times, though in this world only 35. Due to his formidable physique and terrifyingly unmatched single combat prowess, he is known as the world's strongest creature. When hanged, the chains snap from his sheer strength. Placed on the guillotine, the blade shatters against his neck. Even leaping from the 10,000-meter heights of Skypiea, he only felt a slight sensation. Neither immense physical attacks nor powerful devil fruit abilities could harm him. Over the past years, no one has ever managed to injure him, including himself. Thus, he has developed a peculiar hobby of attempting suicide whenever he feels like it. Compared to the flashy title of the world's strongest creature, the world government and Marines prefer to call him the man who disrupted the world's order. Even his defeat in the original story was barely achieved through a grueling battle of attrition against numerous powerful opponents and the miraculous resilience of the destined protagonist Luffy. Yet even so, the original One Piece never explicitly confirmed whether Kaido actually died. If Lin Hao agreed to the world government's request, then Kaido would undoubtedly be the most formidable adversary he had encountered since transmigrating into the world of One Piece. That's right. That's exactly what I mean. That Kaido fellow has been causing trouble time and again, and we can't do a thing about him. This is a rare opportunity. We must execute him thoroughly and absolutely prevent any further disgrace to the world government. Looking at Lin Hao lounging on his recliner, Fleet Admiral Sengoku felt both anger and helplessness. Who could blame him? Lin Hao's strength had already surpassed their comprehension. In this world with power, one could truly do as one pleased. I don't actually mind carrying out such a mission. Seeing the hopeful expression on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face, Lin Hao for once rose from his recliner, a hint of seriousness appearing on his face. But let me be clear, if you want me to take on this task, mere money won't be enough. I understand. The higher-ups said that as long as we can preserve the world government's face this time, you can name any condition within our power. Hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku's prompt agreement, Lin Hao began to ponder while resting his chin on his hand. Watching Lin Hao's thoughtful expression, the hearts of the Marine officers in the training ground tightened. Last time when he agreed to capture Ace, Lin Hao casually demanded 10 billion berries. This time, with a mission of such difficulty, who knew what outrageous demands he might propose? After a moment, a sly smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Mr. Sengoku, if you want me to act, you'll have to pay me 10 times Kaido's bounty in berries. No problem. I will report this to the world government. Hearing Lin Hao's demand, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. Kaido's current bounty was 61 billion berries. 10 times, that would be 1 billion. Such a colossal sum was nearly the total annual tribute from over a dozen member nations. Even for the world government, pulling out that much money at once would cause considerable pain. But at least it was the world government's money, not the Marines'. As Fleet Admiral, he had no reason to fret over it. The money is no issue. Now tell me about the conditions beyond money. Though the money didn't trouble Sengoku, conditions beyond money often proved the most troublesome. Thinking of Lin Hao's serious expression just moments ago, the strategic-minded Fleet Admiral knew that Lin Hao's demands would not be simple. As for conditions beyond money, I want the currently leaderless Marine G5 branch to be placed under the jurisdiction of Dressrosa and its permanent base relocated to the Dressrosa Kingdom. Furthermore, for this G5 unit, the Marines must assign a capable naval commander to lead it. If you agree to these terms as well, I wouldn't mind trying my hand at personally executing the world's strongest creature, Kaido. What? Upon hearing Lin Hao's reply, all the Marine officers on the training ground couldn't help but gasp sharply. Though they had mentally prepared for Lin Hao to make exorbitant demands, they never expected his lion's mouth to open so wide. Handing over the Marine G5 branch to Dressrosa's command. Wasn't this essentially asking the Marines to gift Lin Hao an army? Even though G5 was notoriously disliked within the Marines, often called the Marine trash can, it was still a fully operational combat unit within the Marine forces. Compared to other branches, the combat strength of G5 was among the top tier. And setting aside the matter of G5, you're asking the Marines to assign a capable commander to lead your private army. In the eyes of the Azure General, what level of strength qualifies as capable? If they actually agreed to Lin Hao's request. With Lin Hao's immense power, he might very well develop Dressrosa into a fourth major force on the Grand Line, completely disrupting the world's balance. Compared to that, the 1 billion berries seemed like child's play. Lin Hao's non-monetary demands left the senior Marine officers on the training ground petrified. Lin Hao, are you joking? Staring at Lin Hao's innocent-looking smile, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's tone turned icy cold. Seeing this, the other Marine high-ranking officers unconsciously stepped back. Whether the world government would agree to Lin Hao's conditions aside, at least in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's eyes, he had truly crossed the Marines' bottom line. My demands are already quite low, you know. The opponent is the world's strongest creature. If it's too difficult, I'll just head back to Dressrosa. Oh, and next time you want me to carry out a similar mission, my price might go up. Watching the furious Fleet Admiral, a sly grin spread across Lin Hao's face. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Lin Hao and Sengoku stared each other down. This demand concerns the Marines' organizational structure. I cannot decide on my own. Oh, I need to consult the world government. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction at this response. If the world government still cared about its face, agreeing to these two conditions was practically a foregone conclusion. The so-called consultation was merely a formality. Hey Lin Hao, don't go yet. I have something to discuss with you. Just as Lin Hao, having achieved his goal, was about to leave the training ground, a rather lecherous voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Though he didn't see the speaker, Lin Hao knew it was Kizaru transmitting a message. After mastering observation haki to its peak, one of its formidable abilities is reading others' minds. Enel from Skypiea had already reached that level with his observation haki. Kizaru's observation haki, however, had surpassed even that. He had achieved the level of reverse mind reading. Simply put, within a certain range, he could precisely transmit his own thoughts into another's mind. During his earlier days of slacking off in Dressrosa, Kizaru had often used this technique to show off in front of Lin Hao. Over time, Lin Hao's own observation haki had reached that level as well. Reverse mind reading via observation haki naturally became their private method of communication under special circumstances. Didn't you say G5 needed a capable commander? Do you think I fit the requirement? What? You want to be the head of the G5 branch in Dressrosa? Don't joke around. You're a Marine Admiral. Taking a post as a branch commander for Dressrosa's forces would be beneath you, brother Huang Yuan. Hearing Kizaru's request, Lin Hao feigned composure, but inwardly he was secretly amused. Lin Hao knew this old fox was definitely unwilling to return to Marine headquarters. Once you've tasted the sweetness of slacking off more comfortably, that feeling becomes unforgettable. For Kizaru to condescend to take charge of his private forces was something Lin Hao naturally welcomed. If the G5 branch relocated to Dressrosa was led by a renowned Marine Admiral like Kizaru, then future interactions between the G5 branch and the Marines would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. Moreover, everyone knew exactly what kind of personnel made up the G5 branch. As long as the G5 successfully broke away from Marine headquarters, With his and Kizaru's prestige and a slight improvement in the treatment of G5 officers, the strong from all corners of the Grand Line would clamor to squeeze into the G5 branch. In the long run, this was the germ of Lin Hao's own power. With time, it might not be impossible for Dressrosa to develop into a top-tier force capable of contending with the world government. But such an opportunity was rare. Since there were benefits, they had to be maximized. Therefore, Lin Hao did not immediately agree to Kizaru's overture. Instead, he put on an expression in his mind, as if to say, "Are you a Marine Admiral out of your mind? Don't refuse so quickly, brother Lin Hao. I'm a Marine Admiral. Is my strength not enough to personally serve as the head of your forces?" Seeing Lin Hao's refusal, Kizaru, who had been enjoying the slack life with Lin Hao for the past month, immediately grew anxious. "Brother Lin Hao, you must believe in my sincerity. I would never do anything to harm you in Dressrosa. Sticking with you in Dressrosa is great. Going back to Marine headquarters means endless meetings every day, and even getting off work on time is a problem. That hawkish bunch led by Akainu is always staring at me and bossing me around. If this continues, I'll develop psychological issues. Brother, can't you help me escape this sea of suffering?" Kizaru's reverse mind reading toward Lin Hao was so heartfelt. If not for the presence of Fleet Commander Sengoku and the other high-ranking Marine officers, Kizaru the Marine Admiral would probably have directly clung to Lin Hao's leg and sobbed. The two were secretly communicating through reverse mind reading. But Kizaru's anxious expression still caught Fleet Commander Sengoku's attention. "Borsalino, why do you look so worried? Is there something you want to report?" "Oh, no. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that my office might be on fire when I left. Commander Sengoku, may I leave early to put out the fire?" "Get lost. You stay right here. You've been gone for over a month, and you're not leaving until you've given a thorough report on your work." Seeing Kizaru spout lies without hesitation, Sengoku the Marine strategist immediately knew the Admiral was up to no good. With a furious roar, he turned the face of the Admiral who upheld the justice of ambiguity pale. Witnessing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. He knew the moment to negotiate with the other party had arrived. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Hao immediately launched reverse mind reading. "We're old friends. I'd naturally welcome you here, brother, but how do you explain this to Commander Sengoku?" "That's too easy. I'll just say that the G5 can't be left entirely to your whims and needs supervision. Someone too weak won't do so. I'll reluctantly take on the job." "Smooth, right?" Seeing Lin Hao relent, Kizaru, who had just been pale from Sengoku's reprimand, was overjoyed. His expression changed faster than turning a page. This scene left the other Marine high-ranking officers on the training ground utterly bewildered. But the next moment, Lin Hao's reply made Kizaru, who had glimpsed hope, change color again. "Damn, brother, you might have a point. If we take the G5 out on its own, the world government will be uneasy. Putting you by my side would definitely be a ticking time bomb. No, I'd better choose someone else. I think Vice Admiral Momonga would be great. Strong work ethic and decent strength. Though he's also dangerous by my side. If it comes to a backstab in a critical moment, at least I can handle it right." Looking at Lin Hao lounging nonchalantly in his chair, Kizaru felt like slapping himself hard across the face. That excuse was far too sloppy. "Damn, brother Lin Hao, you doubt my sincerity. Fine, name your conditions. As long as they're reasonable, I'll agree to them all." "Really?" Lin Hao had been waiting for those words. Seeing Kizaru take the bait, he instantly put on a hesitant expression in his mind. "Of course it's real. As long as I can go to Dressrosa to avoid those troublesome people, name your conditions." "All right, it's your word, brother." Seeing Kizaru's impatience, Lin Hao's heart bloomed with joy. Before his transmigration, he had dreamed of having a Marine Admiral-level powerhouse as his personal enforcer. And now that childhood dream was becoming reality. "Brother, you know I took over the G5 branch to ensure Dressrosa's security when I'm away. Since you'll be the head of the G5, you must fulfill that duty. From now on, if Dressrosa runs into trouble, no matter who comes looking for it, brother, you'll have to deal with them. That's not too much to ask, is it?" "Ah, well." Hearing Lin Hao's reverse mind-reading, Kizaru, who had just felt a spark of hope, immediately fell into hesitation. On the surface, Lin Hao's conditions seemed perfectly reasonable. But on closer thought, whether someone was causing trouble in Dressrosa or not was entirely up to King Lin Hao. If he agreed, wouldn't he become Lin Hao's enforcer? For a moment, Kizaru was caught in a dilemma. Seeing Lin Hao still nonchalant, already getting up to greet Fleet Commander Sengoku, and preparing to leave the training ground, Kizaru, now addicted to slacking off, gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine, I agree. But I want to make it clear, if pirates come looking for trouble, no matter how many, I'll handle them. But if it's world government officials on an inspection, I will absolutely not fight them." Brother, you're decisive. Go ahead and propose this to Commander Sengoku. The position of G5 branch head in Dressrosa awaits you." Seeing Kizaru agree, through gritted teeth, a smirk curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Although Kizaru had declared he wouldn't fight world government personnel, if that day ever came, would he, now addicted to slacking off, really stand by? First, get him over here. The plan to cultivate an admiral-level enforcer was in progress. The two reached a secret agreement, and Lin Hao bid farewell to Fleet Commander Sengoku before leaving the training ground, which served as a temporary meeting room. Meanwhile, Kizaru wore a grim expression, racking his brains over how to report a month of slacking off in Dressrosa. That evening, the latest issue of the World Economy newspaper published a piece of news that stunned everyone on the Grand Line. The Marine headquarters had uncovered a long-time mole Virgo and had also captured one of the four emperors, Kaido. The Marines would broadcast the public execution of both men live via the World Den Mushi in the coming days. And the executioner of Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, was none other than the instigator of several shocking events on the Grand Line recently, Admiral Qinglong. The latest issue of the World Economy News Journal had just been published. Immediately, a fierce wave of public opinion swept across the Grand Line. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, whose face bore tattoo patterns in the shape of totems, stared at the newest newspaper. A look of astonishment long absent from his features emerged. Around him, the Revolutionary Army executives were all dumbfounded. Mr. Dragon, the world government is actually going to publicly execute Virgo and that Kaido. This is utterly absurd. Aren't they afraid of losing face again? Breaking the silence first was Sabo, the blonde youth Dragon had been grooming as his successor. Like Dragon, his expression was a mixture of shock and gravity. That Kaido had been captured by the world government was hardly news. After all, as the world's strongest creature, he frequently took it upon himself to challenge the other emperors and Marine headquarters single-handedly. It was not the first time he had been seized by the Marines. On previous occasions, the world government had always grandly publicized their intention to execute the emperor of the New World, hoping to assert their authority. Such events were naturally broadcast worldwide via the Den Mushi. Yet each time the world government ended up humiliated. Because the world's strongest creature simply could not die. Over the years, the world government had exhausted every means yet failed to leave a single scratch on Kaido. Instead, each time the execution failed, Kaido would mock the world government contemptuously on the live broadcast. Then he would brazenly escape on live television. After several such incidents, the world government became considerably more cautious. Regarding Kaido's execution, they generally handled it discreetly, fearing another failure that would slap their own faces. But this time the World Economy News Journal had announced the news with great fanfare. This move by the world government set everyone's imagination racing. Could that young Admiral Qinglong truly succeed in executing Kaido? Sabo, we should be wary of this young admiral. Whether or not he can successfully execute Kaido, the fact that the world government has entrusted him with this task means his strength has been acknowledged. If we ever encounter him on the battlefield, he will surely be a major headache for the Revolutionary Army. Hearing the leader Dragon's analysis, the young Sabo's expression darkened. We will meet on the battlefield in the future. What a misfortune. Actually, I don't think Admiral Qinglong is a bad person. That is not for us to control. His allegiance is to the world government. Seeing Sabo's reluctance to face him, Dragon sighed helplessly. Brutally beating Akainu, arresting Rayleigh, driving Don Quixote da Flamingo out of Dressrosa. A man of such formidable power. Why was he not on the Revolutionary Army's side? After a moment of reflection, Dragon's expression turned calm and composed once more. Notify the commanders of the four armies on their missions to return to Baltigo immediately. We need to thoroughly discuss countermeasures should we encounter Admiral Qinglong on the battlefield, in the New World at Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Lin, one of the four emperors, stared at the newspaper in her hand. Her eyes gleamed with greed. Mama, Kaido is being executed again. How amusing, though I hold little hope. I do wish that fellow succeeds. Hey. No matter how powerful he is, Qinglong can hardly manage to execute Kaido, can he? Besides Charlotte Lin, Katakuri, who wore a white scarf wrapped tightly around his lower face, wore an expression of helplessness. Ever since Admiral Qinglong had been appearing frequently in the World Economy News Journal, this emperor, who aspired to gather all races and build a utopia, had not stopped deliberating. The reason was simple. Admiral Qinglong had been too outstanding recently. Such overwhelming strength had stirred some unconventional thoughts in Charlotte Lin regarding the handsome Marine Admiral. Recalling the rumors of his mother's youthful water bus nickname, Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom pirates, could not help but feel a throbbing headache. Mama, compared to that, we should deal with the matter at hand. What should we do with that Don Quixote da Flamingo? Should we drive him out? Mama, he said he would present something that interests me, so let's see what it is. Let him in first. Let's find out why he was so eager to meet me. Somewhere in the New World, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, the crew members each held a copy of the latest newspaper, murmuring in amazement. At the center of the ship's deck, Whitebeard, whose massive frame loomed like a small mountain, wore a rare expression of shock. Execute Kaido, by that Admiral Qinglong, and broadcast it live worldwide. Have the world government lost their minds? What's wrong, Marco? You don't look well. Noticing Marco's uncharacteristic demeanor, I feel this Qinglong is no ordinary man. His strength must be beyond imagination. We must be more vigilant in the future. Ha ha ha. Marco, you worry too much. If he truly deserves my serious caution, then let him first succeed in beheading Kaido. On the 6th level of Impel Down. In a special cell constructed entirely of sea stone, a man 7 meters tall with a physique as robust as a hill and 2 horns protruding from his head sat cross-legged. His entire body was bound in sea stone chains wrapped like a mummy. Though imprisoned, his face was filled with eager anticipation. Even while merely sitting in the cell, the terrifying aura emanating from him kept the ordinary Impel Down guards from daring to approach. Outside the cell, 3 equally imposing men stood guard with stern expressions. From a distance, they were clearly top-tier marine fighters. Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Akainu, and Impel Down's Warden Magellan. The man gave a slight raise of his head, and the 3 guards outside tensed visibly. Is it true that Admiral Qinglong has returned? The man's face radiated anticipation. But the 3 marine powerhouses outside wore grim expressions. Though unwilling to admit it, we must say that fellow is terrifyingly strong. Kaido, one of the current 4 emperors of the New World, known as the world's strongest creature in single combat. Hearing Kaido's inquiry, Admiral Akainu immediately recalled the scene of himself being brutally beaten by Lin Hao a month ago. Looking at the smug Kaido in the cell, Akainu felt a faint consolation. Before long, this so-called strongest creature would surely fare worse than he had a month ago. Ha ha ha. Even you magma brats say that. So it seems he really is back. I'm not going anywhere, I'll wait right here for the execution ground. I want to see for myself if that Admiral Qinglong is as legendary as the papers claim. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Kaido's arrogant laughter echoed through every corner of the 6th level of Impel Down. On this day at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a wide and tall execution platform was erected in the center of the vast plaza. Beyond the plaza, outside the crescent-shaped harbor, hundreds of marine warships had tightly encircled the entire Marineford, leaving no gap. Flanking the execution platform, rows of massive cannons designed for defense against external enemies had already been loaded with shells, and their angles adjusted ready to prevent any unexpected incidents from disrupting this significant event. Beneath the execution platform, tens of thousands of elite marines summoned from across the world stood armed and vigilant, waiting in solemn formation. If one were to zoom out the perspective, people would be astonished to discover that beyond the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford, the hundreds of marine warships arranged in a defensive formation were all uniformly oriented toward the central plaza of Marineford, and those terrifying giant cannons protruding from the fortifications. Their muzzles were also aligned in unison, aimed directly at the specially enlarged execution platform. Such a massive deployment. Could the target of defense actually be from within the Marine headquarters itself? That's right, this day was the execution date announced in the World News Economic Journal. The person to be executed was none other than the Marine spy Wei Ergu, who had been exposed by Admiral Qinglong earlier, and also one of the 4 emperors, the 100 Beasts Kai Duo, who had been barely imprisoned in Tue, Jincheng some days ago by the combined efforts of the Marine headquarters' top combat forces. This execution of 2 major criminals was broadcast worldwide by the world government through the World Den Den Mushi, a rare occurrence. Through this broadcast, the world government aimed to re-establish its authority, which had plummeted to rock bottom, and simultaneously deliver a powerful deterrent to the pirates on the way to Hang Lu, who were constantly stirring restlessly. Any country with a visual Den Den Mushi could watch the entire execution event, which was bound to cause a considerable stir across the way to Hang Lu. Of course, the prerequisite for achieving these goals was the successful execution of the 4 emperors Kai Duo. Executing the pirate spy Wei Ergu was not difficult. An ordinary executioner would suffice. The highlight of today's execution broadcast was entirely the finale, the 4 emperors Kai Duo. And the executioner was Admiral Qinglong, the Marine headquarters admiral, and also the king of Delacy Luosa. There were only a few minutes left until the execution began. On the way to Hang Lu, whether Marines, pirates, or even the bounty hunters who usually roamed the seas, they all tacitly ceased their usual conflicts, focusing entirely on the broadcast. As the countdown to the live stream ended, on the high execution platform, Wei Ergu, known as the Ghost Bamboo, was escorted by several Marines, his entire body bound with sea prism stone chains. Beside the condemned prisoner Wei Ergu stood the Marine Fleet Admiral Jean Gua, his expression calm and icy. Seeing this scene, All forces watching the broadcast were taken aback. For a mere pirate spy who had only reached the rank of Vice Admiral, the Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo was personally going to execute him. Seeing the undisguised sharp killing intent in the eyes of Buddha Zhang Guo Wei-er-gu, who had initially intended to resist and utter a few defiant words before death, instantly became filled with despair. This time the role of executor for Wei-er-gu was voluntarily requested by Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo. The death of Luo Xinandi had been a thorn in his heart for all these years. This opportunity was extremely rare. How could Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo give up the chance to personally execute the murderer of Luo Xinandi? Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated palace in Wanghua of the Exine Shi, Jieduo Fu Lang Minggu, who was watching the broadcast, suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although he had mentally prepared himself, watching a family executive who had grown up with him being publicly executed still caused the heavenly Yiksha, who had become a stray dog of the Wei de Hang Lu, to be overwhelmed with rage and grief. His body, which had not yet fully recovered, began to tremble again from excessive anger. Wei-er-gu's crimes at most would only land him in Tue Jin Sheng. How could he be sentenced to death just like that? This must be that old bastard Zhang Guo making trouble behind the scenes. Zhang Guo, you killed my family member. I'm not done with you. Behind Duo Fu Lang Minggu, the many executives of the Duo Fu Lang Minggu family looked at the despairing face of Wei-er-gu on the broadcast screen, their expressions filled with sorrow. At this moment their feelings were no less painful than Duo Fu Lang Minggu's. Wei-er-gu, who had been a long-term spy within the Marines, was also their family. Just as the group of Duo Fu Lang Minggu were all immersed in sorrow, a cold voice rang out extremely untimely in everyone's ears. Duo Fu Lang Minggu, Mama has agreed to your previous proposal and now wishes to discuss the specific details with you. In front of Mama, you'd better not be crying and whimpering. Ruining the atmosphere like that is very rude. Hearing this cold accusation, the executives of the Duo Fu Lang Minggu family immediately turned around angrily, intending to rebuke the speaker face to face. But upon seeing the other's appearance, the executives, who had been furious just moments ago, immediately swallowed the curses that had reached their lips. As for Duo Fu Lang Minggu, who had just been so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face quickly switched to his usual trademark sinister grin. He took out a handkerchief, casually wiped the residual bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. Then he strode quickly toward the other. Fu. That's really great. Let's go kata kuli. I'm also looking forward to meeting the four emperors Ling Suma. Meanwhile, at the bottom of a sea area in the Beihai, inside a yellow submarine, a handsome young man, wearing a white spotted hat and golden earrings on both sides, was watching the execution broadcast with an expectant expression. Wei-er-gu, you couldn't escape this day after all. What a pity I couldn't execute you with my own hands. One day in the future, I will surely cut off Duo Fu Lang Minggu's head with my own hands. On the plaza of Marineford, Duo Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo, standing on the execution platform, had tears in his eyes as he struggled to control his agitated emotions. He stood beside Wei-er-gu and announced the crimes Wei-er-gu had committed one by one. Among these crimes, some were personally committed by Wei-er-gu. Others were some negative news that had been exposed about the Marines in recent years, all of which were now being pinned on the exposed pirate spy Wei-er-gu. Either way, he could not escape death. Already despairing, Wei-er-gu simply offered no rebuttal, kneeling on the execution platform to quietly await the final moment of his life. Finally, after reading out the long list of crimes imposed on the spy Wei-er-gu, Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo directly drew the sword at his waist. Without any further words, he swung the blade fiercely toward Wei-er-gu's head. Swoosh! Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, Wei-er-gu's head landed absurdly on the floor of the execution platform. After rolling a few times with a gurgling sound, it tumbled down the dozens of meters high execution platform, hitting the ground and exploding into a mess of red and white shattered flesh and blood. At the same time, a blood column several meters high spurted from the severed neck of Wei-er-gu's corpse. Seeing this, Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo, who had personally executed Wei-er-gu, could not help but close his eyes in relief. The murderer who participated in killing Luo Xinandi had finally been executed by his own hands today. Meanwhile, across the Wei de Hang Lu, everyone watching the broadcast became excited upon seeing Wei-er-gu's execution. Even through the screen, they could sense a terrifying aura sweeping through the entire Marineford duo in an instant. Executing Wei-er-gu was merely the appetizer before the main course. The following execution was the main event of the broadcast, because the person about to be executed was none other than one of the four emperors of the sea in the current Exine Shirjia, the 100 Beast Kai duo known as the world's strongest creature. With Guizhu Weirge executed by the hand of Naval Marshal Zhang Guo himself, a thunderous cheer erupted across the plaza of Marineford duo, soaring straight to the heavens. For soon tens of thousands of elite naval soldiers summoned from every corner of the world and gathered at Marineford duo Square would bear witness to this momentous occasion. They knew all too well, if Emperor Kaidu were to erupt into chaos right here, these elite soldiers of the Navy would be reduced to insignificant cannon fodder. They had been summoned here merely to add grandeur to what was meant to be a momentous execution. But at this very moment, still these naval soldiers brimmed with inexplicable excitement, for they believed that Vice Admiral Qing Long, who was to carry out the death sentence on Kaidu, the world's strongest creature, would not let them become a laughingstock upon the Vita Honglu. Would absolutely not let those waiting here to witness that historical moment become a laughingstock on the Vita Honglu. Within mere minutes, the naval headquarters logistics personnel had already swiftly carried away Wired's headless corpse. The execution platform, which had been drenched in blood mere moments ago, now lay completely transformed. After composing himself and steadying his restless emotions, as the overseer of this execution operation, Marshal Zhanghua proceeded to lay bare Emperor Kaidu's crimes before the tens of thousands of naval elites assembled below and the world broadcast cameras. Scarcely had moments passed when an aura of terror swept across the entire Malingfanduo Plaza. The soldiers who had been cheering just moments before fell instantly silent. This terrifying pressure was not conqueror's hockey. Rather, it was a primal fear originating deep within the bloodline, a subordinate creature's instinctive terror of an apex predator driving an unconscious urge to flee. What a formidable aura! If they hadn't brought the elites among the soldiers, perhaps half the crowd below would already be strewn across the ground. Lin Hao, do you have confidence in carrying out this execution? Feeling that terrifying pressure that had instantly swept through the plaza, Vice Admiral Huang Yuan stood behind the execution platform. Though his tone remained lighthearted with his usual, "Oh dear, how frightening" banter, there was not a trace of ease visible on his face, for he knew exactly what kind of terrifying figure Emperor Kaidu truly was. He turned to look at Lin Hao, and unconsciously his eyes revealed the concern reserved only for old friends. This time virtually every high-ranking naval official from the headquarters had come in person for this execution operation. Even those who couldn't attend in person were watching the live broadcast. This time the world government had placed all their hopes on Lin Hao alone. Turning to Lin Hao, he was unusually not reclining on his specially made lounge chair today, but instead was surveying his surroundings with keen interest. Rest assured, the world government will re-establish its authority across the Vita Honglu through this execution. Oh my, how eagerly we shall wait and see. Seeing that Lin Hao showed no fear despite facing Kaidu, and still wore that expression of complete control, Vice Admiral Huang Yuan also found himself unconsciously relaxing. As for the two other vice admirals beside Huang Yuan, Qingji and Shiquan, they remained completely silent. The dispatch of all three vice admirals simultaneously was also a safeguard arranged by the world government for this execution. Should Lin Hao fail to execute Kaidu, then the three vice admirals Marshal Zhanghua and the naval hero Kapu would step in together. Even if they couldn't keep Kaidu permanently here, they absolutely would not let the world government's dignity be trampled upon. One could say that on the surface this execution was meant to put down the world's strongest creature, Kaidu. But in reality, it was the world government using this opportunity to demonstrate its power to the outside world. If successful, the world government's prestige across the Vita Honglu would rise to unprecedented heights. Amidst the tense expressions of the naval soldiers present, Kaidu, his entire body bound in Heilushi chains, was escorted step by step onto the execution platform, which had been specially enlarged and widened to accommodate his massive frame by over a dozen Navy commodores. All the commodores escorting Kaidu wore deeply nervous expressions. Yet on Kaidu's face there was not a single trace of fear. Instead, his expression was one of eager anticipation. He scanned his surroundings, looking down from the execution platform, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Even without Kaidu making any sudden moves, the terrifying aura emanating naturally from his body, comparable to Conqueror's haki, still made the naval officers on site involuntarily shrink their necks. They looked at Kaidu on the execution platform, as though gazing upon a fiend from the depths of hell, ever ready to slaughter the world. Is this Kaidu, the Beast Emperor, known as the world's strongest? At the same moment, fear rooted deep in instinct erupted within the hearts of almost every naval soldier. Ha ha ha, Zhanghua, I've heard my executioner is that rising young Vice Admiral Qing Long. Is that fellow truly as formidable as they say? Kaidu, his entire body wrapped in Heilushi chains like a mummy, turned his head toward Zhanghua. His face displayed an expectant yet mocking expression. The reason he had willingly allowed himself to be captured and sent to Tuajinqing was precisely to meet the naval vice admiral who had imprisoned Mingwang Lei within its walls. With the opportunity right before him, how could someone whose very bones were filled with the genes of combat not be excited? Oomph. Seeing Kaidu's arrogant expression, Naval Marshal Zhanghua let out a disdainful snort. Coming to the naval headquarters to challenge Vice Admiral Qing Long of your own accord will be the most regrettable decision of your lifetime. Ha ha ha, is that so? You're saying the same thing as that magma brat. Now I'm even more curious. Don't waste my time. Have that brat come execute me immediately. Seeing how highly both Naval Marshal Zhanghua and Vice Admiral Chiquan spoke of Qing Long, Kaido, his entire body still bound in Heilushi chains, immediately let out a chilling, grotesque laugh. Suddenly, centering on Kaido, an immensely terrifying wind laced with visible black lightning rapidly spread outward across the execution platform. Below the execution platform, the naval soldiers who had barely been holding on moments ago suddenly collapsed, eyes rolling back, foam at their mouths. Looking again at the platform. As those visible black lightning continued to fall, the floor of the execution platform began to crack apart inch by inch. The dozen or so Navy commodores who had been responsible for escorting Kaido were now unable to withstand this terrifying conqueror's haki, frantically retreating backward, even though Kaido's entire body was bound in Heilushi chains. Kaido, I knew you'd cause trouble. Upon witnessing this scene, Marshal Zhonghua beside Kaido's expression instantly turned ashen. But before Naval Marshal Zhonghua could react, Kaido's entire muscular frame swelled rapidly like a balloon. The next moment, before the astonished eyes of all the naval officers present, the Heilushi chains binding Kaido were forcibly snapped apart with sheer force. What a rare opportunity. Today I'll turn the naval headquarters upside down right here, broadcasting the most top-tier battle to the entire world. In an instant, freed from the Heilushi chains restrictions, Kaido grew even more arrogant. And as those chains shattered, the conqueror's haki radiating from his body became even more terrifying. For a time, even the previously clear sky grew somewhat dim. Even Naval Marshal Zhonghua couldn't help but be pushed back repeatedly by this terrifying conqueror's haki. Vice Admiral Qinglong, if you don't come out soon, I'll turn this entire naval headquarters into a slaughterhouse. What's happening? Why can't I control my body? Just as Kaido was using his conqueror's haki to clear out an independent space for himself, regarding everyone in the naval headquarters like a living king, his body was suddenly controlled by an indefeasible mystical force hurtling rapidly in a certain direction below the execution platform. When Kaido, this world's strongest creature, finally snapped out of it, he was shocked to discover he was actually kneeling on one knee before a young man. His hands, equally beyond his control, pressed together in a prayer-like gesture, tightly clamping the long blade held by the young man between his palms. Gazing at the young man's handsome, smiling face, Kaido's expression instantly turned to utter shock. You are Vice Admiral Qinglong. I've seen your photo in the newspapers. What kind of ability is this? Undo this immediately. In an instant, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, known as the world's strongest creature, knelt on one knee before Lin Hao in an extremely awkward posture. No matter how hard Kaido struggled or how he used his haki, as long as Lin Hao did not retract the Imperial Armor Murakumo in his hand, Kaido could only remain kneeling in place. Witnessing this scene, the Marine Admirals, along with Sengoku, Garp, and other top-tier Marine combatants who had initially intended to assist, were utterly dumbfounded. Except for Kizaru, who had witnessed Lin Hao's technique of 100% barehanded blade catch on Danjian Island, the other top-tier powerhouses of Marine headquarters nearly had their eyes popping out of their sockets. Garp, why is that brat Kaido kneeling to Lin Hao? Is this Lin Hao's ability? Sengoku, I haven't heard of Lin Hao being a devil fruit user. How did he manage that? Aokiji, to actually forcibly control that world's strongest creature. No wonder he gained recognition from the Holy Land. Akainu, so Qinglong actually has a technique like this. He didn't use it when he fought me back then. Was it because I wasn't worthy enough? Kizaru, oh my, he's using that move again. That Kaido is in for a rough time among the top-tier Marine combatants. The one with the darkest expression was none other than Akainu, the Marine Admiral, who had once clashed fiercely with Lin Hao. The scene of their previous encounter was still vivid in his mind. Akainu clearly remembered that Lin Hao had not only refrained from using such a powerful hard control technique against him, but even after beating him to the point where his body couldn't reassemble, he still wore a relaxed expression. Comparing that to the current situation where his opponent was fighting the Yonko Kaido, Akainu, with a face ashen, instantly realized the gap between himself and the world's strongest creature. This scene of Lin Hao hard controlling Kaido not only shocked the high-level combatants of Marine headquarters, but also made the powerful figures from various factions watching the live broadcast break out in cold sweat. In a certain sea area of the New World, Whitebeard on the Moby Dick had stood up in astonishment. Compared to his usual calm and leisurely demeanor, Whitebeard's expression turned extremely grave. My beloved sons, can any of you tell what kind of devil fruit ability this is? To be able to hard control Kaido. This is utterly baffling. Although on the surface it seemed that Kaido in the screen had perfectly timed his block of Lin Hao's slash. But Whitebeard, who had once sailed on the same ship with Kaido, had already seen through it. Kaido's barehanded blade catch was clearly forced. Given Kaido's invulnerable, powerful body, he would always try to tank any attack with his body. Pops. We've never heard of such an ability either. Watching Whitebeard's grim expression, the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were all staring at each other in bewilderment. Staring intently at Lin Hao's innocent smile and Kaido's livid face on the screen, Edward Newgate, the Yonko known as the world's strongest man, grew increasingly solemn. The strength Lin Hao had displayed now exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he believed that in such a globally watched live broadcast, Qinglong, the newly appointed admiral of Marine headquarters, would never reveal all his trump cards. Sons use all means to investigate the background of that Admiral Qinglong as soon as possible. Also, send word to our subordinate crews, we must find that devil fruit encyclopedia as soon as possible. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters Baltigo, before the temporarily set up giant screen. Revolutionary Army Chief Dragon promising newcomers Sabo and Koala, and the 4 army commanders who had hastily returned to Marine headquarters upon Dragon's summons, all wore expressions of utter shock. The technique displayed by Admiral Qinglong in the live broadcast was too incredible, far beyond their understanding. Is this the strength of that Admiral Qinglong? In such a state, Kaido is basically at someone's mercy. Watching Kaido, the world's strongest creature who had wrapped himself in armament haki, but still couldn't move an inch. I've seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, but I haven't found such an ability. If he can use this kind of rule-based control technique without relying on a Devil Fruit, could Admiral Qinglong be using Vegapunk's technology? Impossible. I'm still in contact with Vegapunk, and he hasn't provided any high-tech equipment to Admiral Qinglong. This is that guy's own technique. After Revolutionary Army East Army Commander Betty voiced her suspicion, Chief Dragon directly denied her conjecture. For a moment, the Revolutionary Army cadres before the screen fell into an awkward silence. After a short while, Chief Dragon gave instructions with a grave expression. Issue an order to everyone: if the Revolutionary Army encounters Admiral Qinglong during a mission, immediately abandon the current mission. Failures caused by Admiral Qinglong will not be punished. At Onigashima, in Wano country, the underlings of the Beast's pirates, who had initially been hoping to see the world government humiliated, now became panic-stricken. The 3 lead performers of the Beast's pirates were even more furious. Damn, Kaido Big Brother is being controlled. We have to go rescue him. Watching Kaido on the screen, who had begun trying to activate his Devil Fruit ability, but still couldn't escape the bare-handed blade catch posture. Jack the Drought, the vanguard, who never hesitated to charge headlong into trouble, immediately widened his eyes and wanted to order his men to set sail for Marine headquarters. But before he could take further action, King the Wildfire, who had a pair of wings with flames burning on them, directly scolded him aside. You fool, shut your mouth. Kaido Big Brother has been hard controlled by the enemy. What can you do? Deliver merits to impel down. But are we just supposed to watch helplessly? Hearing King's rebuke, the usually fearless Jack shrank his neck. At that moment, a large plume of colored smoke suddenly sprayed onto Jack's face from behind. Although he was choked and uncomfortable, Jack, knowing who it was, showed no anger. Shaking his flabby body, he waddled toward the live broadcast screen. This person who made Jack one of the 3 lead performers dare not act recklessly was none other than Queen the Plague, another of the 3 calamities of the Beast's pirates. Queen looked at Kaido, who had begun to exert himself on the screen. His expression turned extremely cautious. Even if we go now, it's too late, right? Trust Kaido Big Brother. He will definitely return to Onigashima. I knew that Admiral Qinglong was no ordinary man. This is a lesson. Kaido Big Brother's habit of trying to commit suicide should be changed from now on. After King said this, the entire Onigashima fell into a deathly silence. On the plaza of Marine headquarters Marineford. At this moment, Lin Hao was still smiling, keeping Kaido in the awkward position of barehanded blade catch. Looking around the plaza, some stronger soldiers had already awakened from the influence of Conqueror's haki. Under the command of the Marine high-ranking officers, they began to methodically and quickly move their still unconscious comrades out of the plaza. As for the other top-tier Marine combatants, they had begun to form a circular encirclement around Kaido. However, after the encirclement had shrunk to a certain range, Sengoku and Kizaru directly stopped, leaving a large battlefield in the center for Lin Hao and Kaido. In the center of the plaza, Kaido had released the armament haki that covered his body. His muscles bulged like small mountains, and his expression was extremely cold. He had lost all his previous arrogance. Admiral Qinglong, I admit your ability is strange. But if you can only control me with such underhanded tricks, I won't be convinced. You certainly can't keep me in this state forever, can you? I'll come out and cause a ruckus then. After a series of efforts, including haki envelopment ability activation and monstrous strength to break free, yet still unable to escape this awkward hard control state, Kaido directly gave up struggling. Instead, he unleashed his threats to Lin Hao in front of him. Watching the world's strongest creature Kaido with a cold, murderous intent, Lin Hao's face still wore his signature warm smile. Then, under the shocked gazes of the top-tier Marine combatants and the powerful figures watching the live broadcast from various factions, Lin Hao directly retracted the Murakumo in his hand into his system's inventory. I controlled you just to prevent you from causing trouble. After all, collapsing buildings are quite a headache. Now bring it on. Let me see just how tough you the world's strongest creature really are. Humph. Arrogant. Today I will use your blood to honor my 8 precepts. Hearing Lin Hao's mocking words, Kaido, the world's strongest creature, had just broken free from the hard control state of the 100 empty hand catch blade. Immediately he stamped his foot, and in an instant distanced himself from Lin Hao. Kaido was not afraid of engaging in close combat with Lin Hao one-on-one. Rather, he was extremely wary of the strange ability that had firmly controlled him just moments ago. Now around the entire plaza of Marineford, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the hero of the Navy Garp, the 3 admirals, and numerous top-tier Navy elites, had them firmly surrounded in the center of the arena. Under normal circumstances, Kaido would not have felt the slightest fear at such a lineup. Even if he could not defeat them, as long as he fled with all his might, these Navy headquarters elites would be unable to stop him. But the situation was different now. Once the battle began, if he was caught by Lin Hao's strange ability, he would truly become a fish on the chopping block. He was the world's strongest creature, not an immortal being. If so many legendary Navy figures unleashed their ultimate moves on him at once, he, an emperor of the New World, would likely leave half his life behind in Marineford, even if he survived. He looked at the surrounding ring of top Navy combatants. Although they had already formed a complete encirclement against Kaido, they showed no intention of stepping in to assist Lin Hao. According to the world government's previous instructions, this execution of Emperor Kaido was to be carried out by Lin Hao alone. This live broadcast was precisely the world government's way of showcasing its strength to all forces across the Grand Line. If they won through a group fight, even if they could eventually take down Kaido, the deterrent effect on restless forces, such as the Revolutionary Army, would be significantly diminished. Defeating the world's strongest creature through single combat would be shocking enough to resonate throughout the entire Grand Line. Their mission this time was simply to do their utmost to block the aftershocks of the battle between the two and prevent Marineford from suffering too much damage. He. Want to fight me alone? Kid, you'll regret it. After a few seconds of brief caution, Kaido, whose physique was more than 2 heads taller than Lin Hao, suddenly realized that the Navy headquarters elites surrounding him had no intention of intervening. He immediately let out a hearty laugh. Then he instantly activated his Devil Fruit ability. In an instant, countless fiery flame clouds began to swirl around Kaido's enormous body. As the blazing flame clouds grew denser, Kaido's colossal, mountain-like body suddenly leaped into the air. Before anyone could react, he transformed into a dragon-shaped creature as vast as a mountain. My god, is this the Devil Fruit ability of Emperor Kaido? His true form is such a gigantic mythical Zoan. No wonder he's called the world's strongest creature. Seeing Kaido's transformation into a dragon, almost everyone watching the live broadcast, except for a few top experts who knew his ability, revealed expressions of utter shock. The warlords of the sea and the emperors of the New World, all powerful pirates, wore tense expressions. The Navy Admiral Azure Dragon would eventually cross swords with them. This live broadcast was the perfect opportunity to observe his strength by using Kaido. Above Marineford, the once clear sky instantly became overcast due to Kaido's transformation. Within the clusters of dark clouds, besides Kaido's beast form's faintly visible massive body, there were also faint but fierce sounds of wind and thunder. Roar! Before the top Navy elites could react, the dragon form Kaido opened his enormous mouth and unleashed a fierce and scorching crimson dragon breath straight at the entire Marineford plaza. This dragon breath contained not only blazing flames, but also visible wind pressure and lightning within the flames. If this dragon breath struck, the entire Marineford would likely be pierced through. Compared to Kaido's dragon breath, Akainu's meteor volcano on the Navy headquarters training ground was nothing more than child's play. Looking at the scorching dragon breath, which was several kilometers long and seemingly endless, the Navy admirals and top experts watching the broadcast turned pale. In an instant, all top Navy combatants went all out, determined to protect Marineford from a single scratch under this violent dragon breath. As for Lin Hao, facing the dazzling dragon breath, his face was full of mockery. He had seen this dragon breath technique before. Even so, that dragon breath had instantly vaporized a mountain peak and nearly pierced through the entire Onigashima. An ordinary expert would have been extremely cautious toward this move, but this magnificent dragon breath attack seemed trivial in Lin Hao's eyes. A fire element attack mixed with wind and lightning. Let me see how much weight it really carries. As he spoke, Lin Hao stamped his foot, and to the astonishment of the crowd, his body leaped directly into the air. Then he extended the index finger of his right hand, and a tiny, barely noticeable flame rapidly formed a round, brilliant ball of fire on his fingertip. As Kaido's dragon breath quickly approached, the fireball condensed on Lin Hao's finger also grew rapidly. In an instant, the top Navy elites at Marineford all stared with grim expressions at Lin Hao, who was now suspended in midair. Because at that moment, They could clearly sense that the fiery sphere at Lin Hao's fingertip was emitting a terrifying heat comparable to the sun. If the fireball continued to develop, there would be no need for Kaido's dragon breath. The fireball in Lin Hao's hand could directly melt the entire Marineford into a gaseous state. The Navy elites present feeling the scorching heat couldn't help but sweat profusely. Even the experts watching the broadcast around the world felt a dry throat. The blazing fireball in Lin Hao's hand now emitted a dazzling radiance like a small sun. The world's greatest scientist quickly explained. A few minutes later, Lin Hao's expression softened slightly. Lin Hao gently waved his right hand, and the fireball, now as large as a barrel, shot rapidly toward Kaido's scorching dragon breath. Boom. The next moment, a violent explosion resounded in the sky above Marineford. The explosive sound was extremely penetrating. Not only did the top Navy elites at the scene feel it, but even those watching the live broadcast via projection, Den Mushi, had a sharp pain, as if their eardrums were tearing. Some unlucky ones who were not strong or too close to the broadcast screen had blood spurting from their ears. This single strike made the entire Grand Line tremble. What shocked people even more was that after this terrifying explosion, almost all the Den Mushi involved in the live broadcast projection showed expressions of extreme fear. The viewers saw that the fireball Lin Hao had cast grew larger and larger above Marineford until it completely pushed Kaido's dragon breath back into the sky. Then all the projection Den Mushi participating in the broadcast along the Grand Line closed their eyes in fear. In an instant, all broadcasts were forced to halt due to the collective fear of the Den Mushi. Damn, the broadcast cut off. Find a new projection Den Mushi quickly. It's useless. All the projection Den Mushi are terrified by the sound and images. They refuse to continue working. In an instant, angry curses erupted across the Grand Line. Meanwhile, on Egghead Island inside the nascent science base, in front of the broadcast screen that had turned to static, Vegapunk's aged face was filled with shock. The sight of Lin Hao creating a miniature sun in the video had surpassed his understanding. He held a thick stack of data sheets containing Lin Hao's various physical tests from his time on Egghead Island, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. All my scientific methods can't even touch that guy's limit. After a moment, Vegapunk's eyes darting between the static screen and the stack of data, his face suddenly lit up with extreme excitement. Excellent. With Lin Hao, that thing can definitely be restarted. Truly wonderful. Excellent. With Lin Hao, that thing can definitely be restarted. Truly wonderful. Excellent. With Lin Hao, that thing can definitely be restarted. Truly wonderful. Cruel sun, merciless sun. This is a technique from the anime, the 7 deadly sins belonging to Akainu, the sin of pride. The principle of its use is very simple. Just release magical power to form a fireball, and you can easily complete this move. If someone else were to use it, this move would be nothing more than an ordinary magical fireball with no significant power. But if it is Akainu who possesses the grace bestowed by the Supreme God through the 4 archangels, then this ordinary magical fireball becomes a terrifying existence comparable to the sun. If this move is performed at noon, even a mere shockwave from this merciless sun has the terrifying power to easily destroy a small country. In the original 7 deadly sins, Akainu used this move to instantly kill 2 members of the 10 commandments under the Demon King, even though it was not yet noon when the sun's magic is at its strongest. Yet the shockwave of that merciless sun still completely evaporated a vast lake. Only possessing 20% of the sin of pride's constitution, it seems the power of the technique is affected as well. Feeling the terrifying shockwave brought by the violent explosion, Lin Hao, who had just delivered that terrifying blow, felt a trace of regret. If his sin of pride constitution had reached 100% and he had used that merciless sun at noon, I'm afraid that Kaido would have been directly evaporated, leaving not even a trace. At this moment, Marineford, the Navy headquarters. All the strong members of the Navy headquarters had expressions of shock, with eyes bulging and jaws dropping to the ground. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a massive explosion powerful enough to destroy a country. If the explosion had not occurred in midair, the entire Marineford would have been instantly vaporized. Feeling the scorching heat in the air, all the top-tier experts of the Navy headquarters couldn't help but swallow hard. Kaido's dragon breath, powerful enough to pierce mountains, was directly forced back into the sky by the red fireball in Lin Hao's hand, which was only the size of a barrel. When the fireball pushing against the dragon breath reached Kaido, this Emperor of the Sea, known as the world's strongest creature, instantly felt an inexplicable dread. Then the explosion, powerful enough to destroy a country, detonated right in front of Kaido. The sky above Marineford, which had been covered in dark clouds created by Kaido, instantly became clear and cloudless. Because the terrifying explosion came too suddenly and Kaido's dragon form was too massive, he was unable to activate his strongest defensive stance and took the full force of the devastating blast. When the explosion cleared, Kaido's enormous dragon body was covered in black smoke and crashed heavily onto the open space prepared as a battlefield in Marineford. With a single blow, he had knocked Kaido, the world's strongest creature, down from the sky. This terrifying scene shocked everyone present. That Lin Hao. Just how terrifying is his strength? Judging by his current state, it seems he can use that move several more times. Looking at the huge dragon body collapsed on Marineford's plaza, Navy hero Garp's mouth was open so wide that it could easily fit several watermelons. He was completely unaware that the snot in his nose was about to drip into his mouth. He remembered very clearly when Kaido had charged alone into the Navy headquarters before he had also used such a dragon breath to start the fight. At that time to prevent Marineford from suffering damage. That dragon breath was barely blocked by Admiral Akainu using all his strength. But the dragon breath Kaido used to start the fight back then was simply incomparable to the one he just used to attack Lin Hao. Everyone present could see that. If Lin Hao hadn't blocked that dragon breath in midair, the entire Marineford would have been reduced to rubble. Even if all the Navy high-ranking officials present had intervened to stop it, they could never have done it as perfectly as Lin Hao. Now, aside from a strange barbecue smell in the air and some uncomfortable scorching heat, Marineford had not suffered any damage at all. At this moment, Navy hero Garp's mind had completely crashed. The other three Navy admirals looked at Kaido, who had rolled his eyes back, and then at Lin Hao, who was stretching and loosening his muscles. A nameless sense of fear welled up in their hearts. Especially for the Navy's Hawk representative Akainu, he felt waves of shock and lingering fear. His decision to go trouble Lin Hao back then was truly too rash. Just as everyone was shocked, Kaido's enormous dragon form underwent a visible change. As Kaido completely lost consciousness in that terrifying explosion, his devil fruit ability was also deactivated. In just a few seconds, Kaido's dragon form rapidly reverted to human form. His entire body was covered with countless terrifying wounds. With a single blow, Lin Hao had instantly killed one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Kizaru, go check if that Kaido is still alive. The first to recover from the state of mental shutdown was Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. He looked at Kaido's huge body covered with fatal wounds. His face was also full of shock. At this moment, as he looked at Lin Hao, his eyes were filled with awe. At the same time, this strategist of the Navy headquarters secretly celebrated in his heart. After casting a grateful glance at Lin Hao, his body transformed into a golden flash and instantly appeared before Kaido, who had rolled his eyes back. He reached out and lightly probed under Kaido's smoke-blackened nostrils. A seemingly shocked, teasing expression immediately appeared on his face. Damn, Kaido is really tough, even this didn't kill him. Huh, what does damn mean? After hearing Kizaru's report, the high-ranking Navy officials finally relaxed. This damn. Lin Hao taught it to me to express surprise. It works quite well. Want to try it, Mr. Sengoku? Suddenly, just as Admiral Kizaru was completely relaxed and ready to call it a day, thanks to Lin Hao, a heart-pounding sensation instantly made his hair stand on end. Without even having a chance to look back, Kizaru's body instinctively transformed into a golden flash and instantly moved far away from Kaido's massive body. The next moment, at the spot where Kizaru had just stood, an exaggeratedly large spiked club enveloped in visible black lightning slammed down fiercely. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the previously flat plaza of Marineford cracked open with enormous fissures spreading outward like a spiderweb. That Kaido guy, he can still fight. Looking at Kaido, who was covered in fatal wounds, standing up again, holding the spiked club named 8 Precepts Bizaji, the faces of the top-tier fighters of the Navy headquarters all turned solemn. As for Kizaru, who had almost been ambushed, his face was no longer relaxed and teasing, replaced by undisguised cold killing intent. If he hadn't dodged that strike, even he would have been seriously injured. You really think I'm that easy to defeat? I told you I'll use your blood to consecrate my 8 precepts. Facing the grim-faced top-tier Navy fighters, Kaido, known as the world's strongest creature, only stared intently at Lin Hao, who remained calm and composed. Having been knocked unconscious by a single blow was simply too humiliating. Even though he knew he was outmatched, he had to regain his dignity from the opponent. I also thought you wouldn't be knocked down in one move, but cherish the present moment. Looking at the frenzied Kaido, the world's strongest creature, Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. You won't have a chance to keep bouncing around like this in the future. Ha ha ha. Arrogant fool. I was careless just now, but now I'll use my full power to kill you. Looking at Lin Hao, who was a full 2 heads shorter than him, Kaido's face instantly twisted into a maniacal grin. The previous exchange had already made him fully realize the disparity between the two sides. However, the pride of a powerhouse prevented Kaido, the world's strongest creature, from even contemplating escape. Kaiduo activated his Devil Fruit ability, once more elevating his entire aura to its peak state in an instant. In a flash, Kaiduo's entire body was covered in massive cyan-brown scales. The two horn-like protrusions on his head also shifted angles, becoming akin to dragon horns. Behind him, a long dragon tail sprouted. Coupled with the house-sized spiked club Hachasai hoisted on his shoulder, Kaiduo now resembled a primordial beast from the ancient wilds. Seeing Kaiduo's transformation, the Marine Headquarters elites all grew solemn. The hybrid form was the strongest combat form for Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. Kaiduo was about to go all out. The next moment, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the countless fatal wounds on his body began to heal rapidly at a visible speed. Only minutes after waking from unconsciousness due to severe injuries, Kaiduo's condition had already recovered to near-peak levels. Witnessing this terrifying regenerative ability, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. It seems that last blow still didn't teach you a lesson. Wouldn't it have been better to just lie there and pretend to be unconscious? Lin Hao, the live broadcast has been cut off. You don't have to duel him alone anymore. Let's all attack together. We absolutely cannot let him escape this time. Lin Hao had just taken a step forward when Fleet Admiral Sengoku, not far behind him, called out with a grave expression. Although Lin Hao's displayed strength had been awe-inspiring enough, after witnessing Kaiduo's terrifying recovery, even the strategist of the Marine felt uncertain in an instant. Hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku's command, the Marine elites, who had already formed an encirclement, assumed their combat stances. Akainu activated his Magu Magu no Mi ability, his entire body instantly covered in scorching magma. Aokiji, on the other hand, cracked his neck and quickly enveloped himself in a layer of white frost. As for Kizaru, apparently still seething from Kaiduo's earlier sneak attack, he now hovered mid-air, his entire body flashing with dazzling golden light. Waiting only for Fleet Admiral Sengoku's order, he would immediately unleash his Yasakani no Magatama at the fearsome humanoid creature. As for Sengoku's old friend Garp, he was rolling his shoulders, already prepared to charge in and engage the world's strongest creature in battle. Just as the Marine's top-tier fighters were about to swarm in and permanently leave Kaiduo, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, in Marineford, a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble emanated from Lin Hao, instantly enveloping the entire Marineford plaza. In an instant, the world's strongest creature Kaiduo and all the Marine Headquarters elites were forced back several steps by this fearsome aura. After a few steps back, their bodies were frozen in place by the immense pressure, unable to move another inch. Lin Hao turned to look at Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A harmless, kind smile appeared on his handsome face, yet for some reason staring at Lin Hao's charming smile. The Justice Cloak draped over Fleet Admiral Sengoku's shoulders was instantly soaked through with his own sweat. This terrifying pressure was not Conqueror's Haki, yet it was even more aggressive than Conqueror's Haki. For a moment, everyone present stood frozen in place, as if Lin Hao were a bottomless black hole, about to suck their very souls into the abyss. Gulp. At that moment, every person present unconsciously swallowed hard. This dreadful aura made it extremely difficult for them to even breathe. Mr. Sengoku, I am the one who will execute Kaiduo. Could you please not interfere with my execution of this fellow? Finally, as Lin Hao posed his question, everyone present instantly broke free from the terrifying pressure. I understand. Please make sure that Despiser of Order remains here forever. Fleet Admiral Sengoku agreed without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, the dreadful pressure vanished. All the elites on the scene felt their bodies become light. That's right. I won't let you down. As Lin Hao turned around, the Marine Headquarters top fighters who had encircled Kaiduo quickly retreated as if granted amnesty. In less than half a minute, they left a battlefield large enough for Lin Hao and Kaiduo. Brat, I won't give up like this. Having personally experienced that terrifying pressure, Kaiduo knew that if he didn't strike now, he might never have another chance. Taking advantage of Lin Hao's stillness, Kaiduo leaped into the air, gripping his spiked club Hachasai. In an instant, several visible black lightning bolts shot out from Kaiduo's body, then rapidly gathered and encircled the club Hachasai in his hand. Looking at Lin Hao, who had rolled up his sleeves on the ground, Kaiduo gritted his teeth. Gripping the club with both hands, his massive body turned into a blur as he smashed down toward Lin Hao, who was a full 2 heads shorter on the ground. As Kaiduo unleashed this mountain-splitting strike, a noticeable tremor shook the Marineford plaza. The air echoed with the roar of wind and thunder. Great might, thunderous 8 trigrams. Is that Conqueror's Haki coding? Kaiduo is really going all out. Watching Kaiduo descending rapidly toward Lin Hao, everyone observing in Marineford couldn't help but swallow hard. This move, no one there was confident they could withstand it without injury. Yet for some reason, looking at Lin Hao, who had just rolled up his right sleeve, they felt a strange sense of security in their hearts. Although the duel was not yet over, the Marine Headquarters top fighters already knew the outcome. Watching the club Hachasai wrapped in Conqueror's Haki lightning descending rapidly, Lin Hao smiled faintly, then pushed off the ground and swung his fist to meet it. Boom. The next moment, a deafening explosion that nearly shattered everyone's eardrums resounded above Marineford. In less than a second, the club coated with dense conquerors and armament hockey exploded into countless fragments before the shocked onlookers. Immediately after, Kaido's hands gripping the club were also caught in the blast, though he released his grip and dodged to the side in the nick of time. The aftershock of Lin Hao's serious punch still reduced Kaido's steel-like arms to a mist of blood. As for the path of the punch, Lin Hao's serious punch had actually pierced straight through the clear sky. In an instant, a massive hole appeared in the sky through which stars could be clearly seen. This guy. What kind of monster is he? I, the world's strongest creature, am a joke. Could he be that Joy Boy? These were the last thoughts flashing through the mind of the world's strongest creature, Kaido, who had lost his arms before losing consciousness. Staring at the unconscious Kaido lying in the crater, the three Marine Admirals felt as if a heavy hammer had struck their hearts. It was as if the unconscious person in the crater was not the world's strongest creature, Kaido, but themselves. If Lin Hao's punch had been aimed at them, they would have had zero chance of survival. As for Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp, they looked at the unconscious Kaido, then at the still calm Lin Hao. The legs of these two legendary marine fighters began to tremble involuntarily. Hey Garp, did that Lin Hao really defeat the world's strongest creature with one punch? Is this not a dream? Hearing his old friend Sengoku's exclamation, Garp, whose mouth was agape and with snot running into his mouth, was startled for a moment, then shook his head like a rattle drum. This really isn't a dream. By the way, this still isn't Lin Hao's full strength. All across the Grand Line, under the command of Editor-in-Chief Morgan's countless newsbirds rapidly delivered the latest newspaper to every corner of the world. In the New World, at the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltaigo. At this moment, the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon stared at the news printed on the newspaper, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. That Azure Dragon, he actually defeated even the Yonko Kaido. Mr. Dragon, what does the newspaper say? Could it be that Navy Admiral Azure Dragon really succeeded in executing the world's strongest creature, Kaido? Seeing the Revolutionary Army leader's shocked expression, Sabo Kohler and the commanders of the Revolutionary Army's four armies, along with other top combatants, curiously gathered around. Not long ago, a violent yet brief earthquake had struck the Revolutionary Army headquarters at Baltaigo. Even the sky above had a massive hole through which stars could be seen directly. Although this brief violent earthquake caused no casualties, some buildings were severely damaged. Thus the cadres who had been busy with aftermath work had no time to read this latest newspaper. When Revolutionary Army leader Dragon handed them the latest issue, the execution of Kaido by Navy Headquarters Admiral Azure Dragon ultimately ended in failure. However, under the terrifying power of Admiral Azure Dragon, Kaido, known as the world's strongest creature, was directly beaten, severely wounded, and near death, barely managing to escape with a threat of life, almost leaving his life completely at Marineford. According to the world government's genius scientist Vegapunk's analysis of the battle footage, Kaido's injuries would require a long period of recovery. As for the terrifying earthquake that had occurred across the entire Grand Line and the daytime stars people saw in the sky, they were caused by Admiral Azure Dragon's attack. Regarding the losses caused to various member states by this execution operation, the Holy Land decided to directly have the amount of heavenly tribute that world government member states needed to pay this year. This series of news left the Revolutionary Army cadres astonished one after another. After coming to their senses, grave expressions appeared on all their faces. Mr. Dragon, this is troublesome. The threat of Admiral Azure Dragon is probably no less than that of the Holy Land's God's Knights. Sabo stared at the newspaper, his mood sinking to the bottom at this moment. Although the news in the newspaper might be somewhat exaggerated in the major direction of significant events, the truthfulness was still absolutely reliable. Recalling the blazing red fireball that appeared on the screen before the live broadcast cut off, which was like a sun that forcibly pushed Kaido's dragon breath back into the sky, Sabo's throat involuntarily twitched violently. Based on my understanding of the God's Knights, this Azure Dragon's power has completely surpassed them. If that previous earthquake and the strange black hole in the sky were truly caused by Admiral Azure Dragon's attack, then things are truly troublesome. With such power, even if we brought out the ancient weapons, they would probably pale in comparison. At this point, whether the execution of the world's strongest creature Kaido succeeded or not no longer mattered. The power displayed by Admiral Azure Dragon had already elevated the world government to the pinnacle of the Grand Line. I'll go contact Vegapunk. I should be able to gather some information one way or another. Gazing at the shocking report in the newspaper, Revolutionary Army leader Dragon's face had darkened to the extreme. In a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the whale-headed pirate ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, a group of pirate underlings were bustling about on the deck organizing items. Although they were always at sea and hadn't experienced the terrifying earthquake that occurred on land, the massive tsunami triggered by the earthquake had caused severe losses to their supplies. If not for Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, timely using his ability to counteract the tsunami, several ships of the Whitebeard Pirates would have likely been capsized by the terrifying giant waves. Even so, the Whitebeard Pirates still suffered considerable losses in this tsunami, to the point that some division commanders were considering whether to go find enemy pirate crews in the New World and pull off a big heist to compensate for the losses. Among the crowd, Whitebeard's towering body like a giant beast was particularly conspicuous. At this moment, he was staring grimly at the newspaper in his hands. Could such a terrifying earthquake really have been caused by that Azure Dragon's attack? Recalling the terrifying tsunami they had experienced and the massive hole in the sky that had briefly appeared, allowing him to see stars during the day, Yonko Whitebeard's expression turned exceptionally grave. With such terrifying power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could instantly kill him. That Admiral Azure Dragon must be taken seriously. Pops, what should we do now? On Whitebeard's shoulder the ship, Dr. Phoenix Marco's face had turned somewhat pale. If such a blow were to hit him, would his proud regenerative ability even have a chance to work? With such terrifying power, yet he didn't come to purge the powerful pirates of the New World immediately. I think that Admiral Azure Dragon's deployment also requires some special conditions. For now, there's no need to worry too much. Let's try to avoid conflict with that guy at sea from now on. Staring intently at the newspaper report, the face of the man known as the world's strongest Whitebeard was exceptionally grim. Suddenly, just as Whitebeard Marco and the division commanders all wore exceptionally grave expressions, a young man with freckles on his face and a tattoo reading ASC on his left arm excitedly cheered loudly. Pops, I heard that Kaido is severely wounded and near death. We can take advantage of this to seize Wano and rescue those orphans. Hey, Ace, this is a war between Yonkos. Don't make such a hasty decision. Grand Line Alabasta. The country that had been without rain for months finally welcomed long-awaited rainfall. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the people, Crocodile, located in Rain Base, chewed on a cigar and read the newspaper. Why are you giving up now? Beside Crocodile, the devil child Nico Robin, watching the painstakingly transported dance powder being destroyed in piles, showed a look of surprise. Ever since seeing this newly published newspaper, Crocodile's face had been a mix of shock and excitement. He even stopped caring about the secret transport of dance powder, although the news in the newspaper was indeed shocking enough. But Robin truly couldn't understand why the failure to execute Kaido would make the cunning Crocodile directly abandon this long-planned scheme. Hearing Robin's question, Crocodile revealed a creepy grin. Robin, I think I've found something more useful than the ancient weapons. Alabasta is no longer of significance. I'm now heading to Dressrosa in the New World. Are you willing to come with me? To Dressrosa? Hearing Crocodile's decision, Robin's beautiful face showed a flash of shock. But the shock lasted only a moment. Robin then returned to her usual elegant and composed smile. No problem, Mr. Crocodile, you'll need me to plan on the side, right? Holy Land Pangea Castle. Shanks. Because it's you, we specifically refrained from arranging for that troublesome Admiral Azure Dragon to meet you for now. If there's something to say, better say it quickly. The speaker was Saint Saturn, the god of science and defense among the five elders. At this moment his head was wrapped in bandages, clearly still not fully recovered from being struck by Lin Hao and Dressrosa earlier. As for the other four elders, their expressions were exceptionally grave. Hearing Saint Saturn's urging, red-haired Shanks raised his head, his face already turning very grim. That Kaido, has he actually been imprisoned and impelled down? Impel Down, the world's premier prison in the One Piece world. Located in the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line, its security was extraordinarily tight. Every inmate confined here was a fearsome pirate renowned across the Grand Line. To prevent riots among the prisoners, the world government had stationed Magellan, a warden with admiral-level strength here. In the 6th level of Impel Down, all the prisoners were legendary pirates whose crimes were so heinous that they had been stripped of freedom and erased from history. At that moment, outside one of the cells on the 6th level of Impel Down, Magellan, the warden whose body was as massive as a house, wore a look of utter shock, because not long ago, Kaido, the so-called strongest creature in the world who the world government had claimed barely escaped with his life, was personally escorted by Marine Headquarters Admiral Lin Hao to the 6th level of Impel Down. When Kaido was brought in, both Warden Magellan and Vice Warden Hannibal couldn't help but gasp in shock, compared to his previous arrogant demeanor when escorted by a group of Marine elites. This time Kaido, brought in by Lin Hao, was covered in terrifying bloody wounds all over his body. Not only had one of the signature horns on his head been brutally broken off, but his shoulders were completely bare. In the battle with Marine Headquarters Admiral Lin Hao, Kaido, the strongest creature, had his arms brutally severed. Such terrifying combat power not only filled Magellan, who had guarded Impel Down for decades, with awe and reverence for Lin Hao, but also weighed heavily on the hearts of all Impel Down staff, making even breathing difficult. Though the young Headquarters Admiral wore a harmless warm smile from start to finish, facing this peak powerhouse of the Grand Line, everyone felt from the depths of their hearts that they were mere ants in his eyes. Only after Lin Hao left aboard his luxurious private warship did all the staff of Impel Down dare to quietly discuss this world-shaking battle. "Hey, kid who uses poison, is that Kaido really completely crippled?" Just as Magellan was staring in shock at Kaido, who lay motionless in the cell like a lifeless dog, from a nearby cell, an aged voice urgently inquired in this direction. Warden Magellan turned to see that it was the legendary pirate Silvers Rayleigh, confined not far away. He was staring this way with a look of shock. "Ah, that's right. Kaido is now no different from dead. He doesn't even need sea stone chains anymore." Looking at Kaido, who had lost both arms and had yet to regain consciousness, Warden Magellan's reply was filled with reverence for Marine Admiral Lin Hao. Because of Lin Hao's threat involving Ace, Silvers Rayleigh obediently stayed in his cell every day, never causing trouble. This rare self-discipline gave Magellan a very good impression of the legendary pirate. Thus he didn't mind answering his question directly. Hearing Warden Magellan's affirmative reply, Rayleigh, the former first mate of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, felt a sharp jolt in his heart and couldn't help but gasp sharply. What a terrifying fellow. Even rocks back then probably couldn't have reduced Kaido to a cripple like that. Thinking back to his own encounter with Lin Hao, Silvers Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If Admiral Azure Dragon had shown any intention of killing him, he would never have had the chance to come to Impel Down alive. Hey. A tall, white-haired old man with horns on his head like Kaido and metal gloves on his hands was loudly asking this way with a curious expression. Seeing his astonished look, Rayleigh immediately recognized him. He was an old rival they had fought and defeated many times before the Roger Pirates disbanded. The ferocious pirate known as the Evil King, Kizaru. Despite his disgust, Silvers Rayleigh gave him an affirmative answer. "That's right. During the God Valley incident, I personally saw Captain Roger and Garp join forces to fight Rocks. Though I hate to admit it, the truth is that Rocks was stronger than Captain Roger, and that Marine Admiral Azure Dragon is definitely stronger than Rocks. And not just a little bit stronger. What? He's really stronger than Rocks. That's just too absurd." Hearing Rayleigh's affirmative reply, Evil King Kizaru's voice became shrill with shock. As an older pirate of the Grand Line, he had naturally heard of the Rocks Pirates' fame. Once upon a time he had dreamed of joining them. But even as an apprentice he wasn't qualified. And now that incredibly powerful figure was far inferior to this Marine Admiral. For a moment Evil King Kizaru's face was filled with despair. Was the new generation of Marines already this strong? How were pirates on the Grand Line supposed to survive? He had originally planned to find a chance to escape from Impel Down and continue his rampage. But now he had completely abandoned that idea. Even the strongest creature Kaido had been beaten to the brink of death. If he really escaped, he probably wouldn't even get the chance to be captured alive. Damn it. I'll just stay in Impel Down. There's no wine, but at least I won't lose my life. After Evil King Kizaru slumped to the floor of his cell in utter despair. From the cell next to Kizaru, a tall man wearing a clown-like black hat with a flushed, drunken face also lamented the Marine's current strength, beating his chest. Silvers Rayleigh recognized him too. He was the infamous pirate known as the Big Drunk, Vasco Shot, notorious for his alcoholism on the Grand Line. Stronger than Rocks. How terrifying. I think I'll just stay here. Impel Down doesn't seem so bad now. Huh, who's talking? I haven't seen that one before. Just as the pirates on the 6th level of Impel Down were stunned by the new generation Marine strength, a dim-witted voice came from a hidden corner of Impel Down. Seeing the bewildered Rayleigh, Warden Magellan also left Kaido's cell. After all, Kaido was now no different from a dead man, not worth constant monitoring. That's San Juan Wolf, a giant prisoner. Due to his enormous size, he's confined to a special cell, we usually don't see him. Rayleigh, are you saying that new Marine Admiral is even stronger than Roger? just as the prisoners were astonished by the terrifying power of Admiral Azure Dragon. From deeper within the 6th level of Impelled Down, a voice full of anticipation came. As soon as this voice appeared, the other legendary pirates who had been discussing fell silent, because within that deep voice, they faintly sensed a terrifying pressure. Even through the sea stone cells, they could feel the insurmountable gap between themselves and the speaker. This was the result of mastering Conqueror's haki to its peak. Sensing the anticipation in the words, Silvers Rayleigh guessed the speaker's identity. He is indeed stronger than Roger, but Bullet, I advise you not to get any ideas. With your strength killing, you would be no trouble for Azure Dragon. What did you say? Rayleigh, are you scared of him? Hearing Rayleigh's assessment of him, the man known as Demon Air, Douglas Bullet, was first startled, then angrily demanded. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the Calm Belt, a magnificent private warship was speeding forward rapidly. On the deck of the warship, Marine Headquarters Admiral Lin Hao Kizaru and the warlord Bartholomew Kuma were lounging comfortably on 3 custom-made deck chairs, enjoying the rare sunny weather on the sea. Hey, Lin Hao, the job's done. Aren't we going back to Dressrosa? Hearing Kizaru's curious inquiry, Lin Hao, lying on the chair, curled his lips into a sly smile. Our next stop is Egghead Island. Vegapunk sent word. I think the task I entrusted to him earlier should be completed by now. Hey, Lin Hao, you clearly defeated Kaido, that 4 Emperor of the Seas, to pieces. Why does the world government insist on claiming he escaped with severe injuries? Isn't that obvious? It's about maintaining the balance of power in the new world of the Grand Line. What? Balance? Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, both Big Bear and Kizaru wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Lin Hao pushed up his sunglasses and shifted into an exceedingly flamboyant posture, continuing to enjoy the rare sunshine upon the open sea. Think about it. If word gets out that Kaido has been utterly defeated, what do you suppose would happen in the new world? Without Kaido, the world's strongest creature, the Beast Pirates, would likely become targets for others to covet. Compared to the honest and simple-minded Big Bear, Fleet Admiral Kizaru's mind reacted considerably faster. After Lin Hao's prompting, Kizaru slapped his own head as though grasping something. So that's how it is. Those old men in the world government truly thought this through, huh? I still don't quite understand. Mr. Lin, how could you elaborate? Witnessing Kizaru's dawning comprehension, Warlord Big Bear lay sprawled upon his custom lounge chair, his face still painted with utter confusion. Big Bear, consider this. If the powerful pirate crews in the New World learned that the Beast Pirates had entirely lost Kaido, Wano country would naturally become the target of everyone's envy. Setting aside others, the other 4 emperors certainly wouldn't stand idle and watch such a magnificent prize lying there. They would spare no effort to seize Kaido's territory for themselves. By then, the New World would descend into utter chaos. Not only would the order of the Grand Line be completely upended, but the remaining 4 emperor crews would seize this rare opportunity to strengthen themselves. Under any scenario, this is not what the world government desires. Therefore, they chose to conceal the news temporarily. Once this storm passes, the world government can secretly move in and gradually devour the Beast Pirates piece by piece. This method is undoubtedly the most prudent. Having said this, Lin Hao immediately shifted the topic elsewhere. Watching Lin Hao's carefree smile, Big Bear could not help but feel secretly grateful in his heart. Thank goodness Lin Hao is on his side. Otherwise, with such a potentially dangerous adversary constantly active even without direct conflict, he and the entire Sorbet kingdom might have to live in perpetual fear. As for Fleet Admiral Kizaru, at that moment he felt nothing but admiration for Lin Hao. This youngest fleet admiral in Navy history possessed not only formidable strength, but also intellect bordering on the supernatural. After experiencing the recent series of events, Admiral Kizaru had secretly solidified his conviction he would follow Lin Hao and wholeheartedly embrace a life of lawful leisure. Amidst the trio's desultory chatter, Lin Hao's magnificent private warship sped through the Calm Belt, making its way toward Egghead Island, where Dr. Vegapunk resided, New World Tato Land. Inside the opulent palace on Candy Island, the 4 Emperor Charlotte Lin, whose physique rivaled that of a colossal beast, gazed at the newspaper in her hands. Her face was contorted with shock and fury. That Kaido, he actually got defeated by that Navy Fleet Admiral Aokiji. That detestable man. Although she had long suspected Fleet Admiral Aokiji would never succeed in executing Kaido, upon reading the newspaper report that a former companion from their shared ship had been grievously wounded and near death, Charlotte Lin, one of the 4 emperors, was initially so shocked her expression morphed into something resembling annals. Then fury overcame her, and she smashed a splendid chocolate coffee table with a single punch. Witnessing Charlotte Lin's shocked and furious demeanor, Kakuri, her second-in-command of the Big Mom Pirates, stood beside her wearing an expression of profound confusion. Because your mother and that man share a certain history. That was decades ago, though. We're not on the same crew anymore, so he's your enemy now. Charlotte Linlin's reply left Vice Emperor Katakuri thoroughly bewildered. Wasn't it simply that they had once belonged to the same pirate crew? What was so remarkable about that? Moreover, hadn't Mom shown no mercy to those who sought to desert the Big Mom pirates? So why had things changed this time when it came to Kaido? Observing her son Katakuri's perplexed expression, the 4th Emperor Charlotte Linlin's face revealed a mixture of embarrassment and helplessness. Katakuri, take a good look. Aren't the spiked rings on your hands and the spiked knee guards on your trousers similar in design to Kaido's spiked wrist guards? Upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's hint, Katakuri, who ranked second only to her within the Big Mom pirates, paused in astonishment. Then, as though snapping out of a daze, his eyes widened in shock, and the lower half of his face, usually concealed by a scarf, revealed an expression of utter horror. It is a rather complicated matter, troublesome to explain. I will tell you more gradually in the future. In any case, for now, help me keep an eye on that man's territory. Right now, the most important thing for Mom concerns Don Quixote da Flamingo. In the early half of the Grand Line within the Foggy Sea. Inside the castle at the center of Thriller Bark, a massive pirate with a fire onion hairstyle, demonic features, and prominent fangs held the latest published newspaper. His face was a mask of shock and wild delight. Fleet Admiral Aokiji actually defeated Kaido. Hee. Magnificent. Just as this enormous portly pirate was laughing manically with a mixture of shock and joy over the newspaper in his hands, a woman beside him pouted and emitted a sharp, discontented complaint. Lord Moria, your voice is far too loud. My ghosts have been frightened. Hee. Perona, you have no idea how delighted and astonished I am after witnessing this news. Now is a rare opportunity. Set sail immediately for Wano country. While Kaido is on his deathbed, I shall thoroughly complete my revenge upon him and strip him of his 4th Emperor title. Hee. New World, Wano country. At this moment, the members of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima were in a state of utter panic. They loudly debated the news printed in the latest newspaper. The 3 Supreme Generals, Fire Emperor Ash Drought Jack and Plague Quinn, were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. Their boss Kaido had actually been grievously wounded and near death at the hands of Navy Fleet Admiral Aokiji. Though the execution attempt had failed, this outcome had successfully knocked their boss Kaido off his pedestal as the world's strongest creature. Most worryingly, that incident had concluded several days ago, yet their boss Kaido still had not returned to Wano country. External reports were extremely unfavorable to Wano country, and their leader Kaido was nowhere to be found. In an instant, the lower-ranking members of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima devolved into utter chaos. Elder Jean, what should we do now? Facing this unfavorable situation, Quinn, bearing the title of Plague Disaster, stepped forward and immediately halted the panicked subordinates. Meanwhile, Jack the Drought Disaster and the lowest ranked among the 3 Supreme Generals approached Jean with an ashen face to inquire. When Kaido was absent, Fire Emperor Jean served as the backbone of the Beast Pirates. Observing Drought Jack's grim expression, Quinn's already darkened complexion turned the color of pig liver. What else can we do? Immediately blockade all entrances to Wano country and enter the highest state of combat readiness. We hold this until Brother Kaido returns safely. Go make the arrangements at once. As Wano country entered a state of national lockdown, the various factions across the new world of the Grand Line began to stir in secret. After several days at sea, Lin Hao and his companions finally arrived at the Egghead Island of Vegapunk. Compared to the last time they had visited, the island had now transformed into a futuristic metropolis brimming with cyberpunk aesthetics. Apart from the colossal dome formed by Vegapunk's immense brain not yet being realized, the current Egghead Island was essentially indistinguishable from its original depiction. Seeing them ashore, Bonnie, whose face was now free of the blue stones, immediately rushed toward them with unbridled joy. Though only 7, her striking features already hinted at the extraordinary beauty she would become. Kuma's daughter would undoubtedly grow into a stunning woman. Witnessing Bonnie freely walking under the sunlight filled Kuma, who had been traveling with Lin Hao for days, with overwhelming surprise and joy to the point of nearly weeping. The cyan jade scale that had plagued the father and daughter for years was finally completely cured through Vegapunk's scientific marvels. This heartwarming reunion not only delighted Vegapunk, who had successfully healed the cyan jade scale, but also brought a sense of fulfillment to Lin Hao and Huang Yuan, who had only recently become acquainted with the pair. Having been apart for a long time, with Lin Hao's permission, Kuma directly took his daughter Bonnie aboard Lin Hao's luxurious private warship. Amid jewelry, Bonnie's cheers, the splendid warship gradually faded from everyone's sight. Before the cyan jade scale was cured, jewelry, Bonnie had always longed to see the sea under the clear sky with her father. Now that the cyan jade scale on her body was healed, jewelry Bonnie, still a child, finally realized this wish. Hey Vegapunk, how is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? After Kuma left with his daughter Lin Hao immediately inquired with urgency. The last time he visited Egghead Island, Lin Hao had specifically entrusted the world's greatest scientist to devise a method for his body to continuously bask in sunlight to absorb more solar energy. Although Lin Hao's strength was already sufficient to dominate the Grand Line, who would ever complain about system rewards that could make him even stronger? Since acquiring the Fate Compass last time, the interval for receiving system rewards had doubled again, requiring a full 2 years of sunlight exposure to earn the next tempting reward. The world of pirates was not perpetually sunny, and the sea was often plagued by cloudy and rainy weather. Thus it would be at least 5 years before Lin Hao could obtain his next system reward. It was now the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar. 5 years later, Straw Hat Luffy would have already completed his 2-year training and entered the new world of the Grand Line. Of course, that was assuming this time traveler had not interfered with the original storyline. In any case, Lin Hao could not wait that long. Hey, Lin Hao, how much do you love sunbathing? Don't you get enough sun as it is? Be careful, you might end up with sunburned teeth. Borsalino, you are now the head of the G5 Marine branch in Dressrosa. According to protocol, you should go find a cool place to hang out. Ignoring Huang Yuan's teasing, Lin Hao turned to Vegapunk with eager anticipation. The first is to lie in my instrument 24 hours a day. The device I designed can perfectly replicate sunlight. An ordinary person could not withstand it, but your body should handle it. Say no more, I won't consider that. Do you have another method? Without any hesitation, Lin Hao outright rejected Vegapunk's first proposal. Locked in a machine 24 hours a day. Was he joking? He came to enjoy life, not to be imprisoned. Since that won't work, I'll have to bring out my trump card. For this super rich benefactor who had casually thrown him 10 billion berries. Vegapunk dared not take any risks. Seeing the first method fail, he immediately proceeded with the second plan. During Lin Hao's last visit, he had conducted extensive tests here. With both money and personnel available, if he couldn't handle such a trivial matter, he would be unworthy of his title as the world's greatest scientist. What about this? Under the curious gazes of Lin Hao and Huang Yuan, the world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk snapped his fingers. A team of researchers quickly pushed 10 large machines covered with curtains into the laboratory. Seeing the puzzled expressions of Huang Yuan and Lin Hao, Vegapunk's face radiated pride. With a grand sweep of his hand, he pulled off the massive curtains covering the machines. The next moment, the contents beneath the curtains astonished Huang Yuan, who stood beside Lin Hao. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's expression shifted from surprise to a gradual coldness. Vegapunk, what is this? You'd better explain yourself. Beneath the curtains were not sophisticated electronic instruments, but transparent containers resembling cultivation tanks. Inside those containers, filled with clear liquids, several humans identical to Lin Hao in build and appearance rested quietly. Gazing at the 9 humans that looked exactly like him, Lin Hao immediately thought of the pacifistas from the original One Piece. He had not expected that in this world Vegapunk would set his sights on him. Lin Hao, don't misunderstand. These clones are not battle weapons, they are the empathic clones I painstakingly developed. Seeing Lin Hao's face instantly turned cold. The 9 humans in the cultivation tanks identical to Lin Hao were replicas cloned from the blood sample he had provided during his last visit. These replicas could not only separate the original body's injuries and pain from it, and bear them themselves, but also transmit positive sensations from their own bodies to the original regardless of distance or time. Once all 9 of Lin Hao's clones were activated and linked to the original Lin Hao. Then by placing all 9 clones under the sun, the sunlight received by the original Lin Hao would become 10 times the original amount. In essence, this technological creation, which touched upon the rules of the world, was a super-enhanced version of Hawkins' straw fruit ability. Looking at the 9 sleeping replicas inside the cultivation tanks, Lin Hao's heart swelled with excitement. Hey Vegapunk, how formidable are these clone avatars of mine? Lin Hao gazed at the replicas within the cultivation chambers, their appearances identical to his own. A flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Since I used your blood to nurture them, these clones do possess considerable combat prowess to a certain extent. Upon hearing the inquiry from his generous benefactor, Vegapunk promptly responded. Yet as he spoke, both Lin Hao and Admiral Kizaru detected a note of regret in the world's foremost scientist's tone. Some combat prowess. How do they compare to me, the original? This is precisely where my regret lies. The blood sample was far too scant to cultivate a 100% accurate bloodline factor. Hence they are merely humans with enhanced physical constitutions. To replicate your combat power entirely is impossible. However, like you, they reach their peak strength at noon each day, though the force they unleash is less than a 10,000th of yours, even after I applied some technological enhancements. Lin Hao's lips curled into a faint smile upon hearing Vegapunk's explanation. This is sufficient. I have no high expectations for the clones' combat abilities. After all, I would not want my avatars to be misused as lethal weapons by those with malicious intent. With that thought, Lin Hao rolled his slightly stiff shoulders. Now Vegapunk, let me attempt to establish a synesthetic link with these clones. No problem. The so-called synesthetic link was essentially an auxiliary program that required a drop of blood to activate. Once the connection was established, Lin Hao as the original would gain absolute control over the clones. By his request, these replicas were not implanted with their own consciousness. If necessary, all activities of the clones would be remotely controlled by Lin Hao himself. As for ordinary times, his requirement for them was simple: station themselves throughout Dressrosa. Should the kingdom encounter trouble, they would automatically step forward to resolve the issue. In essence, these clones were merely NPCs in the game, bearing the same appearance as Lin Hao. With Vegapunk's assistance, Lin Hao quickly established a synesthetic link with the first clone. After commanding his clone to step into the sunlight, Lin Hao's expectant face immediately lit up with exhilaration. For just a moment ago, he had been astonished to discover that the sunlight exposure timer in the system had doubled its pace compared to before. Vegapunk's research had indeed affected his system. Lin Hao swiftly suppressed his inner excitement. His expression immediately returned to its previous calm. Truly worthy of being the world's foremost scientist, using technology to solve my predicament. No wonder even the 5 elders sought to recruit you into their ranks. My scientific research has its own principles. Although I am employed by the world government, I do not undertake every project. Should they ever demand that I use my technology to develop dangerous weapons of mass destruction, I would leave them without hesitation. Oh my, that is quite disheartening, Vegapunk. Your research funding is provided by the world government after all. Lin Hao's mention of the 5 elders caused the world's premier scientist's face to twist with disdain. Even with Admiral Kizaru present, Vegapunk did not hesitate to express his dissatisfaction with the world government. Seeing the helpless expression on Vegapunk's face, Lin Hao's lips curved upward again. What did you say? You dare to invite the world's foremost scientist who is under the world government's employ? Both Vegapunk and Admiral Kizaru were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Especially Vegapunk, whose tongue resembling that of a pale-faced demon even sprang out in surprise. After a moment, the two recovered and demanded to know Lin Hao's intentions. What does it matter? Isn't my Dressrosa a member of the world government? Besides, I've already helped those old geezers deal with a nuisance like Kaido. What's the harm in letting the world's foremost scientist visit my kingdom for a few years? Facing Admiral Kizaru's persuasion, Lin Hao, who had become his nominal superior, did not hold back. He silenced the admiral with a few sharp retorts. As for Vegapunk, he was now stroking his chin, seemingly weighing the pros and cons seriously. Compared to the 5 elders of the world government, Lin Hao was undoubtedly less inclined toward war. Although the king of Dressrosa possessed unimaginable strength, his greatest pleasure was merely idling and basking in the sun. Moreover, his only requirement for the powerful clone avatars was to protect the people only when Dressrosa was in trouble. Did this not align perfectly with his own pacifist ideals? Now only one question remained about moving to Dressrosa. Ahem. Lin Hao, you know that the reason I accepted the world government's employment was because my research has always been plagued by funding issues. Though I prefer someone like you who dislikes war, there is still the matter of funding. Do I look like someone who lacks money? If you agree to relocate your research base from Egghead to Dressrosa, money is no problem. 100 billion berries is merely pocket change. Before Vegapunk could finish, Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders. Then seemingly casually, he let a gold-rimmed check worth 46 billion berries slip from his inner pocket. After confirming that Vegapunk had seen the number on the gold-rimmed check, he immediately panicked and bent down to retrieve it, stuffing it back into his pocket. This clumsy performance left Admiral Kizaru utterly speechless. But when Kizaru turned to look at Vegapunk, whose head seemed to have risen to the ceiling, the admiral's forehead was covered in dark lines. There stood Vegapunk, his mouth agape, his tongue nearly dragging on the floor. His eyes, wide with shock, had even turned into the shape of dollar signs. Watching Lin Hao carefully and deliberately tuck away the gold-rimmed check, the world's foremost scientist slid across the floor in a flash. He extended his large hands and tightly embraced Lin Hao's thigh. Damn, Lin Hao. No, King Lin Hao, I was too hasty earlier. How could I doubt your economic strength? How could I question your determination to explore science? A king with such vision is exactly the patron I have been seeking for decades. If you do not reject me, Vegapunk is willing to serve as the head of the science department. Had age not been an issue, the world's foremost scientist would have sworn allegiance to Lin Hao as his foster father. King Lin Hao, rest assured, it is not merely because Dressrosa is wealthy and allows me to pursue my research freely. It is purely out of admiration for your rigorous attitude toward science. A true friend is hard to find, and as the world's foremost scientist, I must step forward. Damn it, wasn't it because you saw the amount on my gold-rimmed check that you agreed to my invitation? How did it become a matter of loyalty to a kindred spirit? Despite his inner sarcasm, Lin Hao nodded approvingly on the surface. Exactly. What do those old fossils in the world government know about science? Who in their right mind keeps obsessing over war machines and secretly planting surveillance? Den mushy. Vulgar. I am inviting you, the world's foremost scientist, for no other reason than my boundless curiosity for science. I need someone like you to satisfy my thirst for knowledge. Meanwhile, in the Panga city of the Holy Land, 5 old men who stood at the pinnacle of world power gathered around a surveillance den mushy. Their eyes were practically glowing green. It is the clone of that Admiral Azure Dragon. This is excellent. We must get our hands on it. After some meticulous discussions on the specifics, Lin Hao and Bei Jiapeng formally reached a consensus on cooperation. Lin Hao would provide ample research funding for Bei Jiapeng as long as he could regularly produce mass-producible empathic avatars. Lin Hao would not interfere with Bei Jiapeng's other studies. To ensure Bei Jiapeng could conduct his scientific experiments without any disturbance, Lin Hao specifically instructed via the Dian Hua Chongqing Li Ku, who was now the prime minister of the Dalai-Si Luosa kingdom. He designated a vast expanse of open land to serve as Bei Jiapeng's scientific base. Once everything was arranged, Lin Hao led some key researchers from Egghead Island to his own kingdom. The transfer of the scientific equipment on the island would take time. As for the father and daughter, Dexiong and Bo Enai, after curing the Azure Jade Scale disease that had plagued them for years, Dexiong, now a Chiwuhai, bid a simple farewell to Lin Hao and Huang Yuan. The journey across the great route that he had once promised his daughter Bo Enai was now time to fulfill. Before departing, Dexiong, as the king of the Salb Kingdom, established an alliance with Lin Hao's Dalai-Si Luosa. Everything was progressing steadily along the intended path. One midday several days later, on the palace square of Dalai-Si Luosa, Lin Hao and Admiral Huang Yuan were reclining on their custom-made lounge chairs. Suddenly, just as they were savoring the rare sunshine with great contentment, a terrifying, heart-stopping aura instantly swept across the entire palace of Dalai-Si Luosa, as this dreadful presence gradually manifested. He sprang up from his custom lounge chair with a swift kip up. Damn, why are all the old fogies from the Holy Land here? Oh, Lin Hao, I just remembered. There's a mountain of documents waiting for me at G5 branch. I'd better leave you big shots to discuss state affairs. With that, Huang Yuan's body transformed into a golden flash of light and vanished instantaneously from the palace of Dalai-Si Luosa. As he left, he even took the opportunity to grab his custom lounge chair. Watching Huang Yuan's hasty escape, Lin Hao, still lying on his own lounge chair, couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. When there's work, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do. Ahem. You sunbathe. You'd actually handle G5's files. As if. The next moment, before Lin Hao's sarcastic remark had even faded, on the palace square of Dalai-Si Luosa, 5 massive black thunderbolts struck down. In an instant, 5 enormous hexagonal star arrays crackling with black lightning and flames appeared on the ground. Soon as the thunder and lightning gradually dissipated, 5 colossal figures emerged within the pitch-black teleportation arrays. Gazing at these 5 bizarre, non-human monsters, looking at Lin Hao's infuriatingly smug expression on the lounge chair, the 5 old men at the pinnacle of world power simultaneously and tacitly bulged thick veins on their foreheads. The last time Sa Tansheng came alone to demand an explanation, Lin Hao had grabbed his head and slapped him repeatedly, deforming his skull. He still hadn't fully recovered. And a few days ago, Lin Hao's poaching of Bei Jiapeng had crossed their bottom line, reaching a point where they had to intervene. Thus they had to come and ask. To prevent a repeat of Sa Tansheng's tragic experience, this time all 5 old fellows came before Lin Hao together. Admiral Qing Long, why did you lure Bei Jiapeng over to your side? You must give us an explanation. Despite their extreme inner fury, Lin Hao's formidable strength was evident, so even Sa Tansheng, the science defense martial god of the Wu Laoxing, dared not resort to force. But after all, Lin Hao had stolen their subordinate. They couldn't lose face. Looking at Sa Tansheng's head wrapped like a mummy, Lin Hao gave a faint smile, then twisted his face into a highly sarcastic expression. I thought you 5 had come all the way to confront me over something major, and it's just this trivial matter. Trivial? Bei Jiapeng was directly employed by the world government. What right do you have to take him away? Wasn't Bei Jiaping merely in a cooperative relationship with you? To have a matter that touched their bottom line be dismissed as utterly insignificant in the other's eyes. Sa Tansheng's already foul mood flared into rage again, but Lin Hao's response left him with no logical flaw to exploit. For a moment, Sa Tansheng, accustomed to being domineering, was furious to the extreme. The veins on his forehead even tugged at the lumps on his head, making him wince in pain. At this moment, black flames, symbolizing devil fruit awakening, enveloped his entire body. His spider-like spiked leg had already been raised high instinctively. But before he could make his next move, Lin Hao, who had been lounging on the chair, suddenly burst into action. The next instant, under the shocked gazes of the other four Wu Laoxing, Lin Hao, whose physique was vastly smaller than Sa Tansheng's, rushed right in front of him in a flash. Before the latter could react, Lin Hao delivered a swift kick, viciously slamming into Sa Tansheng's bandage-wrapped head. Bang! A terrifying sonic boom resounded violently across the entire territory of Delasi Luosa. Following this sudden, intense explosion, the entire region of Delasi Luosa trembled with a violent tremor. Now look at Sa Tansheng, who had just been struck in the face by Lin Hao's kick. His enormous body had become like a cannonball, blasting off into the sky in the opposite direction. In less than 2 seconds, Sa Tansheng's massive form had already turned into an indistinct black speck in the blue sky. Lin Hao's single kick had actually sent Wu Laoxing Sa Tansheng flying out of Delasi Luosa. Witnessing this shocking scene, the other four Wu Laoxing stood agape, frozen in place. What? You can't argue, so you resort to violence. Do you think you're qualified? A moment later, upon hearing Lin Hao's undisguised taunt, the other four elders at the pinnacle of world power quickly deactivated their devil fruit abilities, reverting to the forms of ordinary old men, fearing that if they continued to act tough, they would soon follow in Sa Tansheng's footsteps. At this moment, they were inwardly cursing Sa Tansheng's female relatives for dragging them along. They had clearly been told they were just coming to back him up. Now they had to face Lin Hao, this menace. After an awkward stalemate, Ma Zisheng, the environmental defense martial god of the Wu Laoxing, finally steeled himself to speak. Admiral Qinglong, after all, Bei Jiaping had a cooperative relationship with us. Taking him away like this, you still need to give us an explanation, otherwise the world government's dignity will be hurt. Explanation? This was a mutual agreement between Bei Jiaping and me. I didn't force him to come here. Why should I give you an explanation? Hearing Ma Zisheng's already somewhat conciliatory words, Lin Hao sneered with a chilling expression. This sight made the other Wu Laoxing involuntarily gulp hard. Then, can we negotiate a deal? Consider it a small compensation for Bei Jiaping's departure. Looking at Lin Hao's handsome face gradually turning cold, Ma Zisheng swallowed hard again, then, with a pallid complexion, spoke in a tone bordering on supplication as he made his request to Lin Hao. Don't even think about compensation. As for a deal, I might be interested in hearing it. Seeing Ma Zisheng dare not show any dissatisfaction and adopt a low posture, Lin Hao's tone softened slightly. But in the next moment, after hearing Ma Zisheng's proposal, Lin Hao's expression turned murderous once more. We've learned from certain special sources that Bei Jiaping recently created some high-tech clones modeled after Admiral Qinglong. If possible, we hope you could transfer a few of them to the world government. That's not an excessive request, is it? Lin Hao's face instantly revealed a terrifying, unrestrained, murderous intent. Though he did not unleash his conqueror's haki, the immense chasm in their strength pressed down upon the four old men's hearts like a 1,000-pound boulder. Meeting Lin Hao's gaze, which resembled that of a butcher eyeing a lamb, these old men, who normally viewed all but the celestial dragons as mere ants, finally experienced the despair that those beneath them felt when facing such power. Lin Hao had long been aware of the five elders' surveillance. After all, Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters had revealed it to him on his very first day as the G5 branch commander, using reverse mind reading via observation haki. Outwardly, Kizaru had come to Dressrosa under the pretext of assisting Lin Hao in managing the G5 branch. But in truth, the five elders had instructed him to monitor Lin Hao's every move. Thus, Kizaru always carried a surveillance den mushi on his person. To avoid making things difficult for his friend, Lin Hao turned a blind eye to this. After all, he didn't mind others seeing his usual slacking off. For truly important matters, they could communicate directly using reverse mind reading. As for not deliberately hiding the empathic clone during his conversations with Vegapunk, it was all part of Lin Hao's grand bait. In the future, he would inevitably need to mass-produce clones that couldn't be confined to Dressrosa alone. Lin Hao intended to station his clones plausibly across every member nation of the Grand Line. Watching the old men take the bait, Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, though his face still emanated unrestrained, murderous intent. Admiral Azure Dragon, everything can be negotiated. You see, you're always busy, and we'd hate to trouble you to run around everywhere. Now that you have such convenient clone bodies, this is crucial to the world government. Deploying your clones as guards in the member nations won't only effectively deter the restless pirates of the New World, but also enhance your prestige across the Grand Line. Rest assured we won't use these clones for free. Name your conditions. Bearing the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Lin Hao, Mars, the god of environment defense among the 5 elders, stammered as he spoke. Though Vegapunk had clearly stated that these clones were vastly inferior to the real Admiral Azure Dragon, they were still clones of the Admiral. How weak could they possibly be? If they could successfully obtain these powerful clones, the risks would be well worth it. Like the impetuous Saturn who had been sent flying by this very menace. After Mars finished speaking, the other 3 elders nodded incessantly, their eyes filled with fervent hope. Not for ya. If the price is right, we can talk. Seeing the 4 elders' complex expressions of humility mixed with terror, Lin Hao shifted his tone and withdrew his outward killing intent. Upon noticing that Lin Hao's expression was no longer so icy, the 4 elders at the pinnacle of power let out a long sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound boulder had been lifted from their hearts. Yet in the next moment, Lin Hao's conditions made their newly relaxed faces turn grim. As for the clones, I might lend them to you, but I have a few prerequisites. First, the highest and sole authority over the clones must remain with me. I will not allow my clones to be commanded by others at will. Second, where the clones are placed must be approved by me. I don't want my clones stationed in places that never see sunlight. Third, that's the price issue. These clones are rented to you, not sold. If you fail to renew the lease, I have the right to recall them directly. As for the price, the monthly rent for each clone is 500 million berry. If you can't accept these conditions, then go back where you came from. Monthly rent of 500 million berry. Why not just rob us outright? If we can't have full control, what use are these clones? That was the collective thought of every elder present at that moment. But looking at Lin Hao's cold face and recalling the terrifying combat power he had displayed at Marineford, the 4 old men at the summit of power actually began to seriously consider Lin Hao's proposal. Half an hour later, after deliberation, an initial clone rental plan was drafted. The specific plan was for Lin Hao to provide 10 empathic clones at once to serve as guards for important world government facilities. In return, the Holy Land would pay Lin Hao the rental fee for 1 year up front, 60 billion berry. As for where the first batch of clones would be stationed, after Lin Hao's subtle guidance, all 10 empathic clones were assigned to a government facility very close to Navy headquarters and impelled down. Eni's Lobby. Eni's Lobby was the world government's direct court established to intimidate the Grand Line. Like Impel Down, it was located in the Calm Belt and was responsible for judging the most heinous criminals. Once a prisoner was sent to Eni's Lobby, they would never regain freedom. Because in the 800 years since its founding, the court had never issued a single not guilty verdict. It could be said that Eni's Lobby was the seat of the world government's authority to manifest justice. Of course, none of this was Lin Hao's concern. The reason he stationed his empathic clones on Eni's Lobby was primarily due to its unique weather conditions. Because it was perpetually in daylight with no night, Eni's Lobby was also known as the Island of Eternal Day. Furthermore, its location in the Calm Belt naturally avoided the disadvantage of cloudy, rainy days without sunlight. Thus, placing his empathic clones, which could gain ample sunlight, on Eni's Lobby was a decision Lin Hao had made the moment he obtained the empathic clones. With the empathic clones stationed on Eni's Lobby, the speed at which Lin Hao accumulated sunlight exposure would double from the original baseline. This negotiation was merely to maximize the value of the clones and extort a hefty sum from the 5 elders. As 4 massive black lightning bolts appeared once more, the 4 old men at the pinnacle of world power vanished from Dressrosa. And Lin Hao now held a gold-rimmed check worth 60 billion berry. Oh, wrapped up so quickly. Did those old codgers give you a hard time? Just as Lin Hao was marveling at the efficiency of the 5 elders' payment, a voice that was both teasing and lecherous suddenly echoed in his mind. Turning around, he saw Admiral Kizaru dragging his custom recliner, somehow emerging from nowhere. Oh, didn't you have a mountain of paperwork to handle at the G5 branch? Finished so soon. Cough. I just remembered that trivial matters can be handed over to the secretary. Work is just work, but sunbathing is life. Facing Lin Hao's jest, Admiral Kizaru spoke without a hint of shame, his lies flowing freely. That evening, under Lin Hao's arrangements, 10 empathic clones created by Vegapunk were loaded onto a warship bound for Eni's Lobby. 1 month later at noon, while basking in the sun on the plaza of the Dressrosa Royal Palace, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. With the aid of the continuously mass-produced empathic clones, Lin Hao's mind once again received the long-awaited system prompt. Ding. Total sunlight exposure time has reached 175,201,7520 hours. Do you wish to open the all-category treasure chest reward? Ding. Total sunlight exposure time has reached 175,201,7520 hours. Do you wish to open the all-category treasure chest reward? Activate immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Hao activated his system reward at once. In an instant, A massive golden treasure chest appeared within Lin Hao's mind. The moment he mentally spoke the word, open, the treasure chest within his mind began to tremble violently. After a burst of dazzling special effects that felt both familiar and strange. A bizarre humanoid figure entirely silver-white with a crown-shaped mask covering its face materialized before Lin Hao. Rather than a humanoid creature, it was more accurate to describe it as a humanoid energy entity. For when this energy entity appeared before Lin Hao, Huang Yuan, who had been sunbathing beside him, failed to notice it in the slightest. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the item reward Stand White Snake. Stand White Snake, an energy stand with peculiar abilities capable of extracting a target's powers and consciousness into disc form. When the consciousness disc is removed, the target enters an unconscious state. The host can probe the target's memories through the disc or implant fabricated memories by altering the disc's contents. If a target's abilities are extracted into a disc, they lose their stand or any unique powers. The host may absorb these abilities by inserting the disc into themselves or implant the disc into another person to grant them specific abilities. Beyond extracting discs from targets, the host can independently create command discs using White Snake. Targets implanted with command discs will execute the instructions contained within. Ding! The host has successfully obtained the stand reward White Snake. Progress toward next reward sunbathing, duration 035040 hours. You gotta be kidding me. This is an incredible prize. A stand actually materialized. I've become a stand user. Stand abilities. These extraordinary entities originated from the anime series JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Certain individuals awaken unique stand entities, each possessing one-of-a-kind abilities, some even touching the very rules of the world itself. And Stand White Snake was the first stand of the final antagonist Father Pucci from Part 6 of the JoJo series. In the anime, however, White Snake possessed its own consciousness and frequently sarcastically commented on Father Pucci's orders. Under certain circumstances, White Snake would even display uncontrollable anger, requiring its master's encouragement to return to normal. Thus, in the anime, White Snake was a troublesome stand to wield. But the White Snake before Lin Hao now stood utterly expressionless, as if its own ability had already siphoned away its consciousness disc. Lin Hao casually issued several commands within his mind, and White Snake executed each one without any resistance. Gazing at the energy stand materialized before him, Lin Hao couldn't contain his excitement, performing an impressive forward roll to spring up from his custom-made recliner. Hehehe. Huang Yuan, I've acquired a new ability. Want to test it? You want to fight me? I'm not that itching for a fight, fool Akainu. Upon hearing Lin Hao had gained a new ability, Admiral Huang Yuan immediately grew curious. Yet for the request to serve as his test subject, this slackening admiral, already addicted to his easy lifestyle, refused without a second thought. Gazing at Huang Yuan lounging lazily in his special recliner, Lin Hao smiled faintly and directly issued a command to White Snake. The next moment, White Snake, following Lin Hao's instructions, strolled casually toward Admiral Huang Yuan. What's going on? I feel someone watching me, yet I can't detect anything. Although their energy systems differed, Huang Yuan's keen sense of danger as a Navy admiral still picked up on a subtle thread of unease. In an instant, Huang Yuan sat upright from his recliner, but upon seeing no reaction from Lin Hao, he immediately dismissed it as his own paranoia. Meanwhile, in Lin Hao's eyes, White Snake had already thrust its skeletal hand straight into Huang Yuan's skull under his command. Within mere seconds, White Snake withdrew a golden devil fruit ability disc from Huang Yuan's head and handed it directly to Lin Hao. As for Huang Yuan himself, he felt nothing unusual, only a fleeting, inexplicable tension that quickly faded back to normal. Once the stand ability was extracted into a disc, the stand user, stripped of their miraculous power, would become an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, in this one-piece world, White Snake could directly extract devil fruit abilities from the user's body. A flood of novel ideas swirled through Lin Hao's mind. Haven't you seen me use my Magu Magu no Mi before? Just try it. I've discovered something fascinating. Hearing Lin Hao's request, Admiral Huang Yuan, still lounging in his special recliner, wore a thoroughly confused expression. At this moment, he remained completely unaware that his devil fruit ability had already been silently siphoned from his body by White Snake. Witnessing Lin Hao's eager anticipation, Admiral Huang Yuan, though bewildered, readily sprang to his feet without another word. Since you're actually interested in my Magu Magu no Mi abilities, I'll demonstrate the aim no Habakiri for you. Before his words had finished echoing, Admiral Huang Yuan dramatically flipped upward from his recliner. Assuming a sword-drawing stance, he prepared to show off before Lin Hao. But the next instant, Admiral Huang Yuan's expression turned ashen. An ability he had activated countless times before. This time it produced absolutely no response. Gazing at his empty hands, Huang Yuan immediately flashed Lin Hao an awkward smile, more bitter than tears. Ah, haha. I haven't used my ability in a long while, so I'm naturally a bit rusty. Don't rush, Lin Hao. Let me warm up, and I'll perform the Yasakani no Magatama for you. After speaking, Huang Yuan immediately began his warm-up exercises resembling some elderly man's radio calisthenics. After nearly several minutes of bustling about, Huang Yuan crossed his arms over his chest, then stomped his foot. His towering figure instantly launched into the air. But the very next second, you've got to be kidding me. What on earth is happening? Why can't I activate my devil fruit ability? Admiral Huang Yuan had only reached the sky by relying on the Navy's Rokushiki Shurgon technique. As he descended back to the ground, Huang Yuan's face was painted with both ashen pallor and sheer embarrassment. Gazing at Lin Hao's mischievous smirk, the slow on the uptake Huang Yuan suddenly comprehended the situation. You bastard. Lin Hao, this has to be your doing. Is this the new ability you mentioned earlier? This is absolutely incredible. The incredible part is yet to come. While Huang Yuan was busily warming up earlier, Lin Hao had already inserted Huang Yuan's ability disc into his own head. The instant the disc entered his body, Lin Hao felt a miraculous new power surging through his veins. Watching Admiral Huang Yuan's thoroughly stunned expression, Lin Hao smiled faintly. Then his body began radiating with golden light. The next moment, Lin Hao gathered his hands before his chest, his left hand serving as the scabbard, while his right drew the blade. Amidst Admiral Huang Yuan's jaw-dropping astonishment, a brilliant golden light sword materialized in Lin Hao's right hand. Aim no Habakiri. What the hell? Isn't that my glint fruit ability? How did it end up with you? How did you manage to do that? He stared at the massive sword of light, the Ama no Murakumo, that Lin Hao had conjured from the glint fruit. Admiral Kizaru's eyes bulged in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. A devil fruit only separates from its original host when the user dies, randomly reincarnating into a fruit. To seize a user's ability while they were still alive was beyond comprehension, causing Admiral Kizaru's mind to grind to a halt. For a moment, Admiral Kizaru looked at Lin Hao. His eyes were filled with awe and fear. This ability was truly too bizarre. Imagine if he were to fight this man, his fruit ability could be snatched away without him even noticing. How would he fight then? When the glint fruit's power was taken, he hadn't felt a thing. Looking at the shock in Admiral Kizaru's eyes, Lin Hao smiled faintly. Then with a fierce swing of the golden Ama no Murakumo toward the sky, in an instant the sky above Dressrosa. The entire sky was split cleanly in two. Gazing at the neat fissure in the heavens, Admiral Kizaru was completely petrified. Not only had his glint fruit been stolen, but the first use of it unleashed such devastating power. In this world, was there anyone Lin Hao could even consider a worthy opponent? Hey Lin Hao, what were you just doing? It looked like you pulled a disc out of your head. Is that your ability? I thought you weren't a devil fruit user. After a moment, the stunned Admiral Kizaru watched in disbelief as Lin Hao extracted a disc depicting a golden fruit from his own head. This surreal scene left the Marine Admiral utterly astounded. But before he could react, Lin Hao smiled again, then flicked his finger, sending the golden disc straight into his own head. This sight made Admiral Kizaru tremble with fear. A disc as large as a head was forcibly inserted into his skull, and yet he felt no pain at all, as if nothing had happened. And, for some reason, the moment that eerie golden disc entered his head, Kizaru suddenly felt a familiar power surge within his body. The next moment, Kizaru reached out a hand. The familiar Ama no Murakumo reappeared in his grasp, and he could now freely use the glint fruit's ability once more. This is indeed my ability, but not a devil fruit ability. I can't say much more. Just know that I have this power. Holy crap. Lin Hao. No, King Lin Hao. Your ability is way too overpowered. I'm sticking to your side from now on. Whatever you say, I'll do. I'll never oppose you. We're old friends, why be so formal? Looking at Lin Hao's nonchalant demeanor, the usually self-assured Admiral Kizaru was thoroughly humbled this time. Just as the two were starting to chat idly, on the table beside Lin Hao's lounger, the den mushi that King Riku used for direct contact with Lin Hao suddenly began to ring with a buru sound. Because Lin Hao preferred peace and quiet, and he didn't believe there was anyone in Dressrosa capable of threatening his safety. Thus the entire palace, aside from a few servants handling chores, had no palace guards or similar positions. As for the governance of Dressrosa, everything was handled by King Riku. Only when matters of state required Lin Hao's personal decision would King Riku contact him alone. Prime Minister Riku, what's the urgent matter that you're looking for me so hastily? As soon as he answered, King Riku's anxious voice came through the den mushi. Seeing the flustered expression on King Riku's face, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and sat up from his lounger. Your Majesty, a group of extraordinary people have arrived in our country. They insist on meeting you, and they've started forcing their way toward the palace. We can't stop them. Should you perhaps avoid them? Not only did pirates who usually terrorize the seas behave themselves when they came here, but even the neighboring member nations of the world government were lining up to form alliances with his country. There were plenty of people who wanted to see him. But this was the first time someone had tried to force their way in without an appointment. Oh my, looks like troublemakers have arrived. Lin Hao want me to go and kick them out. Hearing the anxious words over the den mushi, Admiral Kizaru, who was beside Lin Hao, immediately rolled his shoulders and for the first time volunteered to handle the problem for the king to whom he had just sworn loyalty. Previously, when the 5 elders came to see Lin Hao, Kizaru, who had become close friends with him, had twice stood him up and fled out of respect for their authority. Now, with outsiders causing trouble, it was a perfect chance to prove himself. Watching the eager Admiral Kizaru, Lin Hao casually waved his hand to signal that there was no rush, but inwardly he was delighted. Good, the Admiral Enforcer training plan was progressing steadily. Did they identify themselves? Hey, who are they exactly? Confronted with this sudden incident, Lin Hao, still lounging, appeared unhurried. But when he heard King Riku's reply over the den mushi, the relaxed expression on Lin Hao's face immediately turned curious. Their identities have been confirmed. The leader is a warlord of the sea crocodile, and they call themselves Baroque Works. A warlord. That means they're on the world government side. No problem. Don't stop them. Just let them come to the palace square to see me. Is that appropriate? You are the king of Dressrosa now. We must ensure your safety. Hey, are you losing your mind? Do you think a warlord like that would dare to harm a Marine Admiral and the king of a world government member nation? Just let them in. It would be a headache if any guards got hurt. Looking at the concerned, anxious face on the den mushi, Lin Hao, reclining on his lounger, felt both speechless and touched. Although King Riku was the former king of Dressrosa since Lin Hao took over and appointed him as prime minister, he had been wholeheartedly managing all the affairs of Dressrosa, without a trace of disloyalty. Talented administrators were precious. It would be troublesome if he overworked himself. This was something only he could handle, so it was best not to trouble that devoted old minister. I'm truly getting old and foolish. I'll do as you command. Hearing Lin Hao's instructions, King Riku on the other end of the line immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A man who could wound even the world's strongest creature Kaido to the brink of death. Was there anyone on the Grand Line who could threaten him? Besides, with Admiral Kizaru by his side, who would be reckless enough to provoke Lin Hao? After hanging up the den mushi, Lin Hao and Admiral Kizaru continued to bask in the sun at a leisurely pace. A few minutes later, a dozen men and women of varying heights and builds appeared on the palace square of Dressrosa. At the forefront were a man and a woman. The man was tall, with a slicked back head nearly gleaming and a horizontal scar across his cheek that gave him an imposing air. Despite the intense sun of Dressrosa, he still wore a black fur coat. On his left hand, a golden hook replaced his palm. From appearance alone, this tall man was clearly a formidable fighter. The woman, standing respectfully and elegantly behind him, possessed an incredibly alluring figure and a stunning face that could outshine any internet celebrity. Though she seemed a bit nervous, Lin Hao could still see a glint of intelligence and cunning in her eyes. Warlord Crocodile and Nico Robin the Devil Child, what wine blew your Baroque Works to my Dressrosa? Looking at the two whom he knew well despite this being their first meeting, Lin Hao, still lounging, spoke with a tone full of mockery. Admiral Azure Dragon, although I've seen your photo in the newspaper, seeing you in person is still astonishing. A man so young who could bring the world's strongest creature Kaido to the brink of death. Although Lin Hao's reclining posture made Crocodile, the powerful warlord, feel disrespected. The gap in strength was clear, and no matter how displeased Crocodile was, he dared not show it on the surface. As for Robin behind Crocodile, a strange glimmer flickered in her eyes as she looked at Lin Hao. We came to Dressrosa to negotiate a deal with you. A deal, eh? Upon hearing the purpose of Crocodile's visit, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, both Lin Hao and Admiral Kizaru, turned their curious gazes toward him. Seeing that Lin Hao did not outright refuse, Crocodile felt a surge of joy in his heart. Admiral Azure Dragon, I have heard of your formidable feats. Even the world's strongest creature Kaido is no match for you. With such overwhelming power, are you truly content to remain under the world government's thumb? Without any superfluous words, Crocodile struck with a bombshell from the very beginning. Oh, what do you have in mind? Lin Hao looked at Crocodile, who had instantly entered the zone, a teasing smile spreading across his face. A mocking grin appeared on Lin Hao's face. Turning his gaze to Admiral Kizaru beside him, the latter's once leisurely expression had turned icy cold. In the original One Piece story, Crocodile's goal was to uncover clues about the ancient weapon Pluton in Alabasta, then seize it to overthrow the world. But here, he dared to speak such words in front of 2 Marine Admirals. If Lin Hao hadn't read the original manga, he would have suspected that Crocodile's mind had gone astray. Ignoring Kizaru's hostile expression, Crocodile paid no heed, for he knew that if he could sway the mighty Lin Hao, even if all 3 Marine Admirals gathered here, he would not suffer a single scratch. Hey, Lin Hao, I've turned off the surveillance Den Mushi before. Now I want to turn it back on, is that okay? This message was transmitted directly into Lin Hao's mind through Kizaru's observation Haki's reverse mind reading. To such a request from Kizaru, Lin Hao simply indicated he didn't care, but when he needed it, Kizaru would have to turn off the Den Mushi. Crocodile the Warlord remained completely oblivious to this covert operation between Lin Hao and Kizaru. Meanwhile, in the Pangaea castle of the Holy Land, 5 old men standing at the pinnacle of world power excitedly gathered around the Den Mushi that had always been in single-line contact with Kizaru. The last time they went to Dressrosa to discuss Vegapunk with Lin Hao, Saturn Saint acting impulsively had directly exposed the fact that they had surveillance on Lin Hao. Given Lin Hao's intelligence, it was natural for him to suspect Admiral Kizaru, who had actively shown goodwill. Thus, afterward, Kizaru's surveillance Den Mushi began to work intermittently, a fact they fully understood. Now that the surveillance Den Mushi was reactivated, their faces were overjoyed, and they inwardly praised Admiral Kizaru profusely. But the next moment, the voice from the surveillance Den Mushi caused the smiles of the 5 old men to freeze on their faces. Admiral Azure Dragon, with your current strength, you could be called the world's strongest. You should not stoop to serve under those 5 old men. You should completely replace the celestial dragons and become the king of this world. Your strength combined with my team's planning ability can surely accomplish great things together. Damn it. Who is speaking? How dare they attempt to incite the world government's strongest combat force? The voice from the surveillance Den Mushi carried undisguised excitement and admiration. Faced with an absolute powerhouse, even a formidable figure like Crocodile would not hesitate to humble himself to seek collaboration. But at that moment he had no idea that every word he spoke was being transmitted verbatim through Kizaru's surveillance Den Mushi to the few individuals at the apex of the world's power. Damn it, it's Crocodile. That bastard. I always found it strange that he had been lurking in Alabasta. I never expected he harbored such intentions. He must not be allowed to live. Don't act rashly. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. The most important thing now is Admiral Azure Dragon's stance. After identifying Crocodile Warcury, Saint of the 5 Elders, the deity of the environment, turned livid with rage. But after another elder, Nushiro, Saint of the deity of finance, spoke up to calm things down, the other elders fell silent. Holding their breath, they dared not even breathe loudly, fearing that Lin Hao, whose strength defied reason, might be swayed and directly rebel against the world government. In Dressrosa, Lin Hao, reclining on a lounge chair, looked at the sardonic Crocodile and revealed a meaningful smile. The next moment, Lin Hao suddenly sprang up from the lounge chair, leaving a blur of motion as he instantly appeared before Crocodile. The speed was so astonishingly fast that even Kizaru, a Logia user famed for his speed, was taken aback. Admiral Azure Dragon, what are you doing? Bang! Although he was on guard, Lin Hao's sudden move still startled Crocodile, a formidable warlord. Before he could even activate his devil fruit ability to turn his body into sand for defense, Lin Hao's powerful fist had already slammed into Crocodile's lower abdomen. Despite the significant height difference between them, Lin Hao's seemingly casual punch sent Crocodile's massive body flying backward like an arrow shot from a bow. Only when Crocodile's body crashed into a distant palace, reducing it to rubble, did the sound of air friction slowly cease. You bastard. Witnessing this, Mr. 1, the dice fruit user who had been standing behind Crocodile, turned his arms into blades and lunged toward Lin Hao's neck. But just as he raised his arm to strike, a golden laser pierced through both his arms instantly. In an instant, Mr. 1's arms were severely damaged and a strange smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. Staring at his horrifying arms, Mr. 1 was stunned for a moment before collapsing to the ground in agonizing screams. To attack a king of a world government member country in front of me. You really underestimate me, a Marine Admiral. All members of Baroque Works stood frozen in place. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, but the gap in power was so vast that they couldn't even muster the thought. Come out, Crocodile. You're not so easy to kill. As Lin Hao walked nonchalantly through the ranks of Baroque Works members. These fearsome pirates, notorious in the first half of the Grand Line, all felt an overwhelming pressure from their very bloodline, leaving them breathless. You? What? Crocodile staggered to his feet amidst the ruins, his body covered in deep bone-exposing wounds. But before he could even activate his ability to recover, Lin Hao appeared before him again. With almost no resistance, Crocodile was seized by the neck. I don't care what you think of this world, but if you try to use me as a pawn, then you'd better be prepared to lose your life at any moment. You bastard. With his intentions laid bare, the warlord Crocodile's already dark expression turned even uglier. He had never imagined that this Marine Admiral possessed not only terrifying strength beyond his comprehension, but also a fearsome intellect far exceeding his expectations. For a moment, Crocodile was held by the neck, utterly unable to resist. Staring at Lin Hao's cold smile, he closed his eyes in utter despair. After all, he had come with a gambler's mentality. Since his thoughts had been seen through, he could only accept the consequences of failure. Just as Crocodile prepared to face his fate, Lin Hao's teasing words made him already resigned to death puzzled once more. I'm not interested in what you said, but I have another proposal. We can still make a deal. Yellowtail, turn off the listening den mushy. I have some personal matters to discuss with this guy. Lin Hao smiled faintly, and then gave his instructions to Admiral Huang Yuan through reverse mind reading. Oh my, they won't let those old men listen, but they let me listen. Should I be touched? Or should I be afraid? Hearing Lin Hao's instructions in his mind, Huang Yuan immediately turned off the den mushy hidden in his clothes without hesitation. Although he had been dispatched by the 5 elders to monitor Lin Hao after so long an acquaintance, he and Lin Hao had long become old friends. Lin Hao had given him face by not exposing him immediately, so naturally, he needed to make his own return. When the 5 elders held him accountable later, he would simply say he had been discovered. Who could blame him? That idiotic Satan Saint had foolishly revealed that there were spies around Lin Hao in the first place. In the holy land of Panga City, the 5 old men standing at the pinnacle of world power exchanged glances. Elder Satan, what's going on? Why has the listening den mushy gone silent? Could it be that Admiral Qing Long discovered it again? Hearing Satan Saint's rather foolish question, the other 4 elders were instantly filled with rage. Nonsense. Do you think Admiral Qing Long's strength wouldn't be able to detect the listening den mushy Huang Yuan hid? Oomph. Wasn't it your meddling last time that caused the trouble? If you had kept your mouth shut, perhaps that listening den mushy would have been exposed even later. Do you really expect Huang Yuan to carry a listening den mushy with him at all times? He's probably struggling to save his own skin by now. If it were just this much, it would be fine. But the worrying thing is that Huang Yuan might already be in cahoots with Admiral Qing Long. What we've been hearing could all be what Qing Long wants us to hear. Aside from Satan, the other 4 elders grew angrier with each word. Especially Nezutang Sheng, who had been forced to negotiate with Lin Hao last time, venting all his anger about nearly being dragged into trouble. Seeing the other 4-5 elders bristling with rage, Satan Saint, whose head was wrapped in thick bandages and barely recognizable, immediately fell silent. In this moment, all 5 elders standing at the pinnacle of world power wore grave expressions. Lin Hao's act of punching Crocodile away brought them some comfort. But his decision to trade with Crocodile, and then immediately shutting off the listening den mushy, worried them. It seems we can only dispatch CP0 agents to investigate this matter. Looking at the den mushy on the table that had gone silent, all 5 elders shared the same thought. In the palace of Dressrosa, Crocodile, whose throat was being gripped, could barely breathe. But upon hearing that the Admiral wanted to make a deal with him, his face already turning cyan, he still showed a look of utter confusion. Seeing that the other party had no intention of resisting, Lin Hao smiled faintly and released his grip, letting Crocodile, who was on the verge of fainting, collapse onto the ground and gasp for breath. What kind of deal are you talking about? At this moment, Crocodile was completely awed by Lin Hao's formidable strength. Although he still didn't know the terms, he had already made up his mind. No matter how unreasonable or unfair the deal was, he would accept it immediately. Otherwise, his life might truly end in Dressrosa. The terms of the deal are quite simple. Lin Hao stretched lazily, then in an instant lay back down on that specially made recliner. I have no interest in partnering with you, but I don't dislike ambitious people. I can tell you the exact location of the ancient weapon Pluton. Whether you can obtain it depends on your abilities. What did you say? You actually know the precise location of the ancient weapon Pluton. Upon hearing Lin Hao's casual condition, Crocodile, who was still having difficulty breathing, was instantly stunned. Previously, for the clues to the ancient weapon Pluton, he had schemed everything carefully. He established Baroque works, purchased and manufactured large quantities of dance powder, and sent people to spread anti-royalist sentiments within Alabasta. He even lowered his pride to become Alabasta's public guardian, protecting the civilians from pirate attacks. For this, he had even risked allying with Nico Robin, the devil child whom the world government feared, only to decipher the content recorded in the ancient text of the poneglyph. If not for seeing the news in the newspaper that Admiral Qing Long had severely injured the world's strongest creature Kaido, he would never have abandoned this difficult plan. This Admiral Qing Long actually already knew the specific whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton, that weapon of immense power about which even the world government had no leads. Hearing Lin Hao's shocking offer, not only Crocodile, but also Admiral Huang Yuan and all the Baroque Works members were rendered speechless. Huang Yuan looked at the leisurely reclining Lin Hao and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he had asked to turn off the listening den mushy. Regardless of whether it was true or not, if the 5 elders heard this, their days in Dressrosa would truly not be so carefree anymore. How am I supposed to believe what you're saying? With no possibility of exploiting Admiral Qing Long to conquer the world anymore, Crocodile, could only grimly analyze the authenticity of Lin Hao's words. But the next thing Lin Hao said made Crocodile, a powerful figure of the Grand Line, freeze completely in shock. I have my ways of knowing things others don't, such as the matter between you and Ivankov. I happen to know a thing or two you actually know about that. In that moment, seeing Crocodile's panicked expression, Huang Yuan and all the Baroque Works members were utterly bewildered. Ivankov was from the Revolutionary Army while Crocodile was a warlord of the sea. These two people separated by 8 poles could possibly have any connection. After a brief moment, Crocodile calmed down and his expression returned to normal. I'm very interested in this deal. State your conditions. Straightforward. Looking at Crocodile's cold face, Lin Hao smirked and stated his terms. Exchange Nico Robin for the clues to the ancient weapon Pluton. What? Nico Robin? Hearing the terms Lin Hao had laid out, every powerhouse present flashed with astonishment upon their faces. Nico Robin, the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident. Feared by the world government for her unique ability to decipher the ancient text. Even more so, she had long been coveted by numerous pirate factions along the Grand Line, who sought the great treasure left behind by Roger. All the more so, because the 100-year blank history, which the world government dreaded above all else, was recorded in the ancient text. And so Nico Robin, the only person capable of deciphering it, had been branded the child of the devil, and offered an exorbitant bounty. It was precisely because of this that Nico Robin had lived her entire life surrounded by betrayal and scheming since childhood. And it had forged in her incomparable talents for intelligence gathering and strategic planning. You scoundrel! Are you looking to hand Nico Robin over to the world government? Watching Lin Hao's effortlessly amused expression, Crocodile's face instantly turned ashen. His plan in Arabasta. Nico Robin had been involved in almost everything. If Admiral Qinglong truly surrendered Robin to the world government, and Robin subsequently betrayed him in turn, not only would his position as a warlord be forfeit, but he feared he would become yet another desperate exile of the Grand Line, following in the footsteps of Heavenly Yuksha da Flamingo. For a moment, as he looked at Nico Robin, whose face had paled just like his own, Crocodile could not help but feel his demeanor turn frigid. Robin absolutely could not be handed over. If necessary, he would take advantage of any moment of lowered guard and personally eliminate this child of the devil. Even though that Admiral Qinglong's strength far exceeded his own, as long as he abandoned these subordinates and fled for his life with all his might, it should not be too difficult. Thinking thus, Crocodile looked toward Robin, his eyes turning glacial in an instant. As for Nico Robin, although her boss Crocodile had not yet reached an agreement with that Admiral Qinglong, having navigated the treacherous waters of the Grand Line since youth, her razor-sharp sense of crisis allowed her to deduce from their conversation alone that she was already in mortal peril. Watching Crocodile's gaze grow ever more sinister and cold, the O'Hara survivor, known as the Child of the Devil, who had escaped death's grip countless times throughout her life, felt an overwhelming despair wash over her face. The shadow Admiral Aokiji had cast upon her back then had never truly faded. But at that very next moment, as the Baroque Works agents stood in utter bewilderment and Robin despaired, preparing to accept her fate. You may veto this deal, I won't force you. But Crocodile, there is one thing you need to understand. I already know about all the schemes you orchestrated using dancing powder in Arabasta. Even if you move against me now, those facts remain unchanged. Moreover, if you truly intend to fight, do you really believe you'll walk away from this unscathed? In an instant, Crocodile's heart gave a violent jolt. The nervous, rapid beating organ nearly ceased its rhythm entirely from those few words. Though no Supreme King's haki or soul-cleaving technique had been unleashed, every word Lin Hao spoke struck like a razor-sharp blade, piercing deep into Crocodile's chest with each blow. Since first setting foot upon the Grand Line, this warlord who had earned the title of formidable overlord felt for the very first time his own insignificance. This mysterious Admiral Qinglong could crush him with ease. Perhaps in that man's eyes, Crocodile didn't even warrant the standing of an ant. As for Robin, she turned her gaze toward Lin Hao, her eyes filled with even greater horror. Since first appearing in the newspapers, Nico Robin had kept a careful watch on this newly appointed Marine Admiral. But no matter what means she employed, she had failed utterly to uncover any intelligence on Admiral Qinglong from 2 years prior. And yet now, without any warning whatsoever, this mysterious Admiral Qinglong somehow knew everything about the conspiracy she and Crocodile had hatched in Arabasta. Facing this mysterious Admiral Qinglong, Nico Robin, who had once navigated the Grand Line's perils with unmatched ease, felt for the first time a profound and suffocating despair. Is there any room for refusal at all? Watching Lin Hao reclining lazily upon his lounge chair with an air of effortless calm, Crocodile could not help but ask with a touch of desperation. If Admiral Qinglong were to strike at him right now, today would undoubtedly mark the day Warlord Crocodile was sent to impel down. Watching Crocodile's face contort with hesitation and despair, the unmistakable displeasure on Lin Hao's features made the Baroque Works agents on site tremble with terror. Terrified that this king of Dressrosa might with a single ill mood annihilate them all right there on the spot. The colossal chasm in their power left them with only one choice: to be slaughtered at will. I've already said it. I won't force this deal upon you. If you don't wish for clues regarding the ancient weapon Pluton, you may leave this instant. No, I accept the deal. The annoyed edge in Lin Hao's tone sent a jolt through Crocodile's heart. His secret alliance with Emporio Ivankov had been exposed, and his years of scheming in Arabasta could no longer be concealed. Whether Robin stayed or left was irrelevant. The world government already knew of his plans. What mattered was whether this terrifyingly powerful Admiral Qinglong would report directly to the world government. Leaving now without extracting something useful as intelligence meant this warlord would have absolutely no fallback. Not a single shred of hope. Better to gamble everything. Had you been so straightforward from the start, we'd both save ourselves the trouble. There are two clues. First, the Pluton itself. It currently lies buried beneath the earth of Wano country. Find it, and it is yours. Second, somewhat simpler, Frankie, head of Frankie House in Water 7, possesses the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. If you have the ability to construct it outright, you may attempt that. What is this? Lin Hao's two pieces of intelligence sent Crocodile's jaw dropping once more. Compared to the information on the ancient weapon Pluton, what shocked Crocodile even more was that Lin Hao's lips had not moved, yet his voice had resonated directly within the depths of Crocodile's mind. Though he had no idea how Lin Hao had achieved this, Crocodile was now entirely certain. If Admiral Qinglong could transmit thoughts directly into his mind, then his own most private secrets had undoubtedly been read without his knowledge. Before this Admiral Qinglong, he had completely lost any notion of privacy. It was as though a beautiful maiden stood completely naked before his eyes. The feeling of being utterly controlled from head to toe was beyond despair. With someone like this existing, even if he truly obtained the ancient weapon Pluton, could he really hope to overturn the world? Crocodile, utterly crushed by despair, thought to himself. Then our deal is concluded. I take my leave. Robin is in your care, Admiral Qinglong. Several rooms in my palace were destroyed by you. When you depart, don't forget to compensate that old man Sengoku for the damages. Understood, Admiral Qinglong. I will compensate accordingly. After a moment, Crocodile first regarded Robin with a complicated expression, then looked toward the Admiral Qinglong reclining on his lounge chair with reverent eyes. Seeing no intention to detain him, he hastily offered polite farewells and then fled, leading his Baroque Works agents in a swift disappearance from Dressrosa's royal palace, as though escaping certain death. Oh, you took down the child of the devil, the very bane of the world government, with such ease. Lin Hao, you truly have rendered a remarkable service. Watching Nico Robin, who stood frozen in place. Admiral Huang Yuan, reclining beside Lin Hao on his lounge chair, revealed a teasing smile, not forgetting to poke fun at his nominal superior. And not far before her, Nico Robin, bearing the title Child of the Devil. Upon hearing Huang Yuan's mockery, her face immediately twisted into an expression of utter despair. Admiral Qinglong. Why, are you going to hand me over to the world government? The world government. That is indeed a decent choice. Handing you over to those old men would probably fetch a bounty of several billion berries, wouldn't it? Looking at Robin, whose face was etched with utter despair, Lin Hao could not help but tease her. Beside him, Huang Yuan was thoroughly astonished. He turned to Lin Hao, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. Previously, when Lin Hao had captured Pluton Rayleigh and thrown him into Impel Down, he had directly received a reward of 10 billion berries from Marine headquarters and had subsequently become the king of Dressrosa. By helping the world government bring down Doflamingo, Lin Hao had extorted several tens of billions of berries from the five elders as compensation. As for assisting the world government in executing Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, Lin Hao not only received over 40 billion berries as a reward, but also turned the formidable Marine branch G5 into his private army. Moreover, he had made me a Marine Admiral, the commander of that force. Although nominally I was assigned by the five elders to monitor Lin Hao, even a fool could see the reality. If Lin Hao truly wanted to turn hostile, even the five elders would have to endure a couple of slaps. Monitoring was merely a pleasant way to phrase it. Now that he had captured Nico Robin, such a significant bargaining chip, if he really intended to hand her over to the world government, would he simply ask those old men for a few billion berries? He would never believe that. Gazing at Lin Hao's mocking expression, Admiral Huang Yuan had already grasped his superior's intentions. But for now, lazing around and enjoying life was more important. As long as Robin did not do anything outrageous, he could not be bothered to tattle to those old men. Admiral Huang Yuan was well aware of the true meaning behind Lin Hao's words. But Nico Robin, the devil child, instantly collapsed to the ground in utter despair. She never imagined that after spending most of her life on the Grand Line, she would end up in the hands of the world government today. She had been released by the Marines once only to be captured again. She recalled how she had treaded the Grand Line like stepping on thin ice, carefully evading one pursuit after another merely to survive. What had she done wrong? Was it simply because she could decipher the ancient text that she had to be erased from this world? Once upon a time she had been sincere to everyone who treated her kindly. But in the end those so-called good people were only after her high bounty, hoping to deceive her and claim the reward. Time and again she escaped death and finally managed to latch onto the leg of crocodile. And now was she to end her life in such a tragic manner? At this thought, tears of grievance streamed down the face of one of the most beautiful women in the pirate world. Hey. Nico Robin, why are you crying? I was just joking you. I never intended to hand you over to the world government. Seeing Robin burst into tears, Lin Hao's forehead beaded with black lines. Was she scared by his words? Was he that terrifying? You mean you won't hand me over to the world government? Hearing Lin Hao's helpless explanation, Nico Robin, who had been utterly resigned, looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with shock. Although the handsome young man before her was the king of Dressrosa, he was also an admiral of Marine headquarters. Having captured her so easily, would he not directly turn her over to the world government? This was a monumental achievement. Could such a prize not tempt a Marine admiral? Not only will I not hand you over to the world government, I will guarantee your safety. From now on you'll stay in Dressrosa and never have to fear on the Grand Line again. You mean it? Then what must I do to earn your protection? Looking at Lin Hao's helpless expression, Nico Robin quickly wiped the tears from her face and looked at him with eager anticipation. As a seasoned veteran of the Grand Line, she knew that Admiral Azure Dragon had the power to do all this. But to gain the protection of such a top-tier powerhouse, a fair exchange was necessary. But none of that mattered now. As long as she could keep her life in this world that had always been hostile to her, any price was worth paying. The young man before her, whose strength surpassed even the 4 emperors of the New World, was her only hope. To be honest, I value your planning abilities and knowledge. I need you to help me devise some strategies and assist the researchers in Dressrosa with certain projects. Oh, as a scholar, that is truly fitting. Lin Hao, you really can find the right talent anywhere. Lin Hao's words left Nico Robin utterly bewildered, but Admiral Huang Yuan beside him, after a moment of astonishment, quickly wore a look of dawning comprehension. Setting aside the evil reputation of the devil child, this woman, who was a hot potato for any organization, was indeed a rare talent. I understand. I will do my utmost to assist the research team in Dressrosa with their projects. May I ask what exactly Lord Azure Dragon wants to study? If possible, I prefer to be called Lin Hao. As for the research I mentioned, it's exactly what you've been studying all along. On this point, we are in agreement with that fellow Vegapunk. The next moment, Robin's face showed extreme shock upon hearing Lin Hao's reply, because his voice had transmitted directly into her mind with crystal clarity. Such a bizarre ability was something she had never encountered in all her years on the Grand Line. Was it a devil fruit ability? Robin had been puzzled earlier. Why had Lin Hao simply revealed the clue about the ancient weapon Pluton to Crocodile, and the latter had left with his men without a word? Had he also used such an ability to complete the transaction? And what did Admiral Azure Dragon mean by what he said? Was Vegapunk actually part of the research team in Dressrosa? He was the world's greatest scientist whose technology was 500 years ahead of the current era. Hadn't he always been working for the world government? How had this Admiral Azure Dragon managed to poach him from the world government? And what shocked Robin most was another thing Lin Hao had said. Something she had been researching all along. What she had been studying. That meant, did the other party know her secret? Wait. If he had the ability to transmit information directly into her mind, could he also read the information in her memories? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Nico Robin's mind, and these thoughts made this clever woman, who had survived on the Grand Line for half her life, break out in a cold sweat. It was terrifying. Before him, she felt like a scantily clad maiden. She had no secrets at all. With such a bizarre ability and strength surpassing the 4 emperors, she had no chance to play tricks under his nose. Just then, Admiral Huang Yuan, who had understood Lin Hao's intentions, raised a question. Hey Lin Hao, you can't keep Robin's presence in Dressrosa a secret forever. Those old men will eventually investigate. What will you say then? Say, do I need to give an account to those old farts? Hearing Huang Yuan's reminder, Lin Hao's face twisted into a sardonic grin. But in the next moment, his answer shocked both Admiral Huang Yuan and Nico Robin greatly. I don't care about those old farts, but having other forces know that Robin is here might cause some trouble. How about this? Since Doflamingo stepped down, there's a vacancy among the 7 warlords of the sea, isn't there? Let's jointly recommend Robin to fill that vacancy. In the holy land of Marigeos, within the Pangu Castle, 5 elders who stood at the pinnacle of power in this world wore grave expressions as they read the report personally submitted by Fleet Admiral Zhanghua of the Navy headquarters. Just moments ago, they had received a message from Fleet Admiral Zhanghua of the Navy headquarters. The current king of Dressrosa Lin Hao together with the active Navy Admiral Huang Yuan had jointly recommended that woman who posed a great threat to the world government, the devil child Luo Bin, to fill the vacant seat of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Under normal procedures, as long as the conditions were met, the Navy headquarters could directly make the final decision on the selection of warlords. The five elders only needed to go through the formalities and sign off, after which the latest news would be published in the newspapers. Although in terms of strength and influence Luo Bin indeed met the qualifications to become a warlord of the sea, and she also had the joint recommendation of two Navy admirals. However, given the extreme sensitivity of Luo Bin's identity as a survivor of O'Hara and her ability to decipher ancient texts, Fleet Admiral Zhang Hua dared not make a hasty conclusion. He directly passed this difficult problem to his superiors, the five elders. Seeing how Zhang Hua had completely absolved himself in the report, Satan Sheng, known as the punching bag among the five elders, immediately had veins bulging on his forehead. At this moment his head was wrapped in bandages as dense as a mummy's, and the shape of his skull was visibly deformed. Although he possessed terrifying regenerative abilities, the beating, a series of slaps, and a kick from Lin Hao had kept him in constant agony these past days. Lin Hao's attacks had directly affected his unparalleled recovery ability. Damn it! Admiral Qinglong caught the devil child Luo Bin, and instead of sending her directly to the Navy headquarters, he actually wants her to serve as a warlord under the world government. This is utterly absurd. This matter cannot be let go so easily. Over a decade ago, to stop the scholars of O'Hara from researching the truth of the Void Century, the highest authority of the world government, the five elders, directly ordered a buster call on the Tree of Knowledge of O'Hara, a tactic only used for wars of annihilation. Under the barrage of artillery fire that was practically a massacre, O'Hara, the center of world knowledge, was completely destroyed. Even the civilians who had boarded the evacuation ships in advance were not spared. Yet amid that cataclysmic bombardment, one survivor emerged, the orphan of O'Hara, Luo Bin. Over the following decade, under the instigation of the five elders, Luo Bin was branded with the title of Devil Child and placed under an extremely high bounty. But thanks to Luo Bin's intelligence and vigilance, every time the world government was about to capture this O'Hara orphan who could read ancient texts, she would cleverly escape. Yet now that King of Dressrosa, Admiral Qinglong, together with another Navy Admiral Huang Yuan, had jointly recommended Luo Bin to become a warlord of the sea under the world government. Wasn't this tantamount to protecting that devil child? To have such a time bomb, one that posed a great threat to the world government and harbored deep-seated hatred, right by their side. How could Satan Sheng, who had ordered Akainu to shell the civilian evacuation ships, not be enraged? But in the next moment, just as Satan Sheng was about to transform in fury, a sharp roar from Matzi Sheng, the environmental defense god of the five elders, instantly calmed him down. Satan Sheng, restrain your temper. This is the candidate recommended by Admiral Qinglong. What do you intend to do? Do you want to go to Dressrosa to demand an explanation? The last time he went to Dressrosa, he was overwhelmed by Admiral Qinglong, all thanks to this Satan Sheng. Now that he had a rare opportunity, he naturally wanted to take the chance to scold him thoroughly. Hearing Matzi Sheng's roar, Satan Sheng instinctively shrank his neck in fear. He had been to Dressrosa twice, and each time, he was taught a lesson by the extremely powerful Admiral Qinglong. Each beating left him a five elders severely injured. Scolded by Matzi Sheng, he suddenly had a premonition that if he clashed with Lin Hao a third time, he might never return alive. After all, even the formidable Lord Emu had treated that guy with courtesy. Thinking of this, the usually arrogant five elder immediately deflated. Although he knew he could no longer drag the other five elders to Dressrosa to confront Lin Hao, he still needed to find a way to save face among his colleagues. Let's put aside Nico Robin for now. What about Crocodile? You all heard it on the Den Den Mushy surveillance, didn't you? That guy directly tried to recruit our Admiral Qinglong. Such a grave crime, yet Admiral Qinglong allowed that person to leave Dressrosa safely. This matter still needs an explanation. Allowing us to hear this conversation is the best explanation. Seeing Satan Sheng shift the topic to the warlord Crocodile, the other five elders immediately fell into deep thought. It wouldn't be difficult to have Admiral Qinglong capture that crocodile, but the price would be too high. Let the world government handle this matter itself. As for Luo Bin, let her serve as a warlord. At least nominally, she will still be on the world government's side. With Admiral Qinglong around, she shouldn't do anything too outrageous. Hearing Nasi Shoulong Sheng's decision, the other five elders nodded in agreement. That very day, the latest issue of the World Economy newspaper published two pieces of news that completely shook the Grand Line. The first was that Nico Robin, known as the Devil Child, had received recognition from the world government and was officially appointed as a warlord of the sea. As for the second, it was that a former warlord of the sea, for the serious crime of attempting to incite Admiral Qinglong to defect from the world government, was stripped of the title of warlord of the sea. Thus, in a short period, the composition of the Seven Warlords of the Sea underwent a tremendous change, but there was still one vacant seat among the original 7. For a time, various forces on the Grand Line began to stir. The Revolutionary Army's headquarters ball to go. The Revolutionary Army's leader Long, along with the army commanders, and Sabo, who was being groomed as a successor, gathered together because of this shocking news. That devil child Nico Robin, she actually became a warlord of the sea under the world government. This is absolutely incredible. Looking at the newspaper in her hand, the Eastern Army Commander Beatty's face was full of astonishment. She had originally planned to recruit Luo Bin, who could read ancient texts, into the Revolutionary Army. But after so long without news of her reappearance as one of the infamous warlords of the sea on the seas, this was hard for her to accept. However, the next moment Sabo's words shocked her once again. According to information from our spy within the world government, the driving force behind Luo Bin becoming a warlord is that Admiral Qinglong. He teamed up with Admiral Huang Yuan to jointly recommend Luo Bin for the position. In fact, this is also a way to protect her. That's right. And things are definitely not that simple. After Sabo expressed his opinion, the Revolutionary Army leader Long also wore a meaningful expression. Currently among the warlords, both Nico Robin and Xiong were promoted with the backing of that Admiral Qinglong. These two are firmly on his side. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy will surely help more of his own people become warlords or even high-ranking government officials. By then, the internal structure of the world government will inevitably be severely impacted. This is good for us. We just need to wait and see. Hearing the analysis of the Revolutionary Army leader Long, all the revolutionary cadres present showed expressions of sudden realization. Whether intentionally or not, this Admiral Qinglong was slowly influencing the internal affairs of the world government. For them, the Revolutionary Army, this was a good thing. The new world whole cake island. At this moment, Big Mamu, whose physique was comparable to a giant's, looked at the newspaper in her hand and couldn't help but show a mocking expression. Mama, that crocodile kid has been expelled by the world government, and his position as warlord has been replaced by his own subordinate Nico Robin. How embarrassing, hey? Mama. I heard that the driving force behind this is that Admiral Qinglong. If half of the warlords become his people in the future, the balance between us and the Navy might be in danger. Looking at the mocking expression on the face of the 4 Emperor Charlotte Lin, the usually alert Katakali's face was filled with worry. Although he had never met that Admiral Qinglong in person, almost all the major events that had occurred recently bore his fingerprints. Even the warlords of the sea, which the world government valued highly, had been manipulated to replace 2 of their members. If this guy was an aggressive type like Akainu, then the situation of the Big Mom pirates would be very dangerous. After all, his strength was enough to leave Kaido heavily wounded and near death. Looking at the worried Katakali, Big Mamu Charlotte Lin's face showed a smug smile. Katakali, I know what you're worried about, but we now have the leverage to confront the world government, don't we? Isn't that right? Doflamingo. Hearing the 4 Emperor Charlotte Lin mention him, Doflamingo, who stood quite far among the family members, first had a dark expression, then forced an ugly smile. Fufufu. Lady Lin, you are right. Once that matter is accomplished, even the world government will be wary of the power of Whole Cake Island. In a certain sea area in the first half of the Grand Line, a huge pirate ship with a crossed swords and skull pattern on its sail was rapidly heading toward Water 7. On the deck, Crocodile looked at the newspaper in his hand, with thick veins interwoven like tree roots bulging on his forehead. Looks like we were bugged. Damn 5 elders, they really have many tricks. 2 days ago, after leaving Dressrosa, Crocodile and his subordinates crossed the Red Line, the dividing point of the Grand Line. Thanks to his status as a warlord of the sea, all members of Baroque Works were able to board the bubble elevator used to cross the Red Line without any obstacles. But less than a day after leaving the Red Line and setting sail, he saw in the newspaper that he had been stripped of his warlord title. Considering that the newspaper did not report his attempt to obtain the ancient weapon Pluton, the clever man instantly analyzed the cause of the problem. The one who betrayed him was not Admiral Qinglong or the newly appointed warlord Luo Bin, but Admiral Huang Yuan, who had barely participated in their conversation. But now that it had come to this, these details no longer mattered. Since leaving Alabasta, this ambitious man had been prepared to lose everything. The current situation was far better than the worst-case scenario he had imagined. Looking at the worried expressions of his subordinates behind him, Crocodile's face, with its horizontal scar, showed a sinister grin. As long as he could obtain the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton, he would have the capital to negotiate with the major powers. By then, even the world government would be very wary of him. He had no doubt about the intelligence provided by Admiral Qinglong. Full speed ahead to Water 7. Before the world government discovers our trail, we must get our hands on the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton. That, Frankie, is not difficult to deal with. On this day, at the invitation of Vegapunk, the world's greatest scientist Lin Hao and Admiral Kizaru arrived at the research base on the land of Dressrosa. Compared to the previous Egghead Island, this place not only had layers of guards and impeccable security, but its area was also several times larger than Egghead Island. Such geographical conditions greatly satisfied Vegapunk. Thus, in just over a month, he transformed the vacant land specially lent to him by Lin Hao into a futuristic city with a strong cyberpunk aesthetic. The streets were lined not only with high-tech vending machines and vehicles using levitation technology. The bustling staff members were all clad in technological work suits that enabled mid-air walking shuttling between various skyscrapers. Compared to Dressrosa, which was still undergoing reconstruction, this vast research base had already become a splendid country within a country. Vegapunk, possessing scientific power 500 years ahead of the current world, had assembled a team with formidable infrastructure capabilities. Gazing at the colossal technological city that far surpassed the blue planet before his time travel, even Admiral Kizaru was astounded. Even Lin Hao, as a time traveler, could not help but sigh in admiration. The technological city before his eyes was even more exaggerated than those displayed in the games he had played before his time travel. Just as the two arrived at the entrance of the research base, the world's greatest scientist Vegapunk had already led a group of researchers to wait respectfully. And behind Vegapunk, Nico Robin, who had become a warlord of the sea a few days earlier, stood respectfully among the researchers. After becoming a warlord, Lin Hao had directly assigned Nico Robin to Vegapunk's research base. The reason for this arrangement was that Lin Hao, who already knew the storyline, was well aware of the subtle relationship between Robin and Vegapunk. Although Vegapunk was the world's greatest scientist, his greatest interest lay in the unknown history of the Void Century. That was why even before he accepted the world government's employment, he had visited Dr. Clover of O'Hara several times. After O'Hara was destroyed by the Buster Call, he had personally gone to the ruins of the Tree of Knowledge to pay his respects. Naturally, Vegapunk, who had inherited Dr. Clover's research and thoroughly read every document from O'Hara, showed great care for Nico Robin, the sole survivor of O'Hara. After some interactions, the two, both secretly researching the Void Century, directly revealed their cards to each other. And after Robin informed him of Lin Hao's terrifying mind-reading ability, knowing that he had no secrets before Lin Hao, Vegapunk decided to be completely honest with him. Watching Vegapunk's conflicted expression, Lin Hao immediately understood his thoughts. This was all within Lin Hao's expectations, and he had his own private motives for this arrangement. After all, when he had traveled to this world, the One Piece manga had not yet concluded. So he might as well unravel the unsolved mysteries of the original manga here. Vegapunk, your research base has almost become a small nation. Once it's fully stabilized, send your infrastructure team to help rebuild Dressrosa. Following Vegapunk's steps, Lin Hao and Admiral Kizaru felt their eyes couldn't take it all in. The futuristic city built by the world's greatest scientist Vegapunk was indeed stunning. However, Vegapunk was somewhat distracted by Lin Hao's request. At that moment, having decided to fully reveal his secrets, his mind was entirely on another crucial matter. Lord Lin Hao, I will certainly comply with your request. But right now, there is a significant technical barrier in my research that requires your assistance. If you would be willing to help, I would be immensely grateful. Vegapunk looked at Lin Hao. His eyes were filled with boundless hope, and Robin beside him was also tense. Because confessing to Lin Hao was a gamble with their lives. If the world government discovered their research, they would undoubtedly be erased. Neither the world's greatest scientist, nor a warlord of the sea, nor even a celestial dragon could serve as a shield against such a grave offense against the world government. Although they had heard some details about Lin Hao's negotiations with the Five Elders, Lin Hao was still ultimately on the side of the world government. But if they succeeded in their gamble, Lin Hao would become their greatest asset in unraveling the Void Century. However, the next moment, Lin Hao's answer directly stunned everyone present. Is it that ancient robot? Although I don't mind helping, don't expect too much. After all, you can't expect a thing that has been asleep for 200 years to provide clues. The truth of history still needs to be slowly unraveled. How? How do you know this? At that moment, Lin Hao seemed to her like a god overlooking the masses. With just a slight thought in existence as insignificant as an ant would be instantly annihilated. As for Vegapunk, although Robin had already informed him of Lin Hao's mind-reading ability as the world's greatest scientist with technology 500 years ahead of the current era, he also possessed some technological means to counter mind-reading. Yet before he could confess to Lin Hao, the latter had already directly pointed out his thoughts. Even with the mysterious devil fruit abilities, Vegapunk had corresponding technological means to counter them. But Lin Hao's mind-reading ability clearly transcended the realm of technology. Looking at Lin Hao's relaxed smile, Vegapunk felt his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Every hair on his body stood on end due to the sudden shock and fear. This young king of Dressrosa was far too terrifying. Had he already known all his secrets from the very first day they met? At that moment, Vegapunk looked at Lin Hao as if staring into an endless abyss, fearing that one misstep would lead to complete consumption. Yet for some reason Vegapunk and Robin involuntarily felt a deep instinctual reverence for this young king with a handsome face. As for Admiral Kizaru, although he had turned off the surveillance, Din Mushy after Lin Hao mentioned the sensitive term, ancient robot, Admiral Kizaru's previously relaxed expression instantly turned serious. The ancient robot was a terrifying existence that had attacked the Holy Land 200 years ago, a dangerous item that the world government had ordered destroyed. And Vegapunk, the world's greatest scientist, had arbitrarily kept it. If the high-ranking officials of the world government found out, it would be an unforgivable crime. As for the truth of history mentioned by Lin Hao, even a fool could deduce that it referred to the history of the Void Century. This was a forbidden research, and O'Hara had been purged by the Buster Call for exactly that. Having committed 2 major crimes, even if Vegapunk was the world's greatest scientist, the world government would not easily let him off. Looking at the visibly nervous Robin and Vegapunk, a flicker of pity crossed Admiral Kizaru's face, which then gradually turned serious. This is truly a grave crime. Vegapunk, even though we have some acquaintance, I cannot condone your reckless actions. This time Kizaru's tone lacked its usual lightheartedness, replaced by severity and coldness. Kizaru's attitude instantly filled Vegapunk and Nico Robin with dread. If Kizaru reported this to the world government, this day, next year, would likely be their anniversary of death. With that thought, Vegapunk and Nico Robin simultaneously looked at Lin Hao, who had promised to help with desperate hope. But the next moment, Lin Hao's action directly caused their minds to go blank. Lin Hao wore his signature warm spring-like smile, yet in his hand, a silver micro-disc had appeared from nowhere. Before the 3 present could react, Lin Hao casually flicked his wrist, swiftly inserting the gleaming silver disc into Admiral Kizaru's skull. In an instant, Huang Yuan, who had a micro-disc inserted into his head, first displayed a look of bewilderment. Then he quickly returned to normal. This old man suddenly feels that the truth of history needs to be explored. We should not fear hardships and obstacles, overcome all difficulties, and let the blank century of history see the light of day. I wholeheartedly support your research on the ancient robot and the blank century of history. Rest assured, this old man will not breathe a single word to those old fogies. The world's greatest scientist Bei Jiapang Ku and the devil child and I, Kaluo Bin, were instantly stunned on the spot. Not only were their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in shock, but a series of black lines also appeared on their foreheads. Seeing this, Lin Hao secretly found it amusing. Under his manipulation, the 2 characters who were extremely aloof and mysterious in the original One Piece story had their coolness factor plummeting rapidly. Beside Lin Hao, there was a white humanoid energy entity that the other 3 could not see at all. It was precisely Lin Hao's stand White Snake. As early as when Bei Jiapang was about to confess to him, Lin Hao, who saw through the other's intentions, summoned his stand White Snake and directly created a command disc. The command on the disc was simple: unconditionally support Bei Jiapang and Robin's dangerous research on the blank century of this world's history. For Huang Yuan, Lin Hao would never resort to a method like the command disc that directly affects the subconscious unless absolutely necessary. But now the situation was special, and Lin Hao had no choice but to do so. Lord Lin Hao, is this your ability? As the world's greatest scientist, Bei Jiapang could naturally deduce that the change in Admiral Huang Yuan was due to the disc in Lin Hao's hand. But a whole disc had been inserted into the mind of a Marine Admiral without leaving any trace. And the subject Huang Yuan did not feel any discomfort at all. This sudden blind spot in knowledge instantly piqued the world's greatest scientist's insatiable curiosity. Looking at the astonished Bei Jiapang, Lin Hao revealed a helpless wry smile. Hey, weren't you just now determined to seek my help? The world's greatest scientist, Bei Jiapang, quickly led Lin Hao and the others towards the deepest part of this technological city. A few minutes later, with the help of Bei Jiapang's scientific methods, they avoided the eyes of all the staff and directly arrived at an extremely secretive location. It was an inconspicuous open space scattered with some unused miscellaneous items. Compared to the surrounding high-tech skyscrapers, this small open space seemed extremely incongruous. After confirming that there were no outsiders around, Bei Jiapang extended his hands and clapped a very strange rhythm in a patterned manner. The next moment, as the world's greatest scientist's signal ended, suddenly an extremely eerie fluctuation emanated from the air in front of them. Under the curious gazes of the group, a circular spatial door slowly appeared before them. Is this spatial technology? I heard the old man mention studying this technique a long time ago. Has it succeeded so quickly? As the spatial door gradually became clear, Admiral Huang Yuan, who had been implanted with the command disc, suddenly had a string of question marks popping up over his head. This old man did say he would study those, but he hadn't had the time yet. Being able to do this was still with the help of a devil fruit's power. Looking at the puzzled Huang Yuan, Bei Jiapengku's face showed a hint of embarrassment. As he spoke, the almost transparent door was pushed open from inside. A man wearing a red belly band and carrying a giant axe on his back appeared before them. Zhang Taowan, have you become a devil fruit user? Not quite yet. This is all the old man's technological power. Seeing Zhang Taowan display the door fruit's ability, Huang Yuan's face immediately showed a surprised expression. Hehehe. This is the lineage factor that this old man recently succeeded in researching. It allows non-devil fruit users to temporarily gain a devil fruit's ability. I simply gave Zhang Taowan the ability of the door fruit. Oh my, you really are a terrifying fellow. Amid Huang Yuan's complaints, everyone entered the independent space created by Zhang Taowan using the door fruit's ability. The next moment, except for Lin Hao and Bei Jiapengku, Admiral Huang Yuan and Warlord and Kaluo Bin were so shocked by the sight before them that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Although she had already revealed her position to Bei Jiapengku long ago, Robin was also visiting this independent space created by the door fruit for the first time. Inside the independent space created by the door fruit, a massive robot that had lost its power lay before them like a pile of scrap metal. The robot's head was a huge horned helmet resembling the Viking warriors Lin Hao had seen in TV shows before his transmigration. However, the right horn was broken, making the overall appearance extremely incongruous. Looking at the giant robot's entire body, it seemed due to the passage of a very long time. And in the robot's abdomen, a steel spear, half of which had broken off, was thrust straight into the robot's body. It was obvious what kind of attack this ancient robot, which had attacked the Holy Land 200 years ago, had suffered. They said it was forced to shut down due to insufficient energy, but in fact this spear was the main reason it had not caused great damage to the Holy Land at that time. Looking at this giant steel robot resembling a Gundam, Lin Hao could not help feeling deeply moved. Although he had long seen this big guy in the original One Piece story, seeing it in reality for the first time still made him marvel at the terrifying technological capabilities of the mysterious kingdom that had vanished during the blank century. If this big guy were fully activated, even the kaiju from the movie Pacific Rim would probably be no match. The moment the giant ancient robot appeared before their eyes, Bei Jiapengku with his big head looked at Lin Hao with eyes full of hope. Lord Lin Hao, I have a bold idea. I want to use your power to awaken this big guy again. Although this is just my inference for now, if I don't try it will become a lifelong regret. Lord Qinglong, I need to borrow your power. Bei Jiapengku, although I agreed to help you, don't be desperate and try anything. Hearing Bei Jiapengku's plea, Lin Hao's forehead instantly showed a series of black lines. What the energy source of this ancient robot was remained an unsolved mystery. Since it fell into a deep sleep due to energy depletion 200 years ago, it only showed some reaction when Lu Fei displayed the mysterious Nika power on Egghead Island. Even after barely awakening, this ancient robot took no action other than wandering aimlessly on the chaotic Egghead Island, and its apology to Joy Boy had become a topic of endless discussion among countless fans. Lin Hao was not a rubber fruit user. Naturally, he could not unleash the mysterious power of the Nika sun god. But the next moment, Bei Jiapengku with a face full of hope made an inference that shocked everyone present. This old man also saw some unverified precious materials in O'Hara. They clearly recorded that the giant steel body was the servant of the sun god. Lord Lin Hao, when you executed Kaido, this old man sensed the power of the sun in your technique. Now please summon the sun again and let this giant ancient robot awaken. What? Summon the sun? Hearing Bei Jiapeng's request, everyone present stood frozen in place. They naturally knew what the world's greatest scientist was referring to. To outsiders, it was merely a fireball of immense power. But Bei Jiapeng, possessing scientific technology 500 years ahead of the current era, could clearly perceive an intensity comparable to the sun from that fireball, which had not yet fully expanded in the video. Looking at Bei Jiapeng, whose eyes were full of hope, Lin Hao immediately understood the other's thoughts. The power of the sun, huh? Although I don't possess such a miraculous thing, if it's just the technique I used that time, I can indeed try it again. Regarding Bei Jiapeng's inference, Lin Hao did not admit that he possessed a magic power called the sun within him. The merciless sun is a fireball magic released by Akainu, the sin of pride from the anime Shida Zue, who compresses the solar magic within his body to the extreme. Strictly speaking, although he currently only possessed 20 of Isaakinuo's constitution, that fireball did indeed contain a certain amount of the sun's power. But is the sun's magic really the same as that awakened Xiangjiao Guosher? Although the Xiangjiao Guosher after awakening is also called the Renren Guosher, Huansho Zhong Nika Tang Xingtai, but these are fundamentally different systems from two different worlds. Let me declare in advance it's almost noon now, and that technique will reach its peak power. If you don't take some specific protective measures, I'm afraid everyone present will be instantly vaporized. Don't worry about that. I have already made preparations. Even if the real sun descended, nothing would happen here. Hearing Lin Hao's warning, Beijiapank immediately took out several capsules that looked like canned drinks and threw them to everyone present except Lin Hao. In appearance, they resembled the transformation capsules of Germa 66. As soon as the capsules were in hand, they quickly transformed into a very well-fitting protective suit covering the entire body tightly, even including Beijiapank's huge head. This is a protective suit I specially developed for this experiment. With it even bathing in magma, you won't feel any temperature. As long as you don't take that fireball head on, it's absolutely safe. I see. Then you'll have to adapt. Without finishing his words, Lin Hao directly activated the unique solar magic of the Sin of Pride within his body. The next moment, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, a blazing red flame the size of a fingernail appeared on Lin Hao's fingertip. As soon as the flame appeared, the independent space created by the Minmin Guosher was immediately filled with a terrifying heat sufficient to make one faint instantly. Looking at the ancient robot lying quietly on the ground not far away, there was still no sign of awakening. Should we continue? Seeing that the merciless sun emitted by the solar magic had not achieved any effect, Lin Hao directly turned his head to look at Beijiapank and his group, who had already retreated far away. The protective suit is almost unaffected. Feel free to maximize the power of your technique. Having finally secured Lin Hao's assistance, Beijiapank, the world's greatest scientist, would not easily give up. Looking at Beijiapank's unwavering determination, Lin Hao wasted no more words. With a slight effort, he fully activated the solar magic within his body. In just a few seconds, the blazing red flame that was only the size of a fingernail quickly transformed into a towering fireball comparable to a house. In an instant, the temperature within the space of the Minmin Guosher was once again raised to a terrifying level. As Lin Hao urged the blazing red fireball to expand continuously, the merciless sun suddenly burst forth with a dazzling radiance like that of the sun. Hey, no way. Did it really succeed? The robot is reacting. Just as Lin Hao was considering whether to push the merciless sun to its maximum intensity. Not far in front of everyone, the eyes of the robot that had been lying flat like a heap of scrap metal suddenly emitted a faint glimmer of light. Immediately after, a strange fluctuation instantly permeated the independent space created by the Minmin Guosher. Sorry. Xiao Yi Bo Yi. Suddenly, along with that extremely peculiar fluctuation, a sorrowful sigh resounded throughout the entire space. Just as everyone in the Minmin Guosher space was marveling at the revival of the ancient robot, the giant robot that had been lying on the ground suddenly rose up, standing in an instant. Then, ignoring the sun-like scorching fireball, it raised its huge foot toward Beijiapank and the others not far away. Despicable impostors! You are not Xiao Yi Bo Yi. You are not worthy of this power. Before the sorrowful words faded, the colossal ancient robot slammed its enormous steel right foot down upon Beijiapank and the others below with crushing force. Looking for death. Seeing that the ancient robot, having just awakened, was about to attack, Lin Hao, who had been continuously unleashing the merciless sun, immediately reached out and instantly decomposed the blazing huge fireball into magic power, withdrawing it back into his body. Then, with a stomp, his body instantly appeared beside the ancient robot's massive head. At the same time, watching Lin Hao, who had quickly appeared at the robot's side with his fist raised. Feeling the rapid drop in temperature within the Minmin Guosher space, Admiral Huang Yuan also transformed his body into a golden light, instantly disappearing from his original spot. When he reappeared, Admiral Huang Yuan had already arrived at the other side of the ancient robot's massive head with his arms crossed before his chest, clearly in the starting stance of the Yasakani no Magatama. Hey, that's a very precious ancient robot. It's already severely damaged, don't break it. Seeing this scene, Beijiapank, completely unaware that he was still in danger, immediately panicked and begged the two Navy admirals loudly. Hearing Beijiapank's loud shout, Admiral Huang Yuan, whose mind had already been implanted with the command disc, immediately withdrew his flash fruit ability. If you die, what use is keeping it? But this is the key to unlocking that unknown history. Bang! Before the world's greatest scientist Beijiapank could finish his plea, a terrifying explosion, mixed with a sonic boom, suddenly erupted right beside the ancient robot's head. Amid the jaw-dropping expressions of shock, the ancient robot's head, larger than a house, instantly separated from its massive body. Then, like a cannonball from a barrel, it shot rapidly into the distance. The enormous head vanished swiftly into the depths of the Dordor Fruit's independent space, accompanied by a series of terrifying sonic booms. All of this left Vegapunk, Robin, and the others, who had barely escaped being crushed into a pulp by the ancient robot, utterly dumbfounded. Just how powerful was that ancient robot? Vegapunk, who had secretly preserved it, knew better than anyone. This was a being that had single-handedly stormed into the Holy Land 200 years ago. If not for its depleted energy, even if all the members of the God's Knights mobilized together subduing, it would have required considerable effort. Yet this young king of Dressrosa had actually blasted the ancient robot's massive head clean off its body with a single strike. Vegapunk had still harbored some doubts about the news reports that Lin Hao had severely wounded Kaido, the world's strongest creature, nearly to death. But after witnessing Lin Hao render the colossal ancient robot combat incapable with a single punch, Vegapunk, the world's foremost scientist, finally realized that he had underestimated the power of this monster Lin Hao. Vegapunk, you must understand, if you die, the truth of the blank century may never be uncovered. Even compared to important clues, your life should be the priority. Just as Vegapunk, his assistant Nico Robin, and his bodyguard Senamaru stood frozen in shock at Lin Hao's terrifying punch. Lin Hao, who had already returned to the ground, casually clapped his hands. He walked over to Vegapunk and delivered this cold warning. In an instant, though no wave of Conqueror's haki was felt, Vegapunk, who had just been protected by Lin Hao, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Lord Lin Hao. I understand. I was too impulsive just now. Under the pressure unconsciously released by Lin Hao, the world's top scientist Vegapunk had no intention of refuting. It's best that you, the world's top scientist, understand this. I brought you here and allowed you to have your way, not so you could sacrifice yourself for science so soon. Oh dear Lin Hao. You've scared Mr. Vegapunk. He's Dressrosa's chief scientist, seeing that Vegapunk had been thoroughly intimidated by him. Admiral Kizaru, who was already in cahoots with him, also timely played the good cop and bad cop. Lin Hao immediately put away the cold expression on his face. For such a precious talent as the world's top scientist, one cannot only give sweet rewards, but also need to give a slap at the right time. That iron head flew far away. I'm afraid you'll have to put some effort into retrieving it. I think you can repair it, right? Vegapunk. Just now Lin Hao had already been holding back with that strike. Otherwise the ancient robot would have suffered far more than just losing its head. Home repairs are barely possible, but its behavior pattern is still unclear. Looking at the fallen colossal body of the ancient robot, Vegapunk's exaggeratedly large head began to think rapidly, and he also took out his notebook to jot down notes continuously. It seems the power of the sun can indeed awaken this giant, but this is not the power that the ancient robot recognizes. To calm it down, we still need the power of Joy Boy. But it has already awakened. What is the difference between Lord Lin Hao's power and Joy Boy's? Damn it. If only we had more documents. For a moment, Vegapunk, the world's top scientist, once again fell into distress. These were no longer matters for Lin Hao and his group to worry about. With a new research direction, Senamaru and Vegapunk stayed in the Dordor fruit space to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and Admiral Kizaru, after leaving the Dordor fruit space, began to tour this cyberpunk-style tech city under Robin's guidance. It must be said that this tech city built by Vegapunk had already far surpassed the development level of Earth before transmigration. Having such a futuristic tech city in his own country, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Hao not to be envious. At this moment, he had already formed his own idea. He must transform all of Dressrosa into a first-class technological power on par with the city. With this in mind, Lin Hao, while curiously exploring the tech city, asked the respectful Robin beside him, "Nico Robin, I value your planning ability. Now I need you to give me some advice. Is it about the construction plan for Dressrosa?" For Lin Hao's inquiry, the astute Nico Robin immediately guessed his thoughts. Hehehe. Talking to smart people is so easy, unlike that Kizaru who just follows me around slacking off. Hey. Lin Hao, that kind of talk really hurts me. I'm in charge of the entire military affairs of Dressrosa now. If someone really attacks, you'll still have to rely on me, okay? Hearing Lin Hao's exposed like jab, Admiral Kizaru's face flushed with embarrassment, and he immediately retorted with a guilty conscience. As for Lin Hao, he simply rolled his eyes at the guy. Putting you in charge of Dressrosa's military affairs. How is that any different from a paid vacation? Back then it was you, old man, who shamelessly came to me on your own accord. Watching Lin Hao and Kizaru banter with each other, Nico Robin, the devil child, couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering on the side. However, she didn't dare to delay even a moment in responding to Lin Hao's question. Lord Lin Hao, to build Dressrosa into such a technological nation, a huge amount of funds is absolutely necessary. If we rule out the violent method of plundering at sea, then we'd better enrich our funds through some trade activities. Need money. That is indeed a problem. Do you have any good suggestions on how to expand Dressrosa's trade activities? Hearing Robin's answer, Lin Hao immediately realized the importance of sufficient berry in the world of pirates. Dressrosa was still in the reconstruction phase. Clearing ruins, rebuilding houses, resettling victims. All these required enormous financial support. This didn't even include the terrifying expenses needed for Vegapunk to create the Cosense clones for him. If on this basis Dressrosa was to be developed into a technological nation like the future island, the required funds would certainly be no small amount. Relying solely on the tens of billions of berry he had extorted from the world government would probably only be enough to turn Dressrosa into a relatively wealthy country after reconstruction. As Lin Hao's private power, this was far from enough. On this point, he needed to refer to Nico Robin's advice. Hearing Lin Hao's question, Nico Robin's beautiful face immediately lowered in contemplation. After a moment, she looked up at Lin Hao, a confident and charming smile already spreading across her face. Since it's about trade, naturally the most profitable goods are those that can be monopolized. As long as you firmly control the monopolized supply source, you can obtain inexhaustible wealth. I think with Lord Lin Hao's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain monopolies on some necessary goods, right? I see. Thanks to your reminder, I have a somewhat immature idea in mind. Hearing Robin's suggestion, Lin Hao pondered for a moment, and a slight upward curve immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Lin Hao had an idea, Robin and Kizaru immediately began to wait curiously for his answer. What could be the monopoly commodity that this top-tier powerhouse had his eyes on? What do you think? Of sea prism stone. Sea prism stone. Upon hearing that Lin Hao intended to trade sea prism stone across the Grand Line, both Nico Robin and Admiral Kizaru displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Sea prism stone was an exceptionally effective means of combating devil fruit users in the pirate world. For ordinary people who could not use haki, it was their only hope against devil fruit ability users. In Impel Down, the notorious prison renowned throughout the pirate world, nearly all the imprisoned devil fruit ability users were equipped with a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. As soon as a devil fruit user came into contact with sea prism stone, not only would they instantly lose their fruit abilities, but they would also be drained of all their physical strength by the powerful energy contained within the stone. With such miraculous properties, sea prism stone was naturally a highly sought-after commodity among all factions across the Grand Line. If someone could secure exclusive control over its supply chain, then even the world government would have to lower their stance toward them. Yet this crucial material for countering devil fruit users was produced exclusively in Wano country, a nation under long-standing isolation that was controlled by Kaido's beast pirates, one of the four emperors. Due to its prolonged isolationist policy, the export of sea prism stone was severely restricted, and even the small quantities that occasionally leaked out were eagerly snapped up by various factions at exorbitant prices. As for the unique processing and refining techniques that Wano's craftsmen possessed for handling sea prism stone, not a single detail had ever been leaked. Lin Hao remembered this very clearly. In the original One Piece story, the sea prism stone handcuffs worn by devil fruit user inmates at Rabbit Tribe prison in Wano were specially refined products that could strip away fruit abilities while preserving the user's physical strength. Of course, this was not due to any kindness from the prison warden, but simply to keep those devil fruit user prisoners capable of enduring high-intensity labor. If sea prism stone could be established as a trade commodity for Dressrosa, then Dressrosa would never have to worry about financial matters again. Sea prism stone is indeed an excellent choice, but it originates from Wano country. If Kaido returns to Wano and mounts a full-scale defense, obtaining it will likely prove troublesome for us. Upon hearing Lin Hao's assessment, Nico Robin immediately furrowed her brow. After all, Wano country had long maintained a policy of strict seclusion, and the outside world knew absolutely nothing about what lay within its borders. Proceeding without caution would introduce too many uncertainties. Lin Hao had already become her most important asset. Although she knew this handsome young man possessed formidable strength, she still needed to eliminate every possible unfavorable contingency. Watching Nico Robin's earnest contemplation, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile faintly. The next moment, Admiral Kizaru's response left the clever woman known as the Child of the Devil utterly speechless. That Kaido, he can never return to Wano country because he's currently still locked up and impelled down. Well, what are you saying? Weren't you the one who severely injured Kaido and sent him fleeing for dead? Lord Lin Hao is Mr. Kizaru telling the truth. After several seconds of shock, Robin snapped out of it and immediately turned to Lin Hao, asking her question with visible astonishment. Her voice had even grown shrill, losing its usual elegance. Kizaru is correct. That guy was indeed severely injured and near death by my hand, but he didn't escape. He lost consciousness and was captured and sent to impel down. Seeing Robin's shocked expression, Lin Hao could only helplessly reveal the truth about that execution operation. Upon receiving confirmation directly from Lin Hao himself, Nico Robin, who had already been utterly stunned, suddenly lost all composure. Who was Kaido? He was the veritable strongest creature in the world, and he had been severely injured by Lin Hao and captured and impelled down. That young king standing before her likely hadn't even used his full strength back then. Otherwise, how could the strongest creature on the seas who had personally assaulted Marineford be reduced to mere near death? For a brief moment, Robin's iconic exaggerated expression from the Wano arc in the original manga seemed to materialize before Lin Hao's eyes. But once she regained her senses, Nico Robin's devastated expression instantly transformed into sheer excitement. With the sharp intelligence of a veteran who had navigated the Grand Line since childhood, she naturally understood the world government's purpose in releasing this smoke bomb, to prevent the Grand Line from descending into chaos. Excellent. If Kaido is not present to command Wano's defenses, then the remaining armed forces in Wano would be meaningless against Lord Lin Hao. The Sea Prism Stone plan is completely viable. The key now is speed. If other factions on the sea get there first, it will create countless complications. Watching Nico Robin's excited expression, Lin Hao also stretched his arms widely. Making profit through trade. Your thinking is much more reliable. Without further delay, let's prepare and set off immediately. Upon hearing Lin Hao praise her directly, the usually aloof Nico Robin immediately felt a wave of blush spread across her face. Handsome, exceptionally powerful, and amiable. No young woman could resist such qualities in front of Lin Hao. She was already 25 years old, hardly fitting the description of a young maiden in Lin Hao's presence. Just as the group was preparing to discuss the matters related to departing for Wano country, the Den Den Mushi in Lin Hao's pocket suddenly began ringing urgently. Pulling it out and taking a look, Lin Hao immediately broke into a smile. Because the expression mimicked by that Den Den Mushi was none other than one of the 5 elders, Satoru, who had previously reached a telepathic clone leasing agreement with him. Observing Satoru's anxious expression, Lin Hao smiled faintly and slowly picked up the receiver. Without a doubt, he could extract another hefty sum from the world government. May I ask if this is Admiral Qinglong? Are you busy at the moment? The moment the call connected, Satoru on the other end asked in an unusually gentle tone. Thanks to Satan's example, the 5 elders' attitude toward Lin Hao had become exceptionally courteous. Lin Hao was one of the few people who could make them set aside their pride. I'm not particularly busy, but I prefer to get straight to the point. State your business quickly. Lin Hao had no intention of coddling the 5 elders. Their current courtesy toward him was entirely due to his terrifying strength. If he were merely an ordinary person, he would have long perished at their hands countless times. Upon hearing such crude language, Robin and Kizaru, standing not far from Lin Hao, both wore expressions of envious admiration. There was probably no second person in this world who would dare speak to the 5 elders this way. This was what having true strength meant, the freedom to do as one pleased. Within the ancient city of Pengu on the Holy Land, the 5 old men standing at the pinnacle of worldly power gathered around the Den Den Mushi. Aside from Satoru, whose head was still wrapped in bandages, the other 4 members of the 5 elders all wore extraordinarily grim expressions. Yet upon seeing Lin Hao's utterly arrogant expression on the Den Den Mushi, they did not dare even breathe, heavily terrified of provoking him. After all this time, they had truly encountered an unprecedented crisis and wanted Lin Hao, their strongest combatant, to help resolve it. Admiral Qinglong is correct. Time is precious, so I will be direct. Despite the throbbing veins crisscrossing his forehead like tree roots, Satoru's tone did not show the slightest hint of defiance. The next moment, news emerged from the Den Den Mushi that slightly surprised Lin Hao, but left Robin and Kizaru utterly stunned. According to reports from Impel Down, Kaido, who was previously imprisoned there by Admiral Qinglong, suddenly woke up several days ago. He is now wreaking havoc throughout the prison, and neither Magellan, Akainu, nor Aokiji can stop him. If this continues, that troublesome fellow will likely escape from Impel Down. This time, we will need Admiral Qinglong's intervention again. Normally, mobilizing a Marine Admiral only required Fleet Commander Sengoku's authorization. But Lin Hao was no longer merely a Marine Admiral. He was also the king of Dressrosa, a nation affiliated with the world government. Such a status naturally required the involvement of the world government's upper echelons. Oh, that Kaido is causing trouble at Impel Down. Upon hearing Satoru's request, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth immediately curled upward. Another opportunity to profit from both sides. Conquering territory is easy, but holding on to it is hard. I cannot handle this matter. Aren't you aware that Kaido is one of the current 4 emperors of the sea? Let the Marines, who are full of powerful fighters, deal with this. Admiral Qinglong, please do not joke. As long as you intervene, this matter will be thoroughly resolved. Name your price, and we can discuss it slowly. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, the 5 old men holding the highest authority at the other end of the Den Den Mushi were immediately startled. Although in terms of combat strength deployment, Magellan and 2 Marine Admirals rotating duty at Impel Down should prevent him from causing significant damage. But if Kaido were to attempt a full-force escape, none of them could stop him. This matter absolutely required Lin Hao's intervention. For a moment, the 5 elders on the Holy Land were thrown into panic. But the next moment, Lin Hao's words left them momentarily speechless. Ha ha ha, you elders need not worry. I was merely joking. When the world government has difficulties and comes to me, I will naturally not refuse. However, Kaido is the recognized strongest creature in the world. If you want me to intervene, the price goes up. More money. As long as Azure Dragon Admiral can completely silence that Kaido fellow, you may name any conditions. Although he knew that the price Lin Hao would demand would be exorbitantly high and there was absolutely no room for bargaining. But Ma Zisheng reluctantly agreed nonetheless. After all, that was the Emperor of the Sea, Kaido. Apart from this formidable Azure Dragon Admiral, no one else could possibly accomplish this task. Not even Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Listening to the tone from the transponder snail that was already somewhat forced and bravado-filled, Lin Hao's lips curled slightly upward. He didn't bother with any politeness. First, I want 10 times Kaido's bounty as my reward. What? Upon hearing Lin Hao's demand, whether it was the 5 elders on the other end of the call, or Admiral Huang Yuan and Nai Kaluo Bin standing not far from Lin Hao, their faces were all stunned, jaws practically dropping to the floor. At present, the Emperor Kaido's bounty was 6 billion berry, so 10 times that would be 46 billion berry. He had already made a demand when Kaido was thrown into Tue Jincheng before. The other 4 all had dark expressions with streaks of black flame constantly swirling around their entire bodies. If not for being inside the Pangu castle of the Holy Land, these old men at the pinnacle of world power would surely have transformed and gone on a rampage to vent their fury. Such outrageous demands. Were they directly treating the world government as an ATM, getting paid twice for handling one pirate? Was there no justice? Was there no law? Moreover, this Azure Dragon Admiral, he just said first, didn't he? This brat actually has more conditions. Thinking of this, Matsi Sheng, holding the transponder snail, suppressed the rage in his heart, not daring to show the slightest displeasure in his tone toward Azure Dragon Admiral. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan and Luo Bin beside Lin Hao were completely stunned. These 2 ministers of Delusi Luo Sa were utterly dumbfounded. Someone daring to extort the 5 elders like this. It was absolutely unheard of throughout history. No problem, I accept this condition. Please state your next condition. Matsi Sheng's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, yet his face was exceedingly gentle. He was afraid that Lin Hao on the other end of the transponder snail would detect any dissatisfaction. Second, very simple. After the Tue Jincheng business is finished, I want the Delusi Luo Sa army to station in Hajigua. As for what I do inside, the world government must not interfere in the slightest. What? You want a station in Kaido's Hajigua? Hearing this demand from Lin Hao, even with his fury constantly suppressed, Matsi Sheng couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Hajigua? What kind of place was that? Was because the 5 elders wanted the world government to slowly devour this huge piece of fat, like a frog, in slowly boiling water without disturbing the situation at sea. Yet before they could make a move, Azure Dragon Admiral had already set his sights on it. At this time, Hajigua was only guarded by Kaido's 3 calamities. If Azure Dragon Admiral attacked, it would be a piece of cake. If they agreed to his demand, wouldn't that mean the world government would lose such a tempting morsel that was already at their lips? Lin Hao's impatient voice made their hearts jolt instantly. My time is precious. If you don't give me a definite answer quickly, just hang up and stop wasting time. All right, we agree to your demands. Azure Dragon Admiral, you must absolutely handle things thoroughly. Seeing that Lin Hao's tone was already growing impatient. Now that's the caliber of the world government, don't be impatient, I'll set off for Tue Jincheng right away with the conditions settled. Lin Hao smiled slightly, then, without giving the other party a chance to say more, he unilaterally hung up the transponder snail. Back in Pangu Castle, the 5 old men at the pinnacle of world power were completely enraged. Lin Hao's arrogant demeanor had infuriated them utterly, yet they simply couldn't do anything about him. For a moment, these old fellows didn't care where they were. They immediately smashed the luxurious living room in Pangu Castle to pieces. In an instant, terrifying, violent fluctuations erupted from the reception hall where the 5 elders were. Meanwhile, all the attendants outside the room were so frightened that they dared not make a single extra sound, afraid of being caught in their wrath. After a moment, having vented, the old men, realizing they had lost their composure, immediately calmed down. What do you think? Will Azure Dragon Admiral really handle things properly this time? The first to speak was Science Defense Warrior God Satan Sheng among the 5 elders. Because the wound on his head had not yet healed properly, his anger had aggravated the injury, and he was the first to calm down. Hearing Satan Sheng's question, Nezushiro Sheng, holding a long sword, also recovered from his horsebone form. This is already the most powerful lineup so far. Whichever side fails, it benefits us. A top-tier combat power that slips out of control is at most a ticking time bomb. But, seeing Nezushiro Sheng's gloomy expression, the face of Matsi Sheng, who had earlier been responsible for the conversation with Lin Hao, immediately showed an extremely worried expression. If that Azure Dragon Admiral really succeeds, will he come and cause trouble for us? This was a decision we 5 made together. Now you want to back out. Hearing Matsi Sheng's worry bite, Sheng beside him immediately scolded him. This decision was made by all of us. If that Azure Dragon Admiral really succeeds, at worst we 5 can apologize to him together. If that doesn't work, we can ask Lord M to intervene. What's the use of regretting now? Regardless of the outcome, this is a huge gamble for us. I hope things don't get out of hand in the end. Looking at the suddenly worried old Min Wokieli Sheng, who had remained silent all along among the 5 elders, couldn't help but voice his concern. No matter the outcome of Azure Dragon Admiral's action, this time the Grand Line was destined to be anything but calm. That evening, at the port of De Lucy Luosa, Lin Hao and his party had boarded the extremely luxurious private warship. There were quite a number of people traveling with Lin Hao this time. After all, his ultimate target was still Haji Guo, located in the New World. BRRR. Suddenly, just as the magnificent private warship was leaving the port and heading toward Tue Jinsheng. Looking at the familiar face mimicked by the transponder snail, Huang Yuan, who was already lying on a lounge chair preparing to enjoy some sunbathing, immediately showed a look of disgust. Then he directly placed this private one-on-one transponder snail in plain sight. Yo, old Chi Quan actually called you. This is really a rarity. Looking at Huang Yuan's extremely disgusted expression, Lin Hao smiled slightly and couldn't help teasing him. Hey, don't you dare doubt the strength of our bond. When this guy calls me, it's never anything good. Hearing Lin Hao's teasing remark, the disgust on Admiral Huang Yuan's face grew even more pronounced. Yet constrained by their collegial relationship, he had no choice but to answer the Den Den Mushi. After grumbling helplessly for a moment, Admiral Huang Yuan picked up the Den Den Mushi. Oh my, if it isn't my old friend Sakaski. What business brings you to call me so suddenly? Lying back in his recliner, Admiral Huang Yuan's tone dripped with the utmost sarcasm. Seeing Admiral Huang Yuan's expression of utter disdain, Lin Hao, Zhan Tao Wan, and the rest of the crew could not suppress their snickers, though they made no sound. Among the crowd, only Luo Bin wore a grim expression. Clearly she knew all too well what Chi Quan had done during the O'Hara incident back then. Bolu Solinuo dropped that flippant attitude. There's a crucial mission for you. Despite his irritation at Huang Yuan's mockery, Sakaski refrained from lashing out directly. Then, as if struck by a thought, Sakaski on the other end of the Den Den Mushi suddenly lowered his voice. Bolu Solinuo, are there any others around you right now? A world government mission that can't be spoken openly. Since when did you become so sneaky? Relax, I'm in the lounge now. No one's around. Facing his fellow Admiral Chi Quan, Huang Yuan's lie rolled off his tongue without hesitation. With a face that showed neither flush nor fluster, no hint of guilt, as if the deck crowded with onlookers truly held only him. All the better then. Listen closely, Bolu Solinuo. I'll say this only once. The world government's task for you is to assist us in erasing Admiral Qing Long from history entirely. What did you say? Hearing the mission assigned by Admiral Chi Quan over the Den Den Mushi, the previously relaxed Huang Yuan, lounging in his chair, sprang up with a carp-like leap of shock. The world government is going to make a move on Admiral Qing Long. Sakaski, you can't be joking about this. If you want to court death, don't drag me into it. At that moment, on the deck of the opulent private warship, aside from Lin Hao himself, who showed only slight surprise, nearly everyone else wore expressions of utter shock, just like Admiral Huang Yuan. Yet only Huang Yuan voiced his astonishment. Bolu Solinuo, this is no joke. It is a direct order from the Wu Laoxing themselves. Sakaski was not at all surprised by Huang Yuan's shock. After all, he had been taken aback himself when he first received the mission. But upon learning of the Wu Laoxing's deployment, Chi Quan, who had long harbored resentment after being soundly thrashed by Lin Hao, decided to take a gamble. Actually, Kai Duo hasn't started a riot. He just keeps shouting every day about getting revenge on Admiral Qing Long after his hands were crippled. So the higher-ups went along with it and struck a deal with that guy, using Kai Duo's strength to secretly eliminate Qing Long. Of course, Kai Duo alone isn't enough. To ensure the success of this operation, aside from that stubborn Pluto Lely, almost all the prisoners on level 6 of Tue Jinsheng have received secret pardons from the Wu Laoxing. As long as they successfully join forces to wipe out Qing Long, they will regain their freedom on the Great Sea. Naturally, besides those prisoners, we 3 admirals of the Navy have also received the same directive. Though allying with pirates is distasteful, Admiral Qing Long poses a far greater threat. This operation is top secret. Only those of admiral rank and above know about it. Don't let the information leak. Chi Quan spoke at breakneck speed, revealing the entire plan of the Wu Laoxing without pausing for breath. Then, without giving Admiral Huang Yuan a chance to ask questions, he waved his hand and slammed the receiver of the Den Den Mushi back down. In the Admiral's office at Navy headquarters, Chi Quan stared at the Den Den Mushi lying quietly on the desk, a sinister grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Bolu Solinuo, the message has been delivered directly to you. Let's see how you slack off and play act this time. With so many people involved in this operation, I refuse to believe we can't take down that Admiral Qing Long. On the other side, aboard the opulent private warship that had already left the port of De Lucy Luosa, Admiral Huang Yuan, holding the Den Den Mushi, stood frozen with a look of utter petrification. Beside him, Luo Bin Zhan Tao Wan and the crew members who had followed Lin Hao were all petrified in place. 100 Beasts Kai Duo, all the criminals from level 6 of 2A Jin Sheng, plus the 3 admirals of Navy headquarters. Had the world government really assembled this lineup to deal with Lin Hao? This was utterly absurd. Just how terrified of Lin Hao had the world government become? If war truly broke out, could their king Lin Hao really escape unscathed? And wouldn't the world government be ridiculed by everyone for doing something like this to their own peak combatant? At that moment, everyone on the ship except Lin Hao wore a grim expression. As for Admiral Huang Yuan, the Navy Admiral had already cursed every female relative of Sakaski's family 10,000 times in his heart. Couldn't you have told me such a thing in private when we met? Did you have to shout it so loudly over the din din mushi? And you actually believed me when I said there was no one around. Even an idiot would know that's impossible. That damned bastard probably wanted to use this chance to get rid of me too. Looking at the shocked crew on the deck and Lin Hao's serene smile, Admiral Huang Yuan forced a smile that was uglier than tears. Lin Hao, you know me. I'm absolutely on your side. Of course I know. So, what do you plan to do? Watching the beads of sweat on Huang Yuan's face grow from raindrops into a waterfall, Lin Hao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Though Lin Hao showed no killing intent at that moment, the aura radiating from his entire being intimidated Admiral Huang Yuan into a cold sweat. This was the biological instinct caused by the chasm of strength. He could neither flee nor fight. For a moment, Admiral Huang Yuan's mind went completely blank, but in the next instant, seeing that Lin Hao had no intention of making things difficult for him, Admiral Huang Yuan's expression, which had been uglier than a car crash, instantly turned righteous. If the world government were giving orders directly to a Navy Admiral, the Wu Laoxing should have contacted me personally. Admiral Qi Quan is guilty of the gravest crime, daring to forge the orders of the Wu Laoxing. Once we reach 2A Jin Sheng, I will thoroughly teach that scoundrel a lesson. None of you try to stop me. This time, Lin Hao, even you can't protect him. I said so. Watching the Navy Admiral rapidly pledge his loyalty, Lin Hao couldn't help but silently marvel at how quick the man was to react. But out loud, not wanting to lose this friend, he went along with the flow. Exactly. It must be that Qi Quan with his audacity is falsifying the orders of the Wu Laoxing. When the time comes, old brother, don't go easy on him. After we deal with Kai Duo, we still have to go to Hijigua. Of course. Looking at Lin Hao's harmless smile, Admiral Huang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, while silently cursing the Wu Laoxing for being fools. If you want to die, go ahead and die yourselves. I'm not cannon fodder for you to push around. What about the rest of you? After securing Huang Yuan's position, Lin Hao turned his smiling gaze to the others. I only listened to Uncle Bei Jiaopeng Ko. He's now a scientist in Delacy Luo Sa, so you're my boss. Protecting you means protecting him. I'm definitely with you. It was only after Lord Lin Hao came here that everyone started living well. We'll always follow Lord Lin Hao. Exactly. The Delacy Luo Sa of today is the real Delacy Luo Sa. We only follow Lord Lin Hao. The Navy is not to be trusted. Hearing Lin Hao's question, Zhan Tao Wan and Luo Bin, who had come along this time, immediately stated their stance. And the crew members on the warship were even more impassioned, venting their indignation at the world government's betrayal, just as the crew on deck were fervently declaring their support for their king to the end. The din din mushi in Lin Hao's pocket, used for direct communication between admirals, began to ring with a blur blur sound. Seeing the familiar face on the din din mushi, Lin Hao smiled faintly. Then he picked up the receiver. If it isn't old brother Qing Ji. Long time no see. Is there something you need from me? Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar face on the din din mushi, Lin Hao couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. Compared to Akainu, Aokiji was undoubtedly the more dovish figure among the Marines. He still maintained certain principles in his actions, never exterminating all pirates without mercy. In the original One Piece story, this Marine who steadfastly upheld justice once spared the innocent Nico Robin during the destruction of O'Hara. On Long Ring Long Land, he showed leniency toward the Straw Hat Pirates who had helped the stilt-walking old man. Especially 2 years after the Paramount War, this Marine Admiral who had always adhered to justice even resigned from the Marines due to his dissatisfaction with the world government's actions. According to Akainu, the order from the world government to surround Lin Hao would only be issued to Admiral-level personnel at Marine headquarters. At that moment, Aokiji's call came through. Could it be that he intends to? Admiral Azure Dragon. This matter is urgent. There's no time to explain. If you've only just left Dressrosa, please turn back immediately. This mission is not as simple as it seems. The din din mushi had just connected when Aokiji's anxious voice came through. Watching the din din mushi perfectly mimic Aokiji's worried expression, Lin Hao's curiosity was piqued. Lin Hao's admiration for Aokiji rose a notch. The order to surround him was a secret directive from the world government. If he managed to escape midway, it would be easy to trace who leaked the information. After all, the instructions were only given to a few people. Once discovered, Aokiji would face severe punishment. Looking at Aokiji's anxious face on the den mushy, Lin Hao smiled faintly and decided to stop pretending. I know that Kaido isn't the only one in Impelled Down, right? So you three admirals are probably going to help the vicious criminals as well, aren't you? How do you know all this? Hearing Lin Hao's teasing reply, Aokiji, who was at Marine headquarters, broke out in a sweat as fine as rain. He had originally intended to risk helping Lin Hao survive this calamity. After all, among the current Marines, only Admiral Azure Dragon, a powerhouse, could fully uphold justice. If he fell in this conspiracy, would there ever be such absolute justice in the world government again? He had already prepared himself to face punishment from above. But Admiral Azure Dragon already knew everything. In an instant, Aokiji's expression turned extremely awkward. The clown turned out to be himself. Before you, your colleague Akainu already told me. Lin Hao lounged comfortably on the deck chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. A perfect revenge plan had already formed in his mind. Akainu, that guy wants to kill you, so why would he tip you off? Hearing Lin Hao's laughter, the already confused Admiral Aokiji became even more bewildered. But before he could ask further, Lin Hao cut him off. Alright, now answer a few questions for me that'll help me get through this. What's the situation in Impelled Down right now? And where are you? Currently, not only the prisoners on the 6th floor have been released, but also the inmates from the upper 5 floors are involved in this operation. As for the Marine personnel, they have all evacuated Impelled Down. The Marine fleet has surrounded the prison, ready to suppress any pirates who come out. Those warships are probably aimed at me, not the pirates, right? Hearing Lin Hao's remark, Aokiji's face flushed with embarrassment, because those combat fleets were indeed a contingency plan to prevent Lin Hao from escaping after completing the mission, though he didn't think they would be effective against Azure Dragon. What about the 3 admirals? Kizaru should be with you now. I'm still at Marine headquarters, and will head to Impelled Down shortly. As for Admiral Akainu, he will enter Impelled Down ahead of time to assist Azure Dragon in dealing with the pirates. I see. Lin Hao's inquiries were answered fully by Aokiji, who held nothing back. But Lin Hao's face twisted into a cold sneer. Assist? More like stab him in the back during the fight. You old bastards trying to cheat in this game. Don't blame me for flipping the table. Thanks for the warning. Here's a tip: when I start acting, just stay put in the fleet, and don't enter Impelled Down, Lin Hao said with a smile, before hanging up the den mushy. In the Admiral's office at Marine headquarters, Aokiji held the receiver of the den mushy with dark lines streaking down his forehead. Era. Angering Azure Dragon is going to make for quite a show. On Lin Hao's private warship. Seeing Lin Hao still lying lazily on the deck chair, soaking up the sun, the crew members suggested returning immediately or heading to Wano country. But Lin Hao casually waved off their well-meaning suggestions, indicating that there was no problem. Then he turned to look at Admiral Kizaru, who was now tense and no longer lounging on the deck chair. Old pal Kizaru, you're still an admiral, right? You've still got that golden thing, don't you? Let me use it, huh? What golden thing? Hearing Lin Hao's question, the already nervous Admiral Kizaru instinctively shrank back, afraid that the King of Dressrosa might hit him without warning. But after realizing what Lin Hao meant by the golden thing, his face instantly showed a jaw-dropping shock. Whoa, Lin Hao, no way. Are you planning to destroy the entire Impelled Down? Borsellino, don't put it so harshly. To prevent those vicious pirates from wreaking havoc on the seas, it's a necessary sacrifice for justice. Looking at Lin Hao's lazy demeanor on the deck chair, Admiral Kizaru broke out in a cold sweat like a waterfall. One day later, Lin Hao's ornate private warship arrived at the perimeter of Impelled Down in the calm belt. At that time, no fewer than 100 Marine warships equipped with massive cannons surrounded the underwater prison that held the world's most vicious criminals, forming an impenetrable blockade. Upon seeing Lin Hao's private warship, all nearby warships immediately made way. On the private warship, Lin Hao stood at the bow. Beside him were Robin, Kizaru, Sentamaru, and others standing respectfully. Looking at the massive Impelled Down standing like a steel beast on the sea, a slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Then he took out a golden miniature den mushy from his pocket and said to Robin, here's a chance to avenge O'Hara. Press this button. What? Upon hearing Lin Hao utter the word O'Hara, Nico, Robin's face immediately displayed a look of shock. The O'Hara incident was a thorn in Robin's heart, and even more so her deepest psychological trauma. For all these years, the scholars of O'Hara had been branded as criminals by the world government, bearing baseless charges while enduring the curses and scorn of the masses. Robin's greatest wish now was to carry on O'Hara's research and finally unravel the historical mysteries that Dr. Clover had never solved. As for seeking revenge for those great scholars who had perished unjustly, Robin, who had lived a life filled with betrayal and being betrayed since childhood, had never even dared to entertain such thoughts. Gazing at Lin Hao's handsome, smiling face and reflecting on all the humiliations and injustices she had endured throughout her life, this formidable woman who had always projected an image of aloofness and strength, found her heart suddenly aching. A mist instantly filled her eyes, blurring her vision. After a moment, Robin composed herself and gradually steeled her emotions. Looking at the golden den mushy Lin Hao extended toward her, Robin could not help but ask curiously, "Lord Lin Hao, what is the function of this den mushy?" "Buster call." "What?" Those three simple words sent Robin and the crew members nearby into shock all over again. As for Kizaru, he wore an expression of utter despair. Since he had only recently been appointed as a Marine Admiral, the golden den mushy for Lin Hao was still being crafted. By the time the den mushy was completed, Lin Hao had already become the king of Dressrosa. According to regulations, kings of world government member nations were prohibited from possessing den mushies, so that golden den mushy belonging to Lin Hao had remained at Marine headquarters. The Buster Call was the Navy's most devastating strike, formed by 5 warships with the strongest firepower configurations designed to annihilate an entire area. Once deployed, it unleashed destruction on a scale capable of wiping out nations. Both the former O'Hara and Barthélemy, known as the Devil's Son, had fallen victim to its devastating firepower. These world-altering forces had all been crushed beneath the Buster Call's relentless bombardment. Their king, seeking retribution for the world government's treacherous betrayal after using them, was now contemplating launching a full Buster Call to obliterate Impelled Down itself. It was simply too madness-inducing. "What? Too afraid?" Lin Hao observed Robin, whose face was a mixture of shock and concern. Lin Hao merely smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Everything shall be done according to Lord Lin Hao's wishes." Despite his seemingly harmless smile, Robin's expression shifted. Robin initially paused, then a dark gleam appeared on her face. She had hesitated to press that button before because she feared it would implicate Lin Hao in something far beyond his station. But now that Lin Hao himself was prepared to defy the world government, what right did she have to fear? With this realization, Robin fiercely wiped away the tears from her eyes, then, without hesitation, pressed the special button on the golden den mushy. Instantly, a massive alarm echoed across all the Navy warships present. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters within the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku, who had just been savoring his oolong tea, spat it all out in shock. On his desk, the silver den mushy dedicated to receiving Buster Call signals was already emitting a strange, buzzing transmission. This signal was broadcast simultaneously to all naval combat units. Once received, it meant the Buster Call had entered a 10-minute countdown to activation. The Buster Call, Navy's most devastating regional strike weapon. Damn it! Who has activated the Buster Call? What on earth is happening? Gazing at the silver den mushy on his desk, now continuously pulsing with urgency, veins bulged on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's forehead. Meanwhile, at the Marineford port of Marine headquarters, 10 top-tier warships armed with the Navy's most advanced artillery began racing toward Impelled Down at maximum speed. Beyond Impelled Down's outer perimeter, the naval soldiers aboard the surrounding vessels grew increasingly panicked. For the signal of the impending Buster Call had blared unmistakably through every ship's command room, just as the sailors scrambled to maneuver their warships away from Impelled Down's outer waters. A commanding voice suddenly cut through the chaos, instantly steadying the flustered naval personnel. Following the sound, they realized it emanated from that magnificent vessel now positioned at the outer perimeter of the Impelled Down encirclement. And its source was none other than Aokiji, the Navy's most formidable commander to date. Soldiers' attention. Upon hearing Lin Hao's command, nearly every sailor aboard each warship snapped to rigid attention and rendered precise formal salutes toward him. The title, Admiral Aokiji, carried immense weight in the current Navy. In a remarkably short span, he had imprisoned Rayleigh, the former pirate King Roger's first mate, within Impelled Down, and expelled Doflamingo from Dressrosa. He had even severely wounded Kaido, one of the 4 emperors known as the world's strongest creature, leaving him near death. With such overwhelming power present, all naval personnel felt an undeniable sense of security, though he had not resorted to conqueror's haki or similar techniques to forcibly quell their agitation. The sheer aura of his formidable strength produced an effect 1,000 times more potent than any intimidation haki could achieve. With the Navy's ultimate combat force stationed there, morale surged instantly among the soldiers. "Tell me, soldiers, what kind of people are inside those walls?" "They are pirates, the most vicious criminals upon these seas." Upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, the sailors aboard the various warships responded in unison, their voices ringing out loud. And what consequences would follow if they escaped? Chaos would reign upon the seas, and innocent people would suffer. Witnessing Lin Hao's righteous countenance, every naval soldier cast aside their fears completely. Lin Hao's uncompromising approach toward pirates reminded them of the very justice they had once aspired to when they joined the Navy. Observing the absolute obedience from all the naval soldiers, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Hao's face. Now then, those vicious scum within intend to break free, bring ruin to these seas, and slaughter the innocent people we have sworn to protect. What punishment do they deserve? Death. 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 Lin Hao's 3 questions had completely ignited the soldiers' morale. Behind Lin Hao, Admiral Kizaru maintained a forced composure, though he dared not imagine the terrible events about to unfold. For he knew that at this very moment Admiral Akainu was still within Impelled Down, conspiring with those pirates to ambush and eliminate Lin Hao. The internal details of this operation had not been disseminated to anyone below the rank of Admiral, so aside from their small group, no one else in the Navy was aware. Even Magellan, the former warden of Impelled Down, had been withdrawn from the facility beforehand. These enraged naval soldiers believed they were simply responding to a routine pirate uprising. Excellent. You are all true sons of the Navy. Now follow my orders. Withdraw your vessels beyond the Buster Call's blast radius, but maintain the encirclement. All ships will coordinate with the Buster Call to ensure these pirates are captured in one sweep. Understood. Understood. Immediately under Lin Hao's command, all naval warships began withdrawing rapidly, while maintaining their formation around Impelled Down. Minutes later, 10 Buster Call warships, armed with the Navy's most devastating firepower, passed through the Gate of Justice and positioned themselves outside the encirclement line. Beholding those 10 floating fortresses, each significantly larger than any other vessel, and surging forward like leviathans of the sea, every naval soldier present could only swallow hard in awe. Today, together with the Buster Call, they would deliver absolute justice upon the most vicious pirates imprisoned within Impelled Down. Upon spotting the young figure on that magnificent warship acknowledging them from within the encirclement, the 5 vice admirals responsible for executing the Buster Call immediately returned the gesture with utmost respect. Then in perfect unison they issued orders to their subordinates behind them. Prepare fire support. Target, Impelled Down. Meanwhile, in the corridors of Impelled Down's 6th-level, prisoners who had long plagued Warden Magellan were being released from their cells. Before them stood Admiral Akainu, clad in a red suit with the Navy's justice cape draped over his shoulders, arms crossed, as he solemnly finalized his plans with the pirates. That's the basic plan. When he arrives, I'll lure him to this level first. Your seastone handcuffs have been removed, so work together to eliminate him here. Hehe. To turn your poison hands against your own comrades. Your so-called justice is truly despicable. Before Akainu could finish his words, a chilling laugh echoed from the dark corners of Impelled Down's 6th level. Those imprisoned on the 6th level of Impelled Down were none other than the most formidable pirates whose names had once struck terror across the seas. Yet even as this sinister laughter reverberated through the corridors, some of the inmates found their legs trembling involuntarily. Barthélemy, you traitor who abandoned your own nation, have no right to judge us. If given the chance, I'll drag you back to Impelled Down myself. While others feared Barthélemy, Akainu harbored no such reservations. Had it not been for their alliance to eliminate Admiral Aokiji, he would have gladly dealt with him right then and there. Hehe. To be so frightened by a mere subordinate of a Marine Admiral that you'd form an alliance with pirates. Do you truly believe someone like you is worthy of facing me? You'll never measure up to even a single hair on Roger's foot in your entire lifetime. What did you say? Upon hearing Barthélemy's unapologetic mockery, Akainu, known for his volatile temper, felt his veins bulge with rage. In the next instant, Akainu, the most hawkish figure in the Navy, activated his devil fruit ability. Suddenly, scorching heat began to permeate every corner of Impelled Down's 6th level. Witnessing this, the other powerful pirates either retreated or stood their ground with grim smiles, eager to witness the battle between a Marine Admiral and the Devil's offspring. Meanwhile, Barthélemy, who had remained confined to his cell and absent from the discussions, upon seeing Akainu unleash his powers, stretched his neck as though warming up for combat, a chilling grin spreading across his face. Since he was planning to overthrow the world anyway, he might as well use you Magma Brat as practice boom. Just as the legendary pirate Barthélemy and Marine Admiral Akainu were on the verge of clashing, a deafening explosion erupted directly above them. Then, accompanied by those thunderous blasts, the entire Impelled Down trembled violently, as if the very foundations were collapsing. Boom, boom, boom. In Tuajinching, the terrifying tremors mixed with deafening explosions instantly caused the centuries-old underwater prison to become unsteady and on the verge of collapse. Under the Buster Call and the firepower of the Navy fleet, the originally majestic and solemn Tuajinching instantly turned into a sea of fire and ruins. The continuous sound of gunfire mixed with the screams of prisoners turned this ancient building used by the world government to intimidate the Grand Line into a living hell. Amidst the overwhelming barrage, prisoners with charred bodies constantly emerged from the ruins of Tuajinching, fleeing in disarray despite the dense fire. But as soon as they appeared, what awaited them was an even more hopeless hail of fire. The formidable firepower that could destroy a medium-sized country in a short time was now pouring its fury without restraint upon this iron fortress where the scum of the sea gathered. Seeing this scene on Lin Hao's luxurious private warship, Nico Robin, who had now become a warlord, couldn't help but clench her jade-like hand tightly. What are you thinking? Do you feel satisfaction or reluctance? Looking at Nico Robin's complex expression, Lin Hao smiled slightly, then twisted his shoulders ready to respond to any sudden situation in Tuajinching. Although the fire coverage of the Buster Call and the Navy warships was intense, its power could at most reach only the first 3 levels of Tuajinshing. Further down, not only is the Buster Call's firepower difficult to reach, but the prisoners held there are also powerful individuals. This wave of Buster Call would never completely eradicate these pirates. Upon hearing Lin Hao's question, the complex expression on Nico Robin's face instantly turned ice cold. Rest assured, Lord Lin Hao, I have not the slightest psychological burden now. Having the opportunity to personally take revenge on the sinners who slaughtered O'Hara is something I never dared to hope for. This debt of gratitude Robin cannot repay. From now on, only Lord Lin Hao is the one whom Robin will never betray or abandon. Is this the recognition of the Devil's Child? Then I am truly honored. Looking at Nico Robin's shoulders, which were trembling slightly due to excitement, Lin Hao smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to Tuajinshing, which was now on the verge of complete collapse. At the same time, on a stretch of sea far from the warship encirclement, a dog-headed warship was steadily anchored there. On its deck, Navy hero Garp, Navy Admiral Aokiji, along with Tuajinshing's Warden Magellan and were all frozen in place, as if petrified. The first to react was Deputy Warden Hannibal. Watching the prison where he worked gradually transform into a living hell under the terrifying fire coverage of the Buster Call, this deputy warden, who usually spent his days thinking about how to climb above Magellan, immediately roared in anger. Beside Hannibal, Warden Magellan, though not as undignified as his deputy, did not hide the angry expression on his face. Old man Garp, you had us transferred out of Tuajinshing in advance. Did you already know this would happen? What is going on? It was the foolish decision made by those old farts up there. That Admiral Qinglong has been completely provoked. Magellan, I am saving you here. Looking at Magellan's angry expression, Navy hero Garp was inwardly cursing the female relatives of the entire Five Elders family. Lin Hao's strength had long surpassed their understanding. Why were those old fools so stupid? Did they really think that the rabble in Tuajinshing could successfully kill Lin Hao? He was a monster who hadn't even used his full power when fighting Kaido. What did you say? This situation was caused by those people above? Such folly. Hearing the sigh of Navy hero Garp, Warden Hannibal was first startled, then looked helplessly at the Tuajinshing he had steadfastly guarded for many years. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Era. This time, angering Admiral Qinglong will probably cause the entire world government to be turned upside down. Looking at the magnificent fireworks rising into the sky from the direction of Tuajinshing, and smelling the strange odor of gunpowder mixed with burnt meat in the air, Admiral Aokiji, who had been mostly silent, revealed an extremely complex expression. Although he had long expected that Lin Hao would make some commotion because of the encirclement and kill operation planned by the Five Elders, but he never expected the commotion to be this big. Now he only hoped that Admiral Qinglong's anger would not affect innocent people. Meanwhile, inside Tuajinshing, a group of legendary pirates and Admiral Akainu in the 6th level of Tuajinshing were all stunned. Feeling the terrifying vibrations from above and the increasingly strong special smell of gunpowder and burnt meat in the air, as a Navy Admiral, Akainu immediately realized that this underwater prison holding countless vicious criminals was under a terrifying artillery attack. Damn, it's a Buster Call. Who ordered this? Does the world government want to destroy this place directly? I'm still in Tuajinshing. Akainu, you bastard. What is going on? Damn, they said they wanted to kill Admiral Qinglong, but is the real target us? Akainu, you are a Logia user. The cannon fire won't affect you. Your world government is truly treacherous. I'll fight you to the death. After learning that the culprit causing Tuajinshing's gradual collapse was the Buster Call, some prisoners on the 6th underground level immediately became panicked. As top criminals imprisoned in the 6th level of Tuajinshing, they knew better than anyone the terror of the Buster Call. The terrifying firepower itself was not a big deal. What was truly despairing was that once a Buster Call was issued, it meant the world government would fight to the death with you. In an instant, some impatient criminals panicked first. Then they directly turned their hostility to the only Navy personnel present, Admiral Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu. In the critical moment between life and death, some impatient pirates had abandoned rational thought, wanting only to find a reasonable outlet to vent all their anger. Seeing Akainu equally bewildered, these pirates who felt their days were numbered immediately set aside their previous grudges and launched a frenzied attack on Admiral Akainu. Damn, you want to kill us? Dream on. Even if we can't survive, we'll definitely take you with us. We've had enough of being locked up here. Let's kill this Navy man together and find a way to escape. All together. Don't give him a chance to breathe. In an instant, anger and despair filled the entire 6th level of Tuajinshing. Watching the ferocious pirates fearlessly charging at him, Akainu's already grim face instantly turned the color of pig liver. But these pirates on the 6th level are not easy to deal with. After all, most of them can use armament hockey. By the way, who the hell ordered this damn buster call? Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a violent fluctuation erupted in the 6th level of Tuajinshing, even more terrifying than the overwhelming gunfire outside. Hehehe. Kaido, I know you're not dead yet. How about it? This is a rare opportunity. Want to have a fight now? Looking at Admiral Akainu, who was already being ganged up on by dozens of pirates. Barrett, known as the Devil's Heir, immediately revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Hearing Barrett's challenge, the legendary pirates on the 6th level who were not involved in the beating of Admiral Akainu showed expectant smiles. But in the next moment, from Kaido's cell, a terrifying voice mixed with immense pressure stunned everyone present. Playing with you is not impossible, but before that we need to join forces. If that Admiral Qinglong is really outside, none of us has a chance to escape if we fight alone. Hearing the reply from Kaido's cell, the world-class criminals on level 6 of Impelled Down fell into silence. They were well aware of Kaido's strength. After all, he was the strongest being in the world, known as the world's strongest creature. Yet after clashing with that Marine Admiral Qinglong, he had actually conceived such thoughts. Unlike those fools who upon hearing the buster call immediately lost their minds and attacked Admiral Akainu, the pirates like Avalo Pizarro Vasco shot and San Juan Wolf were old salts who had sailed the seas for half their lives. The opportunity to escape Impelled Down was rare and must not be wasted. But just as the powerful figures were pondering Kaido's proposal, Bullet, who had previously taken the initiative to provoke Kaido, roared in anger. What did you say? That Admiral codenamed Qinglong, you actually harbored such thoughts toward him. How dare you still call yourself a Yonko? You might as well rot here. In Bullet's heart, his former captain Roger was always an insurmountable mountain. Even though Roger was terminally ill and near death, Bullet, at the peak of his physical condition, had still failed to steal a single victory from him. Even when facing such an unfathomably powerful figure, Kaido had never harbored the slightest fear back then. Did Kaido actually believe that the Admiral codenamed Qinglong was stronger than his own captain? How could Bullet, who regarded Roger as his lifelong goal, tolerate this? Yo, Kaido, the world's strongest creature, scared by some brat no one's ever heard of. How ironic. Bullet is right, you are indeed unworthy of being a Yonko. As Bullet was berating the cowardly behavior of the world's strongest creature, from deep within Impelled Down, a disdainful sneer rang out. The voice was not loud, but all the pirates present, who still retained a calm heart, instinctively shrank their necks upon hearing this taunt. The next moment, a tall, thin old man with white hair tied into 2 braids, wearing a magenta shirt and blood-red trousers, strode out from the darkness with a sinister grin. Red Count. I've suddenly become quite interested in that guy. If you want to take him, I don't mind having a fight with you right here. Watching the tall, thin figure emerge from the darkness, Bullet, known as the Devil's Progeny, and the only one present without fear, flashed a mad grin. This old man, exuding an aura of terror from the darkness, was none other than the legendary pirate, who by himself could stand on equal footing with powerhouses like Roger and Whitebeard. Having defeated the then Marine Fleet Admiral Kong in his youth, most of the prisoners on level 6 of Impelled Down dared not speak to him, and even a powerhouse like Warden Magellan kept his distance. I've been locked up long enough. I want to go out and stretch my legs. That Admiral Qinglong doesn't interest me, but if he foolishly comes to me, I won't mind sending him off early. And if you dare to block me, I won't mind giving you a ride too. Fighting a powerhouse who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger is not bad, but now is not the time. I'll go take care of that Admiral Qinglong first, then come for you. Watching Red Count Redfield's disdainful face, the already ferocious grin on Bullet's face grew even more terrifying. Then, under the awed gazes of the level 6 prisoners, Bullet turned and strode quickly toward the stairs leading to the upper level of Impelled Down. On the other side, under the siege of the level 6 prisoners, but under extreme despair and collapse, these vicious criminals had erupted with unimaginable combat power. After all, some of these guys could match the captains under Whitebeard's command, although he had killed over a dozen consecutively. But under this reckless assault, Akainu still sustained some wounds. To avoid being killed by the buster call in Impelled Down, Admiral Akainu, who usually maintained a dignified demeanor, was also enraged. For a moment, with his devil fruit ability fully unleashed and showing no mercy, Akainu actually carved a bloody path through the siege of nearly 100 fearless prisoners. In just over 10 minutes, he had fought his way from level 6 up to level 2. As the thunderous roar of the buster call's cannon fire grew increasingly deafening, the prisoners who had been pursuing Akainu seemed to sober up. Looking at the corpses left behind by other prisoners along the way, These vicious pirates who had just been hell-bent on killing Admiral Akainu immediately chose to stop. For a moment the two sides actually formed an extremely eerie standoff. At this moment, even if he didn't fully understand what had happened, Akainu realized that the Gorosei's plan to kill Lin Hao had completely failed. As for this buster call, he would have to investigate after getting out. You scum of the sea, do you want to keep fighting? Seeing the pirates who had clearly calmed down and regained their cowardice, Admiral Akainu immediately put on his cold, murderous expression. In an instant, those pirates who had just been recklessly trying to drag a Marine Admiral to their deaths felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at the corpses behind them and exchanging glances with each other. Completely sobered, these prisoners immediately turned and retreated quickly along the path they came. If they continued to fight a Marine Admiral to the death, they might all perish here, and they might not even be able to take him down with them. If they went back and joined forces with the powerful pirates on level 6, there might be a glimmer of hope. Watching the prisoners retreat quickly, Admiral Akainu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the fight continued, although he would eventually kill them all here, but killing nearly 100 powerful pirates in succession would take a heavy toll on himself. He still didn't know the situation outside. Preserving his strength was the most important choice. With that thought, after a brief rest, Admiral Akainu trudged through the intense cannon fire pouring down from above, making his way out of Impel Down. The higher he went, the denser the bombardment on Impel Down became. When Akainu finally reached the surface of Impel Down with great difficulty, even he who had seen many great spectacles was stunned by the scene before him. The surface now. Cannon fire filled the sky, pouring down like a violent storm. The surface was littered with destroyed defense facilities and scattered fragments of flesh and blood. Although this was the calm belt with clear skies, the thick smoke from the relentless cannonade had formed a huge black curtain over Impel Down, blotting out the sky. For a moment, the entire Impel Down resembled a living hell. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and burning. Even Akainu, the Magomagu no Mi user, felt a hint of discomfort amidst this buster call capable of annihilating a nation. But the next moment, just as Akainu was about to shout to suspend the buster call, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed in the sky. Borsellino, what are you doing here? Where is Admiral Qinglong? What is this buster call? Looking at Admiral Kizaru floating in the air, Akainu's heart tightened. Because at this moment Kizaru's expression carried a faint, elusive, murderous intent. Aya Sakazuki falsely conveying orders from above to assassinate the King of Dressrosa is a serious crime indeed. I can't afford to consider our camaraderie now. You need to come with us to see Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What? After a moment of stunned silence, Akainu quickly pieced together the general sequence of events. This sudden buster call was probably also the work of Admiral Qinglong. But before he could unleash a torrent of marine militant profanity at Kizaru in the sky, Kizaru in midair had already assumed his starting stance. Your problem is quite serious, Sakazuki, Yada no Kagami. Admiral Akainu, also a Navy headquarters admiral, stood with a livid face enduring the buster call's bombardment, while keeping a wary eye on Kizaru above, who was preparing his ultimate move. Though they were both admirals, it was unlikely Kizaru would directly kill him. Yet given the circumstances, a severe beating seemed inevitable. Looking up at Admiral Kizaru suspended in the sky, he was inwardly furious, wishing he could bore 1,000 holes into that old scoundrel Akainu. If you were going to inform me, why did you have to use a den mushi? Couldn't you have waited until we returned to Marine headquarters and spoken in private? Now look what you've done. Before I could say anything, you blurted out over the den mushi that the 5 elders were going to make a move on Lin Hao. Wasn't this purely an attempt to drag me down with you? Fortunately, Lin Hao spared me out of respect for our friendship. You otherwise being beaten until even my own mother wouldn't recognize me, then rudely tossed out of Dressrosa, would have been the best outcome. If Lin Hao had held the slightest grudge against me, I would have left my life in Dressrosa. You warmonger, you've always harbored resentment toward me, reporting me to the higher-ups even when I was just slacking off. This time you've put me in mortal danger again. Old grievances, new grudges. Let's settle them all now. The next moment, Admiral Akainu's face turned an even darker shade of livid as Kizaru's body, shimmering with dazzling golden light, dissolved into countless golden specks. They rained down upon the area where Admiral Akainu stood, covering every inch without a blind spot. Swish, swish, swish. Sensing the terrifying sound of wind rapidly approaching, Admiral Akainu's expression darkened. He quickly activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming his body into magma. Just before the countless golden projectiles struck him, a massive shield of magma coated in armament hockey swiftly encircled Akainu's entire body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the already devastated ruins of Impel Down were rocked by a terrifying tremor akin to an apocalyptic earthquake. The earth-shattering explosions mixed within drowned out the already fearsome roar of the Buster Call's cannons. From a distance, Kizaru, suspended in midair, seemed like a contemptuous god raining down divine punishment upon the insignificant ants below. The sky blazed with golden light, while the ground flashed with artillery fire. Billowing black smoke and golden meteors completely enveloped the surface of the ruined Impel Down. In the eyes of the distant marine officers, the surface of Impel Down had become utterly obscured. Only Kizaru, like a celestial deity, could be seen fiercely unleashing his power below. Admiral Kizaru is magnificent. Wipe out those heinous pirates. Huh, how exhilarating. Those scum of the sea don't deserve to live. Today is their doom. Why are only Admirals Kizaru and Xinglong here? Where are Admirals Akainu and Aokiji? Are they slacking up? That's unacceptable. Never mind that now. We're executing justice against those damned pirates. We can't let Admiral Kizaru do all the work. Fire every shell. Witnessing the dazzling spectacle, the soldiers aboard the encircling warships erupted in thunderous cheers. Seeing Admiral Kizaru so diligently blanketing the area from above, and Admiral Xinglong, the Navy's strongest, standing ready on his ornate personal warship, the morale of the Marine soldiers soared. The excited shouts of the soldiers rang in their ears. The 5 vice admirals executing the Buster Call, ignorant of the true situation, felt their hearts surge with excitement. Without further ado, they directed the 10 warships to maximize their firepower. They knew the Buster Call could only eliminate insignificant small fry. The vicious criminals on level 6 of Impel Down would never die from cannon fire. That would require top-tier power like Admiral Xinglong's intervention. Their only role was to clear obstacles for Admiral Xinglong before he acted. In an instant, a sky full of artillery fire combined with Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama rained down furiously upon the surface of Impel Down. They were determined to completely erase this underwater prison which the world government used to imprison the most dangerous pirates on the seas. Meanwhile, the uninformed Navy officers coordinated with Admiral Kizaru in the relentless bombardment. On the surface of Impel Down, Admiral Akainu, who had been using his ability to withstand Kizaru's golden light bullets, finally began to falter under the Buster Call's barrage. He was indeed a Logia-type devil fruit user. But over time, even an elemental body could not withstand the power to destroy a country, especially with another Admiral Kizaru eyeing him from above. If this continued, he wouldn't even need to engage in close combat. He would be reduced to ashes by the relentless cannon fire. With that thought, Admiral Akainu's expression turned cold. He then instantly coated his body with armament hockey. Braving the relentless artillery and Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama, he used the Navy's 6 powers moonwalk to launch himself into the air. Borsalino, you traitor to the world government. I'll execute justice upon you today. Oh my Sakazuki, wouldn't it be better to just lie on the ground, pretend to be unconscious, and be taken back to Marine headquarters? Now you force me to hold back no longer. Seeing Admiral Akainu now covered in wounds charging at him with suicidal intent, Admiral Kizaru, still at full strength, let out a sarcastic remark. Then he ceased the aerial attack of Yasakani no Magatama. He brought his hands together before his chest. Between them a massive golden sword of light materialized. Actually, I don't dislike close combat either. You bastard, go to hell. Seeing Kizaru summon the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, Admiral Akainu's right hand transformed into a mass of scorching flowing magma. This fist-shaped magma was enormous and moved with incredible speed. Even while still a considerable distance from Kizaru, the magma fist, carrying a terrifying aura that made one's heart shudder, hurtled toward Kizaru's head with devastating force. Great eruption. Facing Akainu's lethal strike, Kizaru, equally an admiral, did not dodge or evade. Instead, a mocking, sardonic smile curled on his face. The next moment, Kizaru swung his arm forward with a fierce slash. The golden Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi clashed violently against Akainu's magma fist. Boom. A terrifying explosion echoed across the sky. The nearby sea surface, stirred by the shockwave, reared up into monstrous waves dozens of meters high. Faced with these towering waves capable of capsizing marine warships, in an instant the officers on the distant ships began directing their crews to take emergency measures. All thoughts of spectating vanished. At the epicenter of the explosion, Akainu, who had just unleashed his full-powered great eruption, was now struck with utter astonishment. Because in that very instant when his great eruption collided with Kizaru's Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, the golden sword shattered into a shower of golden light. Then the magma fist continued its momentum unabated, piercing straight through half of Kizaru's head. Watching Kizaru's head dissolve into a pool of golden light and rapidly vanish before him, Akainu felt no sensation of a solid hit. A chill ran down his spine. He had been toyed with. This was Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi ability. Realizing this, Admiral Akainu immediately activated Moonwalk, trying to flee into the distance. But in the next second, a mocking, chillingly familiar voice sounded right behind his ear. Yo Sakazuki, we've known each other for so long. Do you still remember the feeling of being kicked at the speed of light? Damn it. You bastard, when did you? Before the brilliant golden light before his eyes had fully dissipated, Chiquan already sensed the terrifying threat looming behind him. After all, he had expended too much stamina earlier, worn down by the mindless prisoners of Tujin City's 6th level and the terrifying firepower of the Buster Call. Thus, Qiquan, who had fought through the bombardment to unleash a full-power underworld hound for a swift victory, had overlooked Huang Yuan's true position. Earlier, when Admiral Chiquan leaped upward using Moon Step, Huang Yuan had already used the black smoke from the exploding cannon fire to swap his light clone with his true body. All of this was for a single effortless strike. Otherwise, with Admiral Huang Yuan's strength, how could he have allowed his head to be blown apart by a single underworld hound from the already depleted Chiquan? In a battle between masters, a single moment of error can decide the outcome. By the time he realized this, it was already too late. Although Admiral Qiquan, upon hearing Huang Yuan's mocking and sarcastic voice behind him, quickly adjusted his stance to deliver a fierce elbow strike backward. Yet Admiral Huang Yuan, possessing the power of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit, excelled in speed. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had presented itself. How could Huang Yuan let it slip through his fingers? The next moment, before Qiquan's iron elbow could swing out, Huang Yuan's leg, densely coated in armament haki, traced a dazzling golden arc before slamming viciously into Qiquan's lower back. Bang! In an instant, the air erupted with a sonic boom even more violent than a cannon blast. Admiral Chiquan felt a jolt in his lower back, then spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with shredded flesh. His towering figure turned into a streak of red light, shooting rapidly toward Lin Hao's magnificent private warship in the fleet's encirclement. In that moment, a heart-stopping sound of tearing wind echoed through the air. The kick Huang Yuan landed on his colleague Qiquan's lower back was utterly merciless. There was no helping it. Putting aside the awkward situation of past grudges and recent enmity between the two, not far away, that terrifyingly powerful being whose strength defied comprehension was overseeing the battle. If he dared to hold back here once they returned, Lin Hao would likely beat him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. And then he would lose his comfortable slacking job and face a harsh scolding from the fleet admiral and the 5 elders. For the sake of a comfortable slacking life, everything could be sacrificed, everything could be thrown away, especially since that bastard Chiquan had tried to harm him earlier, hadn't he? It seems something is flying this way. The close-quarters confrontation between Chiquan and Huang Yuan had lasted less than a few seconds before the outcome was decided. Any other marine warship would have been on full alert, but on this magnificent private vessel, almost none of the crew worried that the ship would encounter even the slightest mishap. The reason was simple. Standing on the bow deck of this splendid ship was Lin Hao. With pay well done, even an emperor gets undone. Huang Yuan is indeed quite formidable. Watching Qiquan's massive figure hurtling toward him, Lin Hao muttered inwardly. His hand instantly became coated in a dense layer of armament haki. The last time he had clashed with Admiral Chiquan at Marine headquarters. This time it was Lin Hao's first time using armament haki to attack a Logia Devil Fruit user since he had crossed over to the One Piece world. The next moment, Lin Hao stomped his foot and his body vanished from the deck of the splendid private warship. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Chiquan. Facing Qiquan, who was still flying backward in midair, Lin Hao's lips curled upward. He raised his hand and threw a straight punch, smashing it fiercely. Damn it! Qinglong, what do you think you're doing? Although his body was uncontrollably hurtling through the air, as a Marine Admiral with formidable strength, Chiquan could still maintain clear consciousness during this backward flight. As soon as the force from Huang Yuan's kick diminished slightly, he could quickly adjust his body and use Moon Step to stabilize himself in the air. But before he could fully dissipate, the tremendous force of Huang Yuan's lightspeed kick, an even more terrifying aura from behind, made him sense the threat of death in an instant. Turning his head, he saw that the very target he had been trying to unite all pirates to eliminate, Admiral Qinglong, was now standing behind him with a smiling face. Seeing that harmless smile, Admiral Qiquan, who had weathered countless bloodbaths and witnessed innumerable grand spectacles, suddenly felt his pupils shrink and his hair stand on end. In that moment, though it was only a fraction of a second, in Qiquan's eyes, Lin Hao's fist wrapped in armament haki seemed to move with agonizing slowness, as if time had frozen. Though he knew the opponent's speed was extreme at that instant, Admiral Chiquan could clearly see the trajectory of Lin Hao's fist. For a moment, countless vivid images from his childhood to the present flashed through Admiral Qiquan's mind. In an instant, Admiral Qiquan's mind, like a film reel, briefly reviewed his entire life. Before Lin Hao's strike wrapped in armament haki had even landed, Qiquan's eyes were already showing the life flashing before one's eyes that only appears when death is imminent. The next moment, amid Admiral Qiquan's terrified expression, Lin Hao's fist coated in armament haki crashed heavily into Admiral Qichuan's back. Boom. In an instant, with Lin Hao and Qiquan at the center, a terrifying explosion tore through the sea's calm like an enraged beast. The deafening roar shook every surface of the sea. As fiery red light flickered, scorching waves of air swept in all directions, as if even time itself had frozen under this dreadful power. Torn space and fiery red fragments danced wildly in the air. The explosive burst of Qichuan's body in that instant resembled a divine punishment sent down from heaven to annihilate the world. Under the aftereffects of this strike, the sea, which had just calmed, once again raised even more terrifying towering waves. For a moment, all the Marines and officers on the surrounding warships, maintaining their encirclement formation, stared in shock with wide eyes. Before them, 100-meter-high colossal wave was bearing down upon them. If that monstrous wave, like a primordial beast, truly crashed down, the hundreds of warships on the scene would be annihilated in an instant. Era can't let the Marines suffer such massive losses any longer. Ice Age. Just as the Marine officers' faces turned ashen, watching the towering wave about to swallow the entire fleet. Seeing the arriving figure, the Marines, who had been filled with despair, immediately cheered. Then, under the awestruck gaze of the soldiers, the towering wave, which had just been like a primordial beast, instantly turned into a massive, magnificent ice sculpture. Moments before the wave could engulf the Marine fleet. In an instant, the scorching air suddenly became much cooler. Admiral Qinglong, while I can understand your feelings, you've gone a bit too far. Just after freezing the 100-meter wave, Admiral Qingji used Moonstep to land on Lin Hao's magnificent private warship. By now, Lin Hao had returned to his ship and was casually sitting on the deck. Beside Lin Hao lay a towering figure covered in fatal wounds, its original appearance unrecognizable, sprawled like a heap of mud. In Lin Hao's hand, he was playing with a peculiar disc whose cover bore a fiery red spiral fruit. Seeing Admiral Qingji's darkened face, Lin Hao smiled slightly, then put the disc away. Don't be so alarmed, brother Qingji. Even if you hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't have dragged those innocent Marine officers into this. And do you think this is the end? What do you mean? Watching Lin Hao toy with the disc while making light of the operation, Admiral Qingji's already dark face turned beet red. Yet in the next moment, this Marine Admiral Qingji stood frozen in astonishment, following Lin Hao's gaze. On the rubble of Tujin City's surface, where the bombardment had ceased and the smoke was slowly dissipating, several figures, some robust, some tall, had appeared there at some unknown time. At this moment, atop the rubble that had become the surface of Tujin Cheng, thick smoke still billowed, obscuring the sky. Those far away could not discern the situation within the smoke, but relying on their observation haki, which had been honed to the utmost, Lin Hao, Huang Yuan, and Xing Ji instantly locked onto the several dark figures within the smoke. After a moment, the smoke slowly dissipated. The naval officers who had witnessed the scene on the surface of Tujin Cheng from a distance turned pale with anger. Though most of them had never seen these figures before, relying on his advantage of having read the original story, Lin Hao recognized the legendary pirates from the 6th level of Tujin Cheng in an instant. At this moment, the demon air Baelite, the Red Count, Lade feared the world destroyer Bangdawerd, and the 4 Emperor Kai duo, whose hands had been broken by Lin Hao not long ago, and who had been thrown into Tujin Cheng, were all staring intently at a magnificent private warship in the distance. Because on that warship was their target, the Admiral Qinglong, whom they had originally planned to jointly eliminate alongside the 3 naval admirals. When the Admiral Qiquan had come to the 6th level of Tujin Cheng to propose this deal, these great pirates, who had once been renowned across the Vita Honglu, had all dismissed the proposal with contempt, believing that a single naval admiral was not worth the trouble of so many joining forces. Some of them even intended to fish for advantages from the Navy during the chaos of battle, then directly head to the Vita Honglu to continue their carefree lives. But just now, enduring the terrifying cannon fire of the Buster Call, which rivaled the destruction of a nation, they had witnessed the most unforgettable scene of their lives. The formidable Admiral Qiquan was first kicked away by Huang Yuan, also a naval admiral, and then struck down by their target, the Admiral Qinglong, in a single blow. Although he had already been heavily worn down by the mindless prisoners of the 6th level and the Buster Call's artillery fire. But that was still a naval admiral personally appointed by the world government, though he had been weakened if it were any one of them. Could they truly be confident in ending that battle in such a short time? If losing to Admiral Huang Yuan was due to his opportunistic tactics, then being destroyed by Admiral Qinglong in a single blow was an absolute display of his terrifying power. They had witnessed that devastating strike with their own eyes. Not to mention an already injured Admiral Qiquan, but even if it were them at full strength, could they really withstand that terrifying blow? At this moment, the legendary pirates who had previously dismissed Admiral Qinglong finally understood. Why would the world government risk letting them continue to wreak havoc on the sea just to kill this Admiral Qinglong? Could such formidable power truly be controlled by the world government? Kai Duo's earlier proposal to join forces to kill Qinglong was no longer treated as a joke by anyone, because that Admiral Qinglong had earned that right. Qinglong, this has become troublesome. The Buster Call didn't kill those guys. Let's join forces or we absolutely cannot let them escape to the Vita Honglu. Looking at the legendary pirates atop the ruins of Tujin Chung, Admiral Qing Ji's face immediately showed an extremely grave expression. Before Lin Hao could answer, Qing Ji had already activated his Ice Fruits ability, his body instantly turning into an ice sculpture. But the next moment, just as he was about to step forward to fight the legendary pirates, Lin Hao directly reached out and stopped him. Brother Qing Ji, this is a mission given to me by the world government. Just stay behind and keep an eye on those small fry so they don't escape. Qinglong, what are you doing? This is no joke. This is not the time for your fooling around. Looking at Lin Hao, who was now stretching lazily, Admiral Qing Ji's expression immediately turned stern. This youngest naval admiral in history, Qinglong, intended to face these legendary pirates of the Vita Honglu all by himself. Although he had witnessed Qinglong's formidable power during the execution of Kai Duo, this was not a one-on-one duel, facing so many powerful legendary pirates at once. If Qinglong made any slip-up, any one of them escaping would stir a bloodbath across the Vita Honglu. Thinking this, Admiral Qing Ji ignored Lin Hao's persuasion and resolutely stepped toward Tujin Chung. But just as the naval admiral took a step, his body, which was a full half-head taller than Lin Hao, suddenly froze uncontrollably. Because the moment Qing Ji stepped forward, Lin Hao turned back and gave him a warm smile like a spring breeze. Though it did not convey a threat for some reason, looking at Lin Hao's harmless smiling face, a nameless fear erupted from the depths of Admiral Qing Ji's heart. Brother Qing Ji, can't you understand what I said? This is my mission. If you interfere, even with my good temper, I will get angry. With just these words, Admiral Qing Ji's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at Lin Hao's handsome smiling face, and then at Admiral Qi Quan, who had nearly turned into a pile of mud, barely breathing, Qing Ji reflexively withdrew the foot he had already taken. This feeling was not due to Lin Hao's use of Conqueror's Haki, but because the moment Lin Hao issued the warning, Qing Ji suddenly realized the terrifying gap between them, which surpassed comprehension. The uncontrollable trembling of his body was not from excessive fear, but from the instinct to avoid danger deep in his heart. For a moment, Admiral Qing Ji's heart felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder had been placed upon it. Even breathing became difficult. Qinglong, please don't let those guys escape to the Vita Honglu. After swallowing hard, Admiral Qing Ji sighed helplessly and then gave up the idea of going with Lin Hao to face the enemy. This matter was originally the world government's fault. He had risked informing Qinglong earlier only to prevent the scum of Tujin Chung from escaping back to the Vita Honglu. Now that things had come to this, all he could do was place his hopes on Qinglong, the youngest admiral in naval history. Don't worry. You just watch the small fry. If any of these decently strong ones can escape, I'll give you my position as King of Dressrosa. And I prefer being called Lin Hao rather than Admiral Qinglong. Seeing Qing Ji obediently retreat, Lin Hao's face showed a very satisfied smile. Then, under the expectant eyes of the crowd, the youngest and strongest naval admiral in history leaped from the bow of his warship onto the sea. At that moment, the sea had been turned into a crystal-like, boundless continent by Qing Ji's earlier ice age. The ice sculpture of the nearly 100-meter-high giant wave looked magnificent. Yet beneath that magnificent ice sculpture, the legendary pirates on the surface of Tujin Chung all focused their attention on Lin Hao. Watching Lin Hao slowly walk toward Tujin Chung, the legendary pirates' hearts sank. With each step Lin Hao took, it felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was placed on their heads. As Lin Hao approached step by step, their breathing gradually became rapid. Damn, isn't he just a brat? What's there to fear? When I was wreaking havoc on the Vita Honglu, he was still sucking milk somewhere. I'll see what this Admiral Qinglong is really made of today. Seeing Lin Hao approaching, the legendary pirates of the 6th level of Tujin Chung felt the pressure mounting. Finally, after a suffocating silence, the world destroyer Bang Dawared, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, was the first to strike. 20-odd years ago, he was betrayed by his subordinates and captured by the world government. Unlike others, from the moment he was caught, the world government froze him using scientific technology. Although he had suffered no physical pain in Tujin Chung over those 20 years, the lost decades nearly drove this once-renowned pirate across the Vita Honglu to complete collapse. Fearing his abilities, the world government had frozen him for over 20 years. Now, to eliminate the even more threatening Admiral Qinglong, they had unfrozen him. Though more than 20 years had passed, the humiliation of being betrayed by his subordinates and captured by the world government was still vivid in his mind. Deprived of over 20 years of his life, he had just woken up to be handed such a huge bomb by the world government. At this moment, the angrier he became, the more the world destroyer could no longer suppress his fury. Watching Lin Hao approach slowly, he reached out and lifted a piece of rubble larger than his own body, holding it high above his head. Watching Lin Hao approach this legendary pirate, who had once been famous across the Vida Honglu, directly activated his Momo Fruits ability. Multiplication, 100 times magnification, 100 times speed, die. With that, Bangdaware propelled the rock in his hands fiercely toward Lin Hao. In an instant, the house-sized rock transformed into a towering mountain. The speed at which the mountain hurtled toward Lin Hao was so fast that the naked eye could not capture it. In that moment, a hurricane-like artificial wind swept across the frozen sea. The mountain-sized rock crashed toward Lin Hao in the blink of an eye. Seeing Bangdaware's furious strike, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying explosion roared in everyone's ears. Some weaker naval soldiers had their eardrums shattered by the sudden loud noise and fell to the ground in agony. Looking at the center of the battlefield, the mountain-like rock had exploded into countless huge fragments, shooting in all directions. At the epicenter of the explosion, the flying dust engulfed the two figures in the middle. Facing the massive rocks flying everywhere, the naval officers on the warship all took action. Even top-tier combatants like Qing Ji and Ka Pu began to help block the giant debris. After a moment, the dust kicked up by the explosion slowly dissipated. The next moment, the sight before them stunned everyone, both Navy and pirates. At the center of the battlefield, Bangdaware was already unconscious, his eyes rolled back. His 3.5-meter-tall body lay like a dead dog under Lin Hao's foot. Looking at Lin Hao, he was now playing with two silver discs in his hand. The cover of one showed a strange spiral fruit. The cover of the other showed the portrait of Bangdaware himself. A single strike, merely one blow. Bondi Wald, the legendary pirate and world destroyer who had just been thawed from his ice imprisonment by the world government, fell utterly defenseless at the hands of Fleet Admiral Aokiji. Witnessing this scene, both the Marines and pirates alike were plunged into a stunned, paralyzing silence. After a brief moment, the Marines, snapping back to consciousness, immediately erupted with cheers that pierced the heavens. Meanwhile, atop the ruins of Impel Down on the opposite side, the legendary pirates, led by Barthélemy, the Red Emperor, and Kaido, fell into profound, unbroken silence. Excluding Kaido, whose arms had already been crippled by Lin Hao in their earlier confrontation, both Barthélemy and the Red Emperor, two formidable pirates of immense strength, bore expressions of utter astonishment upon their faces. Though they had never directly encountered Bondi Wald within Impel Down, as veteran legendary pirates of the Grand Line, they had undoubtedly heard whispers of his reputation. A fearsome figure who carved out his notorious fame across the Grand Line during the zenith of Pirate King Roger's reign, even those who had scarcely interacted with him could naturally perceive that his strength was no ordinary matter. To say nothing else, that bizarre ability which amplified both his volume and speed 100-fold simultaneously. Not a single legendary pirate present could guarantee absorbing such a strike unscathed. Well then, would you still question my earlier proposal? Gazing at Bondi Wald, now sprawled motionless upon the ice and thoroughly unconscious, and then glancing at Fleet Admiral Aokiji, who was slowly approaching while idly manipulating the disc in his hand, the Four Emperor Kaido, who had previously proposed an alliance against the Fleet Admiral within Impel Down, wore an increasingly grave expression upon his face. Since the world government's execution attempt against him last time, Kaido had been directly stripped of both his arms by Lin Hao. Yet ironically enough, to the world government, Kaido's threat was evidently far inferior to that Marine Fleet Admiral Aokiji standing on their side. Thus, just days after Kaido was imprisoned on the 6th layer of Impel Down, the world government's representatives sought him out. A shared enemy compelled two factions once irreconcilable to temporarily lay aside their animosity. One side sought to neutralize a threat, the other to settle old scores. The two, bound by this peculiar mutual interest, quickly reached agreement. Upon Kaido's acceptance of the world government's terms, the scientific division, led by Elder Star Satan, immediately began crafting customized prosthetics tailored to Kaido's physiology. And just days prior, the Four Emperor Kaido had finally obtained his iron arms as desired, though his body would feel somewhat unnatural compared to his original hands. Now Kaido no longer possessed his former thick arms tattooed with azure dragons. Instead, they had been replaced by a pair of precision steel arms virtually identical to those of Marine Instructor Zephyr. However, due to his nature as a devil fruit user, Kaido's prosthetics did not employ sea stone or similar materials. Join forces. Though I loathe to admit it, that Fleet Admiral Aokiji possesses the qualification. Even regarding this as an unprecedented exception, I never imagined this old man, who has always acted alone, would one day ally with another to face a common foe. This time, regarding Kaido's proposal, almost everyone raised no further objection. Even the Red Emperor, who typically maintained an aloof and proud demeanor, now wore a deeply somber expression. Yet just as several legendary pirates prepared to unite against Marine Fleet Admiral Aokiji, discordant voices drifted from within the pirates' ranks. Hey, didn't you all just witness how terrifying that fellow was? If you wish to throw your lives away, go ahead. I'm returning to Impel Down. Though I dearly wish to return to the Grand Line, compared to freedom, clearly my life matters more. Hahaha. My hobby is collecting the severed heads of beautiful women as decorations. All of this requires me to stay alive. I'm confident there will be more than one opportunity to escape Impel Down. Wicked King Basil Hawkins, Beauty Hunter Katarina Devon, Drunkard Jewelry Bonnie. It seems the comfortable existence within Impel Down has thoroughly extinguished your former ambitions, he remarked, observing the legendary pirates who were leading the retreat. Upon witnessing those legendary pirates at the forefront seeking to withdraw the four Emperor Kaido who had first proposed the alliance, his expression instantly turned icy cold. Facing Kaido's mockery, the legendary pirates from Impel Down's 6th layer simply scoffed. The reason they had followed this group, braving the Buster Call's barges, was solely to assess the situation. If victory were attainable, they would naturally fight alongside them. But now Fleet Admiral Aokiji's strength had been displayed with crystal clarity before their eyes. They would absolutely not make such pointless sacrifices. What was face worth when compared to one's own life? Absolutely nothing. Watching those legendary pirates vanish before their eyes as swiftly as stray dogs returning to their dens, veins instantly surged upon the foreheads of Kaido and several other powerful pirates like Barthélemy. Had that formidable Fleet Admiral Aokiji not been present before them, they would never have spared those cowardly turtles who shrank back at such a critical juncture. But at present they could afford neither the luxury nor the distraction. With so many legendary pirates joining forces today, they refused to believe they could not overcome that Fleet Admiral Aokiji. The next moment, Kaido, known as the strongest creature, was the first to activate his Devil Fruit ability, transforming directly into a colossal azure dragon. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkened with billowing clouds and rolling thunder. Following Kaido's lead, Barthélemy, renowned as the Devil's Offspring, immediately launched his attack. In a flash, the ruins and rubble of all Impel Down were rapidly consumed by the awakened power of Barthélemy's fusion fruit, dissolving into a swirling chaos. Then centered upon Barthélemy's original form, that chaos formed from ruins and debris quickly merged together. Within mere seconds, Barthélemy had completely fused with Impel Down itself, transforming into a colossal combined entity resembling a shape-shifting mecha. And at the very instant Barthélemy completed his fusion transformation, the Red Emperor Rodenfield took several strides forward, landing directly upon the shoulder of that enormous mecha, prepared to strike at any moment. For a moment, the skies above Impel Down churned with violent fury. Countless lightning strikes rained down like divine retribution meant to end the world. Above soared the Thunder Dragon, piercing the heavens. Below stood a colossal mecha as majestic as a deity. At that instant, all the naval officers aboard distant warships could not help but swallow hard. Since joining the Marine ranks, what they witnessed today was absolutely the most formidable pirate lineup in history. Yet this very group, any single member of whom alone could shake the Grand Line, faced opposition, while their Fleet Admiral Aokiji must confront them all with nothing but his own strength. For a moment, nearly every Marine officer and enlisted man held their breath, hearts suspended. Yet at this very moment, gazing upon the dazzling spectacle created by those two pirates and one dragon, through their Devil Fruit abilities, a slight upward curve touched Lin Hao's lips. Honestly, you should have allied from the very beginning, though it would have made no difference really. One strike. I shall handle all of you. You think a single strike can take us down? Such arrogance, boy. After merging with the rubble of Impel Down, he transformed into a colossal mecha resembling a mountain. Barrett, known as the Devil's Descendant, suddenly surged with confidence. Though Admiral Azure Dragon's strength was formidable, he now faced three men at the pinnacle of piracy. When the three joined forces, even Rocks, who had forced Roger and Garp to unite to defeat him, would have to avoid their combined might. And you are merely a newly appointed Marine Admiral. With this thought, a sinister grin crept across Douglas Barrett's colossal face. Seeing Lin Hao drawing closer, the Devil's Descendant hesitated no more. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in armament hockey. Facing the Marine Admiral Azure Dragon, who seemed no larger than a locust below, Barrett roared and swung his mountain-like iron fist, smashing it fiercely toward his opponent. In that moment, a piercing sonic boom resounded across the sea. Barrett's strike had already begun to distort the space of this region to some extent. Seeing Barrett make his move, Red Count Lodaferda, who had been standing on Barrett's shoulder, let out a cold sneer. Then with a flick of his red cape, his presence vanished completely, and he disappeared from the spot, as if he had never existed. Looking up at the sky, the four emperors, Kaido, now transformed into a divine dragon, poked his head out from the dark clouds after witnessing Barrett's attack. In an instant, Kaido's entire body blazed with fiery red flames. The flames rapidly converged toward his head. In the blink of an eye, the countless scorching red flames enveloped Kaido's dragon head entirely, forming a massive flame helmet shaped like a mountain-sized dragon head, encasing Kaido's head completely. From afar, it resembled a dragon-shaped Susanoo. The moment the flaming dragon head formed, black lightning, symbolizing the Conqueror's haki and fusion, crackled and exploded around the colossal head. Ascending Dragon. Flame 8 trigrams. Without hesitation, Kaido, the world's strongest creature, unleashed his ultimate technique the moment Barrett unveiled his strongest form. In midair, the enormous flaming dragon head and the mountain-like steel giant arm collided violently, just before they struck Lin Hao. The two terrifying forces merged into one. Barrett's mountain-like arm was instantly engulfed by the crimson dragon flame. From afar, that massive right arm transformed into a dragon-headed Chilan arm, radiating intense heat, accompanied by black lightning shooting outward in all directions. A terrifying power akin to a divine punishment of annihilation hurtled toward Lin Hao at an incredible speed. A combined technique from two legendary pirates. Have they trained together before? I've never heard of these two being allies. Gazing at the brilliant crimson combination in the sky, Admiral Qingji, standing on the deck of the magnificent warship, grew extremely solemn. Though the massive crimson Chilan arm had not yet struck the ground, he, far from the battlefield, could already feel the overwhelming might. If it were him, he would never choose to withstand such a blow head-on. A combined technique of Devil Fruit Awakening paired with the infusion of Conqueror's Haki. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku in his prime would have to flee far and wide. Yet before him, the Admiral Azure Dragon, a full head shorter than himself, continued to roll his shoulders, showing no intention of dodging this cataclysmic attack. Qingji, don't panic. Remember the execution of Kaido at Marine Headquarters by Azure Dragon? Back then, that guy wasn't even using his full power. What? He nearly killed someone like Kaido, and still wasn't going all out. Just how terrifying is his true strength? At this moment, not only Admiral Qingji, but also Navy hero Kapu, who had been waiting outside the encirclement, and Warden Mazelin of Impel Down, had all come to Lin Hao's magnificent private warship to witness the battle that would determine the fate of the Grand Line. Watching the dazzling scene in the distant sky, Admiral Kapu recalled the shocking moment over a month ago when Admiral Azure Dragon sent Kaido flying with a single blow. Though he knew that even he could not face the combined technique of two legendary pirates like Kaido and Barrett head-on. Somehow this Navy hero who had navigated the Grand Line his entire life had a premonition. This time Lin Hao, the youngest Marine Admiral in history, would again emerge victorious. Perhaps even now he would not fully reveal the depths of his unfathomable power. Hearing Navy hero Kapu's description of that execution, Warden Mazelin, who had come along to witness the battle's outcome, looked at Lin Hao. His previous confusion and anger turned into awe. With power, one could truly do as one pleased. Meanwhile, in the Panga city of the Holy Land, 5 old men at the pinnacle of world power all wore grim, iron expressions. As the instigators of the plan to eliminate Admiral Azure Dragon, they naturally monitored the situation at Impel Down through special means. According to their expectations, if all went smoothly, the formidable Admiral Azure Dragon would face the combined assault of the legendary pirates from Impel Down's 6th level and the 3 Marine Admirals. But unexpectedly, upon arriving at Impel Down, Lin Hao first exercised his admiral privilege and launched a buster call capable of destroying a small nation directly at the prison. Then he instantly defeated the escaped legendary pirate Bundy Waldo. And now, the 3 Marine Admirals who had been in close contact with them had all lost communication. Admiral Kizaru's disconnection was understandable, as he was beside Admiral Azure Dragon and would face many constraints. But what about Admiral Qingji? Since receiving this mission, he had been lax and even somewhat resistant. A few days ago, his Den Den Mushi was directly turned off and unreachable, and the most proactive Admiral Akainu. He had been reporting to them earlier this morning, but not long ago his Den Den Mushi went unanswered. Though they hadn't seen the situation of the 3 admirals, everything indicated that events had spiraled completely out of their control. At least so far in the live video feed, they hadn't seen the 3 Marine Admirals participating in the siege against Admiral Azure Dragon. With only 3 legendary pirates, Barrett, Red Count, and 100 Beast Kaido, the plan to eliminate Admiral Azure Dragon was essentially doomed to fail. Using a buster call on Impel Down, without a doubt Admiral Azure Dragon must know of our plan, right? We must devise a countermeasure or we won't be able to withstand his wrath. Staring at the brilliant scene on the live feed, Saint Satan Shung of the 5 Elders spoke with a trembling voice. The bandage on his head was still not removed. Having been struck by Lin Hao twice in a row, this science defense warrior of the 5 Elders had developed a psychological shadow. Though Lin Hao hadn't come for him, yet he was now the most terrified. Hearing Saint Satan Sheng's voice quiver, Saint Nazishalangsheng, who always carried a long sword, became furious. You bastard. You proposed this plan, and now you're the first to lose your nerve. If Admiral Azure Dragon really comes, you'll explain to him yourself. Saint Nazishalangsheng calmed down. Though he proposed it, we all agreed. Now let's think of a way to handle the ensuing trouble. Seeing the two about to quarrel, Saint Mercury, who had been sitting silently on the sofa, spoke in a chilling tone, stopping the impending argument. After Saint Mercury finished, Saint Mars, sitting beside him on the sofa, sighed helplessly. Since things have come to this, let's consult Lord Emu. At the mention of Emu, the 5 old men who stood at the pinnacle of world power fell silent. They no longer bothered to watch the live feed, already knowing the outcome. This time it seemed things were truly about to escalate. Meanwhile, it impelled down. In the sky, the terrifying combined technique of Kaido and Barrett was already plummeting toward Lin Hao's head with the cataclysmic might of divine punishment. Echoing Lin Hao's thoughts, these two legendary pirates also sought to end the fight in a single blow, erasing Lin Hao with their combined power. What a magnificent technique! Your abilities are interesting. I'll take them. Gazing at the horrifying attack above like a meteor striking the earth, Lin Hao remained unperturbed, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This combined technique from Kaido and Barrett was the most powerful attack he had faced since traversing into the One Piece world. But though the attack was spectacular, it stirred no ripple in Lin Hao's heart. This combined technique couldn't even compare to his own merciless son from the previous battle. Facing the descending Qilin arm, Lin Hao wasted no words and simply raised his fist. Against you, I don't even need a serious punch. Boom. If not for the desperate resistance of the three top-tier powerhouses, Shinji Kapu and Mazeholen, all the warships in the encirclement would have been shattered by the violent tremor. Looking back at the midair, the crimson Qilin arm and the raised fist clashed fiercely. It held for less than 2 seconds before the mountain-like Qilin arm began to shatter into countless fragments under Lin Hao's fist. The first to bear the brunt was Four Emperors Kaido, who had created the massive dragon head with his devil fruit ability. The moment his fist touched Lin Hao's, the colossal dragon head was shattered into flying sparks. Then Kaido's pair of massive horns were obliterated into dust by the force of Lin Hao's punch. Facing Lin Hao's fist, which had shattered his flaming dragon torch and still retained its momentum, this legendary pirate, known as the world's strongest creature, could only raise his steel prosthetic arm in a final resistance. But this last defiance was futile. After shattering Kaido's hard steel arms, as for Barrett, after the flames enveloping his arm were shattered, his arm was completely exposed to Lin Hao's fist. Without a moment for regret under Barrett's shocked gaze, the colossal mecha created by his devil fruit awakening instantly crumbled into countless fragments. His very body suffered irreparable damage for the rest of his life. After completely obliterating the combined technique of Kaido and Barrett, the residual force of the terrifying fist wind did not diminish. It even punched a massive crater in the sky, revealing the void beyond the atmosphere. Is he even human? Before losing consciousness completely, this question flashed through Barrett's mind. With a single strike, Lin Hao obliterated the combined assault of two legendary pirates who had once shaken the Grand Line. Having blasted the two legendary pirates into the ruins of Impel Down, with one blow the shockwave from Lin Hao's ordinary punch continued unchecked, carving a colossal rift straight through the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, the naval commanders maintaining the blockade around Impel Down were left utterly stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Could this truly be the power of the youngest fleet admiral in naval history? This guy's strength is genuinely terrifying. Staring at the enormous crater in the sky, Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, felt as though his eyes might burst from their sockets. His deputy Hannibal stood beside him, mouth hanging wide open, not even noticing their snot running into their mouths. The power Lin Hao had displayed far exceeded anything they could have imagined. They simply could not conceive it. Was there truly anyone remaining on the Grand Line who could challenge Lin Hao at this point? Compared to the two directors of Impel Down, Aokiji and Garp, who had already witnessed Kaido's execution as the world's strongest creature, were undoubtedly more composed. Yet even they could not suppress their inner astonishment. After all, such a scene of splitting the heavens was not something witnessed lightly. And Lin Hao, the youngest fleet admiral in naval history, had actually made them witness it twice within a single month. Wait, that's odd. I clearly saw that Red Earl fellow also engaged Qing Long in battle. Barthélemy and Kaido were both defeated, but where did that troublesome guy go? While the naval commanders remained frozen in shock at the terrifying power displayed by Fleet Admiral Qinglong, the recovering Aokiji suddenly noticed something. Red Earl Rodfield, who had been standing on Barthélemy's shoulders moments before, had suddenly vanished. Could he have escaped? Impossible. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't have slipped away right under everyone's noses. Hearing Aokishi's confusion, Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, also snapped out of his daze. At that moment, Garp, the Navy hero who had once clashed with Red Earl and had been staring fixedly at the tremendous crater overhead, also realized what was happening. Seemingly recalling certain abilities of Red Earl, Garp's expression instantly shifted from utter shock to deep anxiety, and he began shouting toward the distant Lin Hao. Hey, Lin Hao, be careful. Rodfield is still out there. His concealment abilities are extremely potent. He's planning to ambush you on the distant ice surface. Hearing Garp's warning, Lin Hao's face showed not the slightest ripple. because before Garp even spoke, he had already sensed Red Earl's presence through his extraordinary perceptual abilities. The next instant, before Lin Hao could respond to Garp's reminder behind him, Red Earl's tall and gaunt figure suddenly materialized. Without giving Lin Hao time to react, this powerhouse, who had once dominated the Grand Line, bared his fangs. A vicious grin twisting his face, he lunged fiercely toward Lin Hao's snow-white neck, attempting a brutal bite. Your strength is truly terrifying, but your vigilance is pathetically lacking. You'll need to learn this lesson in your next life. Red Earl Rodfield was a legendary pirate of the Grand Line during the Roger era. In his youth, he had once defeated the previous Fleet Admiral Steelbone Sengoku. With only himself, he had rivaled the Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates at the height of their power. Refusing to take partners or form alliances was his life creed. Even in this dire moment, he had merely treated Kaido and Barthélemy as pawns to create an opening for his surprise attack. The process was profoundly irritating, but the outcome was splendid. Those two legendary pirates of the Grand Line had nearly killed each other, finally creating the perfect opportunity for a decisive single strike. Gazing at Fleet Admiral Qinglong, who showed absolutely no reaction, and listening to the panicked shouts of the surrounding naval commanders, Red Earl Rodfield seemed to already envision Fleet Admiral Qinglong gradually turning into a desiccated corpse before his eyes. Through absorbing the blood of this supreme powerhouse, his own body would reach its peak once more. At that very moment, Red Earl seemed to see himself towering over the defeated Qinglong, regarding the surrounding naval commanders like mere ants. But in the next instant, a bright and refined voice reached his ears, pulling his thoughts abruptly back to reality. I spotted you long ago. Choosing to ambush me was your gravest mistake. Learn from this in your next life. Gather intelligence before engaging. Just as Red Earl's sharp fangs were about to sink into Lin Hao's neck, Lin Hao's entire body was suddenly enveloped by a flame as hot as the sun itself, materializing from nowhere. At that moment, the already close-range Red Earl had no time to evade. His whole figure was directly swallowed by those solar flames. Oh! In an instant, terrifying heat swept across the entire area. The colossal ice sculptures created by Fleet Admiral Aokishi's ice fruit powers all evaporated within moments. The naval commanders on site were also scorched by the blistering heat and could barely keep their eyes open. On the warships, some naval soldiers covered their eyes. Others simply turned around. Some who reacted too late were completely blinded by that sun-like radiant light, collapsing on the warship decks in agony. Accompanying the terrifying heat and piercing light was Red Earl Rodfield's soul-rending scream. This scream came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. In less than 2 seconds, the scream that had echoed across the battlefield came to an immediate halt. A few moments later, the sun-like flames were drawn back into Lin Hao's body. When the people on the warships readjusted to their surroundings and turned their gaze toward Impel Down, they were stunned to discover Lin Hao had already returned to the deck of the warship, gazing at the ocean's surface churning with thick steam. All the naval commanders were frozen in shock. Hey, Lin Hao, what happened to that Red Earl fellow? Has he already? Looking at Lin Hao comfortably stretching on the deck, smelling the strange scorched odor in the air, Navy hero Garp couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he had anticipated the outcome long ago, Lin Hao's answer still sent this battle-hardened Navy hero's jaw crashing to the floor. Exactly as you thought. Not even a trace remains. Not even a trace left. These simple words plunged the assembled naval admirals into a state of mental paralysis once more. That was Hong Boju, an existence that, relying solely on his own strength, once rivaled the two great powers of the Luo Jie pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Who dared to doubt that he was a giant of the Grand Line? Yet such a powerhouse from the era of Luo Jie was killed by Admiral Qinglong, as if it were child's play. Watching Lin Hao, who was fiddling with several strange discs at the forefront of the warship, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Admiral Qinglong's strength was truly too heaven-defying. Fortunately, he was an important pillar of their own camp. If such a powerful figure stood on the side of the four emperors or the Revolutionary Army, it would be unimaginable what state the world government would be in now. Hey Lin Hao, you've been holding several different discs in your hand since just now. What are those? Just as all the naval admirals were stunned by Lin Hao's formidable strength, the naval hero Ka Pu suddenly noticed the few discs that Lin Hao was playing with. Those discs looked nothing unusual on the outside. But upon closer inspection, Ka Pu was astonished to find that the covers of several discs were actually painted with devil fruits. As a veteran naval officer who had roamed the Grand Line for most of his life, he had once looked through some precious materials like the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia to deal with different devil fruit users. And one of the discs with a fiery red fruit cover instantly caught Ka Pu's attention because he discovered that it was exactly the magma fruit of Admiral Red Dog. Looking at Admiral Red Dog, who was carelessly discarded in the corner of the warship like a dead dog, Ka Pu suddenly had a bold idea. Last time when Red Dog was beaten unconscious, he had personally directed a group of Navy medical personnel to collect Red Dog's elemental body all over the training ground. But now, Red Dog had clearly lost his elemental ability and become a normal person. Could it be that this youngest headquarters admiral in naval history possessed the terrifying ability to strip devil fruits from users. Thinking of this, the naval hero Ka Pu couldn't help but shiver. He didn't know if it was his own psychological effect. He basically knew everyone present. But for some reason, he had a feeling that there was another existence beside Lin Hao that he simply couldn't see. And that existence, which even he could only faintly sense through his sixth sense, possessed the terrifying ability to silence everyone present forever. These discs. Hearing the question from the naval hero Ka Pu, Lin Hao stretched vigorously, and then revealed a harmless, innocent smile. You can understand it this way: as long as these discs are with me, these prisoners today won't be able to cause any more trouble. This operation to suppress the rebellion in Impel Down. Lin Hao had indeed gained a great deal. Apart from Hong Boju Luo de Fei Erda, who had just been burned to death by his own son, God Power of the Sin of Pride. All the devil fruit abilities of the other legendary pirates had been extracted from their bodies by Lin Hao using his stand white snake and made into discs. On this trip, Lin Hao obtained the red dog fruit of the Navy headquarters admiral and the combined fruit of the legendary pirate Ba Lei Te. Even the mythical Zoan fish fruit, mythical Zoan azure dragon form of the four emperors Kaido, and the Momo fruit of Bang Di Wierda were all made into fruit discs that could be freely bestowed upon himself or others. With their fruit abilities extracted, and under such severe injuries, the legendary pirates who had lost their fruit abilities would probably never cause any trouble again. Suddenly possessing 4 god-level fruits in the pirate world, Lin Hao's heart couldn't help but bloom with joy. After all, he would be establishing his own private force on the Grand Line in the future. If these 4 fruits were given to 4 trusted subordinates, then who could threaten his power? Who could hinder him from openly slacking off and sunbathing? Just as Lin Hao was secretly calculating which people were worth granting a god-level fruit, the somewhat worried voice of Admiral Qing Ji suddenly came over. Lin Hao, this Impel Down matter has been successfully concluded, but even though the pirates have been suppressed, our troubles are still not small. The entire Impel Down has been destroyed. The higher-ups will probably not easily give up pursuing accountability. Looking at the Impel Down, which had completely turned into ruins not far ahead. As a result, after everything was over, Admiral Qinglong was still the most uncontrollable one for the world government, but Impel Down was destroyed. On the surface, they had completely eliminated the hidden danger of those legendary pirates causing further trouble, but the destruction of Impel Down naturally damaged the world government's prestige. Admiral Qinglong's strength was formidable, so the world government dared not do anything to him. But he had openly disobeyed the orders from above and did not join forces with the legendary pirates to deal with Lin Hao. He would probably face quite severe punishment. If you hadn't mentioned accountability, I wouldn't have thought of it. Now that you bring it up, I'm going to demand an explanation. Hearing Admiral Qing Ji's worries, Lin Hao naturally understood the other's concerns. The impact of such a bad incident would inevitably be enormous. With his own formidable strength, even if he caused losses to the world government, those old fossils wouldn't dare say anything. But Admiral Qing Ji was different. Not only had he tipped him off in advance, but he had also openly disobeyed orders and stood by idly while Lin Hao fought the legendary pirates. Without a doubt, those old fellows would vent all their anger from the failure of this operation onto this naval admiral who still had a conscience. Although Qing Ji's actions did not have any significant impact on the outcome of this operation, he had still helped Lin Hao after all. Favors must eventually be repaid. Demand an explanation. What do you mean? Looking at Lin Hao smirk, the faces of Admiral Qing Ji, Impel Down Warden Mai Zheluan, and other naval powerhouses all showed puzzled expressions. What did this kid want to do? Was he actually thinking of settling accounts with those old fellows? Those were people standing at the pinnacle of world power, different from the puzzled expressions of the naval admirals. The naval hero Ka Pu, however, had a gloating smirk on his face. As an old friend of the fleet Admiral Zhanghua, he naturally knew some inside information, such as some intimate interactions between the 5 elders and Lin Hao. This time those old guys had come up with such a foolish operation. This matter probably couldn't be ended easily. Zhan Taowan, come here. Take me somewhere. Where does Lord Lin Hao want to go? The Holy Land. The residence of the J. Garcia family. In the Holy Land, the Pangaea Castle. At this moment, the faces of the 5 old men who possessed all power in the world had turned pale with fright. Just moments ago, they had seen through the live broadcast the shocking scene of Lin Hao annihilating a group of legendary pirates with a single blow. The terrifying power of that sky-splitting strike made these old fellows who had lived for hundreds of years realize that Admiral Qinglong had probably already learned of their plan. This matter probably couldn't be resolved easily. Just then the Den Den Mushi placed on the luxurious crystal table in front of them emitted a buru-buru sound. Looking at the harmless, innocent smile mimicked by the Den Den Mushi, the hearts of the 5 old men suddenly felt a chill. What to do? Should we answer? The first to react was Saint Bai Te among the 5 elders. At this moment he had lost his usual composure, and his face was full of panic. If we don't answer, what else can we do? Do you think Admiral Qinglong will just let it go if we don't answer? Looking at Saint Bai Ti's panicked expression, the only one among the 5 elders who carried a sword, Saint Nasi Shou Lang, shook his head helplessly. In any case, we must never admit to the assassination operation. At worst, we can say it was a misunderstanding and apologize to him. As long as the compensation is sufficient, that guy probably won't do anything excessive. Under the expectant gazes of the other 4 old men, as the finance god Saint Nasi Shou Lang suppressed the fear in his heart and tremblingly picked up the receiver of the Den Den Mushi. Is that Admiral Qinglong? We've already heard about the impel down matter. You did well this time. On behalf of the world government, we want to commend you. As soon as the Den Den Mushi connected, Saint Nasi Shou Lang didn't wait for Lin Hao to speak first. He quickly categorized the destructive incident of impel down as a heroic feat of Admiral Qinglong eliminating legendary pirates, hoping to cover up the matter with a positive attitude. Hearing Saint Nasi Shou Lang's praise of Lin Hao, the other 4-5 elders all showed expressions of admiration, giving their colleague thumbs up. Without revealing any panic, his acting skills were top-notch on the other side, watching the Den Den Mushi vividly portray Saint Nasi Shou Lang's forced calm face. Lin Hao couldn't help but secretly admire him. With such thick skin, perhaps he could really withstand one of his serious punches. At this moment, Lin Hao was already in the Holy Land. Around him were a group of Celestial Dragon residents fleeing in panic. And in front of him was a magnificent luxury villa area, even more splendid than the Palace of Dressrosa. Behind him was Zhang Tao, one whose face had turned pale and who regretted it deeply. Their location was exactly the residence of the Celestial Dragon J. Garcia family. It was the family of that Saint Satan of the J. Garcia. 2 minutes ago, Lin Hao used Zhang Tao Wan's door fruit ability to come here. And he had magnanimously given the residents inside 1 minute to flee, and now time was up. He didn't care whether there were still Celestial Dragons inside, who hadn't escaped. The action was about to begin. It's all thanks to your excellent leadership that I had the opportunity to completely eradicate the hidden dangers of those legendary pirates. Before you commend me, I must first express my profound gratitude to you, Admiral Qinglong. What do you mean by that? Where are you now? Why do I hear someone shouting for help on the Den Den Mushi? Hearing Lin Hao's sarcastic laughter, Saint Nasi Shou Lang's heart immediately tightened. This guy absolutely cannot be judged by common sense. Saint Nasi Shou Lang, I have to thank each of you one by one. It's not your turn yet. Pass the phone to Saint Satan first, Admiral Qinglong. You? If you have any grievances, we can talk slowly. Don't do anything excessive. When he took the phone from Saint Nasi Shou Lang, Saint Satan, who had first proposed this operation plan, was already pale. Even his voice began to tremble. Meanwhile, Lin Hao in the Holy Land had a smile as warm as a spring breeze. With his left hand holding the receiver of the Den Den Mushi and his right hand pointing a single finger to the sky, he condensed a huge crimson fireball comparable to a mountain directly above his head. The next moment, Lin Hao's gentle reply directly terrified Saint Sa, the pride of the J. Garcia family, so much that his liver and gall seemed to split. In an instant, Saint Satan, with a face of utter despair, heard a deafening explosion sound from the Den Den Mushi. General Qinglong, what are you doing? Stop this instant. Listening to the deafening explosions coming from the other end of the Den Den Mushi, Saint, the instigator of this entire incident, suddenly felt a terror that chilled him to his core. General Qinglong had said he was currently at his family's residence within the Holy Land. He did not believe that Lin Hao had gone there to visit his family for tea and chat. Amidst those thunderous explosions, fragments of heart-rending screams occasionally pierced through. Although no definite answer had been received yet, Saint, the science guardian among the 5 elders, had already anticipated what was happening on the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the next moment Lin Hao's response still caused his expression to instantly shift from shock to utter devastation and despair. It's exactly what I said. I was quite clear. I wanted you to hear the sound of the sun. Remember that technique I used when executing Kaido last time? I applied it directly to your family's residence. Your exemplary deeds have earned your family the gift of the sun. You're truly the pride of your clan. Though Lin Hao's voice was not loud, but every word he spoke struck Saint's heart like a heavy hammer. What gift of the sun? That was nothing more than the small sun from when he executed the strongest creature Kaido last time, fired directly into his family's residence. Listening to the shrieks on the other end of the Den Den Mushi that briefly overpowered the terrifying explosions before quickly fading away, Saint's already devastated face turned deathly pale once more. Lin Hao, you bastard, that's a Celestial Dragon family. How dare you do this? Finally, with Lin Hao's mocking provocations combined with the violent explosions, Saint of the 5 elders suddenly clutched his chest. A large mouthful of blood sprayed uncontrollably from his lips. This gift of the sun is a reward for your clansmen, but don't worry, before raining down the sun's blessing on your family's residence, I gave them 1 minute to decide whether to accept it. Clearly not everyone enjoyed this gift, but rest assured most of your clansmen are already bathed in the sun's radiance, watching the Din Din Mushi vividly imitate Lin Hao's smug expression. The five elders Satan Saint instantly felt his eyes fill with blood and veins bulging on his forehead. A massive celestial dragon family within the Holy Land. Was it really ending so frivolously? Though he hadn't witnessed the gruesome scene in the Holy Land, the peculiar sounds of explosions mixed with wails coming through the Din Din Mushi gave Satan Saint, standing at the pinnacle of world power, as ample room for imagination. General Qinglong. You bastard. Finally, after realizing his family had completely lost its former glory because of him, Satan Saint of the five elders let out a cry and vomited a fountain-like spray of blood from his mouth before collapsing unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the other four members of the five elders turned ashen in an instant. Earlier, General Qinglong had made himself very clear that he intended to personally thank each member of the five elders one by one. Could such madness befall all the families behind the five elders? At this thought, the remaining four members of the five elders could only watch as financial guardian Nasu Jagarg Saint trembled while taking the Din Din Mushi receiver from Satan Saint's hand. The other three, however, scrambled and crawled toward the depths of Pongu City. Given the situation, only Imusama, who never appears in public, might be able to persuade General Qinglong to cease this madness. The five elders' greatest fear had finally come to pass. Lin Hao had finally laid hands on the celestial dragons. On the other side, within the Holy Land, before Lin Hao now lay scorched earth reduced to ruins. The air hung thick with scorching heat and the acrid scent of charred flesh. 1 minute ago, this had still been the opulent residential district of celestial dragons within the palace of Paideselosa, but now beyond the charred remnants of buildings reduced to ash, only white powder remained scattered everywhere. Because the temperature far exceeded ordinary flames, the celestial dragons of the Satan Saint family hadn't even left any remnants behind. And all of this was still the result of Lin Hao deliberately holding back. Compared to the merciless sun he unleashed during Kaido's execution, this time the area covered was larger, though the destructive force was significantly diminished. Yet even so, it still completely devastated this entire area in a short span. The renowned Jagarussia family among the celestial dragons was now from this day forward officially classified as an endangered clan. After all, very few had managed to escape during that precious minute. Gazing upon this hellish landscape, Lin Hao's face wore only an expression of complete indifference. He was no naive humanitarian. If anyone dared attack him, they should have prepared to lose everything. And behind Lin Hao stood Zio, who had brought him here using the Dordor fruit's power. This burly man, who cared for no one except the world's greatest scientist Vegapunk, now wore a grim expression. To annihilate an entire celestial dragon family with a mere gesture. Such an act, if revealed, would be met with disbelief across the Grand Line. As a human being, Lin Hao's capabilities were simply too terrifying. For a moment, Zio looked at Lin Hao with pure reverence in his eyes. Lin Hao, what have you done? This is a crime so grave that even 10,000 deaths couldn't atone for it. Don't think you can just walk away from this. Just as Lin Hao was stroking his chin, contemplating which celestial dragon family should receive the sun's blessing, next a furious shout snapped him directly out of his thoughts. In the distance, 9 agile figures were rapidly approaching Lin Hao's direction. As he recognized the appearance of the person leading them, Lin Hao's handsome face, harmless seeming to outsiders but resembling some demonic avenger in the eyes of other celestial dragons, broke into a warm, welcoming smile. Oh, isn't this Figureland Garling Saint, whom I haven't seen in ages? And the esteemed members of the Sacred Knights, coming with such fanfare. Did you wish to catch up with me? The ones rushing to arrive before Lin Hao were none other than the celestial dragon's ultimate trump card, their clan's strongest warriors, the Sacred Knights. Gazing upon the scorched earth before them, the 9 members of the Sacred Knights, led by Figureland Garling Saint, had eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. Though this time the family destroyed by Lin Hao was not their own, they were all still of celestial dragon blood. Among those victims were even some celestial dragon members who maintained friendly relations with them. Lin Hao, how dare you? The Sacred Knights will execute you with the cruelest punishment imaginable. We will make you regret ever being born into this world. Oh, it seems a single blessing from the sun god won't open your eyes. Then I'll bestow several more upon you, beginning with you. Hearing Garling Saint's description of him, Lin Hao's face still wore that pleasant spring-like smile, but his eyes gradually turned ice cold. Just as both sides were about to clash, a sudden buzzing sound erupted from the chest of Sacred Knights Commander Figureland Garling Saint. Just as Fijalanud Greenwood led all members of the Divine Knight Order preparing to arrest Lin Hao on the spot, the mastermind behind the earth-shattering incident at the Holy Land. However, a buzzing sound echoed throughout the scene. This was the distinctive ring of the Din Din Mushi. Though its volume was modest, it rang out piercingly against the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing the sound, Grandmaster Gu Luingsheng, who had already drawn his waist sword, paused momentarily. He then carefully extracted an exquisitely crafted Din Din Mushi from his chest. Unlike other den mushies, this one merely emitted a buzzing noise from its mouth. It could not replicate human facial expressions. Yet despite this, everyone present immediately ceased their movements. No matter how furious they had been moments before, they fell silent at once. For everyone there knew precisely who was on the other end of the call. Imu-sama, it is both an honor and a trembling privilege to receive your call. Might we inquire as to what new instructions you bring for the Divine Knight Order? The moment the Den Mushi connected, the Divine Knight Order members, led by Fjalanud, immediately assumed a half-kneeling posture. Fjalanud, the commander of the Divine Knight Order, held the Den Mushi reverently in his palms. After a brief moment, a voice emerged from within. A majestic female voice resonated from the device. Imu is fully aware of all that has transpired at the Holy Land. Now hand over the Den Mushi to Lin Hao. This matter is no longer within your jurisdiction. Though the voice from the Den Mushi was not particularly loud, the moment it spoke, every member of the Divine Knight Order instinctively bowed their proud heads. Even though the presence on the other end of the call had not physically arrived, not a single member of the Divine Knight Order dared show the slightest negligence. It was simply because the person on the other end bore the name Imu. Upon hearing Imu's directive, the Divine Knight Order members felt surprise in their hearts. Yet none dared voice any objection. Only Fjalanud, commander of the Divine Knight Order, after hearing Imu's command, displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Wait, Imu-sama, surely you jest. That Lin Hao, he just destroyed a family that had existed for hundreds of years right at the Holy Land. This is a crime so grave it cannot be repaid. We cannot simply let it pass, that inferior being less than an ant. Upon hearing Fjalanud Greenwood's description of Lin Hao, Imu on the other end of the line immediately erupted with a sharp, interrogating voice. Though Fjalanud had not finished speaking, Imu, who had personally witnessed Lin Hao's true strength, brusquely cut him off with an irrevocable, angered tone. For he knew that if Fjalanud were to utter those foolish words, Lin Hao, already at the Holy Land, might do something irreversible. Seeing that Imu, the leader of the Tenryubido, had grown angry, Fjalanud immediately dropped to both knees and lowered his head, daring not make another sound. At this point, even an idiot could have guessed, with one's knees no less, what dreadful consequences would follow if he continued to contradict her. In that instant, both ends of the Den Mushi fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, the instigator of all this, stood casually with his arms folded, looking down at the members of the Divine Knight Order with undisguised disdain. At first glance, it appeared as though the Divine Knight Order led by Fjalanud were kneeling not before Imu, the king of the world, but before Lin Hao, the former Tenryubido who had been cast out from their ranks. After a brief moment, Imu's voice from the Den Mushi softened slightly. Yet her instructions caused the eyes of Fjalanud and the Divine Knight Order members to shrink abruptly. Now obey Imu's will. Maintain your kneeling posture and hand the Den Mushi to Lin Hao before you. But Imu-sama, Lin Hao, he, Greenwood Saint, if you speak another word, Imu shall unleash divine punishment, and the light of the Fjalanud family will be completely extinguished in the river of history. Upon hearing Imu's command, Fjalanud Greenwood Saint immediately protested. Though still maintaining his kneeling posture, his voice grew urgent, but before he could continue his objection, Imu's majestic voice silenced him, forcing his words back into his stomach. For he understood that if he continued to defy those orders, the terrifying divine punishment would truly descend upon his family. By then his family's fate would hardly be better than that of Satan's saints Jigwaluaxia. Listening to Imu's rebuke through the Den Mushi, yet now he could only obey Imu's command. Still kneeling, he approached Lin Hao and with deep reverence offered the Den Mushi from his hand. Noticing Fjalunud's respectful posture but thoroughly displeased expression, Lin Hao smiled faintly. He then mockingly patted the man's head before taking the Den Mushi from his hands. Faced with such mockery, anger surged within Fjalunud's heart, combined with Lin Hao's infuriatingly smug expression. The commander of the Divine Knight Order could barely restrain himself from gripping his sword hilt. But the next moment, Imu's voice from the Den Mushi left him frozen in place. Lin Hao, Imu is fully aware of how events unfolded. Your actions, Imu, can understand. The resolution will certainly provide you with a satisfactory answer. Might Imu ask that you let this matter rest? Unlike the majestic tone used when speaking to Fjalanud Greenwood Saint. When Imu spoke to Lin Hao, there was no authority in her tone at all, as if Lin Hao were not her subordinate in name, but rather an equal standing beside her. In these almost submissive words, Fjalanud even detected a hint of pleading. Witnessing this, the formerly furious Fjalanud deflated like a punctured balloon. If even Imu-sama treated him with such courtesy, seeking further trouble with him would be nothing short of courting disaster. In that moment, Fjalanud could only lower his proud head once more. Seeing this, the sneer on Lin Hao's face deepened. Let us drop these ironic titles between us. You have utterly destroyed a Tenryubito family. The 5 elders, they have received their deserved punishment. From now on they will never harbor such ridiculous thoughts again. Imu can guarantee this to you. Though she had not met him in person, Imu clearly understood the discontent in Lin Hao's tone. If she could not satisfy this plague god Lin Hao today, this fellow might genuinely destroy all the 5 elders' families in a fit of rage. Losing 5 of the 19 Tenryubito families at the Holy Land was something Imu could never accept under any circumstances. At this moment Imu sat upon the Void Throne. Directly below the Void Throne 3 wretched figures knelt with their bodies pressed reverently to the ground. Upon closer inspection each bore terrible wounds that ran deep enough to expose bone. Even though the 5 elders possessing the mythical Zoan-type devil fruits possessed formidable healing abilities at this moment, they allowed those horrific injuries to inflict unimaginable suffering upon their bodies. After all, compared to the destruction of their entire families, these injuries were truly negligible. They truly understood now. A dragon has its reverse scale, those who touch it invite its wrath. Having offended Lin Hao, he was genuinely willing to deal fatal blows, even when facing the Tenryubito who held exalted status in this world. Meanwhile, the still unconscious Satan Saint's entire family of women had already been mentally cursed hundreds of times over by the other 4-5 elders. Though whether that old fossil still has any female relatives remains uncertain. Imasama, an apology alone will scarcely suffice. After all this time, I nearly died at the hands of those old frauds. If I don't teach them a profound lesson, I fear trouble will find me again. Lin Hao did not accept Imu's proposal. It was not difficult to locate. Hearing Lin Hao's complaints, Imu on the Void Throne felt an abundance of exasperation. In the past you had displayed your true strength before me alone. How could someone of your terrifying power be taken down by a combination of impelled down level 6 pirates and Marine Admirals? Others might harbor doubts, but Imu, who had witnessed Lin Hao's true strength, did not share such skepticism. This operation to eliminate Lin Hao, without Admiral Kazan's advance warning, none of those who dared to strike would have survived. Though Lin Hao's tone on the other end of the den mushy sounded bright and cheerful. Yet Imu upon the Void Throne found herself frowning deeply. As for the 3-5 elders below, their bodies completely pressed to the ground, were now trembling, entirely consumed by utter terror. They had pretty much guessed what Lin Hao was doing at this moment. All they could hope for now was that the lofty Imu-sama would reach an agreement with him before Lin Hao struck again. They would rather die than bear the guilt of being the ruin of their own families. Lin Hao, Imu's guarantee holds weight. Should you cease your wrath, state your terms. We shall not object. If you still refuse to relent, then at the very least for that person's sake, might you spare this instance. At this moment Lin Hao had already located the closest of the remaining 5 elder families. But just as he was about to proceed with chatting to Imu while unleashing another merciless sun attack, an extraordinarily familiar voice rang out from the trembling crowd of Tenryubito in the distance. Lin Hao, my friend, please do not act thus. For my sake, might we sit down and have a proper conversation? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Lin Hao could not help but turn his head to look in the direction it came from. The next moment, the teasing smile on Lin Hao's face actually transformed into a genuine one, that which only appears when meeting a friend. Musakura Disu. Before him stood a man with green hair styled into an inverted triangular onion shape, unlike the other celestial dragons who wore masks. This celestial dragon who had voluntarily approached Lin Hao was still clad in the peculiar spacesuit-like garment. However, he did not wear the special oxygen-supplying mask, and unlike the fear and disgust in the eyes of other celestial dragons when they looked at Lin Hao, this celestial dragon's gaze held a rare sincerity that made Lin Hao feel quite at ease. It's been a long time. If you hadn't shown up, I'd have almost forgotten I still have a friend among the celestial dragons. The one who rushed over to Lin Hao was none other than one of his few friends among the celestial dragons, Tangjijid Musajiludshung. During this period, Lin Hao had been idling around and sunbathing, but one thing that never changed was the special recliner gifted to him by Musajiludshung. As the only gift he had received in the Holy Land, Lin Hao treasured it immensely. When Fajilandu accidentally damaged a corner of the chair, Lin Hao beat him until his bones were cracked all over. When Admiral Akainu soiled the chair in the Marine Headquarters training ground, Lin Hao beat him so badly that his body couldn't even be reassembled. If there was ever a true friend Lin Hao had in this world, that person would undoubtedly be Tangjijid Musajiludshung. At this moment the air was not only filled with unbearable scorching heat, but also a charred barbecue-like smell that was hard to describe. In such an environment, even Musajiludshung, who had always been pampered in the Holy Land and possessed the best of manners, couldn't help but frown deeply. Though he forced a smile for Lin Hao, the pain written on his face made Lin Hao secretly chuckle. Imu Darren. You really know me well. Since you've even sent this guy, I'll sit down and talk. But I don't want anyone to disturb us. Can you do me that favor? Now that you're willing to sit and talk properly, I'm naturally happy to see it. Upon hearing Lin Hao's tone finally soften, Imu seated on the void throne felt a slight relief. After a polite greeting, Imu directly hung up the phone. If Lin Hao were allowed to run wild in the Holy Land, the situation would truly spiral out of control. Fortunately, among the celestial dragons, Lin Hao had a friend like Musajalud Sheng to mediate. Looking at the three old men still trembling prostrate beneath the throne, Imu, who had just spoken to Lin Hao with a gentle tone, immediately turned stern. Tell me, who proposed this matter? When Imu spoke, there was no conqueror's haki that could directly affect the soul. But the icy tone made every word feel like a sharp blade stabbing into the hearts of these old men one by one. It was Satong Sheng, the science defense war god, proposed this plan. At this moment, among the three Wulaoxing, only the usually composed Malikali Sheng could barely answer Imu's question. As for the other two, they were already trembling all over, drenched in cold sweat, and too terrified to speak. Yet the next moment, Imu's interrogation plunged their already shattered spirits even deeper into despair. But the ones who agreed were the other four, weren't they? Yes. Please punish us, Imu Darren. Facing the lofty Imu Darren, these old men, who stood at the pinnacle of world power, dared not harbor even a trace of defiance. They feared that a single slip of the tongue would incur displeasure. For Imu, like the formidable Admiral Qinglo, possessed the terrifying means to annihilate an entire celestial dragon family in an instant. I have no intention of punishing you as long as your compensation satisfies Lin Hao. But one person is excluded. Convey my decree: from today onward, Satong Sheng shall no longer hold the position of Science Defense War God. If there are survivors, all members of the Jai Ijilu family, to which Satong Sheng belongs, shall automatically lose their celestial dragon status, be reduced to commoners, have all their property confiscated, and be expelled from the Holy Land. As for the rest, it depends on what terms Lin Hao wants to propose. Upon hearing Imu's decree from the Void Throne, the three members of the Wulaoxing turned pale as ghosts. The position of Wulaoxing, which had remained unchanged for centuries, was now altered due to the wrath of Admiral Qinglong. Then, may I ask Imu Darren, who will fill the vacancy for the Science Defense War God? Although somewhat surprised by Imu's punishment of Satong Sheng, after a brief thought they realized that this outcome was both unexpected and reasonable. A powerful celestial dragon family had been completely destroyed, so its representative had lost all value. Moreover, hadn't he caused such a huge mess? Letting him bear the blame for all five of them, they had gotten a huge bargain. But the next moment, Imu's answer nearly made everyone present's eyes pop out of their sockets. The position of Science Defense War God will be taken by Tangjijid Musajalud Sheng. Extract the Gyuki form of the mythical Zoan fruit and give it to the new war god of the Tangjijid family. On the other side, in the Holy Land, Lin Hao had already pulled his friend Tangjijid Musajalud Sheng away from the ruins. Musajalud Sheng looked at Lin Hao's harmless smiling face, but his heart was filled with an indescribable unease. After all, he had come with Imu's mission and he knew the full story. For anyone with sufficient power, it would be difficult to let such a matter slide so easily. In this matter, Lin Hao was not truly wrong, but his actions were indeed ruthless. After a long internal struggle, Musajalud Sheng finally mustered his old face to speak to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, the world government was indeed in the wrong here, but could you please show some leniency? Consider it a favor to me, a celestial dragon. You can name any condition, but please don't kill anyone else in the Holy Land. If there's really no room for negotiation, then please kill me first. In this matter, the world government was already in the wrong, and Lin Hao's strength exceeded their understanding. Therefore, the wise Musajalud Sheng knew that this negotiation was doomed from the start. If there was any chance of a turnaround, it would have to rely on his friendship with Lin Hao. The last sentence was spoken so softly that only Musajalud Sheng himself could hear it. If not for Imu's decree, how could he have morally blackmailed his good friend? But the next moment, Lin Hao's response made Musajalud Sheng, a rare celestial dragon who didn't treat commoners as ants, stare and shock his eyes wide. Originally this matter was non-negotiable, but since you're the one asking, I don't mind taking back the sun's blessing first. However, my conditions will be very harsh. What? Lin Hao, is what you said true? Upon hearing Lin Hao's reply, Musajalud Sheng, who had been preparing to endure a torrent of scolding or even be eliminated, widened his eyes in astonishment. After all, the fault lay entirely with the five elders, and Lin Hao possessed absolute, overwhelming power. With such a massive advantage, this pinnacle powerhouse of the Grand Line, merely out of consideration for their past friendship, had agreed to sit down and talk things out. For a moment, Musajalud Sheng's mind went completely blank. Just moments ago, he hadn't even given face to Sama when speaking with him personally. Hey, Musajalud Sheng, I've only agreed to temporarily withdraw the sun's blessing. That doesn't mean I'll let it go forever, and the price for me to stop is definitely not low. You'd better hear me out. Watching Musajalud Sheng's expression shift from stunned to ecstatic, Lin Hao could only smile wryly and remind him. But before Lin Hao could finish, Aokiji Lin Sheng immediately made his stance clear. No problem as long as Lord Lin Hao states the terms, we will never haggle. Well, just to clarify beforehand, don't make the conditions too outrageous. Seeing that the matter could now be discussed openly, Aokiji Lin Sheng promptly confirmed the negotiations. His only task was to get Lin Hao to stop causing trouble and sit down for a proper talk. As for the conditions, those could be left to the higher-ups among the celestial dragons to negotiate. Fine. Then I'll make my demands. Watching Aokiji Lin Sheng's relieved expression, Nazashiro Sheng, who had been holding the Den Mushi receiver, trying to parley with Lin Hao, had already arrived beneath the empty throne. Upon hearing that Saint Saturn had been expelled from the Five Elders by Im-sama, and that his family had been stripped of nobility and driven out of the Holy Land, this beardless elder among the Five Elders, just like his three colleagues, was so terrified that he fell to his knees, not daring to move an inch. The science defense god Saint Saturn had had extensive dealings with him, and over time, they had developed some friendship. But now, that old fool had brought about his own downfall. There was no way to even speak a few good words for him. After a moment, the expression of Im-sama atop the empty throne gradually turned icy cold. Because just now through the Den Mushi, he had learned the terms Lin Hao demanded for standing down. This time, to appease Lin Hao's fury, the Holy Land would truly have to pay a heavy price. Lin Hao has already stated his conditions for you to withdraw. This matter must be handled properly. If you fail, I wouldn't mind letting you suffer the same punishment as Saint Saturn. Please enlighten us, Im-sama. Hearing Im-sama's warning, the remaining 4-5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. If the negotiations fell through and their families were destroyed by Lin Hao, they would truly have no face left to stay in the Holy Land. But the next moment, the conditions relayed by Im-sama instantly froze the relieved smiles on the faces of the 4 old men who stood at the pinnacle of power. Lin Hao demands that each of your families, the 5 elders, pay him 100 billion berries in compensation, and that the 20 world government member states surrounding Dressrosa, along with their celestial gold and governance rights, be handed over to Dressrosa. Including Dressrosa itself, the development of these 20 surrounding countries cannot be interfered with by the world government in any way. This is no small loss. You must find a way to handle it yourselves. What? This is utterly absurd. The moment Im-sama finished speaking, the 4 old men, kneeling beneath the empty throne, let out loud exclamations beyond their control. One family to pay Lin Hao 100 billion berries, excluding Saint Saturn's family, who had already been stripped of property and driven from the Holy Land. That meant the 5 elders would have to pay 400 billion berries in one go to Lin Hao, Marine Headquarters Admiral. 400 billion berries. That exceeded the world government's annual celestial gold revenue. If given away directly, the Holy Land would have no income at all this year. Moreover, all the celestial gold from the 20 member states around Dressrosa was to be handed over to Dressrosa. What did that mean? Was Lin Hao planning to establish his own power alliance similar to the world government? After all, the world government had fewer than 200 member states. Lin Hao was taking 1/10 of them in one stroke. And that wasn't all. What about the non-government member states in the surrounding area? As long as Lin Hao was willing, they would likely join the alliance he was building. After all, in this world, the number of countries that could afford the exorbitant celestial gold was still a minority. The impoverished non-member states were the mainstream of this world. If Lin Hao's demands were truly accepted, it would be a devastating loss for the Holy Land, like being flayed and having bones pulled out. Im-sama, the Azure Dragon's demands are far too excessive. We must not agree to them. After pondering the implications in chilling detail, Mercury, Sheng, the usually steady among the 5 elders, spoke angrily toward Im-sama on the empty throne. But the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the empty throne, sending chills through everyone's hearts. Accompanied by black lightning crackling in the air, the oppressive force once again forced the 5 elders to kneel in terror. Very well, I am pleased by your stubbornness. Then prepare to receive the same punishment as Saint Saturn. Im-sama, we are all acting for the good of the Holy Land. Losing 5 families in one go would also harm the celestial dragons. Feeling the terrifying aura from Im-sama atop the empty throne, the old men trembled uncontrollably as they spoke. Yet the next moment, Im-sama's reply silenced them completely. 5 celestial dragon families. If it can appease Lin Hao, such a loss is nothing. If that works, the Holy Land will also save 400 billion berries, and the world government won't lose 20 member states. Your stubbornness is actually beneficial to the Holy Land. I thank you for your sacrifice. Im-sama gazed down at the 4 old men prostrating before the empty throne, a sharp and ruthless glint in his eyes. Taking it upon yourselves to act against a dangerous individual of unknown origins, plunging the Holy Land into peril. Do you still respect me as the ruler of this world? Today's opportunity was perfect for him to reign in these old fossils. Sama, please don't do that. We know we were wrong. Then see to it that this matter is handled properly. Otherwise expect the same fate as Saint Saturn. There are still many families aspiring to the positions of the five elders. As Sama's voice gradually faded, the four old men finally broke free from the suffocating, terrifying pressure. Looking up again, they found that Sama's figure had already vanished from the empty throne, struggling awkwardly to their feet. The faces of the old men were ashen with fury. If our families are forced to come up with 100 billion berries and liquid assets at once, it will definitely cripple us. Is there any way to solve this problem? After a moment, the justice god among the five elders asked his colleagues with a gloomy expression. Mercury Sheng had set the precedent, and the other five elders began to stir. Pete Sheng, at least your families can still scrape together 100 billion berries. If our families had to pay that much at once, it would not only cripple us, but also jeopardize our current status. Mars Sheng, that's 100 billion berries per family. Making a single family pay nearly half a year's revenue of the entire world government is simply unrealistic. Nezushiro Sheng, can you think of something? In an instant, almost everyone's eyes turned to Nezushiro Sheng, the finance god among the five elders. He was the one in charge of finances. Surely he had no shortage of funds. Seeing the expectant looks from the other three, Nezushiro Sheng's face turned even darker than a frostbitten eggplant. I manage the money, but it's not my money. How can I use it arbitrarily? Even if I did, it would require Sama's approval, and the money would have to be repaid later. That afternoon, Lin Hao, after catching up with his friend Mayasigilud Sheng, left the Holy Land and continued his journey toward Wano country. That evening, the World Economic News, which had already published its daily edition, surprisingly issued an extra edition. When people saw the content of this newspaper, the Grand Line was once again plunged into turbulent waves. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, the Commander Dragon's expression was grim. Before him stood Sabo, who was being groomed as the next Revolutionary Army leader, and the commanders of the four armies from the east, south, west, and north. This can't be true, right? Although he demonstrated his power, isn't the world government slapping its own face? That Admiral Azure Dragon, is he even human? This is ridiculously overpowered. Staring at the newspaper, Sabo and the army commanders were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. The content of the newspaper was astonishing even to them. Not to mention Morgans, the editor-in-chief of the World Economic News, who had found it hard to believe when he first received the news. Regarding the failure of Kaido's execution a month ago, the world government issued a clear correction. It stated that the information about Kaido successfully escaping had been deliberately leaked to avoid a major uproar over his capture and imprisonment in Impel Down. As for the recent Impel Down prison break under the joint suppression of the world government's Buster Call and Marine Headquarters Admiral Azure Dragon, legendary pirates such as Bullet, Burndy World, and Kaido of the Beast had been fully taken into custody by the world government's special institutions. From then on, they would never again plague the world. And the Red Count from the Roger era Rodfeld had been killed in a single blow by Admiral Azure Dragon during the Impel Down riot. The existence of Admiral Azure Dragon would establish a new order on the Grand Line. If the report contained only this, it would not have caused too much of a stir. After all, the various powers on the Grand Line had long grown accustomed to the strength of Marine Headquarters Admiral Azure Dragon. Not to mention the world broadcast that had been abruptly interrupted a month ago had already led some to suspect that Kaido, the world's strongest creature, had never successfully escaped Marine Headquarters. This report merely confirmed their speculations. What was most shocking was the world government's commendation of Marine Headquarters Admiral Azure Dragon. Having rendered such meritorious service, the world government not only rewarded Admiral Azure Dragon with a staggering sum of 400 billion berries, but also directly granted him the administrative rights over the 20 world government member states surrounding Dressrosa. Such a decision effectively made Lin Hao the absolute ruler of 21 government member states. This was the world government's official recognition of Admiral Azure Dragon's private power, an unprecedented event of major significance. If left unchecked, one day Lin Hao's private forces might even surpass the world government. And all of this was due to the unfathomably terrifying strength of Admiral Azure Dragon. Staring at the shocking news in the newspaper, Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, was speechless for a long time. After a long while, he murmured tremblingly to the Revolutionary Army Commander Dragon, "Mr. Dragon, if this news is true, then that Admiral Azure Dragon, he really is the new order of the Grand Line." Watching the stunned expressions on Sabo's face and the army commanders, Revolutionary Army Commander Dragon's expression turned extremely solemn. This Admiral Azure Dragon indeed has the ability to become a fourth major power on the sea and establish a new order. This variable is too significant. I think we should put contacting Admiral Azure Dragon on our agenda. Looking at the grave expression of Commander Dragon, all the senior Revolutionary Army officers present remained silent. After a moment, Sabo, who was being groomed as the Revolutionary Army's successor, broke into a cheerful grin. "Mr. Dragon, I've been wanting to make contact with Admiral Azure Dragon for a while. Let me handle this. In the Grand Line somewhere in the New World, On the surface of a sea, several whale-headed pirate ships were swiftly sailing along with a dozen or so vessels of varying sizes. Upon closer inspection, all the ships trailing behind flew the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. And amidst this magnificent fleet, the enormous whale-headed pirate ship at the forefront was exceptionally conspicuous. Hey, old man, is what the newspaper says true or false? That Admiral Qinglong of the Navy headquarters, he actually defeated 4 top-tier powerhouses, Kaido Weird the Red Count and Baylight, in a single battle. Even the Aokiji of yesteryear probably didn't possess such formidable fighting power. On the shoulder of a white-bearded old man as massive as a small mountain, there was a pirate with a pineapple-shaped head carefully reading today's special edition newspaper. The content was so shocking that the middle-aged man with the pineapple head grew increasingly pale. The tall man standing at the very front of the whale-headed pirate ship, wielding a giant naginata and with a physique as massive as a mountain, also wore a grave expression. If any other pirate crew spotted such a mighty fleet on the sea, they would definitely steer clear as far as possible at the first moment. For this grand fleet bore a very renowned name on the seas, the Whitebeard pirates. And the tall old man at the forefront and the pineapple-headed youth were none other than. They were none other than the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the current 4 emperors, the man known as Whitebeard, Ahoade Nogawite. And that middle-aged pineapple-headed man was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, the one known as the Phoenix, Merrick. The vast fleet following the Whitebeard pirates was the grand fleet under their command. Usually these renowned pirates rarely had time to gather together. The reason they were all assembled this time was that they had previously seen in the newspaper that Kaido had been severely wounded and nearly killed by the Navy headquarters Admiral Qinglong, and then fled in disgrace. And the direction they were heading now was towards the stronghold of the 4 emperors Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world, the country of He. Fire Fist AC, who had just joined the Whitebeard pirates not long ago, had been clamoring to invade the country of He and liberate the people oppressed by the White Hand pirates. Because this was his promise to a little girl named Xiaoyu. At first, Whitebeard Ahoade Nogawite did not agree to such a crazy idea. After all, a war between 4 emperors of the New World would inevitably cause great upheaval on the seas. The balance that had been maintained would surely be shattered. But upon hearing that the general of the state of Hokkaido was now in a state of near death from severe injuries, Whitebeard began to hesitate. After learning of the death of Kazuki Oden through some special channels, this 4 emperor of the seas, known as the strongest man, could no longer sit still. The strongest creature Kaido was mortally wounded, and his brother Kazuki Oden had been killed. With these 2 factors combined, Whitebeard Ahoade Nogawite quickly gathered all the pirate crews under his command. This time they were determined to make the beast pirates who had entrenched themselves in the country of He pay the price. But with the men assembled and the resolve set as they were speeding towards the country of He, the latest special edition of the World News Economy newspaper arrived. Looking at the content of the newspaper, Merrick's face was ashen, and the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard Ahoade Nogawite, also wore a grim expression. Originally, Kaido, being completely crippled and thrown into impelled down, should have been a tremendous opportunity for the Whitebeard pirates. But another piece of news made Whitebeard, this 4 emperor pirate, who had navigated the Grand Line for most of his life, furrow his brows. The newspaper made it clear because Kaido had been brought to justice, the world government intended to incorporate the country of He, a powerful nation that had long been in isolation, into its territory. And the one going to receive the country of He was none other than that terrifying existence who had recently crippled 4 legendary pirates in the impelled down destruction incident, Admiral Qinglong. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates found themselves in an awkward position. Even if the newspaper report had some exaggeration. But the fact that Admiral Qinglong had fought 4 opponents alone and achieved a complete victory was likely true. Such terrifying strength, if they actually encountered him. That Admiral Qinglong might single-handedly send their entire pirate crew to meet their maker. The situation now was truly a dilemma. If they encountered him, the entire crew would surely be in danger. But should they simply turn back? They had already boasted about avenging their brother. If they just left like that, how could they continue to show their faces on the Grand Line? Old man, what do we do now? Do we need to change the original plan? Although Whitebeard had not said much, Merrick, sitting on his shoulder, already knew what was on his mind. But knowing was one thing, making the final decision still required Whitebeard, the 4 emperor. Upon hearing Merrick's inquiry, Whitebeard's already gloomy expression turned even more livid. Just as Whitebeard and his division commanders were agonizing over whether to simply turn back, a voice that feared nothing instantly shattered the suffocating silence. Hey, old man. We can't go back. I promised Xiaoyu to rescue them. And aren't you supposed to avenge your brother Oden? We absolutely cannot let it go like this. Everyone turned to look. The one who insisted on proceeding to the country of He despite such a predicament was none other than the newly joined division commander who had been drawn to the Whitebeard pirates by the old man's charisma, Fire Fist AC. At this moment, AC's face showed no sign of fear. Clenching his fists, scorching flames instantly enveloped his body. Unlike the other division commanders, the young AC was a pure fighter. The word fear had never existed in his dictionary. Seeing Ace's eager and excited expression, Whitebeard Ahwade Nugawite's temple bulged with a vein. He then lifted the handle of his naginata and struck Ace's head hard. Bam! A dull thud echoed from Ace's head. Before anyone could react, a lump larger than his head, smoke rising from it, had already swollen on his scalp. Damn it, old man. Why did you hit me? Ha! Ace, charging ahead blindly will get you into trouble. The old man is teaching you a lesson. Hehehe. Youth is wonderful. Ha ha ha. Ace, you've been hit more recently than I have in years. The old man really dotes on you. Don't worry, Ace. Since we've come this far, I'm not going back. After this little episode between Whitebeard and Ace, the gloomy atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick instantly turned as cheerful as usual. That Admiral Qinglong certainly seems formidable, but we'll only know for sure when we see him with our own eyes. Lads, full speed ahead. Target the country of he. Watching Whitebeard Ahwade Nugawite regain his usual authority, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates burst into loud cheers. On another sea, a fleet composed entirely of ships styled like candies and pastries was sailing swiftly across the ocean. On the deck of the lead ship there stood a tall, imposing man with a scarf wrapped around half his face, exuding an air of valor. The man wore spiked arm guards and carried a trident on his back. He was now staring ahead with a grave expression. Behind him stood a group of young pirates of various shapes and sizes. The leader of this fleet was none other than the son of another current 4 emperors, the one known as Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. His name was Katakali. Behind Katakali was a middle-aged man with a tongue as long as the white wraiths sticking out and wearing a mischievous grin. Hey, Katakali Mom's orders this time are simple. Just keep an eye on that guy's territory, don't go overboard. I saw in the newspaper that Kaiduo is finished. The one going to receive the country of he this time is that ridiculously strong Admiral Qinglong. If things look bad, we'll come back immediately. The long-tongued man speaking was the eldest son of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Charlotte Perispero. Looking at the silent Katakali, the strategic mind of the Charlotte pirates couldn't help but worryingly remind his younger brother. Upon hearing his elder brother Perispero's reminder, Katakali, the second in command of the pirate crew, had veins bulging on his forehead. Hey Perispero, do you think I care about that guy I've never met? My purpose this time is to meet that notorious Navy headquarters, Admiral Qinglong. Oh, then I was indeed being overly concerned. Hearing Katakali's reply, Perispero, the brain of the Big Mom pirates, showed a teasing smile. But then his expression turned extremely serious. It's one thing for a headquarters admiral to become the king of a member state, but the world government also gave him the administration of 20 kingdoms all at once. Now his territory truly rivals that of the 4 emperors. We really need to pay attention. Exactly. That's 20 world government member states. If nothing unexpected happens, the surrounding non-member states will also be brought under his wing. Although he appears to be on the world government side, according to some inside information, that Admiral Qinglong is not under the world government's control. He has become a 4th power on the seas that cannot be ignored. This time we must make some necessary contact. Oh, Katakali, I rarely see you so serious. Looking at the solemn Katakali, Perispero felt a hint of surprise. In the Big Mom pirates, when it came to composure, no one dared to claim first place, while Katakali was second. But now his face had turned so grim because of that newly published newspaper. Could it be? You're right. Though I hate to admit it, my observation hockey seems to have glimpsed a remarkable future. I'm even starting to doubt whether the deal Mama made with Doflamingo will still work. Hey. No way. Even you say that, then we must be very cautious of this guy. Upon hearing Charlotte Katakali's answer, Perispero, who had been relaxed, suddenly became extremely serious. This time territory didn't matter, nor did battle results. If they could figure out the true strength of that Navy Admiral Qinglong, that would be a huge gain. Somewhere in the new world, in the sky above, a massive, boundless island was eerily floating in the sky in a manner that defied common sense. On the island were all kinds of bizarre and exotic beasts, large and small. Outwardly, these beasts were exceptionally ferocious. The larger ones could rival the Navy's biggest warships. In the very center of this beast-infested island, there was a strange, pure land that the beasts dared not approach in the slightest. Although it was daytime, this eerie safe zone was shrouded in dark clouds like night. Upon closer inspection, a grim and terrifying castle stood within. Suddenly, a piercingly shrill and terrifying roar erupted from inside the castle. Damn you, Kaiduo. I just found a powerful ally, and you get crippled like this. What was all my patience for over a decade? Kaiduo, you bastard, I curse you to hell. At this moment in the castle's hall, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, the one known as the Moon, Moria, was frantically smashing the ornate furniture. The news that Kaiduo had been crippled and thrown into impelled down, never to appear on the Grand Line again, enraged this warlord, who had spent over a decade collecting the corpses of powerful individuals. Beside him, the Gothic-dressed lowly Perona, who always floated up and down, was holding her little umbrella and leisurely playing with her giant stuffed toy. On the other side, a strange creature with a beast's head and a human body was incessantly trying to persuade this top-tier powerhouse of the seas. As for the third of the 3 weirdos, he was carefully studying a blueprint-like drawing. On the other side of the castle's lavish hall, There was a stout old man with two short swords replacing his feet, half a ship's helm stuck in his head, and a head of golden hair. He was puffing a cigar and leering at the newspaper in his hand. Seeing Moriya's frantic breakdown, the old man with the helm in his head pulled his head out from behind a few newspapers. Hehehe. Moriya, isn't this a good thing? Someone has avenged you. Now you can free yourself from all those trivial matters that have been holding you back. Damn you, Shiki. Stop your sarcasm. Do you know how I've lived these past 10 years? All my preparations have gone to waste. I will never forgive that Qing Long. The figure sitting on the lavish sofa not far from Moriya was none other than one of the legendary pirates of the former Rocks Pirates, the captain of the flying pirate crew, the Golden Lion, Shiki. A month ago, Moriya had seen the report that the strongest creature in the world, Kaido, was severely wounded and near death. He immediately felt the time was ripe and set sail for the country of He on his own pirate ship, which was as massive as an island. When they reached the waters around the Sabaody archipelago, facing the choice of whether to abandon this enormous ship, Moriya was at a loss. Just then Shiki, the legendary pirate of the former Rocks Pirates, came knocking and proposed a partnership to Moriya. One sought a powerful ally to help destroy Kaido in one fell swoop. The other aimed to conquer the seas and needed Moriya's manpower and wealth. After several rounds of negotiation, the two reached an agreement and joined forces. Moriya's giant ship, using Shiki's float fruit ability, crossed the red line and entered the New World. But just as they were about to reach the country of He, the news that Kaido would never again appear on the Grand Line sent Moriya into a complete breakdown. Looking at Moriya's devastated expression, the Golden Lion Shiki's grin grew even more malevolent. Kid, we are beings who will overthrow the world. That Kaido was just a stepping stone. If you back out now, someone else might snatch away his low pot. Damn it. I understand our deal. Even if that guy is gone, I won't let him off. His subordinates are still here, right? His friends are still here, right? I'll make them all kneel at my feet. That's the spirit. The world is ours. Let's start from the country of He and begin our path to hegemony. Whether Kaido Whitebeard or the world government, all those beings will eventually kneel at our feet. Let's continue full speed ahead to the country of He, sweep away all obstacles. Let's take that Admiral Qing Long as our first target and show the world government our strength, accompanied by a series of arrogant and eerie laughs. The enormous floating island paused for a moment, then drifted swiftly towards the country of He at an astonishing speed. Then at an even faster speed than before, it raced towards the country of He. Wano country, a powerful nation on the new world of the Grand Line. For the past several decades, it has maintained a policy of national isolation. It does not join the world government nor conducts diplomacy with neighboring countries. Its only ally was Zou, homeland of the Mink tribe, with Kaido, the world's strongest creature, commanding the Beast Pirates as their guardian, even though they were quite an eyesore. The world government had also not dared to make a move against this nation. At this very moment, Lin Hao and his party aboard an opulent warship had already arrived at the outer seas of Wano country. As far as the eye could see, countless carp swam in circles around that colossal waterfall. Some were even attempting to swim upstream against its mighty current. Such a peculiar sight could not help but draw murmurs of astonishment from Lin Hao. There were two ways to enter Wano country. The first was to pass through a hidden harbor passage completely concealed by the waterfall. Upon reaching the end of the harbor passage, an elevator designed for cargo transport would hoist both goods and people upward. Beyond that rise lay Hakamai, the district of Wano. The second method was visible to the naked eye, fighting against the waterfall's current upstream. Here there existed no wondrous phenomena like a reverse ocean current. Therefore, to enter Wano country through the waterfall, one could only rely on the carp inhabiting these waters to pull the vessel upstream. Though practical, this method carried certain dangers. Since the journey went against the current along a single route, controlling the upstream entrance to the waterfall would make it nearly impossible for large ships to navigate through to Wano. In the original narrative, Charlotte, Lin, unaware of the harbor passage, employed exactly this strategy, using carp to tow her vessels upstream. Though Kaido, the world's strongest creature, had been thoroughly frightened at the time, his top commander Enma burned with fierce courage and directly unleashed his devil fruit power to kick Big Mom's flagship straight into the waterfall. It was precisely for this reason that one of the four emperors, Charlotte Lin, fell into a period of amnesia. Now gazing at that extraordinarily magnificent waterfall, the corner of Lin Hao's mouth slowly curled upward. This time around, Lin Hao had not brought the main forces from Dressrosa. He had only brought Vice Admiral Kizaru, Sindoro, Rob, and a few other attendants, and some crew members responsible for piloting the warship. After all, they had come to take over the administration of Wano country, not to destroy it. Wano country, rich in sea stone, would become an important base for Lin Hao's future endeavors. It seems this place is not suitable for massive vessels to ascend. Perhaps I should go discuss with those brats myself. After stretching his somewhat stiff shoulders, Vice Admiral Kizaru, who had been lounging in a deck chair basking in the sun for days, uncharacteristically volunteered to investigate the situation. Previously, due to the five elders, Kizaru, the top military authority in Dressrosa, had always kept his distance from Lin Hao. He feared the world government would suspect his motives and transfer him back to Marine headquarters. but after the impelled-down incident several days prior. The world government now catered to Lin Hao, the plague god, every demand, to curry favor with this top-tier combatant who still stood on their side. Even the mysterious presence within the sacred land had directly exiled the entire family of one of the 5 elders Satan Sage from the sacred land itself. Even Akainu, the hawkish fleet admiral who had long clashed with Lin Hao, was demoted from fleet admiral to reserve vice admiral by the world government on charges of acting independently and provoking internal conflict. These actions had fully demonstrated the world government's attitude toward Lin Hao. As long as Lin Hao remained on their side, no matter how extreme his actions became, the world government would turn a blind eye. Now that he was by Lin Hao's side, as long as Lin Hao showed no dissatisfaction, the world government would never dare to summon him back, directly bypassing this top-tier combatant. The current Vice Admiral Kizaru no longer harbored those previous reservations. Even if one of the 5 elders came knocking, as long as Lin Hao gave the word, Kizaru would readily charge forward and deliver a sharp slap to their face. What he needed to do now was to impress Lin Hao as much as possible. After all, in the past, out of fear of the 5 elders, he had let this king down more times than he could count. If he failed to show proper dedication, now Lin Hao might truly send him crashing back to Marine headquarters. The position of head of Dressrosa's Ministry of Defense was already drawing the envious glares of numerous disreputable figures within Marine headquarters. Consider Kazan, for instance. He posed quite a significant threat. Watching Kizaru actually volunteer to enter Wano and scout the situation, Lin Hao also nodded with a smile. Very well, go ahead and check first. Though that Kaido fellow will never emerge again, the Beast Pirates still have their 3 top commanders and several formidable fighters who cannot be underestimated. If they willingly comply and withdraw, there will be no need to trouble them. But if they stubbornly resist, simply send a signal from above and I will come to support you. Oh my, if I were to require your assistance for such a minor matter, I would be utterly unfit as a Marine Vice Admiral. Upon receiving Lin Hao's permission, Vice Admiral Kizaru immediately stretched with great vigor. After a burst of dazzling golden light, his entire body transformed into a golden meteor, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Meanwhile, upstream of the waterfall, a group of powerful figures was currently stationed there. Upon closer inspection, the defensive lineup was remarkably formidable. Not only had the 3 top commanders of the Beast Pirates gathered here, but even Wano's current shogun Kurizumi Orochi had activated his devil fruit ability and transformed into the fearsome 8-headed Yamada no Orochi. Over the past month, Wano, without Kaido's leadership, had been fraught with turmoil. After seeing the newspaper report that the Yonko Kaido had been severely injured and near death at the hands of Fleet Admiral Aokiji, several powerful pirate crews from the New World, eager to establish their reputations, had united to launch large-scale attacks on Wano. They sought to conquer Wano and claim this seastone-rich nation as their foothold. Yet these New World pirates had vastly underestimated the situation. Although Kaido was absent, the Beast Pirates still had numerous elite commanders of considerable strength holding the fort, coupled with the capable subordinates of Wano's shogun Kurizumi Orochi. Therefore, in the short term, Wano's situation remained relatively stable. However, despite this, throughout the past month, they had faced constant attacks and harassment from various pirate crews. The pirates stationed in Wano still felt overwhelmed, if not for the hope that Kaido might be recuperating somewhere and would return soon once healed. The internal chaos in Wano would likely have spiraled beyond control long ago, but just a few days prior, the latest newspaper issue had completely shattered that hope. Although news of Kaido's defeat was suppressed immediately, secrets could not be contained forever. In an instant, undercurrents began to churn within Wano. If Enma the Flame Calamity had not brutally quelled several riots at Rabbit Hole Prison, the Beast Pirate situation would be even more dire. Nevertheless, even the smarter members of the Beast Pirates could see it. This fragile stability could not be sustained for much longer. All that was needed to trigger the Beast Pirates' collapse was merely a spark. Whether this destructive explosion would come from within or without no longer mattered. Suddenly, as the elite pirates guarding the upstream waterfall were discussing the Beast Pirates' future in hushed tones, a brilliant golden light began rapidly coalescing in the air before them. After clearly discerning the outline of that golden radiance, the elite pirates of the Beast Pirates present felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be Vice Admiral Kizaru? I heard he's now the Minister of Military Affairs in Dressrosa. His appearance here, could Fleet Admiral Aokiji have arrived as well? A group of underlings from the Beast Pirates immediately began screaming in panic. Over the past month, they had repelled no fewer than 20 attacks from New World pirate crews. They had also suppressed several internal uprisings within Wano country. If not for the powerful presence of the 3 all-stars of the Beast Pirates, Wano would have already changed hands by now. As for Kurizumi Orochi, who clung to the title of Shogun of Wano, he was nothing but a hollow figure. Every time a battle erupted, he would take command in the rear, bossing around the pirate grunts. But when the fighting reached him, he fled faster than anyone else. If it weren't for the formidable Kayashiro at his side, he would have been the first to fall. Now the entire Beast Pirates relied solely on the three All-Stars to barely hold things together. Repelling the weaker New World pirate crews was no problem. But if a truly powerful expert came to invade, given the current state of the Beast Pirates, they would likely have to abandon Wano and flee to the sea in no time. Just now, upon seeing the figure of Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, a look of utter despair spread across the faces of the Beast Pirates' grunts. If not for the stern rebuke of King the Wildfire, the leader of the three All-Stars, these battle-hardened pirate grunts would have wet themselves in terror. Who was that? That was a formidable Navy admiral. If a real fight broke out, he alone could probably hold off the three All-Stars of the Beast Pirates. What if the even more monstrous Admiral Qinglong, who had already crippled their Captain Kaido, also came? If they truly intended to attack Wano, then today would likely be the end of the Beast Pirates. But in the next moment, the greeting from the current temporary leader of the Beast Pirates, King the Wildfire, instantly plunged them into utter despair. You Navy bastards, what are you doing here? Wano doesn't welcome world government people. Get lost. With King the Wildfire taking the lead, the ever-fearless Jack the Drought immediately stepped forward to stand beside his senior brother. This is Wano, the territory of Brother Kaido. This is no place for you bastards. Get out now, or I'll show you no mercy. Jack the Drought roared at Admiral Kizaru while activating his devil fruit power, transforming into a massive mammoth. Behind them, the immensely obese Queen, his face dark as iron, mentally cursed King and Jack's entire families. Who was the opponent? That was a Navy admiral. Could those rookie pirate crews from the New World compare? In Queen's mind, he wanted to sit down and have a proper negotiation. Kaido was completely finished, and Wano had become a coveted prize in everyone's eyes. But for the remnants of the Beast Pirates, this source of sea stone was nothing more than a hot potato. If they could negotiate peacefully with Admiral Kizaru, the Beast Pirates might just be able to leave Wano unscathed. If things went smoothly, they might even extract some benefits from the world government. Then in the New World, although they would no longer be a Yonko-level crew with the three All-Stars and a host of ability users, they could still live freely on the seas. But now, King and Jack, those two idiots, had killed the conversation the moment they met. Under these circumstances, peaceful negotiation was impossible. Now they had to consider how many of the Beast Pirates would survive to leave Wano alive today. With that thought, Queen, known as the Plague, gritted his teeth and instantly activated his devil fruit power, transforming into a massive ancient Brachiosaurus. Though they were all comrades, one's own life mattered more. If an opportunity arose, he would definitely escape in the chaos. Watching the three All-Stars instantly enter battle mode, Admiral Kizaru's forehead dripped with black lines. He had just arrived and hadn't said a word yet, and they were already cursing him out. If he didn't teach them a proper lesson, they would think the Navy Admiral was a decoration. With that thought, Kizaru helplessly tapped his head. Then he crossed his arms over his chest, and his entire body began to glow with golden light. You brats, when dealing with people from the world government, you must maintain the most basic courtesy. If you have a next life, be sure to remember this advice. As Kizaru's cold, mocking voice faded, golden laser beams radiated from Kizaru's body, rapidly shooting toward the pirate grunts in the defensive fortifications upstream of the waterfall. Beneath the waterfall at the entrance to Wano, the crew aboard the magnificent warship exchanged bewildered glances as they heard the violent explosions above. Only Lin Hao lay leisurely on his lounge chair, as if Wano were already in his grasp. The three All-Stars of the Beast Pirates were indeed formidable, but compared to Admiral Kizaru, they were absolutely no match. In the original story, after Kaido was defeated by Luffy in his Gear 5 form, the remnants of the Beast Pirates, Queen and King, were soon soloed by Admiral Green Bull of the Navy headquarters. Although both were injured at the time, Green Bull's strength could not compare to Kizaru's either. If the two sides had sat down to talk due to mutual fear, things would have progressed agonizingly slowly. But if it started with a fight, Lin Hao had absolute confidence in Kizaru. Watching the sky above the waterfall turn brilliant gold, Lin Hao toyed with a few peculiar discs while a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. The shipping magnate Schmidt has contacted us several times. I'll give him an answer now. Don't let the terms be too unfavorable for us. Understood. Lord Lin Hao. Sentamaru, how is the production of the empathy robots coming along? With the 400 billion berries you provided, the production line for the empathy robots is fully operational. Once the necessary personnel are in place, the production speed will increase several-fold. Hearing Lin Hao's question, Sentamaru, who carried a giant axe on his back, answered without a moment's delay. A few days ago, Lin Hao's actions at the Holy Land of the Celestial Dragons had left Sentamaru utterly astounded. Well, although King Lin Hao was usually quite amiable, hearing the reports from Shinamaru and Robin, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Hao's face. This is only the beginning. At the entrance of Wano country, upstream of the waterfall, the sky once clear now shimmered with golden light due to a fierce battle. Midair, countless golden orbs like meteors rained down upon the defenses of the beast's pirates. The underlings of the beast's pirates were thrown into chaos, wailing and crying for their parents as Admiral Kizaru's AoE attack struck them. Over the past month they had endured dozens of assaults from New World pirate crews. But this time they knew. The beast's pirates in Wano might not survive the day. For just moments ago their scouts had discovered. At the base of the waterfall in Wano, a magnificent warship lay anchored. Though it was but a single vessel at its prow, the scouts in utter despair spotted that man. The one who had single-handedly crippled for legendary pirates Kaido Bullet Red Count and Burndy World. The pinnacle of combat power. Lin Hao. With Lin Hao present, the battle was already lost for the beast's pirates. Even if they could repel Admiral Kizaru's assault, could they truly stand against that monster, the Azure Dragon Admiral? Meanwhile, in the Udon prison of Wano, prisoners who had learned of the outside situation through special channels launched a massive riot. Though they distrusted the world government's actions, this was a rare opportunity, the perfect time to overthrow Kurozumi Orochi's rule. Even if the world government was despicable, they would at least maintain appearances. And for the current Wano, that was sufficient. With no future left, these desperate prisoners chose to gamble everything on the world government's campaign, risking it all. Under such circumstances, the samurai and underworld members, still wearing sea prism stone shackles, erupted with formidable combat prowess. The warden of Udon prison, Babanuki, fought desperately, but could not control the situation, which was on the verge of complete collapse. On the other side, within the defensive fortifications above the waterfall, Admiral Kizaru descended upon the land of Wano with countless golden specks of light, like meteors, in an overwhelmingly dominant manner. Though the pirate underlings in the fortifications fought with all their might, guns and cannons were ultimately useless against a Logia-type devil fruit user. After landing, Admiral Kizaru swept a laser from his fingertip, instantly annihilating most of the pirate underlings. Witnessing this scene, Kurozumi Orochi, who usually indulged in pleasures at the flower capital, but was now forced to take command, began to roar in fury. Damn it! Block him, you useless fools! Don't forget who rules this country. If he gets into Wano, you won't be able to stay here any longer. At that moment, Kurozumi Orochi activated his mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Yamada no Orochi. His 8 heads writhed in the air, a fearsome sight. Hearing Kurozumi Orochi's roar, Jack the Drought, who had already transformed into a massive mammoth, angrily charged at him, intending to shut him up with a savage ram. But the next moment something shocking occurred. Kayashiro, who usually wore a sinister smile and served as Kurozumi Orochi's loyal bodyguard, suddenly let out a fierce shout. In a flash, he drew his blade and sliced off 3 of Kurozumi Orochi's heads. Kayashiro, what the hell are you doing? This sudden turn stunned everyone present, including Admiral Kizaru, who curiously watched the event unfold. He had thought he would have to kill all the rulers of Wano himself. But it seemed these people were not united, they were turning on each other at a critical moment. This was an unexpected development. Wait. No. Lord Lin Hao gave me special instructions about something. Kurozumi Orochi, I am no Kayashiro. I am a retainer of Kazuki Oden, Denjiro. For over a decade I have endured humiliation, using the alias Kayashiro to stay by your side, waiting for the day I could personally cut down the clown who murdered Lord Oden. Today the time has come. Looking at Kurozumi Orochi's remaining 5 heads, Denjiro, now revealed, wore a resolute expression. Then he activated his armament haki, stomped hard, cut down several of Kurozumi Orochi's guards, and shot toward the man who had killed his master. Hey, man of the world government, you won't stop me from killing this clown who usurped Wano, will you? As Denjiro charged, Kurozumi Orochi's guards kept rushing in to stop this retainer of Kazuki Oden. But against Denjiro's overwhelming strength, these men were nothing but cannon fodder, unable to slow him down in the slightest. In no time, Denjiro closed in on Kurozumi Orochi, who was shrieking and fleeing backward, just as he was about to avenge his master Kazuki Oden. Jack the Drought, who had originally charged in to teach Kurozumi Orochi a lesson, transformed from his mammoth form into the most powerful hybrid form of a Zoan user, and forcefully stood in Denjiro's way. Though Denjiro was undoubtedly stronger than Jack the Drought. If Jack the Drought put up all his resistance, Kurozumi Orochi had a good chance of escaping. Seeing Kurozumi Orochi getting farther away, Denjiro, who had just exposed himself in the chaos, shouted urgently to Admiral Kizaru. Hey, that retainer of Kazuki Oden, get this straight. The one stopping you from killing the traitor is that elephant-like guy, not me. Hearing Denjiro's roar, Kizaru was baffled. But then he understood. It was a deal. If he helped block Jack the Drought, Denjiro would rush over and kill Kurozumi Orochi, who currently controlled Wano. Once Koizumi Orochi fell, the entire Wano would at least fall nominally into the hands of the world government. On the surface it seemed a good deal. But did he need that guy's help to kill Koizumi Orochi? If not for Lord Lin Hao's previous instructions, he wouldn't have bothered with these dogs fighting among themselves. Though he was quite annoyed, he still flickered and appeared before Jack the Drought. Damn Marine Admiral, who do you think I am? If you dare come, I'll kill you right now. Seeing Admiral Kizaru appear before him with a mocking grin, Jack the Drought, veins bulging on his forehead, swung his blade. This strike was imbued with armament haki specifically to counter devil fruit users. But the next moment, the furious expression on Jack the Drought's face turned to shock. The giant tusk-shaped blade passed straight through Kizaru's body. Then in Jack the Drought's astonished gaze, Kizaru's body rippled and slowly faded into the air. Jack the Drought's full-force strike had only hit an afterimage. As Jack the Drought was stunned by Kizaru's power, King the Wildfire shouted from afar, "Idiot, don't freeze. He's behind you." Everything happened too fast. From the moment Kizaru set foot on Wano's soil to appearing behind Jack the Drought, the whole process was a flash. Unable to intervene in time, King could only shout a warning to the brash Jack. "Damn it, you got behind me. Take this." Hearing King's warning, Jack the Drought swung his blade fiercely behind him without hesitation. But just as he began the motion, a mocking voice reached his ears. "Yo, such an impatient fellow, by the way, have you heard of a lightspeed kick? You bastard, when did you get behind me?" Hearing Admiral Huang Yuan's voice tinged with mockery and sarcasm, Jekka the Drought, one of the 3 all-stars of the Beast Pirates, was startled and immediately tried to turn around to counterattack. But in the next moment, an intense pain far more severe than being struck by a cannon shot through his lower back. Bang! With a loud explosion, Jekka the Drought didn't even have time to scream before his massive body was sent flying backwards like a meteor. After smashing through several buildings into rubble, the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries lay completely still. Huang Yuan's powerful strike stunned everyone present. With a single blow, Jekka, known for his defense, was incapacitated. For a moment, aside from the remaining 2 all-stars of the Beast Pirates, the other pirate underlings kept retreating. A bunch of cowards. What right do you have to be Kaido's subordinates? Kuei-in attack. Watching his subordinates, whose eyes were full of terror as they kept backing away, Jean the Wildfire, the foremost of the Beast Pirates' 3 all-stars, let out a cold snort. He then activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming directly into the most powerful Zoan form, the human-beast hybrid. From a distance, Jean the Wildfire's upper body remained humanoid, but his arms had merged with the massive wings behind him. Coupled with the special flames of the Lunaria tribe, which could generate enhanced defense from his own body for a moment, he was not inferior in aura to Admiral Huang Yuan. As for Kuei-in, after hearing Jean the Wildfire's command, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. He then directly pulled out a tube of pale blue potion from his waist. Watching Kuei-in's action, Huang Yuan and the members of the Beast Pirates were all bewildered. But in the next moment, Kuei-in, however, slammed the potion hard onto the ground in front of everyone. As the crisp sound of shattering echoed throughout the area, a faint blue gas began to spread rapidly. "Damn, what's going on? It's so cold. Brother Kuei-in, stop it, you're hurting our own people." "Damn, I didn't even touch the gas, but after being touched by that guy I became so cold." As the gas continued to spread, the pirate underlings who came into contact with it instantly felt an irresistible chill throughout their bodies. Then their appearance turned demonic and they began attacking everyone around them without distinction. In the midst of this terrifying pale blue gas, "Oh my, I've heard about you from that guy Beiji Pank. You're still so keen on studying those dreadful things." Watching the blue gas drifting toward him, a hint of seriousness finally appeared on Admiral Huang Yuan's face. He remembered that before coming here, that guy Lin Hao had specifically told him that Queen the Plague, one of the 3 all-stars, had likely already developed some extremely lethal artificial viruses. It seemed these were the things. His own Logia-type Devil Fruit ability could grant immunity to physical damage. But as for whether it could resist viruses, Huang Yuan dared not gamble. Therefore, before the blue gas could get close, Huang Yuan leaped with a stomp and shot backwards. "Ha ha ha. It's useless. This is my greatest masterpiece, the artificial virus ice demon. Once infected, you'll become a mindless demon that only knows destruction. If the toxin isn't neutralized within an hour, the infected will exhaust their stamina and die." The 2 all-stars of the Beast Pirates immediately launched their attacks. Having taken the antidote in advance, they were unaffected by this extremely dangerous and eerie gas. Instantly, Queen the Plague activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming into a massive Brachiosaurus human-beast hybrid. Then swinging his mechanical arm, he charged rapidly toward the retreating Admiral Huang Yuan. Meanwhile, Jean the Wildfire, already in his human-beast form, immediately flapped his enormous pterosaur wings. In an instant, countless powerful wind blades hurtled toward Admiral Huang Yuan. Admiral Huang Yuan, you can't escape. The beast pirates are finished today, but even so we'll drag you down with us. Looking at the madness in Kuei-in's and Jin's eyes, a surprised expression appeared on Admiral Huang Yuan's face. Oh my, how troublesome. To be looked down upon by Kaido's reckless underlings, Huang Yuan said as he stepped back, making a gesture of pointing one finger to the sky. In an instant above Huang Yuan's raised fist, countless golden specks of light began to rapidly converge, forming a sphere-like golden flash in the blink of an eye. That golden flash continued to grow. This technique, I begged that guy Lin Hao for a long time before he taught me. You're lucky to be the first to experience it head-on. The merciless sun, no. It should be the merciless golden flash. Before Admiral Huang Yuan finished speaking, the massive golden flash under his control shot out with a terrifying aura that made hearts tremble, hurtling rapidly toward the group of beast pirates elites before him. Boom. The next moment, a violent explosion resounded throughout the entire fortification. A tremendous blast occurred upstream of the waterfall at the entrance to Hijigua. Instantly, a terrifying earthquake with very noticeable amplitude shook the entire territory of Hijigua. Beneath the waterfall, the sea surface was also stirred into massive tsunamis by the violent explosion. Watching the brilliant golden flash in the sky, a slight upward curve appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. That guy Huang Yuan volunteered just to try out that new technique, didn't he? Those guys are indeed suitable as reference samples. During the past few days of sailing apart from lazily lounging and sunbathing, Lin Hao had been pestered by Admiral Huang Yuan to teach him some new techniques. Many of Lin Hao's techniques were unusable by Huang Yuan. However, combining them with the other's devil fruit ability, Lin Hao briefly explained the operating principle of the merciless sun to Admiral Huang Yuan. After several trials, Admiral Huang Yuan actually managed to replicate the technique Lin Hao used to execute Kaido with his own devil fruit ability, and it looked quite impressive. However, previously Huang Yuan had only been practicing and hadn't used his full power. The golden light sphere he created was only about the size of a fist. But this time, watching the magnificent golden flash in the air, Luo Bin couldn't help but show a shocked expression. The Admiral's strike was truly terrifying as expected. Just then Lin Hao also sat up from his specially made reclining chair. After stretching vigorously, he revealed his signature kind smile. Things should be over by now. Hijigua is ours, let's set off. At this moment, the defensive fortifications upstream of the waterfall in Wano country had become dazzlingly golden, blindingly bright, so that one could not open their eyes. Under this incomparably intense flash, the immense explosive force instantly knocked out the underlings of the beast pirates, causing them to roll their eyes and lose combat effectiveness. This move, which Huang Yuan had created by imitating the merciless sun, possessed a truly considerable power. Compared to the previous Bachi Chiongoyu, although the range had shrunk somewhat, its power far surpassed that of the Bachi Chiongoyu. Of course, this was all due to the fact that Admiral Huang Yuan had been too hasty in his preparation. If he had taken a dozen seconds to prepare before each attack, like Lin Hao did, then Huang Yuan was confident that he could almost destroy such defensive fortifications with a single blow. At this moment, inside the defensive fortifications, Kuei Yin's ice Oni virus had been completely dispelled by this merciless golden flash. Apart from Kuei Yin and Yin Zai-jin, who could barely stand, the entire defensive fortifications upstream of Wano country had almost no one left capable of fighting. Looking at the two extremely tenacious all-stars before him, a hint of surprise flickered across Huang Yuan's face, which had always worn a teasing expression. Yo, wouldn't it be better to just lie down obediently? If you persist in being stubborn, you're going to get beaten up. Damn it, is this the strength of a Navy admiral? You bastard. It was you who killed Brother Kaiduo. Even if I have to throw away my life, I will make you pay. Now Kuei Yin could only barely stand. Although he possessed the ability of the Brachiosaurus fruit, which granted extremely high defensive power, Huang Yuan's move, the merciless golden flash, had still inflicted some irreparable damage on him. As for Yin Zai-jin, due to the special ability of the Linalia clan, he had always been enveloped in flames and had not suffered much damage. He still retained at least 80% of his combat power. Looking at Huang Yuan's teasing expression, this all-star of the beast pirates immediately spread his wings and shot toward Huang Yuan like a bullet. It seems you have to taste some hardship before you learn your lesson. Huang Yuan said, activating the power of the glint fruit once again, his entire body becoming dazzlingly golden. But in the next instant, a terrifying aura that shook the soul suddenly erupted from behind Huang Yuan. In an instant, an immense pressure like a mountain crushing down forcefully stopped Yin Zai-jin in his tracks. Even a fool could guess with his knees that this terrifying aura was none other than the legendary Conqueror's Haki, said to be 1 in 10,000. However, this level of Conqueror's Haki shocked Yin Zai-jin, who had seen many great spectacles, because even Kaiduo, the strongest creature in the world, when he was at his peak, the Conqueror's Haki he emitted had never made Yin Zai-jin, one of the 3 all-stars, feel such terrifying pressure. This was not the effect of Conqueror's Haki, but rather an instinctive fear from the realization of the insurmountable gap in strength between them, a subconscious reaction rooted in biological instinct. Since getting to know Lin Hao had never displayed his own Conqueror's Haki. It was only a few days ago while sailing on the sea that Lin Hao first proved he possessed the ability of Conqueror's Haki. At that time, the magnificent warship they were riding encountered a sea king as enormous as a mountain in the calm belt, facing the Navy warship that was like a palm in its presence. The giant Sea King opened its mouth to swallow them. But just as Admiral Huang Yuan was about to intervene, Lin Hao stretched his shoulders and smiled, stopping him. It was that time when Lin Hao first displayed his Conqueror's Haki in front of everyone. With just a single encounter, the Sea King, as huge as a mountain, was frozen in place. Facing the almost invisible Lin Hao, the terrifyingly huge beast was so frightened that it dared not move. With just a single glance from Lin Hao, it obediently submitted. Only when their warship sailed out of the calm belt did Lin Hao wave his hand, signaling the terrifying beast to end its escort mission. Huang Yuan, these two are somewhat useful. Don't kill them for now. The next moment, from behind Huang Yuan, a very cheerful yet authoritative voice, carrying an unparalleled momentum, instantly spread to every corner of the outskirts of Wano country. Bearing the Conqueror's Haki that nearly made him suffocate and faint, Yin Zai-jin finally saw the other's appearance. With a height of 1 meter 80, top-tier looks that would make countless girls envious. Wearing the great cloak of justice, symbolizing the Navy, it was none other than the Navy Admiral he had already seen in the newspapers, the one who made Yin Zai-jin gnash his teeth in hatred. Qing Long. It's you? You're the one who locked Brother Kaiduo in Tujinshan. Looking at Lin Hao, whose face wore a gentle smile, Yin Zai-jin's eyes bulged almost out of their sockets from extreme rage. That's right, I crippled that strongest creature in the world. Do you have any objection? You bastard. Hearing Lin Hao's own admission, Yin Zai-jin, who had been worrying about Kaiduo, instantly fell into boundless despair, though he knew he was no match for the opponent. But recalling the various scenes of his time with Brother Kaiduo, Yin Zai-jin immediately overcame his fear. Bearing the Conqueror's Haki that almost suffocated him, he stomped his foot and shot toward Lin Hao like a bullet. Watching Yin Zai-jin's almost suicidal move, Admiral Huang Yuan let out a cold laugh and prepared to step forward to end the battle directly. But just as he took a step forward, Lin Hao smiled and waved his hand. A rare race has great research value. I'll send this guy to Beijiaopangku. Before his words faded, Lin Hao's arm was instantly covered with strange patterns glowing with a faint blue light. Before Yin Zai-jin could reach him, the strange patterns on Lin Hao's arm erupted with a terrifying fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. Trace on. The next moment, Lin Hao let out a roar, and the strange patterns on his arm quickly converged into a dazzling ball of intense light. As the intense light quickly dissipated, a giant weapon like a mace appeared in Lin Hao's hand. How is this possible? Isn't this Brother Kaiduo's weapon? Why is it in your hands? The mace that appeared in Lin Hao's hands was unmistakable to Yin Zai-jin, even if it were reduced to ashes, because it was exactly his Brother Kaiduo's weapon Bizaiji. Watching Lin Hao lift the giant mace completely disproportionate to his own body, Yin Zai-jin was momentarily stunned in place. But in the next instant, something even more shocking and astonishing happened. Lin Hao tightly gripped the Bizaiji in an awkward posture, and then countless enormous black lightning bolts quickly wrapped around it. How can this be? Watching the technique Lin Hao was about to unleash, Yin Zai-jin, who had originally intended to fight to the death, instantly fell into boundless despair. The next second, Lin Hao's aura soared sharply. Stomping his foot, he charged straight at Yin Zai-jin's massive body, carrying countless blazing black lightning bolts. Flaming Bagua. Boom. In an instant, centered around the calamity of Fire Jin, countless massive black thunderbolts converged rapidly. After erupting with a startling surge of energy, they exploded violently in all directions, in the blink of an eye, with the special flames swirling around him. Facing Lin Hao's attack, the survivor of the Lunarian tribe Yin Zai-jin stiffened and then collapsed flat onto the ground, completely losing his combat ability. Thus, the beast pirates, once led by the 4 emperors Kaido, were utterly eliminated from the fierce competition of the Grand Line's new world. Looking at Yin Zai-jin and Quinn lying on the ground, Lin Hao smiled faintly. Then he summoned his stand white snake. Moments later, Lin Hao extracted the devil fruits of the 3 top officers of the beast pirates who had lost consciousness and turned them into discs. As for Yinzai Lin Hao even extracted his consciousness disk directly. Quinn and Vegapunk were old acquaintances. Of course, if Quinn was unwilling, it wouldn't matter. Lin Hao could simply use his stand white snake to create a command disk and place it in his head. As for that Yinzai Lin Hao knew that given his bond with the four emperors Kaido, he would never cooperate. For such a loyal and righteous strongman, Lin Hao did not wish to forcibly alter his consciousness with a command disk. Then he could only be left to remain a mere vegetable. Lord Lin Hao, are these two the top officers of the Beast Pirates? At that moment outside the waterfall defenses, Lin Hao's magnificent private warship had been pulled upstream by several giant carps swimming against the current. As soon as the warship docked, Nico Robin, Lin Hao's private secretary, could not help but ask with curiosity. Seeing the chaos inside the defenses, no one was particularly surprised. After all, it was two naval admirals who had come to take over Wano country. Powerful as the three calamities of the Beast Pirates were, they were sufficient to handle ordinary pirate crews, but completely inadequate before the might of a naval admiral. Moreover, although Lin Hao bore the title of naval admiral, his true strength had long surpassed this level. A peaceful takeover of Wano country would have been the anomaly. That's right, the one with wings is Yinzai, the big fat one is Quinn, and over there is Jack the Drought, just like an elephant. They've all been subdued. Now Wano country is ours. Though they had already mentally prepared themselves. Upon hearing Lin Hao's own confirmation, Nico Robin's face still showed an expression of utter astonishment. A strong man who had roamed the Grand Line for decades was but an ant before Lin Hao. The territory of a four emperors renowned across the seas was now entirely under Lin Hao's control. Would there be any trouble during the takeover? Absolutely none. Because when Lin Hao drove Doflamingo out of Dressrosa, the latter, in a bid to save his life, had directly given all his weapons factories to Lin Hao. And most of these factories were deeply connected to Wano country. In other words, if Wano country were a building, Lin Hao could essentially move in with just a suitcase. How to handle Wano country now was entirely up to Lin Hao's personal preference. What should be done with these people, eh? After a brief shock, Nico Robin, highly professional, respectfully asked Lin Hao. Hand Quinn and Yinzai over to Vegapunk. As for Jack the Drought and the rest of the Beast Pirates remnants, throw them into Udon prison. There's plenty of hard labor waiting for them there. Having said that, Lin Hao nonchalantly led the crew members to the flower capital of Wano country. While Admiral Kizaru was fighting the three top officers of the Beast Pirates, a serious rebellion had erupted within Wano country. Kurizumi Orochi, who had ruled Wano country for over a decade, was ultimately beheaded of all 8 heads by the long-suffering Denjiro and died a disgraceful death in his own palace. When they saw Lin Hao and his group, the samurai of Wano country who had just succeeded in their uprising, all mistook these oddly dressed individuals for reinforcements brought by the Beast Pirates. Thus, before Robin, by Lin Hao's side, could explain these oppressed warriors, having endured decades of suffering, immediately charged at Lin Hao's group with drawn swords. Lin Hao did not indulge such a bunch of hotheads. He directly unleashed a powerful blast of Conqueror's Haki, causing the samurai to roll their eyes, foam at the mouth, and lose all combat ability. It was only when Denjiro poured the 8 heads of Kurizumi Orochi from a sack before the people of Wano country and explained the situation. And the handsome young man at their head had even sent Kaido to impel down, fulfilling their long-cherished wish to avenge Kazuki Oden. For a time outside Lin Hao's temporary palace, countless residents of Wano country knelt down to express their gratitude. Meanwhile, some other samurai with red eyes gathered at Udon prison, where the remnants of the Beast Pirates were held. If not for the guards arranged by Denjiro desperately stopping them, that massive Udon prison would have witnessed an unprecedented bloodbath. As for the private schools that had always eulogized Kurizumi Orochi, the teachers excitedly tore up all the textbooks used in the past and began to teach the next generation of Wano country the unvarnished story of Kazuki Oden's heroic deeds from over a decade ago. As for Lin Hao, by then some daimyo of Wano country had already proposed erecting his statue in the very center of the flourishing flower capital, to commemorate Lin Hao's great feat of defeating the 4 emperors Kaido and utterly destroying the Beast Pirates. While the people of Wano country were joyfully preparing for a celebration, Lin Hao, who had settled in the flower capital's palace, issued several shocking announcements through his private secretary Robin. From this day forward, Wano country would transition from decades of isolationism to an open country, and Kazuki Oden's daughter Kazuki Hayori would become the new shogun of Wano country after the overthrow of Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi's rule. That very day, via the World Economy News, this news once again stirred up a storm on the Grand Line. I am now at the residence of the J. Garcia family in the Holy Land. To thank you for your brilliant plan, I have decided to let you hear the sound of the sun, before straight up to the sky had already gently swept down. Second, Wano would forge a deep partnership with Dressrosa, a member of the world government, making Dressrosa the second nation capable of independently supplying seastone products. Third, Dressrosa had begun openly selling seastone products, adopting a pre-order system. The pre-order items included seastone bullets capable of harming devil fruit users and specialized pistols for firing them. Those who purchased these items via pre-order would enjoy a 90% discount compared to the post-launch price. Buyers of seastone weapons through pre-order would receive their products in 1 month. Fourth, a special notice was issued for the general public. Dressrosa would soon establish factories and urgently recruit production line workers, offering generous compensation equivalent to a Marine soldier's salary, with a work schedule of 10 hours per day, 6 days a week. These news items, deliberately provided by Lin Hao to the World Economic News, sent shockwaves across the Grand Line the moment they were published. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Eastern Army Commander Betty rushed into Chief Dragon's office, clutching the latest newspaper with great excitement. "Mr. Dragon, have you seen today's paper? It's insane. Wano has opened its borders and even initiated trade in seastone products." "Don't be so astonished, Betty. At this point, nothing that Admiral Qinglong does would surprise me." Seeing the ecstatic Eastern Army Commander, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon immediately gestured for her to sit down. In the conference room, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon, along with all 4 army commanders and their deputies, had assembled in full attendance. As for Sabo, who was being groomed as the Revolutionary Army's successor, he was not present. Just days earlier, he had set out on his mission, embarking on a journey to Dressrosa. "Dragon, look at this pre-order price. Is it real? For just 2 berries, you can get a set of seastone items specifically designed to deal with devil fruit, users a custom pistol, and 10 seastone bullets. Can such news be reliable?" Following Betty, the first to raise a question was Southern Army Commander Lindbergh. Unlike the other 3 commanders, he was the only one who was not a devil fruit user. His primary combat style relied on his high-tech equipment. As an expert in weaponry, he fully understood what seastone weapons signified. Setting aside its value, more precious than gold, seastone was the hardest substance in the world. Processing it into bullets required immense manpower and resources. If someone possessed a clip of seastone bullets, what would a Logia user be worth then? So a single seastone bullet commanded exorbitant prices on the black market. A single bullet could easily fetch tens or even millions of berries. Although Admiral Qinglong's Wano controlled over 70 of the world's seastone reserves, selling it at such a low price was astonishing. For a moment, the Revolutionary Army commanders also doubted the authenticity of the news. Admiral Qinglong possesses terrifying power beyond anyone's comprehension. There's no need for him to play tricks with this. Unlike the other commanders, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon had a far more far-sighted perspective. "If this is true, it's a rare opportunity for us. Though the price prevents widespread adoption, if a certain proportion of our troops can be equipped with such seastone weapons, they won't be so helpless against devil fruit users in the future." "Mr. Dragon, do you mean?" Seeing the earnest expression on Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon's face, the 4 commanders simultaneously thought of a possibility. Sure enough, the next moment, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon waved his hand and issued his command to everyone present. "Notify all Revolutionary Army branches. We will allocate a special fund to purchase these pre-order seastone weapons. Buy as many as we can." "But Mr. Dragon, what if this pre-order is a scam?" Seeing that Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon seemed a bit overzealous, the other 4 commanders immediately tried to dissuade him. But before they could finish, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon waved his hand again, uncharacteristically acting as an autocratic dictator. "Just do it. This is a gamble. If we lose, we only lose some money. But if we win, our strength will undergo a qualitative leap. I'm willing to take that risk." Somewhere on the Grand Line, several whalehead pirate ships and a fleet of vessels of various sizes and shapes were anchored on the sea. Just moments ago, the entire Whitebeard pirates had received the latest issue of the World Economic News. Looking at the published announcements, Whitebeard, standing at the forefront of the pirate ship's deck, wore a face that alternated between pale and purple. "I can't believe the world government moved so quickly. Before we even arrived, Admiral Qinglong had already taken over Wano. Looks like we have to turn back." Although the newspaper mentioned that Wano, after opening its borders, had become a cooperative ally of Dressrosa. Since the grudge of his brother Odin had been avenged, there was no need to go to Wano and provoke such a terrifying existence. Looking at the newspaper, the Yonko Whitebeard immediately contemplated turning back. But before he could issue the order, Ace beside him directly interrupted him. "Father, even if the beast pirates no longer rule Wano, we should at least go and see. Admiral Qinglong is a world government man. What if he harms Wano?" "You idiot. Do you know what opening the country means? It means letting the world see everything inside. If it were as oppressive as Kaido, why bother opening borders? Just maintain the status quo." Seeing Ace's stubbornness, Whitebeard's forehead veins bulged, and the next moment, he delivered a heavy fist to Ace's head. "Ouch, father. What are you doing? Watching the large smoking bump on Ace's head, the surrounding commanders of the Whitebeard pirates burst into laughter. Glancing at the newspaper, then at the endless sea ahead, Whitebeard gave his command with a solemn expression. Set course back to our territory immediately. Also send someone steady to see if we can purchase some cheap seastone weapons from Dressrosa. Huh, father, do you believe the news about the seastone weapons? Upon hearing Whitebeard's order, 1st Division Commander Marco became curious. Those are seastone weapons. Buy as many as we can. It's a gamble. Admiral Qinglong wouldn't lose face over something like this. At the Holy Land, Marigios. The 5 individuals standing at the pinnacle of world power were also reading the latest newspaper. Compared to before, the old man with a cane, a tall hat, and a scar on his face was gone. In his place was a seemingly kind middle-aged man with a friendly appearance, though he looked far younger than the other 4. The other 4 elders treated him with extreme respect, careful not to offend him with a wrong word. The reason was simple. This kind-hearted middle-aged man was one of the few celestial dragon friends of Admiral Qinglong in the Holy Land, Don Quixote Josgard. Because of Admiral Qinglong's influence, the Don Quixote family in the Holy Land had risen to become the foremost family among the celestial dragons. Josgard, Admiral Qinglong has set the price of seastone weapons so low. Could there be a trick? Holding the newspaper, God of Finance Nushiro of the 5 elders humbly sought advice from Lin Hao, celestial dragon friend. You can't ask me about this. I'm just a celestial dragon who stays in the Holy Land all year. As for Lin Hao, we're just friends. I don't interfere in his affairs. Indeed, that was hasty of me. To Nushiro's inquiring, Josgard could only tell the truth. Though annoyed by not getting the answer he wanted, Nushiro, fearing Admiral Qinglong's might, forced a fawning expression. After Nushiro's snub, God of La Vie, Nushiro immediately approached with a flattering smile. Josgard, you're now one of the 5 elders. Don't be shy. What's your opinion on this matter? My opinion. If necessary, we should purchase these seastone weapons in large quantities. The Marines face many devil fruit-using pirates. With such equipment, our soldiers will have an advantage in combat against them. Upon hearing Nushiro's request for his opinion, Josgard, who had only become a 5 elder a few days ago, thought for a moment and gave his answer. Hearing this, Nushiro retreated with a flattering smile. The other 2 5 elders lost interest in currying favor. Caring too much about the lives of ants was not a good habit. Having been fooled several times already, they couldn't afford to be tricked again. In the east, blue off the coast of Kokoyashi village. Behind her was a box of gold and silver treasure acquired through unknown means. Seastone guns and bullets. Is this real? If it's seastone bullets, it should be able to successfully take down that guy. Looking at the astonishingly low price of seastone weapons in the newspaper, the cute girl nicknamed Cat Burglar wore an excited expression. Either way, it's worth a gamble. The negotiations with Wano country encountered virtually no resistance. This was due to the gratitude they bore for having helped Wano defeat Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi. Furthermore, his terrifying strength transcended all comprehension and dominated everything. As a result, whenever Lin Hao made requests, Wano had no hesitation whatsoever and unconditionally agreed to every single one. Especially after Lin Hao offered them a cure for the artificial devil fruit's mad laughter side effects, which punk hazard scientist Vegapunk could help develop. The people and daimyo of Wano immediately came to regard Lin Hao as a divine being. After simply spending a few days touring Wano and restructuring the numerous weapon factories left behind by the Beast's pirates, Lin Hao decided to depart directly by ship and return to Reverse Mountain. Upon hearing of his departure, the various daimyo and samurai of Wano all expressed their reluctance to see him go. Upon learning that Lin Hao intended to establish a factory and hire workers at Reverse Mountain, numerous prisoners from Rabbit Bowl prison who had been isolated and had lost all their relatives immediately scrambled to board Lin Hao's luxurious warship bound for Reverse Mountain. Throughout the past decade or so, while they had endured backbreaking labor in the dark and oppressive prison, they had grown accustomed to a life of hard work. On top of that, Lin Hao was offering the same pay and benefits as world government naval soldiers. What harm could there be in earning good money and seeing the world beyond Wano? On the day of his departure, the various daimyo and powerful warriors of Wano came to see him off, each reluctant to part with their benefactor. Since he had already transmigrated to this world, he needed to reach the pinnacle. Before that, Lin Hao would absorb as many powerful forces into his fold as possible. Rather than the oppressive rule exemplified by Kaido, Lin Hao favored a path of peaceful coexistence and mutual benefit. After all, between allies, gratitude and respect always proved far more reliable than resentment and fear. But just as Lin Hao had finished bidding farewell to the crowds and daimyo who had come to see him off, and was about to recline on his custom-made lounge chair to continue idling in the sun, a barely perceptible sensation beneath his feet immediately caused an expression of utter astonishment to appear on his face. Somebody actually dares to cause trouble at a time like this. Quite bold, aren't they? Before Lin Hao had finished speaking, the magnificent warship he was aboard, just moments from setting sail, began to shudder in a most bizarre manner. Then, as if drawn by some invisible force, the colossal warship suddenly lifted clear of the sea and began slowly drifting upward toward the sky. It wasn't just Lin Hao's grand private warship. In the harbor downstream of Wano's waterfall, over a dozen Wano merchant vessels that had come to see him off also sensed that unknown terror and began to rock and roll as they rapidly ascended into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the ships had risen dozens of meters above the sea surface. If they were to fall now, apart from Lin Hao's exceptionally equipped private warship, almost all the Wano vessels would crash into the sea and shatter to pieces. What's happening? Why is the ship floating? Help! The ship's turning over in the air. We're going to fall. We'll die. Damn it. Someone's launching a surprise attack. Warriors quickly protect the civilians and return to Wano first. In midair, the giant sea vessels that had suddenly begun floating upward abruptly changed direction, tipping upside down. In an instant, countless Wano residents and daimyo screamed as they fell toward the sea surface dozens of meters below. Fortunately, some of these vessels carrying well-wishers had formidable samurai aboard. Thanks to their efforts, the Wano people suffered no casualties for the time being. At that moment, in the clouds above Wano, everyone was shocked to discover that a massive island was hovering directly above Wano, completely defying the laws of physics. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, sneering coldly, had already identified the mastermind behind this surprise attack. Upon that immense island, resembling an airborne fortress, stood a golden-haired elder with half a ship's rudder embedded in his head, his legs replaced by twin short swords. Like a monarch, he surveyed Wano below with an air of supreme arrogance. Beside the golden-haired elder stood a towering man with a rotund physique, filled with sharp fangs, resembling a vampire, who glared angrily at Lin Hao. Though this was his first time seeing either of them since transmigrating into the One Piece world, their distinctive features made Lin Hao recognize them immediately. The two men. One was Shiki, once a commander of the Rocks Pirates, the sole survivor of the Battle of God Valley, and a figure whose name struck terror across the entire Grand Line, the Golden Lion himself. The other was the current warlord of the sea, Moria of the Moonlight, who had been defeated by Kaido over a decade ago. Gazing at the two pirate tyrants, surveying from above, a chilling smirk curled the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. Then he snapped his fingers. A coffin-like container was pushed out from within the ship's hold. After the coffin-like container was opened, a scorching heat instantly spread across the deck of the luxurious warship. In the next moment, everyone on the ship gazed into the container. All of them were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Inside the container lay a living human being. The human's appearance was identical to that of their lord Lin Hao. Only Robin, who had already encountered the empathy robots, and Admiral Kizaru were unfazed. The rest of the crew were so astonished that their jaws nearly hit the ground. They had long heard that Lin Hao had provided substantial financial support to the world's foremost scientist Vegapunk, enabling him to research and manufacture empathy robots capable of absorbing sunlight more effectively. They had originally assumed the robots were merely mechanical constructs. But upon seeing them for the first time, they were amazed to discover that the fidelity of the empathy robots had reached such an astonishing level. If dressed identically and placed side by side, even Vegapunk himself would struggle to distinguish the original from the replica at first glance. As for that coffin-like container, there was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly a special device developed by Vegapunk to allow empathy robots to receive sunlight 24 hours a day. However, mass-producing such devices was extremely difficult, and they could only be used on empathy robots. While the crew aboard marveled at the lifelike quality of the empathy robots, Lin Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. He then withdrew a strange disc, and to the astonishment of all present, inserted it directly into the head of his replica. There was no resistance or bloodshed, as one might have expected. The miraculous disc sank straight into the replica's mind. Ensure those ships land safely. Upon hearing Lin Hao's command, the replica's eyes flashed with sharp light. He leaped into the air, treading the moonwalk technique to reach the sky. In the next moment, a brilliant radiance erupted from Lin Hao's replica. Before everyone, stunned, gazed, a colossal azure blue dragon as massive as a mountain appeared instantly before them. Before anyone could react, the enormous blue dragon coiled its body through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it generated countless dazzling clouds of flame. It caught all the rapidly falling massive ships in midair, holding them steady. Isn't that Kaido's devil fruit ability? How could it appear on Admiral Aokiji? No, that isn't the real Admiral Aokiji. It's someone who looks exactly like him. Good heavens, has Admiral Aokiji actually usurped Kaido's power? How did he manage that? Lin Hao's replica robot had just activated the power of Kaido's fish fruit. The residents and samurai of Wano country were instantly left with their jaws nearly on the ground in shock, gazing at the enormous blue dragon dominating the sky, as before some even mistook it for Kaido himself, the tyrant who had oppressed Wano for over a decade. Yet among them were some powerful individuals who noticed subtle differences in the colossal dragon. Recalling the scene they had witnessed earlier on the warship, a group of Wano's strongest warriors suddenly realized the truth. After bowing their gratitude toward Lin Hao on the warship, they vanished in flashes of speed, treading the moonwalk to charge toward the massive island suspended in midair. Although Wano country was still in the early stages of reconstruction, it was after all a powerful nation of the New World. Even though the beasts pirates who had once ruled here were gone, Wano still boasted a considerable number of skilled warriors protecting its lands. Seeing that the rapidly falling mass of ships had been saved by Lin Hao's replica, the Wano warriors no longer had anything to worry about. Upstream from the waterfall at Wano's entrance within the newly reconstructed fortifications, countless cannons and bullets roared against the wind, mercilessly bombarding the massive island hovering in the sky. Among the elite warriors of Wano country, a stunning female warrior standing 2 meters tall, with a slender figure, 2 horns atop her head, and flowing silver hair, charged at the forefront wielding a spiked tonfa wreathed in dark lightning. Damn intruders, you shall not trample upon Odin's homeland. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired beauty had already reached Gold Lion Shiki. This silver-haired beauty was none other than Yamato, the son of the world's strongest creature Kaido. Despite being Kaido's direct descendant, Yamato had revered Kozukamura Odin since childhood and refused to associate with his own father. To prevent his son from escaping to sea, Kaido had forced explosive bracelets onto his wrists, devices powerful enough to reduce him to fragments. When Wano country was fully liberated with Lin Hao's assistance, Yamato was able to quickly clear up misunderstandings with the people of Wano. Because of his extraordinary strength, Yamato was directly appointed by the current shogun of Wano, Hiyori, as one of Wano's divine generals. With Wano in danger, Yamato, who had always revered Kozukamura Odin as his ultimate idol, naturally gave everything he had. Watching Yamato swing his tonfa wreathed in conqueror's haki with fury on his face, Gold Lion Shiki couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He never expected that after Kaido and the 3 blind mice had been defeated, Wano still harbored such powerful warriors. Without hesitation, a murderous gleam flashed in Shiki's eyes. He raised his left foot, and the tip of his legendary sword Makori, worn as a prosthetic replacement for his foot, struck Yamato's tonfa with pinpoint precision. Although Yamato's weapon was wrapped in dense conqueror's haki as a top-tier warrior from the same era as the 4 emperors and Joel D. Roger, even using only his armament haki, Gold Lion Shiki perfectly countered Yamato's conqueror's haki-enhanced strike. While blocking Yamato's first wave of attacks, Shiki twisted his waist, and his free right leg, carrying an awe-inspiring and terrifying momentum, kicked fiercely toward Yamato's head. Years ago, when escaping from Impel Down, he had severed both his feet. Thus, Shiki's legs were entirely replaced by 2 legendary swords bound in their place. If this kick could not be dodged, the legendary sword Sakazuki, bound to Shiki's calf, would cleave Yamato's head straight in 2. Although Shiki's strike was terrifying in momentum and incredible in speed, Yamato, who inherited both Kaido's bloodline and Odin's will, was no pushover. Facing Shiki's killing blow, Yamato slid his feet, his body moving with remarkable flexibility to evade the fatal strike. For a moment, the clash of haki between 2 top-tier warriors in midair triggered a deafening explosion. Even in Wano country's homeland, far from the battlefield, countless civilians could feel the terrifying tremors beneath their feet. Just as Yamato evaded Shiki's lethal attack and prepared to counter, Shiki's figure moved like a ghost, appearing directly behind him. Though their strength was evenly matched for now as a legendary pirate who had roamed the Grand Line for most of his life, the Gold Lion, who had once single-handedly breached Marineford and forced Navy hero Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku to join forces just to barely subdue him, possessed incredibly rich combat experience. In an instant, he used his agile movements combined with his devil fruit ability to completely reverse the previously even situation. Facing Yamato's unprotected back, a sinister smile appeared on Gold Lion Shiki's face. The next moment, taking advantage of Yamato's inability to turn around in time, Shiki delivered several powerful slashing kicks wrapped in armament haki in the blink of an eye. Lion Thousand Cleave Valley. Shiki's move was extremely fast. Daiwa, despite his combat experience, still had a considerable gap compared to the Golden Lion Shiki. In just one exchange, the evenly matched situation shifted dramatically in Shiki's favor. Upon witnessing Daiwa endanger the samurai still hovering in midair, some leveraging their companions' abilities, others unleashing their devil fruit powers, roared fiercely as they charged toward Shiki. However, before they could close in atop that colossal floating island suspended in midair, A horde of utterly desiccated and rotting zombies let out terrifying roars before leaping from the island, completely halting those who sought to aid Daiwa. Among them, a zombie clad in samurai attire sat silently at the island's edge, defying Moriya's commands with perfect stillness. Daiwa, the only child, had no time to react. His expression tightened as he swung his spiked club backward with full force. This ambush was unavoidable, so he decided to go down fighting. Boom. Just then a sonic boom shattered the air above the sea surface. Before the Golden Lion Shiki and Daiwa could react to their imminent clash, a massive explosion erupted between them, sending both flying backward with tremendous force. Hey, Mr. Qinglong, these are matters concerning Wano country. Let me, as its protecting general, handle the external threat. Having just been sent flying, Daiwa immediately bounced back to his feet. Upon hearing Daiwa's somewhat defiant request, Lin Hao smiled faintly. The recent strike, though dangerous, was nowhere near decisive enough to end the battle. As a user of the mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit, Daiwa's regenerative abilities far exceeded imagination. If he were to activate his fruit ability here and transform into that form of the Great Mouth God, then with Daiwa's power he wouldn't only heal rapidly, but also end the fight quickly. After all, an activated Daiwa could at least hold his own against a powerhouse like Kaido for a time. This person still has some use to me. Let me handle this fight. Those samurai seem to be facing considerable trouble. Why don't you, as Wano's protecting general, go assist them? It does seem rather troublesome. Upon hearing Lin Hao's reminder, Daiwa also spotted the Wano samurai desperately struggling midair against the zombie horde. In terms of pure strength, these Wano samurai could easily overpower individual zombies. But among these zombies that completely overwhelmed the samurai in numbers, there were some exceptionally powerful special zombies. Although this was the first time they'd witnessed Moriya's zombie army among that mass of zombies, Lin Hao also spotted special zombies created from the shadows of the Rocks Pirates, Silver Axe Captain John, and others. Though these zombies had lost their living strength, they still managed to severely wound several Wano samurai experts, relying on their unique shadow properties and enhanced base attributes while using hordes of cannon fodder zombies as cover. Witnessing this, Daiwa didn't hesitate any longer. He leaped directly from the floating island and quickly joined the chaotic battle between the samurai and zombies. As soon as Daiwa departed, the smoke from the earlier explosion rapidly cleared. The towering figure of the Golden Lion immediately materialized before Lin Hao. "Brett, are you the kid who caused that impel-down incident?" "Exactly. That's me. Coming here to cause trouble. You're just unlucky, I suppose." Looking at Lin Hao's handsome face, a vicious, ruthless grin spread across Shiki's lips. In his view, those strongmen Qinglong had defeated were utterly insignificant. Kaido, when he was serving as a squad captain in the Rocks Pirates, that guy was still just a rookie trainee. A total weakling. Red Baron, Buggy the Star Clown, Douglas Bullet. These clowns locked away and impelled down by the world government were nothing but a joke. If he hadn't personally stormed Marineford and fought Sengoku and Garp for 3 days and nights back, then would he have ended up imprisoned and impelled down? And even if captured, he hadn't stayed imprisoned there long before escaping, right? Those weaklings weren't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. But using him as a stepping stone to restore his former glory should suffice. As long as he captures Qinglong the general, who's been defeating their crew members one after another right here and now, then the name of Golden Lion Shiki would surely send tremors through the Grand Line. At this thought, Shiki glanced at Lin Hao, his eyes revealing an unexpected flicker of anticipation. Lin Hao stared blankly at this display. The next moment, before he could curiously ask whether the man had lost his mind, Lin Hao suddenly felt a fierce wind descending from above his head. Looking up, he was stunned to see that the peaks of 2 massive mountains had somehow been transported directly overhead by Shiki's abilities. The colossal mountain peaks hovered merely dozens of meters above him. With an intense rush of wind pressure, the Golden Lion instantly deactivated his float fruit powers. Plummeting with an incomprehensibly heavy roar through the air, the twin mountain peaks crashed down toward Lin Hao's head like 2 ferocious beasts unleashing their fury. Witnessing this scene, the samurai engaged in fierce combat, with Moriya's zombie army midair cried out in shock. They wanted to come to his aid, but the zombie horde held them captive. Meanwhile, Lin Hao gazed up at the 2 massive peaks hurtling toward him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Today I'll use you as my banner sacrifice, then I'll conquer Wano country. This world, I'll turn it upside down." Before the mountain peaks above could strike, the Golden Lion Shiki launched a barrage of fierce kicks with both legs, empowered by the legendary swords Mach and Sakura 10. These kicks were transformed into devastating sword ki wreath in armament hockey. In a single exchange, the Golden Lion completely cut off all of Lin Hao's escape routes. The very next moment, the 2 colossal peaks slammed down toward Lin Hao's skull with devastating force. Instantly, the massive floating island trembled violently from the sheer impact. The destructive force of this collision was truly staggering. The overwhelming shockwaves didn't just create massive tsunamis over 10 meters high across the ocean surface below the island. The very mainland of Wano country was shaken to its core. In an instant, Lin Hao, who had been standing there just moments before, vanished beneath the crushing weight of those two colossal peaks, completely motionless. Witnessing this, Shiki let out a triumphant roar of laughter. But the very next moment, those massive peaks that had lain still for several seconds began to tremble ever so slightly. Initially, the trembling merely dislodged dust from the surface. But within a second, those two enormous mountains erupted with a deafening explosion, shattering from within. Amidst the thick haze of debris and dust billowing from the collapsing peaks, Shiki's eyes widened in utter shock. Because at this very moment, Lin Hao, whom he had just dismissed as a mere stepping stone to restore his former glory, had somehow appeared before him, grinning with an almost innocent expression that he hadn't even sensed approaching. "Is this your ultimate technique? Then it's my turn now." Before Lin Hao finished speaking, he threw his fist right before Shiki's astonished gaze. "Damn you! Who do you think I am? I am the Golden Lion Shiki." The fist Lin Hao threw, seemingly swift, delivered a devastating blow that, like a divine evasion, caused time itself to stand still. In an instant, with Golden Lion Shiki and Lin Hao at the center, time around them seemed to freeze. In Shiki's eyes, he could even see the water droplets suspended in midair. And the fist Lin Hao threw kept growing larger in his pupils. This technique was not unfamiliar to the Golden Lion, because decades ago during the God Valley incident, he had faced Pluto Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates and had been gravely wounded by a similar move. Only back then Rayleigh had used a sword. Now the Admiral Azure Dragon facing him used his bare fists. In an instant, the terrifying memory made Golden Lion Shiki's hair stand on end. Only now did he realize what kind of fearsome powerhouse he was up against, facing a terrifying iron fist that could end him in one blow. The Golden Lion let out a mighty roar. He kicked his legs up, and the famous blades Muku and Sakuraju coated in armament haki struck Lin Hao's fist, also clad in armament haki, with pinpoint precision. In an instant, Lin Hao's iron fist was held firm. Seeing this, the legendary pirate of the former Rocks Pirates was overjoyed. Though the entire process was crystal clear to the Golden Lion, in reality, his defeat occurred in the blink of an eye during his clash with Lin Hao. When both blades had completely turned into a storm of iron filings, a terrifying force starting from the Golden Lion's legs swept through every part of his body. As Lin Hao's fist slammed into the Golden Lion's shin, the legendary pirate of the former Rocks Pirates felt a tightness in his chest and violently coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered organs. In that instant, Golden Lion Shiki's body shook violently. He was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through several towering mountains before. A group of elite Wano samurai had already dealt with Moria's zombie army and arrived on this floating island. Witnessing this, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Just how powerful was Golden Lion Shiki? As the first to fight him, Kaido's son Yamato was the most qualified to judge. Though Shiki's strength was certainly inferior to his own transformed state after using his devil fruit to be defeated in a single exchange, it was clear that the Admiral Azure Dragon hadn't even used his full power. No wonder he had effortlessly taken down legendary figures of the past era during the Impelled Down incident. Gazing at Golden Lion Shiki among the ruins of the distant mountain, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Once a devil fruit user loses consciousness, their ability naturally deactivates immediately. But now the massive floating island showed no signs of descending. The reason was simple. After Lin Hao's clone had safely delivered the Wano ships to the sea, he had continued to generate vast flame clouds firmly holding the island, even larger than Onigashima, aloft in the sky. "Damn you, Admiral Azure Dragon. I'll never forgive you." Just as Lin Hao was curiously surveying the floating island, a sharp, furious roar swept across the entire island. Hearing the piercing scream, all the samurai on the island became alert. But in the next moment, countless black shadows slid along the ground and rushed toward the group. "This is his sorcery. Everyone be careful." The so-called sorcery was the power of a devil fruit. Because of Wano's long isolation, its residents had never understood the concept of devil fruits. But when they saw someone using devil fruit powers to attack them, they immediately covered their entire bodies with armament haki. In an instant, countless black shadows wove through the crowd. Though swift, they failed to cut off anyone's shadow. "I don't need your shadows to kill you all." Seeing his ability completely blocked, Moria, who had been hiding in the shadows, leaped out. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the entire battle between Golden Lion and Lin Hao from his hiding spot. He knew well how powerful the Golden Lion was. Yet, even such a top-tier fighter couldn't last a single round against the Admiral Azure Dragon. There was no chance of escape now. Only by going all out might there be a glimmer of hope. With that thought, a terrifying grimace twisted Moriya's demon-like face. Then with a sidelong glance, he saw Golden Lion Shiki lying unconscious amidst a pile of rubble. Hehehe. Don't worry, Shiki, as your ally I'll avenge you. Hey, your allies. Are you really going to do this? Watching Moriya's sinister grin, Lin Hao stretched his arms lazily, as if warming up. Then to the astonishment of all, countless shadow clones centered on Moriya's body rapidly extended toward every living creature on the island that lacked the means to resist. In just a few breaths, the shadows of the remaining zombie army and the Golden Lion's minions were swiftly cut off by Moriya, the user of the Shadow Fruit. Because of Moriya's ability, the poor souls exposed to sunlight whose shadows had been stolen instantly erupted in blazing flames. Amidst piercing screams, the zombies and pirates of Golden Lion and Moriya turned into black ash. Suddenly, the air of the entire floating island carried a peculiar barbecue smell. It wasn't foul, but it made even the most skilled samurai feel nauseous. After stealing all the shadows of his subordinates and stuffing them into his own body, Moriya hesitated for a moment, then activated his ability again. The shadowless Golden Lion burst into raging flames under the sunlight, and soon, like his minions, turned into a pile of black ash. After absorbing all the shadows of his subordinates and the zombie army, Moriya's body grew colossal. From a distance, he appeared several times larger than even Little Ors Jr. of the original story. In an instant, with Moriya now like a primordial beast at the center, a terrifying aura swept across the entire island. Lin Hao tilted his head, looking at Moriya, who now resembled a demon. His face still bore that harmless, warm smile. Ready? I'm invincible now. Once I get your corpse and shadow, I'll conquer the Grand Line. Staring at the Admiral Azure Dragon, who looked no bigger than a locust before him, Moriya, bearing the title of Moonlight, let out his signature sneer. But in the next moment, the warlord's smile froze on his face. Lin Hao twisted his neck slightly, then vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had already teleported right in front of Moriya's nose. What the hell? How is this possible? Watching as Lin Hao suddenly appeared right in front of him in an instant, Moriya, who had already absorbed over 1,000 shadows, showed an expression of utter terror on his face. His power had clearly been significantly enhanced. Even facing the Golden Lion in this state, he was confident he could crush them. But despite this enhanced power, how could he not see their movements? For a moment, an expression of shock spread across Moriya's demon-like face. But before he could react, Lin Hao was already smiling, raising one finger toward the sky. At the tip of his finger, a blazing fireball the size of a fingernail began to rapidly form. The moment this fireball appeared, the entire floating island was instantly engulfed in terrifying heat. Not to mention Moriya, who was standing right there. Even the distant Yamato of the Enigmo and the samurai of Wano couldn't help but retreat repeatedly from the scorching heat. Watching that flame the size of a fingernail, an expression of sheer panic flashed across Moriya's face. In that moment, he instantly recalled the live execution broadcast by the Marines against Kaido, the world's strongest creature. Kaido had fallen to this same technique back then, hadn't he? Although his ability to absorb shadows through the Kage no Mi should strengthen him. But if the originals were eliminated, those shadows couldn't possibly last long before automatically dissipating. So Moriya understood clearly within himself. This state couldn't last long. The longer the battle dragged on, the more his strength would diminish as the shadows within him faded. In the end, even sacrificing all his subordinates and his ally the Golden Lion, he'd probably just become an experience package for the other side. At this thought, Warlord Moriya gritted his teeth. He immediately swung his house-sized fist and slammed it down toward Lin Hao's head. If he couldn't end this quickly, he'd be the one to die. Watching Moriya's devastating punch, Lin Hao smiled slightly, then pushed the fingernail-sized fireball from his fingertip straight toward Moriya's face. Merciless son. The moment the fireball touched Moriya's cheek, the colossal figure let out a heart-rending scream. Moriya's entire body erupted in fierce crimson flames. In moments, his form crumbled to ashes. Another warlord of the sea had fallen under the world government's direct appointment. The 7 warlords, originally requiring 7 members to function, had been reduced further despite constant replacements. Yet 2 positions remained unfilled. Watching Moriya burn to ashes in moments, all the samurai on that enormous floating island swallowed hard. They also felt immense relief in their hearts. Just one exchange had defeated two legendary pirates of such formidable power. With such overwhelming strength, even Admiral Aokiji could easily force Wano into submission through brute force, just as Kaido had done before. Yet this powerful figure whose strength transcended comprehension chose to maintain an equal alliance with Wano instead. For a moment, all the Wano samurai on the island watched Lin Hao's retreating figure, their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. Oh my god, there's a ghost. Good heavens. What is this thing? A skeleton talking. This is sorcery. It must be witchcraft. Everyone come quickly and slay this evil demon. Hey, you. Why are you holding our nation's treasure, the legendary sword Blackwater? Could you be the thief who stole our national treasure? Quick, slay this scoundrel. Just then, as the samurai were marveling at Lin Hao's terrifying power and admirable magnanimity, a sudden scream of terror erupted from behind the crowd. Following everyone's startled gaze, Lin Hao burst into laughter. Not far away, surrounding the enormous black castle at the center of the floating island, a figure with a bouffant hairstyle, clutching a small cane and dressed in a black suit, was frantically attempting to explain himself to the surrounding samurai. And in his hands he held a katana with a dark ink-black blade. Though it was his first time seeing this after transmigrating, Lin Hao recognized it immediately. He'd watched One Piece several times before. That blade was the legendary sword Water Autumn, wielded by the great swordmaster Ryuma, known as the dragon-slaying samurai during his lifetime, and it served as one of Wano's most treasured national swords. During his lifetime as a great swordmaster of Wano, Ryuma's sword had been revered and enshrined by the people of Wano across generations. Over a decade ago, during the battle between Kaido and Moria, Ryuma's grave was desecrated and plundered. The defeated Moria stole both the remains and his sword. This had long been a source of anguish for the people of Wano. Upon seeing the national treasure Water Autumn appear here, the samurai of Wano grew furious, their veins bulging with rage. Coupled with the fact that he held Wano's national treasure in his hands, the samurai reacted with red-rimmed eyes, desperate to kill him on the spot. Facing the group of Wano samurai intent on killing him, the skeleton continuously retreated backward in alarm, though he lacked skin and eyes. But Lin Hao could clearly perceive the helpless and panicked expression of the skeleton. Everyone. This skeleton is merely a victim himself. The Water Autumn incident has nothing to do with him. Could you do me the favor of letting me speak with him alone? Just as the samurai had drawn their swords with bloodshot eyes ready to fight to the death, Lin Hao's voice unexpectedly echoed in everyone's minds. Such an extraordinary sorcery. Could this also be Lord Qinglong's power? Lord Qinglong's strength is truly terrifying. Since Lord Qinglong has spoken, we shall obey. We trust our benefactor of Wano. Though somewhat startled by the sudden voice in their minds, the Wano samurai had no objections to Lin Hao's plea. Kaido and Kurizumi Higurashi, who had oppressed them for years, had finally fallen. The national treasure Water Autumn had been recovered after being lost. These past few days were truly monumental events, destined to be recorded in Wano's history. All of this was thanks to their great benefactor Admiral Qinglong of Wano. As they made their departure, the samurai of Wano began discussing plans to erect an even larger statue of Lin Hao in the flower capital, and have that statue, like the legendary sword Water Autumn, enshrined as a national treasure of Wano for all eternity. Yo-ho-ho, that was truly a close call. Are you from the Navy? I heard that voice just now as well. Thank you so much for getting me out of that predicament. Gazing at Lin Hao's handsome face, the skeleton, wearing a top hat, promptly removed it. He then bowed deeply to the naval admiral who had rescued him, showing profound gratitude. But the next moment, Lin Hao's response left him stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Brook, the musician of the Rumbar Pirates, you've truly embarked on an extraordinarily long journey. Hey, how do you know my name? Is my face really that recognizable? Though I don't have any skin left. Upon hearing Lin Hao's complaint, Lin Hao could only sigh helplessly. Brook was once the musician of the Rumbar Pirates. In terms of seniority, even the former pirate king Roger was but a fledgling newcomer in his eyes. Not long ago, the Red Count, defeated by Lin Hao and impelled down, had regarded Brook, before his first death, as his idol even before he himself became a pirate. Yet such a veteran of the Grand Line had been trapped on Thriller Bark for decades due to Moria's shadow fruit ability. Facing Brook's astonishment, Lin Hao fabricated a lie without hesitation. You might not know this, but Crocus, in search of clues about the Rumbar Pirates, once joined the Roger Pirates as their ship doctor and traveled the Grand Line. He even reached the final island, yet still found no news of you. Now he's still at the Twin Capes, fulfilling his promise to you by taking care of that whale. You. What did you say? Laboon. And Crocus. They're still there. Hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Brooks' face devoid of skin once again displayed the unique, shocked expression of a skeleton. Although he had endured decades of sunless existence on Thriller Bark, Brook had never forgotten Laboon the whale left behind at the Twin Capes by the Rumbar pirates. According to their agreement, the Rumbar pirates were to return to the Twin Capes and reunite with Laboon after circumnavigating the Grand Line. But due to the myriad dangers of the Grand Line, the Rumbar pirates were forced to abandon their journey entirely. Now the sole survivor of the entire crew was Brook, who had gained a second life through the Yomi Yomi no Mi, Crocus, and Laboon. How are they now? Please, tell me. As memories of the past flooded back, tears of crystal clarity streamed from Brook's hollow eye sockets. For a skeleton who had died once and endured decades of solitude, almost nothing could stir strong emotions within him. Yet upon hearing Laboon's name, he could not help but succumb to sorrow. They, the Rumbar pirates, had broken the promise made to that little whale. And Crocus, a mere chance acquaintance, had remained steadfast due to a single promise. The Rumbar pirates truly owed that man and that whale. Seeing Brook's tear-streaked face, Lin Hao sighed softly and patted his shoulder. Crocus is still as strong and healthy as ever. That little whale, once no longer than your arm, has now grown into a colossal beast as immense as a mountain. They are both fine, but they have also grown old. Although Crocus has stated that the Rumbar pirates have withdrawn from the Grand Line, that whale is still waiting for you at the Twin Capes. Crocus. Laboon. Hearing that Laboon was still waiting for the Rumbar pirates who had set sail decades ago, Brook, the skeleton who had endured decades of loneliness and nearly lost all his emotions, could not help but weep bitterly. So, what are your plans now? Seeing Brook's sorrowful state, Lin Hao felt a pang of compassion. Before Brook could finish his sentence, Lin Hao extended his fist and flicked him sharply on the skull. But in the next moment, Brook's reply caused veins to bulge on the usually good-natured Lin Hao's forehead. After crashing through several trees on the island, it rolled comically into a pile of rubble. Hey, Mr. Qinglong, why did you hit me? His head suddenly severed by Lin Hao. Brook, who had just been immersed in sorrow, instantly became furious. Yet, even in his anger, his action struck Lin Hao as utterly absurd. At that moment, Brook's head was still rolling around in the distance, but his body scurried about like a headless chicken. If Lin Hao hadn't been there, Brook's tall skeletal frame would have tumbled awkwardly off the floating island. After a moment, Brook's head rolled back to his body like a wheel, utterly disheveled. But as soon as he steadied his head, he witnessed a sight that infuriated him. Lin Hao was using Brook's body as a sofa. Like a giant crawling insect. Seeing his body treated so disrespectfully, even the mild-tempered Brook felt a urge to challenge him to a duel. But before he could organize his thoughts to issue a challenge, Lin Hao's icy gaze caused the veteran of the Grand Line to involuntarily shrink his neck. He had not used Haushika Haki. The sheer disparity in strength had affected Brook's subconscious. Lin Hao displayed no malice. But the aura he exuded made Brook gulp involuntarily. With just a single glance, he felt compelled to kneel. Such terrifying power surpassed any strong opponent he had encountered during his adventures on the Grand Line. Ignoring Brook's shock, Lin Hao gazed at the azure sky and spoke in a slightly cold tone. Brook, have you considered that Laboon's health is no longer optimistic? Even with Crocus's meticulous care, that whale doesn't have many years left. Mr. Qinglong, what do you mean by that? Although I'm grateful for your help in allowing me to see the light again, you cannot curse my friend like that. Hearing Lin Hao's cold voice, Brook was first stunned, then grew angry again. But before his anger could last more than a few seconds, Lin Hao's words left him frozen once more. Decades of time may pass like a fleeting cloud for you who has eaten the Yomi Yomi no Mi, but for Crocus and Laboon it represents a significant portion of their lives. Though he had never met this world's Crocus and Laboon, Lin Hao, having read the manga several times, knew that ever since Crocus returned to the Twin Capes and informed Laboon that the Rumbar pirates had withdrawn from the Grand Line, Laboon had been repeatedly crashing into Reverse Mountain, trying to cross it in the opposite direction to find the pirate crew that had once made a promise. If not for Crocus's diligent care, Laboon might have perished long before the Straw Hat pirates arrived. A comrade who had made a promise had become like that. Yet Brook still thought of completing his Grand Line adventure. Such disregard for those close to him stirred even a trace of anger within the usually good-natured Lin Hao. Brook, do you realize that Laboon's condition is not optimistic? If you don't return soon, he might do something foolish. Do you think Crocus can stop him? Moreover, you are a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Your lifespan is virtually unlimited. Does it really matter when you complete your adventure? Is this thing which you can restart at any time truly more important than the comrade who has kept his promise and waited for you for decades? You still have time to fulfill the Rumbar pirate's promise, but La Boon has no time left. Lin Hao's voice was not loud, but every word struck Brooks' skull like a heavy hammer. Listening to Lin Hao's persuasion, Brooks' skeletal head crowned with an afro sank into silence. For a moment, an awkward stillness hung between them. After a while, Brooke laboriously lifted his head. His empty eye sockets were filled with tears. Mr. Qinglong, you are absolutely right. I still have time to fulfill my dreams, but La Boon has little time left to wait for me. I am truly a selfish bastard. I will leave the Grand Line and return to the Twin Capes to find La Boon and thank Crocus in person. Seeing Brooks' sudden awakening, a gratified smile spread across Lin Hao's face. That afternoon, amid the cheers of the people and daimyos of Wano, Lin Hao and his group boarded the splendid private warship and departed from the waters surrounding Wano. That very day, the great battle that had taken place off the coast of Wano once again made headlines in the World Economy newspaper. The Holy Land Panga City. In a lavish office, 5 individuals who stood at the pinnacle of worldly power stared at the newspapers in their hands with varied expressions. The content of the newspaper was simple, yet profoundly shocking and troubling. It reported the cataclysmic battle that took place on the outskirts of the land of Wa involving Golden Lion Shiki and Moonlight Moria. The battle ended with a one-sided crushing defeat by Admiral Qinglong of the Navy. In this clash, Golden Lion Shiki, who had once pushed the former pirate king to the brink of despair, lost his life. Moonlight Moria, a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea personally appointed by the world government, also vanished into the annals of history. On the surface, Admiral Qinglong once again demonstrated the formidable might of the world government to the Grand Line. But in reality, the more achievements Admiral Qinglong accumulated, the more uncertain the high-ranking officials of the world government became about how to interact with him. After all, controlling this man was impossible, and eliminating him was a fantasy. Such an existence with overwhelming power was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb for the 4 old men. It's been less than 3 months, yet the composition of the 7 warlords has changed with alarming frequency. Now we're missing 2 seats. This is quite dire. The first to break the silence was Nasa Shalang, Saint the God of Finance among the 5 elders. When voicing his opinion, he cautiously glanced at the newly appointed 5 elder Don Quixote Josgard Saint, who was leisurely savoring his black tea. This fellow had a considerable bond with Admiral Qinglong. If he misspoke, the other might easily run off to Qinglong to report him. With Lin Hao's close friend Josgard Saint among them, these people dared not freely discuss the current matters. After all, almost every recent event had a significant connection to Admiral Qinglong. Whenever they discussed, they inevitably had to mention that dangerous man. Including the 2 previously recruited Bartholomew Kuma and Nico Robin, the recent personnel changes among the 7 warlords have indeed been overly frequent. If we don't fill the vacant seats, soon the world government's prestige will hardly be preserved. In response to the inquiry from Mercury, Saint the God of Law, Shepherd Saint the God of Agriculture gave a deliberately evasive answer. As the old men talked, their gazes simultaneously turned to Josgard Saint, who had been tasting his black tea ever since entering the room. The 5 elders now dared not make decisions as casually as before. With the new member Josgard Saint, who had an excellent relationship with Lin Hao, calling him Lin Hao's inside informant was not an exaggeration. Josgard Saint, do you have any valuable suggestions regarding the vacant warlord positions? After exchanging glances, the usually composed Mars Saint the God of Environment asked with a forced smile, addressing the junior, who was centuries younger than himself. For such matters, wouldn't it be better to simply let Lin Hao handle it? Everything the world government has tasked him with before, that fellow has accomplished splendidly. Upon hearing Josgard Saint's precious suggestion, the other 5 elders instantly deflated like punctured balloons. This Josgard Saint, he was simply a do-nothing manager. He wanted to leave everything to Admiral Qinglong. The danger of a subordinate overshadowing the master was something these old men, who had lived for centuries, understood all too well. If they let Admiral Qinglong continue to help select the warlords, then 4 of the 7 warlords would become Qinglong's loyalists. To summon the warlords, they would have to bow to Lin Hao's will. How could the world government operate then? To Josgard Saint's suggestion, the old men's first instinct was to outright reject it. But before they could voice their refusal, the words stuck in their throats. This matter, seemingly no one besides Admiral Qinglong could handle it well. For a moment, the old men in Panga City stared at each other, the atmosphere sinking into an awkward silence. In contrast, Josgard Saint, the newly appointed 5 elder, continued to savor his black tea. Why complicate such a simple matter? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face was dark and gloomy. Veins like twisted tree roots bulged across his forehead in a terrifying pattern. Across from him sat the Navy hero Garp, Admiral Aokiji, the Chief Staff Officer Kizaru, and her sister Momosaji, who had recently been promoted from Admiral candidate to full Admiral after Akainu's demotion. A deathly silence reigned in the Fleet Admiral's office, who no one dared to break it first. After a while staring at the stacks of resignation letters on the desk, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally demanded angrily, "What is the meaning of this? Why are so many Navy soldiers resigning these days?" Seeing Fleet Admiral Sengoku about to erupt like a volcano, the assembled Navy high-ranking officers remained silent, trembling in fear. Even the usually audacious Navy hero Garp wore a deliberately solemn expression, because even in his own direct command, a rare phenomenon of Navy soldiers resigning had occurred. Finally, it was the Chief Staff Officer Kizaru who revealed the true reason behind the soldiers' resignations. Hearing Chief Staff Officer Kizaru's answer, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's already livid face instantly twisted into an expression of utter shock. Then under everyone's gaze, the face of Sengoku, the tactical genius who had risen from a common sailor to Fleet Admiral, rapidly darkened. "Working in a factory? You must be joking." Upon hearing Vice Admiral Kizaru's response as the Navy's Chief of Staff, all the high-ranking naval officers in the Marshal's office fell silent at a loss for words. After a moment, Marshal Sengoku turned to his old friend Garp. "Garp, I heard that someone from your Iron Brigade has also submitted their resignation. Could the reason be the same?" Navy hero Garp was Marshal Sengoku's last hope at this moment. Although this fellow was usually extremely unreliable, his ability to get things done was beyond question. Whenever it came to missions to suppress pirates, that Iron Brigade under his command had always rushed to the forefront. But in this incident of mass resignation among grassroots naval soldiers, even this unbeatable blade on the battlefield had shown such behavior. This was something Navy Marshal Sengoku could never accept, no matter how he looked at it. But in the next moment, Navy hero Garp's face darkened. Although he did not directly answer his old friend Sengoku's question, his response caused the Navy Marshal's blood pressure to skyrocket. "I don't know the specific reasons, but I heard that those soldiers, right after submitting their resignations, immediately boarded merchant ships bound for Rosa. Damn it. What happened to the justice they swore to uphold when they joined the Navy? What happened to the people they promised to protect? How is it that as soon as they heard Admiral Aokiji was opening a factory, those guys forgot everything? Sengoku, have you even seen Rosa's flyers?" Seeing Sengoku's terrifying appearance with veins about to burst on his forehead, Navy hero Garp felt extremely helpless and took out a newspaper-like flyer from his chest. The moment he looked at it, he almost fainted on the spot. The content on the flyer was simple, but in the eyes of Navy Marshal Sengoku, every word pierced his heart. The flyer roughly described the treatment of factory employees, basically the same as that of naval soldiers. Moreover, they worked 6 days and rested 1 day. Most importantly, the factory provided both meals and accommodation. There would absolutely not be the miserable situation faced by grassroots naval soldiers lacking funds, short of equipment, poor living conditions, and the toughest training. More importantly, if performance was excellent, there was an opportunity to be promoted to factory cadre, and the salary and benefits of factory cadres completely rivaled that of a Navy Rear Admiral. Of course, these were only the base salaries. As for commissions, bonuses, year-end rewards, and other welfare benefits, none were lacking at all. And the recruitment conditions for Rosa's factory were also very lenient. Regardless of whether you were a local resident of Rosa, as long as you promised not to cause trouble, you could come to the factory at any time to complete the onboarding procedures. Even if you were a pirate, as long as you honestly handed over your weapons and wore seastone handcuffs while working, your treatment would be the same as other workers, and there would absolutely be no special differential treatment. And finally, one specially stated point on the flyer almost made Navy Marshal Sengoku spew blood from anger. Personnel with Navy resignation certificates who came to the factory to complete onboarding procedures would receive salary and benefits at 1.5 times that of others. Looking at the extremely eye-catching promotional slogan on the flyer, the veins on Navy Marshal Sengoku's forehead writhed like crawling insects. If this were not the Navy headquarters, he would definitely use his powers to crush several buildings right then and there to vent his frustration. Damn it, the factory is recruiting from the Navy. This is blatant poaching. These naval soldiers, they are simply the disgrace of the Navy. You can't say that. After all, soldiers are also humans, and they need to earn money to support their families. If there was a job with better treatment, no need to risk one's life with meals and accommodation provided, and rest days, they would also be tempted. After all, the justice behind us cannot be eaten as a meal. Navy Marshal Sengoku was just about to lose his temper. The miserable status quo of the Navy mentioned in the flyer was not exaggerated in the slightest. In the current Navy, apart from some old fossils who have always held firm to their bottom lines, many officials were deliberately or inadvertently extorting and taking bribes at every stage. The senior officers of the Navy would not be affected much, but grassroots naval soldiers suffered endlessly. If Riasrosa's factory could really keep its promises, Admiral Aokiji would not mind sending some of his subordinates there. Anyway, recently, due to Lin Hao's actions, many active pirates on the Grand Line had started to hide and refrain from doing anything excessive. Rather than letting the soldiers complain about their treatment here, it would be better to let them earn some extra money. Aokiji, can these words come from a Navy admiral? You must uphold your position. Sengoku, who was already in a rage, almost fainted after being said this by Aokiji. Although Aokiji was telling the truth, you can't just bring it up so openly. Hearing Marshal Sengoku actually scold him, Admiral Aokiji immediately pulled down the brim of his hat. Seeing this scene, Momonosuke, who had just been promoted to admiral, immediately stepped forward to mediate. But as soon as she diverted the topic, Marshal Sengoku's blood pressure, which had just started to drop, shot back up again. Mr. Sengoku, let's talk about Navy armaments instead. I heard that Wano country has recently lifted restrictions on seastone trading and also pre-sold a batch of seastone bullets and firearms. Do you think we in the Navy should? Seastone bullets. Are those things so easy to manufacture? Funding is already tight now, and do you still want to gamble on seastone bullets that haven't even seen a finished product yet? I have no funding here. Whoever wants to buy it can pay out of their own pocket. I won't stop you. On the other side, in a certain sea area of the New World, Lin Hao's luxurious private warship was unusually parked on the sea surface. And beside the luxurious private warship was moored a huge merchant ship equipped with numerous cannons. On the deck of the warship, Lin Hao lay on that specially made lounge chair, comfortably enjoying this very rare sunbathing session. And opposite him, there was a burly man of tall stature wearing a wide-brimmed pirate hat with a face full of rugged features and long beard. Although the man had a fierce appearance, when facing Lin Hao, this man, who obviously was no ordinary character, bent his waist and bowed his body to express his respect. Although his face was covered with thick flesh, he was trying very hard to put on an earnest smile. Seeing this scene, Admiral Kizaru behind Lin Hao had a face full of exasperation, while Robin and Squard next to them could hardly help but cover their mouths, struggling not to laugh out loud. After a moment, seeing Lin Hao on the lounge chair open his eyes, that man with a very fierce appearance immediately leaned forward and asked obsequiously, Mr. Lin Hao, I have contacted you over a dozen times before, and this time I finally got the opportunity to meet you. How about it? Are you satisfied with the plan I proposed before? Hearing the other party's inquiry, Lin Hao, lying on the lounge chair, stretched his body fiercely. Then he sat up from his lounge chair, looking at the man opposite him with a flattering smile on his face. Lin Hao smiled slightly, then patted the man's shoulder in front of his surprised expression. I have considered it for a while, and your proposal is quite good. We will leave the transportation business of our seastone products to you, and you can take a 10% cut. However, before that, you need to help me handle a small matter first. Hearing Lin Hao agree to his previously proposed cooperation request, this underground king named known as the Maritime Transport King, who controlled over 60% of the shipping business in the pirate world, immediately showed a look of full of joy expression. That's great, let alone one thing, even 10 things are no problem. It is my honor to serve Lord Lin Hao. Seeing flattering expression, Lin Hao nodded satisfactorily. Then he snapped his fingers, and a tall, but very thin guy wearing an ancient-style suit and sporting an afro hairstyle immediately scampered over to Lin Hao's side. Before our cooperation officially takes effect, please send this guy to the Twin Capes at the entrance of the Grand Line. Ho 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 ho, I am Brooke, a musician. I look forward to working with you. Behind Lin Hao, Brooke stepped out. Upon seeing the tall man before him, he immediately removed his top hat and bowed in a most gentlemanly manner. Why is this a skeleton? Could he have consumed some extraordinary devil fruit? My, your composure is truly admirable, though I no longer possess a heart capable of admiration. At first glance at Brooke, the man known as the Maritime Commerce King was momentarily startled, then swiftly regained his composure. Though encountering a talking skeleton was unprecedented, as the powerhouse overseeing over half the world's maritime trade. Over the years of traveling far and wide, he had encountered countless bizarre races and devil fruit users. What was one talking skeleton after all? He had seen even the most peculiar things. Ever since Lin Hao ascended to the throne of Dressrosa, the Maritime Commerce King Yumite has been devising every possible method to meet with him. Though he possessed ample wealth and status, without sufficient power, he remained severely restricted on the seas. His business operations spanned too broad a scope. This meant his trading partners included influential figures from both the Navy and pirate factions. The Navy is manageable, representing the world government after all. Though sometimes extorted, their formal dealings remain acceptable. But pirates are different. They possess not only formidable strength, they operate without any moral constraints whatsoever. Should any transaction fail to satisfy them, his business would suffer considerable losses. Ordinary low-tier pirates pose no threat to him. Yet among his clientele are Grand Line warlords like the Four Emperors, Trading frequently with such figures might invite world government displeasure, but that concern is secondary. Racketeering and betrayal have become routine in these dealings. However, when the counterpart is a emperor, he dares not openly refuse. Consequently, when conducting business with sufficiently powerful pirates, this maritime commerce king who appears so magnificent on the surface must remain on edge for considerable periods. The turning point emerged from newspapers within these recent months. This Marine Admiral Qinglong, employing decisive force, overthrew Doflamingo and Kaido, the world's strongest creature, in succession. According to his intelligence network, even within the world government's inner circles, Admiral Qinglong maintains considerable standing. Even figures like Fleet Admiral Zhang Gua and the 5 elders who stand at the apex of global power cannot afford to disregard this Admiral Qinglong. Should he cultivate a relationship with such a formidable figure, would any pirate dare disrupt vessels flying Dressrosa's banner upon the seas? Therefore, during negotiations with Lin Hao's personal secretary Robin, the maritime commerce king Yumite promptly reduced his demands to the bare minimum. As long as his ships could fly Dressrosa's colors, even a nominal share of sea prismstone shipments would suffice. Naturally, even that nominal arrangement would generate tremendous profits. The revenue streams would effortlessly surpass whatever the world government could offer. I understand, Lord Lin Hao. I shall ensure this skeleton gentleman reaches Twin Cape safely. Excellent. Until we meet again in Dressrosa. Upon accepting Lin Hao's commission, the maritime commerce king Yumite eagerly escorted Brook aboard his vessel as though fearful the arrangement might be revoked. Watching the massive merchant vessel rapidly disappear over the horizon, Lin Hao offered a faint smile, then reclined once more upon his specially crafted lounge chair. Robin, during our absence have you maintained contact with Vegapunk? How progresses the production of empathic robots? We have currently manufactured 30 empathic avatars for Lord Lin Hao. Should we secure adequate personnel to operate the production line's output, could accelerate further. Does Lord Lin Hao intend to activate these empathic duplicates? Upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, Robin promptly responded with complete candor. Having witnessed Lin Hao's extraordinary ability to bestow devil fruit powers upon empathic duplicates, from this display Robin deduced certain intentions behind Lin Hao's actions. By proper ministerial conduct, Robin should not presume to interpret her sovereign's thoughts without explicit directive. Yet after more than a decade navigating the Grand Line, Robin observed that Lin Hao differed fundamentally from every monarch she had previously served. This formidable Admiral Qinglong, his sole daily pleasure, was basking in sunlight. Regarding Dressrosa's affairs, he deliberately avoids involvement whenever possible. As his old friend Huang Yuan once struggled to anticipate his master's intentions on multiple occasions, frequently receiving sharp commentary about this very tendency. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity, Robin could not resist testing the waters with subtle inquiries. Indeed, the moment arrived. Lin Hao, upon hearing Robin's analysis, displayed an expression of approval. Conversing with intelligent individuals brings such ease, Huang Yuan. You should learn from Robin. Observe how perceptive she is, unlike yourself, who always requires me to state things explicitly. Hey, Lin Hao, don't you often preach that everyone has their own specialty? I serve as Marine Admiral and Defense Minister of Dressrosa. My domain is combat. Organizing all affairs effectively naturally falls to Miss Robin. Upon hearing Lin Hao's critique, Huang Yuan, who had been lounging on his recliner and caught unawares, immediately mounted a defensive counterattack. But after replaying their earlier exchange in his mind, Huang Yuan's face suddenly displayed profound curiosity. Wait, Lin Hao, if I understand correctly, you're planning to activate those duplicates. What precisely do you intend to accomplish with those empathic robots? At the direct inquiry from Admiral Huang Yuan, both Robin and Zhang Taowu turned toward Lin Hao with keen interest. Yet Lin Hao's immediate response caused both of them to momentarily lose their composure, their jaws nearly dropping in sheer astonishment. Activate all remaining 30 empathic duplicates across Dressrosa and send someone to inform Morgans to place a prominent advertisement in his newspaper. From this day forward, the Qinglong Mercenary Group, officially open to civilian contracts, is formally established. Mercenary Group. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, the crew on the deck of the magnificent warship was utterly astonished. The prospect of dispatching all 30 empathic clones as members of the mercenary group was staggering. On the Grand Line, this would undoubtedly stir up considerable turbulence. Though the empathic clones' combat prowess was far inferior to Lin Hao's own, their existence alone was enough to cause a stir. After all, they were replicas crafted from Lin Hao's blood and the world's foremost scientist Vegapunk's cutting-edge technology. Despite the significant gap in output, they were formidable. Yet all of Lin Hao's techniques could be executed by the empathic clones. Most crucially, they could instantly receive any devil fruit ability Lin Hao chose to bestow upon them. Consider this: Lin Hao had already stripped numerous legendary pirates of their devil fruit abilities. A gathering of such terrifying combatants would inevitably draw attention. Such a force would inevitably invite opposition from various factions. In the long run, this would not bode well for Lin Hao's Dressrosa, especially the world government. They might permit you to reign as a king and exercise certain privileges within limits. But if you possessed a private army of such overwhelming power, the world government could not simply look the other way. Though the world government's higher-ups were aware that Lin Hao commanded some powerful empathic clones, this was under the premise that these clones served only as guards. Apart from the 10 assigned to guard Eni's lobby under world government supervision, the rest remained within Dressrosa. If those clones were to appear in public, Dressrosa would inevitably fall under suspicion from the world government. Seeing the worried expressions on Robin and the others, Lin Hao merely scoffed with disdain. Do I really need to kowtow to those worthless world government officials? If they had the power to control me, they'd have succeeded back at Impel Down. And yet here I am unscathed. Go directly to Morgans and tell him that the Azure Dragon mercenary group, backed by this king, will only accept guard and national defense missions. If anyone wants my clones as thugs, tell them to get lost. I'd like to see what those old fogies in the world government dare to say. Hearing Lin Hao's utterly domineering reply, the crew on the warship was momentarily stunned, then broke into knowing smiles. In this world, true strength allowed one to do as they pleased. Others who acted thus would surely be targeted by the 5 elders. But if Lin Hao did it, what could those old men say? If they came looking for trouble again, Lin Hao would likely unleash a buster call upon Pangea Castle. That very noon, inside the headquarters of the World Economic Newspaper, Editor-in-Chief Morgans set down the telephone receiver. He was trembling with excitement, his blood surging. His large, plump, white wings quivered incessantly. The major news stories on the Grand Line of late had all been published by this editor under the direction of Lin Hao's private secretary Robin. Initially, Morgans, the editor-in-chief, had to rely on infiltrating various factions with spies to obtain first-hand news. Such tactics were child's play to Nico Robin, who had navigated the treacherous Grand Line from childhood and endured countless betrayals. Shortly after being appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Robin had exposed all of Morgans's moles within Dressrosa. But for these spies, Lin Hao did not make things difficult. Instead, he used them to establish contact with Morgans, the news magnate of the pirate world. After all the deeds he had done would eventually come to light, why not leverage these circumstances to maximize his own benefit? Thus, Lin Hao proposed a deal. He would provide Morgans with scoops, but Morgans would have to pay for the information. As for the price, Lin Hao set it at 100 million berries per news story. Initially, Morgans was quite displeased with this extortion, but after receiving several batches of first-hand material from Robin, Morgans suddenly felt that the money was well spent. Because every piece of news from Dressrosa had caused a major stir on the Grand Line without exception. And Morgans learned of these stories even before Marine headquarters and the world government. Where could one find such a profitable deal? As for the latest news, it excited him even more. He knew that soon something momentous would occur on the Grand Line. My diligent little birds, get busy. Spread this thrilling news to every corner of the Grand Line. With Morgans's exuberant laughter, stacks of newspapers were carried out of the building by news coups. That very noon, a massive upheaval swept across the Grand Line. On a certain island in the New World, a handsome man with 3 scars at the corner of his eye and a missing arm held a newspaper. His expression gradually shifted from shock to gravity. Beside him, a long-haired man with a cloak and an equally heroic visage wore a somber expression. Hey Shanks, if I'm not mistaken, the mercenary group formed by Admiral Azure Dragon must be those replicas those old geezers mentioned, right? Unbelievable that a guy like that has clones. Now they're coming out. This is a huge deal. As an emperor of the sea with complex ties to the world government, red-haired Shanks often received inside information earlier than others. Hearing Beckman's exclamation, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, also looked grim. But then a wry smile crossed his face. Those clones of Admiral Azure Dragon. It's hard to imagine. If everyone hires such beings as guards, we pirates might have to change professions. What? Shanks, you're joking too. We may be pirates, but we've never laid a hand on civilians, have we? As long as this so-called Azure Dragon mercenary group only serves as guards, as the paper says, there's no need to worry, right? Exactly. We'll never clash with them. And if those so-called empathic robots come near, I'll shoot them down before they get close. Watching Shanks's helpless smile, a huge obese man with a floral headscarf beside Beckman gnawed on a bone-in roasted meat thicker than his arm and loudly consoled his captain. Beside the obese man, another with dreadlocks and a rifle of obvious quality on his shoulder chimed in. Though they spoke with confidence, the trace of unease in their words was unmistakable. Seeing his companions feigning calm despite their obvious worry, Shanks, now one of the 4 emperors, shook his head helplessly. It seems it's time to meet Admiral Azure Dragon. Let's set sail for Dressrosa immediately. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Baltigo, Commander Dragon, and the army leaders once again gathered in the meeting room. Today's newspaper troubled them even more than previous news. That Admiral Azure Dragon is finally expanding his influence across the world. The first to speak was Bello Betty, the Eastern Army commander. After reading the news, she was the most unsettled. Because of her paramecia cheer fruit, Betty's Eastern Army had always been the Revolutionary Army's vanguard. If the Azure Dragon mercenary group were hired by tyrannical kingdoms, it would be a devastating blow to her army. She refused to believe that anyone recruited by Admiral Azure Dragon would be mediocre. After Betty voiced her concerns, Karasu, the Northern Army commander, frowned deeply. Usually his voice was so soft that he wore a bird-like amplifier on his face. But now, overwhelmed by emotion, his voice multiplied, geometrically forcing those around him to cover their ears. This is absurd. If we encounter the Azure Dragon mercenary group, while helping the people, do we fight or not? If we clash with Admiral Azure Dragon, how many lives would we have to lose? Hey Karasa, calm down. Things haven't reached that point yet. At least hear what Dragon has to say. Amplified by the device, Karasa's voice became like a sonic attack. The giant ability user Morley, sitting closest to him, couldn't help but cover his ears. Hearing Morley's reminder, Karasu, realizing his loss of composure, quickly apologized and returned to his normal volume. Looking at his eager subordinates, Dragon, with a totem-like tattoo on his face, wore a deeply troubled expression. It wasn't a rational conviction, but a pure instinct. Letting out a long, pent-up breath, the Revolutionary Army leader leaned on his hands and issued his order. Sabo should be nearing Dressrosa by now. Send him a message. He must meet Admiral Azure Dragon at all costs. Even if a deal can't be made, he should at least assess the man. Sabo's judgment is worth trusting. In the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line, within a magnificent palace on Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin sat on her throne, her face ashen, as she stared at the newspaper in her hand. Beneath the throne stood the core members of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri, Oven Daifuku, and others. Beside the throne of the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had been conspiring with this current Emperor of the Sea, stood unusually close to her throne. Though the faces of the Charlotte family's core members below the throne were all filled with intense displeasure. Yet facing Doflamingo beside Charlotte Linlin's throne, these formidable figures of the New World dared not utter a single word. In less than 2 months since arriving at Charlotte Linlin's Tato land, he had already leveraged his bargaining chips and exceptional diplomatic skills to climb into the upper echelons of the Charlotte family. However, at this moment, though his status had clearly risen compared to when he first arrived in Tato land, the expression on his face was just as gloomy as that of Charlotte Linlin on her throne. A Navy admiral forming a mercenary group and accepting escort missions for civilians. Such a thing is unheard of. What are those world government fools doing? Allowing this to happen. A moment later, it was the Yonko pirate on the throne, Charlotte Linlin, who first broke the oppressive silence. Upon seeing the news of the Azure Dragon mercenary group in the newspaper, bulging veins like twisted tree roots burst forth on the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin's forehead. Who is Admiral Azure Dragon? He is the current Navy admiral, the strongest combat force of the world government. With him forming a mercenary group, could the personnel be anything ordinary? Previously in the seas near Tato land, ordinary merchant ships either paid exorbitant tolls to pass through or directly hired Charlotte family warriors as fleet escorts. Now that Admiral Azure Dragon has formed a mercenary group, this is clearly snatching business from the Charlotte family and setting aside the income from nearby sea escort and protection fees. Currently, Tato land still has many non-world government member nations that annually pay a considerable tribute to her forces. Once this Azure Dragon mercenary group appears, what if all those nations abandon her protection and turn to the Azure Dragon mercenary group instead? One is the Big Mom pirates led by a Yonko of the New World. The other is the peak combat power that has successively defeated the world's strongest creature and a host of legendary pirates in Impel Down. Which side would they choose to ally with? Even an idiot wouldn't hesitate for a second, thinking with their knees. At this thought, the expression on Yonko Charlotte Linlin's face became even more ferocious and ugly. Doflamingo, though our deal is struck, if I don't see the desired results, your head might not stay on your shoulders. Lady Linlin, rest assured I have absolute confidence in this matter. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's threat, Doflamingo beside the throne couldn't help but shrink his neck. Several cold sweat droplets rolled down his forehead. Seeing Doflamingo standing respectfully beside her, Charlotte Linlin's expression softened slightly. Then she looked at the Charlotte family members below the throne, her tone carrying a coldness far beyond her usual bad mood. Regarding this news, have any of our vassal nations made any moves? Hearing Charlotte Linlin's inquiry, the core members of the Charlotte family all dared not speak. After a few seconds, Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom pirates and the strongest fighter in Tato land after Charlotte Linlin, broke the awkward silence. Currently, our vassal nations have not made any moves, and after all, the hiring price of the Azure Dragon mercenary group is exorbitant. 100 million berries per deployment with time limits. Neither our vassal nations nor the merchant caravans passing through our waters are likely to spend such a high price to hire the Azure Dragon mercenary group to oppose us. But this is only temporary of what will happen in the future. Even I cannot foresee. Is that so? Hearing the response from her most capable son, Katakuri, Charlotte Lin's expression eased slightly. Then she turned her head again to look at Doflamingo, her eyes filled with an extremely heavy sense of threat. Doflamingo, I took you in because you are still useful. If I find out that your plan won't work before that Azure Dragon Admiral makes a move, I will twist your head off myself. Seeing Charlotte Lin's sharp gaze, Doflamingo's face instantly showed an ugly expression. But facing this Yonko of the New World, he forcibly suppressed his rage and put on a fawning smile. Lady Lin, I would not joke with my own head. In a certain sea area of the New World, several ships of the Whitebeard pirates were anchored, taking a rare moment of rest. Upon hearing the news that Admiral Azure Dragon had already stationed himself in Wano country, Whitebeard directly ordered a return and also disbanded the large fleet under his command. As it turned out, this decision was indeed extremely correct. The Whitebeard pirates had just returned for less than 2 days. Then the newspaper reported that Golden Lion and Moria had jointly attacked Wano country, and both perished miserably. Looking at his crew members who were still fully intact, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a mix of lingering fear and relief. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen to confront them head-on at that time. Otherwise, if he had indeed clashed with that terrifying figure, even if he survived, he would have been severely injured. Marco spread the word: our people must avoid conflicts with the Azure Dragon mercenary group at all costs. If they encounter the Azure Dragon pirates outside, they are to leave immediately. Missions that fail due to the Azure Dragon mercenary group will be exempt from punishment in the Whitebeard pirates. Looking in the direction of Wano country, Whitebeard's face was filled with a gloating smile. Although Admiral Azure Dragon was a potential threat, if he could maintain a partnership with him in some special areas, then using him to take down his competitors one by one might not be impossible. Although he stood on the side of the world government, according to some reliable intelligence, this top-tier combat power seemed to have a poor relationship with the old men of the world government. Suddenly, just as Whitebeard was scheming how to turn Azure Dragon, this formidable force, into his ally, a commotion arose on the Moby Dick. Marco, what is going on? Why are those brats panicking on their own? Watching the panicked pirate underlings running around frantically, a sense of foreboding surged in Whitebeard's heart. The next moment, Marco, hearing Whitebeard's call, flew to him with a pair of phoenix-like flaming wings. But his answer made Whitebeard, the Yonko of the New World, so shocked that his jaw dropped to the deck. Oyaji, this is bad. That guy Ace left a note last night and left the crew. It seems he went to Wano country. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, answered with visible anxiety. Whitebeard, one of the Yonko who had roamed the Grand Line for most of his life, was so stunned that his jaw nearly hit the ground. It had only been a few days since that last incident. What if Admiral Aokiji was still in Wano country and hadn't emerged yet? What was Ace planning by going there at this very moment? Although he had previously mentioned having some connections with certain individuals in Wano country, the current Wano was ultimately under the authority of Admiral Aokiji, who represented the world government. Sunset sail. We head for Wano country. Hey, wait for us. Father. Seeing Whitebeard beginning to lose his composure, Marco, the strategist of the Whitebeard pirates, immediately spread his flame-formed wings and blocked Whitebeard's path. What are you doing? Ace is my son. I won't stand by and watch him walk to his death. Gazing at Marco standing before him, the 4 Emperor Whitebeard's eyes nearly turned red. Father, calm down. Ace may be reckless, but he's no fool. He has many friends in Wano country. This trip is merely to assess the situation. If we rush and recklessly, we might only provoke misunderstanding. Then what do you suggest we do? Hearing Marco's analysis, the 4 Emperor Whitebeard suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, his earlier bravado completely gone. Father, rest assured. I've seen the recruitment posters from Dressrosa's factories. They accept pirates without discrimination and offer equal treatment. Admiral Aokiji certainly wouldn't target Ace without reason. Let's return home first. Once Ace assesses the situation, he'll come back immediately. Just as Marco was pondering how to persuade his father, a man dressed as a chef stepped forward from the crowd, his pompadour hairstyle distinctive. Despite the worry on his face, which he could hardly conceal, his composed tone immediately steadied Whitebeard's earlier impulsiveness. This man was none other than Satch, the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates and the ship's cook. Gazing at Satch's resolute eyes, then looking around at the crew members he regarded as family, Whitebeard suddenly realized how utterly he had lost his composure as a seasoned emperor of the sea. Resume our return voyage. When that brat comes back, I'll smash his head in. Huh. By then you'll probably be throwing a celebration banquet instead. Observing Whitebeard's feigned anger on his face, Laughter and cheer once again filled the deck of the Moby Dick. At that very moment, inside the Dressrosa Palace, Lin Hao was reclining lazily on a custom-made lounge chair basking in the sunlight. Beside him sat Admiral Kizaru sprawled out in an oversized lounge chair in the same carefree pose, just as both were thoroughly enjoying this rare sunlight. Nico Robin, dressed in professional attire that made her appear like a formidable businesswoman, approached Lin Hao with the clicking sound of her high heels. "How's the mercenary group's business? How many empathic clones do we still have available?" It had been exactly 1 day since returning to Dressrosa. Now Lin Hao simply wanted to be a carefree absentee manager. He had even delegated the seaweed stone wholesale business with Wano country entirely to the members of the Rika family. What could interest him now was probably just the matter of the Green Dragon mercenary group, formed by empathic clones. Hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, Nico Robin, dressed like a businesswoman, immediately adjusted her glasses perched on her nose. "We've received over a dozen escort commissions, so far mostly from kings of small nations. The price of 100 million berries seems too steep, and so far no civilian commissions have come our way." "Too expensive, huh? That makes sense. Ordinary people wouldn't have 100 million berries to spare for bodyguards. I suppose bounty hunters would be much cheaper by comparison." Hearing Robin's answer, Lin Hao wasn't surprised at all. Although on the surface, they claimed to accept commission missions from civilians. But the mercenary group's many clients were actually those non-allied states that couldn't afford the sky tax, right? If they could develop those non-allied states into stable clients, it would be a considerable income for Dressrosa each year. Just as Lin Hao was about to instruct Robin to pay more attention to those nearby non-allied states, Nico Robin, who had already taken on the role of Lin Hao's personal secretary, delivered news that greatly surprised him. "Actually, Lord Lin Hao, we did receive a commission from a civilian. It's just that they seem to have some financial difficulties and actually proposed paying in installments." Installments. Hearing Robin's report, Lin Hao, who had been lazily basking in the sun on his lounge chair moments before, immediately sprang up from it. Since transmigrating to the One Piece world, this was the first time he'd heard such an advanced term. How could someone capable of devising such a payment method merely be a commoner? Watching Lin Hao rise from his chair, Admiral Kizaru on the adjacent lounge was also quite curious. What was going on with Lin Hao? Why was he so interested in a civilian's commission? "Robin, who is that civilian? Have you investigated their background? As the first civilian client to send a commission, I don't mind giving her a small discount." "Oh my, Lord Lin Hao is so approachable." Such matters didn't require Lin Hao to instruct. Robin would investigate the other party's background immediately on her own. After all, there weren't many civilians who could produce 100 million berries in the first place. Although it was installment payments, necessary information still needed to be collected. Hearing Lin Hao's question, Robin immediately flashed a charming smile. Then, flipping through the materials in her hand, she began reporting to Lin Hao. "Let me see, the caller was a girl from the East Blue. According to her description, her village has been under oppressive rule since pirates took it over. If the villagers don't pay the life-saving money on time, each year those pirates will kill them. That young girl hopes the Green Dragon mercenary group can protect the village and completely eliminate those pirates entrenched there. To be honest, this kind of mission to defeat pirates goes beyond the scope of escort work. In the future, whether we should accept such commissions is also a question." As Robin spoke, she watched Lin Hao's reaction with great interest. But in the next moment, Lin Hao, who had been sitting on the lounge chair, directly stood up and stretched vigorously in front of Robin. "Miss Robin, is that girl's name Nami, isn't it?" How does Lord Lin Hao know her name? Could it be that you two know each other?" Are you going there yourself, Lin Hao? That's really unusual." Watching Lin Hao, who was already eager and doing warm-up stretches, Robin felt a sudden chill. How could Lord Lin Hao know the identity of a commoner? And how could he possibly go there personally to execute this escort mission? That young girl, what exactly was her background? Not only was Robin shocked, even Admiral Kizaru wore an expression of astonishment and curiosity. Watching the curious looks on their faces, Lin Hao didn't answer directly. He just smiled slightly at Robin. East Blue Kokoyashi Village. The village, which should have been bustling with life, lay unnaturally silent and desolate. No souls could be seen on the wide roads. Ruined houses and overgrown weeds sprawled everywhere. As the wind swept through the broken walls and tangled grass, whispered their mournful sighs, revealing to all the utter desolation of this village. This village once thrived in prosperity, with its residents living in harmonious coexistence. Through the villagers' diligent labor, it had become renowned as a wealthy settlement throughout the nearby seas. Yet everything shattered on that fateful day 5 years past. A fishman pirate crew, having descended from the Grand Line to the East Blue, disregarded the world government proclamation that had stood here. They outright declared these waters their sovereign domain. Those vicious fishman pirates shamelessly extorted life tolls from the villagers. Anyone who failed to pay or dared resist faced brutal slaughter at the hands of these ocean scum. Over these 5 years, the Fishman pirate scum established Arlong Park here, plundering untold riches from the pitiful villagers throughout this period. In stark contrast to the village, utterly desolate and dilapidated scenery, Arlong Park was alive with revelry. As a crew composed entirely of fishmen, most of Arlong Park was covered by swimming pools. Within those expansive pools, hundreds of fishmen were laughing and carousing unrestrainedly there. And beneath a pavilion at the farthest end of Arlong Park, directly below a towering building, a towering shark-like fishman with jagged teeth and a shark fin protruding from his back lounged comfortably on an oversized chair, basking in his subordinates' flattery. Hey Arlong, that little thief cat is quite capable. If she really collects 100 million berry, do we actually have to honor our promise and leave? Upon hearing his subordinate question, the shark fishman, known as Arlong, his previously arrogant smile twisted into something menacing. Ha ha ha, Hachan, what do you take me for? I am the fury of the fishmen, the blade of vengeance against humans. I keep my promises only to my own kind. Humans are not worthy of that courtesy. Ha! Captain Arlong, you wicked to the core. Hey. Captain Arlong, that little thief cat, saves money incredibly fast. Should I secretly keep an eye on her and snatch some when she is off guard? You idiot. If you're going to steal, wait until she is about to reach her goal and snatch it away at the last moment. That expression on her face will be priceless. Ha ha. Upon hearing the pirate Captain Arlong response, the fishman pirates playing in the pool burst into laughter, mocking Nami, who was not even present. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion echoed from the main gate of Arlong Park. Before the fishmen could react, accompanied by that earthquake-shaking explosion, the massive gate of Arlong Park shattered instantly into countless fragments. Before Arlong pirate crew could react, countless door fragments tore through the air, with ear-piercing whistles hurtling toward the park pools. In an instant, the crystal-clear water turned crimson with the severed limbs of fishman pirates. Most had not even grasped what was happening. They were impaled through the head or organs by door fragments, reduced to lifeless masses of flesh. Some fishmen were brutally crushed, leaving not even complete bodies behind. Chu, Karubi, Arlong and Hachan, still on shore, had not processed what happened. If the explosion had not been aimed directly at the park pools, the 2 fishman pirate leaders and officers would likely have been reduced to pulp instantly. Watching their comrades in the pool, some already dead, others screaming in agony, Arlong and Hachan eyes widened in fury. After seeing the bodies of their childhood friends, these 2 fishmen lost all composure. You damn bastards, who are you? Come out and face me. I will flay you alive. Without hesitation, Arlong drew his massive cleaver-like sword Zanpao. Beside him, Hachan eyes burned with rage as he readied his weapons, prepared to charge at the cowardly ambushers with his 6-sword style. As the fishmen's screams in the pool gradually faded, the dust from the explosion at Arlong Park gate slowly settled. In the next moment, upon seeing the intruders, Arlong and Hachan froze, then veins bulged on their foreheads. At Arlong Park entrance stood a cute girl with orange hair and a lean middle-aged man covered in scars wearing a martial uniform. Behind them were countless villagers of Kokoyashi village, armed with various weapons and radiating unconcealed killing intent. Witnessing the villagers, who never dared speak loudly in their presence, now wielding weapons in defiance, the 6-armed fishman, Hachan, erupted in fury, charging forward to massacre them. But before he could take a single step, Arlong forcefully gripped his shoulder. Arlong, what are you doing? Those who died were our companions. Let me go. I will chop these bastards to pieces and avenge our friends. Seeing his revenge blocked by Arlong, Hachan's eyes reddened as he roared at his leader. But the next moment, Arlong's response made the Fishman Island's second-best swordsman freeze in his tracks. Hachan, do not act rashly. Look at that person carefully. We have never seen them before. Hearing Arlong warning, Hachan finally calmed down. Looking over, he saw Nami and Ganbi, the villagers of Kokoyashi village, standing only on either side. Between them stood a man in casual clothes, wearing a mask with a physique indistinguishable from ordinary humans, watching them with amusement. The moment he saw that man, Hachan, who always believed himself incredibly strong, felt an uncontrollable fear arise naturally within him. If not for his stubborn will to avenge his companions, keeping his body steady the first time he laid eyes on that opponent, this Fishman Island's second swordsman would have been compelled to kneel before them. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? Watching the masked boy in the crowd, Fishman Hachan's voice trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Arlong behind Hachan crushed his sharp teeth together to resist this primal fear coursing through his veins. At Hachan questioned, the boy at the forefront of the crowd tilted his head, regarding the 2 massive fishmen as though they were dead fish. I am from the Azure Dragon Mercenary Group. Came to say hello and incidentally to wipe you out. Qinglong Mercenary Corps. You bastard. How dare a mere human do such a thing? Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, he looked again at the broken limbs of his fishman compatriots in the pool. The fishman Along, who had always regarded humans as an inferior race, instantly became furious. He glared at the mysterious youth whose physique was several sizes smaller than his own. The fear that had arisen from his bloodline was forcibly suppressed by him. As a lower race, you lack the awareness to submit to the strong. You bastard, go to hell and regret it. And you actually dared to hire a mercenary corps to deal with me. After I chop this guy to pieces, I'll increase your annual protection money tenfold. Along's roar was quite imposing. As he shouted, he deliberately bared his full set of sharp teeth, as if showing off. The purpose of this was not only to intimidate the group of inferior races before him, but also to bolster his own courage. Otherwise, he would have no courage to fight the youth in front of him. Although the youth's tone was very gentle, for some reason, Along, who had ruled the Kexia village with an air of superiority in recent years, had a certain feeling. If this youth wanted to, he could crush him as easily as crushing an ant. Could he be stronger than that vice admiral? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After mentally psyching himself up, Along directly grabbed the large blade Zhanfeng, which resembled a giant saw, and swung it at Lin Hao. As for the subordinate Xiao Ba, who had been stopped by Along earlier, if he hadn't been stopped, it would have been fine, but after coming to his senses, Xiao Ba was so frightened that he collapsed limply to the ground. Looking at the seemingly harmless Lin Hao, he could barely maintain a standing posture, and actually plopped down onto the ground. Watching Along's slow motion, which resembled Tai Chi, Lin Hao, who was wearing a mask, was completely speechless. At this moment, he could fully understand the feeling Su Along had when he cut down a booger in the original One Piece. Name, do you want me to directly deal with him? Or do you want to take revenge yourself? Ignoring the fishman Along, who was getting closer, Lin Hao smiled, and turned to look at Name beside him. Mercenary, sir, if possible. I and everyone want to take revenge ourselves. Upon hearing Lin Hao's question, the 15-year-old Name was startled, and after seeing Lin Hao's kind eyes, although she knew he meant no harm, she still replied somewhat tremblingly, knowing that Lin Hao's strength must exceed her comprehension. A day ago, with a tentative mindset, Name dialed the number of the Qinglong Mercenary Corps using the transponder snail, according to the advertisement in the World Economic News. After all, it was the Mercenary Corps personally founded by the Admiral Qinglong. Although the price was a bit high if it could really eradicate the Along gang that had been tyrannically ruling over Kexia village, she would rather give all the money she had painstakingly saved over the years to the Qinglong Mercenary Corps. Although she had received a promise from the fishman Along, but the other party was a shameless pirate who said one thing and did another. Rather than trusting a scum like Along, Name now preferred to place her hopes on the strong of the world government. When she made the call, Name wasn't sure if the other party would accept her commission. After all, she didn't have 100 million berries on hand. She also wasn't sure if the installment payment method would be accepted. Fortunately, the person who answered the phone was a very gentle older sister, and she didn't directly refuse her. Just an hour ago, this unremarkable youth knocked on her door. Although she didn't know why he wore a mask to conceal his identity. The terrifying aura emanating from the youth, which made one's blood run cold, directly dispelled Name's doubts. This day next year would be the anniversary of the Along pirate's demise. I see. Then I won't take personal action. You can handle those two as you wish. Hearing Name's reply, Lin Hao smiled slightly. The next moment, a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble spread from Lin Hao, instantly sweeping across the entire Kexia village. The fierce gale directly forced the fishman Along to abruptly halt his forward charge. In an instant, the terrifying aura mixed with black lightning as thick as arms immediately caused the burly Along to collapse limply to the ground. Facing the conqueror's haki emanating from Lin Hao, Along could barely even grip his weapon. In stark contrast to Along were the villagers of Kexia, who were now stunned. Looking at the fishman Along, who had collapsed on the ground, and was even frightened into incontinence by the youth, they themselves were completely unaffected. Although Lin Hao had precisely controlled the conqueror's haki, not allowing this technique, which could directly affect the soul, to affect the villagers of Kexia. These simple villagers still felt Lin Hao's terrifying strength. With just a single glare, he completely rendered the fishman Along, whose strength far surpassed theirs, incapacitated. Before he even made a move, the battle was already over. Indeed, the members of the Mercenary Corps founded by the Admiral Qinglong, the strongest combat force of the world government, were no ordinary people. The villagers, who had been somewhat fearful just moments before, now had their eyes filled with boundless killing intent. As for the fishman Along, Lin Hao truly had no good impression of him. Although his transformation was directly related to the villagers of Kizaru's hometown, betraying his big brother Feishirteish. But justice is clear: if someone wronged you, you should go after them. However, after seeing that the Marines were protecting them, he didn't dare to seek revenge after being released from Tujincheng. Instead, he vented his anger on innocent human villagers. Weren't they both underlings of Feishirteish? Why didn't the Shichibukai Jinbei lay a hand on innocent humans because of this? To put it bluntly, it was because his nature was inherently evil. As for that Xiao Ba, Although he was redeemed in the cover story of the original work, and even received forgiveness from the victim Na-Mei. But as Along's right-hand man during his tyrannical rule, Lin Hao didn't believe that this second-ranked swordsman of Fishman Island hadn't stained his hands with the blood of 5 people. The Straw Hat Pirates in the original forgave you for a few takoyaki, but Lin Hao wouldn't have such sympathy. Whether Xiaoba lives today depends on the villagers of Kexia, damn it. My father was killed by you because he gave me his money and couldn't pay the protection fee. You bastards give me back my father's life. Because of you my village was destroyed and now I can only barely survive here. Today I will take revenge on you. You bastards, the things you did to me in the past, I will pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold today. Disgusting fishmen don't think you can die so easily. The next moment, after confirming that Along and Xiaoba had completely lost the ability to resist, the villagers of Kexia first looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. After seeing Lin Hao's affirmative gaze, they immediately gathered their courage, grabbed various weapons, and charged straight at the fishman, Along and Xiaoba. For a moment within the already destroyed Along paradise, the screams of the fishman, Along and Xiaoba filled the air along with the strange smell of blood. The force of Lin Hao's conqueror's haki was just right. It rendered Along and Xiaoba completely unable to resist, yet they remained conscious. Watching the villagers venting their fury on the fishman Along and Xiaoba with weapons, Lin Hao's eyes were filled with indifference. This was the real pirate world. Facing the heinous pirates, the lowly people had no hope, no future. Years of tyrannical rule and murderous acts had turned the kind villagers into vengeful spirits from hell. Fortunately, the fishmen's physique far surpassed that of humans enough for every villager of Kexia to have the opportunity to vent the murderous intent that had been pent up for years. Even Ajin, the village constable of Kexia, pulled out his sword with reddened eyes. At this moment, Lin Hao curiously noticed something. Under the years of tyrannical rule of the fishman pirates, Na-Mei, who had suffered the most, actually stood still with a gloomy expression, unmoved. She did not participate in that bloody revenge. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but be curious. After all, those were her mother's murderers. Even her sister Nuo Chigao had angrily raised her knife. Why could this little girl, who had been shouldering the burden of the village since childhood, stand there so calmly? Just as Lin Hao was about to ask out of curiosity, Na-Mei, still with a childish face, raised her head and asked him first. Mercenary sir, about the 100 million berries fee. Can we pay in installments later? I assure you our Kexia village will never default on the debt. I'm truly sorry, although I accepted your commission, installment payments are not a method our mercenary group can accept. Unless... Hearing Na-Mei's request, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, then feigned a thoughtful expression, stroking his chin with deliberate profundity. Unless what? Seeing Lin Hao's somewhat reluctant demeanor, the youthful little thief, cat Na-Mei, instantly grew tense. Over an hour ago, Na-Mei, who had proposed the installment plan, received a callback from the Qinglong mercenary group. The caller was the same gentle older sister from before. Regarding the installment payment, the other party didn't say much, only indicating that her commission had been accepted by the Qinglong mercenary group. They would send a specialist to handle the matter in Kokoyashi village. Once the protection mission was completed, she simply needed to pay the compensation directly to the mercenary who handled the affair. Seeing that the entire fishman pirate crew had been annihilated by the mercenaries, and that the fishmen Arlong and Hachi had died at the hands of the villagers. Having avenged the great wrong, Na-Mei immediately began to worry whether the other party would turn against her. Looking at the handsome mercenary wearing a mask before her, having become a seasoned scoundrel in the East Sea, the little thief, cat, nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yet the next moment, his subsequent inquiry turned the adorable girl's face deathly pale. If you can't pay, then we'll have to settle the compensation in another way. If you're of use to the Qinglong mercenary group, working off the debt is also acceptable. Before coming here, I investigated some matters regarding the fishman pirate crew. You were their navigator, weren't you? Why, yes. With just one question, Na-Mei's heart, which had been brimming with hope, was instantly filled with despair. This handsome young mercenary before her. Surely he wasn't going to treat her as a pirate as well. Sir Mercenary, this child was forced to become the navigator of the fishman pirate crew. She is also a victim. Please don't make things difficult for her. The mercenary group's hiring fee is 100 million berry, right? We will definitely pay the full amount, but we need some time. Could you please show some leniency? We would even accept paying interest. Sir Mercenary, if working off the debt is possible, then let us share the compensation for the mercenary group. The people of Kokoyashi village will never default on our debts. Just as Na-Mei was despairingly contemplating what to do, at that moment the villagers of Kokoyashi village, who had already butchered Arlong and Hachi into a pile of minced flesh, gathered around. Over the past 5 years, although they had outwardly treated Na-Mei coldly and with rejection for joining the Arlong pirates, in truth, they all knew of the agreement between Na-Mei and Arlong. To spare this good girl who had shouldered the entire village from excessive psychological burden and to avoid arousing suspicion from the scum in the fishman pirate crew, they had deliberately and unconsciously kept their distance from Na-Mei. Now that the fishman pirate crew, which had terrorized the village with its oppressive rule, was destroyed, they no longer needed to keep up the pretense. Seeing the sincere expressions on the villagers' faces, Nami, who had always avoided close contact with them, felt a mist of tears welling up in her eyes. During the 5 years she was dominated by the Arlong pirates, this 15-year-old girl had borne far more pressure than her age should have allowed. Yet the next second, Lin Hao's response left the villagers of Kokoyashi village collectively stunned. Hey, don't all wear such a look of facing death, alright? I'm not one of those scumbags from the Fishman pirate crew. Besides, with your abilities, it's unlikely you can handle a job worth 100 million berry. Looking at the villagers' resolute expressions, Lin Hao could only force a wry smile. Then he turned his head with interest to look at the youthful Nami. While stretching his shoulders and yawning lazily, he inquired, "Such impressive navigation skills at such a young age. Your ability is certainly worth 100 million berry. I have a friend who is currently sailing. He and his daughter are in dire need of a navigator. If you're interested in accompanying him on this journey, then the debt of 100 million berry can be directly cancelled. What do you think?" This is really possible. Looking at Lin Hao, whose eyes were sincere despite the mask covering his face, the 15-year-old Nami's face blossomed into a delighted smile. Tears of joy unconsciously streamed down her cheeks. In the East Sea, Marine 16th Branch. At this very moment, the branch commander, Colonel Mouse, was arrogantly commanding his subordinates to prepare for departure. Today was the monthly day for collecting bribes from the Fishman Arlong. Everything else in his jurisdiction could be taken lightly, but this matter had to be handled with the utmost care. Gazing at the marine warship docked at the branch port, fantasizing about the lavish spending spree the money would bring, Colonel Mouse's punchable face twisted into a lecherous grin. But the next moment, a suffocatingly terrifying heat erupted in the air. Before he could react, a tiny fireball trailing a meteor-like tail of light crashed into the massive warship with a dread-inducing shriek, striking it with brutal force. Instantly, the colossal marine warship erupted in a blaze of fire. In less than a few seconds, the massive vessel burst apart before everyone's eyes, sinking straight to the bottom of the sea. This sudden scene froze the lecherous smirk on Colonel Mouse's face. Meanwhile, the subordinates who had not yet boarded the ship stood, their jaws dropped in utter shock. Suddenly, as Colonel Mouse and his men stood frozen in place, a hand lightly tapped Colonel Mouse on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw a young man in casual clothes wearing a mask gazing at the terrified Colonel Mouse with a mocking expression. "Hello there, I'm from the Qinglong Mercenary Group. There are some matters that require you to personally report to Marine Headquarters." That day, an article about the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps completing an escort mission was published in the World Economic News. As it was the first mission undertaken for the common civilian class, Lin Hao had specifically asked Morgans to cover it extensively in the newspaper. Faced with such a request from his partner, Morgans naturally did not refuse. However, the content of the report had somewhat strayed off course. While promoting the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps, the newspaper placed greater emphasis on the shady dealings between Captain Rad of the Marine 16th Branch in the East Blue and the Fishman Pirates. Lin Hao did not interfere with this focus. After all, exposing these matters would only raise the profile of his Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps. But while Lin Hao was unconcerned, the various powers of the Grand Line were watching the world government's embarrassment with amusement. Somewhere in the New World, on a deserted island, the Red Hair Pirates had set up camp. Though it was called a camp, the number of pirates was pitifully small, as a Yonka-level crew having fewer than 20 members was indeed quite meager. At that moment, the crew's captain, Red Hair Shanks, had already left the group and headed alone to Dressrosa. Ben Beckman, the temporary leader of the crew, was reading the latest newspaper with great interest. The East Blue. That's Garp's hometown. To think that even in the East Blue, the so-called safest sea, there would be collusion between Marines and pirates to oppress civilians. The Marines have been thoroughly slapped in the face by that Azure Dragon fellow. The recent newspapers had been full of shocking news. It had been a long time since such seemingly ordinary yet profoundly impactful news had appeared. Seeing Beckman's amused smile, Lucky Roo, the big man chomping on a bone-in meat, laughed heartily and took over the conversation. The Marines have always prided themselves on justice. This time old man Sengoku must be green with rage. This Azure Dragon Admiral's sense of justice is truly refreshing. If there were more such figures in the world government, where would we pirates find a place on the Grand Line? After Lucky Roo finished, Yasop, the Red Hair Pirate's sharpshooter, turned while cleaning his gun and replied with a grin. Although it was only the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps members who acted, it still reflects the attitude of the Azure Dragon Admiral himself. Such conduct is truly admirable. Our captain need not worry so much about dealing with such a man. I taught him all those negotiation skills before he left alone, and now I wonder why I bothered. In any case, this should be a very pleasant meeting. Everyone stop looking so glum. Let's have a banquet. Let's have a banquet. In an instant, laughter from the Red Hair Pirates echoed across the long-abandoned island. The island was instantly filled with joy. At Marine Headquarters in Marineford, inside Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, the atmosphere was very different from usual meetings. This time, only Marine Hero Garp and Vice Admiral Mamanga had been summoned. The reason was simple: the scandal had erupted in the East Blue. the sea area under the jurisdiction of Vice Admirals Garp and Momonga. At this moment veins bulged on Sengoku's forehead, and his usually amiable expression had turned ferocious. If it were just killing a couple of notorious pirates, that would be one thing. But now that Azure Dragon had reached into his own camp, even if there were some scandals, they should have been covered up. To publish them so blatantly in the newspaper, ostensibly promoting the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps, but in reality slapping the world government in the face. However angry as he was, Fleet Admiral Sengoku could not move against Admiral Azure Dragon. First, because his own strength was insufficient. Second, the shocking scandal had indeed occurred in the East Blue, the so-called safest sea. Moreover, Captain Rat had been personally escorted by Admiral Azure Dragon and had confessed out of sheer terror. If Sengoku said anything, that fellow might just slap him so hard he'd be bedridden for days. After politely seeing off Admiral Azure Dragon, Fleet Admiral Sengoku immediately summoned the Vice Admirals in charge of the East Blue to his office. If he couldn't deal with Lin Hao, he could certainly deal with the direct overseers of the East Blue. Garp, explain this to me. What the hell is going on? Isn't that your hometown? How could such a scandal happen there? Seeing his old friend Sengoku's face contorted with fury, Marine hero Garp instinctively shrank back. No wonder his old friend was so angry. After all, Garp often used maintaining order in the East Blue as an excuse to sneak back to his hometown. And now, with such a scandal erupting in his own backyard, no excuse seemed to suffice. For a moment, an awkward smile spread across Garp's face. But to others, that smile was uglier than tears. Well, Sengoku, you might not know this, but every time I return to the East Blue for patrols, I mainly handle security issues. If pirates harass a village, I'll be the first to wipe them out. But internal disciplinary matters within the Marines are not my responsibility as a security officer, right? Garp spoke with a jocular expression, but as he explained, he pointedly glanced at Vice Admiral Momonga. Under that gaze, Momonga's face darkened. That old bastard Garp was trying to pin all the blame on him. No way. Just as Momonga was about to speak, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's lion-like roar thundered out. Momonga, what is the meaning of this? Garp handles security, so you are in charge of internal affairs, aren't you? That Captain Rat who committed these disgusting acts is your subordinate, isn't he? Explain. What happened? The roar was so powerful that it caused the entire Marine headquarters to tremble slightly. Seeing Fleet Admiral Sengoku's bloodshot eyes, Momonga silently cursed every female member of Garp's family. Feeling Sengoku's wrath, and glancing at Garp's incessant winks, Momonga's forehead was covered in dark lines. Helpless, he was the nominal supreme commander of the East Blue. With such a scandal, it was like mud in one's crotch. Not shit, but still shit. After an awkward silence of a few seconds, Momonga forced himself to apologize. Such a scandal is indeed a result of my negligence. I am willing to accept any consequences. At the Holy Land, Pangaea Castle. At this moment, the old men who stood at the pinnacle of world power wore varied expressions. Looking at the newspaper on the table, some looked grim, some furious, some thoughtful, and some indifferent, clearly unwilling to meddle. On the other side, Njosgard, who was respected but seemed out of place, was as usual unconcerned with the newspaper's content. He merely sipped his black tea with great leisure. Nasajuro, this matter seems trivial, but an incident in the safest sea will inevitably damage the world government's image. Pit, indeed. The previous Don Quixote da Flamingo incident could at least be blamed on pirates, but this time we must give the public an explanation. Otherwise, this small matter could have severe repercussions. Seeing his two furious and grim colleagues, Watchery, the god of law, appeared thoughtful. Actually, this is not necessarily a bad thing. On the surface, it slaps the world government in the face and exposes its scandals. But on the other hand, it also demonstrates the world government's stance. If we handle this properly, it could serve as a model to restore the world government's image. Hearing Watchery's words, Maz, who had been repeatedly rebuffed by Lin Hao, looked worried and had long adopted an indifferent attitude. Though it is indeed a scandal, doing so also purges the corrupt elements within the Marines without directly harming our interests. If such actions occur more frequently, it would exactly show the world government's determination not to tolerate evil. Then perhaps the non-member nations that have been watching might voluntarily join the world government. There's no need to worry too much. As for that plague Lin Hao, Maz was now thoroughly afraid. As long as Lin Hao did nothing to threaten his own family, he would wholeheartedly support him. He did not want to end up like Saturn, who after scheming to kill Lin Hao caused his entire family to be expelled from the Holy Land and lose their status as celestial dragons. If he could build a good relationship with Lin Hao like Njosgard, that would be even better. For a moment, the four men at the pinnacle of world power began a heated debate. Ignoring their fierce argument, Njosgard continued to savor his black tea, reading a book with elegance. He was an old acquaintance of Lin Hao, although Lin Hao had never explicitly stated it. His ascension to the Five Elders and the Don Quixote family's glory in the Holy Land were all due to the commotion Lin Hao had caused in the Holy Land. Now even members of the Holy Knights spoke to him with courtesy. He was too grateful to Lin Hao to participate in discussions about how to contain him. Hey Lord Njosgard, we're discussing so heatedly over here. Don't you think you should join in? Indeed. Since you have a close relationship with Admiral Azure Dragon, your opinion on how to deal with him is crucial. As the five elders debated and sought solutions to the world government scandal, they found themselves disagreeing despite their usual unanimity. At that moment, they thought of Njosgard, who had recently taken his seat among the five elders. Since succeeding Saturn, this man had been a hands-off slacker, ignoring internal world government affairs and simply drinking tea and loafing. Although they routinely asked for his opinion, they had long realized that he was a staunch supporter of Admiral Azure Dragon. Any question involving the Admiral was essentially pointless, as he answered entirely from the other's perspective. However, out of fear of Lin Hao's formidable strength, they still felt obliged to ask for the opinion of the Admiral's old friend. But then Njosgard, the good-natured celestial dragon, gave an answer that surprised all four elders. Regarding this matter, I think we can go with the flow and promote it. The Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps has exposed the East Blue scandal, hasn't it? Then we simply announce to the world that the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps is an officially appointed government oversight agency. The East Blue scandal is the achievement of this oversight agency. In this way, the Azure Dragon Mercenary Corps is not slapping our face, but rather protecting our image abroad. The more scandals the Mercenary Corps uncovers, the more it proves the world government's accomplishments. I think this is a good thing. There's no need to be so troubled. Njosgard finished, then returned to his book, sipping tea leisurely on the sofa. Though he was always asked for his opinion, each time he gave it, the other four elders fell silent. Over time, Njosgard knew that these old men, who regarded ordinary people as ants and stood at the pinnacle of world power, only asked him out of formality. Thus, after giving his opinion, he didn't expect any response. But the next moment, as he leisurely sipped his tea, he felt a chill down his back, as if he were being stared at with intense enthusiasm. Turning around, Njosgard saw dark lines forming on his forehead. The four old men across from him were looking at him like four lechers eyeing a stunningly beautiful woman. The sight made Njosgard's skin crawl, but in the next second the four elders' response stunned him. Lord Njosgard, your suggestion is excellent, ha ha ha. Exactly. That's no mercenary corps. It's clearly our world government's oversight agency. Lord Njosgard, we were blind before. From now on, please offer us more valuable insights. The problem is solved so perfectly. Quickly inform the media to follow Lord Njosgard's instructions. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months had elapsed. During this period, with the assistance of Robin, Vegapunk, and others, the factories Lin Hao had established in Dressrosa quickly commenced operations. Thanks to the exceptionally generous benefits, civilians from the neighboring countries of Dressrosa flocked en masse to the kingdom. Even some pirates who had grown weary of life on the high seas came, drawn by reputation. With the Azure Dragon Admiral stationed there, all who arrived, whether they were former Marines who had survived the battles and since resigned, or pirates who had once lived by the edge of the blade, long lost their dreams and now sought only a peaceful life, they all obediently sought their livelihood in Dressrosa, focusing on their own paths, though many outwardly regarded each other with disdain. Once they entered the factories established by Lin Hao, they all began to behave honestly. Compared to the Sea Prism stone processing business, Lin Hao was far more concerned with the production line for the empathy robots that Vegapunk had established. The workers on the Avatar production line were personally selected by Lin Hao, Kizaru, Vegapunk, and other high-ranking members of Dressrosa. As for the factories producing Sea Prism stone or other products, those who entered were ordinary people left over after the selection by the high-ranking officials. These people were then uniformly assigned by Lin Hao's private secretary Robin. Over the course of 2.5 months, nearly all the factories had been operating day and night. Although the labor intensity was considerable, under the generous treatment, the faces of those working in the factories were brimming with incomparable happiness. With reasonable operations and the enthusiastic work attitude of the laborers, Dressrosa's Sea Prism stone processing business rapidly opened up markets across the Grand Line. And the Navy King Umit, who had actively cooperated with Lin Hao in transportation, reaped immense profits. From the revenue of the Sea Prism stone business alone, Dressrosa earned hundreds of billions of berries in a single month. All this wealth was handed over by Lin Hao to Vegapunk. Apart from the funds needed for Vegapunk's personal research, the remaining sum was entirely used to set up production lines for the empathy robots. In less than a month, the number of empathy robot production lines had increased from the initial 3 to over 20. The number of empathy robots was also increasing at a geometric rate. Under such circumstances, the time for Lin Hao to receive system rewards was drastically shortened. One day, Lin Hao was leisurely basking in the sun on the plaza within the royal palace of Dressrosa. Suddenly, in his mind, a long unheard, ethereal electronic sound instantly jolted the lazy Lin Hao awake. Ding! Sunlight exposure duration has reached the system reward requirement. System reward 1, all category treasure chest. Progress toward the next system reward 07080 hours. Open the all category treasure chest now. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. He was already invincible across the entire Grand Line. The only thing that could still delight him was quickly obtaining system rewards. Although each time he received a reward, the time to the next one was exponentially extended. Lin Hao was no longer afraid, for he had found a shortcut to accelerate the system reward time. Without any hesitation, he directly opened his system treasure chest in his mind. Instantly, the familiar special effects animation reappeared in Lin Hao's mind. As the golden treasure chest trembled continuously, the all-too-familiar system electronic voice echoed again. Congratulations, host. You have received a rule-based reward enhancement. Rule-based reward enhancement ability can arbitrarily enhance one of the host's existing bloodline constitution skills or items. Once after enhancement, the target's performance will undergo a qualitative leap. Enhancement methods simply designate the enhancement option onto the target. Whoa, enhancement. This is a truly rare reward. Since his transmigration into the world of One Piece, Lin Hao had received rewards such as physiques, bloodlines, powerful items, and heaven-defying skills from the system. A rule-based reward that directly enhanced an already owned reward was a first. All of Lin Hao's skill rewards were essentially top-tier from various anime. Continuing to enhance them would be meaningless in the One Piece world. Therefore, he skipped over the skill rewards he already possessed and turned his attention to items and bloodlines. System. What effect would enhancing a bloodline have? Ding. Applying the enhancement reward to a physique or bloodline will increase the bloodline's completion by 20. It can increase it by as much as 20%. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Hao was somewhat astonished. He currently possessed 3 physiques. They were Saitama physique at 5 completion, superhuman physique at 10 completion, and Sin of Pride physique at 20 completion. Although these 3 heaven-defying bloodline physiques were only at initial completion levels, the bonuses they provided Lin Hao were already enough for him to dominate the One Piece world. As things stood, Lin Hao could destroy an entire continent with a single punch if he so wished. Continuing to enhance his bloodline physiques held little significance. With that thought, he turned his attention to the item rewards he possessed. The Imperial Armament Murasame blade that inflicted a fatal effect upon wounding an enemy. Enhancing it further seemed to offer little benefit. Avalon the Scabbard, a conceptual, noble phantasm of the King of Knights Artoria. It was already an invincible existence, enhancing it was unnecessary. Moreover, during the time since his transmigration, Lin Hao had spent most of it loafing, sunbathing, and attending necessary social engagements while constantly studying this wondrous noble phantasm. Thanks to the immense magical power provided by the Sin of Pride physique, the performance of Avalon in Lin Hao's hands had already surpassed that of the original anime. After eliminating all other options, Lin Hao could only apply the system's enhancement reward to his last special item, the Stand Whitesnake. After all, among his collection of item rewards, only the Stand Whitesnake possessed the property of continued growth. And Lin Hao believed that the system's enhancement reward would not be merely an evolution like in the original anime. The effect obtained from the enhancement would surely far exceed his expectations. Thinking this, Lin Hao smiled slightly, then unhesitatingly applied the enhancement option to his Stand Whitesnake. Enhance Stand Whitesnake. In the next second, as his words fell, the Stand Whitesnake in the item list immediately burst forth with a dazzling golden light. Moments later, the enhancement of Stand Whitesnake was complete. After the enhancement, its appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Originally, Stand Whitesnake was a strange stand resembling a tall human male wearing a crown on its head and black clothes and shoes. After enhancement, Lin Hao's stand reward became a bizarre form. The upper body was human, while the lower body was the front half of a horse. The stand's face was black with a green ribbon wrapped around its forehead. On its shoulders and collarbones, there were numerous feather ornaments. As for the horse's head on the lower part, it was fitted with a red rein firmly held in the human hands of the upper body. Looking at the strange speedometer on the face of the stand's upper body, Lin Hao curiously examined the attributes and abilities of this stand item. Item name: Stand Made in Heaven. Stand ability: 1. The evolved stand retains all the abilities of Stand Whitesnake. 2. Time acceleration. The primary ability of Made in Heaven is to accelerate the time of the entire world, including the universe, affecting all objects except living beings. 3. High-speed movement. Only the host and Stand Made in Heaven can act normally within the accelerated time, gaining a 1,000-fold speed boost. Thus, the stand can move at super speed and deliver extremely powerful attacks using the force of acceleration. With the boost of ultra-fast speed, its destructive power is immense. However, the host will not age rapidly due to time acceleration. 4. Birth of a new universe. Made in Heaven accelerates the gravity of the Earth and the universe beyond itself, infinitely increasing the speed of time acceleration from 30x, accumulating multiples until it reaches infinite speed. At that point, time becomes a singularity known as a singularity. After the singularity, the time acceleration multiplier gradually slows, giving birth to a new universe. Once the acceleration ability of Stand Made in Heaven is fully unleashed, the current world universe will reset and vanish. Please use this ability with caution. A massive wave of information regarding the stand's abilities unfolded before Lin Hao. After reading through the abilities of Stand Made in Heaven, even Lin Hao, who had already assumed an invincible posture and witnessed many grand spectacles, was somewhat stunned. Stand Made in Heaven. This was the final form of the stand of the final boss Father Pucci in the 6th part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. At the end of the anime, Father Pucci activated his stand's ability, causing the entire world to accelerate and be renewed into a brand new universe. However, due to Father Pucci's accidental death, that new world did not become the heaven he envisioned. Instead, it became a completely different world akin to a parallel universe. Gazing at this stand, which possessed such heaven-defying abilities that could even alter the world, Lin Hao fell into deep thought. This stand's power could directly affect the world. In the new world created by Made in Heaven, the individuals who survived the time acceleration in the original world would carry their original memories directly into the new world. Meanwhile, those who had died in the original world would be reborn as their counterparts in the new parallel world. Of course, due to time acceleration, people from the original world would age significantly. Even if they entered the new world with their memories, they would quickly die of old age. Emporio, with his independent space type, stand perfectly circumvented this bug. Looking at this Made in Heaven, which still retained the abilities of Stand Whitesnake, Lin Hao rubbed his forehead in slight headache. It seemed that this stand's ability truly could not be used lightly. Just as he was marveling at the power of his new system reward, he heard the rhythmic tapping of high heels on the ground. Without a doubt, it was his private secretary Robin. Go ahead, what matter requires my personal intervention? Before Robin could speak, Lin Hao, still lounging on his recliner, asked lazily. Era, this time it seems quite significant, and it indeed requires your personal presence, Lord Lin Hao. Oh, has Dressrosa been attacked by pirates? Not at all, but the visitors seem to be even more troublesome than pirates. Oh, what's going on? Who has come? Hearing Robin's reply, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow with curiosity. Since the Impel Down incident, Lin Hao's reputation in the One Piece world had reached an unprecedented peak. Ordinary pirates, let alone causing trouble for Lin Hao, would wet their pants and flee at the mere mention of the Azure Dragon Admiral's name. As for the Marines, that was even more impossible. Even the 5 elders, those old men at the pinnacle of world power, treated him with the utmost respect. Lin Hao truly couldn't imagine who else would dare to come to his territory and cause trouble. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lin Hao was about to inquire further, several thunderous explosions from the port of Dressrosa instantly darkened his expression. Whether it was someone attacking Dressrosa or others battling each other, Lin Hao did not care. To dare cause a disturbance in his territory and interrupt his sunbathing, Lin Hao would never let them off lightly. Robin, you go ahead and handle your affairs. I'll deal with this troublesome matter personally. Before Robin could even respond, Lin Hao, after instructing her, rose from his exquisite custom recliner. The next moment, Lin Hao stamped his foot and vanished from the royal palace of Dressrosa without a trace. At the same time, at the port of Dressrosa, 2 opposing forces were warily confronting each other. Although they had arrived at the port of Dressrosa, the ships representing the 2 sides dared not enter the boundaries of Dressrosa even a single step. For the leaders on these ships knew full well that once fighting broke out within Dressrosa's territory, they would incur the wrath of a terrifying existence. Outside the port of Dressrosa, a massive marine battleship under the operation of a crew of marines was maintaining a strange safe distance from the other ships. Standing at the forefront of the battleship's deck, Marine Admiral Aokiji wore an exceptionally grim expression. Because just moments ago, without his authorization, his subordinates on the battleship had launched a full broadside at several pirate ships directly ahead. Although the shells had not struck the port of Dressrosa, Aokiji knew that the terrifying presence currently stationed in Dressrosa was likely already displeased. You fools, you've done something truly reckless. Admiral Qingji had not even finished speaking when a heart-stopping sound of breaking wind echoed in everyone's ears. Before the Marines and pirates docked at the port of Dili could react, on the warship where Qingji stood, a deafening explosion erupted. In the next moment, the thick dust kicked up by the explosion slowly dissipated. Then before Qingji, a handsome youth draped in the great cloak of justice, symbolizing the Marine faction, standing a full half-head shorter than Qingji, stood straight as a spear before the assembled Marines. Upon seeing the youth's figure, the faces of the Marines behind Qingji all turned ashen. For the handsome youth who had suddenly appeared before them was none other than the current strongest combat force of the world government. The Marine Admiral, codenamed Azure Dragon Lin Hao. Was it you who fired the cannon? Before Marine Admiral Qingji could respond, Lin Hao's voice, seemingly relaxed and cheerful, but carrying the oppressive pressure of haki, left him and the Marines behind him frozen in place. Lin Hao did not use the Conqueror's haki that could affect the soul. The effect was entirely due to the vast gap in power, a level of overwhelming disparity. Watching the Marines being humiliated before Lin Hao on the outer port of Dili, a group of pirates who had come to meet Lin Hao all wore cold sneers. Although they were aligned with the world government after the recent series of newspaper reports, they understood all too well the character of this Admiral Azure Dragon. Even if it were Marines of the same faction, if they made a mistake, this Admiral Azure Dragon would never show mercy. It must be known that after Admiral Azure Dragon became the king of Dili, he had made it very clear whether Marine or pirate, anyone who dared to cause trouble on his turf would be shown no mercy. This disturbance caused by Admiral Qingji's men. It seemed a good show was about to begin. Indeed, under the eagerly expectant gazes of the pirates and members of other factions. Lin Hao, wearing a smile, walked slowly to Admiral Qingji. Qingji, why did you open fire at my port just now? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. As Lin Hao spoke, he wore his signature warm smile. This smile could absolutely charm thousands of maidens, but Marine Admiral Qingji and the Marines behind him saw it and turned pale. At this moment, even a fool could figure it out with his knees. This decisive Admiral Azure Dragon was truly enraged. Lin Hao, we did not intend to offend. Looking at Lin Hao's handsome smiling face, Marine Admiral Qingji forcefully swallowed his saliva. His speech lost its usual calm and became somewhat stammering. After all, Lin Hao's strength was too overwhelming. The things he had done back at Impel Down had left an indelible impression on him. The reason we came here was actually to purchase some seastone firearms and ammunition from you. But as soon as we arrived at the port, we discovered that even pirates and the Revolutionary Army had come to prevent them from causing trouble here. So while they were still quietly waiting here without any action, you opened fire preemptively. Before Admiral Qingji could finish his words, the kind smile on Lin Hao's face instantly turned into a cold sneer. This sudden change made Admiral Qingji's heart tremble. Behind Qingji, several Marines whose mental fortitude was insufficient had actually been frightened and sat down on the ground. Seeing this, the pirates and members of other factions nearby all wore expressions of anticipation for a good show. As pirates and underworld forces who had struggled through the Grand Line, they were far superior to these ordinary Marines in reading people and understanding social nuances. Oh, is that so? Pirates have come. Following the direction Qingji pointed, Lin Hao looked with interest at another area of the sea not far away. As it turned out, not looking was fine, but once he looked, he discovered many acquaintances he was meeting for the first time. The closest was a large sailing ship resembling a merchant vessel. Although it did not fly a pirate flag, symbolizing a pirate ship, the bow shaped like a monster clearly indicated the identity of the vessel. Looking at the ship, standing at the forefront was a red-haired middle-aged man, missing one arm. Although the scar at the corner of his eye detracted from his appearance. But the heroic spirit in his face was still undeniable. After seeing Lin Hao look at him, the red-haired middle-aged man smiled slightly, and then bowed slightly in Lin Hao's direction. This scene stunned not only the Marines and pirates present, but even Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. Although it was their first meeting. But Lin Hao was not unfamiliar with the other's identity. That guy was none other than the current Yonko of the sea, Red Hair Zyankasi. A powerhouse of such status actually bowed publicly to him. Lin Hao also smiled slightly and nodded in response. After Red Hair Zyankasi bowed slightly to Lin Hao, the whole pineapple-headed uncle paused for a moment, then followed suit, and expressed his goodwill to Lin Hao. Lin Hao was also familiar with this man. He was the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the Phoenix Merrick. That he was on the same ship as Red Hair Zyankasi did not surprise Lin Hao. After all, in the original manga, Zyankasi as a Yonko had invited this Phoenix to join his crew on 2 separate occasions. Such treatment was unprecedented in the entire One Piece manga. Although they belonged to 2 different Yonko crews. But with no conflict of interest, it was not surprising that these 2 were traveling together. What surprised Lin Hao the most was not far from the pirate ship. There was also a very inconspicuous small boat, like a scout ship. The boat was small, only able to carry 1 person. If the sail were hoisted, even 1 person would seem cramped. But the person on that boat surprised Lin Hao greatly. On the boat was a blonde youth who looked under 20. He was dressed in casual clothes, wearing a top hat, and holding a steel pipe that resembled a water pipe. Although there was an obvious burn scar on his face, his cheerful smile was very pleasant to see. I never expected Sabo to come as well. And not far from Sabo, there was also a small sailboat that could only hold 1 person. But the person on that boat piqued Lin Hao's interest. The man was dressed as a samurai from Wano country, wearing wooden clogs like a ronin. At his waist hung a cane that looked like a walking stick, but was actually a long sword, a shikamazu. On his forehead, there was a cross-shaped scar, like an inverted cross. Most importantly, although this man's eyes had been destroyed, his heroic spirit was unaffected. Though blind when Lin Hao looked at him, he still seemed to sense it, and nodded slightly to Lin Hao. Even Tenghu has come. This is quite rare. Besides these people, Lin Hao also saw many underworld bosses and notorious pirates famous on wanted posters. Although they held lofty positions on the Grand Line, they all came to Dili Siliosa very discreetly. without any grand display. In contrast, Marine Admiral Qingji, also under the world government. His warship's display was somewhat overbearing. After scanning the surroundings, Lin Hao looked at Qingji and smiled. Qingji, I've said it before, I don't care about what happens outside Dili-Siliosa, but here anyone who causes trouble will not be treated kindly. Lin Hao, we are of the same faction, there's no need to be unhappy over trivial matters. I am willing to pay 10 times compensation for the damage my men caused here. Seeing Lin Hao's increasingly hostile expression, Qingji's face turned pale, but he immediately backed down, not daring to show the slightest defiance against the strongest combat force of the world government. After all, it was for the sake of fighting pirates. This time, let's consider it a misunderstanding. I don't want something like this to happen again. Lin Hao, I guarantee, this will never happen again. Watching Lin Hao turn around after speaking, Admiral Qingji breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, a very noticeable vibration came from under his feet. The feeling was slight at first, then quickly became extremely intense. Turning around, he saw that the stern of the entire warship had, against all physical laws, lifted up on its own. Although he did not see it directly, but as a Marine Admiral, Qingji knew that this was because Lin Hao had just stomped lightly on the deck beneath his own feet. With just a slight force, the huge warship, like a sea monster, had its bow sink and stern rise. The entire warship tilted up like a seesaw. Then, under the shocked gazes of the pirates nearby, the Marine warship plunged headfirst into the sea. With just one stomp, a huge warship was capsized. This display of power, though slight, shocked everyone present. Although they had seen many reports about Admiral Azure Dragon in the newspapers, it was only when they witnessed it firsthand did they truly realize the terror of the youngest admiral in marine history. After Lin Hao stomped the warship into the sea, Admiral Qingji immediately activated his ability, quickly freezing a small area of the sea surface and gathering all his men there. Although he had the power to prevent the warship from sinking, Qingji dared not do so now. This punishment was somewhat of a death penalty, may be avoided, but living punishment cannot be escaped. If he resisted, he would very likely be severely beaten by Lin Hao, a straightforward guy. That would be a real loss of face. After stomping the warship into the sea, Lin Hao once again regained his harmless, cheerful smile. Floating in midair, he smiled slightly at the surrounding big shots of the Grand Line. Thank you all for honoring Dili-Siliosa with your presence. If you have matters to discuss with me, please come to the palace of Dili-Siliosa together. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying this, Lin Hao, suspended in the air, stepped on the void. His entire body instantly turned into a golden meteor, flashing rapidly towards the direction of Dili-Siliosa's palace. Seeing this, almost all the big shots present marveled at Lin Hao's unfathomable terror. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they very orderly docked their ships at the port of Dili-Siliosa. As for Marine Admiral Qingji, whose warship had been sunk by Lin Hao's foot, he with a pale face moved the large ice sheet under his feet to the land, then angrily ordered his men to stay at the port and not follow him into Dili-Siliosa. He had truly lost face today. Although the people around him said nothing now, after leaving here and returning to their own territories, they would surely spread the news everywhere, thoroughly disparaging his actions today. There was no help for it. It was his men who couldn't control their hands. Along the way, the big shots of the Grand Line walked orderly towards the palace of Dili-Siliosa. Along the way, these top big shots of the Grand Line were astonished to discover that the buildings on both sides of the streets in Dili-Siliosa were all skyscrapers, a rare sight in the pirate world. And the materials used to build these skyscrapers were all rare metals from the pirate world, besides the steel jungle of skyscrapers. Looking at the residents on the streets of Dili-Siliosa, regardless of wealth or age, everyone wore happy smiles. Obviously, under the leadership of King Lin Hao, Dili-Siliosa had become a thoroughly powerful technological nation. Moreover, the happiness index of the citizens of this powerful nation was astonishingly high. Seeing this prosperous scene, the big shots of the Grand Line couldn't help but admire Lin Hao's terrifying leadership ability. If he continued to develop like this for 2 more years, Dili-Siliosa would definitely become a terrifying force that could rival the world government. With feelings of utmost reverence, the group of big shots quickly arrived at the palace of Dili-Siliosa. Under the recommendation of Lin Hao's personal secretary Robin, a group of major figures from the Grand Line finally met Lin Hao within the royal palace of Dressrosa. At this moment, Lin Hao was leisurely enjoying the rare sunlight in the center of an open-air plaza within the palace. Beside Lin Hao lay the Navy headquarters Admiral Huang Yuan, reclining comfortably on a lounge chair, soaking up the sun. Hey, Huang Yuan, aren't you the one who's been reporting to headquarters that you're swamped with work? Is this how you work? Seeing Huang Yuan's lazy demeanor, almost as if he was about to fall asleep, the other Navy Admiral Ji had veins bulging on his forehead like twisting roots. After all, Huang Yuan was drawing salaries from both Navy headquarters and Dressrosa. Not only was he responsible for monitoring the movements of the great General Qinglong on behalf of the world government, though it proved utterly useless, but he also had to attend to secret orders from Navy headquarters at any time. Seeing Huang Yuan in such a state, how could Qin Ji, who had been tirelessly busy at Navy headquarters all this time, not be furious? No wonder Huang Yuan had been so eager to come alone to Dressrosa. So he was here to enjoy himself. If he had known, would he have let Huang Yuan take this opportunity? Couldn't he, Qin Ji, have come instead? Even if it was just slacking off, at least the task of deterring the assembled navy and pirates from causing trouble in Dressrosa was something he, Qin Ji, could have done perfectly well in place of King Lin Hao. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became, and his gaze toward Huang Yuan now held a barely concealed murderous intent. "Ah, if it isn't my younger brother Qin Ji. Don't misunderstand. I just finished working and took a short break. In truth, I'm always swamped with work. If I hadn't volunteered to come to Dressrosa, your lives would be far more miserable right now. I've done so much, you should be grateful to me." Hearing his colleague Qin Ji's voice, the other admiral was startled and immediately sprang up from the specially made lounge chair like a carp leaping. Facing Qin Ji's accusation, Huang Yuan, though a bit guilty, shamelessly spouted lies, without flushing or panting. "Want him to go back to Navy headquarters to work? Not a chance. If you two want to exchange feelings privately, you can do so after we finish discussing official matters. The guests are all here now, and as the host of Dressrosa, we cannot neglect these honored visitors who have come from afar." Just as Qin Ji and Huang Yuan were about to engage in a heated debate, Lin Hao's lazy voice immediately silenced the two Navy admirals, though his tone carried no authority. Upon hearing Lin Hao speak, the two admirals tacitly shut their mouths, afraid of displeasing him. Qin Ji in particular remembered that his own ship had been capsized by Lin Hao due to his subordinate's mistake. If he caused trouble again, his fate would likely be no better than that of the demoted Vice Admiral Qi Quan. As Lin Hao's words fell, the empty palace plaza, devoid of guards or servants, was suddenly filled with a loud buzzing sound. Looking up, countless humanoid robots suspended in midair were rapidly flying toward the plaza of the Dressrosa Palace. Each robot carried a tray of exquisite dishes. Within minutes, the previously empty plaza was filled with tables, chairs, and various delicacies and wine. As for Lin Hao, though a table of fragrant dishes was set before him, he remained lazily sprawled on his luxurious lounge chair. Looking around the plaza, the closest to Lin Hao were Red-Hair Shanks and Navy Admiral Qin Ji. Farther away were Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division Commander Marco and the Revolutionary Army's 2nd-in-Command Sabo. Beyond them sat the underworld kings of the Grand Line. They were well-mannered, knowing to arrange themselves according to their status. For a moment, the palace plaza was filled with harmony, as if a victorious pirate crew was celebrating a banquet. After several rounds of drinks, the highest-ranked present, the Yonko Red-Hair Shanks, raised his glass to Lin Hao on his lounge chair. "Great General Qinglong, I heard that Dressrosa has mastered the deep processing technology of seastone and can now mass-produce items like seastone bullets. Once finished products are available, could the Red-Hair Pirates place a large order? The price is negotiable." When speaking to Lin Hao, Shanks's tone was extremely courteous. He had come to Dressrosa fully prepared. Though ostensibly seeking to order a large quantity of seastone bullets and weapons, his true intention was to gauge the character of this formidable great General Qinglong. At the very least, given Lin Hao's immense strength, he was qualified to know certain secrets of the Grand Line. If possible, even if he couldn't directly recruit him as an ally of the Red-Hair Pirates, maintaining a good relationship with him would be a tremendous gain. Hearing Shanks's opening remarks, all the big shots present who were not aligned with the world government brightened up. Their purpose in coming to Dressrosa was essentially the same as Shanks's. However, given their status, they were not yet qualified to be the first to speak with this immensely powerful great general. With Shanks taking the lead, they could observe the great general's preferences. As the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, we do not move, we watch and wait. If the enemy moves, we still do not move, let the vanguard act first, and we adapt accordingly for the powerful figures not aligned with the world government. Shanks's words brought them joy. But for Qin Ji, who was of the world government faction, Shanks's statement put him in a difficult position. After all, they were opposing pirate factions. If Dressrosa's seastone weapons were all bought by these pirates, it would be a terrible outcome for the world government. Although the Red-Hair Pirates followed an elite recruitment policy, and their crew members had no need for seastone bullets, the Red-Hair Pirates had their own territories in the New World. If their subordinate crews were armed with seastone weapons, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the world government. Thinking this, Qin Ji's expression darkened, and before Lin Hao could respond, he cut in. "Hey, Red-Hair, Lin Hao is the leading figure of our world government faction. How could his kingdom trade with pirates? I advise you to give up that idea." "Oh, it seems Admiral Qin Ji has a strong opinion of me," a Yonko seeing that Lin Hao hadn't answered, but was instead rejected by Qingji. Shanks's previously amiable smile turned icy. Though he refrained from unleashing his armament haki to intimidate due to Lin Hao's presence, the chill in his words made everyone present tense up. Who was this? This was the strongest Yonko of the New World Red Hair Shanks. Even Admiral Qingji, let alone Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself, would have to show him respect. What had gotten into Qingji today? How dare he directly confront Shanks? Didn't he know that several Navy bases in the New World were close to Shanks's territory? Wasn't he afraid those bases would be wiped out? For a moment, the cheerful atmosphere in the palace plaza turned grim. Watching the two confronting each other, the underworld kings remained silent. Hey, Qingji, I believe I've said it before, my Dressrosa is open for business. As long as you pay, anyone can buy my products. It's my decision who gets to buy seastone weapons. Are you trying to monopolize my seastone trade on behalf of the world government? Instantly, as Lin Hao's words fell, the already tense atmosphere in the palace grew even quieter. Though Lin Hao didn't sound particularly angry. Even a fool could tell that this peak combat power of the world government was now somewhat displeased. Although aligned with the world government with his overwhelmingly powerful strength, this great General Qinglong could do as he pleased within the organization. Even the high-ranking officials of the world government would have to treat such a formidable expert with respect. How could a Navy admiral act so presumptuously without angering him? Though Lin Hao didn't raise his voice. Upon hearing his pointed question, Qingji's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had been too focused on the adverse effects of selling seastone weapons to the Yonko pirates on the world government. Now he realized that angering the great general would be 10 or 100 times worse. With this thought, Qingji's expression tightened, and he quickly apologized to Lin Hao. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask, as a fellow member of the world government faction, could the Navy have some priority in purchasing seastone weapons? Of course we won't lowball the price. The price of seastone bullets is entirely up to you, Lin Hao. There will be no monopoly. This time Qingji's survival instinct was extremely strong. With just a few words, he immediately eased the tension. Seeing the nervous admiral, a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. That's more like it. We who live on the edge shouldn't only focus on fighting, we also need to understand human relationships. Lin Hao's smile made Qingji extremely uncomfortable. But seeing that Lin Hao wasn't going to pursue the matter, Qingji breathed a sigh of relief. He had already made Lin Hao unhappy. If he continued to act foolishly, he might not make it out of Dressrosa intact. Since it's open for business, does that mean everyone can have priority purchase rights? If so, great General Qinglong, please give our pleasure district a favor. We are willing to pay a higher price to secure the first batch of seastone weapons. As Lin Hao's voice faded, a crisp, pleasant female voice rang out across the plaza. Everyone turned to look. There stood a stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure and an extraordinary aura, casually touching up her makeup while striking a graceful pose, flaunting her perfect curves. Though they had never met, Lin Hao was not unfamiliar with this woman. She was one of the current underworld kings of the Grand Line, the queen of the Pleasure District, Red Light District, Stussy. Of course, that was just her surface identity. Her true identity was a member of the world government's CP0 intelligence agency. Stussy the clone seemed quite pleased when Lin Hao smiled at her. She even ignored everyone else and shot him a seductive wink. Fortunately, Lin Hao had been in this world for 2.5 years and had seen all kinds of top beauties. Stussy's antics had little effect on him. Can paying more money secure priority purchase rights? Then I'm also very interested. I heard that the pre-sale price of Dressrosa's seastone weapons is 2 berries for 20 seastone bullets and a special pistol. If that's the case, I'm willing to pay double the price for the first mass-produced batch of seastone weapons. Even triple is fine. I felt have never lacked money. Before Lin Hao could answer, a short man in a suit and a magnificent cloak laughed heartily, taking over from Stussy. Everyone turned to see another underworld king of the Grand Line, the magnate, who controlled almost all the usury business on the Grand Line, Dufeld. In terms of wealth, if Dufeld claimed second, no other underworld king would dare claim first, though he had a vast fortune. But a few days ago he saw the ship of another underworld king, the shipping king Umit, flying the flag of Dressrosa. This gave him an important inspiration. If he could form an alliance with such a formidable presence as the great General Qinglong, then on the Grand Line, even Yonko-level pirates and the world government would think twice before messing with him. TCH, you think you're the only one with money? I'll raise the price too. Great General Qinglong, sell the first batch of mass-produced seastone bullets to me. I'll pay 4 times the price and I can take as much as you have. 4 times? You dare say that? Don't claim to be an underworld king of the new world. I'll pay 6 times. Get lost. I'll pay 8 times. I'm determined to get this first batch of mass-produced seastone bullets. I want to equip all my ships with Seastone Gatling guns. Dufeld's plan was loud and clear, but the other underworld kings were no fools. Seeing Stussy and Dufeld successively declare their intentions, they too began shouting to raise the price for the not yet mass-produced Seastone bullets. The Seastone weapons themselves were not the main concern, of what mattered was the business deal with the great General Qinglong. On the Grand Line, survival depends not only on fighting, but also on understanding human relationships. Lin Hao did not intervene much in this blatantly obvious bidding transaction. Although these underworld kings sought to attach themselves to his influence to gain easier passage through the Grand Line. In exchange for providing shelter to these rulers of the underworld, they would supply Lin Hao's Dressrosa with immense funds to accelerate its development. Not to mention the shared consciousness clones that allowed Lin Hao to swiftly reap rewards alone constituted a considerable expense. Even with the hundreds of billions of berries extorted from the world government earlier, it was far from sufficient for the mass-produced technological products. Thus in this auction, like bidding, the Seastone weapons that were ostensibly the main subject became less significant. Even if they ultimately failed to obtain any of these so-called pre-sale products, as long as they could hoist the flag of Dressrosa on their ships or territories, this venture would be a surefire profit. For these underground kings who had long navigated the underworld, operated in both the lawful and criminal realms, and were exceptionally adept at worldly affairs, securing a powerful patron was far more valuable than mere money. As they watched the various underworld kings frantically bid up the price of Seastone weapons, Marine Admiral Aokiji, who had originally intended to purchase some for his subordinates' protection, turned pale with fury. Although he was a figure of some standing within the world government, compared to these underworld kings, he was merely a figurehead perpetually troubled by financial constraints. As the bidding escalated, he could not even afford a fraction of what the underworld kings offered. After 2 hours of this unconventional auction, the rulers of the underworld finally obtained the results they desired. Dufeld, the master of all underworld loan sharking, ultimately acquired the first batch of Dressrosa's not yet mass-produced Seastone weapons, 20 Seastone bullets, and 1 Seastone firearm, for the exorbitant price of 6 million berries. With this single deal, Lin Hao reaped hundreds of billions in revenue from the loan shark King Feld. The other underworld kings were ranked according to their bids. Once the transactions were finalized, they would be permitted to plant the flag symbolizing Dressrosa's alliance on their territories or ships. Of course, the order of planting the flags was prioritized. Having achieved their objectives, the underworld kings departed from the Dressrosa palace satisfied and returned to their domains. Suddenly, with the departure of the various underworld kings, the once bustling hall became considerably more spacious. What remained were the Marine faction led by Aokiji, the pirate faction led by Shanks, and the young revolutionary Sabo, who had come alone representing the revolutionary army. With all the gray area figures gone, the palace immediately fell into an extremely awkward silence. Wanting to purchase Seastone weapons, they truly could not compete with the underworld kings in terms of wealth. The item that could break the ice has already been bought. It seems we'll have to get straight to the point, said red-haired Shanks, the Yonko pirate, who aside from Lin Hao held the highest status in the room, breaking the silence after a moment of hesitation. He looked at Lin Hao, who had merely been lazily lounging on a recliner, sipping a few glasses of wine, and had raked in hundreds of billions of berries. Shanks could not help but marvel inwardly that with sufficient strength, wealth, and power were easily within reach. Admiral Qinglong, or rather, Lin Hao, if my estimation is correct, you are now likely the pinnacle of combat power in this world. So are you interested in making a name for yourself in the new world? Shanks, beating around the bush like that doesn't suit your style as a Yonko and great pirate. At this moment, Lin Hao was in an excellent mood. Looking at Shanks, who wore a kindly smile, a peculiar curve appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. I suppose the accomplishment you're referring to is the so-called One Piece, right? As soon as Lin Hao uttered these words, everyone present was stunned. The great treasure left by the pirate King Roger. That was the legendary treasure that countless pirates pursued with fervor, and even the mere mention of it by Roger before his death had sparked the great pirate era. It was the ultimate aspiration of almost every pirate with a dream. It was also a constant headache for the world government. Whoever obtained the mysterious great treasure left by Roger would almost certainly secure the position of king of the world. Of course, whether it would be the king of the world or the pirate king depended on the ambition of the one who claimed it. Shanks, I know what you mean, but unfortunately, although I always end up stealing the spotlight, I really have no interest in things that might invite trouble. Living like this now, basking in the sun every day as the king of Dressrosa, is the life I want. If you're determined to seek the great treasure your former captain left behind, then go ahead and look for it. As long as it doesn't affect Dressrosa, we won't have any conflict. Whether you want to be my friend or my enemy is entirely up to you. Upon hearing these words, the Yonko Shanks revealed a strange smile. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command Sabo and Marine Admiral Aokiji were utterly shocked. What the great treasure left by the pirate king Roger truly meant was not lost on anyone present. Yet this Admiral Qinglong did not care at all. He even allowed one of the Yonko, the great pirate red-haired Shanks, to search for the great treasure. Was this man really a member of the world government's camp? As for Shanks, he had already obtained the result he was satisfied with. Originally, he had hoped to persuade Lin Hao to become his partner in their quest for the mysterious great treasure left by Roger. But now it seemed that the other party had little interest in that treasure. However, this was not particularly surprising. Lin Hao now possessed the terrifying power to sweep through all the forces of the Great Line. If he wished, he could even overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons at any time and become the king of the world himself. He had no need for that so-called great treasure to prove himself. This Qinglong, who bore the title of Marine Admiral, simply wanted to live his own peaceful life quietly, possessing such formidable strength, yet having no desire to ascend to the peak of this world. Shanks looked at Lin Hao, his eyes filled with regret and melancholy. Still, this trip had not been in vain. Although he had not managed to draw Lin Hao, this mighty combatant, to his side, at least he had not incurred his enmity. The Red Hair Pirate's ultimate goal remained the great treasure left by the former pirate king Roger. Without the interference of Lin Hao, the peak combat power, the Red Hair Pirates would likely be the ultimate victors. When the time came to unlock those secrets, everything would probably have to be bet on the boy from Windmill Village. Thinking this, red-haired Shanks could not help but glance at his severed arm. Then he looked at Lin Hao, who was still lounging lazily on his recliner. Perhaps this immensely powerful man might enable him to unlock the great treasure ahead of time. After all, that ability, resembling the sun, was too similar to the person from the lost century. With this thought, red-haired Shanks smiled faintly and then rose to take his leave. This trip was certainly not wasted. I have understood your thoughts, Lord Lin Hao. Of course, if you ever change your mind and wish to set your sights on One Piece, the Red Hair Pirates will be ready to assist you with all our might. Hearing red-haired Shanks' cheerful words, Marine Admiral Aokiji immediately tensed up. This was a Yonko openly flirting with the Marine's peak combatant, yet the world government dared not intervene. If they angered Lin Hao and drove him into the pirate camp, the loss would be irreversible. Thus Aokiji could only watch anxiously as the weird atmosphere between Shanks and Lin Hao continued. However, the next moment Lin Hao's response finally allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Oh, my, to have the full support of a Yonko is truly an honor, but I really have no interest in that thing for now. Ha ha ha. In that case, I'll take my leave. It is my honor as red-haired Shanks to have spoken frankly with a strong man like you. With that, Shanks laughed heartily and strode out of the palace. Watching Shanks' departing figure, Marine Admiral Aokiji immediately felt relieved. Then, as if struck by a thought, after a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke to Lin Hao with an embarrassed expression. Lin Hao, I came this time on a personal matter, and my main purpose was to purchase seastone weapons. But now it seems this trip was a waste. My budget is very limited, and I can only afford to buy those seastone weapons at the original price. If possible. He scratched his head awkwardly. I hope that after the deliveries to the Underworld Kings are completed, you could spare a little for me. I just want to give my subordinates a better chance of surviving on the battlefield. Please. Aokiji's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, he had witnessed the fierce bidding for seastone weapons by the Underworld Kings just moments ago. Compared to those terrifying Underworld Kings, he as a Marine Admiral had no financial advantage whatsoever. Thus he had no choice but to swallow his pride and ask for the leftovers. In doing so, he was to some extent morally blackmailing Lin Hao. After all, selling seastone weapons to the Underworld Kings would bring in a substantial income. Seeing the troubled expression on Admiral Aokiji's face, Lin Hao could only smile helplessly. This Marine Admiral, a man in his decades, still couldn't see that the bidding earlier was not really about the seastone weapons. Was it truly just about obtaining weapons that can counter devil fruit users? Well, never mind. Not just Aokiji, even Marine hero Garp, who often walks with him, would probably be baffled. Aokiji, the seastone weapons sold to the Underworld Kings are wholesale. If you want retail, Dressrosa has a special market that sells them at the standard pre-sale price of 200 berries per package. Do I need to remind you of that? What? Lin Hao, is that true? Upon hearing this, the previously embarrassed Aokiji's eyes lit up. It's true. Would I bother lying to you? Great. Lin Hao, I owe you one. I'll repay this favor when I get the chance. Let's talk another time. With those words, Aokiji cast a grateful glance at Lin Hao and then strode briskly toward the exit of the Dressrosa Palace. But as he walked, he suddenly stopped. He turned back to look at Lin Hao, then at the relaxed-looking Admiral Kizaru lounging on a recliner beside Lin Hao. He then spoke earnestly. Lin Hao, I think that Borsellino fellow is somewhat unreliable. I consider myself more capable than him. If possible, you could consider letting me. Aokiji, you bastard, shut up. Before Aokiji could finish, Admiral Kizaru, who had been lounging idly beside Lin Hao, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his forehead veins bulged. He angrily interrupted the other's words. He had long heard that Aokiji coveted his position as Minister of Defense of Dressrosa. It had only been a rumor before, but now this guy was actually admitting it. At present, Dressrosa had almost no trouble from dimwits. As for large-scale wars requiring military force, that was even more absurd. In other words, the position of Minister of Defense of Dressrosa was a cushy, easy job. Kizaru had finally managed to slack off for a few months. How could he let this envious Aokiji steal it away? Having a Marine Admiral serve as the Minister of Defense of Dressrosa carried far more deterrent significance than strategic value. In short, it was just for show? Both were Marine Admirals, and given that Aokiji had tipped off Lin Hao in advance during the Impel Down incident, although the outcome hadn't changed, it was at least a small favor. If Aokiji kept talking like this, Lin Hao might actually consider swapping out his right-hand man. How could that be allowed? With that thought, Admiral Kizaru immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability, his entire body transforming into beams of golden light that shot toward Admiral Aokiji. Lin Hao, I'm serious about this proposal. Having the same person around for too long can cause trouble. You should give it some thought. Watching Kizaru lose his temper after just a few words, Marine Admiral Aokiji's face twisted into a strange smile. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, he dodged the golden flash of Kizaru's transformed body with a swift sidestep. After waving to Lin Hao, he immediately took off like the wind, dashing out of the Dressrosa Palace Square. With the successive departures of Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru, the plaza in front of the Royal Palace of Dressrosa was left with only a handful of people. After an awkward silence, the first to speak was Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Having witnessed the spectacular auction firsthand, he no longer held high hopes for purchasing mass-produced seastone weapons. After all, compared to the Underground Kings, they were more than capable in terms of combat prowess. But when it came to wealth, they would be left far behind, from the East Blue to the North Blue. Fortunately, Marco had also discerned the true nature of this transaction. The seastone weapons were not the main point. Building a solid relationship with Dressrosa, controlled by Admiral Azure Dragon, was paramount. Although they could not flatter Lin Hao with vast sums of money like the Underworld Kings. From the way red-haired Shanks the Yonko had been treated, Marco inferred that showing even a little goodwill might suffice. At least Admiral Azure Dragon was not a bloodthirsty man like Akainu. With this thought, Marco couldn't help but probe tentatively. If you're buying seastone weapons, you're most welcome. After all, business is business, and no one turns away money. But if I learn that any ship or town flying the Dressrosa flag has been attacked, even someone as easygoing as me would get angry. Lin Hao actually had a favorable impression of Marco. As the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco was utterly loyal to his captain Whitebeard. Even after Whitebeard's death, he still managed to keep the Whitebeard Pirates a force to be reckoned with in the New World. Even when red-haired Shanks a Yonko invited him twice, Marco remained unmoved and continued to dedicate himself to the Whitebeard Pirates. Although they belonged to opposing pirate factions, Lin Hao felt a hint of admiration for such unwavering loyalty. Lord Azure Dragon, rest assured, the Whitebeard Pirates will never attack ships or towns flying the Dressrosa flag. We are truly grateful to maintain a good relationship with Dressrosa. Upon hearing Lin Hao's reply, Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, immediately broke into an excited expression. Although not explicitly stated, Admiral Azure Dragon's meaning was clear: live and let live. As long as the Whitebeard Pirates didn't provoke him like that fool Kaido, they would still have a place in the New World. After all, Admiral Azure Dragon was from the opposing Marine faction. Making such a public statement was already a great show of respect to the Whitebeard Pirates. With this thought, Marco immediately rose and respectfully bowed to Lin Hao. The Whitebeard Pirates have achieved our purpose here. Since there are others present, I won't disturb you any longer, Lord Azure Dragon. Your business with me is done, but I still have something to discuss with you, Mr. Marco. Please don't leave just yet. Wait a few more minutes. Marco was about to leave, but Lin Hao called out to stop him. For a moment, not only Marco, but also the other pirates present were utterly bewildered. Before today, had the Whitebeard Pirates ever crossed paths with Admiral Azure Dragon? No one had heard of it. Being called out by this peak combatant of the world government, Marco froze on the spot. After recovering, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates wore a somewhat uneasy expression as he returned to his seat. Since Lord Azure Dragon has matters to discuss with the Whitebeard Pirates, I am all ears. Well, if it's all the same, I prefer you call me by my real name, Lin Hao. Don't be nervous. This has nothing to do with transactions. It's a personal matter. After saying this, Lin Hao turned his head and smiled at Sabo, the 2nd in command of the Revolutionary Army. Azure Dragon. Mr. Lin Hao, do you have something for me? Lin Hao did not use his Conqueror's Haki, which could directly affect the soul, but due to the immense gap in strength beyond normal comprehension, Sabo's body couldn't help but tremble. This was not a reaction to hostility, but an instinctive biological urge to flee from danger rooted in the bloodline. Seeing Sabo's discomfort, Lin Hao smiled helplessly. Although Sabo was the 2nd in command of the Revolutionary Army and an outstanding young man compared to his peers, his age still showed. Facing a powerful presence, he couldn't help but feel some resistance. With a few more years of experience, his mentality would become as mature as Marco's. Don't worry, Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. I mean you no harm. I only want to help you remember some things you've forgotten. Huh, things I've forgotten. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Sabo was stunned. How did he know I had lost my memory? At present his memories only went back to the moment he woke up years ago. According to the Revolutionary Army comrade, Sabo was a rookie pirate who had just set sail. Before his ship could even leave the harbor, he encountered a celestial dragon's pleasure cruise and was bombarded. He was still a child then and couldn't withstand such damage. If not for the Revolutionary Army leader dragon who happened to be passing by and rescued him, he would have perished in the sea. How could he have become the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command? Wait. This Lin Hao, besides being a Marine Admiral and the King of Dressrosa, had he also been a member of the God's Knights? That is, this Admiral Azure Dragon, was he, or is he still a celestial dragon? Thinking this, and looking at Lin Hao's harmless, friendly smile, Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, broke out in a cold sweat. In just a few seconds, the back of his shirt was soaked with perspiration. Could it be that Lin Hao wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate key members of the Revolutionary Army? After all, compared to pirates, the Revolutionary Army was the Marines' bigger headache. With this thought, Sabo prepared to flee the scene. But just as he tried to stand, he was horrified to find that under the powerful pressure, his body had become uncontrollably immobile. This scene left both Marco, who was standing nearby, and Isho, who was not yet a Marine Admiral, utterly bewildered. Although Isho could not see, his powerful observation haki allowed him to sense Sabo's inner panic. As for Marco, he too was puzzled. Clearly this was a matter between Lin Hao and Sabo. Why did he want an outsider like him to stay? For a moment, the entire Dressrosa Palace was filled with a heavy, awkward atmosphere. Hey Sabo, I just want to talk about some things from before you lost your memory. No need to react so strongly. Looking at Sabo's young face, trying to appear calm, Lin Hao was completely exasperated. Through his powerful observation haki, he knew what Sabo was thinking. So he decided to skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Sabo, do you remember a guy named Portgasti? Ace. Isn't he that rookie pirate making waves recently? I've seen his wanted poster, but I don't think I've ever met him. Hearing Lin Hao's question, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command froze for a moment, then answered honestly. Not only Sabo, but also Marco, the Phoenix of the Whitebeard Pirates, was puzzled. Why did this Admiral Azure Dragon mention their ace? Did Ace know such a formidable person? He never mentioned it. Looking at Lin Hao's harmless eyes, Sabo relaxed a little, but he was still utterly confused. Had he crossed paths with that supernova pirate Ace before losing his memory? Lin Hao was not surprised by Sabo's reaction. In the original story, both Ace and Luffy's wanted posters had been seen by Sabo while he was in the Revolutionary Army. But at the time, Sabo didn't remember his brothers. It wasn't until after the Summit War, when he read in the newspaper about Ace's death at Marineford, that the shock caused him to recall everything. If merely hearing Ace's name triggered his memory, he would have gone to participate in the rescue of Ace during the Summit War, even if alone. Looking at the bewildered Sabo, Lin Hao was not in a hurry. Do you remember the Goa Kingdom or the Terminal of Uncertainty? What a... At the mention of the Terminal of Uncertainty, Sabo, who had been completely confused, shuddered. In an instant, scenes of hell on earth flashed through his mind. Great fires blazing, innocent civilians screaming. Not friends, but sworn brothers. You drank the sake of brotherhood, didn't you? Seeing that Sabo still hadn't recalled the crucial details, Lin Hao stretched lazily and added fuel to the fire. Before Lin Hao finished speaking, a thunderous shock hit Sabo's brain. In that moment, two distinct youthful faces appeared vividly in Sabo's mind: Ace and Luffy. He suddenly remembered all their childhood adventures. Tears of joy welled up in Sabo's eyes. At this point, the overwhelming emotion of recovering his memories overpowered the instinct to avoid danger. With tears streaming down his face, Sabo stood up from his seat. I remember now. Ace and Luffy are my sworn brothers. They don't know I'm still alive, do they? Where are they? I want to see them. Huh. Ace often said he had two brothers, and that one of them died, so he would protect the remaining one with all his might. Could you be that dead brother? Before Lin Hao could answer, Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, replied in astonishment. Looking at Marco's shocked face, Sabo seemed to recall something. Right? Ace is now a division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, isn't he? Marco, please take me to the Whitebeard Pirates. I want to see my brother. Ha ha ha. What an unexpected gain. Fate works in mysterious ways. Coming to Dressrosa was truly wonderful. Ha ha. Lin Hao, we'll take our leave now. If I have the chance, I'll definitely bring Ace to thank you in person. Lin Hao, thank you so much. When the time comes, the three of us brothers will come to express our gratitude in person. No need to make such a big deal. I just didn't want to see someone kept in the dark. Seeing Sabo's excitement, undying Phoenix Marco immediately understood the whole story. Without hesitation, he grabbed Sabo's arm, thanked Lin Hao, and quickly left the Dressrosa Palace. Although Ace was currently away from the crew, he would eventually return. When that time came, the brothers would reunite, and Ace would surely be overjoyed. As for Sabo, he had already achieved his purpose for coming here. Purchasing seastone weapons was secondary. His real goal was to see what kind of marine Lin Hao was. Fortunately, he was not a hawkish figure like Akainu. He handled relations with different factions quite flexibly. This alone was very beneficial to the Revolutionary Army. The vast palace was left with only a few people. After briefly discussing the details of future seastone weapon purchases with Lin Hao, almost all the pirates politely took their leave, knowing that Lin Hao was not an extremist like Akainu. These pirates breathed a huge sigh of relief. Now only Isho remained in the palace, blind, sightless, and not yet a Marine Admiral. Looking at Isho, who had been drinking alone without expressing any opinion throughout, Lin Hao rolled his shoulders and got straight to the point. Mr. Isho, you came alone. Surely it wasn't just to buy seastone weapons. If there's something on your mind, please speak frankly. Upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, Isho, who had not yet become a Marine Fleet Admiral, initially showed a flicker of surprise before regaining his calm composure. Though a blind swordsman deprived of sight relying on his exceptionally potent observation haki, Isho could still sense that Lin Hao was in good spirits at this moment. Furthermore, he held Lin Hao in deep respect. It was worth noting that despite possessing considerable strength and a remarkably formidable devil fruit ability, he was neither a Marine nor a pirate, nor did he work as a bounty hunter. A man who had never revealed his combat prowess to the outside world remained but an obscure nobody upon the Grand Line. To be regarded so highly by a renowned powerhouse like Lin Hao, Tung, whose mood instantly improved by half. Though blind, he still raised his head and turned his tightly shut eyes toward Lin Hao, who stood at the very forefront of the Imperial Palace Square. Although Lin Hao had left a profoundly favorable impression on him, Lin Hao ultimately belonged to the camp of the world government. The matter he intended to discuss was bound to tread upon forbidden ground. After hesitating for a few seconds, Tung, who bit the bullet and blurted out the purpose of his visit. Master Qinglong, I have come on 2 matters for which I seek your counsel. First, as a top-tier powerhouse within the world government's ranks, I wonder what your thoughts are on the warlord system. Oh, that is quite an unexpected question. Upon hearing Tung, whose inquiry, Lin Hao involuntarily raised an eyebrow. At present, Isho had not yet showcased his strength to the world government. He was merely a commoner. A meeting between an ordinary commoner and the Fleet Admiral Qinglong, who held lofty station within the world government, was an exception among exceptions. And to directly inquire about the dark underbelly of the world government, the warlord system, made such a topic even more astonishing than their mere encounter. Had the other party not be Isho, and were he truly but a mere commoner, he would never have dared to pose such a question. If he were not a transmigrator who already knew the plot, but a genuine official of the world government, he would likely have had this commoner instantly shipped off to impel down for repentance the moment the topic was broached. It must be said that the Isho of this moment, while not drastically different from the righteous swordsman of the original work, when compared to the Tung who would later become a fleet admiral, the current Isho still possessed a distinctly unrestrained and bold temperament. Regarding Isho's question, Lin Hao offered a faint smile, and then without hesitation gave his answer. The warlord system. It is the world government's own vile excretion, inherently reeking of corruption, yet they compel common folk to accept such a system as if it were righteous. Should one rank the darkest secrets within the world government, this warlord system, which uses pirates to suppress pirates, would undoubtedly claim a top 2 position. Of course, compared to the first, this warlord arrangement is but a trifle. Upon hearing Lin Hao's reply, the slight tension on Isho's face instantly melted into sheer astonishment. Though his eyes were ruined and he could not behold Lin Hao's handsome visage, he still discerned from the latter's tone an utterly unmasked revulsion toward the warlord system. Lin Hao's stance had vastly exceeded his expectations. The warlord system was in essence the concrete policy manifestation of the world government's early strategy to balance pirates against pirates. The government offered recognition of their legal status and various privileges as conditions to co-opt those mighty pirates into its own ranks. When the world government encountered trouble, these powerful pirates were compelled to unconditionally answer its call to assist in resolving said crises. During peacetime, although these recognized pirates retained their bounties, provided their actions did not threaten the government's rule, it would not interfere with them in the slightest. Even if they robbed and murdered upon the seas, the world government would turn a blind eye so long as they contributed a certain proportion of their plundered wealth to the regime. Thus, these powerful pirates bearing the title of warlord would genuinely achieve mastery over both the legitimate and illegitimate worlds. When the warlord system was first established, the original pirates showed some restraint, for it was hardly advisable to overstep while operating under the world government's very nose. However, with the passage of time and the successive turnover of warlord personnel, those pirates whose power continued to swell began gradually to disregard the government's various restrictions. While arson, slaughter, and pillaging upon the seas were one thing, some pirates with grand ambitions after obtaining the warlord title even harbored intentions to overthrow the world government itself. With such scum prowling the seas, it was always the common populace that suffered the most. In the original narrative, Crocodile exploited his warlord status as a cover to execute a regime change plot in Alabasta. Had it not been for the Straw Hat Crew's intervention, Alabasta upon the Grand Line would very likely have devolved into a terrifying nation dominated by pirates. As for Doflamingo, with his unique background as a former celestial dragon, the world government dared not constrain any of his outrageous transgressions. This resulted in Dressrosa becoming a stain upon the world government that could never be erased. The warlords of the present day had long since forfeited the very purpose for which they were originally created. They had long become mere tumors upon the Grand Line. Should the world government truly encounter a crisis requiring the aid of these warlord pirates, fewer than half would unconditionally accept the summons at best. Of course, under Lin Hao's manipulations, the roster of the Seven Warlords had already undergone considerable change. He dared not speak for others, but for the individuals Lin Hao had elevated to their positions, a single command from him would guarantee their unhesitating duty-bound assistance. Sensing Lin Hao's unequivocal stance toward the warlord system, a wave of excitement surged within Yi Zhao's heart. He turned his sightless eyes toward Lin Hao. He almost immediately wished to voice the thoughts swirling within him. Yet as the words reached the tip of his tongue, he forcibly swallowed them back down. For he suddenly recalled reports he had previously overheard in the newspapers. The warlord system, currently configured for 7 members, had only 5 occupants at present. Over the past few months, the composition of the warlords had shifted considerably, all through the direct maneuvering of Fleet Admiral Lin Hao. Had events concluded at this juncture, Yi Zhao would undoubtedly have regarded Lin Hao as a confidant worth following for the rest of his life. But under Lin Hao's orchestration, the warlord system, a constant blight upon the Grand Line, had not been forced into abolition despite the significant reduction in its numbers. On the contrary, Lin Hao had filled every vacant seat with his own trusted affiliates. Such conduct left Yi Zhao, a commoner who had always harbored utter contempt for the warlord system, somewhat uncertain as to the true nature of this Fleet Admiral Qinglong. After all, under these circumstances, the one standing to gain the most was undoubtedly Lin Hao, the ruler of Dressrosa. Was this man, after all, a magnanimous and righteous king, or merely a hypocrite driven by ulterior motives? Recalling this, the cheerful expression on Yi Zhao's face once again grew grave. Master Qinglong, I have previously heard that 2 of the current warlord positions were filled by individuals you personally recommended. Since you loathe the warlord system so profoundly, why did you act thus? Though Yi Zhao's inquiry was phrased politely, its underlying implication was obvious even to a fool. Fleet Admiral Qinglong, do you harbor your own designs by doing this? For he knew that when it came to the warlord system, Yi Zhao harbored no selfish agendas. He genuinely desired the warlord system to be utterly eradicated from this world. Observing Yi Zhao's grave and bewildered countenance, Lin Hao's lips curved into a slight smile. He then folded his arms and reclined into a thoroughly comfortable posture upon his specially crafted lounge chair. Mr. Yi Zhao, before I answer your question, may I pose one to you first? Please proceed, Master Qinglong. Relying on his formidable observation haki, Yi Zhao had already perceived that Lin Hao was currently in a state of extreme relaxation. Such a demeanor indicated he simply did not treat Yi Zhao as a stranger. For a moment, Yi Zhao's impression of Lin Hao improved considerably once more. At the very least, he was markedly different from those two-faced sycophants within the world government. He was no hypocrite masquerading behind righteous pretenses. Mr. Yi Zhao, what manner of attitude do you believe the pirates of the Grand Line hold toward the warlord positions? Naturally they flock to it like ducks desperately jostling for a single vacancy. Upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, Yi Zhao pondered briefly before offering his reply. Though his current status was but that of a commoner, due to his formidable personal strength, he had encountered no shortage of pirates during his travels across the Grand Line. While the pirates he met ranged from weak to strong, and from virtuous to vile, not a single one failed to harbor deep yearning for a warlord position. After all, with the warlord title, they had effectively attached themselves to the world government. Any endeavor they pursued would yield twice the result with half the effort. They could retain their pirate identities while simultaneously gaining the world government's protection. Was this not infinitely superior to dancing on the edge of a knife daily upon the Grand Line? Precisely. The warlord system is indeed a title upon which pirates eagerly set their sights. Despite its numerous flaws, it currently retains a measure of utility. Mr. Yi Zhao, imagine for a moment, what if the warlord system were abolished outright today? Can you not fathom such a scenario? Then consider this. Those pirates who possess both the opportunity and the desire to compete for a warlord position yet have not yet secured it. What distinguishes them from ordinary pirates? Indeed, there does seem to be a difference. Recently, many pirates capable of contesting a warlord berth have been hunting down their peers who possess extraordinary strength or have committed grievous crimes, and during this period those pirates' harassment of commoners has diminished considerably. After giving Lin Hao's question a moment's thought, the perpetually grave expression on Yi Zhao's face suddenly broke into one of sudden enlightenment. Master Qinglong, could it be that the warlord title is merely... Exactly. At this moment Lin Hao lay reclined upon his specially crafted chair, basking leisurely in the sunlight, with a serene smile upon his face. To become a warlord, one's personal prowess must be beyond reproach, and one must not clash too severely with the world government. How do you suppose those pirates intend to demonstrate their capabilities? Naturally, they would seek out other powerful pirates to prove themselves. Therefore, as long as the warlord seats remain unfilled, those mighty pirates will perpetually entertain that ambition. A pledge of allegiance is not easily procured after all. In the original narrative of One Piece, for a pirate aspiring to become a warlord alongside his own formidable strength, a requisite tribute was indispensable. Hebei Zi, in his bid for a warlord seat, personally captured and surrendered AIC, 2nd Division commander of the Bai, Hu Zi pirates directly to the Marine headquarters. He also disclosed the critical intelligence regarding AIC's lineage as a descendant of Luo Jia. Ta La Fa Jia Luo, similarly seeking a warlord position, delivered the hearts of over 500 powerful pirates directly to Marine headquarters. Any single one of these deeds would have triggered tremendous upheaval upon the Grand Line. It was the pirates who bore the brunt of the labor and bloodshed, while the world government reaped the direct benefits. Compared to the original narrative, the allure of the warlord system for pirates in this world had increased geometrically. Beyond the generous terms bestowed by the world government, the Wu Laoxing had deliberately leaked information through the newspapers. The remaining 2 vacant warlord positions have been entirely entrusted to Fleet Admiral Qinglong to select. What did this signify? The fate of the warlord candidates rested squarely in Fleet Admiral Qinglong's hands. To secure that coveted seat, one absolutely had to cultivate a rapport with him. With Fleet Admiral Qinglong as one's patron, who upon the Grand Line would dare slight him. Consequently, the most formidable pirates on the Grand Line, those yearning for the warlord title, had all recently behaved with impeccable discipline, refraining entirely from attacking commoners. On the contrary, they had been exceedingly proactive in hunting down those exceptionally powerful pirates laden with heinous crimes. For a time, though the pirates upon the Grand Line waged chaos amongst themselves, the lives of the common folk remained undisturbed. Having grasped the reason behind the pacification of those great pirates, an expression of profound astonishment immediately washed over Yi Zhao's face. Yet just as he was about to extend his thumb in praise toward Lin Hao, a thought from another angle immediately clouded his mind once more. Master Qinglong, if the remaining 2 warlord seats are all filled with suitable candidates, will the pirates upon the Grand Line not descend into rampant disorder once again? Ha ha ha. Did I say I intended to fill every warlord vacancy? I shall ensure that until its complete abolition one position remains perpetually empty. Master Qinglong, are you truly a youth? Have you not employed some ability to maintain your body in perpetual prime? Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, even though he was already blind-tongued, whose eyes still widened in sheer astonishment. So young, yet possessing such calculating brilliance to manipulate the fiercest pirates of the Grand Line upon the very palm of his hand. This Fleet Admiral Qinglong was truly terrifying. Just as the commoner, Yi Zhao was staggered by Lin Hao's dreadfully profound scheming. The sudden remark that slipped from Lin Hao, who was still reclining upon his lounge chair, caused the original work's tongue, who to have his jaw literally drop to the floor. Yi Zhao, would you have any interest in becoming a warlord? What? Make me a Shichibukai? Mr. Qinglong, are you joking? Upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, the originally composed Yi Zhao's face revealed an expression of utter shock, his jaw practically dropping to the floor. However, after confirming with his top-tier observation haki that Lin Hao was not joking, the blind man lowered his head, with a grave expression, sinking into deep thought. After a moment, Yi Zhao asked Lin Hao with some bewilderment, Mr. Qinglong, if I may be so bold as to ask, why would you, who holds the authority over the Shichibukai positions, bestow the 6th seat upon me? Hearing Yi Zhao's retort, a slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. Today is only our first meeting, isn't it? That's right. It is indeed our first meeting, but I can tell you are a pretty decent fellow. There are 2 reasons for making you a Shichibukai. First, I can see that you are a fairly decent person. If you become a Shichibukai, you definitely won't do anything outrageous like those ambitious guys. As for the second reason, it's because you're not famous yet. Because I'm not famous. Hearing Lin Hao's answer, Yi Zhao's face showed even deeper confusion. Facing the puzzled Yi Zhao, Lin Hao patiently explained. It's precisely because you have no background or fame, yet your strength is formidable, that I want someone like you to become a Shichibukai. Then I'll arrange many opportunities for you to show your face, and you can display your powerful abilities. In doing so, those pirates who thought they had no chance to become Shichibukai will believe that the selection is based primarily on strength. This in turn will drive those without backgrounds, but with great strength to desperately show themselves off, and their targets will naturally be pirates with high bounties. This is a good thing for the common people, don't you think? Hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Yi Xiao, who had always detested the Shichibukai system, lowered his head and pondered again. He never expected that the Shichibukai system he had always wanted to eradicate could be exploited like this by the young man before him. Sensing the dominance and confidence emanating from the young man across from him, Yi Xiao, after some deliberation, finally decided to agree to his request. He officially became the 6th Shichibukai under the world government. That afternoon, news of Yi Xiao becoming a Shichibukai spread throughout the Grand Line. Upon hearing this news, the pirates of the Grand Line immediately became excited. Not only the well-established pirates were frantically hunting down the scum pirates on the sea. Even some extremely powerful rookie pirates began hunting the most heinous pirates. Because Yi Xiao's Shichibukai status was recommended by Admiral Qinglong. Moreover, the 7th Shichibukai seat had not yet been announced. Thus, for a time, all pirates on the Grand Line reached an important consensus. The Celestial Dragons, led by Lord Imu, could no longer sit idly. There were 7 Shichibukai in total. As a result, 3 of them were closely related to Admiral Qinglong, while the other 3 were either not strong enough or had a very favorable impression of Admiral Qinglong. If this continued, the powerful combat strength of the Shichibukai would completely become a tool in Admiral Qinglong's hands. Besides that, Admiral Qinglong's industries in Dressrosa also began a full-scale economic invasion of the other member states of the world government, with the assistance of the world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk. The products manufactured in Dressrosa's factories were of high quality and low price. This directly dealt a considerable blow to some industries that were originally monopolized by the world government. After some time, Lin Hao, as the king of Dressrosa, began to accept those weak countries that could not afford the celestial tribute and thus failed to join the world government's member states. This time the world government could no longer sit still. At the proposal of the 5 elders and other high-ranking celestial dragons, the world government began to enact various laws and regulations to restrict Admiral Qinglong. As a result, a few months later, some original member states of the world government also began to refuse to pay the high celestial tribute, instead pledging allegiance to Lin Hao, the king of Dressrosa. Even regarding the last Shichibukai seat that had not been announced, the world government demanded that Lin Hao must find the final Shichibukai within a specified time. Otherwise, the world government would take back the right to appoint Shichibukai. Faced with the various actions of the world government, Lin Hao, who had always just wanted to lie down and bask in the sun, finally lost his patience. In the name of the king of Dressrosa, he directly declared Dressrosa to be the new world government on the Grand Line. This government would not have to pay the high annual celestial tribute. It would not have to follow the orders of the celestial dragons. All races of the world could live together in equality and mutual benefit under the rule of the new world government. As soon as this decree was issued, all member states of the pirate world were shocked. After confirming that King Lin Hao of Dressrosa was not just speaking in anger, many countries on the Grand Line announced their withdrawal from the control of the world government and joined the new world government established in Dressrosa. Even the Revolutionary Army, whose goal was to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, voluntarily placed itself under Lin Hao's command. Faced with such an out-of-control situation, Lord Imu could no longer remain seated. Before Lin Hao and Dressrosa could make a move, Imu directly used one of the 3 ancient weapons, Uranus, to launch an aerial strike on Dressrosa. Looking at the vast thunderclouds in the sky, Lin Hao merely let out a cold laugh. Then he swung his right fist before the lightning strike of Uranus had even formed. With a single ordinary punch, he directly blasted one of the 3 ancient weapons of the pirate world, Uranus, into countless fragments. Thus, the new forces of the Grand Line, led by Lin Hao, formally declared war on the world government led by the celestial dragons. The war between the two sides erupted completely. On the side of the celestial dragons, all combat forces of the Marines, as well as the trump card, the God's Knights, were dispatched in full. As for Lin Hao's side, he directly deployed all the empathic clones produced in the secret factories of Dressrosa into the battlefield. This was a war with no suspense. In less than half a year under Lin Hao's command, Kizaru led thousands of Lin Hao's empathic clones directly into the Holy Land where the celestial dragons resided. After slaying the leader of the celestial dragons, Lord Imu, the ruling forces led by the celestial dragons were officially overthrown. Thus, under the leadership of Lin Hao, the supreme leader of the new world government, the great pirate era, which began with Roger's execution, officially ended, and the Grand Line entered a new era of peaceful development for all races.